Chapter 1. The Choice That Changes Destiny. In the stillness of the night, within an antiquated apartment building, the light on the seventh floor remained the sole beacon of illumination. In a modest room, a young man of ordinary appearance, scarcely in his 20s, gazed at the computer screen before him and let out a deep sigh, a flicker of sorrow flashing in his eyes. Ling Feng, just 19 years of age, had lost his parents to an unfortunate accident when he was very young. He had endured a solitary existence in this world, toiling and striving alone. After graduating from high school, he enrolled in a local university, opting for a path of seclusion rather than continuing his studies. That it was not that he lacked the desire to learn, but rather that his grades were dismal, rendering further education futile. With no relevant work experience or respectable qualifications, after countless failures, he ultimately surrendered and embraced the life of a seasoned recluse. Why can't my life be like Dragon Ball? Ling Feng reminisced about Dragon Ball GT. Recalling the moment when Goku departed with Shenron, he could not help but express his yearning, his eyes brimming with boundless desire and a hint of resignation towards reality. In this world, the life of an ordinary citizen like him was beyond a realm of play, a quintessential commoner. His only apparent option was to languish and await death, utterly powerless to alter the myriad circumstances surrounding society. A mere 1% of the population possessed 99% of the resources, while the remaining 99% contended for a meager 1%. This was the harsh truth of society, the world at large. It seems there's been another earthquake or tsunami somewhere, Ling Feng remarked with self-deprecating humor. This planet has already been severely polluted by humanity. Who knows when the true apocalypse may arrive? As he mocked his own melancholic musings and prepared to shut down his computer for the night, a sudden, jarring message flickered across the screen. Ling Feng, there's an opportunity to alter your future destiny. Will you accept? Yes or no, holy celestial beast? Ling Feng exclaimed instinctively, only to realize his phone was dead. This was not the adventure he had envisioned akin to Digimon. Rather, it was an entirely different journey filled with uncertainty. If he chose to accept, there would be no turning back, so he must decide carefully. Seemingly aware of Ling Feng's misunderstanding, the text on the screen flickered once more. But I have been a recluse for 2 years now. I am no longer a student. Ling Feng silently scoffed to himself, and he soon found himself lost in contemplation. After a moment of bewilderment, as the reality of the situation began to settle in, a faint smile crept across Ling Feng's lips as he murmured, whether this is a dream or reality. I have grown weary of my current life, that I must change. With determination, he moved the mouse and decisively clicked on yes. Your dream adventure begins now. Good luck. A gentle female voice echoed in Ling Feng's ears. In the next instant, the computer screen erupted in a brilliant light, illuminating the entire room. When the radiance faded, Ling Feng had vanished, consumed by the luminescence. Ling Feng woke up in a daze, only to find himself in a space resembling a school office, standing before a male teacher. His bewilderment, he was clad in a black school uniform. Was he merely dreaming? In an instant, a profound piece of information surged into his mind. Within less than a second, Ling Feng grasped the situation, his expression shifting unpredictably. He had been chosen by something known as the Dragon Ball system, which bestowed upon him 2 primary tasks. The first was to collect the 7 dark Dragon Balls scattered across various dimensions, and the second required him to eliminate the negative energy that had leaked into his current dimension due to the dark Dragon Balls. All right, class is about to begin. It'll take you to your classroom, the teacher remarked, oblivious to Ling Feng's stupor. After a brief call, he exited the staff office with his textbooks, prompting Ling Feng to follow closely behind. As he walked, he silently recited the Dragon Ball system, and a semi-transparent interface materialized before him. Dragon Ball system. Host, Ling Feng. Age, 19. Gender, male. Combat power rating, weak. Energy points, 500. Below this were 3 small icons, a fist, a clock, and a blood droplet. The fist represented all martial arts techniques created within the Dragon Ball world, which could be exchanged for energy points. The clock symbolized the hyperbolic time chamber, where 1,000 energy points could be traded for 1 day of time. The blood droplet indicated that one could enhance their bloodline level by spending energy points, though he currently had no bloodline. Current dimension, school apocalypse. Identity, a transfer student at Fujimi Academy. Task 1, acquire the dark Dragon Balls lost in this dimension. Reward, any beginner-level bloodline from the Dragon Ball world. Bloodlines are categorized as beginner, intermediate, advanced, and perfected. Task 2, eliminate over half of the negative energy in this dimension. Reward, 1 beginner-level space gem capable of storing living beings, which requires blood to bond with the user. Defeating negative energy will yield corresponding energy points. The stronger the negative energy, the greater the points earned. Task duration, 1 year. Failure to complete within the time limit results in annihilation. Gazing at this data, a faint smile crept across Ling Feng's lips, his eyes ablaze with fervor as a ferocious beast roared within him. The monotonous days of his past had finally come to an end. He yearned for strength. He aspired to become a formidable warrior. Ling Feng clenched his fists, his demeanor calm, while turmoil surged within him. With an initial 500 energy points at his disposal, Ling Feng accessed the system and clicked on the fist icon, searching for items he could exchange for within his point limit. Soon, he discovered something he desperately needed, the ability to sense and utilize the energy within himself, which required 500 points. Upon seeing this, he immediately selected it. This was an essential foundation he needed to acquire. It seemed that the 500 points had been allocated for this very purpose. Upon confirming the exchange, Ling Feng immediately felt a warm current coursing through his body, gently circulating within him. His previously average physical condition now felt significantly enhanced, and he sensed a newfound strength in his limbs. Excellent, quite a bargain. Acknowledging the changes within, Ling Feng nodded to himself as he approached the entrance of Class 2B. The teacher opened the classroom door and ushered Ling Feng inside. The students, who had been somewhat boisterous, quieted down upon the teacher's arrival, casting curious glances at Ling Feng. Ahem, I have some exciting news to share today. We have a new transfer student in our class. Let's welcome him to introduce himself, the teacher announced with a couple of coughs, stepping aside to gesture towards Ling Feng. Ling Feng walked to the front of the classroom, surveying the faces before him: Gong Ben Li, Takashiro, Jing Haoyong, and that military enthusiast whose name he had forgotten. Notably absent was the central character, Komuro Takashi, as the plot was just beginning. My name is Ling Feng. I look forward to your guidance, he stated succinctly, offering little more. Ahem, very well. Ling Feng, please take a seat at the back, the teacher instructed, pointing to the last available desk. Ling Feng promptly made his way there, finding himself seated next to Gong Ben Li, who had already placed her books on the desk. All right, class, please open your textbooks. The teacher began the lesson, and the students shifted their attention away from Ling Feng, flipping open their books. Ling Feng pretended to retrieve his textbook, though he was hardly attentive to the teacher's mundane discourse, his thoughts instead occupied with his next moves. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, the classroom door was abruptly kicked open by a boy. Komuro Takashi. Komuro Takashi, you may choose to skip class, but must you disturb your classmates? This is utterly unacceptable, the teacher exclaimed in indignation, brandishing his textbook as he reprimanded him, while the other students watched the spectacle with intrigue. However, Komuro Takashi completely disregarded the teacher's words, striding purposefully to Gong Ben Li, seizing her by the arm, and, just as depicted in the animation, slapped her before dragging her out. Jing Haoyong followed suit, racing out alongside them. Ling Feng, undeterred by the teacher's furious gaze, stepped outside as well, though he did not join Komuro Takashi and the others. They were strangers to him, and he had no reason to follow. He intended to head to the infirmary instead. In the early stages, when his strength was still developing, forming a team was a wise choice. This way, he could focus solely on combat, leaving logistical concerns to others, thus conserving considerable energy. Although Ling Feng was unaware of the location of the infirmary, fortune smiled upon him as he encountered a boy exiting the restroom. After inquiring briefly, he hurriedly made his way to the infirmary, where he discovered Zhu Chuan Jingxiang, who was sprawled over the desk, dozing off. Truly, she resembled a magnificent pillow, her generous curves inviting repose. Observing the astonishing softness before him, Ling Feng could not help but smirk inwardly, yet he swiftly closed the door to the infirmary behind him. The noise stirred Zhu Chuan Jingxiang from her slumber. She yawned, and, with a look of innocent bewilderment, asked Ling Feng, "Are you feeling unwell? My stomach is bothering me. The teacher sent me here to rest. I am Ling Feng from Class 2B, and I just transferred today," he replied. "Oh, then you may rest on the bed over there," she said, her trust in his words unwavering as she gestured toward a small white bed before returning to her drowsy state. At that moment, a loud announcement echoed throughout the school. "Attention, students. An emergency situation has arisen within the academy." No, the broadcast was soon punctuated by chilling screams and sounds reminiscent of beasts growling and tearing. Panic erupted outside, students shrieking in terror as chaos ensued. "What is happening?" Zhu Chuan Jingxiang inquired, still naively oblivious that it appears to be some form of terrorist attack. "We should exercise caution," Ling Feng responded, stepping toward the metal stand holding the saline bottles. He removed 2 bottles and, grasping the stand, gave it a few experimental shakes as a makeshift weapon. Ling Feng opened the infirmary door to survey the scene outside, and indeed, pandemonium reigned. Knowing Zhu Chuan Jingxiang's propensity for naivety, he wasted no time and pulled her to the entrance to reveal the horrific sight beyond. Upon witnessing the gruesome and bloody chaos outside, even Zhu Chuan Jingxiang, despite her usual obliviousness, understood that a grave situation had unfolded. "Oh dear, I need to fetch some medical supplies," she exclaimed, wobbling towards the cabinet to gather the necessary items. I could see that moment. Several zombies staggered into view, shambling toward them with unsteady gaits. Ling Feng tightened his grip on the stand and dashed forward, delivering a powerful blow to the nearest zombie. Bang! Having enhanced his physical prowess through initial training, Ling Feng's strength far surpassed that of an average person. With a full-force strike, he shattered the zombie's skull, blood splattering as it crumpled to the ground. Seizing the moment, Ling Feng checked his system. His energy points, previously at 0, had now increased to 1. After dispatching yet another zombie, the time shifted to 2 o'clock. This indicates a 1-to-1 ratio. 1 zombie equates to 1 energy point. Ling Feng's gaze towards the nearby zombies ignited with fervor as he tightened his grip on the metal rod and charged forward, diligently vanquishing one zombie after another. 4. Each of these creatures represented a valuable energy point. Chapter 2. Seiko Busujima. Move faster. If there are too many, I won't be able to handle them, Ling Feng exclaimed, delivering a powerful kick that sent a zombie sprawling into the distance. Glancing sideways at Zhu Chuan Shizuka, who was still retrieving medicine from the infirmary at that moment, a figure hurriedly rounded the corner, wielding a wooden sword with deft precision, swiftly dispatching several zombies that obstructed the path. "Is there anyone else in the infirmary?" Seiko Busujima inquired, noticing a second-year student standing alone at the entrance with a saline drip stand, her eyes widening in surprise at the sight of the over a dozen zombies lying defeated on the ground. "Zhu Chuan-sensei is still inside getting medicine," Ling Feng replied, observing Seiko Busujima. Indeed, she was stunning and exuded a captivating aura, her strength far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. Apart from his physical power, he felt he lagged in every other aspect. Seiko Busujima promptly joined Ling Feng in guarding the infirmary's entrance, and together, they managed to fend off the relentless tide of zombies. "All right, let's move quickly." Zhu Chuan Shizuka finally emerged, dragging a large canvas bag filled with numerous bottles and jars of medicine. Ling Feng and Seiko Busujima forged ahead, clearing the way with brute force as they guided Zhu Chuan Shizuka towards the faculty office, for she had mentioned that the car keys were there, necessitating their retrieval. However, the school had transformed into a veritable hellscape, making the journey through the horde of zombies to the faculty office a daunting challenge. With no other option, they advanced cautiously, methodically eliminating the zombies that filled the corridor. After battling for over an hour, they had only traversed half the distance and paused at the staircase landing to catch their breath and regain their strength. "You're quite skilled for a second year. What's your name?" Seiko Busujima from Class A, 3rd year, she said, leaning against the wall, glancing at Ling Feng. They had yet to introduce themselves amidst the chaos of battle. "Ling Feng from Class B, 2nd year. I've heard much about you, Seiko-senpai. I understand you were the champion of the National Kendo Tournament last year. That's truly impressive," he replied with a smile. Seiko Busujima was one of the trusted members he had in mind for his team, as reliable companions could greatly assist him at this early stage when his strength was still developing. "Classmate Ling Feng is indeed a hidden gem. Your strength is remarkably formidable," remarked Seiko Busujima with a gentle smile, though she was genuinely astonished. She had not anticipated the presence of such a concealed talent within the academy, having been entirely unaware until now. Little did she know that Ling Feng had only recently transferred to the school. It would have been peculiar had she been informed of his true nature. "You two are both incredibly impressive," Jikawa Shizuka chimed in, sitting on the ground and catching her breath. The two exchanged a brief glance and a subtle smile, their bond having grown considerably. Seizing the moment of respite, Ling Feng took a moment to examine the Dragon Ball system, discovering that he had amassed 113 energy points, indicating that he had eliminated a total of 113 zombies. This was quite commendable, particularly since it resulted from his intentional competition with Seiko for kills. Otherwise, he would not have accrued such a tally. Unbeknownst to Ling Feng, his actions of competing for kills were misconstrued by Seiko as a means of protecting the two women, inadvertently enhancing his standing in her eyes. Had he been privy to Seiko Busujima's thoughts at that moment, he would surely have stifled a chuckle. Just as the trio had settled into their brief respite, a piercing scream echoed from the corridor below, accompanied by a cacophony of clattering sounds. Ling Feng and his two companions exchanged glances, swiftly rising to their feet and descending the staircase with haste. They effortlessly dispatched the few lingering zombies that roamed aimlessly. Arriving at the classroom from which the piercing screams emanated, inside, they beheld several students cornered by a colossal zombie. Its imposing stature rendering their makeshift weapons, a broom and a chair, utterly ineffective against its casual onslaught. The terrified students wore expressions of sheer pallor. A mutated zombie. Upon witnessing the formidable creature, standing approximately 2.5 meters tall, Ling Feng's mind involuntarily raced, his countenance growing grave. He was not naive enough to assume that its height was merely a trivial detail. More significantly, he sensed an ominous aura emanating from it. A perilous essence entirely absent in lesser zombies. As Ling Feng and his companions stepped into the classroom, the mutated zombie, aware of their approach, instinctively ceased its assault. It turned to face them, revealing a ghastly, pale visage, its lips stained with blood and remnants of flesh. The students, witnessing this horrifying sight, scrambled over desks and fled in a panic through the classroom's entrance. Roar. The mutated zombie, enraged by their escape, bellowed ferociously, redirecting its fury towards Ling Feng and his companions. It charged forward, uprooting furniture in its path, advancing with a speed that surpassed that of ordinary zombies, albeit still somewhat slower than that of an average human. Run. Seiko Busujima's expression shifted in alarm as she urgently grasped Jun Chuan Shizuka's arm, turning to flee. She too could vaguely sense the immense strength of the massive zombie, and, with her stamina not fully restored, had no desire to engage in confrontation. Ling Feng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately turned to follow the two others in their swift escape. Under optimal conditions, he would have confronted the threat head-on. Yet with his stamina barely restored to half, he deemed it unwise to engage a mutated creature. The trio sprinted with all their might, ascending 2 flights of stairs before entering the empty classroom of the Marksmanship Club, where they desperately needed to recuperate. Inside the Marksmanship Club, the atmosphere was eerily vacant. Not a soul was present, and even the training wooden guns had been nearly depleted by the students. After some effort, Ling Feng managed to find a single piece in a corner, albeit it was a mere meter long, rendering it more akin to a short firearm, as the longer ones had all been taken. Although he already possessed a steel support, an additional weapon could prove advantageous. So he tucked it into the back of his trousers. The recent zombie encounter had felt distinctly different, exuding an aura of danger. How terrifying, murmured Seiko, sitting atop a smooth wooden board, catching her breath. That was truly frightening, added Shizuka, timidly patting her ample bosom. If such zombies proliferate, it would certainly be a nuisance. Judging by its physique, it's evident that its strength surpasses that of ordinary zombies. Engaging it directly would likely pose challenges even for the two of us combined. Ling Feng said, his expression grave. He contemplated strategies to eliminate the creature, knowing that the energy points gained would be significantly higher than those from regular zombies. Moreover, if they delayed in confronting it, the possibility of it evolving into an even greater threat loomed ominously. Yes, if we encounter it again, it would be prudent to avoid confrontation. Fortunately, our speed exceeds its own, Seiko concurred with a nod. If she were wielding a real sword instead of a wooden one, she would have felt confident to engage. For now, evasion was the wisest course. The three of them sat in the spacious Marksmanship Club, quietly regaining their strength. They refrained from rushing out to rescue those whose anguished cries echoed outside, demonstrating their collective awareness of the situation. After about 10 minutes, they had recuperated sufficiently and stepped out of the club, making their way toward the faculty office. Perhaps due to the presence of the mutated zombie, Ling Feng felt an increasing weight of pressure. Throughout their journey, he took it upon himself to dispatch as many zombies as possible, a tendency that puzzled Seiko, who observed him closely. As they progressed, stopping intermittently to eliminate zombies, they consumed a considerable amount of time. Finally, they were nearing the faculty office when an unexpected scream pierced the air. Ah, that sound came from not far away. Let us go see, suggested Ling Feng. Seiko Busujima spoke as she quickly advanced, and naturally, Ling Feng was unconcerned. He yearned to vanquish more zombies. He hastened to the corner from whence the screams emanated. And upon seeing the familiar towering figure, the expressions of the three shifted dramatically. It was indeed the mutated zombie. At that moment, it was attacking Kuda Hirano, who wielded a nail gun, while Sayaka Takagi lay on the ground, seemingly paralyzed by fear. Come help. My attacks are utterly ineffective. Kuda Hirano cried out in desperation, retreating swiftly to evade the colossal zombie strikes, all the while pulling the trigger repeatedly to fire nails. Regrettably, the nails could barely penetrate the creature's scalp, failing to breach the cranium and having no discernible impact on the zombie's movements. Ling Feng even discerned that this creature's speed had slightly increased compared to before. Go! Ling Feng urged in a hushed tone as he charged forward, with Siko Busujima closely following behind. Ling Feng suddenly came to an abrupt halt, striking the mutated zombie's head fiercely with the steel support in his hand. The impact reverberated through the metal, nearly causing him to lose his grip. The mutated zombie staggered from the blow, almost losing its balance, and a noticeable dent appeared on its skull. Siko Jindo rushed in, swinging her wooden sword with fervor, landing a heavy blow on the creature's head. However, her strength paled in comparison to Ling Feng's, merely causing the zombie to sway slightly. With a furious roar, the mutated zombie abandoned its pursuit of the overweight man and turned to grab Siko Jindo. Anticipating this, she adeptly leaped backward, evading its clawed attack, and swiftly struck its arm twice with her sword. Yet, the impact was minimal. After all, the wooden sword was rather inadequate for such a formidable foe. Just as Ling Feng and Siko were preparing to wear down this clumsy giant, the creature's eyes suddenly glimmered with a crimson light. In an instant, it erupted into a burst of speed, matching that of an ordinary human. Ling Feng, caught off guard, found himself pinned beneath the beast. Ah! Shizuka Jikawa could not help but scream at the sight. I'm not dead yet, Ling Feng exclaimed, struggling beneath the weight of the mutated zombie. He desperately held the metal support against the creature's drooling maw, but its unnatural strength began to twist the metal. In a moment of dire urgency, he managed to retrieve the short gun he had brought from the martial arts club for emergencies, using all his might to fend off the relentless assault. This transpired in mere seconds before Siko reacted, advancing to swing her wooden sword at the zombie's neck, which proved to be less formidable than its head. She struck again and again, severing some flesh, but the results were still unsatisfactory, and Ling Feng was on the verge of succumbing. In a critical moment, Ling Feng's gaze fell upon the chaotic ground, where a chainsaw caught his eye. Summoning every ounce of strength, he tensed the muscles in his arms to create some space. Grasping the chainsaw in hand, with a roar, he activated it and swung it mightily against the mutated zombie's head. The chainsaw roared to life. The grinding sound against the skull was deafening, and repulsive blood splattered everywhere, forcing Ling Feng to shut his eyes. Under the chainsaw's relentless power, the zombie's head was soon rendered into a pulpy mass, lifeless beyond measure. Exhausted, Ling Feng discarded the chainsaw, gasping for breath, his body drenched in blood, presenting a horrifying sight. At that moment, the sound of footsteps approached, and the two latecomers, Takashi Komuro and Rei Miyamoto, arrived, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of the enormous zombie carcass on the ground. Well done, Ling Feng-kun. Siko Dokushima paid no heed to the blood that stained Ling Feng's body. She reached out and pulled him up, offering her words of admiration. Ling Feng smiled wryly, realizing he had narrowly escaped disaster. The sheer strength exhibited by the zombies, devoid of any automatic defensive properties, was indeed overwhelming, even for him. It appeared that this particular adversary was a powerhouse among zombies, exhibiting astonishing might. He considered himself fortunate this time. Upon entering the faculty office, Ling Feng made his way to the faucet, thoroughly cleansing the blood from his face and body, and splashed some water on his head to regain his composure. Once he had calmed down, he recalled that he had yet to check how many energy points he had accumulated from vanquishing the mutated zombie. He promptly accessed the system and discovered he had garnered 450 points. Prior to defeating the mutated zombie, he had diligently fought against numerous regular zombies, amassing over 300 points, though the exact figure eluded him. Considering that the mutated zombie seemed to have enhanced speed, it could be inferred that, in the initial stages, one mutated zombie equated to approximately 100 ordinary zombies. Even if this estimation were somewhat skewed, the variance would likely be minimal. Ling Feng quietly calculated the conversion of income and risk, discovering that if he possessed a suitable weapon, eliminating mutated zombies would be rather advantageous. However, if the weapon was mediocre, it would be wiser to proceed with caution. Regrettably, the chainsaw had previously been connected to a wall socket, rendering it useless once disconnected from the power source. Otherwise, he would have taken it along. Now, he pondered what martial arts techniques could be exchanged for his current 450 energy points. Upon inspection, he realized he still fell short. 450 points were insufficient, as even the simplest small-scale energy wave technique required 800 points. The techniques varied in cost. The sky dance technique demanded 2,000 points, the whole wave technique 3,000 points, the solar fist 3,500 points, and the Kamehameha required a staggering 5,000 points. Each technique was increasingly expensive, and he had no desire to consider the latter options. In summary, he needed to exert greater effort to progress. Chapter 4. Departure from the academy. What are you thinking about? Is everything all right? Seiko Busujima approached, observing Ling Feng, who appeared somewhat lost in thought. Ling Feng regained his composure and dismissed the system, shaking his head and saying, "It's nothing." Following this, the group introduced themselves, marking a moment of acquaintance. Soon after, the television broadcast news of chaos erupting across the nation, where even reporters on live broadcasts became targets of the relentless onslaught. The entire country had plunged into a state of turmoil, with the spirits of the populace plummeting. Only Ling Feng and Seiko Tojo managed to maintain their calm. "Senior, do you have any plans?" Ling Feng inquired. "We must form a team to survive. The strength of one individual is far too insufficient," Seiko Tojo replied without hesitation, quickly garnering the approval of the others. "Then let us depart. We should strive to rescue as many people as possible," Seiko declared, and the group exited the faculty office, heading toward the parking lot. The most direct route lay through the main entrance, necessitating a breakthrough. "Fatty, refrain from using your nail gun. Conserve your ammunition. The zombies will primarily be dealt with by me, the senior, and Keisuke Kamishiro. Miyamoto Rei, you handle support with your staff," Ling Feng instructed as they stepped out of the faculty office. Keita Hirano hesitated momentarily but nodded in agreement. Keisuke Kamishiro and Rei Miyamoto exchanged glances before also acquiescing. Only Sayaka Takashiro voiced her displeasure, saying, "Why should we listen to you? My reasoning is the most sound." "You, being intelligent, must surely comprehend this," Ling Feng remarked coolly, casting a sidelong glance at her. Due to her father's affiliation with the far right, she seemed to harbor an unconscious bias against him, yet he was indifferent to her attitude. "Humph," Sayaka huffed, though she did not refute his statement. This minor discord was merely a fleeting interlude and did not impede their actions. Having allocated their combat roles, the group commenced their breakout, with Ling Feng naturally leading the charge. His steel framework and sidearm moved in swift succession, eliminating the largest number of zombies, while Seiko and Keisa primarily cleared the undead flanking him, leaving the occasional stray for Rei, whose marksmanship and agility were commendable. The group operated with remarkable efficiency, swiftly reaching the entrance and rescuing several students along the way. Approximately 30 zombies. "The numbers seem rather excessive," Seiko remarked, furrowing her brow as they stood at the stairwell, observing the throng of zombies milling about the entrance below. Despite Ling Feng's earlier bravado, that had been due to the zombies approaching one by one, the current geographical conditions paired with the density of the undead clearly rendered a slow, methodical approach untenable. Should the zombies surge en masse, they would be doomed. The zombies lack sight. As long as we remain quiet, we can simply walk past them. Sayaka Takashiro hesitated for a moment before speaking. "That's merely a theory, isn't it? It's far too perilous. If the zombies were to suddenly spring into action while we are halfway through, we would be in deep trouble." Ling Feng shook his head, asserting that he was not merely speaking out of turn. The narrative had already shifted because of his presence, and who could predict if there would be any fundamental changes? It was wiser to exercise caution. "You." Sayaka shot him a discontented glance, though fortunately, she was not foolish enough to raise her voice excessively. "Fatty, this is up to you. Didn't I ask you to refrain from using the nail gun? Save those bullets for this situation. If you eliminate half of them, we can make our escape." Ling Feng smiled faintly and turned to Kuta Hiranoya, who stood behind him. "I almost forgot. We can also clear some zombies from a distance." Your earlier thoughts were indeed quite astute. Seiko Busujima grasped the situation and praised. "All right, now is my time to shine." With confidence, Fatty raised the nail gun and began firing relentlessly at the wandering zombies below. After a series of more than 10 shots, he struck true, eliminating approximately half of the undead. "Charge," Ling Feng whispered, leading the way as he surged forward, the metal frame of his weapon brutally shattering a zombie's skull, prompting a cacophony of roars from the horde. After expending considerable effort, they finally broke free, reaching the parking lot where Shizuka Marikawa quickly unlocked the school bus with her keys, urging everyone to board swiftly. Just as they were about to start the vehicle, an unwelcome figure approached, accompanied by a group of students. "Wait, let us on the bus." A group of students hurriedly ran over, led by none other than their teacher, Kuchi Sato, the very person whom Rika Miyamoto despised the most. "Drive. Don't pay them any mind," Rika exclaimed anxiously upon seeing the newcomers, her expression betraying her discomfort. "What are you talking about, Rika? Let's wait a moment." Takashi Komuro replied with some dissatisfaction. "We absolutely cannot save him. Under no circumstances." Rika insisted vehemently. Nevertheless, Takashi remained unfazed and continued to emphasize the importance of rescuing the stranded. Ling Feng did not express any dissent. In fact, he found himself in agreement. For the character of Koichi Zitu, the antagonist in his script, was indispensable. Initially, conforming to the narrative proved advantageous. Soon, Zitu and the students boarded the vehicle, prompting a resigned sigh from Miyamoto-Rei, who cast a discontented glance at Takashi Komuro. Without delay, Zhu Chuanjingxiang pressed the accelerator, and the school bus surged forward at full speed, recklessly crashing through the zombies that obstructed their path, forcefully breaking through the iron gates of the academy, leaving behind the horde of the undead at Fujimi Academy. Once stability was regained, Ling Feng began to assess his energy points, totaling 530. Salvation had arrived. Was the leader truly Seiko Busujima? After settling down, the task-oriented Zita grew restless, inching closer to Seiko Busujima to inquire. We do not have a designated leader. We merely assist one another, Seiko replied coolly as she wiped the blood from her wooden sword. This simply won't do. For survival, leadership is essential, Zita remarked. Adjusting his glasses, his expression somber, Ling Feng observed the scene with a cold smile inwardly. There were merely a handful of individuals in this vehicle. What nonsense leadership was this? This fool. Regardless of the absurdities spewing from the imbecile, Ling Feng chose to ignore him, quietly closing his eyes to rest as the evening sky gradually darkened. I've had enough. Ling Feng was abruptly awakened from his reverie by a loud-mouthed student with yellow hair. Why should we follow you to the city? This must be your own decision, he exclaimed. Isn't it possible to just find a place to stay at school? The yellow-haired ruffian vociferated, clearly displeased. Outside, it's infested with those damn creatures. And you lot have the audacity to unilaterally drag us away from school. I certainly did not agree to this. The yellow-haired one shouted defiantly, as if Ling Feng and his companions owed him something. Indeed, staying at school might even be safer, and the cafeteria has plenty of food, others joined in, unable to suppress their grievances. Even some of the students whom Ling Feng had initially rescued began to waver under the influence of the yellow-haired troublemaker's words. Moreover, I have long found this fellow quite irritating. What else with his arrogance? The yellow-haired ruffian suddenly pointed an accusing finger at Ling Feng, visibly annoyed. Upon hearing the words, Ling Feng's lips curled into an elusive, chilling smile. Initially, he had no intention of saying anything, but it seemed that some individuals were deliberately seeking confrontation. Oh, do you have a problem with me? Ling Feng rose from his seat, addressing the blonde-haired individual with an unperturbed tone. Indeed, I find you utterly displeasing. And that kid over there is no exception. The blonde declared arrogantly, pointing at Koji Shimizu. What did you say? Koji Shimizu's temper flared immediately. Ling Feng chuckled softly and stepped closer to the blonde. Ling Feng, are you contemplating violence? Japan is a land of freedom, where our expressions are quite liberated. Koji's face darkened as he interjected, drawing the attention of those around. Yes, I am indeed about to resort to violence, Ling Feng replied nonchalantly. Ignoring Koji's bewildered expression, he swiftly reached out and grasped the blonde's head, twisting forcefully. Crack! To the astonishment of the onlookers, the blonde's neck was audibly snapped by Ling Feng. After a brief silence, a few girls shrieked, "Ah, he has killed him!" Yet, under Ling Feng's fierce glare, they quickly stifled their cries in fear. Teacher Jiu Chuan, please halt the vehicle. I need to dispose of some refuse, Ling Feng remarked calmly to the driver, Jiu Chuan Shizuka. Once the car came to a stop, Ling Feng disregarded Koji's grim expression, opened the door, and casually discarded the blonde's lifeless body onto the roadside before shutting the door and resuming the journey. With the elimination of the troublemaker, the atmosphere inside the vehicle grew tense, clearly dividing into two factions, one led by Ling Feng and the other by Koji Shimizu. Ling Feng had been patiently awaiting an opportunity for Koichi Wisteria to instigate some discord, which would provide him with a plausible pretext to expel them from the vehicle or to disembark himself, thereby assembling an elite team. However, perhaps due to his prior elimination of the yellow-haired individual, Wisteria's group suddenly seemed reticent, which caught Ling Feng off guard. He mused that he had perhaps underestimated the situation, revealing their inherent worthlessness. Teacher Jiu Chuan, let us find a place to park. If we cannot locate accommodation within the city in a timely manner, the abundance of zombies nearby renders even sleeping in the vehicle quite unsettling. Observing the dimming light outside, Ling Feng decisively made his choice. Unbeknownst to him, his previous actions and formidable prowess had, in a subtle manner, influenced the others. Jiu Chuan Shizuka was no exception. Upon hearing his words, she instinctively reduced the speed of the vehicle and, after a brief glance around, noticed a park nearby. She smoothly steered the car into the park, eventually halting it on the grassy expanse. It was unsafe to enter the city at night, thus, they would have to make do by resting in the vehicle for the time being. It is safer to stay together, Ling Feng reiterated. As he observed the puzzled expressions of his companions, his sentiment resonated with the students, and consequently, there were no objections. However, we do require sustenance, Takashi Komuro lamented, patting his stomach. After an afternoon of battling, the only refreshment I have had is some water from the staff room. The group's attention shifted towards Kuda Hiranoya, who, his face slightly reddening, sheepishly scratched his head and remarked, I usually eat on time. PFF, that glutton is such a nuisance. Can't you hold off for a while? Sayaka Takashiro scoffed, only for her own stomach to audibly grumble a moment later, leaving her quite embarrassed. What shall we do, Ling Feng? It is not ideal for everyone to go hungry. Koichi Wisteria approached with a somewhat sinister demeanor, casting a glance at Ling Feng. As our leader, do you have any solutions? Ling Feng had never claimed to be a leader in any sense. Ling Feng cast a sidelong glance at him, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. There is no food in the vehicle. If you wish to eat, it is quite simple. Simply venture out to find sustenance. Oh, as the leader, you intend to seek food for everyone? I extend my gratitude to you, Ling Feng, said Koichi Wisteria with a sinister grin. If you desire to eat, then go find it yourself. No one will come to feed a scoundrel like you. Miyamoto Rei suddenly erupted, glaring fiercely at Koichi Wisteria. Miyamoto, I am a teacher. Do you not think you are being rather rude? Koichi Wisteria feigned innocence, adjusting his glasses, though a fleeting coldness flashed in his eyes. You're nothing but a charlatan of a teacher. If you dare utter another word, I will end you. I have endured your nonsense for far too long, Miyamoto Rei shouted, brandishing a long stick at Koichi Wisteria. Koichi's expression darkened, his demeanor turning sullen as he glared at Miyamoto Rei. Let me remind you, we are currently enclosed within a stationary vehicle. Have you forgotten the consequences of speaking too loudly? Honestly, Seiko Suji interjected, placing a hand to her forehead in exasperation. Miyamoto Rei quickly realized her error, muttering an apology before returning to her seat, though she continued to cast cold glances at Koichi Wisteria. Those who wish to eat, come with me to search for food. I must clarify, we will not share the food we find with those who do not partake in the search. Not even a crumb, Ling Feng declared as he rose and surveyed the group. I'm in, said Takashi Komuro, eager to avoid hunger pangs. I will join as well, Seiko Suji added, standing up. Thus, Miyamoto Rei, Sayaka Takaguchi, the stout fellow, and Shizuka Jikawa also expressed their willingness to venture out in search of food. Teacher Jikawa, do not forget to take the car keys, lest certain individuals seize the opportunity to drive away, which would be unfortunate, Ling Feng instructed, tossing the keys to Shizuka Jikawa. Observing Ling Feng and the others exit the school bus, Koichi Wisteria's expression soured to an extreme. Had he the keys, he would have unhesitatingly driven the vehicle into these miscreants. Chapter 6. The Speedy Zombie. I recall this area. I once purchased clothing at a large shopping mall nearby, which surely contains ample food, Ling Feng remarked as the group strolled cautiously out of the park. It is night now. We should strive to remain quiet. If we encounter zombies, it is best to avoid confrontation, Seiko Suji advised, casting a few furtive glances at Ling Feng. Under Shizuka Jikawa's guidance, and knowing that zombies rely little on sight, the group carefully navigated along the edge of the street, circumventing the horde of zombies in the center. Along the way, they each found a bicycle and pedaled to the exterior of a large shopping mall. I have a question. Are there not some eateries nearby? Why must we enter the mall? Sei Takashiro softly inquired. It is best to procure food with a long shelf life, such as compressed biscuits and canned goods. Now that we are out, we should gather a substantial amount for the long term. Additionally, we can explore for survival gear. There are indeed many practical items in large shopping malls, Ling Feng gently elucidated. Initially, he would not have contemplated such a strategy, believing they could simply fight their way through. However, with the emergence of mutated zombies, he felt compelled to prepare more thoroughly. Takashiro pondered this reasoning and chose not to counter it, as she was not inclined to argue at the moment. Due to the high concentration of zombies at the mall entrance, the group took some time to carefully navigate past the undead before entering. After a brief discussion, they decided to split into teams, Ling Feng with Seiko Busujima and Shizuka Jumanji, Takashi Komuro with Rei Miyamoto, and Sei Takashiro with Kuda Hirano. They agreed to reconvene at the entrance on the first floor at a designated time. I still feel it's rather perilous. The number of zombies here is overwhelming. Let us gather our supplies quickly and return, Seiko remarked as she walked cautiously between the shelves, frowning at the surrounding zombies. "I share your sentiments," Shizuka replied, a hint of fear in her voice. "Indeed," Ling Feng nodded, and the trio swiftly collected high-calorie food items, such as chocolate and fruit candies. Along with their primary targets, ample supplies of compressed biscuits and canned goods, which they placed in a small basket. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed throughout the mall. Causing the three to exchange alarmed glances, it was Sei's voice. The sound triggered a frenzy among the zombies, who began to roar in response. "Run!" Ling Feng barked. Grabbing the basket in one hand and a handgun in the other, swiftly dispatching a zombie with a shot to the head, the three bolted between the aisles, racing towards the first floor. Upon reaching the ground floor, they spotted Sei and a plump man hurriedly descending the escalator, pursued by a slender, shadowy figure that descended rapidly, emanating a chilling glint. The plump man seemed to sense impending doom. He quickly turned and fired a shot that struck the shadowy figure, slowing its momentum. It landed gracefully, and Ling Feng finally discerned its true form, his heart sinking. Standing approximately 1.7 meters tall, the creature possessed an exceedingly slender physique, with sharp claws extending from its arms, exuding an aura of danger far surpassing that of ordinary zombies. Clearly, this was a mutated zombie, and given its ghostly speed, it was evident that it belonged to the category of speed-oriented zombies. There is no option for retreat, only combat remains, for escape is utterly unattainable. He must confront the foe within the confines of the mall, for once he ventures outside, the expanse becomes greater, rendering him incapable of matching the adversary's swiftness. In a fleeting moment, a thought flashed through Ling Feng's mind. Without a trace of hesitation, he relinquished the basket, firmly grasped the short staff in his hand, and dashed towards his opponent with swift strides. As Ling Feng charged forward, the mutated zombie emitted a roar, its eyes filled with a savage ferocity, resembling a wild beast. It lunged with both arms and legs, its sharp claws slicing through the air towards Ling Feng's short weapon. With a single strike, a portion of the weapon was severed. Yet the claws continued their relentless advance, menacingly aimed at Ling Feng's head. As the claws drew closer to him, Ling Feng's pupils constricted sharply, an overwhelming sense of impending doom radiating from his scalp to nearly every cell in his body. Instinctively, he executed a roll, narrowly evading the deadly talons. With no time for contemplation, the life-threatening peril sharpened Ling Feng's focus, and the instant he dodged the attack, he swiftly twisted his body on the ground, his legs taut with determination as he unleashed a powerful kick against the slender form of the mutated zombie. Bang! The speed-oriented zombie's defense proved inadequate, as it was instantly sent flying, crashing into a glass display case with a resounding shatter, scattering shards across the floor. Ling Feng dashed forward with great urgency. The mutated zombie had just risen when he hurled the broken short gun with all his might, striking the creature on the head and causing its body to tilt backward slightly, granting Ling Feng a precious moment or two. Die. Ling Feng, almost rolling and crawling, seized the fleeting opportunity to confront the mutated zombie. With a fierce roar, he summoned every ounce of strength within him, channeling the warm currents of energy to his fist, and delivered a thunderous blow to the zombie's head. Like a clap of thunder, the frail head of the relatively weak but swift zombie was shattered by his desperate strike. Grotesque brain matter splattering everywhere, drenching Ling Feng in the process. Yet, he felt his entire body grow weak and feeble, nearly collapsing onto the shattered glass counter. In a timely moment, he bit his tongue to force himself to regain some clarity. Run! Behind him, Seiko Busujima and the others urged him to retreat while fighting, as the horde of zombies was overwhelming. Hikari and Rei are still up there, Sayaka Takagi shouted. We can't hold on any longer. We must flee, Seiko Busujima said, forcibly pulling Sayaka Takagi along as they made their escape. The hefty individual was surprisingly swift, his body jiggling as he hurriedly exited. Ling Feng, drained of energy, could no longer run. Shizuka Jikawa rushed to his side, shouting, You have to move. Although the previous encounters with the fast zombies had seemed quick and effortless, they were fraught with peril. He had exhausted every bit of his strength with that last attack, and now found himself unable to flee, while the zombies continued to roar and close in on him. Go ahead without me. Noticing Ling Feng's lack of stamina, Seiko Busujima, who was leading the group, hesitated for not a moment. She released Sayaka Takagi's arm and swiftly leaped back towards him. With her wooden sword, she efficiently dispatched two approaching zombies in a matter of seconds, bent down, and effortlessly hoisted Ling Feng onto her back. Ling Feng suddenly sensed a faint fragrance wafting through the air, unable to resist taking a deep breath. The warmth of his exhalation brushed against Seiko Tokusaki's neck, causing her to shudder slightly, her cheeks tinged with a hint of red. She tightened her grip, quickly regaining her composure. In a soft voice, she spoke, pivoting her wooden sword to dispatch a zombie approaching from the side. Taking a deep breath, she hoisted Ling Feng onto her back and, alongside Yuri Kawashita, dashed swiftly out of the mall. Though there were several zombies obstructing their path, fortune smiled upon them as a hefty ally arrived to provide support. Using a nail gun to eliminate a few of the undead, creating a narrow opening through which they miraculously escaped the mall's entrance. However, upon stepping outside, despair loomed large. The vicinity was teeming with zombies drawn by the commotion, encircling them in a menacing throng. A cursory glance revealed no less than 100. A grim reality given the bustling nature of the commercial district. What had been a quiet passage moments ago now teetered on the brink of catastrophe. This way, fortunately, fate had not entirely abandoned them. Saya Takashiro spotted a nearby area where bicycles were parked. Shielded by a half-meter-high iron railing that significantly reduced the number of zombies, only a few roamed there. The group hastily made their way over as the zombies, unable to surmount the barrier, tumbled to the ground in disarray, granting Ling Feng and his companions a brief respite. Let us find a shop to hide in, Ling Feng urged, panting. The vicinity was replete with small stores, a mobile phone shop, snack stalls, and model shops, among others. Eventually, Seiko Tokisaki selected a game store with a sturdy iron shutter and sprinted inside. Once everyone was within the shop, she cast Ling Feng aside and, gripping her wooden sword, dashed out again, fiercely swinging to eliminate several more zombies. Then, seizing a discarded mop from the ground, she spun around and flung it with all her might, sending it crashing against a metal trash bin across the street. Bang! The collision produced a deafening sound, drawing the nearby zombies toward it. After catching her breath, Seiko swiftly returned to the game store, where Yuri Kawashita and the hefty ally cautiously and quickly lowered the shutter and secured the main door. Fortune favored them once more. Despite the chaos within the game store, not a single zombie was present. Although Yuri had fled in a frenzy, she had managed to retain a small basket filled with food, canned beef, high-calorie candies, and chocolate, ample sustenance for their group for some time. Well done, Seiko remarked. Glancing at the provisions, her spirits lifted. She grabbed a can, deftly twisting it open, and began to devour the beef voraciously. Having not eaten all day, and after enduring intense combat, she needed to replenish her energy swiftly. There is nothing left. I merely wish to retain the food we risked so much to obtain, Ling Feng replied. You should eat some too. It seems your strength has waned considerably. Jiao Chuanjingxiang softly spoke, handing a can of beef to Ling Feng. I will wash my hands first. You may take your time eating. His right hand was still smeared with the repulsive remnants of brain matter, rendering him unable to partake in any food. Fortunately, the proprietor of this gaming establishment appeared to be a permanent fixture here, as there was indeed a restroom available, which alleviated some inconvenience. After rinsing away the brain matter and blood, Ling Feng washed his face, exhaling deeply. He fell into a brief silence, mentally invoking the Dragon Ball system to check his energy points, 770 points. This swift zombie had been encountered within the confines of a mall, a place teeming with people, which indicated it had consumed a substantial amount of flesh and blood. Thus, its level was certainly higher than that of the strength-type zombies encountered at school. Ling Feng had barely managed to defeat it through a combination of terrain advantage, luck, weaponry, and a moment of explosive force. Otherwise, he would have met his demise. Just 30 points short. Ling Feng clenched his fist and murmured to himself. Once he reached 800 energy points, he would be able to exchange for the key wave technique. Although he had contemplated comprehending it on his own, it was evidently not as straightforward as the exchanges depicted between Son Gohan and Videl in the anime. It would require an actual exchange. Upon exiting the restroom, Ling Feng seized the can of beef from the ground, tore it open, and began to eat voraciously. He was truly famished. Jiao Chuanjingxiang, Takajo Saya, and the hefty boy also began to indulge in their respective food. However, Takajo Saya appeared somewhat despondent, her eyes slightly reddened, clearly troubled about Komuro Takashi and Miyamoto Rei. It's all your fault. After a while of eating, Takajo Saya suddenly set down her biscuit, casting a scornful glare at Ling Feng, her voice laced with resentment. If it weren't for you insisting on coming to the mall for food, Takashi and Rei wouldn't be in this predicament. As she spoke, her words faltered. For it was indeed difficult for the two of them to survive in a mall swarming with zombies. With her remarks, Seiko Busujima and the others also laid down their food, their gazes inadvertently shifting towards Ling Feng. Yet, Ling Feng remained silent, quietly consuming his can of beef. How can you still have the audacity to eat? Takajo Saya exclaimed loudly, raising her hand to deliver a slap. Ling Feng grasped Takashiro Saya's arm. Setting down the can with a cold voice, I am hungry and intend to eat. It has nothing to do with you. Takashiro, could you please lower your voice? Juchuan Shizuka gently reminded, there are still zombies outside. If you speak too loudly, you might attract their attention. Humph, I am aware, Takashiro Saya retorted with a huff. Her gaze filled with resentment as she looked at Ling Feng. Do not think you can shirk responsibility. And what of it? Ling Feng replied with a chilling tone, his eyes piercing into Takashiro Saya's. As their eyes locked, Takashiro Saya felt as though she were being scrutinized by a wild beast, an unsettling sensation washing over her. And the atmosphere grew heavier. Ling Feng, do not take it to heart. I believe Takashiro is merely overly worried about Kamishiro Takashi and Miyamoto Rei, Doku Shizuka softly interjected, skillfully alleviating the oppressive tension. She was taken aback by the cold intensity in Ling Feng's gaze, realizing that he had accumulated a palpable aura of lethality throughout their journey. Entering the mall was a decision made by all, and the emergence of mutated zombies was not my intention. I shall say no more on the matter, Ling Feng remarked. Lowering his head slightly to pick up the can, his tone indifferent as he slowly savored the beef. I don't think we need to be so pessimistic. Kamishiro Takashi and Miyamoto Rei are quite capable. Tomorrow, we can devise a plan to confirm their situation, Hirano Kuda cautiously suggested, observing Takashiro Saya's expression. With that many zombies. Do you believe they are superhuman? Fatty, you should refrain from speaking nonsense. Analyzing with my brilliant intellect, the likelihood of their survival is minimal. Takashiro Saya cast a disdainful glance at the overweight boy, her voice tinged with agitation. Enough of this talk. Let us follow Hirano's suggestion. Tomorrow morning. We shall go and see, Doku Shizuka said, shaking her head. Perhaps due to the exhaustion of his energy, Ling Feng consumed 3 cans of beef, 2 large pieces of compressed biscuits, and a high-calorie chocolate bar, making him the most voracious eater among them. I apologize for overindulging. I will make it up to you tomorrow, Ling Feng said. A hint of embarrassment in his eyes as he looked at Juchuan Shizuka after taking a sip of water. He had previously stated that whoever acquired the food would consume it alone, and although others had partaken, he felt it necessary to clarify. Juchuan Shizuka shook her head with a smile. If it weren't for you taking down that fast-running zombie, we would surely be doomed. Speaking of the mutated zombies, this was the second time they had encountered such a creature. The first was likely a strength type, whereas this one was speed-oriented. It remained uncertain how many variations of zombies existed or if there were other types yet to be discovered. Siko Busujima slightly furrowed her brow and remarked, according to my analysis, the ratio of mutated zombies to ordinary ones is likely several hundred to 1, or even 1,000 to 1. We previously traversed numerous roads in our vehicle, so we cannot be entirely certain if we encountered any mutated zombies along the way. This ratio is merely my rough estimation. Yet it seems quite plausible. Sayaka Takashiro adjusted her glasses and coldly interjected, given their strength and speed. It would not be surprising to encounter other varieties of zombies in the future. It is best to prepare ourselves mentally. Ling Feng shook his head and stated, I believe our luck has finally turned. At some point, the plump fellow had dashed behind the counter, his face alight with excitement, as he produced 2 luxurious katana, each measuring over 3 feet in length, from beneath the counter. Ling Feng and Siko Busujima exchanged a glance before approaching the counter to each take hold of a katana. As they drew the blades, a glimmer of cold light flashed, and merely gazing at the subtle gleam emanating from the blades indicated that these were indeed authentic weapons. Upon drawing the blades fully, they observed that both measured slightly over 3 feet, or just a little over 1 meter, a perfect length. Siko stepped aside and swung her katana a few times, a smile gracing her features as she nodded and remarked, although they are not exceedingly rare renowned swords, they are certainly commendable. The length of these small katanas is ideally suited for me. Small katanas? Is there a distinction in size? Aren't they all just katanas? Asked Shizuka Jurikawa with curiosity. Generally, blades shorter than 3 feet are considered small katanas. These exceed that measurement slightly, thus they can still be classified as such. Only those over 5 feet are deemed large katanas, Ling Feng explained, a hint of joy in his voice as he swung the weapon in his hand. With his own strength combined with such a sharp katana, his lethality would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. Previously, he had been troubled about where to find a weapon. So this stroke of fortune was indeed welcome. Oh, I didn't realize you were so knowledgeable, Linkuin. Some Japanese people today might not even know this. Siko said with a surprised smile. I'm just a bit of a recluse, spending my time online. With the abundance of Japanese anime, I've occasionally come across various other topics, Ling Feng replied with a slight smile. But why would there be katanas behind the counter? Wouldn't the owner use them for self-defense against zombies? Shizuka asked innocently. Who knows? In a situation of sudden chaos, those who can calmly draw their weapons are few and far between. Perhaps the owner has already become one of the wandering zombies outside, Ling Feng quipped darkly. Though he found little humor in the thought. Regardless of the grim reality, he continued, though it may not sound particularly pleasant, we are fortunate at least for now. With these two katanas, our team's strength has significantly increased, making it much easier to seek out Akira Komuro and Rei Miyamoto tomorrow. Siko sheathed her katana and smiled gently at Ling Feng. Then let us take the opportunity to rest well, Shizuka suggested. Being in a game store, they could hardly expect blankets or anything of the sort. Only a few throw blankets were available for makeshift comfort. However, at that moment, none of them cared much for external conditions. After satisfying their hunger, fatigue quickly set in, and they soon lay down to sleep. Siko, I have a proposal. Let us go together tomorrow, Ling Feng suddenly suggested, reaching out to touch Siko's arm as the others drifted off to slumber. That sounds good. With just the two of us, we might have a better chance, she replied. Siko Tokishima paused momentarily, then reflected before speaking. She understood Ling Feng's intention. Among them, the most formidable combatants were indeed the two of them. Jukawa Shizuka, Takajo Saya, and the portly fellow were all ill-suited for venturing into the densely populated zombie-infested mall. Are you mocking my lack of combat prowess? Takajo Saya exclaimed, her frustration palpable as she straightened up, eager to voice her thoughts. However, before she could articulate her sentiments, Ling Feng interrupted her decisively. Your intellect holds no value amidst a horde of zombies. There is no need for further discussion. It is settled, he stated coolly, turning to resume his slumber. You. Takajo Saya's indignation flared instantly, but fortunately, Jukawa Shizuka intervened just in time to restrain her. Otherwise, she may have lunged at Ling Feng. You know, upon reflection, I find Ling Feng's argument rather compelling. Perhaps we should refrain from becoming burdensome, the portly fellow suggested hesitantly. Jukawa Shizuka also encouraged this perspective, and ultimately, Takajo Saya, albeit reluctantly, had to acquiesce, her sense of powerlessness only deepening. On the following clear morning, Ling Feng and the others awoke early. After a brief wash and a light meal, they prepared to set out. As the shop door creaked open, the portly fellow crouched to grasp the rolling shutter. Inhaling deeply before looking at Ling Feng and the others, speaking in a low voice, Are we ready? Ling Feng and Siko Tojo nodded. Their hands firmly gripping the hilts of their katanas, their gazes fixed intently on the rolling shutter door. The stout man summoned all his strength to raise the shutter, allowing the sunlight to pour in. However, the unmistakable sound of the shutter being lifted inevitably caught the attention of a nearby horde of zombies, who turned their heads and, after a brief pause, began to shuffle forward with guttural growls. Now, Ling Feng whispered urgently, and he and Siko Tojo dashed out of the game store. The stout man and his companions hastily pulled down the shutter and secured the main door, leaving the fate of the two outside in their hands. Chapter 9. Two Mutated Zombies. Ling Feng, leading the charge ahead of Siko Busujima, swiftly approached a zombie. With a sudden motion, he drew the katana strapped to his back and swung it down ferociously. The sharp blade effortlessly sliced through the zombie's rigid, pallid neck, accompanied by a spray of foul blood. The head of the undead creature soared into the air, and the headless body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Excellent. The weapon felt remarkably fluid in his hands, and a surge of joy washed over Ling Feng. It required far less effort than other weapons. Beside him, Siko Busujima, having exchanged her wooden sword, displayed her exquisite swordsmanship, her movements significantly more succinct and refined than Ling Feng's brute force. They did not linger in battle. After dispatching the zombies blocking their path, they swiftly rushed toward them all. Upon eliminating a few wandering zombies at the entrance, they dashed inside. Inside the mall, the number of zombies was indeed overwhelming. Had it not been for Ling Feng and Siko wielding their sharp katana, they would have had no choice but to retreat. Keishiro Takashi, Miyamoto Rei, if you're alive, respond, Ling Feng shouted as he reached the still elevator, effortlessly dispatching another zombie. He did not expect a reply. His intent was merely to call out a few times and then leave if there was no response. However, to his surprise, just moments later, a voice replied. Is that you, Ling Feng? We're in the girls' restroom on the 3rd floor. There are many zombies at the door. Takashi's arm is twisted. We can't get out. The voice of Miyamoto Rei echoed faintly from the 3rd floor. Wait, Ling Feng called out, exchanging a glance with Siko, who was standing by another elevator. Without hesitation, they leaped to the second floor and raced toward the elevator leading to the third. After decapitating another zombie, Ling Feng caught his breath and chuckled wryly. To be honest, I didn't think they would still be alive. I only intended to call out to appease Sayaka Takagi, but it seems they truly survived. I'm surprised to hear you say that, Siko replied, deftly dodging a zombie's attack and dispatching it with a swift strike, glancing at Ling Feng. I need a team. Relying solely on myself is somewhat daunting. Though Sayaka can be rather arrogant, I must admit her intellect is sharp. As for Takashi, there is no need to elaborate. His passion for military affairs will be invaluable if we acquire firearms in the future. In Shizuka, being a doctor is indispensable. You, Siko, are more than capable. Ling Feng spoke in one breath, then executed a roll to evade a few zombies' assaults. Quickly rising from the ground, he continued running, however. Without a chance to confirm, I fear this team may struggle to hold together. I find myself quite helpless. Your candidness is truly surprising, however. I must say I don't dislike your unabashed nature, Siko remarked. Siko Busujima dispatched 2 zombies and swiftly ascended the staircase to the 3rd floor. Casting a brief smile at Ling Feng, she remarked, "Hee, I must admit, I find myself somewhat surprised as well. It seems I simply wish to converse with you. My only desire is to survive better. Although I must confess, there is a certain exhilaration in this." Ling Feng hastened his pace towards Siko, panting slightly before responding with a grin. Upon hearing his words, Siko paused momentarily, a knowing smile gracing her lips as she replied, "Once we rescue the 2 of them, let us find the time for a proper discussion." It seemed she had found a confidant in Ling Feng. Without further ado, the pair swiftly made their way to the 3rd floor via the elevator. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, a towering figure suddenly loomed before them, its muscular claws lunging ferociously. Startled, they leapt aside just in time to evade the attack, their expressions growing serious as they realized they were confronted by a power-type mutated zombie. Unlike the one within the school, this creature's hands had morphed into razor-sharp claws, akin to the speed-type zombie they had encountered earlier, indicating it was of a significantly higher level. The shopping mall indeed harbors dangers. The likelihood of encountering such beings has greatly increased. You go ahead. I will handle this. Ling Feng firmly gripped his katana, addressing Siko. Understood. Take care of yourself. Siko wasted no time, swiftly maneuvering around the mutated zombie and charging forward. Meanwhile, Ling Feng delivered a powerful strike to the creature's abdomen, severing a substantial piece of flesh. However, the zombie, devoid of any sense of pain, roared and lunged at Ling Feng, its claws swinging dangerously towards his head. Damn, its speed is nearly that of a normal human, Ling Feng thought. Feeling a weight settle in his chest, he quickly executed a roll to evade the attack, then pivoted to dispatch 2 approaching zombies, retreating several steps before accelerating to flank the mutated zombie from behind. Perhaps due to its elevated level, the mutated zombie seemed to possess a modicum of intelligence. Upon observing Ling Feng's movements, it adjusted its stance, continually facing him while its massive claws relentlessly struck out. Ling Feng hesitated for a moment, gripping his katana tightly as he aimed the blade at his opponent. With a sudden leap, he swung with all his might, colliding with the opponent's menacing claws. At that instant of contact, the cold, sharp edge of the katana plunged into the rigid flesh, and a tremendous force surged rapidly from the blade to Ling Feng's arm. The katana trembled violently, nearly slipping from his grasp, and he could not suppress a muffled groan as he staggered back 5 or 6 steps, almost succumbing to the power of his adversary. Cursed be this overwhelming strength. Ling Feng gritted his teeth, struggling to speak, feeling as though the blade had become ensnared within the gaps of the opponent's bones. The mutated zombie, impervious to pain, instantly raised its other claw, lunging towards Ling Feng's neck. Ling Feng hurriedly knelt upon the ground, as a sharp claw grazed his hair, severing several strands. With all his might, he twisted the blade, slicing through flesh and bone with a swift stroke, severing one of the claws. Just as he intended to press the advantage, an overwhelming sense of danger surged from above. Prompting an instinctive reaction within him, he rolled to the side. A moment later, a slender figure landed where Ling Feng had just been. Upon seeing the newcomer, a chill gripped his heart. It was a speedster zombie. How unfortunate. Chapter 10, Consecutive Slayings. Exchange for Chi Wave Technique. Indeed, the arrival of this speedster zombie filled Ling Feng with despair. While he could manage to deal with the strength-based zombies at a slow pace, the speedster posed an entirely different challenge, especially with several other wandering zombies nearby. This battle was destined to be arduous. Before he could ponder further, 2 mutated zombies charged toward him, one after the other. The speedster zombie was astonishingly swift, closing the distance in an instant, its sharp claws slashing toward him. Ling Feng steadied his stance and swung his blade with a swift motion. If only he could cleave his opponent in half with a single strike. Alas, reality was not so simple. The agile zombie leapt gracefully, evading Ling Feng's assault, while the powerful zombie charged directly at him, its bloody jaws snapping menacingly. "Get lost!" Ling Feng exclaimed as he sidestepped, delivering a precise cut that severed a significant portion of flesh and teeth from the creature's maw. The sound of claws slicing through the air reached his ears from behind. With no other option, Ling Feng crouched down and executed a desperate roll, narrowly escaping the onslaught of the swift zombie. Ling Feng effortlessly dispatched a wandering zombie, sending the headless corpse flying towards the brute zombie with a swift kick. With all his might, he swung his katana, but the agile zombie deftly evaded the strike. This was unacceptable. He was far too reactive. This creature possessed intelligence. Ling Feng dodged the opponent's claws with great effort, gritting his teeth in frustration. Time and again, the speedster zombie eluded his blade. And Ling Feng quickly grasped that its level surpassed that of the brute zombie. It had clearly recognized the threat posed by his katana and instinctively avoided it. Once again retreating, Ling Feng narrowly escaped the creature's claws, yet his clothing was torn, nearly exposing his skin beneath, causing him to break into a cold sweat. If he were to be caught, he would be infected. Damn it, I must devise a strategy. I cannot remain on the defensive. There is no time to wait for Siko to come to my rescue. His mind raced with urgency. Suddenly, Ling Feng extended his other hand, retrieving the katana sheath strapped to his back, and hurled it at the agile zombie, buying himself a precious second or two as he turned and sprinted away. 1, 2, 3. With a solemn expression, he silently counted to 3, then suddenly crouched low. Twisting his body to the side, he gripped the hilt of his katana tightly, executing a powerful reverse slash without looking back. The oncoming speedster zombie, unable to avoid the strike, crashed directly into the razor-sharp blade, cleaving it in two at the abdomen. The foul, putrid blood splattered across Ling Feng, and he was drenched in cold sweat. Had his timing been off by even a second, he would have been doomed. Ignoring the now severed body of the speedster zombie that continued to howl on the ground, Ling Feng leaped to the side, narrowly avoiding the claws of the brute zombie as he swiftly regained his footing, tightly gripping his katana. The brute zombie charged forward without a moment's hesitation, swinging its massive claw with ferocity. With only one opponent remaining, Ling Feng felt emboldened. He had no fear of a mere one-armed monstrosity, and he charged forward with a mocking smile. As Siko, Takashi, and Rika rushed in, they caught sight of Ling Feng, drenched in repulsive blood, leaping through the air to sever the brute zombie's head with a single stroke. "Let us go," Ling Feng shouted, picking up the fallen sheath and racing towards the elevator. Before departing, he did not forget to deliver a final blow to the head of the speedster zombie still dragging itself on the ground. The four of them dashed to the first floor, and just before exiting the mall, Ling Feng ensured to retrieve the small basket left at the entrance, still containing a considerable amount of food. "Open the door. We're back," he called as they approached the game store, and in an instant, the shutter and main door swung open. The portly man beckoned them to hurry inside, promptly securing the doors behind them. Siko, not forgetting her task, threw some objects in the distance to divert the zombie's attention. Inside the gaming store, a weary sigh escaped Ling Feng as he dropped the small basket and his katana, plopping down onto the floor in exhaustion. "What a tiring ordeal," he exclaimed, simultaneously shedding his blood-stained school uniform, now rendered unwearable. Fortunately, he had a white shirt underneath, sparing him the embarrassment of being bare. The others, including Siko Busujima, were similarly fatigued, each having expended considerable energy. Once things settled, Takashi Komuro, with a wry smile, expressed his gratitude. "We truly appreciate your help. Had you not arrived, we would have attempted a forced escape." He awkwardly rotated his right arm, a remnant of yesterday's battle where he had inadvertently twisted it. "Let us eat something first," suggested Shizuka Jukawa, handing over some food and water to Takashi and Miyamoto Rei. The two accepted without ceremony, devouring the provisions hungrily, having scarcely eaten since the previous afternoon. "I need to wash my face. I'm covered in blood," Ling Feng announced, rising and heading to the restroom. After splashing water on his face to refresh himself, he dried off with a towel, inhaling deeply. He silently invoked the system to check his energy points, which had reached a remarkable 1397. After dispatching 2 mutated zombies along with several ordinary ones, his energy points had surged, finally allowing him to redeem the Chi Wave technique. Curious about whether the redemption process would elicit any noticeable effects, Ling Feng hesitated momentarily before firmly closing the restroom door. Resolute in his decision to redeem the technique, he promptly clicked on the fist icon, navigated to the Chi Wave Redemption section, and selected Redeem. In an instant, his 1397 energy points diminished to 597, and he felt an influx of new information flood his mind. He gently closed his eyes to absorb the knowledge, and after a few moments, he opened them once more. Ling Feng took a deep breath, extending his palm as he skillfully manipulated the warm energy flowing within him. Gradually, it coalesced above his hand, forming a small golden orb that emitted a faint glow. Despite its diminutive size, Ling Feng could perceive the considerable power contained within. A subtle smile graced his lips as he realized he had finally acquired a means of ranged attack, given that the zombies were growing increasingly powerful and diverse. Relying solely on close combat was insufficient. The introduction of this energy wave technique perfectly supplemented his long-range capabilities, arriving just in time. Chapter 11. The Sound of Gunfire. As Ling Feng meticulously studied the energy wave technique, a knock at the restroom door startled him from his reverie. Ling Feng, I need to use the restroom. Are you done? Seiko Busujima inquired softly from outside, having accumulated quite a bit of blood on herself that required thorough cleansing. Oh. Ling Feng dissipated the energy orb, opened the restroom door, and stepped outside. We should have a proper conversation when we have the chance. Seiko smiled as she passed by him. What a delightful prospect. Seiko is the dream of countless boys at school. Ling Feng replied with a slight smile, aware that he would not mind if something were to develop between them. She truly was an exceptional woman, a fact he was keenly aware of, although he was eager to test the power of the energy wave technique. The timing was not right, and he found it difficult to concoct an excuse for solitary action. For now, he decided to set that ambition aside. There would be future opportunities. His priority remained to engage in combat as much as possible to strengthen his physique. The more robust his body, the more abundant his internal energy would be, enhancing his overall strength and the potency of the energy wave technique. After Takumi Koizumi and Rei Miyamoto had their fill and rested for a while, Ling Feng and the others prepared to return to the school bus. As they pulled back the roll-up door, the zombies roared and surged toward them. Ling Feng swiftly grasped his katana and charged forward, the cold, sharp blade glinting ominously in the sunlight. How could this happen? By midday, Ling Feng and the others returned to the park where the school bus was parked, only to find it overturned, surrounded by shards of glass and bloodstains. They exchanged glances, clearly understanding that something had gone awry in their absence. Let's go take a look, Ling Feng suggested. Cautiously approaching to inspect the scene, he discovered several deep claw marks on the side of the bus, which had nearly torn through the metal. The interior was a chaotic mess, stained with blood, and there was not a living soul in sight. Could it be that they encountered mutated zombies? Miyamoto Rei could not help but exclaim. It is highly likely that such deep scratches could not have been inflicted by an ordinary zombie. They must belong to a strength-oriented variant. If it were a speed-oriented one, it would not possess such power. Ling Feng speculated while examining the scratches on the school bus. No, I believe we are faced with a more troubling situation. Takashiro Sayao adjusted her glasses, her expression somewhat grim as she pointed towards a pool of blood not far from the bus. As the group approached to inspect, their faces fell, including Ling Feng's. They discovered two paw prints resembling those of a feline creature, each about the size of an adult man's fist. I also found some hair near the tire. Takashiro Saya pointed at a bloodstained wheel, her face pale. Upon closer inspection, they could see some white fur stuck to it, which definitely did not belong to a zombie. No, it can't be. The chubby boy glanced around in fear. Damn it, Komuro Takashi muttered through clenched teeth. Though reluctant to admit it, it seemed that way indeed. Seiko Busujima remarked calmly, her brow slightly furrowed in concern. This bus is no longer usable in this state. We should find another vehicle quickly, Jikawa Shizuka said helplessly, glancing at the car keys in her hand. Clearly, remaining near the bus, which had been attacked by an unknown creature, was not a wise choice. Ling Feng and the others first departed from the park, walking quietly along the road as they discussed their next course of action. Let us head towards the Zhuozhuo Bridge. My friend S' house is over there, and I happen to have her keys. She has a truck there, Jikawa Shizuka suggested. Is it your boyfriend's place? Hee. The chubby boy said with a smirk. Jikawa Shizuka immediately flushed and waved her hands in denial. Ling Feng, however, understood that the location she mentioned was quite suitable and promptly expressed his agreement. If they could reach that place, they would be able to obtain firearms, which he deemed quite useful in the early stages. No one opposed the idea, as most of their homes were in that vicinity. Their initial purpose was to check on the area, so it was fortuitous that their plans aligned, and thus, they readily accepted the suggestion. Speaking of family, Ling Feng, aren't your relatives abroad? I've never heard you mention them, Yusujima Siko casually inquired. They passed away long ago, Ling Feng replied flatly. Yusujima Siko paused, then said, I'm sorry. Ling Feng shook his head. It's nothing. The group continued to search along the street, needing to find a suitable vehicle, as relying solely on their feet would be unwise. After wandering for over an hour without spotting a single appropriate car, just as Ling Feng and the others began to feel frustrated, the distant sound of an engine and the sharp crack of gunfire pierced the air. From the sound alone, one could discern that the adversary was wielding a standard police handgun. Currently, the Japanese police predominantly utilize the M37 revolver, known for its lightweight and compact design, making it convenient for carry. However, its drawback lies in its limited range. The military enthusiast, upon hearing the gunfire, instantly brightened, launching into an impromptu commentary. The vehicle of the approaching figures seemed to be moving at an alarming speed. Before Ling Feng and his companions could find a place to hide and assess the situation, a black military jeep adorned with police insignia suddenly careened around the corner. With a swift turn, it barreled towards their direction. As the vehicle advanced, the surrounding zombies were violently swept aside, ruthlessly crushed under its tires, which were smeared with grime and remnants of flesh. Upon witnessing this, Ling Feng and the others hurriedly stepped aside, clearing ample space in hopes of allowing the other party to pass. To their astonishment, the vehicle abruptly came to a sudden halt right in front of them. Ling Feng and Siko Doka looked at each other, nodding in silent agreement as they grasped the hilts of their swords. Though the opposing party was in a police car, it did not necessarily mean the occupants were officers. Caution was paramount in these chaotic times, where human intentions were difficult to discern. They, a group of youthful individuals, possessed food, weapons, and alluring women, making them highly attractive targets. One must not harbor ill will, but vigilance against potential threats was essential. Chapter 12. Decisive Action. On the tumultuous and bloody streets, a military jeep halted before Ling Feng and his companions, the atmosphere growing palpably tense. As they observed, the driver's window slid open, revealing a small man with shifty eyes who leered at Ling Feng and his group, particularly at the girls. His eyes gleamed with delight as he exclaimed to his companion in the passenger seat, Boss, they have food, plenty of food, and several beauties with 2 real swords. This was troubling. Upon hearing the man's lewd words and noticing his avaricious gaze, Ling Feng and the others immediately became alert, gripping their weapons tightly as the tension reached its zenith. Another door swung open, and a burly man clad in a green jacket emerged, his bald head gleaming. He circled around the vehicle and approached Ling Feng's group, brandishing a black revolver. His arms were adorned with intricate black dragon tattoos, and his fierce demeanor left no doubt that he was no benign presence. Following him, 3 more men exited the vehicle, all robust and muscular, each bearing similar black dragon tattoos, suggesting their affiliation with a notorious gang, the Black Dragon Society. Sayaka Takagi furrowed her brow, seemingly recognizing their identity. The bald man, surprised by her knowledge, quickly shifted his focus to the encroaching zombies nearby, opting for swift action. He raised his revolver and threatened, Leave your food and swords, then get lost. While the women were undeniably enticing, demanding them in such a situation would likely be met with refusal. Given the presence of swords, resistance could prove troublesome, and he wished to conserve his ammunition. As he spoke, the other 2 imposing men also aimed their guns at Ling Feng and his companions, their eyes filled with malicious intent. Boss, look at the beauties. These girls are stunning, and they're students too. Heh, the small man leered, his gaze lingering suggestively on the girls, particularly fixating on Shizuka Jukawa with an almost drooling fascination. Fool, did you not see those ghastly beings approaching? These fellows have managed to survive their escape from a place like a school, indicating they are no mere trifles. Now, all we require are sustenance and weaponry. Make haste. The burly man barked, appearing formidable yet somewhat captivated by the allure of Siko Busujima's beauty. Nevertheless, he retained a semblance of rationality and took a slight step back. Impossible. It is you who should leave. Takato Kazumi retorted furiously, his voice raised in indignation. Do you wish to die? A fierce glint of murderous intent flashed in the bald man's eyes as he aimed his handgun menacingly at Koizumi's head. Do not move. You too. Observing the subtle movements of Ling Feng and Siko Busujima, the 2 hulking men immediately shouted, directing their firearms towards them. For heaven's sake, stop with the nonsense. Put down the katana and the food. The bald leader shouted anxiously, his gun now trained on Ling Feng. At this moment, the zombies on either side of the street drew ever closer. If they did not board the vehicle soon, they might find themselves entirely surrounded, making any attempt to escape exceedingly difficult. Ling Feng suddenly chuckled softly, his voice calm as he declared, "You may leave, or we shall all be surrounded by zombies and devoured to the last morsel. Choose swiftly. Do you think I hesitate to fire? You scoundrel." The burly man, filled with rage, aimed his pistol at Ling Feng's forehead, his face dark with menace. "You may attempt it. Let us see whether your bullet travels faster than my blade." Ling Feng crouched slightly, gripping the hilt of his knife tightly, a glimmer of madness flashing in his eyes, clearly indicating he was not jesting. "You have some audacity, boy. Do not let our paths cross again." The bald man, realizing the seriousness of Ling Feng's icy gaze, gritted his teeth and shot a resentful glance at Zhu Chuanjingxiang and the food in the fat man's hands before swiftly turning to depart. If he lingered, he would truly be besieged by zombies. Now, at the very moment the bald man pivoted, as Poison Island Siko and the others prepared to flee, Ling Feng suddenly lunged forward with a decisive step. Swish! The sharp blade was drawn with a flash of cold light. A spray of crimson erupted as the bald man's head was severed, soaring into the air, his eyes wide with disbelief, blood gushing forth like a fountain from his severed neck. With the exception of Poison Island Siko, the other girls screamed in horror, while the bald man's accomplices stood frozen in shock. The lecherous little man gazed at Ling Feng in terror, his gaze locked on the bloodied blade. "Boss." Two burly men quickly regained their senses, preparing to pull the trigger, but Poison Island Siko reacted even more swiftly. A glint of determination flashed in her eyes as her hand moved like lightning. With a flicker of silver, the arms of the two men wielding pistols were severed, eliciting agonized screams as they clutched their stumps in pain. With a swift motion, Ling Feng struck down the lecherous man attempting to flee, disregarding the blood splattered upon him. As the approaching zombies drew near, he shouted, "Zhu Chuanjing Sakura, drive. Everyone, get in the car." He flung open the door and took his seat, entering through the rear as the zombies obstructed the front passenger side. Zhu Chuanjing Sakura and the others quickly followed suit, hastily entering the vehicle. Once the doors were secured, Zhu Chuanjing Sakura slammed the accelerator, and the car barreled through the throng of zombies, escaping the chaos. The undead, however, howled as they lunged toward the fallen bodies and the two dismembered giants, their frenzied feasting and anguished cries echoing down the street. The military jeep sped along the road, the atmosphere inside tinged with an unspoken heaviness. Ling Feng, seated in the front passenger seat, silently wiped the blood from his katana, while Siko Busujima in the back seat mirrored his demeanor, both wearing expressions of stoic calm. In many ways, they appeared strikingly similar. Is this truly acceptable? I mean, killing them? Komuro Takashi hesitantly broke the silence, his voice laced with uncertainty. Do you believe we should hand over our food and weapons to them? Doing so would be tantamount to relinquishing half our lives. You must learn to accept the current reality. Frankly, I don't believe Ling Feng has done anything wrong. In that situation, this was the most expedient course of action, Siko Busujima replied, turning her head to regard Komuro Takashi with a dispassionate gaze. Her calm demeanor, however, belied the intensity of her eyes, which rendered him unable to meet her gaze. I didn't mean it that way. I understand your point. I just find it difficult to accept the notion of taking lives. I sincerely apologize. Perhaps I am simply useless. Komuro Takashi quickly shook his head in explanation. Observing Ling Feng's impassive expression, a bittersweet smile crept onto his lips, and he felt a surge of complex emotions within. No one relishes in killing. I share that sentiment. Just remember that, Ling Feng said softly as he sheathed his katana. On another note, I picked up those handguns from the earlier encounter, all revolvers used by the police. Hirano Guda suddenly produced 3 pistols from his coat. Impressive, chubby one. Even in a life-or-death situation, you found time to scavenge. You truly are bold. Takagi Saya remarked with a hint of surprise. The chubby boy grinned widely, a touch of pride evident in his demeanor. We have pistols here too, along with a good supply of ammunition. It seems those fellows dispatched quite a few officers. Ling Feng noted as he opened the small drawer in front of the passenger seat, discovering 2 additional handguns and several boxes of bullets. 5 guns total. Yet there are 7 of us. We are short by 2, Miyamoto Rei remarked with a hint of disappointment. I can forego 1. We can discuss it again when the opportunity arises. Ling Feng spoke naturally, aware that they would soon possess an array of more formidable firearms, thus showing no concern. I no longer require one. My katana suffices, much like you, Ling Fengkuan. For us, cold weapons may be more appropriate, Siko Jaido concurred. Consequently, the 5 handguns and a few bullets were distributed among the 5 members of Shizuka Jurikawa. Haha, it's fantastic. Having a handgun in hand feels secure. Now is the time for me to showcase my prowess, the plump fellow exclaimed excitedly, gazing at his fully loaded handgun with an expression of confidence. Don't push me. You fatso. Don't you realize the space in the vehicle is limited? Sayaka Takashiro scolded him, visibly displeased. Although the military jeep had a relatively spacious rear, accommodating 5 individuals still felt rather cramped. My apologies, I'm just overly excited. With a handgun, our safety has significantly improved, the plump man quickly apologized. His face a mask of obsequiousness. Indeed, if we encounter a situation similar to before, it won't be as perilous, Shizuka Jurikawa agreed, nodding. Had it not been for Ling Feng and Siko's sharp katana, the outcome might have been dire. Let us proceed towards the Lord's Bridge, avoiding the highway as much as possible. It is likely sealed off. I'm unfamiliar with the terrain here, so it's all up to you, Shizuka, Ling Feng remarked, gazing out the window at the swiftly passing scenery. Leave it to me. Shizuka Jurikawa responded with enthusiasm, her soft jade-like curve swaying, prompting Ling Feng to steal a few extra glances, truly impressive. The vehicle sped along, and by dusk, they finally reached the vicinity of the Lord's Bridge. As Ling Feng had suggested avoiding the highway, they navigated through a narrow path. However, even this secluded route was not exempt from traffic congestion. Amidst the clamor outside, it became evident that the Lord's Bridge checkpoint was under strict military control, prohibiting vehicles and personnel from passing. This had evidently led to considerable discord and conflict, resulting in numerous casualties. It seems we must wait a while. While my friend's residence doesn't require crossing the bridge, we still need to traverse this intersection, Shizuka lamented, observing the situation ahead. This is unavoidable. The vehicle is stuck here, and there is no way to reverse or turn around. Fortunately, there aren't many zombies around. Ling Feng assessed the external conditions. At this moment, everyone felt a pang of hunger and began to pull out food and water, relishing their relatively favorable situation compared to many outside. However, just as they had begun to eat, a commotion erupted ahead at the intersection, where numerous individuals abandoned their vehicles in a frantic attempt to escape. Run! Countless individuals abandoned their vehicles, frantically fleeing as if pursued by some monstrous flood. A cacophony of screams and anguished cries reverberated through the air. Hold on, something seems to have transpired ahead. Ling Feng furrowed his brow as he observed the commotion in the distance. With that, he opened the car door, disembarked, and swiftly ascended to the roof of the vehicle for a better view. Since the surge of energy within him, his senses had sharpened considerably. Even his previously myopic vision had improved. Squinting to focus, he quickly discerned the situation unfolding on the road ahead, and his expression shifted dramatically. Get out of the car. It's a legion of rats. What Ling Feng beheld was an ominous horde of rats, each the size of a calf, their sharp teeth bared and blood-red eyes glinting with menace. They surged towards any human in sight, capable of devouring a person in mere moments, leaving only bleached bones unattended by the roadside. Who could remain calm in such a scenario? Naturally, chaos ensued. Damn this predicament! Ling Feng cursed inwardly, realizing their plans had been thrown into disarray. Siko and her companions hastily exited the vehicle. Upon witnessing the unfolding horror, their faces drained of color. Without uttering a word, they turned and fled. If they did not escape, they would not only fall prey to the rats, but might also be trampled by the panicked masses. However, the narrowness of the road, clogged with vehicles, hindered their retreat. The chilling cries from behind grew ever louder and closer. Squeak. A few of the foremost rats charged towards several men and women who had lagged behind due to exhaustion. Help! Please, someone save me. A young woman, beset by the gnawing rats, screamed in terror, grasping the pant leg of a middle-aged man running in front of her. Get off, you wretch! The man, taken aback, kicked her forcefully in the face in a desperate attempt to dislodge her. Yet, she clung to him tenaciously. And soon they were both engulfed by the ravenous swarm of rats, their screams echoing in the air. Such harrowing scenes unfolded relentlessly at this small intersection. The grotesque army of rats accompanied by blood and cries, resembling a nightmarish hellscape. Chapter 14. Chaos of Battle. Upon the streets, people fled in abject terror, scarcely daring to glance back at the horrifying tide of rodents surging behind them. Despair was etched in the eyes of many. The timid mice, typically small enough to be grasped in one's palm, had transformed into grotesque beasts, relentlessly pursuing humanity along the narrow avenues. Should one be caught, they would be devoured in the briefest of moments, leaving only his skeletal remains. Amidst this chaos, there were also those unscrupulous individuals seeking to profit from the turmoil. A sharp, chilling glint sliced through the air, and in an instant, a man's arm was severed, causing him to collapse to the ground, writhing in agony. Ling Feng merely cast a cold glance in his direction, resolute in his intent that he would show no mercy to anyone attempting to seize their provisions amidst the disorder. Everyone, remain vigilant. We possess a considerable amount of food. Do not allow yourselves to be targeted. Many have succumbed to madness and are capable of anything. Caution Poison Island Seiko. The ugliness of human nature was laid bare in this moment as individuals frantically shoved and trampled one another. Each driven by a frenzied desire to advance, their faces betraying a wild, deranged expression. "Ah, there are rats ahead," came the terrified screams from those at the forefront. Upon hearing the words, Ling Feng and the others exchanged glances of concern. Ling Feng leaped onto a vehicle to survey the scene, only to discover a small contingent of rats lurking ahead, poised to attack any humans emerging from the entrance. "What should we do?" Seiko, with a furrowed brow, inquired of Ling Feng. "Charge forward." Without hesitation, Ling Feng made a decisive choice after a brief moment of contemplation. Retreat was not an option. Thus, the only alternative was to confront the threat head-on. He inwardly lamented that his abilities might soon be revealed, as the sheer number of rats was overwhelming. If given a choice, he would prefer not to expose his unique powers too early in front of so many people. However, in a dire situation, concealing one's strength could be tantamount to courting death. Seiko keenly observed the changes in Ling Feng's demeanor. His expression bore resignation but not a trace of fear. Soon, the group reached the corner of the entrance, where 6 grotesque rats charged with bared fangs, their speed far surpassing that of the sluggish zombies. Their eyes glinting with a savage crimson light. Bang, 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 bang. In quick succession, 5 gunshots rang out, obliterating the heads of 3 rats, severely wounding 2. While one continued its relentless advance towards Miyamoto Rei. Seiko swiftly swung her blade, severing half of the rat's head, while Ling Feng followed suit, dispatching the 2 injured rats with decisive strikes. These events transpired within mere seconds. Yet, the rats, undeterred, encircled them in astonishing numbers, approximately 30 at a cursory glance. "Kill. We have no way out." Ling Feng raised his katana high, his voice booming with fury as he charged into a densely populated area of mutated rats, his blade swinging with ferocity. With a downward slash, the razor-sharp edge shimmered with a chilling aura, instantly cleaving through the bodies of 3 mutated rats. Beside him, Seiko, though not as reckless as Ling Feng, exhibited a more deft and lethal technique, swift, precise, and ruthless. With each strike, she ensured that at least one mutated rat met a grim fate at her hands. The girls, including Jiuchuan Shizuka, though somewhat flustered, managed to maintain their distance with handguns. Despite their awkwardness, they held their ground, while the portly boy displayed exceptional marksmanship, almost every shot landing a kill. Second only to Ling Feng in terms of speed, only Kamishiro Takashi faced a challenge, having slightly strained his right arm earlier in the mall. It significantly impacted his shooting accuracy. Despite firing multiple rounds, he failed to secure a single fatal shot, merely injuring the rats. However, the wounded rats became increasingly frenzied, baring their teeth and setting their sights on him, revealing a hint of primitive intelligence in their ferocity. "Hand it over, kid." Haha. In a moment of turmoil, Takashi Komuro was suddenly approached from the side by a burly man, who swiftly snatched the handgun from his grasp. The assailant, with a sinister demeanor, rammed his shoulder into Komuro, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. In an instant, several rats surged towards him, while the hulking figure menacingly aimed the firearm at the corpulent individual, pulling the trigger with fervor. The man thought to himself, "Once a life is extinguished, those wretched rats will feast on the flesh, providing me with the opportunity to flee. The corpulent one has the most meat. Surely the vermin will linger to indulge." With a clang and a bang, the scene unfolded. Ling Feng sensed the impending danger behind him, and without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly swung the scabbard of his sword, striking the handgun just as the bullet was discharged. The projectile veered off course, ricocheting harmlessly aside. "Ah!" Zhu Chuan Jingxiang cried out, collapsing to the ground. A conspicuous bloodstain blooming on her left thigh as blood gushed forth. She had unfortunately been struck by the deflected bullet. "Help me!" The anguished cries of Koizumi Takashi echoed nearby, as a rat had violently torn away a significant chunk of flesh from his calf, devouring it voraciously. Takashi, Miyamoto Rei and Takashiro Saya's expressions morphed into horror, and they rushed forward, firing shots to eliminate several rats that lurked nearby. Bastard! You seek your own demise. The architect of this chaos was none other than the brutish man attempting to take advantage of the situation. Enraged, Ling Feng unleashed his fury, decisively severing two mutated rats before charging towards the man, his blade piercing through the air with lethal intent, glinting ominously in the light. No. The brute was instantly filled with terror, bending down to retrieve the handgun from the ground, aiming it at Ling Feng. Yet, before he could pull the trigger, an excruciating pain surged through his abdomen. The sharp blade had pierced him clean through, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The brute writhed in agony as Ling Feng forcefully withdrew the sword, blood splattering everywhere, taking with it a significant portion of flesh and intestines. With a furious roar, he hurled the lifeless body of the brute aside, landing it near Zhuchuan Jingxiang, which diverted the attention of several rats who rushed to feast upon the corpse. With Koizumi Takashi and Zhuchuan Jingxiang incapacitated by their injuries, the relentless tide of rats continued to surge forth. There was no time to delay any longer. In an instant, Ling Feng disregarded the possibility of revealing his abilities and reached out, beginning to gather golden specks of light. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chapter 15. The End of Takashi Komori. Meow. Accompanied by a resounding cat's cry, all the mutated rats abruptly halted their actions. And within their crimson eyes, a distinct glimmer of profound fear was evident. Upon witnessing this, Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback, but soon dispelled his aura technique, intending to assess the situation further. In the next instant, a colossal white shadow leaped down from a nearby rooftop, landing gracefully on the ground. The onlookers were immediately startled. It was a white cat the size of an adult water buffalo. The large feline fixed its piercing yellow eyes on the multitude of mice before it, a glint of amusement flickering in its gaze. With a resounding cry, it charged forward, swiftly capturing the nearest mouse and, with a sharp snap, dispatched it. The cat then voraciously began to consume the mouse, its size akin to that of a small calf, devoured at an astonishing pace. Upon sighting the enormous cat, the mice were thrown into a state of panic, scattering in all directions, completely disregarding Ling Feng and the others. Quickly, Ling Feng shouted urgently, hastening over to Zhuchuan Shizuka, lifting her onto his back without hesitation, and beckoning the others to follow as they dashed towards the riverbank. The plump fellow, along with Miyamoto Rei and Takagi Saya, coordinated their efforts to escort Koizumi Takashi, while Doka Island Seiko cleared a path for them. Despite the burden of carrying Zhuchuan Shizuka, Ling Feng maintained a relatively swift pace, as the nearby mice refrained from attacking them, opting instead to flee in terror. All that remained was to handle a few stray zombies. Meow. The sound of a cat's meow echoed behind them. Ling Feng knew without looking that the infernal cat had set its sights on them. Bang. The plump fellow turned and fired a shot. But perhaps due to the urgency of their escape and the cat's remarkable speed and keen senses, the bullet merely grazed its fur, inciting its ire and prompting it to accelerate towards them. With such marksmanship from the plump fellow, the others were even more reluctant to turn and fire. Failure to take down the beast would surely spell their doom. Into the water. Sensing the approaching threat of the cat, Ling Feng steeled himself, fixing his gaze on the river ahead. With a determined shout, he harnessed the flow of energy within him, quickening his pace, and with a powerful leap, he plunged into the river with a resounding splash. Though mutated, it was presumed that the instincts of the animal remained intact. Just as the mutated mice feared the mutated cat, it was unlikely that the cat would willingly enter the water, as its fur would become uncomfortably damp. Ling Feng was bidding on it, betting that the mutated cat would not leap into the water for the sake of just a handful of them. Although he possessed confidence in his ability to defeat his adversary in direct combat, the opponent's speed was overwhelming. Should he attack others, he would be utterly incapable of preventing it. Thus, to err on the side of caution, retreat seemed the wisest course of action. Upon witnessing Ling Feng and Zhuchuan Jingxiang plunge into the water, the following group, including Poison Island Seiko, swiftly followed suit, creating a flurry of splashes as they fervently swam, striving to distance themselves from the riverbank. Once Ling Feng and Zhuchuan Jingxiang had distanced themselves a considerable way from the shore, he turned to glance back and observed the large cat pacing restlessly at the riverbank, its keen gaze fixated upon them, seemingly hesitant. Damn that foul feline. The rotund man gasped for breath, eyeing the large cat across the river. With a hardened expression, he raised his firearm and discharged 2 shots in quick succession. Bang! Bang! The large cat appeared to sense the peril of the bullets, leaping aside at the moment the man fired, skillfully evading both shots. After letting out a defiant roar and casting a lingering glance at the group, it turned and swiftly departed. Shao, are you all right? Miyamoto Rei and Takajo Saya exclaimed in alarm as they observed the pallor of Komuro Takashi's face. Listen, if I turn into a zombie, just give me a knife. Komuro Takashi strained to address Ling Feng and Poison Island Seiko. That won't happen. Takashi will be fine. It's just a few bites from a rat. He is not a zombie. Absolutely not. Miyamoto Rei and Takajo Saya immediately burst into tears. We must find a place to rest quickly, Ling Feng said, somewhat helplessly. Not only was Komuro Takashi affected, but Zhu Chuanjing Xiang's thigh was also bleeding profusely. Remaining submerged in the water was perilous. Who could ascertain whether the water had been tainted by zombies? The group hastily swam to the opposite riverbank, disregarding their drenched clothing, and urgently aided the injured as they hurriedly sought a suitable temporary refuge, aiming to stabilize the injured's condition first and foremost. However, mere moments after their frantic escape, Komuro Takashi cried out in pain, forcefully pushing away Miyamoto Rei and Takajo Saya, collapsing to the ground. He retched violently, expelling several mouthfuls of blood, his visage taking on a ghastly pallor reminiscent of a zombie, while a suppressed growl resonated from his throat. The rotund man, witnessing this transformation, instinctively retreated in fear, while Miyamoto Rei and Takajo Saya stood frozen, their eyes reflecting a profound despair. Ling Feng and Seiko Busujima exchanged a glance, each filled with a sense of helplessness. It seemed that being scratched or bitten by the mutated creatures would inevitably lead one to gradually transform into a zombie. Kill me, please, do it quickly. Takashi Komuro moaned in agony, clutching his neck, his visage twisted with despair and suffering, and as he spoke, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. No, that cannot be. Rei Miyamoto screamed as she rushed forward, only to be forcefully shoved aside by Takashi. I truly feel so unwell. Woe is me. Takashi collapsed to his knees, his hands tearing at his clothes, gritting his teeth in torment, his face increasingly pallid and a faint aura of death beginning to envelop him. There was no hope left. Ling Feng gazed at the plight of Kojiro Shimizu, reflecting with a hint of melancholy that had he not intervened, the young man would undoubtedly still be alive. Fate, it seemed, was a cruel mistress. Allow me, Seiko Suji declared, casting a glance at Ling Feng as she stepped before Kojiro, raising her katana. Stop. What do you intend to do? Miyamoto Rei and Takashiro Saya hastily interposed themselves in front of Seiko, their eyes aflame with anger. You are well aware he has been infected. Allowing him to remain in such a state is far worse. A swift release would preserve what little dignity he has left. Seiko retorted, her gaze unwavering. As hesitation lingered in the air, Kojiro suddenly ceased his movements. Ling Feng's heart sank, and indeed, in the next moment, Kojiro raised his head, transformed into a ghastly visage of a zombie, and lunged at the two women with a ferocious roar. The infected Kojiro Shimizu charged at Miyamoto Rei and Takashiro Saya, his grotesque mouth dripping with foul saliva, his murky eyes brimming with an insatiable hunger for flesh. The two women, clearly struggling to accept this grim reality, stood frozen in shock, their expressions vacant. At that critical juncture, a flash of silvery light sliced through the air, swiftly severing Kojiro's head from his body. Blood splattered, staining Miyamoto and Takashiro in a grim shower. With a thud, the headless zombie collapsed, dark crimson gushing from the neck, painting the ground in a sanguine hue. Seiko casually flicked her blade to rid it of blood, turning to the two wide-eyed women with a somber tone. Please, take a moment to grieve. Regaining their senses, Miyamoto Rei and Takashiro Saya erupted into heart-wrenching cries, their anguish palpable and devastating. Kojiro Shimizu was dead. The first casualty among their group had finally emerged. A grim reminder to all of them, this was the end of the world. In a dilapidated warehouse near the river beneath the bridge, the group convened. You all go find anything combustible within the warehouse. We need to make a fire to dry our clothes. I must extract the bullets from Teacher Yuri's body now. Seiko Tokushima glanced at the wound on Shizuka Jukawa's thigh, furrowing her brow as she spoke. The others immediately sprang into action. Yet Miyamoto Rei and Takashiro Saya appeared somewhat lackluster, deeply affected by the death of Takashi Komuro. Seiko gently tore a bit of Shizuka's skirt, revealing a wound that was oozing blood. The bullet had not penetrated through her thigh but was lodged within the muscle, necessitating its removal. Just as Seiko picked up her katana, she suddenly hesitated, troubled by the realization that the blade was tainted with the blood of the undead, rendering it unsuitable for extracting the bullet. This posed a dilemma, as she had no small knife at her disposal. I have one. There's a small fruit knife in my bag that I took from the staff room. Shizuka, lying on the ground, said with some effort, reaching into her bag to retrieve a compact folding knife. Along with it, she produced several bottles of medication, including some for pain relief and hemostasis. Although she had to abandon food during their escape to lighten their load, she had wisely retained the essential medicines, which were now proving invaluable, despite her lack of experience. Siko knew the bullet had to be removed. If the process caused pain, Shizuka would have to endure it. After applying some anesthetic to Shizuka's wound, Siko urged Lingfeng to quickly prepare a fire. Once the fire was ready, she placed the small knife over the flames to perform a rudimentary disinfection. Without delay, she swiftly inserted the knife into Shizuka's injury. The heated metal blade elicited a painful cry from Shizuka, tears streaming down her face. Unfortunately, the anesthetic provided by the academy was rather ineffective, but it was better than nothing. Otherwise, the agony would have been even more unbearable. Since the wound was not a through-and-through injury, enlarging it was necessary to retrieve the bullet. The sensation of flesh being sliced open was excruciating, and Shizuka nearly lost consciousness. Yet she gritted her teeth, striving to suppress her cries to avoid attracting the wandering undead outside. "Can you endure it?" Siko inquired with concern after a few cuts. Shizuka weakly nodded, her teeth clenched tightly, signaling that she could still withstand the pain. "Try to relax. If you're too tense, your muscles will tighten, making it harder to extract the bullet." Lingfeng, unable to bear the sight any longer, approached and gently pressed his hand against Zhu Chuan Jingxiang's thigh, speaking softly. "MMM." Zhu Chuan Jingxiang nodded vigorously, taking a deep breath to steady herself as much as possible. Tokido Siko nodded at Lingfeng, continuing her swift incision, expanding the wound while excising some of the necrotic flesh. Observing the pitiable sight of Zhu Chuan Jingxiang, her eyes brimming with tears from the pain, Lingfeng felt a sudden impulse. He cast a discreet glance at the engrossed Tokido Siko, steadied his breathing, and subtly activated the warm currents within him, gradually channeling them into his palm, attempting to transmit them through the pores of Zhu Chuan Jingxiang's skin. Aware of his own recklessness, he employed only a minuscule flow of energy, knowing it would not harm Zhu Chuan Jingxiang even if it failed. However, to Lingfeng's astonishment, the energy from within him did indeed reach Zhu Chuan Jingxiang's body, albeit fleetingly, as its essence was too weak to endure and vanished almost instantly. Lingfeng gradually intensified the flow of energy, noticing a slight improvement in Zhu Chuan Jingxiang's expression, which allowed him to relax entirely. He had not anticipated that energy could possess such effects. However, upon reflection, it seemed plausible. In the animation, Dandan had employed a healing technique on planet Namek, which was indeed a unique application of energy. It appeared he needed to delve deeper into the understanding of energy. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang faintly felt warmth in her thigh, and the pain seemed to subside somewhat. As she sensed the source of this comforting warmth, her gaze fell upon Lingfeng, who was intensely focused, leaving her secretly astonished, though she refrained from voicing it. After expending considerable time and effort, despite the tedious process, he finally extracted the bullet lodged in Zhu Chuan Jingxiang's thigh muscle, applying painkillers and hemostatic agents to her wound. With a swift motion, Lingfeng seized the women's bra handed to him by the hefty man, tearing it apart with force, transforming the softest part into a strip to serve as a bandage for Zhu Chuan Jingxiang. Subsequently, he procured a wooden board beside the fire, and both genders changed out of their soaked garments. They were fortunate. The small warehouse appeared to be a stockroom for clothing, brimming with various garments, thus sparing them a minor inconvenience. For the sake of practicality in combat, Lingfeng chose a rather conventional black top paired with jeans, while the others made similar selections. The hefty man, however, took a while to find clothing that fit due to his size. Once they had donned their new attire, they gathered around the fire to warm themselves. Chapter 17. Communication with Siko. Toxic Island. Miyamoto Rei hugged her knees, her gaze fixated on the flickering flames as she murmured to herself, overwhelmed by despair. Takagi Saya's condition was not much better. The emotional ties with Komuro Takashi were well known, and witnessing his death before their eyes was a heavy burden that they managed to endure without completely breaking down. Juchuan-sensei is currently unfit for action. We must remain here for several days, yet we have lost all our food supplies and need to venture out to procure some. Ideally, we should also replace the chain I severed from the iron door, as it is robust enough to withstand typical zombie assaults. Siko. Toxic Island contemplated. Hefty man, shall you accompany me to seek food in a new lock? It would be difficult for me to carry supplies alone, and someone needs to keep watch over this area. Lingfeng proposed, turning to the hefty man. The hefty man paused, glancing at Takagi Saya before resolutely standing and nodding. I am a man too. I will accompany you. You lead the way, and I will provide support." The two prepared to embark on their mission, yet before they stepped out, Siko Toxic Island called out to Ling Feng. "Please hold on a moment. I wish to discuss something privately with you." Siko Takushima gazed at Ling Feng as they reached a secluded corner of the warehouse. "Is there anything I should be aware of, Siko?" Ling Feng inquired. Siko Takushima cast a complex look at Ling Feng, hesitating momentarily before parting her cherry lips to speak. "I just witnessed something. Before the appearance of the mutated cat, I happened to see your actions." Ling Feng's expression suddenly shifted, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he softly said, "I apologize. It was never my intention to conceal my true abilities. It's simply—" Ling Feng found himself at a loss for words. Had he unleashed his full strength at that moment, employing the power of the energy wave technique, he could have certainly created an opening. In that case, Takashi Komuro might have evaded the mutated rat's bite, and Shizuka Jikawa would not have been struck by the stray bullet, thus preserving their supplies. It was his hesitation that led to this unfortunate outcome. This was not a mere virtual realm, but a tangible reality, and his indecision had cost Takashi Komuro his life. A complex array of emotions stirred within him, yet, inexplicably, if granted another chance, he sensed he might still choose to conceal his true capabilities. Reflecting on this, Ling Feng could not help but engage in self-mockery. Ultimately, he was merely a hypocrite, yearning to appease all sides. "Do you feel regret?" Siko Busujima inquired, her gaze fixed upon Ling Feng, her tone remarkably neutral. "If it were you or Shizuka Jikawa who had perished, I would undoubtedly feel remorse," Ling Feng replied almost instinctively. While Takashi Komuro's demise was regrettable, as the team had lost a vital combatant, the thought of anything happening to Siko Busujima would fill him with regret. As for Shizuka Jikawa, despite their limited interactions compared to his rapport with Siko, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no attraction to her beauty and her exceptionally alluring figure. In the end, he was but a mortal. If possible, he wished for the beautiful women around him to remain unharmed. The loss of a man would be unfortunate, yet not devastating. "You are quite candid," Siko remarked, her eyes glinting momentarily as a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. Ling Feng's implications were unmistakable. In a world on the brink of collapse, deceit held little purpose. Ling Feng shook his head and replied, given that Siko Dadu had inquired so pointedly. He no longer wished to deceive her. Even if this led to her disdain, he would accept it. Let there be no misunderstandings. "I am not casting any blame upon you. Extraordinary strength can indeed incite panic among the majority. You have concealed your abilities for self-preservation, and I hold no authority to criticize you. Your swift encounter with mutated beings was likely unforeseen, and the incident involving Takashi Komuro can only be deemed an unfortunate accident. I shall keep your secret." Tadu's unexpected compassion and understanding greatly relieved Ling Feng. "However, your ambitions are quite substantial, are they not? I presume Miss Jukawa possesses a remarkable physique." Tadu's expression shifted playfully as she leaned closer, her breath fragrant and inviting. "Well, indeed she does," Ling Feng replied, feeling a bit awkward. Noticing his discomfort, Tadu smiled lightly and whispered in his ear, "If you aspire to the Crystal Palace, it is not as simple as it seems." With that, she cast him a teasing glance. Ling Feng forced a smile. Indeed, the Crystal Palace was not a matter of simplicity. Nevertheless, he had at least conveyed his sentiments to Siko, which lightened his heart considerably. Whether he would be able to share a blissful life with her in the future was left to fate. After exchanging a few more words, Ling Feng beckoned the portly fellow to leave the warehouse, knowing they must act swiftly before darkness fell, for night would herald the dominion of zombies and mutated creatures. "What were you two discussing?" Upon seeing Siko take a seat, Shizuka immediately inquired with curiosity. "Some rather personal topics," Siko replied somewhat vaguely. Although she could rationally comprehend certain matters, she was well aware that not everyone would share her willingness to understand. For the sake of the team's stability, she knew precisely what to disclose and what must remain unspoken, at least for now. "Siko, it seems you and Ling Feng share quite a bond. Have you two started dating?" Shizuka suddenly remarked. At her words, both Miyamoto and Takashiro turned their surprised gazes towards Siko, but soon they found clarity in the situation. The two had consistently been the strongest in the team, having fought with seamless cooperation, so it was only natural that feelings would develop. Especially in these apocalyptic times where matters of the heart were simplified, rendering procrastination meaningless. "Not at the moment, but as for the future, that remains uncertain," Siko responded gracefully, openly acknowledging the connection she shared with Ling Feng without any embarrassment. "I find Ling Feng rather admirable. He seems to compliment you well," Siko, you should seize the opportunity, lest I decide to make a move on him, Shizuka said with a playful smile, her eyes narrowing in a somewhat adorable manner, leaving it unclear whether she was jesting or serious. Is that so? Then I believe he would certainly welcome such attention, Siko replied, casting a meaningful glance at Shizuka, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Chapter 18. The movements of the army in a small convenience store not far from the bridge. Ling Feng swiftly dispatched a zombie with a single stroke of his blade, sending the headless corpse sprawling to the side. He urged his companion, the stout fellow, to act quickly. The stout man promptly gathered various provisions from the shelves, stowing them in his large vest pockets. Ling Feng, too, seized a handful of high-calorie candies, tucking them into his own pockets while remaining vigilant of their surroundings. Suddenly, two mice scurried in from an unknown direction and, upon spotting Ling Feng and his companion in the grocery store, charged towards them. Ling Feng swiftly dashed out of the grocery store, and with a sudden, forceful swing of his knife, he severed the head of a rat. Another rat narrowly escaped, yet it bore a deep gash across its face, squeaking furiously as it lunged at Ling Feng. With a swift motion of his arm, Ling Feng executed another decisive strike, efficiently dispatching the mutated rat. Recalling that he had previously neglected to check the energy points of the creature, he promptly accessed the Dragon Ball system, discovering he had accrued 856 points. By this calculation, a single mutated rat held a value surpassing that of an ordinary zombie, yet still fell short of the mutated zombie's worth. While he could manage to fend off 2 or 3 at a time, an overwhelming number combined with their speed could pose a significant threat. A careless bite could lead to dire consequences. Upon returning to the grocery store, he turned to the rotund companion beside him, stating, I suspect there may be a grain warehouse or similar establishment nearby, which would account for the abundance of mutated rats. We must hasten our return. Indeed, replied the stout man, hurriedly gathering additional supplies, filling his vest pockets to the brim. Just as the two stepped out of the grocery store, they were met with a cacophony of intense gunfire and explosive sounds in the distance, an unmistakable indication that a military presence was at hand. Ling Feng and the chubby man exchanged a glance, both conjuring thoughts of the military. There was no other possibility. However, they had no intention of joining the fray. Instead, they hastened their return. With the military so close, it was evident that the situation was far from optimistic, and it would be prudent not to linger. Along the way, the sounds of gunfire attracted a considerable number of zombies, creating a host of difficulties for Ling Feng and his companion, who navigated cautiously to avoid large hordes. Ultimately, they managed to return to the warehouse just as dusk approached. After knocking and calling out a couple of times, Siko Jodu promptly opened the iron door to let them in. First, let us put this on, she exclaimed, holding up an item she had found in the grocery store. Ling Feng retrieved a small, coiled iron chain from his pocket, its end adorned with a diminutive lock secured by a tiny key. Though somewhat smaller than ideal, it would suffice. Siko Jodu swiftly affixed the chain to the iron door, significantly enhancing the warehouse's defenses. As the group savored their food, they engaged in a discussion regarding the recent gunfire. Nearby, a large granary stood close to the estate, and the military had no reason to overlook it. Judging by the intensity of the gunfire, it was undoubtedly a staggering number of mutated rats. These creatures moved with remarkable agility, and should they close in, even professionally trained soldiers would face dire consequences without adequate weaponry. Thus, overwhelming firepower was essential to suppress them swiftly. Takashiro Shado calmly analyzed the situation, a flicker of hatred crossing his eyes at the mention of the mutated rats. The outside world was becoming increasingly perilous, with even animals undergoing mutation, lamented Shizuka Jukawa. Do we truly have hope for survival? Murmured Miyamoto Rei, her voice tinged with despair. Of course, we do. As long as we unite, we shall prevail, came the reassuring response. Ling Feng consoled him, though his own words lacked conviction. He doubted his ability to withstand an onslaught of mutated mice. What if we head towards the military? There are numerous soldiers who could protect us, the chubby man suggested, contemplating the idea. In his view, the presence of a well-armed army seemed far more secure, especially after the demise of Xiao Shi, which intensified his desire for safety. How foolish. High Castle Saya replied with a cold smile, casting a disdainful glance at the chubby man. Do you believe that if we were to join the military, we would receive any favorable treatment? They would demand that we surrender our weapons and provisions. Given the current dire circumstances, food must be pooled together. In light of this, do you still wish to proceed? Ling Feng continued, stating that although there was no past to reflect upon, the nature of such matters was readily comprehensible. Well, That settles it. One cannot proceed without a firearm. Upon hearing that his pistol would be confiscated, the hefty man immediately objected, shaking his head as he asserted that only with a gun in hand could he muster the courage to confront any circumstance. My friend's residence is not far from here. Once my leg has healed somewhat, we shall make our way there swiftly. Remaining in this place is merely a temporary measure, murmured Zhu Chuanjingxiang. After satisfying their hunger, twilight had already descended. What purpose do you have in venturing out at this hour? The food is sufficient, inquired Takaguchi Saya, gazing at Ling Feng with a puzzled expression as he prepared to leave. There's nothing of great concern. I merely intend to assess the situation regarding the nearby zombies. I shan't stray too far, so you needn't worry, Ling Feng explained before swinging open the warehouse door and stepping outside. No sooner had he taken a few steps than he heard footsteps behind him. Turning to the side, he saw the reluctant figure of Poison Island Siko. Would you accompany me outside? She asked softly. The warehouse door was quite sturdy, and with firearms in their possession, they were unlikely to encounter any peril. Yet, she pressed on, why the insistence on rushing out? I find it hard to believe your only intention is to scout the vicinity for zombies. It seems to me that there is something you have yet to reveal. Ling Feng turned away from Siko Doku, paused for a moment, and sighed. I apologize, Siko, but there are certain matters I cannot disclose to you at present. At least not until you have reached a point where we share life and death together. I see. I was rather presumptuous, Siko Doku replied with a soft sigh, pausing to gaze at Ling Feng. I am not the kind of person who would abandon my comrades. You can entrust your back to me. I understand. Siko, you are a good woman. If you wish to accompany me, then do so. Before night falls. There are a few things I would like to attend to, and it would not hurt to let you see them, especially since you have already noticed them. As Ling Feng turned to face Siko Busujima, a subtle smile graced his lips before he swiftly departed. In response, Siko flashed a charming smile and promptly followed suit. Chapter 19. The Mutant Wild Dog. As the sun dipped below the horizon, golden and crimson rays cascaded over the earth. The zombies roamed aimlessly through the streets, and Ling Feng along with Siko Busujima concealed themselves at the edge of the road, vigilantly observing their surroundings. There's a powerful mutant zombie, Siko suddenly whispered, pointing at a hulking figure shambling from the opposite side of the street. Ling Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Under Siko's curious gaze, he gradually extended his palm, gathering a shimmering sphere of golden light that soon took the form of a tennis ball-sized orb of energy. So this is the energy you speak of? I never imagined such supernatural power actually exists in this world. It's truly astonishing, Siko exclaimed, her eyes betraying a hint of envy as she gazed at the glimmering orb in Ling Feng's hand. Interestingly, I only discovered this ability recently myself. I'm uncertain of its true potency, but I suppose we shall find out, Ling Feng replied with a slight smile. His gaze sharpened as he aimed at the approaching mutant zombie, and with a subtle tremor of his hand, the energy sphere erupted forth. The golden orb traced a brilliant arc before striking the mutant zombie squarely on the head. In an instant, it exploded with a force akin to a grenade, obliterating the zombie's skull into a gory mess. It was utterly lifeless, beyond any hope of revival. Ling Feng was taken aback by the sheer power of the attack. He had not anticipated that such a rudimentary technique could possess such might, comparable to that of a conventional grenade. However, upon assessing his energy consumption, he realized that, given his current strength, he could only utilize this technique 5 or 6 times at most. His foundation still required fortification. How many times can you use this? The power is astonishing, Siko exclaimed, her surprise palpable as she eagerly inquired. With a wry smile, Ling Feng shared his calculations. Do not be disheartened. Even 5 or 6 times at full capacity is commendable. Such techniques are typically reserved for critical moments, Siko replied with a light laugh. To her, this was indeed impressive. Such supernatural abilities were beyond what ordinary individuals could even dream of. At the same time, she felt a surge of emotion. Though she had been the one to discover this power, Ling Feng's willingness to demonstrate it signified a profound trust in her. The zombies are approaching. We should clear them out first. Upon hearing the explosion, other zombies began to wander over, and in Ling Feng's eyes, each of these creatures represented a point of energy not to be overlooked. With that thought, he charged forward. Siko, witnessing this, smiled faintly and gripped her katana tightly as she joined the fray. As twilight gradually descended, Ling Feng and Poison Island Siko prepared to return, lest they worry Juchuan Shizuka and the others by arriving too late, just as they had traversed part of their journey. A massive shadow lunged unexpectedly from a dimly lit alleyway towards Poison Island Seiko. Fortunately, despite the fatigue that had begun to settle in, both Poison Island Seiko and Ling Feng maintained a vigilant demeanor. The moment the assailant initiated its attack, they instinctively leapt apart, narrowly evading the shadow's onslaught. Once the shadow landed, Ling Feng and Poison Island Seiko discerned its true identity, their expressions turning grave. Before them stood a mutated wild dog the size of a water buffalo. Blood and shredded flesh stained its maw, and it gazed at the pair with a gluttonous hunger, drooling incessantly. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Feng charged forward, gripping his katana tightly as he pivoted and delivered a powerful slash, accompanied by a whoosh of air. The mutated wild dog, displaying a hint of intelligence, recognized the futility of confronting Ling Feng's blade head-on. It deftly leapt backward, narrowly avoiding the strike, which also caused Poison Island Seiko's attack to miss its mark. Demonstrating astonishing agility, creating distance, Ling Feng contemplated unleashing a wave of energy to bombard the creature. However, the mutated wild dog preempted him with an astonishing move that left Ling Feng astounded. With a low growl, the beast expelled a viscous drool from its maw, and a faint metallic sheen shimmered upon its claws. With a sudden surge of strength, it lunged at Ling Feng, its razor-sharp claws radiating an intimidating aura. The speed was remarkable. Ling Feng immediately gripped his great sword tightly and swung it with all his might from the front. The blade made contact with the creature's claw with remarkable ease, yet instead of the anticipated spray of blood and flesh, there was only a sound akin to metal striking metal, a crisp, resonant clang. In the next moment, an immense force surged from the claw, overwhelming Ling Feng, who found himself staggering backward. Observing this, Seiko Jodo quickly stepped forward, delivering a swift strike to the abdomen of the mutated wild dog. The sharp edge of her blade carved a deep gash into its flesh, provoking a pained retreat from the creature, which glared at Seiko with fury, growling menacingly. This creature possesses a special ability. Tread carefully. Ling Feng twisted his somewhat sore arm, gripping the katana tightly as he gazed at the mutated wild dog across from him. I will seek an opportunity. You utilize the chi wave technique. Seiko Dokita spoke with a commanding tone, leaving no room for Ling Feng to object, and swiftly dashed forward. The mutated wild dog, too, roared fiercely, brandishing its claws as it lunged at her. What are you trying to prove? Ling Feng was taken aback, channeling the energy within his body with utmost intensity, arriving before Seiko with remarkable swiftness. His blade clashed with the sharp claws of the mutated wild dog. This encounter was markedly different from the previous unprepared ones. Ling Feng summoned all his strength, delivering a decisive blow that sent the creature sprawling, leaving a deep gash on its paw. Despite the advantage of its peculiar powers, it remained a mere flesh and blood entity. In the face of Ling Feng's full-force strike, it was naturally at a disadvantage. The mutated wild dog licked the blood from its injured claws, its gaze towards Ling Feng now tinged with apprehension. With wounds on its claws and abdomen, the pain seemed to instill a realization of the significant threat posed by the two adversaries. After a moment's hesitation, it exhibited a tendency to flee. Not a chance. Ling Feng was unwilling to let it escape. He understood the peril of nurturing a tiger. He promptly discarded his blade, extending his palms in a sudden motion, rapidly gathering the energy within. Two golden energy waves coalesced almost instantaneously, launching towards the mutated canine in swift succession. Boom, boom. The resounding explosions echoed through the streets as the mutated wild dog was struck by both energy waves, letting out a wail as its body was violently shattered into a mass of flesh, blood splattering across the pavement. Having dispatched the mutated wild dog, Ling Feng immediately recited a mental incantation to check his energy points, now totaling 360 points. The worth of a single mutated wild dog was approximately 400 points. High risk brought high reward. Without the explosive energy waves, a one-on-one confrontation would have proven exceedingly challenging, and preventing its escape would have been difficult. Reflecting on the battle with the mutated wild dog, Ling Feng resolutely decided that he must reserve at least 1 or 2 energy waves for emergencies in the future. He resolved to refrain from using energy waves against ordinary zombies, as his current strength was limited, and the energy flow within him was far from inexhaustible. The expenditure of a single energy wave required considerable time for recovery. Ling Feng glanced at the energy points for just a few seconds, and after retracting the system, he walked aside to pick up the katana, casting a resigned gaze at Seiko. You need not rush in like that. In such moments, it is best that I take the lead. I do not require you to shield me. Ling Feng expressed his dissatisfaction. Have you not considered that if you were to accidentally be caught or bitten, it would spell disaster? He took a deep breath, his irritation evident. Would you not feel the same if the roles were reversed? Is it merely because I am a woman, or do you believe yourself to be superior? That you think I should remain behind you? Siko stepped closer to Ling Feng, speaking softly. I simply do not wish to see you in harm's way. Should anything happen, I would regret it for a lifetime, Ling Feng articulated, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. He just wanted to prevent the woman he cared for from being in danger. Devoid of any further justification. Perhaps it was a touch of male pride, but Ling Feng felt that sometimes such sentiments were warranted. Thank you. Siko seemed to grasp Ling Feng's intentions, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she replied earnestly, although I am a woman. I wish to be your ally in battle, not a burden. Please trust that I am not weak. I am capable and will charge forth, confident in my ability to evade danger. I am not an impulsive woman. You seem overly anxious. Upon hearing Siko's words, Ling Feng was taken aback. Indeed, she was not one to seek bravado, realizing that he had perhaps underestimated her strength. I'm sorry, Siko. Before Ling Feng could finish, a delicate hand gently covered his mouth. I understand, Siko said softly. Ling Feng-kun, you are a wonderful man. Feeling the faint fragrance of her youth, Ling Feng's heart raced as he grasped her arm, drawing her into his embrace. Siko's face flushed crimson, her gaze slightly dazed as she looked at him. With a hint of nervousness, Ling Feng leaned in, almost touching her fragrant cherry lips when the distant growls of zombies echoed around them. Siko instinctively pushed Ling Feng away, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Observing the regretful expression on his face, she chuckled softly. We should hurry back. Yes. Ling Feng nodded slightly, grasping Siko's small hand, quickening his pace into a light jog. To this, Siko did not object, allowing him to lead her, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. By the time they returned to the river warehouse, the sky had darkened considerably. After knocking twice, a commotion ensued from within, and soon, Miyamoto Rei came to open the door for them. Upon entering, Takashiro Saya could no longer contain her irritation. What on earth were you two doing? It's so late. We thought you had been taken out by zombies, she exclaimed, clearly displeased. Don't even mention it. We encountered a mutated wild dog on the way back and almost met our end, Ling Feng replied, shaking his head. Oh, Siko and little Feng-chan. Have you two begun dating? How swift. You previously claimed otherwise, Kurokawa Shizuka remarked, suddenly noticing their intertwined hands, a smile gracing her lips, tinged with a hint of envy. Something like that, Ling Feng said, scratching his face, feeling somewhat embarrassed. In contrast, Siko appeared quite at ease, linking her arm with Ling Feng's and smiling as she declared, Ling Feng is now my boyfriend. You are a step behind, teacher Kurokawa. There was a certain significance in her gaze as she spoke. Oh dear, what are you saying, Siko? Hee. Kurokawa Shizuka quickly waved her hands, her face flushed. Humph. It's just love. What is so remarkable about it? Takashiro Saya huffed, though a tinge of envy lingered in her voice. In this apocalyptic world, having someone you care for by your side is a profoundly comforting thought, yet she mourned the loss of her friend, Hiroshi. If Takashiro-san doesn't mind, I could also be an option, the chubby boy chimed in, a hopeful and somewhat lewd expression on his face. However, Takashiro Saya completely ignored him. Ling Feng chose to disregard their words, savoring the soft sensation emanating from the inner side of his arm. Below, his little Ling Feng instinctively responded. And had he not slightly turned away, he might have found himself in an embarrassing situation. Indeed, Siko was still quite voluptuous, a thought that mischievously crossed Ling Feng's mind. What are you thinking so intently about? Surely, it cannot be anything virtuous, Siko remarked playfully, pressing close to Ling Feng, her gaze subtly drifting towards below, while she deliberately exhaled warm breath, igniting a sense of yearning within him. Had it not been for Miyamoto Rei and the others still present, he might have been unable to resist the urge to playfully dominate Siko. Enough of that. What were you saying about the mutant wild dogs? Takashiro Saya interjected, unable to bear the rapid camaraderie developing between the two. Ling Feng's expression turned serious as he recounted the incident involving the mutated wild dogs, instantly causing the faces of the four others to pale. This was truly a predicament. The situation had transcended the realm of scientific explanation, rendering the vicinity exceedingly perilous. Once Teacher Juchuan's injuries had improved somewhat, we must depart immediately to a more secure location, for the defensibility of this warehouse has significantly diminished. Sayaka Takashiro spoke in a hushed tone, her eyes filled with concern. If the zombies and animals continued to evolve, humanity's hope would dwindle even further. After a brief discussion, the group dispersed, laying down some clothing on the ground. Tonight, They would have no choice but to sleep in such a manner. However, none could foresee the insidious threat that was silently encroaching upon them. Chapter 21. The Night Attack of the Big Cat. That night, Ling Feng had initially intended to engage in some physical training, but was halted by Siko Busujima. In her words, should he exhaust himself and encounter an unforeseen event, they would suffer a considerable loss in combat strength. Ling Feng concurred, although he yearned to strengthen himself rapidly. He deemed it wiser to wait until they reached his friend Zhu Chuanshizuka's home, where he could train in peace. In the dead of night, the group had largely succumbed to deep slumber, the warehouse enveloped in darkness, filled with the steady sound of breathing. Under normal circumstances, they would have slept soundly until dawn. Suddenly, a resounding crash accompanied by a piercing cat's cry shattered the tranquility, jolting the sleeping individuals awake. What on earth is happening? The stout one exclaimed in panic as he sprang to his feet. Prepare for battle. Ling Feng promptly rose, seizing the nearby katana. His gaze warily fixed upon the warped iron door, which bore a conspicuous claw mark, one that continued to expand ominously. Meow. The air was pierced by the shrill cries of a cat outside the warehouse, likely that monstrous feline encountered during the day. Now having traced its way to this very spot, a truly malevolent creature indeed. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang and her companions hastily brandished their handguns, aiming at the ever-morphing iron door, poised to fire the moment their adversary breached the threshold. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of claws incessantly battering against the iron door echoed, the immense force distorting it rapidly, while the grating of talons against metal produced an excruciating cacophony that resonated starkly in the night, growing ever louder. In a chain reaction, the zombies lurking near the estate of the Master de Chao erupted into chaos, their collective howls heralding the resurgence of terror. Damnable beast! We cannot wait for it to enter before striking. We must hasten our departure from this place. Ling Feng listened intently to the roar of the undead outside, his expression instantly changing as he cursed under his breath. He swiftly advanced, gripping his blade tightly and thrusting it with all his might through the gaps created by the deformed iron door. However, upon making contact, he felt an emptiness, realizing that his adversary had sensed his attack and evaded it. Suddenly, a profound sense of danger washed over him, but before he could retract his sword, a flicker of blue light appeared outside the iron door. A visible current of blue electricity surged from the blade, winding its way towards Ling Feng, crackling loudly with an incessant sound. Ling Feng could not help but let out a painful cry, his arm trembling slightly, nearly dropping the katana from his grasp. Ling Feng, little Feng Chan. The expressions of Poison Island Siko and the others instantly shifted to one of alarm. Do not approach. This beast discharges electricity. It is deliberately luring us to the entrance to strike. The scoundrel. Ling Feng hastily called out to the crowd, fearing that if they too fell victim to the electric current, it would spell trouble. This wretched feline's intelligence was undoubtedly superior to that of the previous dog by a considerable margin. Ling Feng inwardly lamented his predicament. However, he was determined not to be outdone by a mere beast. Although he momentarily succumbed to paralysis from the electric shock, he swiftly channeled the warm energy within his body, which alleviated the numbing sensation significantly. To his astonishment, he discovered that the cat's electric current could, to a certain extent, refine his physical form. After the warm energy in his body counteracted the paralysis caused by the current, it instinctively retaliated, gradually consuming the electric energy within him. This autonomous response inadvertently aided Ling Feng in his enhancement. Once he completely dissipated the surge of electricity, the flow of energy within him surged noticeably. Feeling the augmentation of his strength, Ling Feng smirked and raised his left fist, tightening the muscles in his arm. With a thunderous punch, he obliterated the already warped iron gate, leaving it twisted and shattered. The sudden cacophony startled the mutated cat, causing it to instinctively leap back a distance. Warily observing Ling Feng as he emerged from the wreckage of the gate, a glimmer of confusion flickered in its feline eyes. Perhaps pondering why its formidable technique had proven ineffective, it had initially shown promise, yet within mere seconds, it had faltered. You shall meet your demise today, beast. With a face etched in frost, Ling Feng exclaimed in frustration, nearly outwitted by a mere cat, igniting a fire of fury within him. Clenching his katana tightly, he charged forward with renewed vigor, his speed surpassing that of before. He reached the formidable feline and bellowed, delivering a powerful strike reminiscent of a mighty blow to Mount Hua. Meow. The wild cat let out a fierce cry, raising its sharp claws to retaliate. The two forces collided, each staggering back a couple of steps, revealing an equal measure of strength. Observing the faint trickle of blood seeping from its claws, the cat cast a wary glance at Ling Feng's katana. In the next instant, it sprang into action, darting to Ling Feng's side, emitting a strange cry. A flicker of blue electricity danced along its whiskers, releasing a slender arc of energy that struck Ling Feng's katana, coursing through to envelop him in its electric embrace. Ling Feng gritted his teeth in steadfast determination, advancing step by step towards the great feline. Within him, the currents of energy swiftly circulated, alleviating the damage wrought by the electric shock while simultaneously fortifying his physical form. Such a splendid opportunity was not one to be squandered. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed as the great cat was struck in the abdomen and legs. Had it not been for the timely abandonment of its attack on Ling Feng, it likely would have sustained a fatal blow to its head. Let us not forget our presence. Miyamoto Rika, Takashiro Saya, and the hefty fellow brandished their handguns, while Tokasaki Siko supported the incapacitated Jikawa Shizuka on her back. In truth, Ling Feng wished to convey that they could remain safely in the background. However, after some contemplation, he decided against it, recognizing the complexities of explanation. The existence of a team, while beneficial, inevitably bore its drawbacks. Meow. Feeling the pain coursing through its body, the great cat emitted a fierce roar, launching itself with all its might towards the group. Though every bullet had found its mark, the cat's thick fur, coupled with the relatively feeble power of standard police handguns, rendered the actual damage minimal. Instead, it had incited the beast's primal instincts, which now yearned to tear apart these wretched foes. What? Miyamoto Rika and the others were struck with terror, utterly unprepared for the great cat's astonishing speed after sustaining gunshot wounds. In an instant, they found themselves unable to evade, and even Tokasaki Siko, burdened with Jikawa Shizuka, could not free her hands in time. Monster! Ling Feng was suddenly taken aback, letting out a furious roar as the energy within him surged rapidly, coursing through the blade. Almost instinctively, he reversed his grip and swung with great force. In an instant, a golden crescent-shaped blade of energy held forth, swiftly slicing through the air and severing the massive feline mid-leap. Beneath the cold moonlight, the creature emitted a wretched cry that never escaped its lips, cleaved in two, blood and entrails splattering across the ground, filling the air with a pungent scent of iron. Ling Feng stared blankly at the broadsword in his hand, feeling a portion of his internal energy dissipate. To his astonishment, he realized that energy could also be unleashed through his weapon. This revelation granted him yet another formidable means of attack. However, now was not the time for contemplation. Aside from Siko Busujima, the others regarded Ling Feng with incredulity, clearly overwhelmed by his prowess. Let us refrain from further discussion and depart from this place. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves encircled by zombies. Ling Feng's keen gaze swept the surroundings, quickly noting the presence of several wandering zombies approaching. He urged the dazed group to move, swiftly making his way to Siko Busujima, lifting Shizuka Jujo from her back onto his own. In terms of physical strength, even after a brief encounter with a large cat, he outmatched Siko by a considerable margin. Observing the horde of zombies howling and advancing, Miyamoto Rei and the others finally reacted, burying Ling Feng's extraordinary abilities deep within their hearts as they hastily sought a less populated area of zombies to escape to. Had Ling Feng been burdened by a person before, his combat effectiveness would have surely diminished significantly. However, after honing his physique and deepening the flow of energy within him, he found his strength greatly enhanced, allowing him to wield his katana with a speed comparable to that of Siko, even while carrying Shizuka. As the group broke through to the upper road by the river, they were suddenly confronted by a power-type zombie, followed by a throng of ordinary zombies, effectively sealing off their path of advance. Retreating was not an option. As the horde behind them pursued closely, they were trapped. Don't use firearms. Leave this to me, Ling Feng declared, unwilling to miss the opportunity to confront the formidable power-type zombie. Having already revealed his capabilities, he decided to charge through with sheer force. As the power-type zombie charged forward with a deafening roar, Ling Feng steadied Shizuka on his back with one hand while firmly grasping his katana with the other. He recalled the flow of energy from a previous technique, channeling his internal energy swiftly along his arm to the blade. This time, he utilized one-third of his energy. A faint golden glow emanated from the razor-sharp blade, with a shimmering golden aura extending nearly an inch from the tip. Sensing the moment was right, Ling Feng swung the katana with force, targeting the zombie's neck. The golden radiance erupted forth, a streak of golden energy slicing through the air. As soon as it made contact with the power-type zombie's neck, it was effortlessly severed, its head rolling to the ground. The golden energy continued unabated, cleaving through the necks of numerous zombies, creating a scene where heads were flying in all directions. Upon a cursory glance, it was evident that Ling Feng's strike had eliminated at least 20 zombies, forcefully tearing a path through the horde that had once blocked their way. Despite having witnessed Ling Feng's extraordinary abilities before, this display was undeniably more astonishing. Even Siko could not help but quietly marvel at the rapid growth of Ling Feng's power. Kaze-chan is truly impressive, she thought. Leaning against Ling Feng, Zhu Chuanjingxiang exclaimed with delight, her eyes shimmering with admiration as she gazed at the slightly breathless Ling Feng. As she spoke, she tightened her embrace around his neck, her ample softness pressing against his back, an exquisite sensation that was almost overwhelming. The fragrance that escaped her lips caused Ling Feng's cheeks to flush, eliciting an embarrassing natural response below. Fortunately, it was dark, and Siko and the others were oblivious. Otherwise, he would have found himself in quite an awkward predicament. Stop daydreaming and hurry over, Ling Feng shouted, instantly awakening the others. He dashed forward, wielding his katana to dispatch a couple of stray zombies. Siko, Busujima, and the others closely followed, swiftly breaking through the gaps in the horde of the undead. Having already ventured out, they decided to head directly towards the home of a friend, as suggested by Jikawa Shizuka, who spoke up when they were uncertain about their next destination. With no time for idle chatter, they had no other choice but to embark on their nocturnal escape. Following the address provided by Jikawa, though Ling Feng's prior feats appeared impressive, their practicality was limited, especially when faced with a relentless tide of zombies that could easily overwhelm them. Moreover, the night concealed the potential threat of mutated creatures lurking in the shadows, rendering their situation exceedingly perilous. They needed to find a secure location quickly. After more than an hour, they finally arrived at the residence described by Jikawa, a quaint two-story villa. In the garage, they spotted an armored Hummer, akin to a war machine. And Ling Feng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief that it had not been taken by others. Fortune was on their side. After dispatching a few zombies near the villa, Siko retrieved the keys from Jikawa and unlocked the outer iron gate. Once inside, they secured the main door. And upon entering the villa, a wave of relaxation washed over them. They disregarded their appearances, collapsing onto the carpet or sofa, utterly exhausted, their eyelids heavy with fatigue. If it weren't for you, we would have been done for, Ling Feng. You truly are remarkable, Jikawa said, leaning against the sofa and wrapping her arms around Ling Feng's. Her soft form pressed against him, causing his breath to quicken slightly as he marveled at Jikawa's allure, recognizing that even Siko paled in comparison. However, he kept these thoughts to himself. After all, Siko was his legitimate girlfriend, and he had to maintain decorum, especially since their relationship was freshly defined. The path to intimacy would require patience. Haste might lead to complications. As Jikawa cozily nestled against Ling Feng, Siko's lips curled into a subtle smile. With a composed demeanor, she approached, gently separating the two and taking her seat between them. Wiping the sweat from Ling Feng's brow with her sleeve, she spoke softly. You've expended quite a bit of energy. It's best to rest early. Ling Feng nodded in agreement, feeling the exhaustion weighing on him. He realized he needed to recuperate to avoid being drained the following day. Aren't you going to share something with us? At that moment, Takashiro Saya approached, her hands placed firmly on her hips, casting a somewhat unfriendly glance at Ling Feng. Miyamoto Rei and the rotund fellow shared similar sentiments. They all found themselves contemplating a particular matter, their emotions tangled, and their gazes towards Ling Feng grew increasingly peculiar. Let us postpone any discussions until tomorrow. It is likely that there are numerous rooms here. For now, let us retire for the night. Ling Feng glanced at the clock on the wall and spoke, subsequently disregarding the expressions of Miyamoto Rei and the others as he rose and departed from the living room. He was aware of their inquiries, yet he felt utterly fatigued. Engaging in further conversation with Tianma would surely induce a headache. Everything could be addressed tomorrow. As Ling Feng mentioned, regardless of the circumstances, it was already quite late, and any matters could be postponed until the morning. Siko B raised her hand to halt the impending confrontation between Miyamoto Rei and Takajo Saya, speaking in a gentle tone. Whatever is to be discussed must be clarified tomorrow. Takajo Saya huffed, turning to seek out her room, followed by Miyamoto Rei and the others who also took their leave. Siko B let out a helpless sigh, guiding the mobility-impaired Kurikawa Shizuka to find her room. Thus, a chaotic night descended into tranquility. The following morning, Ling Feng rose comfortably from his bed, stretching his limbs and assessing the energy within. After a good night's rest, he had nearly fully recuperated, reflecting on the battles of the previous night and the haste with which he had arrived here to sleep. He realized he had slain the mutated giant cat and a multitude of zombies, yet he remained unaware of the precise amount of energy points he had accrued. It was time to check. Reciting the system in his mind, Ling Feng examined his current energy points, a total of 2,119. Ling Feng calculated roughly and found that the majority of his energy points were derived from the mutated large cats and the strength-type zombies, along with the additional zombies he had eliminated. Although he had not conducted a precise tally, it was approximately 2,000 energy points, sufficient for him to exchange for the flight technique. The mere thought of soaring freely through the skies filled Ling Feng with exhilaration. Once he could fly, he would no longer have to fear being surrounded by zombies, reaping countless benefits in the process. However, Ling Feng was not in a rush to make the exchange. He decided to have breakfast first and attend to some matters before contemplating the exchange, knowing full well that his energy points were secure with him. With a cheerful demeanor, Ling Feng opened his door and stepped outside. As he walked down the corridor, he suddenly caught a delightful aroma wafting through the air. Following the scent, he made his way to the kitchen, where he found Siko Busujima preparing breakfast. Upon hearing him, Siko turned her head and smiled gently, saying, "Breakfast will be ready shortly. You can wait in the living room for a bit, as the others have yet to rise." "Siko, you truly are remarkable," he remarked. Ling Feng approached Siko from behind, gently encircling her waist with his hand, a soft chuckle escaping his lips. Siko shivered slightly, her movements momentarily halting as her cheeks flushed with a faint hue. "All right. Stop teasing. I'm still cooking," she replied, though her demeanor suggested she was far from displeased, her face adorned with a sweet smile. As a man, Ling Feng felt an undeniable response early in the morning. Being close to Siko, he inhaled the delicate fragrance emanating from her, rendering him somewhat entranced. His hand, resting on her waist, began to wander restlessly, lightly tracing her soft abdomen, like a flame flickering upon the surface of Siko's body. Feeling the gentle caress of Ling Feng's hand, Siko's face turned a deeper shade of crimson, a soft sound escaping her lips as her breath quickened. She gazed at Ling Feng, her eyes slightly dazed, as a heated atmosphere enveloped them both. With the beauty in his arms, Ling Feng could no longer contain himself. He abruptly pulled Siko into a tight embrace, as if wishing to meld her entirely into himself. Leaning down, he captured her slightly parted lips with fervor. Siko offered no resistance, obediently tilting her head upward as their lips met, a surge of electric sensation coursing through them, gradually leading them into a blissful state of indulgence. Minutes later, the aroma of slightly burnt food wafted from the pot, jolting Siko back to reality. She gently pushed Ling Feng away, taking deep breaths. Her face still flushed as she softly said, "Let me finish making breakfast." With that, she turned to resume her culinary duties. Ling Feng chuckled softly, making an effort to compose himself before leaning in to gently kiss Siko's smooth visage. He then turned and exited the kitchen. Well aware of his culinary shortcomings and wishing to avoid burdening Siko further, he would simply wait for the meal. Settling into the living room, Ling Feng reminisced about his previous intimate moments with Siko, marveling at the unpredictability of life. Once an utterly ordinary youth, he now found himself in a world teeming with zombies, mutated creatures, and countless unknowns, and to have captured the affection of the exquisite Siko was akin to a dream. "I must become stronger," Ling Feng murmured to himself, reclining against the sofa. "I am no longer alone. This wretched world has changed significantly with my presence. If I do not hasten my growth, it will be uncertain whether I can protect Siko, let alone safeguard myself." Reflecting on the mission that required obtaining the Dark Dragon Balls, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Lacking a Dragon Ball radar, he had no idea when he might locate them, not to mention the need to eradicate over half of the negative energy. It seemed implausible to accomplish this without unleashing several powerful attacks. To sustain such formidable techniques, his internal energy must be ample, and calculating it all, he realized that time was not on his side. "Well, pondering on this serves little purpose," Ling Feng sighed. "The conditions here are favorable. I shall remain for a while." He concluded that for now, he could only take things one step at a time. "Oh, I almost forgot about the firearms here. I recall they are stored within the cabinets." Ling Feng suddenly slapped his forehead, stood up, and scrutinized the living room. He approached a metal cabinet against the wall and tugged at it, only to find it firmly secured. After exerting considerable effort, Ling Feng managed to force it open. Inside, he discovered a plethora of firearms and ammunition, as well as a crossbow, all of which were predominantly contraband. He picked up a shotgun and toyed with it briefly, but soon lost interest. Compared to firearms, he seemed to have developed a greater fondness for cold weapons. He had previously wielded his katana with remarkable proficiency, and now, even if given a firearm, he would likely find it less effective than his trusty blade. He laid out all the firearms and ammunition on the carpet beside him. Unsure of the compatibility of the ammunition types, he refrained from haphazardly mixing them, deciding instead to wait for the chubby fellow to awaken, as he was the expert in that domain. After Ling Feng sat in the living room for a brief moment, others gradually arrived. They were all astonished to see the firearms and ammunition scattered across the floor. My goodness, is that an M1A rifle? And a semi-automatic sniper rifle? Not to mention the M37 shotgun. Even this deadly crossbow. It is said to be capable of hunting bears. The previously lethargic and yawning plump man suddenly transformed into a ravenous wolf upon sighting the weapons and ammunition, lunging forward with palpable excitement and fervor in his eyes. Where on earth did you acquire these items? Exclaimed Miyamoto Rei in astonishment. Ling Feng gestured towards the cabinet, exclaiming, It seems fortune is on our side. How splendid. Aha. The portly fellow was so exhilarated that he lost all sense of restraint. Everyone, breakfast is ready. You may come and partake, announced Siko to do as she approached with the meal, her gaze momentarily lingering on the firearms scattered about, a hint of surprise evident in her expression. Allow me to fetch teacher Juchuan, Miyamoto Rei declared, exiting the living room only to swiftly return with Juchuan Shizuka, who, due to her mobility issues, required assistance to walk, presenting a slight inconvenience. Let us first enjoy breakfast. Once we have dined, there are matters we need to discuss with you, said Takagi Saya. Her tone cool as she regarded Ling Feng before lowering her head to eat in silence. Ling Feng cast a glance at her, saying nothing, as he accepted the chopsticks offered by Siko Jod and began to eat heartily. Siko, your culinary skills are exceptional. This is truly delicious, remarked Shizuka Jikawa after taking a bite, her face radiating satisfaction. Indeed, I concur, it is splendid, she added, as Ling Feng devoured his meal with gusto. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. In his world, a woman like Siko Tokisaki, who excelled both in the drawing room and the kitchen, possessing beauty, grace, and a nurturing disposition, was a rarity, nearly an endangered species. He considered himself exceedingly fortunate. Observing Ling Feng's evident satisfaction, Siko smiled gently and said, Take your time eating. The supplies we have may not be abundant, but they are sufficient to sustain us for a while. If we find ourselves wanting, I can prepare more. Though I feel my previous efforts were slightly off the mark, it is already quite delicious. In this apocalyptic world, being able to share a warm meal together is a fortune beyond measure compared to countless others, remarked Shizuka Jikawa as she savored her food. Each morsel was a precious treasure in such dire times. Although Ling Feng appeared to eat rapidly, he chewed each bite meticulously, ensuring that the sustenance was efficiently absorbed. For he was no scion, and his digestive capabilities were not nearly as formidable. Once they had finished a breakfast that left everyone content, Siko tidied up the plates, and they all gathered on the couch in the living room, where an air of tension began to settle. Why didn't you tell us earlier? Sayaka Takashiro broke the silence, her expression cold as she glared at Ling Feng. After a pause, her voice grew more agitated. If you had revealed your true strength sooner, perhaps Takumi wouldn't have died. At last, the previously avoidable topic was unavoidable, demanding a thorough explanation, much to Ling Feng's inner discontent and complexity of feelings. Everyone's gaze turned to Ling Feng, eager to see how he would respond. Even Siko remained silent, not out of lack of support for Ling Feng, but rather because she understood that he would handle the situation himself. Though he hadn't articulated it, she was confident in her belief. What do you expect of me? Should I have disclosed my extraordinary abilities when we were merely forming a small team? Would you have been so forthcoming about your own secrets? Ling Feng took a deep breath after a moment of silence, fixing his gaze unwaveringly on Sayaka, his tone slightly somber. While he felt a twinge of guilt regarding Takumi's death, it was not overwhelming. From his own perspective, he felt he had committed no wrongdoing. Takashi's death was merely a stroke of bad luck, and he bore no obligation to be responsible for the lives of every individual within the team. Retaining a portion of his strength was a prudent measure for his own safety. Ultimately, this situation transcended notions of right and wrong. Sayaka Takagi and Rei Miyamoto exchanged glances, their expressions shifting slightly. They opened their mouths, yearning to counter his assertions, yet found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. As Ling Feng had articulated, if the roles were reversed, would they confide such matters to others? The likelihood was slim. Nevertheless, Takashi had indeed perished. Rei Miyamoto murmured sorrowfully, her hands clenched tightly. Some matters could be understood, yet when they transpired in one's immediate vicinity, they became exceedingly difficult to accept. Indeed, regarding Takashi's demise, he bore an undeniable share of responsibility. Do you believe you can merely utter a few words to absolve yourself of guilt? If that is your intention, then I believe our little team has no reason to continue its existence. Sayaka Takagi rose, fixing her gaze on Ling Feng with an exceedingly hostile demeanor. So, what do you propose? Takashi is already dead. Do you wish for me to accompany him in death? Discussing these matters now is utterly pointless. It is not as though I wished for his demise. We are in an apocalyptic world. No one's survival can be taken for granted. Ling Feng, provoked by Sayaka Takagi's relentless onslaught of accusations, felt his temper flare. He too was a person of passion. What tone is that? Does Takashi's death not evoke even a modicum of shame within you? You selfish scoundrel! Sayaka Takagi shouted, her agitation palpable. Listen here, woman. Ling Feng abruptly pressed Takashiro Saya onto the sofa, his voice icy as he said, if you wish to perish, then by all means. Go ahead and shout all you want outside. I will not concern myself with you. Speak more softly. Despite their efforts to clear a significant number of zombies near the villa last night, only a small portion had been eradicated. The majority of the undead in the vicinity remained, although the villa was surrounded by formidable steel walls, which no zombie's teeth could breach. No one desired to have a horde of zombies lurking at their doorstep. Indeed, Takashiro, it would be prudent for us to exercise caution in our words. I believe Ling Feng did not intend any harm. The incident involving Takashi can only be deemed an unfortunate accident. None of us wished for this. So it is best to avoid escalating conflicts, the portly individual remarked hesitantly. Despite his seemingly foolish demeanor, he was acutely aware of the situation. Ling Feng's formidable strength and his connection with Saki, the senior from the Poison Island, could lead to considerable complications if matters spiraled out of control. Do you think that now that Takashi is dead, you can pursue me? Do not presume that I am oblivious to your repugnant thoughts. Have you looked in the mirror lately? You are the very embodiment of the type I despise the most, a repulsive fatso. Spare me your incessant prattle. Takashiro Saya retorted with a cold laugh. Under normal circumstances, she would never speak so harshly, but her current mood was exceedingly foul, causing her tone to take on an unnatural sharpness. The portly man's expression darkened upon hearing her words, and he lowered his head in silence. Takashiro, your words are excessive, Siko from Poison Island interjected, furrowing her brow. Humph. Takashiro Saya scoffed, rising to return to her room, slamming the door behind her with a resounding thud. I shall retire as well. I need some time to rest, Miyamoto Rei murmured, also retreating to her quarters. I will load some ammunition, the portly man said with a hint of bitterness, standing up and moving aside to deftly load bullets onto the ground. What was once a task he relished now held little interest for him, as Takashiro Saya's earlier comments had genuinely stung. Ling Feng gazed at Siko Tadu and Shizuka Jikawa, shaking his head. He understood that this small team had reached its limits, although they would not part ways just yet. It was merely a matter of time. Reflecting on the initial hopes he had for their collaborative dynamic, he felt a twinge of melancholy and helplessness as it now appeared to be on the brink of dissolution. Fortunately, Siko Tadu would still stand by his side. If the team were to disband, I would naturally follow you, Ling Feng. There is no need for concern, she remarked, keenly sensing his despondency. With a gentle hand resting on his shoulder, she spoke softly, her expression resolute yet tender. Ling Feng responded with a reassuring smile. After all, there was still a woman willing to accompany him. I, too, would prefer to be with you, Shifeng-chan. I feel that as long as I'm with you and Siko, there will be no danger, Shizuka Jurikawa stated, raising her hand with a smile and inching closer to Ling Feng. Hiki, Shizuka, if you're willing. I would be more than happy as well, wouldn't you agree, Siko? Ling Feng remarked with a somewhat awkward glance at Siko Poison Island. I certainly have no objections. Siko replied with a nod, fully aware of Ling Feng's mischievous intentions, although a hint of annoyance flickered within her. She was not the type of woman to lose her composure in front of a man. She understood the importance of maintaining her dignity. Oh, by the way, this is the handgun that Takashi Komuro used previously. I had it on me at the time, but I completely forgot about it. The chubby man who had been loading bullets suddenly stood up, retrieving a handgun from his bosom and walking over to hand it to Ling Feng. The bullets were previously depleted, but I've already replenished them, he added before returning to his task of loading bullets. Take it, Siko, as a precautionary measure. Ling Feng did not keep it for himself, but directly handed it to Siko Jodo, his expression turning serious as he spoke. Very well. Siko accepted it without hesitation, understanding that silence would only heighten Ling Feng's concerns. Now, what are your plans, little Feng? The mutated creatures outside seem to be growing increasingly formidable, asked Shizuka Jikawa. Let us remain here for a few days. At least for the time being, we need not worry about food and water. The walls are sufficiently robust, making it quite challenging for zombies and mutant creatures to infiltrate. As for the future, we shall cross that bridge when we come to it. For now, we can only take one step at a time, Ling Feng pondered before responding. That sounds reasonable, but unfortunately, I seem to have forgotten my friend's phone number. Otherwise, I would have called her. How frustrating, Shizuka lamented, leaving Ling Feng at a loss for words. Your thigh injury is yet to heal. Do your best to refrain from unnecessary movement. Siko, please escort Shizuka back to her room to rest, and then come to my room shortly. Ling Feng glanced around and felt he had said enough. He then stood up and addressed the two women before retreating to his room. Soon, Siko Dedu came to find him. Come in, the door is not locked, Ling Feng said, seated at the edge of the bed, gazing towards the entrance. With a soft click, Siko opened the door and stepped inside, casually closing it behind her. She approached Ling Feng and took a seat beside him, observing his calm demeanor. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? She inquired. Ling Feng nodded solemnly, fixing his gaze on the beautiful Siko. To be frank, I am not from this world. Seeing the astonished expression on Siko's face, Ling Feng sighed softly and began to explain everything, including the Dragon Ball system. He felt no constraints from the system regarding this revelation. There would be no repercussions for sharing such information, and he deemed Siko worthy of his trust. Upon hearing his words, even with her composed nature, Siko's expression fluctuated dramatically. She found no reason to doubt Ling Feng, and thus she was genuinely taken aback. Am I merely an illusory existence? Siko remarked bitterly, in a tone tinged with self-mockery. Ling Feng reached out and grasped Siko Busujima's hand tightly, turning her to face him. With unwavering determination in his gaze, he spoke, I have never perceived this as an illusory realm, nor do I consider you a mere figment of imagination. You are the very real Siko Busujima standing before me, the woman I admire. After much deliberation, I chose to reveal this to you. For I believe certain truths must eventually be spoken. I hope you do not take offense, Siko. Chapter 26. Soaring High. Though initially taken aback by the revelations concerning her world, Siko Busujima quickly regained her composure under Ling Feng's earnest narration. Observing the worry and guilt etched on his face, her heart softened, and she gently replied, You can confide in me. I am truly touched. However, it would be wise to keep this matter between us. Siko understood that. Regardless of whether others would believe Ling Feng's circumstances, the real concern lay in the possibility that they might. If they did, it would signify immense trouble for him. Rest assured, I am not so foolish. I will share this only with you. I shall not disclose it to anyone else, Ling Feng said with a slight smile. I now comprehend why you were so intent on vanquishing more zombies. It seems there are benefits to be gained. Pray tell, how many energy points have you accumulated? Siko asked, her curiosity piqued and eyes gleaming with anticipation. I have amassed a total of 119 energy points. My energy wave technique was also exchanged within the system, costing me 800 points. By the way, a standard zombie yields just 1 energy point, while the mutated ones vary depending on their strength, typically offering hundreds of points or more, with mutated creatures providing even greater rewards. Ling Feng candidly shared with Siko. Can your system be utilized to exchange for others? Siko inquired eagerly, for who wouldn't desire superhuman strength? Even as a woman, she was fiercely competitive. Apologies, Siko, but I have already contemplated that possibility. However, it seems this system is exclusive to me, Ling Feng replied. Ling Feng expressed his regret, stating that if it were possible, he would undoubtedly wish to grant Siko an understanding of the essence and its initial application. Alas, it was simply unattainable. No matter, this was to be expected. You need not concern yourself, Siko replied, a hint of disappointment evident in her voice, yet she managed to muster a faint smile. The frustration of not being able to become a true powerhouse, coupled with a profound sense of helplessness in her inability to assist her beloved, weighed heavily upon her, leaving her feeling deeply uncomfortable and constrained. You need not be overly disheartened. Once this world's tasks are fulfilled, I anticipate we may venture into other realms. At that juncture, I shall devise a means to aid you. After all, there will surely be cultivation manuals or the like. It is merely a matter of time. You need not worry excessively, Ling Feng reassured her, acutely aware of the turmoil within Siko. When you depart, will you take me with you? This was Siko's foremost concern at present. It should be possible. Ling Feng nodded and explained to Siko the function of the primary space gym as a task reward, which immediately alleviated her concerns. After conversing for a while, Siko returned to her room, but before parting, they indulged in a brief moment of intimacy. However, they remained within their boundaries, as their relationship was still in its early stages. Ling Feng believed it prudent to focus on cultivation for the time being, knowing that Siko would eventually be his. Once Siko had departed, Ling Feng sat on his bed and accessed the system, clicking on the fist icon to meticulously explore the various exchanges available. After considerable contemplation, he decided to exchange for the sky dance technique. Initially, he pondered whether to accumulate more points and directly redeemed the Kame Senin's Dodon Ray instead, although it had not prominently featured in the later episodes. He recalled the Master Rashi's assertion that the immature Kamehameha could not compete with the Dodon Ray, indicating its remarkable power and simplicity, as it could be unleashed with just a finger. However, reflecting on the formidable energy blades he could conjure with his katana, he acknowledged that while it was somewhat of a shortcut, the effectiveness was undeniable. Presently, no mutated creature or zombie had managed to withstand his energy waves or blades, alleviating any immediate concerns regarding his offensive capabilities. Thus, he concluded that the sky dance technique was the more advantageous choice, given the significant benefits of flight. With his decision made, Ling Feng wasted no time in redeeming the sky dance technique, watching his energy points plummet from 2119 to 119. Instantly, a surge of information flooded his mind. Sitting upright, he delved into the intricacies of the technique, quickly grasping its essence. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to relax his body, allowing a warm current to circulate within him. Gradually, his feet lifted from the ground, and he began to float, ultimately hovering about a meter above the floor. Haha, I can fly now. How exhilarating. Gazing down at the ground a meter below, Ling Feng could not help but feel a surge of pride. For someone who had walked on 2 feet since childhood, breaking free from the shackles of gravity and soaring into the air was an indescribable, exquisite sensation, a feeling of unbounded freedom and fluidity. He then began to float gracefully around his modest room, mastering the art of aerial movement. In a short span, he became quite adept, shedding the initial awkwardness, his body gliding effortlessly like clouds drifting in a gentle stream. However, after a while, Ling Feng had to halt his ascent, for he realized that while the aerial technique did not deplete his internal energy excessively, it still consumed a significant amount. Given his limited time to cultivate his energy, he found that his reserves were not yet abundant enough. Prolonged flight was simply unattainable. He calculated that at full capacity, he could manage approximately 15 minutes. If he were to employ techniques such as energy waves, his flying duration would diminish to less than 10 minutes, accompanied by a slower pace and considerable height restrictions. Alas, it all boiled down to his insufficient foundational strength. Ling Feng sat upright on his bed, wiping the sweat from his brow, and spoke with a hint of resignation. Fortunately, he had anticipated the energy consumption required for the sky dance technique and was merely expressing a slight grievance. He had no regrets about exchanging for it, as it was a necessity that would come to pass sooner or later. Once he had settled down, Ling Feng tidied up the room, moving the bed aside to create some space. Eschewing any complex training methods, he simply began performing the most fundamental push-ups on the floor. The intensity and capacity of his energy were determined by his physical condition, and as his energy grew stronger, it would simultaneously enhance his body, culminating in a cycle of improvement. When that time came, his energy would flow effortlessly with his intentions, allowing him to execute various techniques at will. However, at present, he required intense focus to utilize the energy wave technique. To achieve instantaneous execution of the energy wave technique, he would need more time. Ling Feng initially yearned for a period of tranquil cultivation. However, he consistently found himself entangled in various matters that proved to be quite bothersome. Chapter 27. Complete Opposition. Ling Feng felt that perhaps in this world, certain individuals were simply incompatible with him, as if they were destined to bring trouble into his life. After spending just a day in the villa, Takashiro Saya expressed her desire to leave. I must go find my father and mother. I have no time to indulge in leisure here, Takashiro Saya stated with her arms crossed, gazing at Ling Feng with a disdainful look. In her eyes, Ling Feng was merely a short-sighted individual, a mere wastrel content to revel in pleasure. Ling Feng's reclusive behavior seemed to her a representation of idleness and indulgence. Her words nearly provoked a laugh from Ling Feng, who retorted with a series of questions. So, Takashiro-san, have you ventured out to hunt zombies during this time? Have you devised any effective and straightforward methods to eliminate them? Have you calculated the number and abilities of the mutated creatures? Have you ever contemplated what I have been occupying myself with in this room? Takashiro Saya was momentarily taken aback but quickly composed herself. dismissively pointing at Ling Feng and asserting, "None of that matters. We are preparing to leave. I must return home." As she spoke, Miyamoto, Rei, and Hayano Koda subtly positioned themselves nearby, implying that the trio had undoubtedly conspired in secrecy. Isn't it rather perilous for the three of you? Without Kochan and Siko, the outside world is exceptionally dangerous, especially with those mutated beings lurking about. Encountering one would spell trouble. It would be wiser to wait a while. Kurokawa Shizuka interjected, her expression fraught with concern and a hint of self-reproach. She believed that Ling Feng's decision to remain there for some time was largely due to her current mobility issues. While I understand your desire to see your families, it would be prudent to consider the risks more thoroughly, warned Tokushima Siko. Despite the evident discord within the group, she hoped to avoid a swift end to their team, having fought alongside one another through thick and thin. However, despite the well-meaning counsel from Kurokawa Shizuka and Tokushima Siko, Takashiro Saya remained unappreciative. With a confident grasp on the automatic rifle set aside, she declared, "Previously, Hayano instructed me and Rei in some fundamental shooting techniques, which I swiftly mastered thanks to my brilliant intellect. As long as we are armed, those zombies are hardly a concern. 3 different types of firearms, alongside a crossbow and several arrows. How do you propose we distribute them?" Ling Feng glanced at the weapon placed before him, furrowing his brow as he spoke. "Since the other party has made up their mind, I shall refrain from saying much more. We are 3 individuals, and all 3 firearms rightfully belong to us. This seems quite reasonable, does it not? After all, venturing outside is an exceedingly perilous endeavor," Sayaka Takashiro asserted with an air of entitlement. Juchuan Shizuka and Poison Island Siko exchanged subtle frowns, while Ling Feng merely smirked coldly. Those willing to brave the dangers outside are making their own voluntary choice. This is not a task we have entrusted to you. There are 4 weapons in total, yet you wish to claim 3. I must emphasize that this is utterly impossible. We shall take the shotgun. You may take the other 2. Ling Feng remarked, swiftly seizing the shotgun before Gao Qingsha Yi and the others could react, grasping it firmly in his hands. Let us not jest. The shotgun is an essential firearm for close combat. It serves no purpose for you to retain it here. Gao Qingsha Yi retorted indignantly, while Miyamoto, Rei, and the stout fellow cast disapproving glances at Ling Feng. We shall not remain here indefinitely. We will eventually venture out. Will we not? There is no need for further discussion. Let us allocate it in this manner. Ling Feng spoke with a firm attitude, asserting that certain matters could not be treated lightly. Absolutely. Takashiro Saya exclaimed with indignation. After a pause, she turned to Juchuan Shizuka and stated, "Please hand over the keys to that Hummer in the garage. Do you really intend to drive that vehicle away?" Upon hearing the words, Ling Feng's tone immediately turned frigid as his gaze fixated intently on the 3 individuals. "Naturally, how could we have driven out without a vehicle?" Miyamoto replied with an air of nonchalance. "Do you wish to court death?" Ling Feng suddenly spoke with an icy tone, swiftly drawing his katana and pointing it menacingly at Takashiro Saya. The crowd was taken aback, and the hefty man quickly unsheathed his pistol, only to have it knocked from his grasp by the adept Siko Busujima, who utilized the unyielding katana. The situation grew exceedingly dire. Gazing at the sharp blade before her and the unmistakable frigid murderous intent in Ling Feng's eyes, Takashiro Saya felt an involuntary shiver coursing through her body, culminating in a heart-wrenching scream as she collapsed onto the sofa behind her. The energy points attributed to Ling Feng indicated the multitude of zombies he had vanquished, silently accumulating a palpable aura of menace, which, in his fury, now overwhelmed the pampered Takashiro Saya. Although she possessed an abundance of theoretical knowledge, it was merely superficial. "Ling Feng, please, do not act impulsively. We can discuss this rationally," Miyamoto Rei urged in alarm, while the hefty man watched Ling Feng with trepidation, fearing that a moment of recklessness might cost Saya her head. She had no doubt of Ling Feng's capability. He had proven himself capable of such violence before. "Kaze-chan." Kurokawa Shizuka also appeared visibly distressed. Ling Feng waved his hand dismissively, signaling her not to elaborate further. With a frosty gaze fixed upon Takashiro Saya, he declared, "Listen closely. If you wish to leave, I shall not obstruct you in any manner. I can provide you with 2 firearms, but that modified Hummer is absolutely off limits. I can tolerate other matters, but the vehicle is non-negotiable. That car is a treasure, far more valuable than all the firearms and ammunition combined. Without the vehicle, how do you expect us to survive?" Miyamoto Rei bit her cherry-red lips, expressing her reluctance. "That is your concern. It is your choice to leave the villa. Ling Feng spoke without a hint of tenderness, indifferent to the plight of Miyamoto Rei, for she was not his concern. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. I do not wish to go outside, Saya. Without a vehicle, we may perish. Miyamoto Rei said, her voice choked with emotion as she lowered her head. Ultimately, Taksaya too had to bow her head in resignation, prompting Ling Feng to retract his katana. For the time being, Taksaya and the others had no intention of venturing out, yet the discord within the group had escalated to an unbearable extent. All were left helpless. Acknowledging that their paths had diverged irrevocably, Ling Feng initially believed that after this incident, Gao Cheng and the others would find some semblance of stability for a while. However, what transpired was entirely unforeseen and occurred quite abruptly. After the quarrel subsided, everyone dispersed, and although they resided under the same roof, it was evident that distinct boundaries had been established. Gao Cheng, Saya, Miyamoto Rei, and Hirano Koda formed one group, while Ling Feng, Tokushima Siko, and Jukawa Shizuka comprised another. The division became strikingly apparent. Even during mealtime, the atmosphere was notably frosty, with little conversation exchanged. Had there been more than one table, they might have chosen to dine separately. Ling Feng sensed that this state of Cold War would persist for some time. However, he was mistaken. The unfolding of events swiftly surpassed his control. That evening, after completing his cultivation, Ling Feng retired to bed early. Just as he was drifting into a deep slumber, the villa was pierced by the startled cries of Zhu Chuan Jingxiang. Startled from his peaceful rest, Ling Feng abruptly opened his eyes. Listening to the escalating commotion, he immediately realized that something grave had transpired. He hastily donned his trousers, neglecting to put on a shirt, and rushed out of his room wielding his sword. Upon bursting into Zhu Chuan Jingxiang's room, he found it in disarray. She was nowhere to be seen, and the bedclothes were flung about. What has happened? What calamity has befallen us? In a hurried attempt to dress, Poison Island Siko also arrived at Zhu Chuan Jingxiang's room right after Ling Feng. Quick, to the living room. Suddenly, Ling Feng was struck by a thought, his complexion shifting dramatically as he turned and dashed towards the living room. Along the way, the two individuals noticed that the rooms of Gao Shay and her companions were completely devoid of occupants. Their hearts sank instantly. Upon arriving in the living room, they were met with a scene of utter disarray. Most alarmingly, the iron cabinet securing the firearms and crossbows had been forcibly opened. All the weapons had vanished without a trace. Boom, boom. At that moment, the roar of a car engine echoed from below the villa. Bastards! Ling Feng suddenly comprehended everything. With a roar, he dashed down the stairs at full speed, while Siko followed closely behind. However, her pace was naturally no match for Ling Feng's frantic sprint, and she was swiftly left behind. Ling Feng rushed to the villa with great urgency, immediately spotting the bright lights emanating from the garage, accompanied by the thunderous roar of an engine. The modified Hummer, resembling a war machine, surged forth with a fierce growl, while the gate had mysteriously swung open. Xiao Feng, help me! Zhu Chuan Jingxiang cried out in desperation, finding herself restrained in the back seat by Gong Benli. Upon catching sight of Ling Feng through the beams of light, her spirits soared, and she struggled to call for help, but was swiftly subdued by Gong Benli. I am truly sorry, Teacher Zhu Chuan, Gong Benli said in a low voice, firmly maintaining her grip on Zhu Chuan Jingxiang. Upon witnessing this, Ling Feng was naturally consumed by a surge of fury and immediately dashed forward. However, after merely taking a couple of strides, he became acutely aware of an overwhelming sense of danger and instinctively evaded to the side. Bang! In that fleeting moment of his sidestep, a metallic bullet landed at his feet. Just let us go. Do not compel me to fire upon you, bellowed the stout figure atop the car's sunroof, brandishing a semi-automatic sniper rifle aimed directly at Ling Feng. The driver was, indeed, Gao Shayi. In a fleeting moment, Ling Feng surged forth with the speed of a Hummer, effortlessly breaking through the iron gates and trampling over the zombies that loitered around the villa. He soon vanished into the depths of the night, racing away into the distance. As he watched the Hummer disappear, a sinister shadow darkened Ling Feng's countenance, his expression morphing into one of ferocious wrath and murderous intent. Attempting to flee? How dare you, you wretched scoundrel! Ling Feng was utterly enraged, letting out a thunderous roar, veins bulging on his forehead. A faint gust of wind began to swirl around him, and the flow of energy within him surged through every corner of his body. In an instant, he ascended into the sky. At that moment, Siko Dishima had just burst out of the villa, and upon seeing Ling Feng soaring through the air, she glanced at the empty garage and the wide-open door, immediately understanding the gravity of the situation. Siko, close the door and stay here. Do not come out. I will bring back Shizuka and then deal with that vile Taxaya. Ling Feng commanded coldly, momentarily pausing to regard Siko, before she could utter another word. He turned his gaze toward the distant night sky, channeling his energy with a resounding burst. Siko sighed, observing the zombies wandering outside, and promptly locked the door. Although she was concerned for Ling Feng's safety, she was self-aware enough not to venture out. Meanwhile, Ling Feng was experiencing the most furious moment since arriving in this world. Despite the energy within him not being fully replenished, he demonstrated astonishing speed, slicing through the pitch-black night like a gleaming sword. Racing straight toward the street from which ominous rumblings emanated. There was no hint of joy or excitement on his face, only a chilling frost remained. Inside the Hummer, Shizuka Jurikawa looked incredulously at the trio of Miyamoto, her hands bound tightly. Her legs, injured previously, were not restrained, perhaps due to the concern for her condition. I decided to take you with me precisely because I feared the monster Ling Feng's strength. As long as you are in the vehicle, he would not dare to use his powers to attack us. Taxaya sneered, a glint of pride flashing in her eyes as she drove. That damned Ling Feng. The more you wish to prevent my escape, the more determined I am to leave. Even if you grow 2 extra legs, you won't catch us. Taxaya thought to herself, her anger and frustration bubbling to the surface at the memory of being threatened with a knife. She possessed her pride and would not allow anyone to trample upon it. Suddenly, a towering, muscular zombie appeared ahead, roaring as it charged toward them. Without needing any instruction from Taxaya, the hefty man by the sunroof immediately pulled the trigger, and a bullet accurately shattered the creature's skull. The Hummer crushed its body as it barreled forward, while the ordinary zombies scattered like pebbles before its might. Haha, did you see that? Even without that bastard Ling Feng, we remain formidable. Unless he sprouts wings and flies over, he won't be able to catch us. With reckless abandon, Takashiro Saya charged through the streets, her laughter echoing with triumph. However, in the next instant, as a golden light descended, her expression froze in shock. In the darkened sky, a brilliant beam of gold streaked across, crashing down at the entrance of the road before the Hummer, creating a small crater. Startled, Takashiro Saya instinctively slammed on the brakes. The abrupt screech of tires filled the air as the Hummer came to a sudden halt, causing its occupants to tumble within. Damn it, what on earth is happening? Could it be? Impossible. Gazing at the small crater before her, Saya's complexion turned ashen. Before she could ponder further, a fierce gust swept through the night. And amid the startled cries of her companions, a figure descended from the heavens, landing with wild ferocity upon the hood of the Hummer, producing a resounding thud that jolted the entire vehicle. I may not have wings, yet I soar. Ling Feng crouched atop the hood of the Hummer, leaning down to gaze at Takashiro Saya in the driver's seat, a sinister smile spreading across his face as his eyes glinted with a chilling, murderous intent. Ah, fatty. Shoot him. Kill him. Hurry. Despite the thick armored glass separating them, Takashiro Saya distinctly felt the icy malice emanating from Ling Feng, causing her entire body to tremble involuntarily. And she gasped in alarm. How dare you? I won't allow you to harm Takashiro. Although Fatty was gripped by fear, he clenched his teeth and, spurred on by Takashiro Saya, steeled himself against the terror of Ling Feng's power, redirecting his weapon to aim at Ling Feng. Among the three, Fatty posed the greatest threat, and Ling Feng had long been vigilant of him. In an instant, he leaped onto the roof of the vehicle, and before Fatty could pull the trigger, he struck with the swiftness of lightning. With a swift draw of his blade, the cold gleam radiated with an overwhelming presence as he slashed. Fatty was taken aback, and though he attempted to evade, it was too late. He could only instinctively raise his semi-automatic sniper rifle to intercept the blow. The razor-sharp edge cleaved deeply into the weapon, and the force of the impact left Fatty's hands numb, causing the rifle to slip from his grasp and fall to the side. Die, Ling Feng coldly declared, observing the defenseless Fatty, as he reversed his blade for a piercing thrust, offering no mercy. The icy tip penetrated Fatty's throat. A brutal entrance followed by an equally gruesome exit as blood sprayed across the roof of the vehicle. Inside, Miyamoto Ray seemed to sense the commotion, letting out a piercing scream. Ling Feng paid no heed to the resentment reflected in the bulging eyes of the chubby man, swiftly drawing his blade. In an instant, the man collapsed, half of his neck severed, crumpling into the vehicle, blood splattering across the interior. Though the events seemed to unfold over an eternity, the entire episode transpired in mere seconds. After dispatching the man, Ling Feng unceremoniously tread upon the pool of blood as he approached the edge of the car window, brandishing his sword and threatening Miyamoto Ray, "Get out. Do not concern yourself with him. Shoot." Quickly, forced to suppress her terror, Takashiro Saya shouted urgently at the frightened Miyamoto Rei, simultaneously flooring the accelerator. The Hummer roared to life. Had Lingfeng not been prepared and held on tightly, he might have been thrown off. No. Please don't kill me. Miyamoto Rei cried out in panic, unable to muster the courage to confront the bloody blade before her. The corpse of the chubby man lying just inches away. The gruesome scene rendered her incapable of meeting Lingfeng's gaze. How infuriating! Takashiro Saya exclaimed, pressing the accelerator to the floor while frantically maneuvering the steering wheel. The Hummer careened down the street like a drunken fool, swaying dangerously, nearly tossing Lingfeng off several times. Damn it, you really think I can't kill you? Lingfeng, unable to contain his fury any longer, let out a thunderous roar. He swiftly rolled down the car window and, with a graceful leap, ascended to the driver's seat. In his hands, the katana glimmered with a faint golden light as he gripped it firmly with both hands. Damn you! Die! Lingfeng roared with a fierce intensity, his golden aura enveloping his blade as it forcefully pierced through the roof of the Hummer. High Castle Saya, who was contemplating how to dislodge this monstrous being, immediately trembled, her eyes widening in horror as if they might pop from their sockets. Her hands, which had been gripping the steering wheel, fell limply to her sides, and drops of crimson blood began to trickle down from her head, cascading over her face. The blade, over a meter in length, had penetrated through the roof and brutally embedded itself into High Castle Saya's skull, ending her life in an instant. A piercing scream escaped from Miyamoto Rei, her voice filled with terror as she gazed at the driver's seat. Even Juchuan Shizuka, upon witnessing the gruesome fate of High Castle Saya, could not help but lower her head, tears brimming in her eyes. Above on the roof, Lingfeng's complexion turned ashen, the explosive speed at which he had flown, combined with the energy exerted to intercept the Hummer, had nearly drained him of his strength. However, with the Hummer now careening uncontrollably, Lingfeng could not afford to remain idle, as Juchuan Shizuka was still inside. Gritting his teeth, he withdrew his blade, entered the vehicle through the window, shot a cold glare at Miyamoto Rei, who was too startled to scream, and hurriedly climbed over to the driver's seat, pressing down on the brake. Siko, open the door. Lingfeng shouted from the back seat of the Hummer, rolling down the window toward the villa. Though it was late, Siko had been waiting on the first floor of the villa. Upon hearing the Hummer's roar, she had steadfastly waited behind the iron gate. She promptly opened it to allow the Hummer entry, then closed the gate behind them. As the Hummer came to a stop and the door swung open, Lingfeng forcefully pushed Miyamoto Rei out, gasping for breath as he called for Siko to help him, for he was nearly devoid of strength. What about the others? Siko inquired while supporting Lingfeng and Juchuan Shizuka, having already seen the bloodstains inside the vehicle, her heart beginning to piece together the grim reality. I killed her. Lingfeng fell into silence for a moment before speaking softly, a trace of self-mockery flickering across his face. He had never anticipated that he would personally take the lives of Takashiro Saya and Hirano Koda. Yet, he harbored no regret. They had brought this upon themselves. Had it merely been an attempt to seize the car keys and flee under the cover of night, he would not have resorted to murder. However, they had committed the unforgivable act of taking Juchuan Jingxiang hostage, which altered the nature of their betrayal entirely. This was a transgression he could not abide. Sighing, he suggested they retreat indoors. Duzhong Siko, having foreseen this, let out a resigned sigh. Casting a glance at the despairing Miyamoto Rei, she shook her head helplessly as the four of them returned to the villa. The situation is essentially as follows, due to the inconvenience of transporting them back. I disposed of their bodies by the roadside. I estimate they have already been consumed by a horde of zombies, Lingfeng stated, his voice low as he settled onto the sofa. Duzhong Siko sighed again, reflecting on how much had transpired in such a brief span of time. Meanwhile, Miyamoto Rei, upon hearing this, trembled, fear evident in her eyes as she shook her head like a rattling drum and cried out, Please, don't kill me. I don't want to die. I didn't mean to. Takashiro forced me. Lingfeng felt a wave of irritation wash over him as he observed the weeping Miyamoto Rei. Had it not been for Juchuan Jingxiang's fervent intervention, he would have ended this woman's life long ago. Ultimately, after careful consideration, he resolved to imprison Miyamoto Rei, locking her in a room and providing her with food daily. Juchuan Jingxiang wholeheartedly agreed, believing it to be a far better alternative than killing her, as she still felt a twinge of compassion despite the kidnapping. Once they secured Miyamoto Rei, Juchuan Jingxiang inquired about Lingfeng's ability to fly. Her curiosity piqued. This is a unique application of my powers. Something I have only recently mastered, he replied vaguely, aware that his relationship with Juchuan Jingxiang was distinct from that with Siko. Juchuan Jingxiang nodded, catching Siko's eye but refraining from further questioning. After addressing these matters, the three of them retired to their rooms to rest. As soon as Ling Feng's head hit the pillow, a profound wave of drowsiness washed over him, and he soon fell into a deep slumber. Exhausted, he slept soundly until the following afternoon. Even upon awakening, his body felt somewhat sore, leaving him with a sense of helplessness. Yesterday's exertion had been extraordinary, and he suspected he would need another day of rest to fully recuperate. After emerging from his room and freshening up, he found that lunch had just been prepared. "At last, you've emerged," someone remarked. As Ling Feng emerged, Siko and Shizuka Jukawa breathed a sigh of relief. Earlier that morning, they had knocked on his door without receiving any response. Had he remained inside during the midday hours, Siko would have undoubtedly forced her way in. Exhausted from the previous day, it was only after listening to Ling Feng's explanation that they comprehended the situation. They promptly advised him to take a few days to rest, as the current environment remained relatively safe. To put it bluntly, with the absence of Takashiro Saya and the overweight individual, the available food resources had become considerably more abundant. After Siko prepared a meal for Miyamoto Rei, she delivered it to her, and the three of them subsequently gathered around the dining table in the living room to partake in their meal. Ling Feng, having expended considerable energy yesterday, was now indulging heartily in the sumptuous meal prepared by Siko. The dishes were exceedingly delectable, causing him to savor each bite with unabashed delight, his mouth glistening with grease. He devoured more than half of the abundant spread laid before him. How satisfying it was! With Siko around, happiness was truly within reach. Aha! Ling Feng wiped his greasy mouth, a look of satisfaction adorning his face as he spoke. He reached out and wrapped his arms around Siko's slender waist, leaning in to plant a gentle kiss on her smooth cheek. Siko's cheeks flushed slightly, and she cast a shy glance at the nearby Shizuka Jukawa before breaking into a soft smile and returning to her task of tidying up the dishes. How enviable! I wish I had someone to accompany me too. Siko, could you perhaps share a bit of Ling Feng with me? Shizuka said, her expression tinged with longing as she gazed at Siko. Oh, if you wish, Siko replied with a light smile, devoid of the irritation that Ling Feng had previously sensed. Ah, that would be wonderful, Ling Feng, Shizuka exclaimed, her eyes sparkling as she opened her arms wide in a charming plea for a hug. The two generous curves of her soft figure swayed enticingly, causing Ling Feng to involuntarily glance aside, realizing how ample they were. However, Shizuka's playful demeanor made Ling Feng feel somewhat bashful. His gaze shifting back to Siko, his legitimate girlfriend, who stood right beside him. Who knew if Siko had been jesting before? To his surprise, Siko leaned in closer, a smile dancing on her lips as she whispered in his ear, "If Teacher Jukawa is willing, I wouldn't mind at all." With that, she gazed at Ling Feng with a beaming expression. Ling Feng hesitated for a moment, but ultimately reached out to embrace Zhu Chuanjingxiang. Instantly, he felt the delightful pressure of two soft, jade-like forms, a sensation that was truly exquisite. Observing Ling Feng holding Zhu Chuanjingxiang, Dakudai Siko maintained her smile, yet inwardly, she let out a quiet sigh. Ever since she learned of Ling Feng's circumstances, she understood that she could not monopolize his presence. Moreover, as he aspired to undertake various unknown tasks in the future, having trustworthy individuals by his side to assist him would undoubtedly be beneficial. She could not afford to be selfish and claim him entirely for herself. Dakudai Siko hailed from a prestigious lineage, her upbringing steeped in the belief that a husband is paramount, adhering strictly to the virtues of a wife. Thus, although she felt a twinge of jealousy, she recognized that it was commonplace for capable men to have multiple partners. This notion was widely accepted within the upper echelons of Japanese society, of which she was somewhat aware. Consequently, deep within her heart, she harbored little resentment. It was merely a reflection of youthful sentiment. Noticing the expression on Siko's face, Ling Feng felt an enormous sense of relief, followed by a surge of elation. The fact that Siko tacitly accepted his dual affections, allowing him to relish in the joys of companionship, was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. As he contemplated Zhu Chuanjingxiang's alluring form, he instinctively swallowed, a wicked grin creeping onto his face. How fortunate he was to have such pleasures ahead of him. Is Xiao Fengchan contemplating something rather mischievous? Zhu Chuanjingxiang nestled against Ling Feng, her smile radiating as she noticed his gaze linger on her most enviable attributes, a glimmer of amusement in her eyes. Ahem. How could that be? Ling Feng coughed awkwardly, attempting to mask his embarrassment. After tidying up the dishes, the trio settled onto the sofa and turned on the television to check the latest news. Although many channels were inaccessible, a few remained operational. all inevitably reporting on the current dire situation. As they watched the news unfold, their expressions grew increasingly grave. The reports indicated that the world had been nearly overrun by zombies, with mentions of mutated zombies and aberrant creatures that far surpassed the typical undead in strength. Survivors were urgently advised to flee at the first sight of such threats. Just as they were engrossed in the broadcast, the television emitted a loud bang and abruptly malfunctioned. Emitting smoke, Ling Feng hurriedly rushed over to unplug the power. Simultaneously, outside the villa's windows, an extraordinarily blinding white light suddenly flickered, illuminating the interior and causing Ling Feng and his companions to instinctively shield their eyes, squinting against the brilliance. Upon witnessing this illumination, Ling Feng's heart sank. It had finally arrived, the pinnacle of humanity's destructive power, the devastating white light. The world has changed, he mused, squinting at the flashing white glow outside the window. The radiance appeared swiftly and unexpectedly, vanishing just as quickly, dissipating in a matter of moments. What on earth is that? Do you know, Xiaofeng-chan? Jiao Chuan Shizuka inquired curiously, and the same sentiment echoed from Poison Island Siko. A nuclear bomb. Ling Feng softly uttered 2 words, causing both individuals to change their expressions dramatically. Nuclear bomb? Could it truly be that they had been driven to the desperate measure of deploying a nuclear weapon? It seemed that the threat was not far from our location. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang collapsed onto the sofa, biting her cherry lips, and bitterly remarked, "If a nuclear bomb were to detonate on the ground, it would undoubtedly trigger an earthquake here. Yet, since we feel no tremors, it is likely that it was detonated above the sea. Nevertheless, even without a direct strike on land, the ramifications of a nuclear explosion are profoundly significant." As Ling Feng spoke, he gestured towards the television. After a pause, he helplessly continued, "Due to the electromagnetic pulse generated by the nuclear explosion, all electronic devices have ceased to function. Power plants and similar facilities are essentially rendered inoperative. Only a minuscule number of military bases may possess protective measures against electromagnetic pulses, but they are exceedingly few. What should we do next?" Siko inquired, furrowing her brow. "What can we do? We shall have to assess the situation as it unfolds," came the reply. Ling Feng shook his head and remarked that everything could be effortlessly resolved with strength, otherwise, words would be futile. Following this, he led Siko Tojo downstairs to the garage to inspect the Hummer. As he anticipated, the vehicle proved to be remarkably resilient and was still operational, much to the relief of both Shizuka Jikawa and Siko Tojo. Subsequently, Siko Tojo returned to her room to practice her swordsmanship, leaving Shizuka Jikawa in Ling Feng's care, instructing him to escort her back to her chamber. Ling Feng extended his arms and effortlessly lifted Zhu Chuan Jingxiang, who appeared slightly bashful. With a smile, he remarked, "I never anticipated you would be quite so heavy, Jingxiang." In his mind, he harbored a mischievous thought, speculating that her weight was concentrated in those 2 soft spheres. Given their size, it must be quite a challenge for her, he mused. "Xiaofeng-chan, that's not fair. I'm not overweight at all," Zhu Chuan Jingxiang playfully protested, wrapping her arms around Ling Feng's neck. The 2 soft spheres pressed against him, eliciting an involuntary response that brushed against her waist. "Ah, Xiaofeng-chan, you're quite naughty," she exclaimed, her cheeks flushed. Though she cast a playful glare at Ling Feng, her annoyance was feigned. Despite her seemingly innocent demeanor, she was certainly not naive. She was well aware of how alluring her figure was to men, and at that moment, a hint of pride flickered within her. Ling Feng hurriedly cleared his throat twice. Striving to compose himself, he embraced Zhu Chuan Jingxiang and guided her into her room, gently placing her upon the bed. However, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang unexpectedly reached out and pulled him, causing Ling Feng to tumble forward and land upon her. Instantly, he was enveloped by a subtle fragrance, while the softness surrounding his head rendered the moment exceedingly pleasurable. Ling Feng lifted his gaze, observing the flushed and breathless Zhu Chuan Jingxiang. The 2 ample orbs of soft jade rose and fell rhythmically, captivating Ling Feng to the point where he could not resist leaning in to press his lips against her cherry blossom-like mouth. With a soft hum, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang soon reciprocated, and the 2 found themselves rolling onto the bed, passionately entwined in a fervent kiss, their hands exploring each other's bodies. After a brief moment, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang playfully pushed Ling Feng away, and with a hint of reluctance, he withdrew his hand from the softness of her curves. Mischievously, he brought his hand to his nose, inhaling deeply, which caused Zhu Chuan Jingxiang's cheeks to flush even more. "You really are quite naughty, aren't you, Xiaofeng? Have you also teased Siko? Do tell. To what extent did you go?" Zhu Chuan Jingxiang playfully inquired, giving Ling Feng a gentle tap. Ling Feng grasped her delicate hand, gently kissing it while playfully saying, I've already kissed and touched all that should be kissed and touched, but we haven't yet engaged in that particular act. Are you not eagerly anticipating it, Shizuka? Truth be told, I wouldn't mind at all. As he spoke, he feigned an intention to lean closer. However, Jio Chuan Shizuka, her face flushed with embarrassment, pushed him away and shyly replied, "Perhaps we should wait a while longer." Ling Feng was not in a hurry, having indulged in both physical and emotional desires. There was no need for impatience. Sooner or later, she would be his woman. Reflecting on the fact that Zhu Chuan Jingxiang had chosen to accompany him, he felt there was no need to conceal certain matters any longer. Otherwise, it would be unjust. He proceeded to recount to Zhu Chuan Jingxiang the details he had previously shared with Siko. Naturally, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang was initially taken aback and found it difficult to believe. It took several repetitions from Ling Feng before she reluctantly accepted this reality, though she couldn't help but worry about his mission. The thought of failure was indeed frightening. Rest assured, whether for my own sake or for Siko and you, I will strive to become stronger. I will undoubtedly complete the mission and lead you both out of this world plagued by zombies. Ling Feng spoke resolutely, acknowledging that with the addition of another woman, the weight of his responsibilities had only intensified. After leaving Zhu Chuan Jingxiang's room, he pondered for a moment before making his way to Siko's quarters. Upon knocking, Siko promptly answered the door. As the door swung open, Ling Feng was taken aback by her attire. She was clad solely in undergarments, leaving little to the imagination. In her own words, this choice afforded her greater agility and convenience in practicing her swordsmanship, especially in the absence of any other men, which might have otherwise influenced her decision. That's Siko, Ling Feng closed the door and, after a moment's hesitation, proceeded to confide in Siko about his relationship with Zhu Chuan Jingxiang. Upon hearing this, Siko let out a soft sigh, gently caressing Ling Feng's face with a tender gaze. I understand that you are destined not to be solely mine, she expressed with a sense of resignation. I have long been mentally prepared for this. Not only in this apocalyptic world, but even in the past, such matters were quite common in high society. I do not harbor strong objections. As long as the other party is truly exceptional and adheres to the principles of fidelity. Ling Feng couldn't help but embrace Siko with a tinge of guilt. Realizing how fortunate he was to have such a remarkable woman by his side, indeed, such rare gems are seldom found. Siko offered a faint smile. Her cheeks flushed as she hesitated momentarily before whispering a few words into Ling Feng's ear, her bashfulness compelling her to lower her gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Ling Feng, overjoyed, eagerly lifted Siko and carried her to the bed, where they soon found themselves face to face, unreservedly entwined in a tender embrace. After a heartfelt exchange of affection, Ling Feng gently parted Siko's lovely legs, and as he pressed down, accompanied by a gasp of pain, they seamlessly united in a perfect union. However, in that very instant, an unforeseen event transpired, catching Ling Feng completely off guard and leaving him utterly astonished. As he entered Siko's body, he scarcely had the chance to savor the exquisite pleasure before sensing an alteration within the system, an instinctive reaction taking hold. The Dragon Orb system constituted the very foundation of Ling Feng's power, and any disruption was unacceptable. Thus, he stifled his desires and examined the system, only to be momentarily stunned, followed by an overwhelming surge of joy. Previously, the system had allowed him to exchange points solely for himself, but inexplicably, after entering Siko, a transformation occurred. Could it be that their intimate connection had led the system to perceive them as one? Had there been a malfunction, or was it something else entirely? Ling Feng murmured to himself. Regardless of the circumstances, he now realized that if he so desired, he could utilize energy points to make exchanges on Siko's behalf. This monumental revelation filled him with unrestrained elation. What's wrong? Is something the matter? Siko inquired, her face still flushed. We can discuss it later, Ling Feng replied. Ling Feng swiftly reined in his thoughts, casting an apologetic smile at Siko, who looked at him with a hint of confusion. The matters concerning the system could wait, after all. This was a significant moment in their lives. Thus, they commenced a fervent dance, the grand bed shaking rhythmically, while the room resonated with melodious gasps that resembled a captivating symphony. Following an exquisite culmination of pleasure, the two embraced, breathless, savoring the lingering afterglow of their shared experience. I hope you will take good care of me in the future, dear husband, Siko murmured softly, her face adorned with a blush as she gazed into Ling Feng's eyes. A profound sense of happiness radiated from her beautiful countenance, her heart completely entwined with this man, and her gaze reflected an undeniable tenderness and affection. Ling Feng gently withdrew from Siko's body, wrapping his arms around her figure with a mysterious smile and saying, "I have a monumental surprise to share with you. Prepare yourself, Siko. And do not be alarmed." "What surprise?" Siko, intrigued by Ling Feng's words, couldn't help but feel curious. "Hee. In truth, I was quite taken aback myself." Ling Feng chuckled softly and promptly conveyed the sudden changes of the system to Siko. "What?" Siko, upon hearing this, momentarily appeared taken aback. However, just as Ling Feng anticipated, she swiftly succumbed to a state of elation, grasping Ling Feng's arm tightly with a hint of excitement in her voice. "Is this true? Can I truly possess supernatural powers to assist my husband? You are not jesting with me, are you?" Siko seemed to exhibit a degree of skepticism, which was quite understandable. Previously, Ling Feng had expressed that it was impossible, and now he was suddenly declaring the contrary, which understandably left her in disbelief. As the delightful news seemed to arrive rather abruptly, "I assure you, I am not deceiving you." Ling Feng, feeling helpless, after repeated assurances, finally convinced Siko. She was eager to exchange for energy, but since Ling Feng had already utilized the majority of his energy points to acquire the void dance technique, he was currently short by several hundred points and unable to proceed with the exchange. "What a pity. I am so eager to experience supernatural powers. I wish to grow stronger and fight alongside you. I do not wish to be a mere ornament." Siko, with her strong-willed nature, declared. Her views were quite traditional, believing in the man as the pillar of the family, and she felt utterly useless if she could not support her partner. "Do not fret. It is merely a matter of time. After a day, I will venture out to gather energy points. It is only a little over 400. A task that can be accomplished swiftly." Ling Feng smiled, a glimmer of warmth flickering in his eyes. He felt an immense sense of happiness to have such a thoughtful woman by his side, his heart overflowing with a soothing current of emotion. Siko nodded gently, pausing for a moment before suggesting, "Since I have already taken this step, perhaps you should visit Shizuka as well. Having another person to assist you would undoubtedly be for the best." Ling Feng nodded slightly and, after a moment of contemplation, remarked, "As for Shizuka, there is no need to rush. We must ensure that she can accept it without feeling overwhelmed." Siko immediately shot him a reproachful glance, playfully retorting, "Well, I can certainly handle it, you mischievous scoundrel." He chuckled in response. Ling Feng offered an awkward smile, refraining from any rebuttal. It would be rather ungracious to mention that it was Siko who took the initiative. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. He gently lifted the covers and, to his astonishment, discovered a blood-red plum blossom adorning the pristine white sheets. An overwhelming sense of conquest surged within him. Beautiful Siko, at last, was his. Siko's cheeks flushed with embarrassment upon seeing this. Nestling in Ling Feng's embrace, she began to draw circles absent-mindedly, murmuring softly, "I have entrusted everything to you, my husband. So do take good care of me." "Of course, my darling," Ling Feng replied tenderly, taking her small hand in his. A day later, Ling Feng had completely regained his strength and was astonished to find that, having exhausted nearly all his energy in one go, he seemed to have gained a slight enhancement in his abilities. The qi within him felt noticeably more abundant. It appeared that diligent physical training was one aspect of rapid advancement, but combat was equally paramount. "Be careful and return early," Ju Chuan Shizuka advised, wishing she could join them if not for her mobility issues. "I understand. And Miyamoto Rei, you must keep an eye on things. Until we return, do not open the door. Your limited mobility could pose a problem if she were to take advantage," Ling Feng cautioned, unwilling to encounter any unpleasantness. "Understood," Ju Chuan Shizuka assured him, having learned from previous experiences not to underestimate the situation. After a hearty breakfast, Ling Feng and Tokisaki Siko departed from the villa, armed with 2 katanas, 2 handguns, a shotgun, and binoculars. They opted not to drive, as neither possessed the skills to operate a vehicle nor deemed it necessary. They were merely hunting zombies in the vicinity, and driving would only draw more attention. Initially, Ling Feng had intended to venture out alone, for Siko would not earn energy points from slaying zombies. However, she felt that having an additional companion would provide more security, so she insisted on accompanying him. They chose not to exit through the front door, as it would prove cumbersome given Ju Chuan Shizuka's condition. Instead, Ling Feng carried Tokisaki Siko out, allowing her to experience the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the air for the first time, igniting a deeper longing for power within her. Ling Feng did not fly far. He soon chose a small park to descend. Observing the wandering zombies nearby, the two exchanged a glance and promptly initiated their plan. Ling Feng took the offensive lead, while Siko adeptly drew the zombies in groups. Their cooperation was remarkably harmonious, after approximately an hour of effort. They had cleared a significant number of zombies in the vicinity of the park. Upon checking their energy points, they found they had accumulated 321 points. Still short of their target, despite their commendable efficiency. A somber expression settled upon their faces as they recognized a troubling issue. The zombie speed and strength seemed to have increased somewhat, although the change was not overly evident. Those who had been continuously battling zombies, like them, could keenly sense these alterations. It appeared that their pace needed to accelerate. Regrettably, they had not encountered any mutated zombies, which could have potentially brought their energy points close to 500. Ling Feng wiped the blood from his katana and turned to Siko, saying, "We have cleared this area." Siko nodded, surveying their surroundings before replying, "This vicinity is essentially cleansed. Let us proceed elsewhere." With the intention of speeding up their journey, Ling Feng lifted Siko and soared into the sky, aiming to swiftly circle around the park towards the next area where zombies roamed. However, they unexpectedly encountered an unsettling disturbance. Chapter 33. The mutated doves. It seemed as though strange sounds were emanating from nearby, having just ascended into the sky for a mere 10 seconds. Ling Feng faintly heard peculiar noises from above. "Let me investigate," Siko said, clutching Ling Feng with one arm while using binoculars to scan the surroundings. Her expression quickly shifted to one of grave concern. She spotted a flock of large, gray-black doves, each roughly 10 times the size of a normal dove, with sharply pointed beaks and claws reminiscent of an eagle-ass. After a brief assessment, she estimated there were about 20 of them. The sounds they had heard were the flapping of these doves' wings. "It's a flock of mutated doves. Stop flying. We must ascend," Siko urged urgently. If they remained airborne in the presence of such a significant number of doves, they would undoubtedly suffer injuries, which could spell disaster for them. Unfortunately, they were a moment too late. The mutated doves possessed exceptional eyesight and soon spotted the two living beings soaring in the sky, immediately screeching and charging towards them like a flurry of black arrows, moving with astonishing speed. Ling Feng hastily descended to the ground, and upon surveying the vast expanse around him, his expression shifted dramatically. He retrieved the shotgun from his back and handed it to Siko, stating, "There are no suitable hiding spots. We must eliminate these adversaries at once." At that moment, Ling Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of gratitude. Initially, he had not intended to bring the shotgun when he set out, but it was thanks to Jukawa Shizuka's reminder that he had done so, and now it proved to be of great utility. "I understand, my lord. Do take care," Siko acknowledged, grasping Ling Feng's intent. The terrain in the vicinity was open and devoid of cover, rendering any attempt to turn and flee a certain demise. Combat was their only option. With determination, she pulled the shotgun's action and aimed it skyward. Ling Feng stood firm, gripping the great sword tightly with his other hand, channeling the flow of energy within him to the blade, which shimmered with a faint golden glow. "Damn those foul birds. Watch as I cleave you, beasts." As the mutated pigeon swarm approached within 100 meters, Ling Feng took the initiative to strike, swiftly pivoting and unleashing a powerful swing. A golden crescent-shaped energy blade, over a meter long, shot forth, slicing through the air towards the flock of mutated pigeons above. Caught off guard by Ling Feng's unexpected offensive technique and the astonishing speed of the energy blade, the mutated pigeons had no time to scatter and collided head-on with the blade, the sharp golden light instantly shredding them to pieces. "Haha, what a thrill!" Ling Feng exclaimed with delight. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 of the 20 mutated pigeons had been eliminated. Simultaneously, within a mere second's pause, Siko Kodu, who had been poised and ready, pulled the trigger. Bang! A flurry of metallic bullets erupted from the barrel, scattering outward, and with one shot, she took down another 5 or 6 mutated pigeons. Thus, when the remaining pigeons finally charged in, merely 5 remained. However, the intelligence of the mutated pigeons appeared to be lacking. Undeterred by the chaos, they continued their reckless dive, emitting harsh cries. Their eyes filled solely with a ravenous thirst for flesh, with no other thoughts in mind. "Siko, fall back." Ling Feng strode forward decisively, placing himself protectively in front of Siko. With a swift and powerful swing of his blade, the mutated pigeons scattered in a frenzy. However, one unfortunate pigeon was unable to evade in time and was cleaved in two. Confronted by the remaining 4 mutated pigeons, Ling Feng did not dare to underestimate the threat. To ensure their safety, he expended his energy without hesitation, unleashing 2 successive energy blades that swiftly eliminated the 4 remaining birds. Phew, that was close. Ling Feng exhaled deeply. The entire ordeal transpired in mere seconds. Had they delayed even slightly, they would have been encircled by the pigeons, and a single scratch or peck could have proven fatal. To think I had to resort to using energy against a few foul pigeons. How absurd, he lamented, feeling somewhat disheartened by the slight depletion of his energy reserves. Yet, it cannot be dismissed so lightly. These creatures can fly, and if they manage to injure us, no matter our capabilities, we would be at a disadvantage. A more decisive approach is certainly preferable, Siko remarked, surveying the ground littered with the remains of the pigeons. It seems we must exercise caution during our future flights. Ling Feng nodded in acknowledgement and, prompted by Siko, checked the energy points of the mutated pigeon. The result left him utterly exasperated. A single mutated pigeon possessed a mere 2 points. The disparity between the risks undertaken and the rewards reaped was alarmingly disproportionate. However, upon further analysis, Siko remarked that upon reflection it made a certain degree of sense. After all, this pigeon was only capable of flight, a fundamental trait inherent to its species. The mutation had merely resulted in an enlarged physique, devoid of any additional extraordinary abilities, and its defensive capabilities appeared rather mediocre. Hence, it was only natural that the energy points were limited. Ling Feng couldn't help but smile wryly, hoping never to encounter such avian aberrations again. They were hardly worth the trouble. How unfortunate. Let us go, he remarked with displeasure. Boom, boom, just as they were about to leave. The thunderous roar of an engine echoed nearby. They turned to see a clearly modified jeep racing around the corner, screeching to a halt before them. Saiko. Ling Feng exchanged a wary glance with T, both on high alert. Impressive skills, boomed a hearty male voice from within the vehicle. The passenger door swung open, revealing a robust man, towering at nearly 6'3", striding confidently towards them in military attire, his gaze filled with admiration. The other windows rolled down, revealing a cadre of similarly clad figures, their expressions cold and stern, markedly different from ordinary soldiers. Are they from the nearby military? Saiko inquired, her vigilance unwavering. Ling Feng shared her sentiment. Mere military garb did not guarantee anything. Although the presence of such a vehicle was indeed surprising, their wariness remained intact. Haha. No need to be tense. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ichiro Sato. We are soldiers from the base city of SH Nushi, out here in search of provisions. We heard gunfire and decided to investigate, though it appears we've overstated the urgency of our visit, the officer named Ichiro Sato explained. Casting a glance at the scattered remains of the pigeons around them, an expression of shock flickering across his features. The sheer power required to reduce such a multitude of mutated pigeons to this state was a testament to the strength of these two individuals. Ichiro Sato felt a stirring of ambition. With the base city still in its infancy and resources scarce, recruiting these two would undoubtedly be a remarkable boon. Ling Feng and Siko exchanged glances, a flicker of astonishment evident in their eyes. They hadn't anticipated the military's swift actions within just a few short days. Significant developments had already occurred. With a touch of audacity, Ling Feng inquired about the matter, which was far from trivial. The other party, showing no reluctance, candidly shared the details with them, as it was hardly a secret. Upon understanding the situation, Ling Feng and Siko Tojo fell into a contemplative silence. Chapter 34. The Condition of the Base City. With a mindset geared towards recruitment, Ichiro Sato provided a brief overview of the conditions within the base city to Ling Feng and Siko Tojo. Currently, prior to the nuclear explosion, the military base in Zhuangzhou City was still capable of tenuous communication with other military installations and higher authorities. However, following the nuclear detonation, the communication, already fragile, was severed entirely, as not every base possessed the specialized equipment to withstand electromagnetic pulses. At present, the base in Zhuangzhou City, lacking directives from superiors, was effectively controlled by various senior military officers who were struggling to maintain order with the remnants of their forces. They had also incorporated a significant number of refugees, most of whom were integrated into the military to help sustain the base city, and discussions regarding the next course of action were underway. Although the information was limited, Ling Feng gleaned some insights from the expressions and tones of those present in this chaotic era. The absence of a commanding leader to provide coherent direction suggested a troubling deterioration within the ranks of the respective armies. Overall, it seemed that the situation in the base city was quite precarious. If there is nothing further, we shall take our leave, Ling Feng remarked coolly, exchanging a glance with Siko before preparing to depart. Prolonging the conversation would be unwise, as they were not fools. Wait, I have more to say, Ichiro Sato interjected, reluctant to let them go. Ling Feng paused upon hearing the words, his expression betraying a hint of impatience. He had ventured out with the intention of swiftly accumulating 500 energy points to exchange for gas for Seiko. And he had no time to engage in idle chatter with unrelated parties. Please do not misunderstand. I harbor no ill intentions, he began. I merely observed that both of you possess exceptional skills, and thus I wish to extend an invitation for you to join our base city. There. Food will undoubtedly be abundant in the short term, accompanied by a considerable military presence to ensure safety. Our foraging for food is simply to replenish supplies. Our primary objective is to gather intelligence on zombies and mutated creatures. In these tumultuous times, should you choose to join us, I may not be particularly remarkable. But I do have some connections within the base city. Ichiro Sato wasted no time, directly offering his olive branch. His concluding remark was unmistakable. Should the two of them align with him, their futures would be limitless. Apologies. But we have our own plans and do not intend to join the military at this time. Seiko, let us be on our way. Ling Feng replied in a calm tone, beckoning Seiko as he turned to leave swiftly. As he watched their retreating figures, Ichiro Sato let out a sigh and decided to pursue them, saying, although you two do not wish to join, there is something I must warn you about. What is it? Ling Feng inquired, puzzled. Are you aware of the Black Dragon Society? If you encounter them in the future, exercise caution, Ichiro Sato replied, his expression grave. Clearly apprehensive about the organization he mentioned. The Black Dragon Society? Aren't they the gang associated with the thugs we dealt with earlier? Sayaka had mentioned them as well. Ling Feng thought to himself, realizing he was largely unfamiliar with such Japanese gangs. I have heard of them. What do you mean? Seiko, perceptive as ever, began to piece together the implications, her brow furrowing slightly. Indeed, while I would rather not say this, the reality is stark. Prior to the apocalypse, those individuals clandestinely possessed considerable arms and equipment, and their network of influence was formidable, straddling both the legal and illegal realms. With the onset of this disaster, their ambitions have become all too apparent. Especially since the recent communications breakdown, each city has effectively become isolated, and these individuals have grown increasingly brazen. There are even some officers within the base city who seem to be in collusion with them. If you encounter them, do your utmost to avoid conflict, Ichiro Sato cautioned. Casting a particularly pointed glance at Seiko, Ling Feng naturally understood his meaning. In this lawless apocalypse, the presence of a beautiful woman would undoubtedly attract considerable trouble. However, Ling Feng merely smiled coldly. Should anyone harbor intentions towards Seiko, he would ensure they learned the true meaning of courting death. Why are you informing us about the unrest within the base city? This seems rather excessive, or do you have something to request from us? Seiko looked at Ichiro Sato with a calm demeanor. Unfazed by Seiko's revelation, Ichiro Sato nodded in acknowledgement and candidly admitted, I merely wish to cultivate a friendship with both of you. After all, in this apocalyptic world, one can never predict what may unfold in the future. It is wise to prepare in advance. Ling Feng couldn't help but take a second glance at the imposing figure before him. Despite his brawny stature and formidable strength, his mind appeared rather astute. The implications of this matter held little significance for him. However, it could leave a commendable impression on them, revealing a certain finesse in his thoughts. Yet, at that moment, he preferred not to entangle himself further with the individual, merely offering a polite nod before turning away with Seiko. This time, Ichiro Sato did not intervene. He merely watched as they departed before redirecting his gaze. Regrettably, if only I could recruit these two, what grand ambitions could I not achieve? It is indeed unfortunate. I wonder if fate will grant us another chance to meet. Ichiro Sato lamented as he turned and walked back to the jeep, opening the door to take a seat inside. Captain, why the fuss? They seem quite young. How formidable could they truly be? You may be overestimating them, remarked a young soldier in the driver's seat, while several others nodded in agreement, dismissing the captain's concerns as mere impatience due to a shortage of manpower. What do you lads know? Do you even realize who that woman is? Sato replied, shaking his head. Could she be the daughter of some high-ranking official? She is indeed strikingly beautiful, the young soldier suggested. I once encountered her at last year's National Kendo Championship. She was the champion. That Seiko Takushima, the daughter of the renowned Takushima Kendo family. Her prowess is such that even I, your captain, would fall before her blades in mere moments. Ichiro Sato exclaimed with a sigh. The soldiers suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation. They had not anticipated her formidable lineage. Sato, however, found his thoughts dwelling more on the young man standing beside Seiko. For it was he who wielded the katana that day. Truly, heroes emerge in chaotic times, Sato mused, raising his hand to signal the jeep to start moving away from the scene. Just minutes after their departure, several shadows descended upon the area, swiftly converging around the remnants of the mutated pigeons, ravenously devouring the remains. Before long, only a pile of bones was left, and the figures vanished into the night. Such is the apocalypse, no morsel of food goes to waste. Should you fall, countless others will swarm to consume you entirely. Chapter 35. Water Supply Cut. After declining Ichiro Sato's invitation, Ling Feng and Siko resumed their relentless hunt for zombies. As per their usual strategy, Siko lured the undead towards them while Ling Feng dispatched them with precision. Together, their synergy rendered ordinary zombies utterly powerless. Before noon, Ling Feng had amassed 500 energy points and promptly returned to the villa, soaring through the entrance. Junchuan Shizuka had mobility issues and could not open the door. After a brief conversation with Junchuan Shizuka, Siko eagerly led Ling Feng into the room, her cheeks tinged with a slight blush. Although they had been intimate a few times, her assertiveness in this moment was a novel experience for her. Ling Feng chuckled mischievously. Come now, Siko, we've done this many times before. Why be shy? As he spoke, he undid his trousers, revealing his aroused member, glaring at Siko with desire. Siko rolled her beautiful eyes at him but swiftly shed her own pants, turning to kneel on the bed, her hips arched high in an utterly devastating pose. Such a lethal little temptress, Ling Feng murmured. Ling Feng skillfully connected with Siko, suppressing the exquisite sensations coursing through him. He activated the system, and, indeed, in this state, he could exchange for energy on Siko's behalf. Without hesitation, he opted for the most fundamental form of energy. Instantly, a warm current surged from Ling Feng's lower region, swiftly circulating deep within Siko's body, rotating in endless cycles. Once the exchange was complete, before Siko could fully appreciate the intricacies of the energy within her, Ling Feng could no longer resist indulging in her form. Siko, equally compliant, eagerly embraced the moment, and they rolled together, their bodies entwined in a frenzy of movement. After experiencing profound pleasure, Ling Feng marveled at the unmistakable surge in his strength. A warm flow of energy coursed through him. Was this the essence of energy? Truly remarkable. Siko nestled against Ling Feng, feeling the transformations within her body, and could not help but express her delight, her beautiful face radiating joy. Such extraordinary power was beyond her wildest dreams. It was impossible not to feel exhilarated. You have just acquired this energy. Now, take your time to cultivate it. I must also venture out to hunt some zombies, as I am left with only a handful of energy points, Ling Feng murmured softly while caressing Siko's smooth skin. Yes, I understand. I will not hold you back. I am determined to grow stronger, Siko declared resolutely. Ling Feng nodded with satisfaction. A woman like Siko is indeed a blessing, requiring no effort on his part. However, he lamented that the system could not exchange bloodlines. Siko's future potential would undoubtedly face considerable limitations. Yet, upon reflection, Ling Feng realized he was being overly greedy. The ability to exchange for energy was already a stroke of luck. The prospect of bloodlines was clearly out of reach, especially since he himself had yet to awaken any. He pondered what bloodline he might obtain upon completing his tasks. If it were the bloodline of a scion or mage imbue, it would be exhilarating. Contemplating the unique strengths of these two bloodlines made Ling Feng salivate. However, indulging in such fantasies was futile. The mission remained unfinished, and he must persevere. In the days that followed, Ling Feng ventured out to hunt zombies, while Siko diligently practiced at home. Their days were stable and fulfilling. During this time, Ling Feng gathered 500 energy points and, through perseverance, successfully consumed Jukawa Shizuka. Her ample curves brought him immense pleasure. After devouring Jukawa Shizuka, Ling Feng naturally exchanged energy for her, as both he and Siko possessed it, and without it, Shizuka would undoubtedly lag behind. Jukawa Shizuka understood this as well. She certainly did not wish to be a burden. After the exchange, perhaps due to the infusion of energy, the injury on her thigh healed remarkably quickly, and she was nearly fully recovered, which brought her great joy. One day, after finishing his workout, Ling Feng prepared to take a refreshing shower, only to discover a dire issue. There was no water. Indeed, the day had come when they faced the reality of a water shortage. Ling Feng let out a sigh of resignation. After rinsing himself with the spare water he had prepared earlier, he donned his clothes and exited the bathroom, summoning Siko and Shizuka to explain the situation. It has been over a week since the onset of the apocalypse, and considering the recent nuclear explosion, it is quite fortunate that our water supply has lasted this long, Shizuka analyzed. However, it appears that food is also becoming somewhat scarce, Siko remarked, leaving Ling Feng puzzled, as he believed their food supplies were adequate. Siko, with a wry smile, elucidated, You must realize that there are currently 4 individuals residing in this villa, us 3, along with the captive Miyamoto Rei. While she consumes little, we are engaged in daily training, which requires significant physical exertion, thus heightening our demands for sustenance. Perhaps you have been so engrossed in your training that you failed to notice. Shizuka and I prepare the meals each day, and we are acutely aware that our provisions are dwindling. We estimate that they will only sustain the 4 of us for another 3 days. Hosting a freeloader is indeed burdensome. Ling Feng expressed his discontent, remarking that if it weren't for Zhu Chuanjingshang's kind-heartedness, he wouldn't concern himself with that detestable Miyamoto Rei. I'm truly sorry, Xiao Feng. It's my fault, Zhu Chuanjingshang replied, her voice tinged with a hint of distress. Upon witnessing her on the verge of tears, Ling Feng's resolve softened, and after a few words of consolation, he managed to quell the impending flood of tears. Let us abandon this place, Ling Feng suggested with a sense of resignation after a moment's contemplation. Due to the recent hunts, the nearby zombies had dwindled significantly. Although remaining here offered a comfortable environment, it was not conducive to future progress. His mission was time-sensitive and could not afford to be prolonged. Ling Feng had made his decision, and naturally, Seiko and Shizuka had no objections. The only remaining issue was how to deal with the imprisoned Miyamoto Rei. He resolved to leave her with 2 days' worth of food and water, allowing her to fend for herself. After a moment's hesitation, the 2 women ultimately acquiesced to his choice. Ling Feng made a swift decision to depart, without the slightest hesitation. After gathering essential provisions such as food, water, and weaponry, he transferred everything into the Hummer. Of course, the bloodstains that had previously marred the interior of the vehicle had long been cleaned. Please, don't leave me behind. I beg you. Upon realizing they intended to abandon her, Miyamoto Rei panicked, clinging desperately to Ling Feng's leg, pleading for him not to forsake her. She could scarcely fathom how she would survive alone in this apocalyptic world. She had witnessed the strength of both Ling Feng and Seiko. Being with them meant she would be much safer. We are under no obligation to carry an extra burden, Ling Feng replied coldly. Their supplies were already dwindling, and they had no reason to concern themselves with her. Thus, no matter how much Miyamoto cried and clung to him, Ling Feng remained resolute in his refusal. I am willing to exchange my body. As long as you take me with you, I will belong to you. Surely, you cannot refuse. In desperation, Miyamoto resorted to offering her greatest asset, her body, as a bargaining chip in hopes of securing a chance at survival, casting aside all semblance of dignity. When faced with the choice between survival and dignity, Miyamoto chose the former, leaving one to wonder how Ling Feng would respond. Please, I implore you, Ling Feng. Don't abandon me. If you take me with you, I am willing to do anything. Whatever you desire, I will comply. I can be your woman. Just don't leave me, Miyamoto cried, clinging to Ling Feng's leg. In her mind, her beauty and figure should have been enough to sway him. However, it soon became apparent to her what true despair meant. Are you more beautiful than Seiko? Do you possess her grace? Do you have her strength? Are you as gentle as Shizuka? Are you as charming as Shizuka? Do you match Shizuka's physique? Ling Feng taunted, each condition causing Miyamoto Li's expression to darken considerably. Was this not merely a comparison of one's own shortcomings against another's strengths? I do not tolerate the useless. Much less do I favor women of your ilk. Ling Feng gazed at the despondent expression on Miyamoto Rei's face and spoke with a hint of indifference. He turned away, shaking off her grasp, and signaled for Seiko and Shizuka to depart, leaving her with merely 2 days' worth of provisions and water, as previously stated. Under the weight of Miyamoto Rei's despair and resentment, Ling Feng and his companions drove away from the villa, with Shizuka at the wheel, Ling Feng in the passenger seat, and Seiko seated in the rear. I recall there are 2 convenience stores nearby. Let us see if there is any sustenance left at this hour, Shizuka remarked while navigating the vehicle. That may be so, but the likelihood seems slim, Ling Feng nodded in agreement. As Ling Feng had predicted, the Hummer arrived consecutively at the 2 convenience store entrances. But it was evident from the outside that they had been nearly emptied by others. Thus, the trio abandoned hope of finding food and water in that vicinity and hastened to leave the area, driving through the winding streets. They noticed that not only were the zombies near the villa nearly non-existent, but those in the surrounding districts had also vanished, as if someone else had cleared them away. Just as the Hummer was about to enter the main road, they encountered a slight predicament. It appears a blockade has been set up ahead, Shizuka said, frowning at the barriers obstructing the road and the group of unruly youths loitering nearby. Shall we simply drive through? Ling Feng spoke in a cold tone, his eyesight having notably improved. Although there was still some distance, he could vaguely discern the tattoos on the arms of the thugs ahead. Recalling the words of Ichiro Sato from earlier, he suddenly understood the situation. Excellent. Shizuka Jiuchuan, not a foolish woman, tightened her grip on the steering wheel, pressing down hard on the accelerator. The already swift Hummer surged forward with an even more ferocious roar. The thunderous sound of the Hummer had long since captured the attention of the thugs, and as they saw the vehicle approaching, several young men resembling hoodlums momentarily froze before erupting in delight. Stop that vehicle immediately, commanded a brash youth with yellow hair, standing boldly in the middle of the road, brandishing a black handgun aimed at the racing Hummer. Look, we have a big fat sheep, boss. Haha. The thugs behind him brandished makeshift weapons, their eyes gleaming with greed as they beheld the approaching Hummer. Boss, something's not right. They have no intention of stopping, exclaimed a perceptive underling, his face paling in realization. At that moment, the Hummer was merely 30 meters away from them. Damn it, the yellow-haired thug, both astonished and furious, momentarily flashed a vicious expression before pulling the trigger with a sudden jerk. With a loud bang, a metal bullet shot forth, striking the windshield of the Hummer. However, the bullet merely ricocheted off, causing no damage whatsoever. The modified Hummer was impervious to standard handgun ammunition. In the next instant, under the horrified gaze of the yellow-haired thug, the Hummer barreled forward like a merciless beast. A cacophony of bone-crushing sounds erupted, followed by a thunderous crash as the Hummer smashed through the barricade blocking the road, continuing on its path, leaving behind only a few fortunate thugs who had narrowly escaped being run over. They stood in shock, staring at the ground strewn with blood and flesh, and upon regaining their senses, they began to retch uncontrollably. Ling Feng glanced at the scene in the rearview mirror and scoffed, insolent fools. In the future, when encountering such obstacles, simply crush through them. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang nodded, taking several deep breaths in an effort to calm herself. The brutal act of crushing several living beings was, understandably, difficult to accept at first. After departing from the villa area, the number of zombies had markedly increased, and Ling Feng's hunting activities formally commenced. Meanwhile, food provisions were entrusted to Poison Island Seiko, while Zhu Chuan Jingxiang remained on standby in the vehicle. Some time had passed since the onset of the apocalypse, and Ling Feng couldn't help but notice the rising frequency of mutated zombies and aberrant creatures. In the past, encountering a mutated zombie after slaying over 100 regular ones was uncommon. Now, it seemed that after dispatching merely 50 zombies, one might encounter a mutated variant or even some lesser mutated beings. What irked Ling Feng was that while the difficulty of dispatching ordinary zombies had escalated, the energy points remained frustratingly unchanged. Nevertheless, he had to persevere, for he was no longer alone. 2 women depended on him for sustenance. Tonight, they would rest in the vehicle. After a day of combat, it was only natural to spend the night in the car. Fortunately, the interior of the Hummer was spacious enough, and with only 3 of them, there was ample room for sleep and repose. Let's see how much we have gathered today, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang remarked. Indeed, came the reply. Ling Feng reviewed the fruits of his labor from the day, amassing a total of 1,593 points, a bountiful harvest indeed. He was just a step away from being able to exchange energy wave techniques for both Seiko and Shizuka. That's quite impressive, remarked Shizuka, her voice sweet and endearing, as she gently linked her arm with Ling Feng's. Ling Feng smiled faintly, gently caressing the silky hair of Zhu Chuan Jingxiang, who seemed to purr like a contented kitten, emitting soft, comfortable sounds. Regarding the energy points, you need not concern yourselves with us. Our foundational chi is sufficiently robust. It would be wise for you to conserve your energy for powerful techniques. The blade's chi slashes possess a potency that rivals the chi waves, spoke Seiko in a soothing tone. Ling Feng's constant consideration for them deeply touched their hearts. I believe while wielding the katana to unleash chi slashes is practical, I am apprehensive about the katana's rate of consumption. The destructive potential of chi is formidable, and should we rely solely on the katana for such attacks, I fear the blade may not withstand the strain and could shatter, leading to troublesome consequences, Ling Feng expressed, gently polishing his katana with a hint of worry. Seiko paused in surprise, glancing at her own katana. Had it not been for Ling Feng's reminder, she might have overlooked this crucial point. Indeed, although their blades were crafted from fine materials, continuous enhancement with chi attacks would inevitably affect them. The prospect of a sudden break during battle was a serious concern. They both exchanged knowing glances, realizing the necessity of preparing backup weapons. Let us set that aside for now and take a moment to rest. We are utterly fatigued, Ling Feng said, stretching lazily. Yes, that sounds reasonable. Any matters can wait until tomorrow, Seiko agreed. The trio had already endured a taxing day and had no desire to engage in further exertions. They forced themselves to ignore the sporadic sounds of zombies echoing from outside, gradually surrendering to the embrace of sleep. However, this night would not pass so simply for the three of them. The dark and windy night was thick with a palpable sense of danger. In the depths of the night, Ling Feng, along with his companions, lay together in the back seat of the Hummer. Ling Feng cradled Siko with his left arm and Jingxiang with his right, his head nestled comfortably between their ample, soft forms, deeply immersed in a serene slumber. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated through the pitch-black night, the sound waves crashing into the confines of the Hummer, causing the three who had been peacefully sleeping to awaken with a start. What was that? It sounded terrifying, Jingxiang murmured, rubbing her eyes, her voice tinged with fear. I shall investigate, Ling Feng replied. Ling Feng opened the car window and lifted the binoculars to observe. Before long, his expression turned grave. By the light of the moon, he discerned a towering structure in the distance where a winged, mutated creature was engaged in a fierce battle with a winged humanoid zombie. The combat was intense, with both participants exchanging blows. Although the distance made it difficult to see clearly, it appeared that both possessed long-range attack capabilities, resulting in a cacophony of explosions that ravaged the nearby buildings. Take a look for yourselves, Ling Feng said, shifting aside to pass the binoculars to Siko. Siko and Shizuka both took turns peering through the lenses, their faces reflecting a mix of emotions. The evolutionary speed of both the mutant creature and the zombie seemed to surpass their expectations significantly. However, I find it quite perplexing that the zombies would engage in combat with the mutated beings. Aren't they typically non-aggressive towards one another? Could it be a matter of territorial disputes? Shizuka remarked, her expression one of confusion, a sentiment echoed by Ling Feng and Siko. I'll go take a closer look. You two stay in the car and don't wander off, he stated, contemplating the two figures locked in battle in the distance. Be careful, Siko replied with a nod. If there is any danger, I will retreat. Do not worry, he assured her. After a brief tidying up, Ling Feng opened the car door and stepped out, hastily making his way forward. Along the way, he encountered numerous zombies agitated by noise. However, Ling Feng chose to conserve his strength, carefully avoiding them. With his current agility, he reached the tall building he had previously spotted through his binoculars in just a few minutes. At this moment, the two formidable creatures had transitioned their battle from the rooftop to mid-air, engaging in combat while gradually repositioning. It was then that he could discern their forms with greater clarity. One was a colossal winged tiger, approximately the size of a small van, and even larger when accounting for its wingspan. Its gaping maw emitted a thunderous roar, releasing a wave of oppressive sound, while simultaneously unleashing azure wind blades to strike its opponent. It moved with remarkable agility, and its physical form appeared robust, indicating it was an incredibly powerful mutated creature, likely having escaped from a nearby zoo. The other entity, a mutated zombie, was less imposing, standing around 1.8 meters tall, with bat-like wings sprouting from its back. Its claws were crimson and razor-sharp, attacking with a rapid frequency, and its speed surpassed that of the flying tiger. Occasionally, it could gather dark red energy spheres between its hands to launch attacks, showcasing considerable strength. However, its defensive capabilities seemed lacking, rendering it hesitant to engage the tiger directly, placing it at a disadvantage. For now, retreating was the prudent course of action. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Ling Feng swiftly concealed himself, recognizing that allowing the fisherman to reap the benefits was the most prudent course of action. It was at this moment that an unexpected occurrence transpired. The mutated zombie he had observed astonishingly began to speak. Cursed be this beast, it was far too formidable. And you, Andal, the wretched spawn, once I vanquish this creature, I shall surely relish the sweet taste of your blood. The winged mutated zombie managed to narrowly evade, expressing its frustration with an air of helplessness. As a noble vampire, even in the guise of a mere lowly baron, William felt an overwhelming sense of pride. Prior to the apocalypse, he had relentlessly pursued a werewolf named Andal to Japan, only to be met with the catastrophic outbreak of zombies. Initially, he believed the world was doomed. However, he soon discovered that this was, in fact, a veritable paradise. He was elated to find a potent dark energy permeating the atmosphere. And through the absorption of this energy, his strength surged rapidly, particularly during a serendipitous encounter. He realized that consuming the blood of mutated creatures not only spared him from the grotesque fate of becoming a lowly zombie, but also significantly enhanced his power. Thus, within mere days of the apocalypse, William ascended from a humble baron to a viscount, a transformation that filled him with unparalleled joy. Yet, Just as he celebrated this breakthrough, he encountered his nemesis, Andal, who, to his dismay, had also experienced a surge in power, initially brimming with confidence to eliminate his adversary. William was caught off guard by Andal's cunning ploy of luring a formidable mutated tiger into their midst, setting a trap that allowed him to escape while William was left to contend with the beast. This treachery infuriated him. By the heavens, this fellow is no mere mutated zombie. He is a vampire. Even this abomination has emerged. Truly, the world has descended into chaos. The moment the other spoke, Ling Feng was taken aback, instantly heightening his vigilance. Vampires are not to be compared with the lowly intelligence of mutated zombies. Nevertheless, Ling Feng had no intention of retreating. He was eager to discover whether slaying the vampire would yield negative energy. After all, despite the formidable nature of his opponent, he sensed that he was not lacking in strength himself. There was nothing to fear. Roar. The flying tiger, frustrated by its inability to prevail, let out a furious roar, its wing beats quickening in frequency. Surrounding it were shimmering azure whirlwinds, transforming into whirling blades of wind that surged toward William from all directions. Merely a beast. Do not become overly confident. Bloodbats. As he beheld the multitude of wind blades, a flicker of seriousness crossed William's eyes, though it was overshadowed by a fiery rage. With a disdainful snort, he unleashed a torrent of dark crimson blood clan energy, sending forth swarms of crimson bats to charge toward the wind blades, their numbers exceeding those of the wind blades themselves. For far too long, the arrogant William had been vexed by a brutish creature that seemed to hold the upper hand. Now, witnessing his opponent unleash a formidable technique, he decided to reveal his own prowess. The bloodbats collided fiercely with the wind blades, erupting like bombs and filling the air with a cloud of dust. Yet, amidst the chaos, dozens of bloodbats surged forth, piercing through the haze to confront the mutated tiger, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Clearly, in this contest, the vampires held the advantage. With the assault of the bloodbats, the mutated tiger let out a pained roar, revealing several wounds from which blood flowed profusely, igniting a glint of greed in William's eyes. After expending so much energy, I cannot let this opportunity slip away. With the mutated tiger's strength nearing that of a Viscount, draining its life force would significantly augment his own power. Even as a newly ascended Viscount, this chance was one he could not afford to miss. However, the injured mutated tiger, provoked by its wounds, unleashed its primal ferocity, roaring as it flapped its wings and charged at William with its glistening, sharp claws poised to strike. Just a brute relying on sheer force. Do you truly believe I would engage you head-on? How foolish. Aware of the danger, William did not underestimate the threat. He swiftly capitalized on his vampiric speed, deftly evading the tiger's claws. Foolish creature, strength is meaningless if you cannot land a hit. Dancing around the mutated tiger's attacks, William utilized his agility to his advantage, occasionally exploiting openings to deliver savage slashes with his own sharp claws, gradually exacerbating the tiger's blood loss, intent on wearing it down. Though the mutated tiger exuded power and ferocity with each strike, its attacks failed to connect with the comparatively smaller and nimbler William. As time wore on, the tiger accumulated numerous gashes on its body, its vitality waning from excessive blood loss, resulting in a noticeable decline in its speed and strength. Gradually, the mutated tiger found its ability to fly diminished, its form wobbling as it descended to the ground, glaring at the smug William with eyes ablaze with fury. Now you realize my might, you wretched beast, William exclaimed, his laughter echoing triumphantly. In an explosive burst of rage, the mutated tiger summoned its remaining strength, conjuring a nearly meter-long azure wind blade before it. With a swift motion of its head, the wind blade whistled through the air, hurtling toward William, while the tiger itself collapsed, utterly exhausted, gasping for breath. What? The mutated tiger, with its lethal strike, commanded respect and fear. William's expression shifted dramatically as he felt the terrifying force contained within the blade of wind. As the gust approached, he hurriedly leaped to the side, the wind blade barely grazing his chest, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. The residual force struck a cherry blossom tree nearby, severing it cleanly with a smooth break, a sight that astonished Ling Feng, who observed from the shadows. Cough, damn it. You beast, William exclaimed, his face pale as he gazed at the deep gash on his chest. Had he not been a vampire with formidable life force, this blow could have claimed his life. Blood, the vital essence of a vampire, was crucial. Excessive loss could lead to a decline in power, especially since he had just recently ascended to the rank of Viscount, a state still precarious. Such an injury was indeed a severe predicament. Nearly being slain by a beast left William seething with rage, befitting his noble vampire lineage. Yet, upon seeing the weakened mutated tiger, a sinister smile crept across William's face, brimming with arrogance. You beast, though troublesome, the ultimate victor shall still be I. By draining your blood, I can not only recover from my wounds, but also enhance my strength. There is no greater pleasure than this. With labored steps, he approached the mutated tiger, his handsome visage radiating fervor, his throat quivering in anticipation. Almost there. If the mutated tiger is slain by the vampire, I will lose my energy points, Ling Feng mused quietly from his concealed position. However, as Ling Feng revealed himself, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A shadow suddenly leapt from a nearby alley, darting towards William in the blink of an eye. The dark figure raised its obsidian claws and struck at William. Startled, William attempted to defend himself but was nonetheless sent flying, spitting blood as he crashed to the ground, his expression filled with resentment and disbelief. The creature before him resembled a half-beast, its body cloaked in dark fur, with powerful and sharp claws, now regarding William with a look of amusement. William gritted his teeth, struggling to prop himself up, his eyes aflame with fury. Were his gaze lethal, it would have claimed the creature's life 100 times over. Heh, thank you for keeping me entertained for so long. Once I consume this beast's blood in essence, my power will surely surge. Anders sneered, adding, cough, damn it. You despicable mongrel. William's countenance darkened with palpable resentment, his face a canvas of animosity, fully aware that his adversary would not spare him. Upon hearing William's words, Anders' previously triumphant expression instantly morphed into one of grim discontent. For werewolves, the utmost indignation arose when their rivals, particularly the vampires, referred to them as mongrel dogs. Are you angry? Cough, mongrel, dog. William cackled with reckless abandon. Very well, William, I shall shatter every bone in your body. I will ensure that you perish amidst torment and regret. Anders retorted coldly, suddenly lunging at William, his claws glinting ominously. With a swift motion, he fractured William's bat-like wings. You despicable mongrel dog! William cried out in agony. One by one, his limbs were broken by Anders. And even a vampire could not withstand such excruciating pain, emitting continuous screams of suffering, his eyes filled with hatred, yearning to sink his fangs into his foe. Go to hell, William! Anders sneered malevolently, raising his claws to strike ruthlessly at William's head. Suddenly, a half-meter-long arc of golden light streaked across the ground. Anders' expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he rolled aside awkwardly, narrowly evading the assault of the golden light. However, William, lying on the ground, had no refuge and was instantly cleaved in two by the radiant crescent, letting out a final scream filled with bitterness as he succumbed to death. Who are you? Anders exclaimed in shock, his gaze fixed upon the figure approaching with a katana, a deep wariness etched in his eyes. With the demise of the vampire William, Ling Feng's energy points surged to 2366, an increase of over 700 points. One strike of the energy blade had yielded an extraordinary profit. I am the one who has come to slay you, Ling Feng coldly remarked, wielding a blade that shimmered with a golden radiance. The golden energy blade whistled forth, shattering the concrete beneath it as it surged with formidable intent towards the opposing Andal. Damn it! Andal's expression shifted at the sight of the approaching golden blade. Without a moment's hesitation, he leapt aside, narrowly evading the lethal attack. However, upon witnessing his evasion, Ling Feng chuckled. The golden energy blade may have missed Andal, but it struck with precision against the exhausted mutant tiger lying on the ground. Once a magnificent creature, the tiger now lacked the strength to evade, and was swiftly cleaved in two by the golden light, blood and entrails erupting forth, filling the air with a pungent scent of iron. During the skirmish, Ling Feng had not diverted his attention to assess his energy points, yet he surmised that he had accrued at least 700. With renewed focus, he directed his energy towards the werewolf. You little brat! Andal roared in fury, swiftly advancing with his claws, which were faintly shrouded in dark mist. Humph! Ling Feng let out a cold snort, gripping his katana tightly as he charged forward without hesitation. The sharp blade clashed directly against his opponent's claws, producing a resonant metallic sound. Both combatants recoiled a few steps, only to rush forward again, engaging in an intense battle. The continual clinking of their weapons echoed, sparking tiny flecks of fire, testament to the ferocity of their struggle. You little brat! I shall tear you to shreds. You shall be the one to perish. Anders' claws struck with remarkable speed, yet Ling Feng's katana proved to be even more formidable and incisive. Each fighter exhibited their strengths, resulting in a stalemate. Netherworld Wolf Claw. After a prolonged deadlock, Anders roared in fury, and a powerful surge of pitch-black light erupted from his claws. As he lunged with fierce intent toward Ling Feng's head, accompanied by a chilling wind, Ling Feng remained vigilant, channeling the internal currents of energy that enveloped the blade, which immediately shimmered with a faint golden radiance as it clashed head-on with the pitch-black wolf claw. A resounding explosion ensued as the two forces collided, unleashing a powerful shockwave. Anders cried out in pain, inspecting the bloodied state of his claws, while Ling Feng nearly lost grip of the katana, his palm tingling with numbness. In this encounter, Ling Feng had gained a slight advantage. "I will kill you," Anders bellowed in a fit of rage, his fury ignited by the wounds on his claws. "Your strength pales in comparison to that of the previous vampire," Ling Feng mockingly exclaimed as he rushed forward with an accelerated pace, his blade dancing with even greater swiftness than before. Ander, evading left and right, soon found himself adorned with several shallow wounds, igniting both surprise and fury within him. "Die!" Ling Feng shouted, forcing Ander back with a powerful strike, simultaneously extending his palm to unleash a golden energy wave. "What?" Ander was taken aback by Ling Feng's unexpected offensive technique. In that instant, he could not evade in time and was struck by the energy wave, resulting in his left arm being violently shattered. A howl of anguish erupted from Ander as he succumbed to the overwhelming blow, his eyes burning with rage as they fixated on Ling Feng. He roared loudly, visibly absorbing the scattered moonlight from above into his body. His already formidable physique swelled further, muscles layering upon one another, while his dark fur thickened, emanating a fierce, bloodthirsty aura. Shadow Wolf Claw. Utilizing the secret technique of the werewolf clan, Ander experienced a significant surge in power within a brief span. He raised his right claw, dark and frigid energy coalescing to form a claw over half a meter long. With a thunderous roar, he shattered the ground beneath him and surged towards Ling Feng with relentless speed. "I am no fool to confront you head-on." As Ling Feng contemplated silently, he swiftly ascended into the sky, effortlessly evading Ander's most formidable strike. Alas, despite Ander's immense strength and speed, he was deprived of the ability to fly. Even with all his might, his leap fell short of reaching Ling Feng, who hovered 10 meters above, leaving him to roar in fury below. It would be prudent to eliminate this adversary swiftly. Observing the incessant approach of the nearby zombies, Ling Feng declared, retracting his katana and extending both palms. A golden energy sphere coalesced between them, gradually expanding. After a span of 10 seconds, the sphere grew from the size of a tennis ball to that of a soccer ball, and perspiration visibly beaded on Ling Feng's brow. This rudimentary method of energy accumulation proved to be exceedingly taxing, he gasped. Sensing that the energy had gathered sufficiently, Ling Feng hesitated no longer. He unleashed a wave of energy from his palms, which struck beside Ander, unleashing a tempestuous force that erupted instantaneously. A resounding explosion resonated throughout the night sky, and the ground below was transformed into a vast crater. Ander was obliterated, reduced to nothing more than ashes, utterly beyond the grasp of life. Ling Feng did not linger in the area for long. He swiftly departed, seeking a location with fewer zombies to land. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he made every effort to avoid the nearby undead and hurried back to his vehicle. Upon opening the car door and taking a seat, he began to breathe heavily, as the previous battle had drained much of his stamina. However, reflecting on his rewards, the exertion seemed trivial. A staggering 613 energy points. He chuckled, feeling triumphant. After resting for a while, he recounted his experiences to Siko Jindo and Shizuka Jikawa. The two women were taken aback upon hearing his tale, astonished that both werewolves and vampires had emerged. "I had indeed heard whispers of an unknown dark world existing within our realm, filled with phenomena beyond scientific explanation. I had always believed it to be mere legend, yet here it is, undeniably real," Siko remarked with a hint of awe. "Then this time, we truly struck gold." "How wonderful!" Shizuka exclaimed joyfully. Ling Feng chuckled softly, regaining his composure. "By vanquishing vampires and werewolves, I am able to acquire energy points. This alone indicates that they are imbued with negative energy. Otherwise, it would be impossible for me to obtain such points. What remains uncertain is whether they inherently possess this negative energy or if it was acquired in the aftermath of the apocalypse. I tend to believe it is the former. For both vampires and werewolves are renowned as dark entities, and their association with negative energy seems entirely plausible. However, it is also possible that their powers have exponentially increased since the onset of the apocalypse." Shazi pondered silently, finding this line of reasoning somewhat more rational. "Now that you have accumulated a considerable number of energy points, do you intend to exchange them?" inquired Zhu Chuan Jingxiang with curiosity. Certainly, Ling Feng replied. Transforming energy points into strength will enable me to gather energy points more swiftly. However, I have yet to decide what to exchange them for. Let us discuss this tomorrow. I am quite fatigued today. Let us rest for now. Ling Feng yawned widely, embracing the two women and burying himself in their soft warmth, drifting into a peaceful slumber. As he quickly succumbed to deep sleep, Poison Island Siko and Zhu Chuan Jingxiang exchanged a knowing smile, each wrapping their arms around him. The trio nestled together, savoring the tranquil warmth. No matter how the world may change, the presence of a warm embrace renders everything else trivial. The next morning, he sighed contentedly. How wonderfully comfortable it is to sleep. Ling Feng comfortably stretched, feeling a soft sensation in his arms. Instinctively, he reached out, his fingers brushing against something pleasantly yielding. Upon closer inspection, it was the bosoms of Siko and Shizuka. The two women, startled by the unexpected encounter, awakened and fixed their gaze upon Ling Feng. Their cheeks tinged with a faint blush. You naughty little Feng-chan, Shizuka playfully chided. Hee, it appears that my husband is quite energetic this morning. How about we indulge in some fun? I wouldn't mind at all, Siko teased, her alluring gaze directed at the enthusiastic Ling Feng. Is it really necessary to start so early? I seem to have become the legendary lecher of life, Ling Feng remarked with a chuckle. However, Siko was merely jesting. It was not the right time for such intimacy. Let us have something to eat first. I'm quite hungry, Shizuka said, patting her small abdomen adorably. After the trio had a light meal, Ling Feng began to contemplate how to utilize his energy points. With 613 points at his disposal, he could exchange for a considerable number of items, although he was still far from acquiring the Kamehameha technique. I believe, dear husband, that your current ranged attack methods are sufficient. Perhaps you should consider exchanging for close combat techniques instead, Siko suggested. When it comes to close combat techniques in the realm of Dragon Ball, there are not many. The one Ling Feng was most familiar with was the Wolf Fang Fist, which required a mere 300 points for exchange. However, he regarded this technique as somewhat impractical, as using fists against zombies could be quite perilous. Nevertheless, it only requires 300 points, which is not a significant amount for you now, even if you do not face zombies. Having some close-range attack methods could prove useful against potential encounters with vampires or similar beings, Siko mused. That makes sense, Ling Feng conceded. Ling Feng contemplated for a moment and decided to heed Siko's advice. He promptly expended 300 energy points to exchange for the Wolf Fang Wind Fist. As before, a surge of information instantly flooded his mind. After a brief moment of assimilation, he had essentially mastered the technique. Let me give it a try, he declared. Stepping out of the vehicle, Ling Feng sought an open space and began to swiftly maneuver his hands. To Siko and Shizuka, it appeared as though they could scarcely perceive anything but the rapid flurry of his hands, unleashing fierce attacks from various angles. The speed was so astonishing that after a while, their eyes began to feel strained. Ultimately, Ling Feng brought his claws together, emanating a ferocious and formidable aura, akin to a ravenous wolf, roaring with its gaping maw. The force contained within his hands was undoubtedly potent enough to obliterate an opponent in a single strike. For the expenditure of 300 energy points, this was indeed a remarkable technique. Upon completing the sequence of movements, Ling Feng paused, taking a deep breath to steady his rhythm. This is an exceptionally impressive combat technique. To think such a skill can be acquired for merely 300 energy points is truly astounding, Siko remarked, her admiration evident. Coming from a prestigious lineage, Siko's discerning eye was not to be underestimated. Although she had witnessed the technique only once, she could sense the lethal intent woven throughout the entire sequence, clearly recognizing its practical value in combat. With 313 energy points remaining, Ling Feng deliberated before ultimately deciding to exchange for the Crane Immortal School's DD wave, expending a full 3,000 points. In contrast to ordinary energy waves, the DD wave represents a more advanced and effective manipulation of energy, significantly enhancing its destructive capability and range. Its primary characteristic lies in its penetrating power, concentrating force upon a single point. However, its limitation is that it can only strike in a straight line, and if the energy gathering time is too brief, its potency is only marginally superior to that of a standard energy wave. Ladies, get in the vehicle. I wish to test my skills against some zombies, Ling Feng called out. This seems like an ideal location, as there are plenty of zombies here, Shizuka observed cautiously, glancing at the horde outside. They were at the entrance of a market, where the number of zombies was staggering, as the sound of the Hummer's engine echoed, The zombies began to moan and stagger towards them. Ling Feng rolled down the car window and, gazing at the hundreds of zombies before him, chuckled. I shall use you to test the might of the piercing wave. Ling Feng spoke as he extended a finger. A vibrant orange-red energy gradually converging and coalescing at the tip of his finger. Initially, it was no larger than a grain of rice, but it slowly expanded. And after several dozen seconds, it had grown to the size of an apple. Almost there. Dong wave. With a sharp exclamation. Ling Feng unleashed a brilliant energy sphere from his fingertips, transforming it into a radiant beam of orange-red light that surged towards the approaching horde of zombies. A tremendous explosion resonated through the air, enveloping the surroundings in a thick cloud of dust. Ling Feng took a moment to catch his breath and checked his energy points. His heart swelling with joy as he realized that his explosive strike had garnered over 70 energy points. This meant that he had dispatched more than 70 zombies in a single blow. As the dust began to settle, a large crater emerged at the entrance of the marketplace. Surrounded by the dismembered limbs of the undead, the sheer power of the attack was truly astonishing. This was merely a fraction of Ling Feng's potential energy. If he were to unleash his full strength, the devastation would be magnified severalfold. Yet, such formidable power came at a tremendous cost, making it impractical for prolonged use. Nevertheless, it remained an incredibly potent option to reserve for critical moments. Such remarkable destructive force, remarked Seiko Busujima in awe. Little Feng is truly impressive, Shizuka added, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Haha, let us move. Ling Feng laughed heartily as he closed the vehicle, beckoning Zhu Chuanjingxiang to drive away from this place. Although his strength had significantly increased, he remained acutely aware of the current situation. The marketplace was not conducive to battle, with an overwhelming number of zombies. It would be wiser to relocate. With the assistance of the whole wave technique, his efficiency in eliminating foes would undoubtedly ascend to a new level. It was noon. Ling Feng and his companions ventured into a serene forest, where they discovered a quaint stream to park their vehicle. They intended to kindle a fire and prepare a meal. As for cooking utensils, they had conveniently procured them from roadside shops along their journey. Fortunately, firewood was abundant in the woods, easily accessible for their needs. It was a blessing that there was a designated mountain path. Otherwise, their vehicle would have never made it this far. Zhu Chuanjingxiang stepped out of the car, inhaling the refreshing air with a smile, while stretching her arms, causing her delicate jade-like figure to sway gracefully. Let us tidy up and prepare for our meal, Seiko remarked, surveying their surroundings as she retrieved pots and pans from the vehicle. I shall gather some firewood, she added. Ling Feng remarked as he effortlessly severed a slender tree with his katana, neatly dividing it into small wooden blocks. With a flick of his lighter, the fire pit was ignited. Seiko and Shizuka busied themselves with cooking while Ling Feng reclined on the grass nearby, reviewing his energy points. After a morning of battling monsters, his current energy tally stood at 2,307 points. A sly grin crept across Ling Feng's lips upon seeing this figure. After exchanging for the whole wave technique, his efficiency in slaying monsters had markedly improved. Had he not conserved his strength by refraining from constant bombardments with the whole wave, he would likely have surpassed the 3,000-point threshold by now. Based on my current progress, it won't be long before I accumulate the requisite 5,000 energy points to exchange for the Kamehameha technique, at which point my monster-slaying speed will accelerate even further. Ling Feng reached out and gently grasped Seiko's hand, smiling as he spoke. Seiko, with a faint smile, replied, although the power of the Chi Wave technique is formidable, it is challenging to unleash its full potential without sufficient internal energy. The focus should primarily be on physical training. She was concerned that Ling Feng might become captivated by the immediate and effortless strength of the Chi Wave technique, thereby neglecting the fundamental truth that Chi is rooted in the body. Thus, she offered a gentle reminder. Ling Feng chuckled and said, of course, I am aware. After we enjoy a hearty lunch, let us train here for a few days. We have gathered quite an ample supply of food and water during our journey, enough to sustain the three of us for over a week. Indeed, Seiko concurred, her desire to settle down and engage in earnest cultivation evident. Once lunch was prepared, the trio indulged in a feast. With each of them having attained a significant level of energy, their appetites soared post-exercise. Even the usually modest eater, Zhu Chuanjizuka, consumed far more than an average adult male, while Ling Feng and Seiko devoured their meals with fervor, knowing that a full stomach would provide the strength necessary for their training. As they relished their meal, a cacophony of bird calls erupted from the nearby forest, shattering the tranquility of their surroundings. Accompanying this disturbance was a faint yet palpable sense of danger, as if some ominous presence was encroaching upon them. Ling Feng and his companions exchanged glances, instinctively pausing their chopsticks, their gazes drawn towards the edge of the forest. A sparrow, remarkably large, emerged from the woods and perched upon a branch not far from them. It delicately preened its feathers, its head bobbing as its small, bean-like eyes observed the trio. More specifically, the pot of beef stew with potatoes before them. This sparrow was as sizable as a man's fist. They exchanged knowing looks, clearly recognizing it as a mutated creature, albeit one that appeared rather feeble. A moment of inexplicable silence ensued, and without warning, Ling Feng pointed his finger. A slender beam of orange-red light shot forth from his fingertip, swiftly piercing the sparrow's body. With a thud, it plummeted to the ground. Effortlessly accomplished. Ling Feng clapped his hands and chuckled, remarking that dealing with such creatures required no brute force, even the slightest power would suffice. However, in the next moment, the sounds of rustling and chirping in the forest became increasingly pronounced. Branches trembled, and leaves cascaded down as if something was approaching. Under the watchful gaze of Ling Feng and his companions, a slender shadow emerged, slithering forth from the underbrush of the mountainous woodland. In mere moments, it reached the edge of a brook, rearing its massive body high, continuously flicking its serpent-like tongue, its cold eyes fixated intently on the trio, emanating an aura of chilling menace. What a colossal creature! Zhu Chuanjingxiang remarked, her voice tinged with trepidation. Doka Island Siko furrowed her brow, instinctively resting her hand on the hilt of her katana. How unfortunate! Ling Feng muttered, his expression growing grave upon witnessing the creature before him, a giant python. Its length exceeding 20 meters, adorned with faint icy blue patterns that made its body resemble a massive barrel. SSSSSS. The python's frigid gaze suddenly locked onto Ling Feng, its tongue flicking rapidly. As Ling Feng met the creature's eyes, a profound sense of danger surged through him, and he realized that prolonging this standoff was unwise. With determination, he resolved to take decisive action. Dong Dong Bo, Ling Feng pointed with his hand, and a slender beam of orange-red light shot forth at an astonishing speed towards the giant python's head. If he could shatter its skull, no matter how formidable the mutated creature or zombie, they would all be consigned to oblivion. To Ling Feng's astonishment, the python's reaction was remarkably swift. With a slight tilt of its head, it effortlessly evaded his strike, letting out a fierce roar. It opened its massive jaws and unleashed a chilling blast of icy white frost. Quickly, disperse. Ling Feng and his companions promptly abandoned the pot, hastily retreating to a distance to evade the onslaught of the frigid air. The chill was remarkably intense, extinguishing the campfire in an instant, while the surrounding ground swiftly succumbed to frost, forming a delicate layer of ice. Upon witnessing this, Ling Feng was greatly alarmed. If it were to splatter upon him, he would surely be encased in ice. Fire! Siko Jot commanded coldly, drawing her handgun from her waist and pulling the trigger, while Shizuka Jikawa mirrored her actions. 2 metallic bullets struck the colossal serpent, one after the other. It was prudent to first test with firearms. Rashly employing a mental assault could prove detrimental, for once ensnared. The horror of the situation was all too apparent. Although the bullets found their mark, the outcome was unsatisfactory. Not even the serpent's scales were breached, as the projectiles were merely deflected aside. This serpent's defensive capabilities were unrivaled among the mutated creatures encountered by Ling Feng and his companions. Clearly, this aberration belonged to a higher echelon. Ling Feng surmised it was akin to the mutated tiger he had previously encountered, perhaps even more formidable. While the bullets failed to vanquish the serpent, the sensation of pain penetrated its flesh, eliciting a furious roar as it unleashed a sharp ice spear directed towards the trio. Ling Feng swiftly pulled Shizuka and Siko backward, evading the assault of the ice spear. After releasing the 2 women, he directed his energy along the blade, executing a reverse slash that unleashed a shimmering golden energy blade. The colossal python, sensing the impending danger, coiled its formidable body to withstand the oncoming attack, enduring the strike which tore through its scales, leaving a shallow wound that bled crimson. Such remarkable defensive capabilities. Ling Feng, initially anticipating a lethal blow, was astounded to find that he had only succeeded in inflicting a minor injury. Hiss! The injured python writhed in a frenzy, raising its powerful tail to deliver a punishing blow towards Ling Feng, aware that the tail possessed immense strength. Ling Feng prudently employed his aerial maneuvering technique to ascend into the sky, aiming to evade the impending strike. However, unexpectedly, after missing its target, the python deftly altered its trajectory, launching a side strike at Ling Feng mid-air. The suddenness of this maneuver caught him off guard, resulting in a brutal impact that sent him crashing to the ground, where he coughed up blood, suffering internal injuries. Xiaofeng, my husband. Both Siko and Shizuka were horrified at the sight. Curse beast, perish. Bang. Enraged by Ling Feng's injury, Shizuka seized her shotgun and fired, unleashing a barrage of metallic bullets that punctured the python's flesh, creating several gaping wounds, the power of which far exceeded that of a mere handgun. You shall pay for this. Siko, her face a mask of frost, declared with a glint of murderous intent in her eyes, wielding her katana with fervor. She unleashed 3 consecutive energy blades, striking the python from various angles and leaving 3 shallow gashes upon its body. Hiss. With newfound injuries, the python descended into a state of madness, thrashing its barrel-like form with reckless abandon, disregarding the duo's attacks. As its robust tail swung down with a fierce howl toward the fallen Ling Feng, the beast, indeed, understood the concept of a merciless assault on a fallen opponent. Ling Feng executed a swift roll, narrowly evading the serpent's tail, and leveraging his support, he sprang to the side of the colossal python. With a blade shimmering in golden light, he plunged it fiercely into the creature's flesh. Die, you beast! Ling Feng bellowed, exerting all his strength. The razor-sharp sword, aided by his fury, pierced through the python's scales, which could not withstand the onslaught. In the blink of an eye, over a meter of the blade sunk nearly half a meter deep into its body, relentlessly stirring within. Observing Ling Feng's actions, Zhuchuan Jingxiang promptly ceased fire with her shotgun, switching to a pistol to ensure that stray pellets would not inadvertently harm Ling Feng. Siko aimed her attacks deliberately at the python's head. Hisses. While external assaults were manageable, the internal assault inflicted tremendous damage upon the python, causing it to emit a wretched cry. Gazing down at Ling Feng, a flicker of human-like hatred ignited in the serpent's eyes, and it roared fiercely, unleashing a spear of ice directed at Ling Feng. Ling Feng clenched his teeth tightly, one hand firmly gripping the blade of his katana while the other unleashed a wave of energy. The violent gust of air collided with the ice spear, resulting in an explosive reaction that neutralized each other. Meanwhile, Ling Feng's katana continued to penetrate the body of the massive serpent as he endeavored to strangle it to death. The serpent, unable to endure the excruciating pain, began to constrict its sinuous body rapidly, encircling Ling Feng within its grasp. If he did not relinquish his hold, he would be ensnared and meet his demise. Get out quickly! Siko and Shizuka shouted in urgency. Damn it! So close, Ling Feng thought, noticing that 2/3 of the blade had already entered the serpent's body. With a flash of resignation in his eyes, he leaped away, escaping the serpent's lethal embrace. Wolf Feng Wind Fist. Suddenly, Ling Feng let out a furious roar, his claws resembling the ravenous jaws of a wolf, relentlessly pounding against the colossal serpent's body. He specifically targeted the numerous wounds inflicted by Shizuka's shotgun, each strike tearing away small morsels of flesh. Chapter 42. Fierce Battle with the Mutated Python. Wolf Feng Wind Fist. Ling Feng roared furiously, his hands claw-like, launching a relentless barrage of attacks from various angles upon the wounded body of the giant python with astonishing speed. Each strike was akin to a ravenous wolf seizing its prey, ruthlessly tearing away small chunks of flesh, leaving a trail of blood in its wake. Hiss. The giant python, overwhelmed by pain, let out a thunderous roar, thrashing its robust tail in an attempt to crush Ling Feng's head with a single blow. Do you truly believe such an assault would remain effective? Ling Feng let out a cold snort, swiftly sidestepping with a short-distance flash, skillfully evading within a limited range. In the same motion, he crossed his hands and struck with lightning speed, firmly seizing the tail of the colossal python. Ha! Caught you, haven't I? Ling Feng gripped the giant serpent's tail with unwavering determination, a sinister smile etched upon his face as he exerted immense pressure on the creature's sinewy muscles, his nails digging deeply into its flesh. Hisses. A flash of hatred ignited in the serpent's eyes as it roared, straining to retract its tail. Despite Ling Feng pouring every ounce of his strength into the struggle, he found himself gradually being overpowered by the sheer force of the beast. Stay back. I can handle this. You two retreat. Upon noticing Siko and Shizuka's intent to assist, Ling Feng promptly called out to them. Although the serpent's might was formidable, he believed he could contend with it alone. Their interference would only serve to distract him. Honestly, little Fengchan just can't help but be stubborn, Shizuka remarked, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. Siko raised a hand to restrain her, shaking her head as she stated, sometimes, a woman must heed a man's words. It is the way of the world. Reluctantly, Shizuka complied, stepping aside with Siko, her anxious gaze fixed upon the fierce struggle between Ling Feng and the serpent. Get up. Ling Feng exerted tremendous force with his feet, stomping upon the ground. Taking a deep breath, he tilted his head back and roared with fervor, veins bulging upon his arms as he summoned every ounce of strength within him. He clung tightly to the massive serpent's robust body, gradually pulling it toward himself. The giant python writhed in a frenzy, carving deep grooves into the earth as it struggled against Ling Feng's might. Yet, Ling Feng unleashed an overwhelming surge of power, momentarily surpassing the creature's strength, compounded by the serpent's own injuries, which rendered it increasingly feeble. Ling Feng roared with fury as a faint white energy enveloped his body, suddenly lifting the massive python entirely off the ground and spinning it vigorously in place. Once, twice, thrice. After exerting all his strength to complete 3 revolutions, Ling Feng released his grip, and the colossal serpent was violently hurled away, crashing into a grand tree. The tremendous force shattered the sturdy trunk into fragments, causing it to splinter through 3 mighty trees before finally coming to a halt. At this moment, the python was left battered and bruised, its body stained a deep crimson. Ling Feng was not unscathed either. His arms twitched slightly, he gasped for breath, and beads of sweat cascaded down his cheeks, a testament to his severe exhaustion. This was the final strike. Seiko, Shizuka. Breathless, Ling Feng cast a glance towards Poison Island Seiko and Juchuan Shizuka, silently beckoning them to approach. Without the need for explicit words, the 2 women understood his intentions and promptly advanced to stand behind him. Each extended a hand, pressing it firmly against his back, inhaling deeply to transfer their inner energy into his body. A faint golden glow visibly flowed from them, gradually nourishing Ling Feng's weary form, revitalizing his complexion. The exchange of energy to aid one another in regaining strength was a notion Ling Feng had conceived not long ago. After a few simple attempts, the trio swiftly mastered this technique. It was not particularly challenging, provided the participants remained compliant. Sensing the warmth of the 2 energy streams within him, a subtle smile graced Ling Feng's lips as he exhaled. He raised a finger, gathering a flicker of orange-red energy, his gaze locking onto the struggling giant python, a glint of fierce determination flickering in his eyes. It was utterly unacceptable to be reduced to such a state of disarray. This was the first time he had faced such humiliation. The beast posed a significant threat, and it was imperative to eliminate it swiftly. With their combined efforts, they concentrated for nearly 20 seconds, ultimately forming an orange-red energy sphere approximately 20 centimeters in length, pulsating with formidable power. Meanwhile, the giant python sensed the looming specter of death and instinctively twisted its body, attempting to flee. However, it was abundantly clear that Ling Feng would not allow such a substantial energy source to escape his grasp. Perish! Ling Feng shouted loudly, and an orange-red energy sphere immediately burst forth, transforming into a radiant beam of light. In the blink of an eye, it engulfed the giant python that had turned to flee, and the violent energy erupted with a thunderous explosion. The python's resilient body was instantly torn to shreds beneath the ferocious blast, blood and flesh scattering in all directions. Ling Feng's blade was also caught in the shockwave, hurled into the sky, and shattered into 2 pieces, each spinning several times before plummeting back to the ground, embedding itself straight into the earth. Thus, the blade was rendered utterly useless. This time, it was indeed beyond hope. Ling Feng's body weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. Seiko and Shizuka promptly supported him, assisting him into the Hummer. After tidying up their belongings, the trio swiftly departed from the scene, unbeknownst to Ling Feng, who was resting in Seiko's embrace. Mere minutes after their exit, a colossal crimson python slithered out from the depths of the forest. Upon spotting the remnants of the giant serpent on the ground, it raised its body and let out a mournful roar. Subsequently, it began to consume the carcass of the giant python piece by piece. Its cold, piercing gaze roamed for a moment before ultimately fixating on the direction in which Ling Feng and the others had vanished. The fierce battle with the python had drained Ling Feng considerably, and coupled with his injuries, he had succumbed to sleep without realizing it. When he finally awoke, it was already nightfall. Where am I? Ling Feng lay upon the soft, expansive bed, surveying his surroundings with curiosity. He turned to Seiko beside him, inquiring, "Why are we here?" Seiko explained, "Due to your injury, Shizuka and I have taken refuge in this hotel, with our vehicle parked in the lot." As she spoke, she gently unfastened Ling Feng's garment to examine his wounds. Observing the notable improvement in his condition, she remarked, "It seems that with the enhancement of your abilities, your recovery has accelerated significantly. Previously, Shizuka noted that although your bones were intact, you would require a few days of rest. However, from my observations, you should be nearly well by tomorrow. Xiaofeng, you have awakened." Are you feeling any better? We were quite worried about you. Shizuka exclaimed joyfully as she emerged from the bathroom, wrapped only in a white towel. Upon seeing Ling Feng awake, she rushed over, playfully pressing her soft curves against his face. Could you please let me go, Shizuka? I might suffocate, Ling Feng gasped. Although he felt an overwhelming sense of bliss, he realized that if he did not gently push Shizuka away, he might indeed be smothered. Reluctantly, he pushed her aside, taking a deep breath as he gazed at the alluring sight before him, swallowing hard, captivated by her beauty. Shizuka, noticing Ling Feng's gaze, covered her mouth and giggled, teasing. Xiao Fengchan, you are quite naughty. Ling Feng silently lamented. Please, you are the one flaunting in front of me. Taken aback by her towel-clad figure, he inquired. But I thought the water supply had been restored? We are uncertain about that, Siko replied with a smile. It seems this upscale hotel has its own reserve water source. We checked earlier, and other areas still lack water. It appears we are fortunate. I just took a shower. You should clean up as well. You are quite sweaty. Ling Feng let out a long sigh, gesturing dismissively as he said, let us talk about it later. I need to rest for a while. Please prepare something to eat. I'm quite hungry, as I didn't finish my lunch properly. Siko and Shizuka set about preparing food for Ling Feng while he reclined on the bed, accessing the system to check his energy points. Before defeating the giant python, he had 2037 energy points, and now he had indeed accumulated 3,577 points. Observing this figure, Ling Feng couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Had he been dealing with ordinary zombies, he would have had to slay over 1,500 of them to achieve such a gain. However, despite the substantial reward, the thought of his broken katana weighed heavily on his mind, making him feel somewhat at a loss. Without the katana, it would be impractical to rely solely on his energy for eliminating zombies. That simply would not suffice. Before long, Siko and Shizuka had prepared the meal, prompting Ling Feng to momentarily set aside his concerns about the katana. He devoured the food hungrily, for he was truly famished. After finishing his meal, he indulged in a refreshing bath in the bathroom, and upon changing into clean clothes, he sank back onto the bed, relishing the soft comfort. Indeed, sleeping in a car could never compare to the luxury of a hotel bed. Since your katana is broken, I shall lend you mine, Siko said, retrieving her own katana. Ling Feng shook his head and said, there is no need. Tomorrow, I shall venture forth to seek a suitable weapon. If you do not have your katana with you, your strength will undoubtedly be diminished, and I would be quite concerned. Please, keep it for yourself. Siko Busujima smiled faintly, sheathed her katana, and joined Shizuka Jikawa on the bed, lying beside Ling Feng. Ling Feng smiled faintly, reaching out to embrace the waist of the two women, and the three of them nestled together to sleep. Due to their injuries, Ling Feng refrained from any mischief, and soon they all drifted off into slumber. Given his wounds, it was unwise for Ling Feng to venture out recklessly, so the trio remained in the hotel for a day until his condition improved. Once he felt sufficiently recovered, they exited the hotel, and Ling Feng fortuitously discovered a watermelon knife in the kitchen. Although it paled in comparison to a katana, it was still a usable weapon, certainly preferable to being unarmed. Furthermore, they took a considerable amount of food from the kitchen, particularly preserved meats and canned goods, which were ideal for long-term storage. Let us set off, Ling Feng declared with a sweeping gesture. All right, hold on tight, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang cheerfully responded, pressing down on the accelerator. And the Hummer's engine roared to life, swiftly propelling them out of the hotel parking lot. Confronted by a horde of zombies, the Hummer bulldozed through them, carving a bloody path, and soon merged onto the wide main road, speeding ahead. This time, the trio had a specific objective. They sought more suitable weaponry, aiming to reach a location where they were certain to procure valuable resources. Unbeknownst to them, shortly after their departure, a colossal crimson python slithered onto the road, capable of sweeping aside a throng of zombies with a mere flick of its tail, its power formidable and terrifying. The fiery serpent halted at the hotel entrance, observing for a moment before shifting its gaze toward the direction the three had taken, slowly twisting its massive body and slithering away. The following afternoon, at a steel mill in Zhuangzhou City, a Hummer gradually approached and parked at the factory entrance. Ling Feng and his companions disembarked with their weapons in hand, scaling the iron gate to enter the facility. During their struggle against the giant python, Ling Feng discerned a critical issue. While the katana was exceptionally sharp and effective against ordinary zombies, it seemed inadequate when confronting mutated creatures with formidable defenses and larger physiques. Thus, he resolved to fashion a weapon of greater size, leading them to this site. Though they had not chosen the largest steel mill in Zhuangzhou City, it was still of moderate scale, and the number of zombies within was substantial. As soon as they entered, they encountered a considerable horde of zombies wandering through the factory. Roar! Roar! A throng of zombies howled, encircling them with clawing hands, their primal eyes filled with a ravenous thirst for fresh flesh. Onward! Without any unnecessary chatter, the trio swiftly engaged, charging toward the nearest zombies. As two of the undead lunged at him, a flicker of indifference crossed Ling Feng's eyes. He strode forward, effortlessly dispatching them with two swift strokes of his watermelon knife, severing their heads cleanly. Siko's speed of execution was even more remarkable against ordinary zombies. Her current prowess rendered the task as simple as slicing through vegetables. On the other hand, Shizuka, aiming to conserve ammunition, wielded an iron rod in combat. Yet, empowered by her ki, her strength was formidable, as each strike could crush a zombie's skull. The sight of a beautiful woman ruthlessly overpowering zombies presented a striking visual impact. Through their coordinated efforts, the trio cleared over 200 zombies in approximately half an hour, including a formidable strength type and a speed type zombie, which were swiftly annihilated by Ling Feng and Siko. Hey, over here. Come save us, please, as they prepared to find a place to rest after their significant victory. A middle-aged man wearing a hard hat appeared at the window of a third-floor room in the staff dormitory on their right, calling out to them. Behind him stood a few young men who resembled workers. Are they survivors? Siko and Shizuka paid no heed to the man, instead looking to Ling Feng. Whatever the situation, the decision rested solely with him. They might possess some value to us. Ling Feng pondered for a moment before speaking. If I were to craft the weapon myself, the quality would undoubtedly be somewhat crude. However, if there are workers familiar with the facilities here to assist, the task would likely become much easier. After all, we must clear out the zombies here sooner or later, so we might as well proceed. After Ling Feng made his decision, the three of them slowly approached. Upon their arrival, the middle-aged man by the window flashed a peculiar smile. Let us proceed with caution and meticulously clear our way, Siko said, swiftly severing a zombie's head and casually flicking the blood from her blade. Indeed, Ling Feng nodded in agreement. The layout of the staff dormitory was relatively confined, and the concentration of zombies was significant. Thus, despite their confidence, the trio advanced with utmost care, gradually diminishing the number of the undead. However, upon reaching the third floor, they encountered an unsettling sight. Unlike the first and second floors, the corridor was littered with numerous zombie corpses, but even more disturbing were the dismembered human limbs and entrails, creating a gruesome scene replete with a nauseating stench. It seems the workers must have dealt with some of them. After all, they were engaged in physically demanding work and could have armed themselves to eliminate a few zombies, Shizuka remarked, frowning as she covered her nose. The narrow corridor trapped the foul odor, making it particularly oppressive. I find it curious why only the third floor has surviving workers while there are none on the other floors. Could it be that they are all concentrated here? Siko pondered, perplexed. Moreover, all these doors are tightly locked, Shizuka stated, tugging at several handles, only to find them secured. Why not simply inquire and find out? Ling Feng suggested nonchalantly. Soon, the trio arrived at the door of the room from which they had heard cries for help. After knocking, the door swung open, revealing several crude crossbows aimed at them, arrows poised and ready to be released with the slightest pull of the string. Though they had sensed something amiss earlier, the sudden confrontation left Ling Feng and his companions taken aback and filled with revulsion. Huh, I never expected you actually came. The middle-aged man in a hard hat and a few young men erupted into sinister laughter, their expressions brimming with arrogance and pride. I must say, boss, these fools are truly Na'vi. They actually showed up. Haha, we couldn't see clearly from below, but damn, there are two stunning beauties among them. We are indeed fortunate. Haha. One of the rather unsavory young men, upon catching sight of Siko Suji and Shizuka Kurokawa, could not help but gaze greedily, his eyes gleaming and saliva dripping from his lips. The others were hardly better off. It was evident that Ling Feng and his companions had fallen into a trap, encountering individuals intent on committing murder and theft. Fools, do not underestimate the situation, the middle-aged man warned, his eyes darting with caution as he observed the trio. Have you not witnessed their previous tactics? You sang, immediately place all your weapons on the ground without any tricks, otherwise, we shall shoot you on the spot. No matter how swiftly you act, escape is futile. While the man was also captivated by the beauty of Siko Suji and Shizuka Kurokawa, he maintained a semblance of composure, his gaze sharp, particularly drawn to the shotgun that Shizuka possessed, which he found exceedingly tempting. Upon hearing their leader's command, the young men immediately grew vigilant, tightening their grip on their crossbows, aiming precisely at the vital points of the three eyes, throats, chests, and heads. Should there be any hint of movement from their targets, they would not hesitate to pull the trigger and eliminate them. Indeed, you possess a certain audacity, do you not? Ling Feng quickly regained his composure, casting a cold smile at the group before him. He had not anticipated encountering such brazen robbers, who feigned distress to lure unsuspecting victims. They had indeed grown careless. You are utterly shameless, deceiving us. With crossbows at your disposal, why do you not venture out to fight? Instead, you cower here, Zhu Chuanjing angrily exclaimed. Having approached with the intent to assist, she found herself ensnared in their ruse. Even with her typically amiable demeanor, she could no longer restrain her indignation. How laughable. The middle-aged man sneered coldly. Venture outside? Your words sound pleasant, but what can we, armed only with our clandestine contrivances, sustain out there? It is far better to remain here in comfort. He paused, delight gleaming in his eyes as he continued. I must thank you three for delivering us weapons and provisions. This will sustain us for several days, indeed. I advise you to lay down your weapons promptly. We possess little food, Dakuta Siko stated icily. The three stood at the doorway, the space quite confined. If conflict could be avoided, it would be prudent to do so, lest collateral damage ensue. Yet, upon hearing her words, the adversaries erupted into raucous laughter. Ling Feng furrowed his brow, his voice cold as he queried, "What is so amusing?" The middle-aged man halted his laughter, leaning slightly closer to Ling Feng, his countenance twisted in a grotesque grimace. Do you have any idea how we have survived in this wretched apocalypse for over half a month? Have you not noticed the corpses littered in the corridor? Ha ha. Instantly, the others joined in a sinister cackle, their expressions reminiscent of demons, terrifyingly grotesque. Upon hearing these words, Ling Feng and his companions instantly changed their expressions, gazing incredulously at these individuals, piecing together the severed limbs and tightly locked doors they had previously encountered in the corridor. The three of them comprehended the grim reality in an instant, their faces paling to an extreme. These individuals were, in fact, resorting to cannibalism, and it was evident that there were not merely one or two victims. Boss, we must indulge in these two women for a while longer. Such exquisite specimens are a rarity in my lifetime, particularly the one with the ample bosom. Those two treasures would surely be delightful to savor, ha. The group leered with lascivious grins at Zhu Chuanjingxiang's chest, their mouths watering incessantly. It was utterly tantalizing. I could hardly contain myself. One youth, unable to restrain himself any longer, lasciviously extended his hand towards Zhu Chuanjingxiang's voluptuous form. Ah, Xiaofeng, Zhu Chuanjingxiang exclaimed in shock. You're courting death. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Ling Feng's eyes as he suddenly struck, seizing his opponent's wrist with a firm grip. Before the adversary could react, he forcefully yanked downward, producing a sharp crack as the opponent's arm was completely twisted and broken. Ah, my bone is broken. Boss, hurry and kill him. The young man instantly screamed in agony, writhing in pain. Enough, you brat. Drop your weapon immediately. Do not resist. The middle-aged man's complexion paled. His face contorted with malice as he barked at Ling Feng, while everyone else in the vicinity adjusted their crossbows, fingers poised on the triggers. A smirk of unabashed scorn curled at the corners of Ling Feng's mouth, his voice icy as he declared, "None of you will survive today. Kill them. Quickly." Sensing Ling Feng's murderous intent, the middle-aged man decisively issued a vicious command. However, they had made a fatal error. They were far too close to Ling Feng. With the swift ferocity of a wolf among sheep, he unleashed the Wolf Fang Wind Fist. In the instant, several youths pulled the triggers. Ling Feng abruptly seized the young man he had previously subdued and hurled him forward, intercepting the initial volley of arrows. Without retreating, he charged into the dormitory room. His movements relentless and rapid, akin to a ravenous wolf attacking its prey. In such close quarters, the close combat technique of the Wolf Fang Wind Fist showcased its advantages to perfection. A cacophony of anguished screams erupted from within the dormitory, accompanied by the sickening sound of bones cracking. Those intent on murder and plunder could never have anticipated such astonishing speed in a person's strikes. They merely felt a blur before excruciating pain radiated through their joints as their bones shattered. You wretched scum! Ling Feng's strikes showed no sign of mercy, each blow delivering overwhelming agony, eliciting pitiful wails from his adversaries. Though they attempted to retaliate, their makeshift crossbows required considerable time to reload after firing a single arrow. Would Ling Feng afford them the luxury of time to pose a threat? Clearly, he would not. From the moment Ling Feng initiated his assault, the outcome was already sealed. There was no need for Siko to intervene. In the blink of an eye, the middle-aged man and the youths lay crumpled on the ground, their bones shattered. Moaning in torment as their arms twisted grotesquely, rendered utterly useless. They glared at Ling Feng and his companions with a mix of resentment and fear. Ling Feng let out a breath, withdrawing his hand and standing tall, gazing at the fallen figures on the ground. He couldn't help but reflect that had he not exchanged for the close combat technique, the Wolf Fang Wind Fist, battling in such confined quarters would indeed have posed considerable challenges. Now, however, it had become significantly simpler. Do you understand why I refrain from ending your lives directly? It is because you wretches. To simply eliminate you would be to grant you an undeserved mercy. Ling Feng gazed coldly at the individuals writhing on the ground, his eyes ablaze with indignation. He considered himself no paragon of virtue, yet he upheld certain fundamental principles. The act of cannibalism, regardless of the justifications presented, had surpassed the limits of his tolerance. Most distressingly, none among them exhibited the slightest twinge of remorse, appearing instead as demons cloaked in human guise. What troubles me more are those tightly shut doors. We ought to investigate further. There may still be survivors, Siko said with concern. After procuring several tattered cloths to stifle the cries of those on the floor, they began a swift search of the room, soon discovering a series of keys, marked with corresponding room numbers. Suddenly, Shizuka Jikawa let out a piercing scream. Collapsing to the floor, her trembling hand pointing towards the space beneath the bed, while she pressed her hand over her mouth, retching in terror. What is it? Ling Feng and Siko hurriedly approached, lowering their heads to gaze upon the scene. Their expressions changed dramatically, and they turned away, retching, their faces pale with horror. Beneath the bed lay a dismembered female corpse, grotesquely mutilated, with numerous jagged wounds inflicted by a sharp instrument, missing chunks of flesh. A bloodied head was positioned outward, and upon leaning closer, one could see the wide-open eyes filled with despair and terror. It was inconceivable the extent of cruelty she had endured before her demise. These fiends were nothing short of beasts. Despite having braced themselves for the sight, none of the trio could maintain their composure upon witnessing such a tragic spectacle. Merely dry heaving without actually vomiting was a considerable achievement. Soon, Ling Feng discovered a small iron pot. After a moment's hesitation, he opened it, only to be overwhelmed by the contents and the foul odor, which compelled him to hastily cover it again. He turned away and could no longer suppress his nausea, emptying his stomach onto the middle-aged man nearby. Siko and Shizuka exchanged glances. Devoid of the courage to investigate, it was unnecessary to speak, for they already knew what lay within. After a brief period of regaining his composure, Ling Feng approached and seized the middle-aged man's thigh, disregarding his violent struggles and whimpering cries. With a slight exertion of his arms, he twisted the man's leg at an unnatural angle. Crack! Crack! The agonizing pain rendered the man unconscious in an instant. You scoundrels! Ling Feng exclaimed with fury. Not only the middle-aged man, but several others suffered the same fate. Ling Feng spared none, methodically shattering their bones and even crushing their vital parts. Have a sip of water, Xiao Feng. Taking a deep breath, Ling Feng accepted the small bottle that Shizuka offered, unscrewing the cap and drinking deeply from the refreshing water, finding solace in its coolness. Let us see if there are any survivors. If so, we shall do our utmost to save them. Ling Feng picked up a set of keys and exited the room, with Siko and Shizuka closely trailing behind. The trio made their way from the dormitory to the corridor on the third floor, where they utilized the keys to unlock one room after another. The sight within was enough to nearly induce vomiting in the three of them. On the third floor, in numerous rooms, lay one or two corpses in each, all disturbingly processed, entrails meticulously removed, and salt scattered atop. It was evident that these fiends intended to transform the bodies into preserved meat for prolonged consumption. As they searched through the various rooms on the third floor, not a single living soul could be found. All that remained were either the undead or the remnants of human beings who had been gruesomely handled. These brutes! Shizuka Kiryu exclaimed, biting her cherry lips. While Siko Busujima gripped the hilt of her katana tightly, her expression grim and frost-laden. Humanity often cowers before various illusory demons, yet the most terrifying of all demons is, in fact, humanity itself. When the demon lurking deep within the human heart breaks free from its cage, humans can instantly transform into bloodthirsty fiends. In the face of such monstrous humanity, all other demons and specters pale in comparison. Each door opened was a torment and profound psychological trial for the trio. Upon finally closing the last door, Ling Feng could not help but think perhaps similar atrocities were unfolding elsewhere. Siko shook her head, a pained expression crossing her features. She, too, was a woman of deep emotion. The trio fell into a contemplative silence. Since the onset of the apocalypse, they had encountered numerous perils and tribulations, yet overall, their journey had been relatively smooth, with scarcely any instances of hunger. As their strength grew, so did their ease in procuring food and water, requiring merely a modicum of effort. However, witnessing the cruelest facets of humanity left a heavy weight upon their hearts, evoking discomfort within their souls. After a prolonged moment of reflection, Ling Feng sighed deeply and shook his head. "Let us eliminate those wretches," he declared resolutely. "Enough talk. We shall strike them down directly. Afterwards, we will investigate the fourth floor. You may be able to locate a few surviving workers." Indeed, Siko and Shizuka nodded gravely. The trio returned to their previous dormitory, where they beheld several individuals struggling feebly upon the ground. Without hesitation, they dispatched them swiftly, severing their heads with precise strikes. "These scoundrels deserve their fate," Siko remarked coldly, her voice laced with a hint of bloodlust as she gazed at the headless corpses. The act of killing exhilarated her, devoid of any psychological burden. "Let us depart." "I wish not to linger here any longer," Shizuka spoke softly. "Agreed," Ling Feng replied, sharing her sentiment. Having dealt with the vile demons, a sense of relief and exhilaration washed over the trio. After regaining their composure, they ascended to the fourth floor, intent on discovering whether any survivors remained. Though the likelihood seemed slim, the staff dormitory was not vast, comprising merely 5 stories, and as they climbed the stairs to the fourth floor, they observed numerous zombies wandering the corridor. This sight offered them a modicum of comfort. The presence of zombies indicated that the inhabitants of the third floor had not ventured upward. Ling Feng cautiously opened a door, finding it easily yield to his touch. Suddenly, a zombie lunged forth with a guttural roar. Fortunately, Ling Feng was prepared, gripping his machete tightly as he swung it decisively. The blade glimmered silver as it cleanly severed the zombie's head. Peering inside, he discovered nothing but a skeletal remnant, stripped of flesh. The commotion attracted the attention of the zombies on the fourth floor, who responded with their own ferocious cries. "Eliminate them," Ling Feng murmured softly, swiftly charging forward. Although his katana had transformed into a mere watermelon knife, his strength had significantly increased, rendering the simple blade sufficient to deal with ordinary zombies. The trio exerted considerable effort to clear the fourth floor of the undead, eventually locating a relatively clean room where they planned to rest for a while before heading to the fifth floor. Ling Feng settled on the bed, examining his system. After several days of combat, his energy points had amassed to 4,531, nearing the threshold of 5,000. It was surprising how much he had accumulated without even realizing it. Ling Feng sighed, reflecting on the fact that the more formidable one becomes, the swifter the accumulation of energy points. Observing Juchuan Shizuka and Dokadu Siko beside him, Ling Feng contemplated before addressing them. "Shizuka, Siko, I propose we exchange for another chi wave technique. This would diversify your means of attack, particularly for you, Shizuka, as you are not particularly adept at wielding melee weapons such as sticks or blades. Acquiring an additional ability would surely put my mind at ease." "Very well," Juchuan Shizuka replied after a moment of thought, nodding in agreement. After all, Ling Feng's efficiency in slaying monsters had markedly improved. Acquiring 800 energy points would not take long. "I believe it is unnecessary," Dokadu Siko interjected, her words startling. Noticing Ling Feng's astonishment, she smiled gently and extended her jade-like hand. Initially, nothing seemed to happen, but gradually, a visible golden energy began to coalesce in her palm, forming a small energy sphere. "Perhaps my proficiency in swordsmanship from a young age has granted me some knack for regulating my internal energy," she remarked softly. "After obtaining chi, I devoted myself to research. I recently mastered the route for expelling chi from my body, though I am still not entirely skilled. The power may not rival the chi wave technique you acquired, but with a bit more time, I should be able to catch up. Therefore, it would be prudent to conserve energy points. Please proceed with the exchange for Shizuka, as her abilities are indeed somewhat lacking." Ling Feng could not help but smile bitterly. Although Siko had said as much, she likely mastered it long before now, keeping it from him to spare him the pressure. This inexplicable feeling of discomfort arose from being outshone by his own partner. However, upon reflection, it was understandable. Siko was no ordinary individual, having dedicated over a decade to the practice of kendo, her foundation far surpassing that of an average person. The fact that she had kept this from him was somewhat irksome. "I see, my dear husband, I was wrong," Siko admitted sweetly, gently intertwining her arm with Ling Feng's, her soft curves pressing against him. As a traditional woman, Siko understood that no matter how formidable she might be, she must always portray the demeanor of a delicate girl before her husband. Otherwise, she would not endear herself to him. Then, my husband. You must give Siko a couple of playful spanks. Ling Feng smirked mischievously as he turned Kaori over and delivered 2 firm slaps to her pert little bottom. You're so naughty. Husband Kaori gasped softly. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she gazed at him with doe-eyed affection. Were the setting more appropriate? She likely would have already begun shedding her garments. Little Feng, it's our turn now, don't you dare take advantage and misbehave, all right? Ju Chuan Jingxiang giggled, pulling Ling Feng closer with rosy cheeks before turning around to slide down her own trousers, presenting her pale, upturned rear to him. There was no helping it. Exchanging abilities for the women required physical union. Ling Feng wanted to protest that this wasn't his fault. The Dragon Ball system was simply too wicked by design. No further words were needed. As Jingxiang swayed her hips enticingly, Ling Feng's arousal stirred naturally. After the necessary preparations, they joined seamlessly. Ling Feng refrained from teasing, promptly exchanging the key wave technique for her before reluctantly parting, but he would have much preferred otherwise. The surroundings simply weren't suitable. Let me help you release, husband. It's not good for a man to hold back. A woman of the Shidu family would never allow her husband to endure such discomfort. Just as Ling Feng prepared to tuck himself away, Kaori suddenly grasped him with a knowing smile, lowering her head. Her cascading dark hair veiled her face as she attended to him, sending waves of bliss coursing through him. 5 minutes later, Ling Feng withdrew with a contented sigh, tenderly clasping Kaori's small hand as he admired the traces of white at the corner of her lips. You've worked hard, Kaori. Shida Kaori merely smiled, shaking her head before delicately licking the remnants away. The sight nearly drove Ling Feng wild again, but having just found release, he managed to restrain himself with a wry chuckle. Against such a devastating beauty, his resistance was non-existent. So, Jingxiang getting the hang of it? Kaori inquired with a smile. Jingxiang nodded eagerly, summoning a tennis ball-sized energy sphere in her palm. It feels so fun. I've always watched Little Feng and Kaori using key waves or key blades. Now I can do it too. Once I'm used to it. I'm definitely going to bully some zombies with this. Let us observe a moment of silence for those unfortunate zombies. Chapter 47. Survivors. After exchanging for the Kamehameha technique with Ju Chuan Jingxiang, Ling Feng's energy points rose to 3731. Although this meant that the acquisition of the Kamehameha technique would take longer, Ling Feng was entirely unconcerned, knowing that he would soon replenish his points. After a brief respite, the trio ascended to the 5th floor, the final level. If there were no survivors here, Ling Feng would have no choice but to seek out any remaining workers in other locations, such as the cafeteria or the workshop. After all, without workers, forging weapons would become quite troublesome, especially given the current electromagnetic pulse triggered by the nuclear explosion, which rendered all electricity unavailable. He required experienced workers to assist in crafting molds. Doing so alone would likely result in imprecise dimensions. Is anyone out there? Please, help me. Initially, Ling Feng had lost hope of finding any survivors. However, while clearing the zombies, he inadvertently heard a feeble voice emanating from a room in the corner. Someone is still alive. Ling Feng exchanged astonished glances with his companions. Hold on a little longer. We will clear away the zombies and come to rescue you. After calling out to the door, Ling Feng hastened his pace to deal with the wandering zombies in the corridor. The trio quickened their movements, swiftly eliminating the undead on the 5th floor, meticulously clearing out even those lurking in other rooms. I thought it prudent to exercise caution. Upon reaching the doorway of a room at the corner, Ling Feng hesitated briefly before drawing his pistol and then opening the door. For past experiences had taught him that vigilance is never misplaced. However, once the door swung open, he realized his apprehensions were unfounded. The room contained only a young man lying on the ground, his face ashen and slightly plump, adorned with a pair of black-rimmed glasses. He bore a striking resemblance to that rotund fellow, Kinahirano. Ling Feng offered him a sip of water and some food. Upon seeing the sustenance, the man's eyes sparkled with hope as he eagerly accepted it and devoured the meal voraciously. Meal break. My name is Mitsui Ryusei, and I truly thank you all. I thought I was doomed. After consuming some nourishment, the portly man's complexion visibly improved, and he gazed at the trio with gratitude. In this staff dormitory building, you are the sole survivor. The others have all been transformed into zombies, which we have dealt with accordingly. Ling Feng spoke softly, choosing not to divulge the matters concerning the demons. The plump man's complexion turned ashen, and with a deep sigh, he forced a bitter smile, saying, Had I not been a glutton, with an abundance of food stored in my dormitory and my roommate conveniently absent, I would surely not have survived the first day. I have been starving for 4 days. If you had not come today, I fear I would not see tomorrow. The chilling memories of the terrifying onset of the apocalypse sent shivers down Mitsui Ryusei's spine, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. You have been here for how many years? We have a few matters we would like your assistance with, though we are uncertain if you will oblige, Siko Doku asked. 2 years, the plump man replied candidly. I have acquired a general proficiency in the necessary skills, but with the power outage, many devices are rendered inoperative. His gaze shifted, landing on the katana in Siko's hand, and his eyes sparkled with eagerness. May I take a closer look? Siko hesitated for a moment, but, sensing no threat from him, handed over the sword. The plump man immediately examined the katana with great care, his mouth filled with praises. What a magnificent blade! The length of the blade, the intricate design of the hilt, and this cold texture with a lustrous sheen, it is undoubtedly a top-tier weapon. Unfortunately, it appears that the edge has become somewhat dulled, likely due to extensive use and repeated contact with hard objects. Furthermore, the tip shows signs of wear, as it bears the most stress. Clutching the katana, the plump man continued to speak with enthusiasm. Ling Feng and his companions exchanged glances, realizing that this portly fellow seemed to possess some expertise. They wondered if he might surprise them. This sword is quite remarkable, though it has not been well maintained. It has seen too much use, the stout man remarked. Halting momentarily, a hint of embarrassment flickering at the corners of his eyes as he chuckled awkwardly. He returned the katana to Siko, his expression one of reverence. While this blade may not be crafted by a master, it is undoubtedly of superior quality, far exceeding that of ordinary katanas. The slight curling of the edge suggests that this woman has slain countless zombies with it. Truly impressive. Matsui, the rotund man, mused silently, quickly deducing the reason behind the blade's condition. You seem to possess quite a bit of knowledge. There are many technical terms I have yet to encounter. Shinajikawa remarked with a smile. The portly man, feeling somewhat bashful, scratched his head and replied, I simply have a passion for cold weapons. To be honest, I have secretly amassed a collection of some I crafted myself. Allow me to show you. As he spoke, he retrieved a wooden box measuring over half a meter from beneath the bed. Upon opening it, they discovered several short swords and daggers of varying sizes. Ling Feng casually picked up one of the daggers, noting that while it was not of exceptional quality, it was certainly commendable, something that an ordinary person could not easily produce. Why are you confined to this room if you possess weapons? Jikawa inquired, puzzled. The stout man's expression turned awkward, and with a hint of shame, he confessed. I feared going outside, hoping that someone might come to rescue me. Given his admission, Ling Feng and his companions refrained from mocking him. After all, it takes considerable courage to face a horde of zombies, and such individuals are indeed rare. In truth, our intention to rescue you is twofold. Firstly, it is simply to save a life, and secondly, we seek your assistance with a matter pertaining to weaponry, Ling Feng stated. Setting the dagger down and gazing earnestly at Matsui, the stout man's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he patted his chest and vowed, rest assured. If there is anything within my capabilities, you need only ask. Ling Feng promptly shared his intentions with him. The plump man expressed some surprise, yet after a moment's contemplation, he replied, the mere act of manual crafting can indeed be rather cumbersome. However, I have clandestinely learned a few techniques from the master craftsman. As long as the design does not involve overly intricate structural props, we should be able to manage with a general mold for conventional cold weapons. I am uncertain, though, if you possess a design blueprint. If not, we will need to create one. I have the design blueprint, came the response. Ling Feng spoke as he reached into his clothing and retrieved the design sketches he had meticulously crafted. He firmly believed that his weapon should be designed by none other than himself, ensuring that it would be most comfortable and satisfying to wield. I hope you can forge it. Ling Feng gazed intently at the rotund Mitsui and spoke in a low voice, expressing his urgent need for an appropriate weapon to enhance his combat prowess. He had envisioned a dual-bladed great sword, designed so that the hilts could interconnect. The blade of a single sword measured just over a meter, yet when two blades were joined, including the hilt, the length became quite formidable, whether wielded separately or combined. This weapon would serve as a formidable instrument of destruction. Furthermore, he emphasized the necessity for the blades to be exceptionally sharp, particularly the tips, which were of utmost importance. While slight roughness in other areas would be acceptable, Ling Feng added. Mitsui examined the design plans carefully and nodded in agreement. You are fortunate. Just before the apocalypse descended upon us, we forged a fine batch of high-quality alloy steel. We shall utilize this material. As for the time frame, it will take at least 2 days. 2 days, you say? That is indeed quite swift, Siko Dedu remarked, nodding in acknowledgement. Ling Feng was quite pleased with himself. At the very least, he had saved a useful individual rather than a mere leech. Subsequently, he left some provisions and water for the plump Mitsui, instructing him to remain in his room and not venture outside. He then joined Siko and Shizuka in cleansing other areas of the factory of the undead, particularly the cafeteria and various workshops, where a considerable number of zombies were still lingering. The trio first ventured into the cafeteria, where the presence of zombies was even more pronounced. Upon opening the grand doors, they were met with a sea of undead heads swaying about. Siko and Shizuka skillfully lured portions of the horde out, while Ling Feng dispatched them one by one, his energy points steadily increasing. However, just as Ling Feng was relishing his spree of slaughter, a towering figure emerged, a zombie exceeding 2 meters in height, with a physique as solid as iron, its muscles resembling steel plating. It shoved aside a throng of its kin, brandishing 2 massive fists swollen like great hammers, aimed directly at Ling Feng. Was this a mutated zombie? Ling Feng swiftly sidestepped, observing the zombie with a frown. It appeared to be a variant unlike the typical brute force zombies he had encountered before. Siko, you handle the other zombies. Leave this one to me, he declared confidently as he faced off against the hulking creature. Despite the brute's apparent strength, its speed was woefully inadequate compared to Ling Feng's agility. As the zombie swung a powerful fist, Ling Feng effortlessly dodged to the side, simultaneously brandishing his machete and delivering a fierce slash across its arm. Clang! To Ling Feng's astonishment, the machete was deflected, leaving only a shallow mark on the zombie's arm, a mere scratch, insignificant in the grand scheme of its undead resilience. Such formidable defense! Ling Feng exclaimed in surprise. Seizing the moment of Ling Feng's astonishment, the hulking zombie roared and unleashed a dual-fisted attack. If caught, Ling Feng's skull would surely shatter. Sensing the gust of wind from the approaching fists, he quickly crouched, evading the assault, and retaliated with another powerful strike of his blade. The immense force sent the creature stumbling back several steps, yet it bore little evidence of damage, relentlessly charging at him once more. Truly a tough-skinned opponent. Realizing the creature's incredible defensive capabilities, Ling Feng deduced that this must be a defensive type of zombie. Otherwise, even a strength-based zombie would have sustained a significant wound from his slash. Now that I comprehend your nature, your end is nigh. Ling Feng mused coldly as he observed the massive fist barreling toward him. With a smirk, he sheathed his machete, clenched his right fist tightly, and unleashed a strike imbued with a faint golden glow. The impact of his fist collided with the zombie's colossal hand, creating a stark contrast between the two. Despite the size disparity, the hulking zombie was nearly knocked off its feet, staggering back several paces, its fist visibly dented. Although Ling Feng also retreated slightly, he was largely unscathed. Indeed, while the creature possessed formidable defense, its relative strength was diminished, and its speed lagged compared to that of a typical strength-based zombie. Ling Feng swiftly grasped the patterns of the defensive zombies, as he beheld the hulking figure charging towards him with a ferocious roar. A glint of cold determination flashed in his eyes. Death! Ling Feng grasped the watermelon knife with a reverse grip, channeling the flow of energy within him to envelop the blade. In an instant, the previously dull knife was suffused with a radiant golden aura. As he deftly sidestepped the hefty zombie's punch, he swung the blade lightly, and a gleaming arc sliced through the air, severing the zombie's head, which promptly fell to the ground, its robust body collapsing with a thud and toppling several nearby zombies. Despite encountering the unexpected defensive zombies, Ling Feng and his companions managed to clear the cafeteria area of the undead with relative ease, bringing Ling Feng's energy points to 4320. After the battle, the trio rested on the plaza benches, engaging in conversation while sipping water and consuming snacks to regain their strength. Considering the defensive zombies they had just faced, the known mutations among zombies now numbered 3: strength, speed, and defense. One could only wonder if they might soon encounter even more troublesome variants, mused Siko. In my personal opinion, among these 3 types, the speed zombies are the most perilous yet the easiest to eliminate. When faced with such a foe, one must seize the initiative and unleash all their might in one decisive blow, avoiding any prolonged engagement. Should one become ensnared in battle, complications would surely arise. The strength zombies, while simpler to contend with, still require caution. Direct confrontations should be avoided. As for the defensive variants, their defeat often hinges on the quality of one's weapon. Without a suitable armament, they can present a formidable challenge, akin to a solid fortress, Ling Feng remarked, his tone grave as he regarded the 2 women. In light of this, I shall request Mitsui to forge me a spare katana, lest my current one become damaged and leave me without a fitting weapon, Siko declared, diligently polishing her sword. Preparedness is paramount. One should never wait until the critical moment to seek aid. And what about me, Siko-chan, Kyuka-chan? Yuri Kawakawa seemed to have slipped back into her playful demeanor once more. Ling Feng smiled faintly, reaching out to caress the soft hair of Jingxiang as he said, "You need not accompany us. Remain behind to provide us with cover." "Leave it to me," Jingxiang replied energetically, striking a pose reminiscent of Popeye, her demeanor utterly charming. After a brief respite, the trio prepared to approach the portly Mitsui, when suddenly a sharp hiss pierced the air. The resounding thuds echoed from the entrance of the steel mill, as if the great doors were being forcefully breached. "Let us investigate." Ling Feng's expression shifted. The sound struck a chord of familiarity within him. The three hastened towards the source of the commotion, mindful of their Hummer parked at the entrance, concerned that misfortune might befall it. Upon reaching the entrance of the steel mill, they beheld a colossal crimson python, its girth akin to that of a barrel, violently thrashing its tail and shattering the iron gates. Their Hummer lay overturned nearby, slightly deformed. "What on earth is this mutated giant python doing here?" exclaimed Ling Feng in disbelief. Ling Feng was utterly astonished. The imposing serpent before him was no less formidable than the previous colossal python, perhaps even more so. Hiss! At the very moment Ling Feng and his companions approached, the gigantic serpent fixed its deep crimson gaze upon them, its forked tongue flickering rapidly. With a slight narrowing of its eyes, a fierce murderous intent radiated from them, and it roared as it unveiled its terrifying maw, revealing two sharp fangs. Simultaneously, a scorching flame erupted, sending waves of heat rolling towards them. Chapter 49, The Fiery Python. Dodge. The searing flames surged forward, and Ling Feng could almost feel his eyebrows igniting. His expression shifted dramatically, and without a second thought, he leaped, forcefully bringing Siko and Shizuka down to the ground. In the next instant, the flames swept past the trio, striking the bronze statue at the center of the steel mill plaza. In a matter of moments, it visibly melted away, with a significant portion transforming into molten copper that dripped onto the ground. As Ling Feng witnessed this, he was suddenly struck with terror. The melting point of copper is 1083 for C, which meant that the flames spewed forth by the colossal python were at least above this temperature. This is truly preposterous. Where on earth did this creature emerge from? Ling Feng exclaimed in great anger. With his current strength, no matter how formidable he was, he could not withstand such an extreme temperature. Hiss! Before Ling Feng could ponder further, the giant python once again opened its mouth, and the searing waves of heat churned within, erupting violently into a ferocious pillar of fire that surged toward Ling Feng and his companions. Siko and Ling Feng acted almost simultaneously, wielding their watermelon knife and katana to unleash a blade of air over a meter long. Following suit, Jio-chuan Shizuka extended her hand, releasing a wave of energy in response. The three assaults collided violently against the flames, both air and fire representing wildly chaotic energies. After an intense clash, they erupted almost instantaneously, sending a powerful shockwave radiating outward. Even the giant python, with its robust body, was forced to recoil slightly, while Ling Feng and his companions were thrown into disarray, utterly disheveled. "Siko, hand me the katana!" Ling Feng shouted loudly at Siko Dijima, simultaneously hurling his watermelon knife towards her. Without any hesitation, Siko Dijima swiftly flipped her katana and tossed it in Ling Feng's direction, while she herself bent down to retrieve the watermelon knife. Ling Feng leaped gracefully, extending his hand to grasp the katana, utilizing the art of aerial movement to soar before the colossal python. The katana, imbued with a golden radiance, struck with all its might against the serpent's formidable body. A streak of golden light sliced through, instantly leaving a gaping wound upon the python's robust form, from which blood gushed forth incessantly. This time, Ling Feng had gleaned wisdom from experience. When confronting such a mutated beast, he infused his strikes with energy to augment their potency. Although this would inevitably diminish the katana's lifespan, he could not afford to dwell on such concerns in this moment. The python, enraged by the pain, became even more frenzied, its tail twisting and coiling in a circle of roaring flames, unleashing an astonishing wave of heat. The speed was unparalleled, and Ling Feng barely registered the flash of fire before the serpent's tail was upon him, leaving no time to evade. With no alternative left, Ling Feng gritted his teeth, gripped the katana tightly, and swung it forward with determination. With a resounding thud, the blade carved a deep gash into the python's flesh. However, the tremendous force sent Ling Feng hurtling backward. In haste, Siko and Shizuka rushed to his side, arms outstretched, straining to catch him. Shizuka attempted to fire her shotgun, only to find its impact lacking, merely managing to breach the scales and penetrate the flesh beneath. Painful, yet not lethal. Fetch the semi-automatic rifle from the vehicle and bring the crossbow as well. Ling Feng hurriedly exclaimed, simultaneously exchanging the katana in his hand for Seiko's watermelon knife. And employing the technique of aerial movement, he ascended into the skies. Once airborne, Ling Feng's target naturally became larger than the two below, Seiko and Shizuka. The colossal serpent indeed fixed its gaze upon Ling Feng, unleashing a torrent of flames from its maw. However, Ling Feng deftly evaded each fiery assault. Amidst a tempest of fury, Ling Feng roared, the golden radiance shimmering in his grasp as he wielded the watermelon knife with fervor. With a swift twist of his body, he forcefully hurled the blade downward. A piercing sound sliced through the air as the knife, gleaming with golden brilliance, hurtled towards the serpent's head. Should it strike true, the beast would surely meet its demise. With a sudden bellow that echoed like a dragon's roar, the colossal python conjured a crimson flame shield above its head, intercepting the watermelon knife with astonishing resilience, much to Ling Feng's disbelief. The blade ultimately breached the fiery barrier, yet its strength had waned significantly, merely leaving a crimson streak across the python's cheek before plummeting to the ground, the knife shattering into fragments. Such an ordinary watermelon knife, lacking in fortitude, could not withstand the brutal force of Ling Feng's assault. The dark red shield employed by the python seemed to have drained a considerable amount of its energy. Its aura visibly diminished. Nevertheless, its blood-red eyes remained fixed upon Ling Feng, and inexplicably, he discerned a hint of animosity within that gaze. A profound astonishment washed over him as he pondered the python's unexpected humanity. Could it be connected to the serpent he had slain previously? As the python scrutinized Ling Feng, it seized upon a fleeting moment of distraction. With a powerful thrust of its tail, it propelled itself upward, soaring into the sky, its maw gaping wide in an attempt to swallow him whole. A foul stench of blood assailed Ling Feng's senses, and he inwardly cursed his own folly for allowing his mind to wander during battle. Hastily, he ascended, seeking refuge in the higher realms to evade the python's monstrous jaws. Yet, the python, in a fit of rage, surged upward with renewed vigor, its colossal jaws snapping ferociously towards Ling Feng, an embodiment of savage fury. As the gaping maw loomed closer, an icy chill coursed through Ling Feng, enveloping him in an unprecedented aura of death, permeating every cell within him. A sudden jolt of instinct surged through his heart, prompting him to unleash the Wolf Fang Wind Fist, his claws instinctively gripping the python's upper and lower jaws, his muscular arms straining against the force of the creature's bite. With a thunderous roar reminiscent of both serpent and dragon, the python attempted to crush him within its jaws. While Ling Feng resisted with all his might, his teeth grinding audibly, his eyes bloodshot, veins bulging in his neck as he fought with every ounce of strength he possessed. Suspended in the air, he found himself unable to leverage his feet, and with the python's weight descending, he nearly lost his grip, compounded by the creature's relentless thrashing. Suddenly, a sharp gunshot rang out, and a gaping wound appeared upon the python's neck. Simultaneously, a silver arrow struck its flesh, piercing through the scales and embedding itself deep within. Xiaofeng, my beloved. It was Shizuka Jukawa and Seiko Dokushima, each wielding a semi-automatic rifle and a crossbow respectively. Their initial intention was to aim for the head, but out of concern for inadvertently hitting Ling Feng, they opted to target other areas instead. As the giant python recoiled in pain, the force of its bite lessened significantly, granting Ling Feng the opportunity to escape the repulsive jaws, gasping for air in relief. Goodness, he had nearly met his demise. Ling Feng felt his back drenched with sweat. Upon witnessing Ling Feng's escape, the giant python seethed with rage, its hatred swiftly redirected towards the two women. It lunged forward, but due to its overwhelming speed, Shizuka had no time to properly aim her rifle, while Seiko was compelled to abandon her crossbow and draw her katana to confront the beast head-on. Chapter 50. The Exchange of Kamehameha. Beast. Upon seeing the giant python's gaping maw targeting Seiko and Shizuka, Ling Feng was consumed by fury. He summoned all his strength and dashed towards the ground, instinctively wrapping his arms around the python's massive body. He felt an immense force surging between his arms, accompanied by a searing heat, causing his undergarments to tear apart. The python's forward momentum slowed considerably, yet it still collided with Seiko's katana, producing a sharp clanging sound. A deep gash appeared on the python's head, revealing glimpses of its dark red flesh within, while Seiko coughed up blood and collapsed, only to be hastily supported by the concerned Shizuka Jukawa. Scoundrel! Ling Feng, with his vision obscured by the writhing form of the colossal python. Could not discern the state of Siko. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that she had been knocked down. In a surge of anger, he tightened his grip. And perhaps due to the considerable exertion already expended by the serpent, he was able to lift Ling Feng effortlessly. Ling Feng himself was already low on stamina. After exerting considerable effort to turn around, he hurled the massive python far away, crashing it against a building outside the steel mill. The impact sent shards of debris flying, and the python tumbled to the ground. Sensing that the situation was turning against it, the serpent, battered and bruised, swiftly retreated, casting a lingering, piercing gaze at Ling Feng before fleeing. Its blood-red eyes were filled with an icy malevolence that sent a chill down Ling Feng's spine. Although he yearned to pursue, the sight of the injured Siko, coupled with the sounds of nearby zombies drawn by the commotion, compelled him to reconsider. The energy within him had also waned significantly. Ultimately, he chose to abandon the chase, assisting Jiuchuan Shizuka in helping Siko towards their vehicle. Together, they managed to flip the overturned Hummer back onto its wheels. Ling Feng and Siko settled in the back, while Jiuchuan Shizuka commandeered the vehicle, crashing through a horde of zombies as they departed the steel mill's vicinity. Entering the mill was not an option. The iron gate had been obliterated by the python, leaving them defenseless against the encroaching undead. They had no choice but to retreat. Not far from the steel mill, the trio found refuge in a small inn. In their room, Ling Feng was tending to the wounds on Siko's palms, which had been severely strained by the python's immense force, resulting in painful fissures that oozed blood. Shizuka applied some hemostatic and analgesic ointments, carefully wrapping her hands in small bandages. The rate of evolution in these mutated creatures is alarmingly rapid, Ling Feng remarked gravely, observing Siko's injuries. Why didn't you unleash the full force of your energy to annihilate the python, Kochan? Jiuchuan Shizuka inquired, perplexed. Ling Feng let out a bitter smile, remarking that the uncharged energy wave lacked potency. To unleash its full potential would require at least several seconds. If he were to ascend into the air using the sky dance technique to gather energy slowly, the duration would be even longer. Once the colossal serpent failed to strike him, it would undoubtedly shift its focus onto them, rendering the situation rather awkward. I apologize, it is entirely my fault. If only you had not exchanged that energy wave technique for me, I could have acquired the more advanced Kamehameha technique by now. Truly, I am sorry, said Zhu Chuan Jingxiang, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. What does this have to do with you? We simply have had our share of misfortune. One would not expect to encounter such mutated serpents in a bustling metropolis, replied Du Siko with a wry smile. Ling Feng pondered for a moment before revealing his conjecture to Siko and Shizuka, both of whom were taken aback. However, upon further contemplation, it appeared that this was indeed the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, the coincidence would be rather extraordinary. Alas, we have failed to eliminate that enormous python, and it is bound to become a menace in the future. It would be wise to exercise caution, Siko sighed, her expression reflecting concern. After all, no one could remain at ease when a vengeful mutated creature had taken note of them. I wonder how Mitsui is faring now, Shizuka remarked, shaking her head. At that moment, Mitsui Ryusei was peering through binoculars at a horde of zombies wandering near the factory, his face contorted in distress. I'm doomed. I am utterly finished. The superhero has fled with his companion, leaving me to await my demise, he lamented in despair. Earlier, upon hearing a commotion, he had taken a look through the window with the binoculars, nearly succumbing to fright at the sight. Ling Feng was soaring through the air, engaged in a fierce struggle with the colossal python. Subsequently, they had driven away, and there was no time for him to join them. No, they must return. The weapons they require are still here. When that time comes, I must escape with these individuals. Otherwise, I shall not survive. Mitsui Ryusei suddenly steeled himself, muttering to himself, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes as he resolved to take action. As night descended, Siko advised Ling Feng against venturing out so late, a sentiment echoed by Shizuka. Ling Feng tightly gripped the iron rod and shook his head, stating, I wish to accumulate more energy points. I won't return late. I will undoubtedly be back before midnight. So there is no need for concern. With that, he slung the crossbow over his shoulder, turned, and exited the room. In the stillness of the night at 11 o'clock. In the center of a broad street, Ling Feng smashed the head of a zombie with a single blow, marking the demise of the last undead creature in the vicinity. Surrounding him lay a multitude of lifeless bodies, including that of a speed-type zombie. Taking a moment to catch his breath, Ling Feng silently invoked the Dragon Ball system to check his energy points, 5,009. Upon seeing this figure, despite his exhaustion, A smile broke across Ling Feng's face. At last, he had reached the milestone of 5,000 points. Once he mastered the ability to unleash the Kamehameha wave, which would allow him to temporarily exceed his own strength, he would certainly obliterate that accursed flame python upon their next encounter. Ling Feng promptly clicked on the fist icon and navigated to the section for the Kamehameha wave, unhesitatingly selecting the exchange option. In an instant, an immense depth of knowledge, surpassing that acquired from previous exchanges combined, flooded into his mind, significantly enhancing his understanding of qi. His eyes sparkled with brilliance. Standing on the bustling street for approximately 5 minutes, Ling Feng finally assimilated the insights regarding the unique techniques of the Turtle School and their applications. Clenching his fist, he couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, "Truly deserving of its status as a high-level technique, just the understanding of how to maximize the utilization of qi has greatly augmented my strength. When fully unleashed, it can elevate my power exponentially. How formidable." At that moment, the tranquility of the night was shattered by the anguished cries of a girl. "No. Please. No." Ling Feng was engrossed in the joy of mastering the Turtle School's Kamehameha technique when suddenly, the anguished cries of a girl echoed from a distant street. Accompanying her distress were the raucous laughter of 2 men and the faint sound of fabric being torn. How exasperating! Ling Feng, upon hearing the commotion, could not help but shake his head in resignation. In this apocalyptic world, such occurrences were indeed all too common. Did these individuals employing coercive methods not realize the wisdom of seeking a secluded spot to engage in their antics? In the dead of night, their ruckus was bound to attract unwanted attention, and it would only be a matter of time before they were devoured by the very zombies that roamed outside. They were either incredibly foolish or utterly consumed by base instincts. After a moment's hesitation, Ling Feng decided to follow the source of the noise, employing his aerial maneuvering technique to swiftly glide towards it. Some situations, once encountered, beckon for intervention, especially when one possessed the means to assist. Otherwise, he would be plagued by a guilty conscience. Upon reaching the vicinity of the clamor, he hovered above the corner of the street and beheld a scene reminiscent of a melodrama unfolding within a fast food establishment. 2 boys, appearing to be students, had restrained a girl and were viciously tearing at her clothing, their faces contorted with madness. The girl was left clad only in the most intimate of garments, her outer clothes shredded to tatters. As Ling Feng had anticipated, a horde of zombies was already ambling about outside the fast food joint, relentlessly battering against the glass doors. It was evident that the barricade would not hold for long. Yet, the 2 men showed no inclination to relent. They were indeed driven by their primal urges. Ling Feng wasted no words, swiftly descending to the ground and racing towards the entrance of the fast food establishment, gripping an iron rod tightly. He efficiently dispatched the few zombies that had surrounded the entrance, shattering the glass door with a single strike. "Who dares to meddle? Can't you see that we are about to enjoy ourselves?" One of the blonde-haired men was startled by Ling Feng's sudden appearance, rising to his feet and bellowing angrily as he brandished a nearby cleaver. Another slender young man, witnessing this, drew a dagger and charged forward as well. "Just a pair of ruffians," Ling Feng coldly remarked, casually discarding the iron rod from his grasp. He raised both hands and charged forward. The Wolf Fong Wind fist was unleashed in an instant, his rapid and precise strikes landing relentlessly upon the joints of the 2 adversaries. With a series of sharp cracks, they immediately fell to the ground, howling in agony as their arm bones were brutally shattered by Ling Feng. Crack! Crack! The final 2 crisp sounds resonated as Ling Feng, seizing each of them by the neck, forcefully twisted, breaking their necks. Their eyes widened in shock, filled with resentment and unwillingness. Ling Feng casually discarded the corpse to the side, turning to regard the girl with a measure of surprise. Having not observed her closely before, he now realized that she was exceptionally beautiful, rivaling even Siko. Moreover, there was a faint sense of familiarity about her. Thank you for saving me," said Saionji Sekai, her cheeks tinged with a rosy hue as she rose to her feet, wrapping her arms around her exposed skin. Although she managed to cover her upper body, the lower remained vulnerable, causing her considerable embarrassment, especially since she had no spare clothes to change into. "It's nothing. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ling Feng," he said with a smile, removing his jacket and offering it to her. "Thank you. I am Saionji Sekai, a first-year student at Sakakino Academy," she replied, accepting Ling Feng's jacket and casting him a grateful glance before introducing herself. "Saionji Sekai?" Ling Feng was immediately taken aback. Upon closer inspection, he realized that he was indeed in the renowned world of the infamous chopping knife woman. Further scrutinizing the 2 men he had vanquished, He couldn't help but feel they resembled two despicable individuals. Oomph, those scoundrels. Ito Makoto and Nizawa Yasuhiro. It seems I have been unfortunate to encounter them. I am truly grateful for your timely rescue. Otherwise, I would have lacked the courage to continue living, she declared, her cherry lips pressed tightly together, clearly harboring a deep-seated loathing for those contemptible men. Ling Feng couldn't help but smile wryly. Was this a case of an unexpected interruption or something else entirely? Regardless, he had successfully dealt with two individuals who had been particularly irksome to him, which brought a sense of relief. His initial desire to pursue the enchanting world of beautiful women had significantly diminished. It wasn't that he lacked an appreciation for attractive women, but rather that this particular girl seemed to possess an overwhelming jealousy, and her darker side could prove to be exceedingly perilous. He certainly did not wish to find himself unexpectedly on the receiving end of a cleaver one day while checking his phone. That would be quite tragic. Although it might seem rather impolite to ask, he found himself compelled to request a favor. At that moment, the girl suddenly lunged forward, grasping Ling Feng's arm with a pleading expression. You first tell me what you need, and I shall see if I possess the ability to fulfill it. Ling Feng spoke somewhat ambiguously, for he was not one to casually agree to requests, fearing the embarrassment of failing to deliver later. I have several companions at school. Just the other day, I was fortunate enough to escape a perilous situation, but they remained trapped in a nearby hotel, surrounded by a horde of zombies. Could you lend me your assistance? The world expressed a hint of shyness, recognizing that such a plea was rather audacious. Did the zombies not pursue you? Ling Feng inquired with curiosity. The world responded awkwardly. I managed to find a bicycle by the roadside and rode quite a distance to evade their relentless chase. Pausing for a moment, the world continued with a sense of dread. Moreover, these zombies are unlike any ordinary ones. They seem to possess a form of intelligence. They coordinate their attacks, which is utterly terrifying. Is that truly the case? Ling Feng was taken aback. For the typical zombies were easily dispatched due to their lack of intellect. However, should they acquire wisdom, confronting them would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge. Still, Ling Feng remained somewhat skeptical, unsure if the world was deceiving him. After all, throughout his arduous journey, he had yet to encounter the type of zombies she described, unless they were mutated variants. Nevertheless, she had clearly referred to a horde of ordinary zombies. Ling Feng inquired once more about the characteristics of the zombies, and the outcome aligned precisely with his expectations. They were not mutated zombies, but rather ordinary ones. Please believe me, I am not deceiving you. The world, however, was not oblivious and promptly sensed Ling Feng's skepticism. Growing anxious, with tears welling in her eyes, she implored, It is quite late today. Why not accompany me to my temporary residence for the night? We can discuss everything tomorrow. Ling Feng pondered for a moment, gazing at the world, and acknowledged his profound exhaustion. It was simply beyond him to rush forth and rescue anyone. He was not so noble. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, the world hesitated, feeling a twinge of unease, particularly as she had narrowly escaped an assault previously. Yet, after some contemplation, she recognized her lack of alternatives and recalled that he had saved her, which lent him an air of trustworthiness. With a faint blush, she nodded and said, Then I shall trouble you, Ling Feng. Not at all, and besides, I have two other women accompanying me, Ling Feng replied with a smile, which further assuaged the world's apprehensions. Due to the presence of the world, Ling Feng refrained from using his aerial technique to return and opted for a more time-consuming walk instead. Consequently, he arrived at the inn around 3:30 in the morning, where the world had already donned a fresh outfit, which Ling Feng had procured from a clothing store on his way back. We agreed on returning before dawn. Yet you not only arrived half an hour late, but also brought back a young lady, Juchuan Shizuka exclaimed in a huff. Though her underlying concern for Ling Feng's safety was evident, as was Siko's. My apologies. Ling Feng hastily apologized, revealing the circumstances of the world to them. Meanwhile, the world was secretly astonished, not expecting Ling Feng's companions to be so strikingly beautiful, particularly the one with violet hair. I see, if it's about saving someone, then I suppose I can forgive you this once, Juchuan Jingxiang remarked with a smile after understanding the situation. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Poison Island Siko, and this is Juchuan Jingxiang. We are all wives of Ling Feng, Poison Island Siko said, gazing at the world with a warm smile. Upon hearing this, the world was taken aback, incredulously staring at Ling Feng and pointing at Siko and Jingxiang, exclaiming, Two wives. In this day and age, many former customs have lost their relevance. One should simply be with those they cherish, Juchuan Jingxiang stated matter-of-factly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Poison Island Siko added nonchalantly, Such arrangements likely existed even before the apocalypse, especially in our country. I find it hard to believe you were unaware of this. The world paused, then looked at Ling Feng and his companions with a tinge of envy. In such dire times, having trustworthy partners by one's side is indeed a profound blessing. However, a sense of awkwardness soon washed over her. Had she intruded upon their gathering? There's no need to feel embarrassed. If you wish to join us, I have no objections. After all, you are quite beautiful, world. With someone as mischievous as Little Feng, he surely won't let you off easily. You should be cautious, Jing Xiang teased, and Ling Feng nearly spat out his drink. His expression one of embarrassment as he glanced at the world, unsure of what to say. Oh, well, I think the world stammered. Her cheeks flushed crimson at Jing Xiang's words, her heart racing. Stealing a glance at Ling Feng, she found him looking back at her, causing her to lower her gaze. Her small hands fidgeting nervously. She was at a loss for words, appearing quite endearing. The girl, once in despair, had been unexpectedly rescued by a man, a scenario that, while cliché, undeniably held a certain charm, especially in the current apocalyptic context. All right, enough of this. It's quite late. We can discuss matters tomorrow, Siko said. Gazing somewhat helplessly at the giggling Jingxiang while casting a mild reproachful glance at Ling Feng, the scoundrel. The room contained 2 beds, Jingxiang and the world shared one, while Ling Feng and Siko occupied the other. The 4 of them exchanged no further words and soon drifted into a tranquil slumber. As dawn broke, the 4 shared a simple breakfast before discussing their upcoming plans. Regarding the zombies mentioned by the world, I believe it is indeed necessary for us to investigate, Siko remarked, furrowing her brow after hearing the world's account. Thank you very much. The world expressed its gratitude, nearly moved to tears. It's all right. As long as we possess the ability, we shall certainly strive to rescue your classmates, Ling Feng gently comforted. Thank you, world said. Her voice choked with emotion as she collapsed into Ling Feng's embrace, sobbing softly, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed. World's frame was delicate and soft, and he couldn't resist the urge to wrap his arms around her slender waist. Ah, my apologies. World quickly realized her indiscretion, her cheeks flushing slightly as she pushed Ling Feng away. Hee, World is truly adorable, Shizuka chuckled behind her hand, causing World's face to turn crimson to her ears. Ling Feng silently gritted his teeth. Shizuka was far too mischievous, and he resolved to find an opportunity to administer a playful reprimand. After the trio tidied up, they departed from the inn, swiftly driving towards the hotel that World had mentioned. In the car, World inquired with surprise, Ling Feng, how can your vehicle still function? I heard that a nuclear explosion rendered all automobiles inoperable. With a vehicle, their speed would undoubtedly increase significantly. Ling Feng elaborated on the matter of electromagnetic pulses, prompting a wave of astonishment and envy across the world. Observing the world sitting beside Siko in the back seat, Ling Feng fell into a moment of contemplation before suddenly speaking, World, if you happen to witness any supernatural forces, I hope you will not be frightened. The world, taken aback, inquired, what supernatural forces? We shall discuss it later. By the way, how many companions do you have with you? Ling Feng inquired, shaking his head. The world calculated briefly before responding, approximately 11 or 12, I believe. Why do you ask? Oh, it's nothing, merely gauging the numbers, came Ling Feng's reply. Ling Feng remarked softly, uncertain whether Gui Yin was among those individuals. However, he deemed it inappropriate to directly inquire about the world, as it would pose challenges in providing an explanation later. The Hummer traversed swiftly, and after approximately 7 or 8 minutes, it arrived near a bustling street. Initially, he had anticipated a throng of zombies congregating in this area, yet, surprisingly, not a single one was present. In this lively commercial district, the absence of zombies was indeed perplexing. I surmised that all the zombies must have gathered near the hotel. After I fled from that vicinity, they ceased their pursuit and instead returned, the world elucidated. Let us disembark. The vehicle's noise is too loud, Siko commented coolly, opening the door and being the first to step out, followed in succession by Ling Feng and the others. Chapter 53, The Commanding Zombie. Please listen carefully. It seems there are sounds nearby, Siko Doku Island stated, surveying the surroundings. Ling Feng and his companions perked up their ears and listened intently. Indeed, just as Siko had mentioned, they could faintly hear the sounds of collisions and even screams, indicating that the source was not far from their location. Let us hasten our pace, Ling Feng urged. Upon hearing the screams, Shiji's expression shifted dramatically, prompting her to dash towards a nearby street, with Ling Feng and the others following closely behind. You are moving too slowly. Allow me to carry you. Given Shiji's lack of speed, Lingfeng swiftly scooped her up in a princess carry to save time. Ah, Shiji gasped, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson as she regarded Lingfeng with a mixture of emotions, her eyes glimmering with an unusual sentiment. Unconsciously, she leaned against him, her eyes gently closing as she felt a profound sense of peace and security. Suddenly, a piercing scream jolted Shiji awake. Turning her head, she was met with a sight that left her eyes wide with terror. The back door of the hotel had been shattered, and a dark mass surrounded them. Hundreds of zombies encircled several young female students armed with makeshift weapons. More zombies were ravenously devouring the corpses of several girls on the ground, tearing at bloody chunks of flesh. Some of the barely alive girls emitted blood-curdling screams that seemed capable of shattering eardrums. The trio exchanged glances, and Lingfeng gently set Shiji down. After a brief moment of eye contact, he leaped gracefully into the air, soaring above Shiji's astonished gaze. Siko and Shizuka also unleashed waves of energy, bombarding the horde of zombies with fierce attacks. Shiji stood in awe, recalling Lingfeng's earlier words in the car, and a bitter smile crept across her face. Lingfeng swiftly circled above the group of girls valiantly resisting the onslaught of zombies. With a deft motion, he unleashed two slender beams of orange-red light, obliterating a relentless line of the undead and creating a narrow passage for them. The girls, displaying remarkable acuity, seized the moment and sprinted towards the other side of the world. The sheer number of zombies was indeed staggering. Lingfeng marveled at the dense throng of the undead. Upon landing, he delivered a series of powerful kicks, sending several zombies flying aside, thereby clearing a small area. With a sudden flourish, he clasped his hands together at his waist, forming a lotus shape. Kamehameha wave. With a powerful shout, Lingfeng summoned a radiant orb of blue and white light between his palms, coalescing into a magnificent sphere of energy. As he beheld the horde of approaching zombies, he unleashed the orb with a sudden thrust. Boom! The blinding brilliance of the blue and white light was almost unbearable, accompanied by a thunderous explosion that obliterated hundreds of zombies in an instant. The rear door of the hotel was blasted open, leaving a charred expanse on the ground, a testament to the tremendous force of this strike. Lingfeng took a few shallow breaths, calming the turbulent energy within him before surveying his surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. With a single strike, he annihilated over 100 zombies. This was achieved with minimal effort using the Turtle School's Kamehameha, which was already comparable to the concentrated energy waves of the Dimensional Gate. It was indeed worthy of its high value, costing 5,000 energy points. Its power was extraordinary. However, the energy consumption was substantial, making it suitable only as a last resort in critical moments. The world and several girls gazed at Lingfeng, their eyes filled with awe, as if he were a superhero. Stay focused. Pay attention to your surroundings, Lingfeng commanded. Although he had dispatched over 100 zombies, hundreds more still lurked nearby. Faced with such overwhelming numbers, Lingfeng, Siko, and Shizuka remained vigilant, methodically slaying the undead. Will help too. A group of girls armed with weapons rushed over to assist. These girls are quite capable, Lingfeng remarked with a smile. Among them, a girl with long black hair stood out remarkably. Not only was she stunningly beautiful with an enviable figure, second only to Shizuka's almost unfair physique, but her combat prowess was equally impressive. The young girl wielded a large watermelon knife, and with every swing, a zombie's head was severed with practiced precision, indicating she had trained in this craft. Observing her, Lingfeng couldn't help but smile. She must be Kaye, and indeed, she was exceptional, rivaling Siko. Such girls were precisely the type Lingfeng admired. Despite the overwhelming number of zombies, they were ultimately slow-moving. Lingfeng and his companions advanced and retreated strategically, gradually whittling down the horde. Thankfully, the absence of zombies on the streets behind them allowed them to maintain their formation. Otherwise, they would have been forced to scatter. Suddenly, just as Lingfeng pondered the apparent lack of intelligence among these creatures, a deep, oppressive roar echoed, momentarily halting all zombie movements. Following this, their actions underwent a dramatic transformation. The zombies at the back began to use the fallen bodies of their kind as shields, pushing forward in a coordinated assault towards Lingfeng, seemingly intent on eliminating him first, disregarding the attacks from the other girls. Siko, be cautious. There must be a special zombie directing them nearby. Keep an eye out. Lingfeng's expression subtly changed as he shouted loudly at Siko and the others. Then he focused intently on dealing with the horde of approaching zombies, quietly calculating in his mind. Upon his arrival, He had observed that hundreds of zombies had gathered near the back entrance of the hotel. However, Gui Yin and her companions were not foolish. It was improbable that they had inadvertently made such a loud commotion to attract so many zombies, all concentrated at the entrance. The only plausible explanation was that many of these zombies had been controlled and drawn here. The likelihood of a commanding zombie lurking nearby was exceedingly high. If it remained alive, he might unwittingly find himself besieged by a large group of zombies in the future, and the mere thought sent shivers down his spine. There's nothing here. You should fly up and take a look. Siko and the others searched the area but found no unusual zombies. Reluctantly, Ling Feng realized that he had not thoroughly examined the rooftops around him. Utilizing his aerial technique, he soared into the sky, ascending to a height of several meters. Ignoring the incessant roars of the zombies below, he keenly surveyed the surrounding high-rise buildings. From the sounds he had heard earlier, it was evident that the source could not be far. He had to locate it. Damn it, it was utterly impossible to find. Ling Feng circled twice, only to find that there was not a single shadow of a zombie atop the surrounding buildings. He ascended a bit higher, striving to gaze further, continuously surveying the vicinity. In the distance, some ordinary zombies meandered about, yet there appeared to be no sign of the special ones. How peculiar. Why are there none? Ling Feng furrowed his brows tightly, pondering to himself, could they be concealed within a certain building? The sounds do not seem to suggest so. It felt as though he had overlooked something. Chapter 54, The Cunning Zombie. Ling Feng soared through the skies, diligently searching for the elusive traces of what appeared to be a commanding zombie. After several exhaustive rounds, he found himself perplexed and bewildered by the absence of this peculiar creature, sensing that he had overlooked something of great importance. It struck him as odd. Why was there none to be found? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, causing his expression to shift and his brow to furrow deeply. Upon reflection, he recognized that his understanding of the so-called uniquely shaped commanding zombies stemmed from previous encounters with various mutated zombies, whose appearances deviated from the norm. It was uncertain whether anyone could definitively assert that a commanding zombie would possess a bizarre appearance. Perhaps it resembled an ordinary zombie more than he had anticipated. A potential possibility flashed through his mind, and in an instant, Ling Feng's complexion paled. He lowered his head and shouted, "Be careful. That creature may be hiding among the horde of zombies." However, his warning came too late. Almost as soon as he had uttered those words, a diminutive shadow sprang forth from the mass of hundreds of zombies, leaping effortlessly and swiftly reaching the girls, including Gui Yanyi, with its maw lined with jagged teeth. It lunged ferociously at one girl's neck. The unfortunate girl let out a chilling scream as the small zombie, with a low growl, tore into her flesh, ripping away a substantial chunk of her soft, pale skin and devouring it whole. In an instant, she lay lifeless, her expression frozen in terror, unable to comprehend the abruptness of her demise. Curse that wretched thing. Ling Feng, witnessing the horror from above, was consumed by rage. He pointed his hand, unleashing a barrage of energy. Yet, the zombie, possessing remarkable intelligence, had anticipated Ling Feng's prowess. As it detected his movement, it deftly rolled aside, evading the attack with an agility that rivaled that of a monkey, far exceeding Ling Feng's expectations. Damn it! A commanding zombie with such speed poses a tremendous threat. It must be eliminated today. Observing the agility of his opponent, a grave expression crossed Ling Feng's face as he contemplated his next move. Roaring in response, the commanding zombie evaded Ling Feng's assault and began to emit a series of suppressed growls. Within the resonance of its voice lay a peculiar power, igniting the excitement of every zombie that heard it. The previously unified horde of zombies immediately scattered, charging towards Siko and the others, plunging the scene into chaos. Ling Feng's expression darkened as he abruptly descended, unleashing twin spheres of energy from his hands while suspended in midair, propelling them forward in rapid succession. The cunning commander-type zombie, sensing the impending attack, swiftly gestured, summoning two nearby zombies to shield itself from the onslaught. With a resounding explosion, the projectiles detonated, obliterating the zombies that served as sacrificial pawns. Even the intelligent zombies lurking behind sustained some injuries, emerging with numerous scars. However, for the undead, as long as their heads remained intact, any other wounds were largely inconsequential, just as Ling Feng's feet touched the ground. And before he could bring his weapon down upon his foe, the commander-type zombie abruptly turned, its crimson eyes locking onto Ling Feng's gaze. Caught off guard, Ling Feng instinctively met its stare, only to be overwhelmed by a sudden, disorienting pulse in his head, causing him to stagger precariously. Roaring fiercely, The commander-type zombie lunged at Ling Feng, its razor-sharp claws aimed directly at his heart, eyes gleaming with a savage thirst for blood. In the critical moment before the claws could pierce his chest, Ling Feng swiftly pivoted his right hand, striking the slender wrist of his adversary with his iron rod in a flash. A sharp crack echoed as the bone shattered, yet propelled by the force of inertia. The zombie collided with Ling Feng, its maw opening wide to bite at his neck. Ling Feng maintained a calm demeanor, skillfully evading his opponent's vicious bite. In an instant, he relinquished the iron rod in his grasp, executing a deft maneuver with both hands. With a decisive step, he leveraged his adversary's momentum, forcefully driving them into the ground. Crush you, he thought, with no time for respite. Gazing at the fallen commander-type zombie, Ling Feng unleashed a powerful stomp, intent on obliterating its skull beneath his foot. The creature emitted a piercing shriek, twisting its head as one of its ears was crushed under Ling Feng's foot, snapping its jaws toward the hem of his pants. However, Ling Feng was well prepared. As he failed to deliver a fatal blow, he swiftly ascended into the air using his aerial technique, narrowly escaping the creature's gnashing teeth, which merely grazed his trousers. What a close call. Ling Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, expressing his lingering fear as he remarked that his back was soaked. The intense and rapid-paced battle felt akin to dancing on the precipice of death, reaching a level of terror that was utterly profound. A mere hair's breadth could result in a fatal demise. Ling Feng is not one to be subdued easily. With a furious shout, he unleashed several slender beams of orange-red light from his outstretched fingers. Due to the proximity of his target, the opponent managed to evade only one of the beams, while another struck directly, resulting in a catastrophic explosion that obliterated the skull beyond recognition, rendering the foe utterly lifeless. At last, the threat was neutralized. Indeed, dealing with such agile and intellectually adept special zombies proved to be quite troublesome. Ling Feng descended to the ground, gazing at the headless zombies before him. He wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and remarked. At the same time, Ling Feng noticed a particular aspect, despite the many shortcomings of the Dong Dong wave. It possessed one quality that the Kamehameha wave could not rival: its speed of execution. Had he employed the Kamehameha wave just moments ago, by the time he clasped his hands together to initiate the attack, the opponent would have likely had ample time to flee. The same applied to the Wolf Fong fist. It was not that the technique lacked potency, but rather that his own capabilities were insufficient to fully master it. Alas, my strength still requires enhancement. I cannot afford even a hint of carelessness. Who knows what else may emerge next? Truly unfortunate. Ling Feng sighed, a form of self-motivation. Come quickly to assist, Xiao Fengchan. Jing Xiang urgently called out. Although there was no leader to command, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, and the few girls were struggling to hold their ground. I'm coming. Ling Feng promptly picked up the iron rod and hastened towards the fray, joining the ranks of the battle. Once the skirmish concluded, Ling Feng, Siko, and Shizuka found themselves largely unscathed, save for the considerable depletion of their energy. Meanwhile, on the other side, several girls had tragically succumbed to the zombie outbreak, inadvertently becoming infected amidst the chaos. Thus, only 3 girls remained: Sekai, Kei, and a petite girl. At this moment, an awkward silence enveloped the group as they exchanged glances, the atmosphere tinged with a subtle discomfort. The trio from Sekai regarded Ling Feng and his companions with a hint of reverence. Let us return to the vehicle. This is hardly a suitable place for conversation, Siko declared, breaking the tension. Sekai nodded at Kei and the other girl, and the group swiftly made their way towards the car. As they journeyed back to the Hummer, Ling Feng took a moment to examine the Dragon Ball system, noting that he currently had 1,456 energy points. It was evident that the bulk of these points had been accrued from the commanding zombies, far surpassing the energy contributions of other mutated zombies. Sekai whispered a few words to Kei and the petite girl, prompting them to introduce themselves. I am Kei, and I sincerely thank you for rescuing us. Kei spoke softly, betraying a hint of shyness that contrasted sharply with her earlier bravery in battle. I am Shizuku, and I appreciate your help as well. The petite girl addressed Ling Feng and his companions. Upon hearing her name, Ling Feng couldn't help but scrutinize her further. She bore a striking resemblance to the Shizuku he remembered. It was hard to fathom how such a diminutive girl had managed to survive thus far. A testament to her luck. Why does he keep staring at me? Surely he isn't harboring any ill intentions, Shizuka thought, sensing Ling Feng's gaze and feeling a flicker of unease. If only Ling Feng could fathom her thoughts, he would undoubtedly offer a rueful smile. Ling Feng and the others introduced themselves, revealing their shared identity as students from different schools. I had previously observed that Yin Yi must have devoted herself to kendo, as her techniques were remarkably sharp, utterly inconspicuous from her appearance. Tokita Siko approached Katsuragi Yin Yi with a gentle smile, her eyes sparkling with admiration and a sense of finding a kindred spirit as she sensed that Yin Yi shared her steadfastness. Well, I have dabbled a bit in it, but I am still far from your level, Miss Siko. I've heard that you won the National Kendo Championship last year, Yin Yi replied, somewhat taken aback by Siko's willingness to engage with her, feeling a bit shy as she was not the type of girl adept at socializing with unfamiliar faces. Hee. It was merely luck. True kendo masters would not participate in such competitions, Tokita Siko humbly remarked. Siko and Yin Yi found themselves quickly bonding over their numerous similarities. Meanwhile, on the other side, Juchuan Shizuka and Aopu Setsuna, two individuals whose physiques were worlds apart, surprisingly struck up a conversation, thereby drawing the group closer together. Ling Feng observed the scene and couldn't help but marvel at the distinct manner in which women communicate. Their familiarity with one another blossomed with remarkable swiftness. However, despite their growing intimacy, Siko and Shizuka shared an unspoken understanding regarding certain pivotal matters, while Kotonoha and Setsuna exhibited a similar discretion, refraining from probing further. Oh, speaking of Kotonoha and Setsuna, let me share with you that I previously encountered those two scoundrels, Ito Chikaku and Sawakatsu Yasuaki. It seemed as though the sense of his own presence had suddenly diminished significantly, leaving the world around him to express a palpable sense of dread. Ling Feng also began to pay close attention, as he was entirely unfamiliar with the circumstances surrounding the school of the individuals in this world, unsure if it resembled that of the animation. Ultimately, he discerned that although Yanagihara was aware of a person named Itamakoto, it appeared they had not yet made any contact, which allowed Ling Feng to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. However, after learning of Itamakoto's demise, Shauna's expression soured, likely reflecting a sentiment akin to that portrayed in the animation, revealing a certain fondness for the scoundrel. Even her gaze towards Ling Feng seemed to shift, no longer imbued with warmth but rather marked by an evident coolness. Ling Feng remained indifferent. He had no intention of ingratiating himself to her. Why do you label them as scoundrels, World? Aren't you classmates? Yanagihara inquired, somewhat perplexed. World let out a cold huff, asserting, those two are undoubtedly the epitome of scoundrels. When I first encountered them, I thought I was merely unlucky. Who would have known they would become physically aggressive? If it weren't for Ling Feng arriving just in time to rescue me, I would have lost all dignity. Those two scoundrels deserve their fate. How could Itamakoto have committed such acts? Surely, he was incited by Sawanaga Taikei, Shauna remarked, her disbelief evident. World shot her a glance, retorting sharply. What do you mean incited? He acted entirely on his own. Neither of them is worth a dime. At her words, Shauna's countenance fell, revealing her disappointment and helplessness. In truth, it was indeed Sawanaga Taikei who had instigated the actions, but I deceived Shauna. After all, I am aiding you, aren't I? World quietly approached Ling Feng's side, leaning in to whisper. Ling Feng was taken aback, glancing at Shauna, who stood silently with her head bowed. He lowered his voice and addressed the world, saying, I never asked you to do this. Moreover, how does this even help me? What does it have to do with me? Oh, really? I didn't expect you to be one of those insincere boys, she replied. Don't think I can't see through you. You must have some intentions towards Shauna, right? There's no need to feel embarrassed about it. After all, Shauna is quite adorable. If you wish, I could discreetly assist you. Don't hesitate to ask. The world wore an expression of complete understanding as she gently touched Ling Feng's arm, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Observing the world's eager demeanor, Ling Feng's heart raced, and he felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. He instinctively stepped back a little from her, feeling a pang of anxiety. What a joke. He could not possibly allow the world to play matchmaker for him. He was acutely aware of her lack of restraint. If he were to succumb to temptation, it would spell disaster. He had no desire to be ensnared in the tumultuous whirlpool of youthful love and hatred, which could lead to unforeseen consequences. The perceptive world noticed the change in Ling Feng's expression and felt a tinge of disappointment. Was she truly a beast in disguise? She sensed something peculiar about his attitude towards her. She questioned her own looks, convinced they were on par with any girl present. As for the comparison with Shauna, she believed she could still find a semblance of superiority. As they continued their banter, they soon arrived at the location where the Hummer had been parked, only to find a group of 7 or 8 young delinquents gathered around it. One of them was even using a small hammer to tap against the car window. though it seemed he was cautious not to make too much noise, fearing it might attract zombies. Who goes there? As Ling Feng and his companions approached, they were promptly noticed by the others, who initially recoiled in surprise before breaking into sinister grins. Their gazes, laden with avarice, fixated upon the group of girls, nearly dripping with loathsome desire. Alas, trouble was brewing once more. Jingxiang sighed and shook her head in resignation. Ling Feng particularly noticed that each of the individuals had a black dragon tattoo adorning their arms. It became evident to him that they were members of the Black Dragon Society, a notorious criminal organization. Encountering such individuals again left him pondering whether it was his misfortune or theirs. Our vehicle is not something you ruffians can touch, Ling Feng remarked with a cold smile as he strode forward confidently. Ha ha, a plump target has arrived. Brothers, stay alert, the leader of the thugs exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he beckoned. The group swiftly produced weapons such as machetes and clubs, while the leader even brandished a pistol. What are you planning to do to our vehicle, scoundrels? Ling Feng approached them boldly, his voice icy. This car belongs to you. So, does it have an electronic pulse protection system installed? The leader sneered, reveling in his perceived fortune. What luck I have, along with a few stunning beauties to boot. This is going to be enjoyable. His brutish appearance and fierce demeanor were matched by his lecherous gaze that roamed over Siko and the others. His gun aimed threateningly at Ling Feng and his companions. Boss, I just remembered. Not long ago, wasn't there a Hummer that burst out near the bridge, crushing several of our brothers? It must be them. A Hummer isn't an everyday sight. Suddenly, a younger thug exclaimed. What? Are they the same scoundrels we were ordered to eliminate? The leader's expression darkened, his fury igniting as he prepared to pull the trigger on the insolent boy before him, feeling irked just by their presence alongside such attractive women. However, Ling Feng had already anticipated the thug's move. The instant the thug made to act, Ling Feng struck with lightning speed, seizing his wrist before he could fire, applying pressure with fierce resolve. With a sharp crack, the thug's wrist was completely twisted and broken. Ah, it hurts like hell. What are you all standing around for? Kill him. Kill him. Quickly. The leader howled in agony. Avenge me. Several younger thugs, their faces twisted with malice, charged at Ling Feng, their blades aimed at his head. These individuals had been around the criminal underbelly for years, each likely stained with the blood of their victims, and they showed no hesitation in their lethal intent. Yet, they vastly underestimated Ling Feng, or perhaps they overlooked the seemingly innocuous girls beside him. Ling Feng sidestepped with a graceful flicker, effortlessly evading the onslaught of several machetes. At the same moment, he extended both hands and unleashed the Wolf Fong Wind Fist, instantly stunning the two assailants beneath him. Concurrently, Siko and Kato swiftly advanced, their katana and watermelon knife slicing through the air without hesitation. Two arcs of silver light flashed, severing the arms of their opponent wielding a machete, blood splattering onto the ground as he collapsed, shrieking in agony while clutching his wound. Ling Feng was not surprised by Siko's decisive action, but Kato's rapid and ruthless response took him aback. Sensing the underlying strength within her seemingly delicate demeanor, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The harsh realities of the apocalypse had hastened Kato's adaptation, transforming the once fragile girl into a formidable ally. Perhaps this was a blessing in disguise. Noticing Ling Feng's gaze, Kato lowered her head shyly, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. As he observed the writhing thugs on the ground, Ling Feng felt a surge of disdain. Grabbing Siko's katana, he deftly swung it a few times, leaving a crimson mark across the necks of the remaining thugs, ending their lives swiftly, save for their leader. Now, enlighten me on the current state of your Black Dragon Society, Ling Feng threatened coldly, the blade pointed menacingly at the thug's face. Otherwise, I shall reduce you to mere fodder. I'll talk. The thug leader, cowed by the threat, surrendered without a trace of dignity, promptly divulging all that he knew. Upon hearing his revelations, Ling Feng and his companions furrowed their brows. According to him, the Black Dragon Society had already seized control of more than half of the power within the base city of Zhuangzhou. Their missions involved scouting for zombie intel and gathering supplies, with several other small teams operating in the surrounding areas, all expected to return to a designated rendezvous point at a specified time for a large transport back to the base city. Get in the vehicle, ladies. After concluding the interrogation, Ling Feng felt no inclination to prolong the thug's suffering. He swiftly ended the thug's life, returned the katana to Siko, and called to the girls to board the vehicle. Ling Feng glanced at the Hummer, though the glass bore a few minor cracks. They were hardly significant and posed no real issue. He occupied the front passenger seat, while several young ladies were somewhat cramped in the rear. Fortunately, their petite frames, particularly Shauna's diminutive stature, allowed them to fit reasonably well. As Zhu Chuanjingxiang turned the key, the Hummer roared to life, swiftly reversing before speeding away, leaving behind a few lifeless bodies on the ground. "What are your plans moving forward?" Ling Feng inquired, casting a sideways glance at the girls seated behind him, particularly at the world of their company. Naturally, he harbored a desire for Gui Yanyi and the others to accompany him, as it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no attraction towards the trio, especially towards Gui Yanyi, the goddess of the anime realm. "Is that even a question? Of course, we will follow you, as long as you don't mind. After all, among the three of us, Shauna, Yanyi, and myself, only Yanyi possesses a modicum of combat capability. Nevertheless, surviving in this apocalyptic world is exceedingly challenging for us girls. Having formidable allies like you will undoubtedly enhance our safety." Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, the world responded without hesitation, having already contemplated this matter. "I apologize for potentially being a burden to you all in the future," Yanyi softly remarked, casting a glance at Siko, who responded with a gentle smile. "Indeed." Qingpu Shana nodded lightly, recognizing that this was the most sensible course of action. Her curiosity about the unique abilities possessed by Ling Feng and his companions was piqued, and she yearned to uncover their secrets. "Then I warmly welcome your addition, Yanyi. In truth, having more companions is quite advantageous. Together, we shall strive to survive in this desolate world." With a smile at the girls' nodding agreement, Ling Feng remarked, "After all, beautiful women are always a delight to behold. Where are we headed now? Do you have any objectives?" Qingpu Shana inquired. "Let us first return to the steel mill and see if that portly fellow is still around." Ling Feng pondered for a moment before explaining his plans for weapon production to the others. "As for weapons, I too believe that the watermelon knife has become somewhat dull. If possible, I would like to replace it," said Gui Yanyi, glancing at the watermelon knife in her hand. "Even a katana can become dull with excessive use, let alone a watermelon knife. Provided that Mitsui is still around," added Poison Island Siko indifferently. In the large smelting workshop of the steel mill, Mitsui Longsheng was drenched in sweat, vigorously hammering the glowing metal before him, panting heavily as he muttered, "Damn it, hand-forging large cold weapons is utterly exhausting. If those guys don't return, I'll look like a fool. Please, you must come back." After a few more vigorous strikes, Mitsui suddenly halted, pricking up his ears to listen intently. A look of surprise flashed across his face as he set down his hammer and hurriedly dashed out of the workshop. Upon reaching the entrance of the steel mill, Mitsui was delighted to see the familiar Hummer swaying to a stop, alongside a young man engaged in combat with a group of wandering zombies, accompanied by several beautiful women. "Big brother, you finally returned. I'm here to help." Mitsui rushed over, waving his arms and drawing a somewhat crude short sword from his pocket, joining the fray against the zombies, though his efficiency left much to be desired, managing to take down only one or two after quite some time. The number of zombies at the entrance of the steel mill was not substantial, and within a few minutes, Ling Feng and the others had cleared them all away. "It's good that you're still here. I was worried you might have run off," Ling Feng said, sighing in relief and smiling at Mitsui. Mitsui gazed at Ling Feng with excitement, catching his breath before exclaiming loudly, "Big brother, from now on, I will stick with you all." The mere thought of Ling Feng's prowess in combat against the fiery giant python filled him with awe and envy. He had long since resolved that he must cling to this golden opportunity. The prospect of navigating this apocalypse alongside a Superman like Ling Feng was simply irresistible. Imagining such a commanding presence made his mouth water. "That's not out of the question. You possess some talent after all. However, let us first focus on forging the weapons I mentioned earlier. Additionally, we need to craft 2 more katanas, following the specifications of the katana in Siko's possession." Ling Feng pondered for a moment and cast a meaningful glance at Mitsui, well aware that the commotion from that day had been quite significant. It was likely that this rotund individual had witnessed something noteworthy, yet he remained indifferent, for the world had descended into utter chaos, and he was no longer concerned about being discovered. "Indeed, I shall ensure the task is completed." Mitsui's expression shifted to one of determination as he firmly clenched his fist, recognizing this as an opportunity bestowed upon him by his companion. If he could not demonstrate his intrinsic value, what reason would there be for the other to keep him around? Soon, the group entered the steel mill, unloading a considerable amount of food and water from their vehicle. They anticipated residing here temporarily for the next few days. Although this endeavor would consume some time, Ling Feng did not perceive it as a waste. Despite having mastered the formidable Kamehameha technique, he still believed that possessing a quality weapon was of paramount importance. After all, relying solely on energy blasts to vanquish zombies would be excessively taxing, due to the larger number of individuals present. Ling Feng deliberately chose a spacious office within the steel mill for their temporary quarters. He gathered bedding and similar items from various employee dormitories, laying them out on the office floor, a precautionary measure to ensure their collective safety in one room. Forging weapons is an endeavor that demands considerable physical exertion, and naturally, Ling Feng would not summon the women to assist. Thus, it was left to him and Mitsui alone. "Follow me." Mitsui beckoned, leading Ling Feng into the smelting workshop, where the temperature noticeably escalated. Gazing at the billowing flames and molten lava ahead, Ling Feng exclaimed, "I recall this wasn't here before. You must have created it." Mitsui nodded with pride, stating, "Just bringing in the equipment took a significant amount of effort, especially with the lava. It requires utmost caution during its handling. And the furnace must be periodically fed, otherwise it will extinguish. We also need to regularly check the flow pipes, a truly cumbersome task." Originally, these chores were managed by several individuals with equipment assistance, unlike now, where everything must be done manually. "All right, let's begin. With just the two of us, we should be able to proceed more swiftly and complete our work sooner," Ling Feng remarked, glancing at the glowing metal beside them. Mitsui nodded in agreement, offering Ling Feng some essential guidance, and together they plunged into their industrious labor, the sound of clanging metal resonating throughout the workshop. At first, Ling Feng found the task quite arduous. However, the more he persevered, the more he realized that although the work was exceedingly exhausting and drained his physical stamina rapidly, it also provided remarkable benefits in terms of physical exercise. This was particularly true for him, as the effects were heightened due to his innate energy. Notably, the muscles in his arms received ample training. Upon recognizing this, Ling Feng began alternating between his arms, ensuring that both limbs were equally engaged, his body slick with sweat, yet his spirit ablaze with enthusiasm. The harder he worked, the more invigorated he felt, leaving San Jingxi in astonishment, secretly admiring his elder brother's swift adaptability. Consequently, he quickened his own pace, determined not to lag behind. By midday, the two paused to rest, their bodies drenched in perspiration, their shirts already discarded, the sweat pooling around them as if they had just emerged from a bath. "How unfortunate that the water is cut off now. Otherwise, I would relish the opportunity to take a refreshing shower. It is unbearably hot, truly exhausting." Ling Feng raised his hand to wipe the sweat streaming down his cheek and remarked that he had never engaged in such laborious work for so long. It was indeed exhausting. "Brother, there is still a bit of water left. We are half dead from fatigue. Let us use just a little. I will lead you there." Matsui gasped, much to Ling Feng's delight. Following Matsui's guidance, the two made their way to the rooftop, where they opened a large water tank and took some water to refresh themselves, providing a much-needed respite from the sweltering heat. Soon after, Shizuka Kirikawa called for them to join the meal. Once they donned their clothes, Ling Feng and Matsui proceeded to the dining hall. Although they had their own cooking utensils, the presence of a fully equipped kitchen rendered their own unnecessary. "Come and assist. We need to bring the food into the room. This is hardly a suitable place to dine," Shizuka remarked, pinching her nose as she surveyed the plethora of zombie corpses around them, a sight that was somewhat disheartening. However, in a world engulfed by apocalypse, such realities must gradually be accepted. "Everyone, it's time to eat," Shizuka announced. After bringing in a large pot brimming with food, they all gathered to partake in the meal together. Ling Feng and Mitsui consumed the most, as they had previously expended a considerable amount of energy and now required a substantial intake of carbohydrates to replenish themselves. "The fatty and I have calculated that, at our current pace, we should be able to complete it in approximately 2 days, which is significantly quicker than I had anticipated." As Ling Feng savored a generous piece of fragrant cured meat, he cast a glance at Siko and the others, who nodded in agreement, exclaiming how delicious it was. The stout man, a large figure who had never engaged in cooking, had previously subsisted solely on the cold remnants left by Ling Feng and his companions. Now, indulging in steaming hot rice, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement and sheer happiness. Once the matter regarding weapons was settled, "What plans do you have, Ling Feng?" Gue Yinyi inquired softly, taking delicate bites of her rice and looking up at him. Ling Feng shook his head and replied, "We do not have any specific plans, but we primarily aim to eliminate some zombies and mutated creatures. Why engage in such a thankless task? Or do you aspire to eradicate all the zombies and mutated beings in the world?" Shana furrowed her brow, expressing her belief that zombies are impossible to completely eradicate. We possess the capability to do so. Although it may be perilous, we shall endeavor to carry it out, Siko asserted resolutely. Well, since we are all together, could you share your circumstances? I mean, do you possess superpowers? Shiji hesitated for a moment before posing the question, her curiosity overwhelming her. Upon hearing Shiji's inquiry, the plump individual also paused his chopsticks, directing his gaze towards Ling Feng, his face filled with intrigue. Ling Feng exchanged a glance with Siko and Shizuka, contemplating before speaking. This is a unique ability of mine, and as for Siko and Shizuka's powers, they too are bestowed by me. Instantly, the crowd turned their fervent gazes upon Ling Feng, initially believing these abilities to be innate, only to discover they could also be acquired through learning. I can only grant these powers to individuals of the opposite sex, as there exists a crucial prerequisite. The two must be utterly united, in a state of profound intimacy, to transmit such abilities. Do you understand what I mean? Observing the intense curiosity in the eyes of the crowd, Ling Feng promptly clarified. Upon hearing this, the four were momentarily taken aback, astonished by the existence of such a condition. Their expressions varied. The three girls blushed deeply as they looked at Ling Feng, while the plump boy wore an unmistakable look of disappointment. How can we trust that what you say is true? He said, a hint of skepticism in his voice. For the implications of such powers were indeed monumental. Ling Feng smiled lightly and said, I do not require your belief. I am merely sharing this with you. Whether you choose to believe it or not is entirely your own affair. In that moment, a fleeting glance of complexity passed between them, before she lowered her head and continued to eat in silence, refraining from any further dissenting remarks. The existence of one individual with extraordinary powers may be rare. Two might be a peculiar coincidence, but three individuals possessing such abilities verges on implausibility. If we were to argue that all were born with these gifts, I would be the first to express skepticism. Moreover, it appears that their abilities are remarkably similar, each capable of emitting luminous orbs for attack, with Ling Feng evidently exhibiting greater strength. The world pondered this carefully, her face flushing. For to utter such words was to tacitly acknowledge the truth in what had been said. If I may be so bold as to inquire, is there truly no other method aside from this one? Yinyi pressed, her cherry lips tightly pursed in inquiry. In a world on the brink of collapse, who would not crave such extraordinary power? She, too, was no exception, especially as she had certain matters she needed to attend to. Ling Feng shook his head gently, his gaze fixed on Yan Yi as he assured her, I would never deceive you. I stumbled upon this revelation purely by chance. Upon hearing this, Yin Ye's expression fell, and she cast furtive glances at Ling Feng, her eyes filled with uncertainty. It seems you harbor some concerns. If there is anything troubling you, please feel free to share. Siko spoke softly. Yin Yi sighed and confessed, in truth, I have a younger sister. On the day of the zombie outbreak, she was still at home. I had intended to return to check on her, but due to various circumstances, I could not. I have been deeply worried about what might be happening at home and yearn to see her. Is that so? And what about you, Shana and Sekai? Siko inquired, her realization dawning. When the zombies first appeared, I immediately called my mother, but the line was dead. I tried several times, yet the outcome remained the same. She usually has her phone attached to her, so she should have been reachable, Sekai replied, her voice tinged with melancholy as her eyes began to glisten. I share your sentiments, Shana added quietly. Yinyi hesitated, contemplating whether to accept the notion of becoming my partner. Ling Feng suddenly turned to Gue Yinyi, furrowing his brow momentarily, yet refraining from uttering a word. Yinyi was taken aback, her face flushed, as she stammered. I truly wish to return quickly to find my sister, but I am utterly helpless alone. Perhaps if I possess superpowers, it would be considerably easier. However, I am very apprehensive about interacting with boys, so, sob, are you seeking to take advantage of my plight? You scoundrel. The world, filled with discontent, rebuked Ling Feng sharply. Siko, with a cold demeanor, interjected sternly, world, do mind your tone. Ling Feng is my husband, and whatever his intentions may be, I stand firmly by his side. Now, let us not misunderstand. I do not intend to coerce Yinyi. What I mean is, since we lack a definitive objective, why not proceed to rescue Yinyi's sister? Moreover, we might as well pay a visit to the World family and the Shana family, and oh, let us not forget about the Fatty family as well. Ling Feng, noticing their evident misapprehension, swiftly gestured to clarify. Is that true? However, the path to our home is besieged by countless zombies, and there is even a wildlife sanctuary in that vicinity. During our escape, We heard that numerous animals have mutated there. It's an exceedingly perilous area. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, Yanyi ceased her tears, her face alight with surprise, though a trace of worry lingered. Her words further solidified Ling Feng's resolve to venture forth. The threat posed by mutated creatures was immensely significant. It would be far wiser to eliminate some of them now rather than face even mightier beasts later. Moreover, he felt a sense of relief in not concealing these dangers from Yanyi. Indeed, she was truly a goddess, her benevolence evident. Rarely would one encounter such kindness in others. Chapter 59. Preparing to depart. If we speak of danger, it exists everywhere, albeit in varying degrees. I, too, wish to engage with more mutated creatures to hone my strength further, so you need not worry, Yanyi. Ling Feng smiled gently at the worried Gui Yanyi. Thank you, truly, thank you so much. With Ling Feng's reassurance, Yanyi expressed her gratitude, her gaze softening significantly as her fondness for him evidently increased. The world and Shauna shared similar sentiments. Although the likelihood of their loved ones being alive was slim, a flicker of hope remained. Now that Ling Feng had spoken, it would be impossible not to feel grateful. In contrast, Mitsui, the chubby one, sighed with a wry smile and shook his head, saying, "As for my family, I shall forego that. My parents divorced long ago, and aside from sending a modest allowance periodically, we have had little contact over the years. I do not care much for it. To be precise, I do not even know where they reside." After a moment of silence, the world turned to Ling Feng and remarked, "The three of us reside in close proximity to one another, so it can be considered on the way. Once the weapon is completed, we shall act without delay, won't we, Yinya? After all, without the weapon, our overall strength will significantly diminish," Ling Feng remarked, nodding at Yinya. "Indeed, I understand this point," Yinya replied softly. At that moment, the world interjected with a smirk. "I can clearly see that you have a distinct preference for Yinya, Ling Feng. When I converse with Shauna, you hardly pay attention, yet when Yinya speaks, you are eager to continue the dialogue. You previously claimed not to explain anything. But when Yinya inquired, you readily provided an explanation." Her words caused Yinya's cheeks to flush a deep crimson. Stealing a glance at Ling Feng, she found him looking back at her, intensifying her embarrassment. She lowered her head, burying it amidst her remarkable curves, her ears aglow. Siko and Shizuka exchanged knowing glances, both adorned with gentle smiles. "Yinya is indeed a lovely girl. Should she choose to join us, we would have no objections. Naturally, I am fond of someone as beautiful as Yinya. And let it be known, world, you and Shauna are equally lovely. Do not underestimate yourselves," Ling Feng stated plainly. Glancing at the shy Yinya, "Now that's more like it," world replied, satisfied with Ling Feng's words. After all, as a girl, she relished hearing compliments about her beauty, especially from a boy she harbored feelings for. "I find Shauna to be the most adorable. I truly wish to hold her like a plush pillow," Shizuka exclaimed, embracing Shauna tightly against her ample bosom, eliciting a near-suffocating reaction from Shauna due to the overwhelming pressure. Struggling to lift her head from the soft confines, Shauna glanced at the exaggerated curves before her, then down at her own petite figure, and even noted that world's form surpassed her own significantly. An inexplicable sense of resignation washed over her. Indeed, she pondered, perhaps she is still too small. After enjoying their meal, the girls rested in the room while Ling Feng resumed work with the plump Mitsui. Thus, 2 days swiftly passed, and Ling Feng's weapon was finally complete, the twin-bladed naval knife. The blade measures approximately the width of a palm, nearly 2.5 meters in length when combined, and weighs over 100 pounds. When separated for individual use, each blade extends over a meter. A specially crafted leather sheath allows it to be worn on the back, with the two weapons positioned on either side for easy access. Although the blade may not be exquisitely refined, particular attention was devoted to the tip by Ling Feng and Mitsui, who dedicated a significant portion of their time to perfecting this detail. Consequently, the tip appears exceptionally sharp, glimmering with a faint chill, making it formidable for thrusting attacks. With the combined force and weight of the blade, its destructive power is nothing short of terrifying. 2 imitation katana were fashioned, carefully constructed to mirror the proportions of the katana wielded by Siko, though the limitations of available resources rendered them slightly coarse in appearance. Nevertheless, the quality of the materials ensures durability. One blade serves as a spare for Siko, while the other is designated for Kaname. Additionally, Ling Feng allocated other weapons, providing each individual with a fully loaded handgun, which requires no elaboration given their recent journey, during which they had amassed a considerable number of firearms, sufficient to equip everyone. A shotgun was assigned to Shizuka, a semi-automatic rifle to Mitsui, an M1A rifle to Sekai, and a crossbow to Shinta, as her petite stature is ill-suited for larger firearms. How does it feel to use? Siko inquired as she sheathed her spare katana, observing Ling Feng skillfully wielding the two heavy swords. Ling Feng grasped a sturdy metal sword in each hand, swinging them in an unrefined manner within the spacious area. Each swing sliced through the air with a resounding whoosh. While lacking finesse, the approach was straightforward and forceful, emanating a commanding presence. The simplicity of his technique, relying on brute strength, suggested that even a defensive variant of a zombie would struggle to withstand a single strike. Very good. I am entirely satisfied with the dimensions and weight. Everything meets my expectations, haha. As Ling Feng brandished his dual swords, a satisfied expression crossed his face as he addressed Siko and the others. During his display, few dared to approach, wary of the risk of being inadvertently cut. Such an injury would be far from trivial. After several swings, having adapted to the attacking rhythm of the twin swords, a playful smile flickered at the corners of Ling Feng's mouth. With a sudden exertion of strength, he brought the two swords together, producing a sharp, resonant sound of metal connecting. In an instant, the two heavy blades fused into one, transforming into a formidable double-edged sword. This design was inspired by the sword-type pulse weapons from Gundam, making it a devastating tool in close combat. However, while the combined weapon boasted greater power, it also presented a subtle increase in difficulty of use, requiring time to master its nuances. All right, we're ready to depart. Ling Feng sheathed the two heavy swords and beckoned everyone to board the vehicle. Soon, however, they encountered a rather troublesome issue. The Hummer simply could not accommodate their number. While it was technically feasible to cram everyone inside, such an arrangement would inevitably lead to bodily contact. Siko and Shizuka would certainly not permit the rotund Mitsui to squeeze in with them. As for placing him in the front while Ling Feng sat in the back, that too seemed impractical, given that Ling Feng's weapons would occupy additional space. This spatial limitation proved to be the most challenging obstacle to resolve. With only one vehicle available and the prospect of finding another armored one being nearly impossible, abandoning the vehicle was out of the question, a notion Ling Feng vehemently opposed. Leaving someone behind was even less acceptable, leading Ling Feng to feel quite troubled. I can just sit on the roof, Mitsui suddenly proposed. Breaking the tension regarding the vehicle's limited space, Ling Feng contemplated for a moment and concluded that there was no other option. He nodded and said, "Just be cautious and try to drive a bit slower." Mitsui sighed inwardly, feeling helpless. He did not desire this outcome, but reality dictated that it would likely end up this way. It was better to proactively suggest it, as it could be seen as a commendable gesture. Once Mitsui climbed onto the roof of the Hummer, Juchuan Shizuka started the vehicle, driving as smoothly as possible. They quickly departed from the steel mill, heading towards the residence of Yan Yi and her companions. As the sun dipped below the horizon during the twilight hour, the Hummer carrying Ling Feng and others came to a halt by the roadside on the outskirts of a city village. Inside the vehicle, Ling Feng, Poison Island Siko, Katsuragi Yan Yi, and the world were preparing their weapons. They needed to venture into the rural area to search for food and water. Originally, with only 3 of them, the provisions would have sufficed. However, with the addition of Yin Yi and her companions, as well as the sizable appetite of Mitsui, their demand for sustenance had significantly increased. Nonetheless, to err on the side of caution, they decided to leave Juchuan Shizuka, Aoyama Sukuna, and the plump Mitsui inside the vehicle on standby. Why must we search for food in the countryside? There are plenty of cats and dogs around here. Perhaps we should consider an alternative location, the world expressed concern. There's no other choice. Didn't you see? As we drove here, all the supermarkets and markets were practically emptied. If we don't find food and water soon, we won't last more than a few days, Poison Island Siko replied, shaking her head. What do you think? After we check at home, should we head to the base city next? The world asked naively. Ling Feng scoffed, proclaiming, I assure you, within 3 days, those influential figures in the base city will forcibly drag you into their beds. You will not be allowed to hoard any food or water, and any hope of wielding a weapon will be futile. Everything will be dictated by those bureaucrats. You will live at their whim or perish at their command. Perhaps due to the starkness and darkness of Ling Feng's words, the expression on Shiji's face turned ashen, revealing a hint of trepidation. Siko cast a helpless glance at Ling Feng and approached Shiji, softly reassuring her, do not heed his exaggerated claims. It is not as dreadful as he suggests. However, it is true that the place is far from pleasant, and we will certainly not enjoy the same freedom we have now. There was one thing Siko refrained from saying. regardless of how harmonious or stable that place might appear. The mere fact that Ling Feng had a mission to fulfill rendered their passage impossible. You might as well stay in the vehicle and avoid the chaos. Ling Feng advised as he tidied himself up, opened the car door, and stepped out, addressing Shiji. No, if I do not go, who will procure the food? You all can focus solely on combat. I shall take on the responsibility of gathering provisions, Shiji insisted, though fear lingered in her voice. She was also eager to prove herself. Then do take care and simply follow behind us, she concluded. With her assurance, Ling Feng refrained from further protest. Exchanging a knowing glance with Siko before the four of them ambled towards the village. After their departure, Mitsui, the portly figure, remained perched at the car's sunroof. Wielding a semi-automatic rifle, vigilantly surveying the surroundings with unwavering alertness, prepared to fire without hesitation at the slightest sign of disturbance. Ling Feng and his companions moved quietly along the rural pathway, where pools of repugnant blood intermittently marred the landscape. Unexpectedly, not a single zombie was in sight, nor any stray animals. The village was enveloped in an eerie silence that felt unsettling. It's so quiet, it feels strange, whispered Shiji. A hint of concern knitting Ling Feng's brow. He sensed something was amiss. He had anticipated encountering numerous wandering zombies, yet none were present. This peculiar absence boded ill. As the saying goes, unusual occurrences signal the presence of something sinister, and it was evident that trouble lurked within this village. They needed to be more vigilant. Let us find food quickly and leave, Siko suggested softly, prompting the group to quicken their pace. Soon, they stumbled upon a residence. After scaling the gate, they discovered the doors of the house stood ajar. Ling Feng cautiously drew a heavy sword, the first to step inside. Bloodstains marred the floor of the hall, dried and aged. Leading them to the kitchen, where more blood was evident. A fallen cleaver lay on the ground, its blade tarnished. Ling Feng picked it up and, upon inhaling its foul odor, hastily returned it to the floor. There is no one here, neither living nor undead. Let us check the second floor, Siko proposed as she ventured into the kitchen. After a thorough inspection of the upstairs, they found no signs of life or the undead. Ling Feng and his companions felt a slight relief, swiftly scavenging the house for provisions. They soon collected an ample supply of food, 2 strips of cured meat hanging on the balcony, several ears of corn, half a bag of rice, and a few sweet potatoes. Unfortunately, perishables like eggs and milk in the refrigerator had spoiled due to the lack of electricity. They stowed the gathered items into Shiji's backpack and exited the residence, moving on to search other homes. They continued their careful rummaging through various houses, having visited several without encountering a single soul or even a dog. Do you think the military has cleared this area? Shiji speculated, straining under the weight of the backpack. If the army had come through, they would not have left the food behind, and there would surely be corpses of zombies and shell casings scattered about. They wouldn't have conducted a mere cursory cleanup. There must be another explanation, Gui Yin said, shaking her head softly. All right, we've gathered a sufficient amount of food. Let us head back quickly. It's nearly evening, and I doubt this cursed place is suitable for a restful stay. Ling Feng cast a glance at the weary state of the world and smiled faintly, saying, the four swiftly departed from the village and returned to the roadway outside, where Shizuka and the others awaited their return in tranquility. Chapter 61. A night in the village. How peculiar. Did you not encounter any fierce battles? I mean, with the mutated creatures and such. There was not a whisper of disturbance, Shizuka Kurikawa inquired, perplexed by the calm demeanor of the four, who returned unruffled and with an abundance of provisions. We shall discuss it shortly. Ling Feng mentioned assisting in placing the food into the trunk of the vehicle before taking a seat in the front passenger side. He engaged in conversation with Zhu Chuan Jingxiang and the others regarding the peculiarities of the village. Could it be haunted? Qi Shushana inquired with a furrowed brow. Regardless of whether it is a ghost or something else, it is of no concern to us. Let us hasten our departure. There should be 2 more villages ahead. We need to find a suitable place to rest, for the space in this vehicle is rather limited. Ling Feng casually remarked, though a flicker of curiosity danced within him. He had no time to delve into any detailed investigation. Indeed, his elder brother was correct. In such a bizarre locale, it would be prudent to depart swiftly, as the surroundings were perilously treacherous. The portly Mitsui atop the vehicle urged from his perch, directing his words towards the driver, Shizuka Jikawa. All right, Shizuka responded without further ado, igniting the Hummer's engine. With a firm press of the accelerator, the vehicle lurched forward, navigating through a few winding paths before finally escaping the confines of the village. Ling Feng initially believed that his departure from the peculiar circumstances would render him unaffected. However, he soon discovered that the situation was far more intricate than he had anticipated. As their vehicle traversed the landscape, they swiftly passed through two adjacent villages, only to find that the conditions within these villages mirrored those of the first, devoid of living souls. Zombies, or mutated creatures, with the ground stained by blood and signs of a struggle. The eerie atmosphere began to permeate the vehicle, particularly as dusk approached, enveloping them in a chilling aura. This area is predominantly comprised of villages, and continuing further may yield similar scenes. Moreover, darkness is encroaching upon us. We must find shelter soon, remarked Zhu Chuanjingxiang, gazing at the increasingly dimming sky. Ultimately, after much deliberation, they resolved to seek refuge in a household within the village. For the confines of their vehicle were insufficient for rest. As the Hummer slowly entered a village, the sky had nearly succumbed to complete darkness. And within a mere 10 minutes, night would fully descend. The group took their time to locate a large estate adorned with a formidable iron gate. Driving the vehicle into the courtyard. After securing the gate, they proceeded to inspect the premises thoroughly before deciding to settle there for the night. Following the preparation of a sumptuous dinner in the kitchen, they gathered around the table, eagerly devouring their meal. Although the ingredients were merely common fare from the local countryside, Seiko's culinary skills rendered the dishes exceptionally delectable. The group indulged heartily, disregarding any semblance of decorum as they replenished their energy. Delicious. Seiko, your cooking is truly remarkable, one exclaimed, savoring the delightful meal. It's not just me. Kiname has assisted me quite a bit, Seiko replied with a smile, casting a glance at Kiname. Ling Feng swallowed the rice in his mouth, took a sip of water, and playfully remarked to Yan Yi, not only is Yan Yi beautiful and skilled, but who would have thought she could also cook so splendidly? She will undoubtedly become an exemplary wife and mother in the future. Well, as long as you are satisfied. Yan Yi replied, her face slightly flushed, clearly aware of the implications in Ling Feng's words, as was everyone else present. How delightful. I feel utterly useless, Shauna said with a hint of disappointment. Her petite stature and limited strength rendered her unable to contribute much, leaving her feeling like a mere freeloader. I find myself in a similar predicament, lacking any significant contributions, Sekai added, feeling a touch of shame as the rice in his mouth seemed to weigh heavily. Are you both girls? There's no need to burden yourselves. As long as I am here, you shall never go hungry, Ling Feng gently reassured, patting the heads of both girls. With their faces tinted pink, Sekai and Shauna nodded gratefully at him before bowing their heads to continue their meal in silence. Oh, these adorable girls are wonderful. If I didn't possess a particular skill, I doubt I would even be included, Mitsui, the chubby fellow, observed. Feeling a mix of envy and helplessness, resigned to his fate as a man. After finishing their meal, everyone retreated to their respective rooms to rest. Thankfully, they had chosen a spacious residence, for with so many of them, accommodations could have been insufficient otherwise. As the saying goes, a full stomach breeds idle thoughts. After satisfying his hunger and preparing for sleep, Ling Feng naturally entertained some wicked ideas. He boldly approached Zhu Chuan Shizuka's room, knocked on the door, and she promptly answered. Having changed into a delicate, gossamer nightgown that accentuated her captivating figure, Ling Feng instantly felt a strong reaction, rising with enthusiasm. Ah, little Feng-chan. Are you up to some mischief? Shizuka teased, her eyes sparkling with a hint of longing, showing no resistance. In truth, she had also been thinking about it. Shizuka darling. Tonight, let us spend some quality time together. It has been too long. I've been longing for this. Ling Feng lunged forward, enveloping Shizuka in his arms with a mischievous grin, his hands wandering inappropriately. Shizuka's cheeks flushed slightly as she pulled Ling Feng inside, swiftly shutting the door behind them. Lin Jin lifted Shizuka and dashed towards the bed. In the deep of night, as Ling Feng fervently reveled in the pleasures of Shizuka's form, an abrupt and piercing scream echoed from the adjacent room, startling him into a state of disarray. It seemed that the neighboring room was momentarily disturbed. Ling Feng, disregarding the urge to curse, hastily rose from Jingshang's side. Observing her still somewhat dazed state, he urged her while hastily putting on his trousers, quickly dress, something has happened. Chapter 62, Terrifying. Cockroaches. As the saying goes, beauty is akin to a double-edged sword. Had Ling Feng been able to resist the allure of Zhu Chuan Jingshang, there would have been no need for such urgency. He could have dashed out the door without a moment's hesitation. Alas, I am truly unfortunate. I should have realized that this wretched place was amiss. I have been far too careless. Ling Feng hurriedly donned his trousers, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. After much effort to carve out a moment of comfort, he was unexpectedly beset by a sudden crisis. Truly, It was a dismal turn of events. Was that the voice of Shauna just now? Zhu Chuan Jingxiang also came to her senses, swiftly putting on her clothes. I'll go take a look first. You need to move quickly. After Ling Feng donned his trousers, he did not wait for Zhu Chuan Jingxiang but rushed out of the room with his upper body bared. He barely had time to retrieve a weapon from within, charging directly to Shauna's room and forcefully kicked the door open. With a resounding crash, the door shattered upon impact. Upon entering, the scene before him caused him to recoil in horror. The room was teeming with a swarm of adult-sized cockroaches. The insects fluttered menacingly, launching an assault on Shauna, who was on the bed, creating a nightmarish tableau. "Ah, don't come near me," Shauna shrieked, desperately flailing her blanket in an attempt to ward off the advancing cockroaches, tears streaming down her face as she was utterly terrified. "Help me. Woo-woo." Almost instantaneously upon Ling Feng's entrance, Shauna recognized him and began to cry out loudly. Simultaneously, with his arrival, a portion of the cockroaches scattered towards Ling Feng, their sharp fangs glistening ominously. Should one of them bite, it would surely be a gruesome affair. Humph! Wretched insects! At this moment, Ling Feng was filled with fury, and with a cold snort, he extended his hand and unleashed a powerful energy wave. The ferocious golden current instantaneously obliterated a multitude of insects before him. "Do not move. I am here to rescue you." Ling Feng leaped to the side, utilizing the art of aerial maneuvering to swiftly reach Shauna's side. He extended his arms to envelop her in a warm embrace, while his fingers deftly unleashed a series of diminutive energy waves that obliterated the swarm of cockroaches fluttering about. How comforting it felt. Shauna leaned against Ling Feng's upper body, the rhythm of his heartbeat resonating in her ears, causing her tender heart to flutter uncontrollably. Instinctively, her hands encircled his neck, and her petite form pressed tightly against him, as if seeking solace in his presence. At that moment, a flicker of golden sword energy illuminated the doorway, annihilating a cluster of cockroaches on the ground. It was Siko Jad. Siko had arrived. Ling Feng shouted, abruptly throwing Shauna from his arms. Accompanied by Shauna's startled cry, Siko took swift steps forward, catching her and hastily dashing out of the room, closing the door behind her. Now, within the confines of the room, only a swarm of cockroaches and Ling Feng, who floated upon the bed, remained. The multitude of cockroaches surged toward Ling Feng in an overwhelming tide. Ling Feng, sensing the gravity of the situation, could not afford to be careless. He felt a slight constriction in his throat before unleashing a fierce roar. Accompanied by this fierce cry, a torrent of energy surged forth from within him. Although its power was not formidable, it sufficed to eliminate a number of cockroaches. The occasional resilient one that survived could easily be crushed underfoot. Before long, the room was littered with the carcasses of these pests. This scene, whether set in a post-apocalyptic world or before, was undeniably chilling and terrifying. Had it not been for Ling Feng's formidable strength, he might have been thoroughly unsettled by the spectacle. These cockroaches must have infiltrated from outside, he mused. Every room had been meticulously inspected prior, leaving no possibility of a hidden nest unexamined. Thus, the only explanation remained that they had entered from the outside. Ling Feng surveyed the room and promptly approached the window, drawing the curtains apart with a swift motion. At first glance, he noticed a small basin-sized indentation melted into the glass. Leaning closer to the window, he peered down and was immediately confronted by a multitude of cockroaches scuttling about outside the windowsill, relentlessly climbing up the wall. How infuriating! Ling Feng cursed under his breath, opened the window, and unleashed 2 successive blasts of energy, obliterating the cockroaches below into mere fragments. This house was no longer tenable. Departure was imperative. Ling Feng stepped outside, casting a glance at Siko and the others who were waiting. In hushed tone, he quickly recounted the situation. The trio, consisting of Kodanoha, Shizuka, and Siko, gasped in horror upon witnessing the room strewn with the corpses of cockroaches, their faces etched with fear. Such a scene is particularly distressing for young women. And even the usually composed Siko furrowed her brow tightly. As for the portly Mitsui, he exclaimed, "Wait, where is that plump fellow Mitsui?" Ling Feng suddenly realized that he had not seen the plump Mitsui, and his expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, the world finally realized that the rotund Mitsui was nowhere to be found. Logically speaking, with such commotion, it would be impossible for him to remain completely oblivious, even in the deepest slumber. Let us proceed and investigate. Ling Feng's expression darkened as he called out, and swiftly made his way towards Mitsui's room. Passing by his own chamber, he hurriedly donned a spare garment and seized his twin swords. A group of them arrived at the threshold of Mitsui's room. whereupon they were immediately greeted by a flurry of rustling sounds emanating from within. Step aside. Ling Feng, feeling exasperated, pushed aside the women and, with a sudden gust of energy, forcefully kicked open the door. In an instant, a shadowy figure lunged towards him with a piercing shriek. The women, responding almost instinctively, screamed in unison, with even Siko joining in, for it turned out to be a colossal cockroach, nearly a meter long, a sight both horrifying and utterly terrifying. Ling Feng himself was momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, despite his shock, his hands moved with unerring precision. In a heartbeat, he wielded his dual swords with instinctual grace. The weighty blades, infused with tremendous force, swiftly tore through the massive cockroach's body, splattering foul ichor across the floor. Though the creature possessed formidable vitality, it was ultimately severed into several pieces, rendering its survival impossible. Yet, the room harbored more than just this singular giant cockroach. There were many others lurking within. Ling Feng glanced roughly at the entrance and was astonished to find 5 or 6 cockroaches, along with a multitude of fist-sized ones. Yet he did not spot the plump Sanjiai. As for the cockroaches, may they all perish. Kamehameha! 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 Zhu Chuan Jingxiang appeared to be utterly terrified. Shoving Ling Feng aside, disregarding her waning stamina, and with swift motions of her hands, unleashed a barrage of golden energy blasts, indiscriminately bombarding the room before her. Chapter 63. Escape from the village. Boom, boom, boom. Golden energy blasts erupted continuously from Zhu Chuan Jingxiang's palms, relentlessly assaulting the room. The violent golden currents wreaked havoc, and the shockwaves from the explosions utterly devastated the entire space, obliterating several large cockroaches within, leaving them lifeless beyond any semblance of existence. Gui Yinhe and the others were left in stunned silence, astonished by the terrifying fury of the usually gentle Zhu Chuan Jingxiang. It was truly remarkable. All right, Jingxiang. All the cockroaches are dead now. There's no need to waste any more energy. Your body won't be able to endure it. Ling Feng let out a helpless sigh, raising his hand to halt the relentless barrage from Zhu Chuan Jingxiang, for he dared not provoke her when she was in such a frenzy. Exhausted, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang took several heavy breaths before gradually lowering her hands, her gaze drifting towards the interior of the room. Upon witnessing the grotesque sight filled with repulsive fragments, she nearly succumbed to retching her dinner. The other girls were similarly affected, covering their mouths and stifling dry heaves. It was truly revolting. Sister Jingxiang is truly impressive, Shana remarked with a wry smile, causing Zhu Chuan Jingxiang's cheeks to flush slightly in embarrassment as she realized she had momentarily lost her composure. However, the pressing concern remained. Where had the plump Mitsui vanished to? Was he not in the room? Surely he wasn't in the restroom, was he? The world around them appeared tense as they furrowed their brows. Amidst the chaos, Ling Feng and the others erupted into frantic shouts within the confines of the room, conducting a thorough search through every nook and cranny, yet the whereabouts of the portly Mizuki eluded them, as if he had vanished into thin air. You don't suppose Mizuki has been consumed by those monstrous cockroaches, do you? Guoyan's voice trembled with uncertainty, her complexion paling. The expressions of the group shifted dramatically, seemingly narrowing down to this grim possibility. The thought of Mizuki potentially being devoured by cockroaches in his slumber cast a pall over their faces, and they reached a unanimous conclusion. Regardless of Mizuki's fate, it was imperative to vacate this house at once. It was simply a matter of life and death. In a flurry, they hastily gathered their belongings and pushed open the grand door, stepping out into the courtyard. Upon emerging, they were met with a terrifying sight. An overwhelming tide of cockroaches surged around them, and in an instant, everyone stood frozen in shock. The women soon erupted into blood-curdling screams of disbelief. Their cries reverberated through the universe, echoing into the night sky, nearly deafening Ling Feng, who stood nearby. Everyone, retreat. Back into the house. Ling Feng hurriedly urged the girls into the house, forcefully slamming the door shut behind them. Leave this to me. I refuse to believe that I cannot vanquish these wretched insects with my Kamehameha wave, Ling Feng declared loudly, leaping into the air with the grace of a dancer, employing his aerial technique to swiftly ascend to the heights above. Surveying the ominous swarm of cockroaches surrounding him, a glint of cold determination flickered in his eyes. He clasped his hands together in a lotus position at his waist, fervently channeling the energy within him, which coalesced into a brilliant blue-white radiance. The energy pulsated and intensified, swirling in concentric circles within his palms, as if sensing the impending threat. Countless cockroaches began to flap their wings and screech as they surged toward Ling Feng in the sky. Perish, you despicable pests, he bellowed, with a fierce roar. Ling Feng thrust his hands forward, unleashing a brilliant surge of blue and white light that erupted violently, coalescing into a robust beam that obliterated every cockroach within its terrifying radius. As the radiance dissipated, Ling Feng exhaled heavily and surveyed his surroundings, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Not a single cockroach had escaped his wrath. Every last one was annihilated. Consulting the Dragon Ball system, he noted his energy points stood at 3127. A quick calculation revealed that the energy points from the mutated cockroaches were exceedingly minimal, likely not even amounting to a single point. Truly unfortunate. At that moment, Siko and her companions emerged from the room, their eyes widening in relief at the sight of the now desolate surroundings, their expressions a mix of lingering trepidation. The earlier chaos had been so overwhelming that it rattled even Ling Feng, leaving him on edge. The sheer horror of it all could have easily terrified anyone afflicted with claustrophobia. "Let South leave this dreadful place at once," urged Shizuka, her impatience palpable as she longed to escape the wretched environment. Upon reaching the Hummer, they inspected it and were relieved to find no issues. Hastily, they opened the doors and piled inside, securing the windows as they started the vehicle, preparing to depart from the harrowing village under the cover of night. "I hope to never encounter those cockroaches again. I simply cannot bear it," Siko murmured, still shaken by the ordeal. The other girls nodded in agreement, their faces reflecting residual fear. However, just as their vehicle approached the narrow path leading out of the village, a familiar blood-curdling scream echoed from afar, causing them all to freeze in shock. It was the voice of the portly Mitsui. "What should we do, Ling Feng?" The Hummer involuntarily slowed as Shizuka's gaze remained fixed on Ling Feng, silently seeking his direction. Should they drive away or turn back to check on Mitsui? The decision rested solely upon him. Listening to the incessant cries for help, Ling Feng sighed deeply, rolled down the window of the Hummer, and leaped out with determination. "You all head to the main road outside the village. I'll go check on Mitsui. If there is a chance to save him, I will do my utmost to bring him back." Upon hearing Ling Feng's words, he fixed his gaze on the direction from which Mitsui's cries emerged and swiftly dashed towards it. "What should we do, Siko? Should we go take a look as well?" Kurokawa Shizuka hesitated, uncertainty creeping into her voice. Siko shook her head solemnly and replied, "Since my husband has instructed us to wait outside, we should heed his words. I sincerely hope that both Ling Feng and Mitsui remain unharmed." Kanade expressed her concern. "Everything will be fine," Sekai reassured her, gently patting Kanade's shoulder. "Ling Feng is incredibly strong. Those mere insects are hardly a match for him." Although she spoke with confidence, it was evident to all that Sekai was deeply worried. For the size and number of those cockroaches were indeed terrifying. "I believe he will be all right. We should simply await his return. Please drive faster. It seems we have some cockroaches in pursuit." Shikuna glanced back at the rearview mirror to warn. Immediately, Kurokawa Shizuka pressed the accelerator to the limit, and the Hummer roared forward, swiftly distancing itself from the cockroaches. In mere seconds, they broke free from the village and emerged onto the main road. "Mitsui, I am coming to rescue you. Hold on," Ling Feng shouted as he soared through the air. "Big brother, save me." Mitsui, who was being dragged by a gigantic cockroach the size of a grown man, felt a surge of joy upon hearing Ling Feng's voice. Tears of excitement welling in his eyes as he cried out desperately, "You are still alive, Mitsui?" This was the first thing Ling Feng exclaimed upon spotting Mitsui, which left Mitsui's face in utter dismay. "Big brother, please hurry and save me. I don't know where these creatures intend to take me." He had been peacefully asleep, immersed in dreams when he felt an itch on his nose. Upon opening his eyes, he was horrified to find a massive cockroach staring at him with its terrifying eyes. Before he could scream, it unleashed a foul gas from its mouth, rendering him unconscious. When he regained consciousness, he discovered himself surrounded by a sea of cockroaches, being dragged by one of the enormous creatures, utterly bewildered as to where they were taking him. Mitsui had thought he was doomed, but the arrival of Ling Feng felt like the appearance of an angel. "I am quite curious whether the peculiar happenings in this village are somehow connected to these cockroaches," Ling Feng mused, furrowing his brow as he looked down at Mitsui being pulled along. "Is that really necessary, big brother?" Mitsui exclaimed in desperation. As if sensing the unexpected visitor, the gigantic cockroach glanced up at Ling Feng, its antennae twitching slightly before letting out a roar, simultaneously spewing a stream of black liquid towards him. Ling Feng furrowed his brow slightly, effortlessly sidestepping to evade the enigmatic liquid assault from his opponent. The liquid splattered onto the ground nearby, instantly dissolving several cockroaches, revealing its potent corrosive properties. Upon witnessing this, Ling Feng's expression shifted dramatically. The traces observed by the window were likely caused by these substances. Fortunately, this colossal creature chose not to launch an attack on Shauna. Otherwise, the consequences would have been frightful. Seeing its attack miss, the gigantic cockroach immediately let out a piercing shriek, prompting a horde of smaller cockroaches nearby to rush towards Ling Feng in a terrifying swarm, numbering roughly in the hundreds. A careless bite would certainly spell trouble. Taste my energy wave. Ling Feng swiftly retreated a short distance, a cold smile gracing his lips as he simultaneously unleashed 2 energy waves, bombarding a swarm of cockroaches. With a flourish, he drew forth 2 heavy swords, deftly locking them together to form a double-edged blade. As he faced the advancing horde of cockroaches, instead of retreating, he surged forward, twisting his waist to propel the double-edged sword in a spinning motion. With a series of 2 powerful swings, a multitude of cockroach corpses fell in a cascade around him. The twin-bladed sword danced swiftly around him, conjuring a miniature whirlwind of sharpness that instantly shredded the approaching cockroaches into fragments. For a moment, the pest dared not draw near again. "Ahaha, brother. You are simply magnificent. Annihilate these vile creatures," Mitsui exclaimed, his blood boiling with excitement. Ling Feng did not respond to Mitsui's words. Instead, he continued to engage in battle while slowly retreating. It was not that he lacked the desire to unleash the Kamehameha and obliterate these vile creatures in one fell swoop, but rather he was keen to investigate the peculiar circumstances surrounding the nearby villages and ascertain whether they were connected to these pests. At the same time, he wished to conserve some energy for a crucial moment. "What on earth are you doing, brother? Why are you running away? Quickly unleash your energy sphere and attack. Use your ultimate move and eradicate these insects," Mitsui exclaimed, his urgency palpable as he noticed Ling Feng's figure receding further away, his face contorted with worry. "Enough of your incessant shouting, Mitsui. I will, of course, come to your aid. Just cease your clamor." Ling Feng, feeling increasingly exasperated by Mitsui's antics, swiftly retaliated with a strike of his sword, unleashing a golden blade of energy that obliterated a considerable number of cockroaches, creating a significant opening. He propelled himself into the air, retreating to a safe distance away from the swarm. "Big brother, I've been waiting for your rescue. Please don't let it be too late when I am devoured," Mitsui shouted desperately, his voice echoing in the distance, perhaps finding this prey too noisy. A colossal cockroach turned its head and let out a furious roar, releasing a noxious cloud of gas that caused Mitsui to faint instantly, his body being dragged away into the shadows. In an effort to avoid attracting the entire horde of cockroaches, Ling Feng advanced cautiously, trailing behind at a safe distance. After a while, the cockroaches began to burrow into a vast underground cavern, seemingly their lair. "I cannot delay any longer. I must not follow them in, for it is too perilous. I must rescue Mitsui now," he thought, furrowing his brow tightly upon witnessing their descent into the underworld. Once inside, evading the onslaught of these insects would be impossible. Without hesitation, he charged forward at full speed, his dual blades splitting into 2, each wielding a golden sword aura that detonated amidst the cockroach ranks. The swarm erupted into chaos, several formidable cockroaches breaking away from the main group and swiftly advancing towards Ling Feng, closely pursued by a throng of their smaller brethren, at least 1,000, by his estimation. After executing several sweeping motions with his blades, Ling Feng felt an overwhelming pressure as he noticed the relentless tide of cockroaches before him. "Damn it, there are far too many of these wretched creatures." He gritted his teeth, struggling to maneuver his dual swords. The fear of being bitten and potentially infected rendered him cautious and encumbered in battle. Meanwhile, Mitsui was perilously close to being dragged into the cavern. If Ling Feng did not act swiftly, it would soon be too late to save him. Ling Feng decisively sheathed his 2 heavy swords, placing his hands together at his waist, and bellowed, "Kamehameha." With a sudden thrust of his hands, the formidable Kamehameha wave erupted forth, a powerful beam of blue and white light that instantaneously obliterated the hundreds of cockroaches before him. The beam ultimately struck near the cave, resulting in a thunderous explosion that created a substantial crater. The enormous cockroach, dragging the plump figure, released its grip upon witnessing the devastation to the cave. It began to vibrate its wings and swiftly darted towards Ling Feng, emitting a cacophony of dissonant sounds, displaying a fierce demeanor with its claws bared. Ling Feng extended his hand and unleashed a slender beam of orange-red light. Although it struck his opponent, the immense vitality of the colossal cockroach proved remarkably resilient. Even after a portion of its body was obliterated, it remained alive, charging forward with wild ferocity. Its terrifying mandibles, lined with countless jagged teeth, viciously lunged towards Ling Feng's finger. Ling Feng was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the ferocity of the colossal cockroach. Hastily retracting his finger to narrowly evade its mandibles, he swiftly drew a heavy sword from his back and, with a single, decisive stroke, cleaved the creature in two from head to tail. Even with its formidable life force being bisected rendered it unable to escape death, its two severed halves plummeted to the ground, crashing upon numerous smaller cockroaches. However, what unfolded next filled Ling Feng with revulsion. The sight before him was appalling. The two segments of the giant cockroach were instantaneously besieged by countless smaller ones, voraciously consuming every remnant, leaving not a single fragment behind. The grotesque scene sent a shiver down Ling Feng's spine, as he was overwhelmed by the sheer repulsiveness of these insects. Shifting his gaze towards Mitsui, he noticed several cockroaches, each over a meter in length, straining to drag him towards their lair. Upon witnessing this, Ling Feng swiftly brandished his heavy sword and charged forward, unleashing two successive waves of sword energy that tore through several cockroaches nearby. He grasped one of Mitsui's feet and soared rapidly into the sky, evading a barrage of bites from the insects. This corpulent fellow is rather hefty. Ling Feng, with considerable effort, sheathed his heavy sword and, accompanied by Mitsui, soared to a nearby rooftop. With a casual gesture, he delivered a sharp slap to Mitsui's face. Awakened by the sudden impact, Mitsui, realizing he had escaped the clutches of the roaches, erupted in joyous cheers. With a look of admiration directed at Ling Feng, he exclaimed, "I knew it. You're truly remarkable. Big brother. Those insignificant pests are nothing but trifles in the face of your strength. Ha ha. Trifles?" Ling Feng retorted with a smirk. "Turn around and take a good look at that fellow. If you still dare to call them trifles, then I have nothing more to say." Ling Feng suddenly let out a cold laugh, pointing toward the cockroach nest with a serious and horrified expression flashing in his eyes. Mitsui, taken aback, swallowed hard as he listened to the dense sounds emanating from behind. With some reluctance, he turned his head, only to behold a towering and menacing figure. His eyes widened in shock. The faint color that had just returned to his face drained away, leaving him pale with fear. "B brother, are you certain you can handle this creature?" he stammered. "Who knows?" Ling Feng muttered to himself. Under the moonlight, a terrifying and grotesque giant insect was illuminated, its form unabashedly displayed before the two men. Two lantern-like, fearsome eyes gazed in their direction, glinting with a chilling light and a savage intensity. This was a cockroach. A colossal, mutated monstrosity. Standing nearly 10 meters tall, its lower body morphed into spider-like legs that supported its entire frame. Its abdomen revealed two rows of long, sharp appendages resembling blades, while at the top of its abdomen, two side-like forelimbs extended and flexed with unsettling grace. The dark shell was adorned with grotesque, sinister patterns, and its enormous mandibles opened and closed, oozing repulsive, foul blood. One could only shudder at the thought of what this abhorrent creature consumed. In comparison to this beast, all previous cockroaches seemed utterly insignificant, mere detritus in the grand scheme of things. The disparity was as vast as the heavens and the earth. All other cockroaches, regardless of size, remained eerily still in the presence of this giant leader, clearly awaiting commands, indicating a rigid hierarchy among them. "Brother, please don't tell me you can't manage this." Mitsui, observing Ling Feng's grave demeanor, began to panic, trembling as he spoke, his face ashen. "Quickly, save yourself. Siko and the others have already driven to the main road outside the village." Ling Feng gazed at Mitsui and calmly spoke, then shifted his attention to the menacing giant insect before him. For reasons unbeknownst to him, a profound sense of foreboding welled up within Ling Feng. His instincts warned him that the entity before him was exceptionally terrifying and far from ordinary. "Brother, do you intend to sacrifice yourself to ensure my escape?" "Oh, how unexpected. I am deeply moved by your kindness," Mitsui exclaimed, tears glistening in his eyes. Ling Feng's expression darkened as he cast a glance at the monstrous insect before him. In an instant, his demeanor shifted dramatically. He seized Mitsui, leaping with great agility into the air. The very next moment, the rooftop where they had been standing was consumed by a horrifying torrent of foul liquid, vanishing in an instant. The sheer power of the attack was nothing short of terrifying. Hiss! The giant insect, realizing its venomous assault had failed, let out a deafening roar and charged forward, brandishing a fearsome scythe-like forelimb, which it brought down with tremendous force. Its ferocity was reminiscent of a menace hunting its prey, exuding an air of lethal intent. Upon witnessing the scene, Ling Feng felt a surge of competitive spirit within him. In an instant, he unsheathed the two heavy swords from his back, crossing them as they collided. A resounding clang echoed through the air, and as he gripped the swords tightly, An overwhelming force surged towards him, forcing him downwards. His feet pressed heavily against the ground, leaving two profound imprints, while the surroundings trembled with cracks. Such immense power. The beast is formidable. He nearly coughed up blood. With the dual swords crossed to fend off the side-like forelimbs of the colossal insect, Ling Feng was astounded by the sheer strength he encountered. This was vastly different from the mutated creatures he had faced before. Had he wielded his previous katana instead of the robust dual swords, he would likely have been vanquished in a single blow. The terrifying force derived from its massive size was indeed remarkable, if the size disparity had not been so pronounced. The creature's power would have paled in comparison to his own. However, the sheer magnitude of its form fundamentally altered the dynamics of their confrontation. Get moving, you fool. Why are you still dawdling? Hurry up. Ling Feng took a deep breath, attempting to calm the turbulent energy within him. A casual glance revealed that Mitsui, that rotund fellow, was still gazing from a distance, which immediately ignited his fury, prompting him to erupt in a tirade. Brother, you must return alive. I will take my leave now. But first, allow me to gift this beast a bullet. Let it experience the might of Mitsui. Mitsui, that insufferable glutton, was brimming with bluster. He brandished a handgun, aimed it squarely at the colossal insect, and with a resolute pull of the trigger, a metallic bullet shot forth with a resounding bang. It struck the massive creature's body, splattering a grotesque spray of blood, and upon entering, it created a small wound. However, before Mitsui could even revel in his apparent victory, he noticed the minuscule wound writhing as the metal bullet was gradually expelled, clattering to the ground with a metallic chime. The wound itself began to heal at a terrifying pace, likely to be fully restored in less than half a minute. For a creature of such immense size, this was merely a trivial injury. Although the confrontation had reached a stalemate, Ling Feng observed this scene with clarity, while he silently cursed the foolishness of the rotund man. He nonetheless gained insight into the creature's formidable regenerative abilities, knowledge that would undoubtedly prove advantageous in the imminent battle. Yet, this act of defiance incensed the giant insect. In disbelief, it could not tolerate the audacity of such a diminutive being inflicting harm upon it. It forsook the greatest threat, Ling Feng, and turned with a roar toward Mitsui, drooling from its terrifying mandibles, clearly intent on devouring him. My goodness! Brother, save me! The fearsome visage of the gigantic cockroach sent Mitsui into a panic, prompting him to scream and flee. Regret flooded his mind. What business did a mere underling have intruding upon a duel between titans? Now he had invited disaster upon himself. The thought of being torn to shreds and consumed by that monstrous maw made Mitsui wish he had sprouted additional legs to escape. What a fool! Ling Feng cursed under his breath, yet he still clasped his hands together, merging the two heavy swords into one. Gripping the hilt firmly, he forcefully spun and unleashed a streak of golden sword energy, which howled as it struck the giant insect's shell. However, what had once been a nearly infallible blade of air merely sparked upon impact, leaving behind a shallow mark that did not even draw blood. The shell, adorned with bizarre patterns, exhibited an astonishingly formidable defensive power that far exceeded Ling Feng's expectations. Even though he had been aware of the giant insect's formidable nature, he had not anticipated such a display. His expression darkened significantly, for he realized that trouble was imminent. Although his attack had not inflicted any substantial damage to the creature's back, the force of the air had seeped uncomfortably into its body, causing it considerable distress. In an instant, disregarding the fleeing Mitsui, the giant insect abruptly turned to face Ling Feng, emitting a foul liquid that erupted from its mandibles with a terrifying roar. Ling Feng had previously witnessed the formidable power of the liquid, and at this moment, he dared not confront it directly. He swiftly grasped his dual-edged sword and employed the art of sky dance, soaring into the heights to evade the attack. The liquid splashed onto the ground, hissing ominously, and in an instant it had corroded a rather deep chasm. It was prudent to exercise caution. It was far too perilous. Ling Feng thought to himself, aware that his flesh and blood could not withstand such an assault. The gigantic insect, thwarted in its strike, seethed with rage, twisting its body as it unleashed a series of terrifying jets of venom. Ling Feng, ever resourceful, utilized his relatively smaller stature to his advantage, continuously dodging with the art of sky dance. He harbored doubts that this cursed cockroach possessed an endless supply of venom. Surely it could not sustain such a relentless barrage. As for the expenditure of energy, each time he evaded, he would momentarily pause on the ground for a second or two. This brief interlude reduced the depletion of his stamina considerably. Thus, he was not overly concerned about a prolonged struggle. Should the creature exhaust its ability to spray that troublesome venom, it would indeed be to his advantage, just as Ling Feng had anticipated. The potency and volume of the giant cockroach's venom diminished with each successive spray. After more than a dozen attempts, it could no longer summon the strength to continue. After cautiously testing the waters a few times, Ling Feng confirmed that the creature was truly unable to project any more venom. A cold, sharp smile crept across his lips. This was the moment he had been waiting for. With a low growl, Ling Feng swiftly separated his dual-bladed sword into two formidable heavy swords, one in each hand. He executed a series of golden arcs, unleashing 7 or 8 successive strikes aimed at the jaw of the colossal insect. Having meticulously observed the creature beforehand, he understood that the armored back offered little opportunity for a decisive strike. A reckless assault could prove perilous, especially while the beast retained its vigor. Conversely, the softer underbelly, flanked by rows of spiny legs, posed its own challenges, as a miscalculated attack could easily veer off course. After careful consideration, he determined that the jaw, nearest to its maw, presented the most viable target. Ling Feng's strategy proved effective. The colossal insect, caught off guard by his unexpectedly swift assault, struggled to react in time. The first 3 energy blades struck accurately at its jaw, the initial cut carving a deep gash, followed closely by a second that expelled a torrent of foul blood. The third blade severed a substantial portion of flesh and soft exoskeleton. Regrettably, the subsequent energy blades were thwarted by the insect's terrifying scythe-like forelimbs, which, though they drew some blood, ultimately mitigated the damage. The wounds began to heal rapidly, but the injury to its jaw was notably severe, hindering its recovery and providing Ling Feng a sense of relief. Otherwise, unless he unleashed a relentless barrage of energy waves to obliterate it entirely, he would have found himself at a loss for effective countermeasures. He had already expended considerable energy, and he feared that even a full-force attack would leave his opponent clinging to life, thus sealing his own fate. This was the reason for his dual-blade combat approach. Fortuitously, it seemed that the insect had no intention of summoning other cockroaches to besiege him. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to flee rather than fight. The giant insect, in considerable pain, let out a ghastly shriek, its enormous, lantern-like eyes filled with hatred as it prepared to strike, withdrawing its scythe-like limbs and several spider-like legs. The creature's massive body slammed down onto the ground, resembling a monstrous cockroach, albeit one of grotesque proportions adorned with sinister patterns. After crouching down, it waved its long antennae and charged towards Ling Feng with astonishing speed, akin to a specter. Buildings in its path were ruthlessly demolished, and in an instant, it was upon Ling Feng, a putrid stench assaulting his senses. Faced with the insect at such close range, Ling Feng's heart tightened. A wave of irresistible terror surged from deep within him. The sight of an insect magnified 100-fold was a sensation beyond comprehension for those who had never experienced it. In that moment, he felt the chilling presence of impending death. Yet he resolved to conquer his fear and confront it head-on. What was there to fear? It was merely a bug. Ling Feng's heart roared with an inexplicable fury. His left foot, which had already retreated steadily, suddenly took a giant stride forward, forcefully stamping down upon the earth before him. In the face of the oncoming monstrous creature, he circled his arms, wielding 2 heavy swords that shimmered with a faint golden light. With all his might, he surged forward, embodying an indomitable spirit of courage and determination. Boldly thrusting his weapons into the fray, chosen by the Dragon Ball system, he harbored his own pride and self-respect. On the path of martial arts, retreat was not an option. If he were to falter in fear today, he would likely never achieve greatness in the future. At this moment, it was solely about battle. 67 Chapter 67 Fierce Battle with the Giant Insect 2 Die. Amidst the tumult, Ling Feng's forehead throbbed with veins. 2 heavy swords glimmering with a faint golden radiance clashed fiercely against the head of the colossal insect, its surface fortified with an unyielding shell. The keen tips of the blades, under the enhancement of his energy, managed to pierce the obsidian armor, albeit only a third of their length, becoming irrevocably lodged within. In agony, the monstrous creature bellowed, violently thrusting against Ling Feng, instantly enveloping him in an overwhelming pressure that caused his legs to bend slightly. His feet were anchored firmly to the ground, carving deep grooves into the earth, the intense friction sending tingling sensations coursing through him, nearly compelling him to ascend into the sky with his aerial technique. You wretched insect! Despite the immense pressure before him, Ling Feng's resolve did not waver. He steadfastly supported the 2 heavy swords, gritting his teeth as he gradually pressed them deeper. He refused to believe that once the swords were fully embedded within the creature's head, its formidable regenerative capacity would prevail. Bang! After being repeatedly shoved backward, Ling Feng ultimately collided with an obstacle, his back forcibly pressed against the tiled wall of a dwelling, pain radiating through him, eliciting a sharp intake of breath as discomfort washed over him. Bang, bang, bang. Upon realizing the obstruction, the giant insect showed no inclination to evade. It relentlessly charged, seemingly intent on crushing Ling Feng against the wall. This brutish tactic, though somewhat crude, proved effective, with Ling Feng's current physical prowess insufficient to withstand the solid cement wall. Each impact forced him to channel a portion of his energy for defense. Otherwise, the relentless strikes would be unbearable. He could only strive to vanquish his foe. Retreating was not an option. He could not relinquish the two heavy swords. Bang, bang, bang. With each successive collision, Ling Feng endured excruciating pain, his body sustaining injuries. A trickle of crimson seeping from the corner of his mouth, presenting a disheveled and frenzied appearance. You damnable wretch of an insect! I shall not rest until one of us is no more. Ling Feng roared furiously, his arms bulging with veins as he gripped two heavy swords tightly. A fierce expression etched upon his face. He had indeed engaged in a fierce struggle against the relentless insects. The pressure weighing upon Ling Feng's body was immense. Correspondingly, the gigantic worm endured a comparable strain. The fiercer the impact, the deeper the two heavy swords penetrated, inflicting profound agony upon the creature, driving it into a frenzied state. It swayed violently, as if even the sturdy farmhouse was beginning to buckle under the relentless assault, with debris scattering across the ground. Hisses. After a brief stalemate, the worm ultimately succumbed, retreating a short distance and relinquishing its relentless charge. At this moment, the two heavy swords embedded in the creature's head had nearly penetrated halfway. Should it continue its assault on Ling Feng, it would undoubtedly be courting its own demise. The worm possessed a degree of intelligence. It keenly sensed the looming threat of death and thus refrained from further confrontation with Ling Feng. With a sigh of relief, Ling Feng welcomed the creature's cessation of its brutal onslaught. Otherwise, even if he were to vanquish his foe, he would likely struggle to withstand the creature's desperate retaliation in its final moments. His back ached, muscles and bones alike throbbing with discomfort. Yet, despite the worm's halt in its relentless charge, it executed a maneuver that posed a greater challenge for Ling Feng. Seemingly aware that bending down would be disadvantageous, the worm twisted its massive body, extending spider-like appendages to support its bulk, and unleashed a roar towards the luminous moonlight, resembling an ancient beast of terror, radiating a palpable aura of menace. Damn it! It stuck. At this moment, Ling Feng found himself precariously perched atop the colossal insect's head, his hands firmly grasping two heavy swords. He exerted all his strength in an attempt to extract them, yet they remained ensnared within the creature's flesh and carapace, rendering him utterly unable to free himself. He understood that in such a precarious position, he was at a significant disadvantage. This beast would undoubtedly not allow him to wreak havoc upon its head without consequence. Before Ling Feng could contemplate further, the giant insect, growing increasingly impatient with the troublesome human atop its head, raised one of its scythe-like appendages and brought it crashing down toward him. The force of the impending strike preceded it, sending a gust of wind that tousled Ling Feng's hair. In that instant, he had no time to hesitate. He swiftly crouched low, bowing his head deeply. The terrifying scythe-like limb narrowly grazed his hair, severing a few strands that danced away in the wind. This won't do. The simultaneous pressure on both swords was proving to be quite taxing, hindering the full expression of his strength. Wait, how foolish of me. If two swords are ineffective, why not combine them? After all, they are meant to function as a double-edged weapon. Suddenly awakened, Ling Feng cursed himself for his foolishness. Observing that the next wave of the giant worm's assault had not yet arrived, he hastily relinquished one heavy sword and firmly grasped another with both hands, exerting all his strength to unsheath it. Had he not employed the sky dance technique to stabilize his stance, the recoil would have sent him flying. As the heavy sword was wrenched free, a surge of repulsive dark blood gushed from the wound, simultaneously transmitting excruciating sensations to the giant worm's nervous system. The creature thrashed its head wildly, its scythe-like arms flailing erratically, narrowly missing Ling Feng on several occasions. Seizing the fleeting interval amidst the worm's chaotic strikes, Ling Feng leaped, reversing his grip on the heavy sword and driving it downward with tremendous force. The clash resonated with a metallic ring as the two swords converged. Hiss. The giant worm's eyes, now a vivid crimson, widened in fury upon realizing that Ling Feng had not yet fallen from its massive head. With a roar, it raised its arm, intent on cleaving him in two. Observing the terrifying limb descending toward him, Ling Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. He deftly sidestepped to the side of the double-edged sword, gripping the hilt tightly. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes as he channeled the energy within him, allowing it to surge wildly into the sword. A golden radiance coalesced upon the blade, and when the scythe-like arm collided with the sharpest edge, a fountain of dark blood erupted as the golden brilliance effortlessly severed one of the giant worm's arms. In the pitch-black night sky, a golden energy blade, over 2 meters long, sliced through the giant worm's formidable exoskeleton, leaving a deep gash, with dark blood splattering like raindrops amidst the creature's frenzy. Haha. How does it feel, you foul insect? How do you like the taste of my severed arm? Aha. Delightful. Ling Feng brandished his dual-bladed sword as he gracefully descended to the ground, observing the anguished, bellowing giant insect with an indescribable sense of exhilaration that compelled him to burst into laughter. As the adage wisely states, joy often precedes sorrow. Just as he reveled in the triumph of severing one of the creature's limbs, he noticed the previously howling monstrosity, Manta, pivoting its massive form. Its gaping mandibles, now directed towards him, unleashed a sudden torrent of thick, brown mist, reeking of an overpowering stench. Most perilously, this noxious vapor appeared to possess a potent disorienting effect. Ling Feng, caught off guard, inadvertently inhaled a portion of it, causing his head to spin dizzily. It was only through a desperate act of biting down hard on his own tongue that he managed to regain a semblance of clarity. Yet what awaited him was the terrifying maw of the giant insect, looming ominously before him. Ling Feng was immediately taken aback, leaping backward with all his might. He adeptly employed his aerial maneuvering technique, executing a series of graceful floats that narrowly evaded the deadly jaws of the monstrous insect. Once stabilized, he realized his back was completely drenched, a lingering sense of dread washing over him. Indeed, facing such a peculiar creature demanded utmost vigilance. He couldn't help but admire the creature's cunning, having concealed this lethal strike until now, nearly falling victim to it. However, Ling Feng's condition was far from optimal. The noxious gases he had inhaled earlier left him feeling unwell, his body growing weak and feeble. Both his mental and physical fortitude were waning, and the situation continued to escalate in intensity. Alas, it seemed that retreat was the only viable option for the day. Persisting in this struggle was futile. As he lacked the strength to continue, Ling Feng quickly discerned that his physical condition was no longer suitable for a full-scale battle. In fact, due to his compromised state, he was incapable of unleashing his true potential. Retreat was the only viable option, yet he had at least gleaned a comprehensive understanding of his adversary. There would be ample opportunities to confront this beast in the future. Resolute in his decision, Ling Feng swiftly ascended to the sky, disregarding the monstrous insect below that was furiously screeching and exhaling noxious gas. After taking a brief moment to catch his breath, he unleashed a powerful energy wave towards it and then swiftly navigated the path leading outside the village. Once the giant insect shattered Ling Feng's energy wave with its scythe-like appendage, it realized that its opponent had vanished without a trace. Enraged, it roared in fury, fixating its vengeful gaze on the direction where Ling Feng had disappeared into the night. The malevolent light of hatred filled its eyes, inciting the nearby army of cockroaches to stir restlessly. This night was destined to be anything but peaceful. On the outskirts of the village, a Hummer stood conspicuously in the center of the road, clearly visible even in the late hours of the night. As darkness deepened, eerie, beast-like howls echoed intermittently from outside, casting a heavier pall over the mood of those inside the vehicle. Their expressions were grim and anxious. I say, should we go check on him? It's been quite a while since Ling Feng left, and what if something has truly happened? Those mutated cockroaches are terrifying, suggested Shaku, who was the first to voice the desire to return and investigate. Siko Busujima glanced at her in surprise, a faint smile gracing her lips as she shook her head. There is no need for that. Although I share some concern, since Ling Feng assured us he would be fine, we must trust in his capabilities. If we recklessly charge in now, we might inadvertently hinder his fight. It's best to wait a little longer. Yet, despite her words, the worry etched on Bisujima's brow was unmistakable. It was clear she harbored deeper concerns for Ling Feng's safety than anyone else. Had she possessed the strength, she would have already rushed to his side to fight alongside him. The sense of helplessness gnawed at her, leaving her with a weighty feeling of guilt and a deep sigh. Aren't you terrified of cockroaches? There are so many of them, it's like an army. Just thinking about it makes me shiver in fear. This wretched world, muttered the portly Mitsui, resting his chin on the car windows, his face a mask of indignation and profound terror as he recalled the monstrous creature. His words drew the attention of the others inside the vehicle, their gazes shifting to Sekai Sionji, each sporting a peculiar expression. Mitsui's lament about this wretched world seemed to strike a nerve with her. Sekai, clearly displeased, turned her head away, casting a disdainful glance at Mitsui, who was sprawled atop the Hummer, and scoffed, "You fat fool. He hardly resembles a man." Even at this late hour, he could be dragged away by a few cockroaches, forcing Ling Feng to come to his rescue. Truly useless. Perhaps the world has spoken a tad too harshly. Upon hearing this, Mitsui's expression soured considerably. He felt an urge to retort but ultimately shook his head with a bitter smile, saying nothing further. Engaging in reasoned discourse with a woman is utterly futile. Especially since he was indeed in the wrong. He had been excessively careless. Reflecting on the incident involving Ling Feng and the giant cockroaches, Mitsui instinctively cast a glance at the stoic Siko Tokiwa sitting in the car. A pang of unease struck him. Should anything happen to Ling Feng, she would likely be the one to end his life with a single strike. All right, Shiji, I suppose this has little to do with Mitsui. We must have faith in Ling Feng. He might return shortly, said Kei Yonaha, her tone gentle as she sought to ease the atmosphere. Indeed. Let us trust in little Feng-chan. He is quite formidable. Those wretched cockroaches stand no chance against him. Shiho Jurikawa chimed in, noticing the generally somber mood among them and offering words of comfort. I see my brother. He is flying back. Mitsui suddenly exclaimed from atop the car. Before the occupants inside could rejoice, Mitsui's tone shifted abruptly as he cried out, "Wait, it seems like my brother is flying a bit unsteadily. As though he might fall from the sky." What? The others inside the car, including Siko, were taken aback, hastily exiting the vehicle to peer into the sky. Indeed, they spotted a figure soaring towards them, but it appeared to be wobbling dangerously, as if on the verge of plummeting. Quickly, Siko's keen instincts kicked in. She swiftly discerned that Ling Feng's condition was amiss. Her expression changed, and after calling out, she dashed forward, prompting the others to follow suit. Meanwhile, Ling Feng, soaring through the sky, felt his head spinning. His entire body was engulfed in discomfort. Both his mental and physical states were far from optimal, verging on the distressing. Ling Feng gritted his teeth as he soared through the air, finally escaping the confines of the village. His gaze immediately fell upon a Hummer parked on the main road, and he noticed Siko and the others hastening towards him. They've arrived. I'm so exhausted, he thought. Upon seeing them approach, Ling Feng felt a slight easing in his heart, and the tension within him dissipated considerably. However, just as he began to sway, he plummeted straight down from the sky, leaving Juchuan Shizuka and the others aghast. Fortunately, Siko, who was leading the charge, was already close to Ling Feng's descent point. Without hesitation, she leaped forward with all her might, extending her arms to catch him securely. Though her body trembled slightly upon impact, she soon regained her composure. After steadying her breath, Siko turned her attention to Ling Feng in her embrace. Noting his pallid complexion tinged with a hint of blue, he appeared utterly drained of vitality. Placing her hand on his chest, she felt his heart racing, likely a result of sheer exhaustion, but it seemed more serious than that. How's he, Siko? Is little Feng all right? Shizuka and the others rushed over, their faces etched with concern. Ling Feng was the linchpin of their group. Should he falter, their entire team would be irrevocably compromised. Siko conducted a thorough examination and shook her head, stating, at present, there appears to be no immediate danger to his life. However, he has expended a considerable amount of energy and seems to exhibit signs of poisoning. We should move Ling Feng to the vehicle. We cannot linger here any longer. Look over there. Kagaya pointed towards the green belt at the roadside, her beautiful face marred by a flicker of fear. The group turned to see several fist-sized cockroaches emerging one after another, swarming the area in increasing numbers. In mere seconds, the count had escalated to 7 or 8. Their expressions shifted in alarm, realizing that these pests had followed them, a true menace to their survival. Run. Siko's face hardened as she whispered, clutching Ling Feng tightly. She swiftly turned and dashed towards the Hummer, prompting Kagaya and the others to hasten their steps. Delay could mean disaster. Kagaya, you take the front passenger seat. I will remain in the back to tend to him, Siko instructed, opening the rear door and settling Ling Feng inside. She glanced back at Kagaya, who nodded in understanding and quickly made her way to the front seat, while Mitsui continued to cling to the roof of the vehicle. Run them over, Siko commanded coldly. Her expression frosted as she observed the encroaching swarm of cockroaches surrounding the Hummer. Yes, Jiuchuan Jingxiang nodded vigorously, pressing the accelerator to the floor. The Hummer roared to life, akin to a colossal beast unleashed from its confines, charging forth with a ferocious growl. Its four massive wheels mercilessly crushed a multitude of cockroaches, annihilating them into fragments as it dominantly carved a path, swiftly departing from the scene. By the time Ling Feng awoke, it was already noon of the following day. He found himself in the backseat of the Hummer, cradled in the embrace of Qi Shu. As he slightly stirred, he was immediately noticed by Shauna, who, upon seeing him regain consciousness, joyfully called out to Siko and the others, who were preparing lunch outside the vehicle. "Brother, you're finally awake. You had us all terrified. When you didn't wake up this morning, I thought you might be in a deep slumber for days," joked Mitsui. "Ugh, I'm still rather fatigued. I reckon I'll need another day of rest." "Those wretched cockroaches were truly revolting," Ling Feng replied, wearily rubbing his head and waving his hand dismissively. "What caused you to faint? Did something happen last night?" The world inquired curiously, while Siko and the others gazed at him with anticipation. Ling Feng forced a smile and nodded, recounting the events of the previous night in a general manner. Jingxiang and the others could not help but express their astonishment and trepidation, realizing how perilous the situation had been. "Humph. Had I not expended considerable energy on the Kamehameha from the very beginning, I would not have needed to engage in a brute struggle with that creature. I could have effortlessly dispatched him with a single, full-powered Kamehameha. It seems we were indeed unfortunate to encounter such a predicament." Ling Feng expressed his displeasure, remarking on the absurdity of battling a cockroach to the death. It struck him as peculiar. Such creatures should have been easily crushed underfoot. This cursed apocalypse, with its relentless negative energy. Is it not strange, he pondered, that a mere cockroach could possess such strength? According to Mitsui's previous description, its size seemed exaggerated, far surpassing the other mutated cockroaches he had encountered. Gue Yinyi, after a moment of contemplation, spoke up. Had she not voiced her thoughts, Ling Feng might not have given it much consideration. However, now, reflecting on her words, he furrowed his brow in concern. It truly was bizarre. How could a simple cockroach, even if mutated, grow to such an immense size? Moreover, this was the first instance of mutated insects they had witnessed since the onset of the apocalypse, and the sheer number was staggering. If other insects in this world were to undergo similar mutations, particularly ants, Ling Feng found himself contemplating the futility of existence. Indeed, Yin Ye's reasoning was sound. Regardless of the circumstances, the world adheres to fundamental principles of balance. Cockroaches, as pests, are typically abundant in any household. Given such a terrifying baseline, the likelihood of mutation should be minimal. It seemed highly improbable for such a multitude to emerge all at once, bordering on the irrational. Siko, in agreement with Yinyi, pondered aloud, her expression tinged with confusion and concern. The unpredictability of such occurrences left her feeling uneasy. If they were to encounter similar situations in the future, it could pose significant challenges. The thought of countless insects magnified by tenfold or even 100-fold appearing before them sent shivers down Ling Feng and Siko's spines. There could be nothing more terrifying than mutated insects of such colossal proportions. Yet, Ling Feng recalled their initial encounters with numerous mutated rats. However, Zhu Chuan Shizuka interjected. Rats are mammals, entirely different from cockroaches. Moreover, upon reflection, while there appeared to be many rats at the time, they were relatively few compared to the total population in the vicinity of the manor. In the following days, sightings of mutated rats diminished significantly, likely due to the presence of a large granary in that area, unlike elsewhere. Ling Feng considered this, acknowledging, "That's true. We have indeed seen very few mutated rats." The three girls, Yin Yi included, nodded in agreement, noting that they had yet to encounter any mutated insects prior to this. Nevertheless, Ling Feng concluded, "There is little point in dwelling on this now. We shall observe how things unfold. For the time being, please procure some food. I am ravenously hungry." Ling Feng, feeling somewhat troubled, ran his fingers through his hair. The several young ladies promptly prepared a sumptuous lunch for him, and before long, the air was filled with an enticing aroma of delectable dishes. As Ling Feng took the chopsticks, he began to eat heartily. For he had not consumed breakfast due to his slumber, and his stomach was nearly empty, growling in protest. After finishing his meal, Ling Feng reclined comfortably in his seat. Enjoying a moment of tranquility, he silently invoked the Dragon Ball system to check his energy points. Due to the absence of any giant cockroach slayings, his energy points remained rather low, with only a slight increase derived from eliminating other cockroaches. Currently, his energy points stood at 3418. Ling Feng rested with half-closed eyes, simultaneously tapping the fist icon to explore the myriad of techniques available within the Dragon Ball universe. Indeed, the martial arts styles in this realm were as abundant as the stars in the night sky. He had previously encountered numerous techniques, yet many remained unexamined. After a fierce battle with a mutated giant cockroach, Ling Feng realized the necessity of acquiring a defensive technique to safeguard himself during critical moments. He was uncertain whether such a technique existed, but he intended to search diligently. After searching for over 10 minutes, Ling Feng discovered a remarkable technique known as Qi Gang, or alternatively, Gang Qi. This technique involves a profound manipulation of Qi, allowing the internal energy to permeate every corner of the body and forming a subtle energy shield at the surface. When the internal Qi reaches a sufficient level, it can even manifest as an explosive form of Gang Qi, continuously circulating around oneself. Not only does it provide formidable defense, but it also possesses a degree of lethality. It can be said to be an exceptionally practical technique, with its potency entirely dependent on the individual's physical strength and the abundance of Qi within, thus establishing certain foundational requirements. Ling Feng can currently manage to learn it, albeit with the expectation that the initial defensive effects may not be particularly remarkable. However, familiarizing himself with it sooner rather than later would be beneficial for the future. He is eager to exchange for it. Yet the price for this exchange is indeed rather exorbitant, requiring a staggering 30,000 energy points. Ling Feng, upon further contemplation, couldn't help but chuckle in bemusement. This aura of energy seemed reminiscent of the later stages of the Dragon Ball animation, where nearly everyone exhibited explosive combat power, manifesting as radiant waves akin to sword light. If one were to consider the Super Saiyan state, these waves would take on a golden hue. Indeed, such phenomena were absent in the early episodes of the series. Given his current lackluster combat abilities, attempting to master this technique felt rather ambitious. Moreover, he lacked sufficient energy points, the disparity being quite significant. It appeared that he would have to bide his time before pursuing this further. "What troubles you with that furrowed brow?" Qingpu Shana inquired as she took a seat beside Ling Feng, her concern evident. "Nothing much, merely pondering the matters that lie ahead," he replied. Ling Feng caught a whiff of the delicate fragrance emanating from Shana, who stood beside him, and upon regaining his composure, he smiled and spoke to the petite girl. Although his relationship with Shana and her companions had improved considerably, he remained reluctant to divulge the intricacies of the Dragon Ball system to others. "Oh," Shana nodded thoughtfully, a hint of hesitation in her demeanor as her cheeks flushed crimson. "Thank you so much for yesterday. At that moment, I truly believed I was doomed." The chilling memory of being encircled by a horde of terrifying, mutated cockroaches sent shivers down her spine. For a girl, such an ordeal was far more harrowing than facing any venomous snake or ferocious beast. Ling Feng's timely intervention had naturally brought them closer, transforming their previously ordinary relationship. "Indeed, it was my carelessness," he reflected. "Had everyone slept in the same room, we could have avoided such calamities altogether." Ling Feng sighed with a bitter smile, shaking his head in self-reproach. Yet, what could be done? After all, he could not restrain himself. Once one has tasted the sweetness, the longing becomes unbearable after just a few days without it. If they were all confined to the same room, nothing would be accomplished, and indeed, having so many people around could lead to considerable trouble. No one had anticipated such a situation. "You need not blame yourself," he was reassured. "Moreover, separating into different rooms might be more comfortable." Shania offered her comfort, when suddenly, a head popped up beside her, startling her and prompting a fit of giggles. It was the World Girl. "When did you two start having private conversations? Don't tell me you're having a clandestine affair. How cunning of you, Shania." World teased with a playful grin. Shania's cheeks flushed slightly as she shot a glare at World, retorting, "I think it's you who's being sly. I'll take my leave now and not disturb your conversation." With that, she elegantly lifted her leg and exited the vehicle. "World, do you have something to say to me?" Ling Feng discerned that World had approached with a purpose. World nodded, glancing outside at Yanga and Siko engaged in conversation. Then sighed. "Yanga and Siko are deliberating whether they should visit our home again. It's located near the zoo, and there are certainly numerous mutated creatures nearby." Siko seems a bit uneasy about it. Ling Feng raised an eyebrow, inquiring, "Are they at odds with each other?" World shook her head and shrugged. "Actually, Yanga is somewhat hesitant. She doesn't want to involve you and appears to prefer going alone." Such foolishness. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng's expression immediately turned cold, and he could not help but scold, startling the entire world. Zhu Chuanjingxiang and her companions approached. "What happened? Did you provoke Xiaofeng and make her angry?" "That won't do. She still needs to rest well," Zhu Chuanjingxiang remarked, casting a glance at both Ling Feng and the world, a hint of amusement gracing her features. The world shook her head, asserting that this had nothing to do with her. Ling Feng waved his hand, gazing at the somewhat haggard Gui Yinyi. With a deep sigh, he spoke earnestly, Yinyi, I understand your concerns. However, my primary objective is to hunt down zombies and mutated creatures. So you need not bear any psychological burdens. Venturing alone would be akin to courting death. I am merely fatigued. A brief respite will suffice and will not impede our original journey. I am simply worried about your safety, Ling Feng. I was anxious about you yesterday as well. The path we are traversing leads to my home. It was my choice. If anything were to happen to you along the way, I could never forgive myself. Yinyi murmured, tears glistening in her eyes. Ling Feng observed the situation with a sense of helplessness in his heart. Gui Yinyi was indeed a good girl, no matter the circumstances. She always attributed the responsibility to herself. In her eyes, it was likely that she believed she was the cause of his injuries, which left her feeling guilty. After numerous persuasive efforts from Ling Feng, Yinyi finally managed to ease her mind, refraining from uttering any foolish thoughts about leaving alone. However, it was evident that she still felt somewhat indebted to Ling Feng. During his moments of rest, she took extra care of him, allowing him to relish the attentive service of a beautiful girl, which was quite delightful. In the afternoon, the Hummer traversed a spacious road, following Yinye's directions. They were to continue down this path for approximately a day's journey to reach her home. However, they soon encountered a pressing issue, not the wandering zombies obstructing their path, but rather a fundamental concern regarding the Hummer's fuel supply. Unfortunately, despite the numerous advantages of the Hummer, its excessive fuel consumption was a significant drawback. At this point, they were running low on gasoline, and it was imperative to locate a gas station. Otherwise, Ling Feng estimated they would not be able to drive for many more days. Zhuchuan Jingxiang, gripping the steering wheel, glanced at the vehicle's dashboard and frowned. She was unfamiliar with the area and had no idea where a gas station might be located. Moreover, even if they found one, there was no guarantee it would have fuel left, especially given that the apocalypse had persisted for such an extended period, likely depleting such resources. We must refuel. This vehicle is crucial for us. Does anyone know if there are gas stations nearby? Ling Feng inquired, nodding as he turned to the girls seated beside him. They all shook their heads in response. However, it was Mitsui, who was lounging atop the car, who leaned down with a grin and said, I know, big brother. I've been here before. There's a large gas station nearby. I can guide you there. Following Mitsui's directions, Zhuchuan Jingxiang turned the vehicle and, after about 5 minutes, indeed spotted a sizable gas station, suggesting there might still be some fuel remaining. The car slowly approached the refueling point, and Mitsui quickly jumped out, cautiously surveying the surroundings. Confirming the area was devoid of people, he reached for the fuel nozzle, unscrewed the Hummer's gas cap, and adeptly began the refueling process, swiftly filling the tank. Actually, I used to work at a gas station, so I'm quite familiar with this process. From now on, I'll handle all the refueling tasks. It's no trouble at all. Mitsui explained with a smile as he worked, subtly attempting to enhance his value within the team. Let's get out and find some empty plastic containers to store additional gasoline, Ling Feng suggested. Ling Feng nodded slightly, opened the car door, and descended, his back still adorned with dual swords. Having learned from several past experiences, he was determined not to let his weapon stray too far from him. The gas station, as expected, was replete with plastic barrels for fuel. Soon, Ling Feng and his companions discovered several offices within the station, and once the Hummer finished refueling, they proceeded to fill all the barrels with gasoline. This would certainly sustain them for a considerable duration. All right, let us make haste, he urged. With a swift motion, he severed the heads of 2 approaching zombies with a single stroke of his sword, beckoning the others to board the vehicle. As they ignited the engine, the roar of the automobile echoed around them, and in the blink of an eye, a familiar Jeep thundered into the gas station, followed closely by a modified minivan. Vehicles equipped with protective electromagnetic pulse defenses were a rare sight, likely military in origin. Ling Feng and his companions immediately heightened their vigilance, stepping out of the vehicle to scrutinize the newcomers. Aha, what a delightful coincidence, young brother. How have you been lately? The door of the Jeep swung open, and a robust man with a buzz cut strode out with purpose, a broad smile illuminating his face as he greeted Ling Feng. Ling Feng noticed his surprise and exchanged a glance with Siko, astonished to find it was Ichiro Sato, whom they had met briefly not long ago. I truly did not expect to see you again, Siko remarked. Ichiro Sato chuckled. I thought the same. It seems your group has grown considerably. You are here to lend support, I presume? I am as well, having come out to gather some food and water, all of which I have stored in the van behind. Ling Feng pondered for a moment before inquiring, how's the situation at the base city? Ichiro Sato sighed. Shaking his head in a resigned manner, the Bay City is likely on the brink of collapse. His words left Ling Feng and Siko, along with the others, utterly astonished. Was the Bay City fortified with numerous defense measures, stocked with provisions and troops? How could it falter in less than a month? Alas, it primarily stems from internal issues. Recently, a highly influential figure arrived and consolidated many factions within the Bay City, yet this has sparked considerable discontent. The situation is becoming increasingly chaotic, and if it continues, it is likely that infighting among our own will ensue. I am uncertain how much longer I can endure. Ichiro Sato lamented. A highly influential figure? Ling Feng inquired out of curiosity, only to be taken aback by the response, as were Siko and Shizuka. The eminent personage Ichiro spoke of turned out to be Soichiro Takashiro, the father of Saya Takashiro, the leader of the region's largest right-wing group, the Patriotic Society. Known for his astute and iron-fisted approach, indeed a formidable individual, Soichiro Takashiro held considerable sway in the city, a fact that boded ill for Ling Feng. Siko and Shizuka exchanged glances, aware that Saya Takashiro had been slain by Ling Feng. Should the father discover this, it would be only natural for him to seek retribution against Ling Feng. Given your expressions, it seems you are also acquainted with this notable figure. It would not be surprising, considering Miss Siko's esteemed lineage, Ichiro Sato observed, taken aback by the demeanor of Ling Feng and his companions. Glancing at Siko with a dawning understanding, Ling Feng suppressed a cold laugh within. If Ichiro Sato were to discover that he had slain Taksaya, he would undoubtedly be terrified to death. What are your plans moving forward? Traveling with such a number of young ladies must prove rather inconvenient. Ichiro Sato glanced at Yin Yi and the others, secretly astonished, as each of these young women was an extraordinary beauty in her own right. This lad is indeed fortunate in his romantic pursuits. No matter, we are unfazed. It is merely that the vehicle may be a tad cramped. Ling Feng shook his head dismissively and, with a casual gesture, returned to the vehicle, driving away from the gas station. Captain, is this really all right? We came here specifically to gather gasoline. A young man in the Jeep expressed his dissatisfaction. In truth, this gas station was initially discovered by them. Securing a truckload of gasoline would have been a significant accomplishment. Ichiro Sato shook his head, saying, they won't be able to take much. It's not worth offending these individuals. They've made their way through, and their capabilities should not be underestimated. Now, let us stop bickering and move swiftly. Understood. The soldiers responded in unison. Ling Feng, have you ever considered something? In the Hummer, as it glided smoothly along the highway, Shauna suddenly turned to Ling Feng, who was seated in front. Ling Feng slightly nodded, encouraging her to continue. Shauna glanced at the world-weary Yi and said, I was thinking, although the likelihood is slim, if any of our families happen to have survived. How do you intend to handle it? Understand that this Hummer simply cannot accommodate so many people. Upon her words, everyone fell silent. Taken aback by the gravity of the question, one that had evidently not crossed their minds before. I don't know. What do you suggest? My intellect isn't particularly sharp. Ling Feng replied. Ling Feng grew increasingly agitated as he contemplated the situation, finding himself too occupied to dwell on minute details. He promptly presented all his concerns to Shauna. Shauna cast a sidelong glance at Ling Feng, resting her delicate chin on her small hand. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, there are essentially two solutions. First, abandon the Hummer in search of a more spacious vehicle. Second, further modify the Hummer by simply adding a small compartment at the back. Both options seemed unfeasible. None of us possess the skills for modifications, and spending excessive time on alterations might hinder our efforts to save lives. We shall see once we arrive, if necessary. We can squeeze together. I, too, can join Mitsui atop the vehicle. Ling Feng decisively declined, jesting that the Hummer was fundamental and could not be tampered with. With a sense of resignation, the current situation had to be accepted. As night fell, driving became perilous. Hence, Zhu Chuan Jingxiang sought refuge in an upscale villa area, parking the vehicle and taking shelter in a nearby residence, where they also took the liberty of eliminating the zombies within. After a satisfying meal, Jingxiang and the others retired for the night, while Ling Feng, after tidying up with Siko, departed the villa area to hunt zombies. Initially, Yin Yi volunteered to assist, but Ling Feng firmly refused, explaining that only he could earn energy points from slaying zombies. Bringing along Siko was merely for coordination, and there was no need for an additional companion. Let us first clear the zombies near this villa area, he suggested. Stepping outside, Ling Feng wandered around the vicinity and discovered a considerable number of zombies. He turned to Siko and said, We need to attract them. Siko nodded, taking the lead to initiate the distraction. Having collaborated numerous times, they moved in perfect synchrony, effortlessly luring a horde of over 30 zombies. For an ordinary person, such a task would be daunting. However, Ling Feng was far from ordinary. Drawing his twin heavy swords from his back, he charged forward, wielding them with ferocity, decapitating zombies with ease as if slicing through vegetables. In less than a minute, the 30-plus zombies had been dispatched. The duo worked in unison, their pace swift. Any stray zombies were swiftly dealt with by Siko. After an hour, the streets nearby were nearly devoid of the undead. Ling Feng checked his energy points, 4,033, still a considerable distance from redeeming for Qi Gang. Observing the darkening sky, they opted not to stray further from the villa area to hunt, turning back to avoid causing concern for Jingxiang and the others. Those girls, including Yin Yi, are quite remarkable. When do you plan to win their affections? They seem to harbor feelings for you, Siko inquired with a smile, leaning close to Ling Feng. Let it unfold naturally, he replied. Ling Feng chuckled softly, wrapping his arm around Siko's slender waist, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he remarked, "What pleases me most is having a wonderful woman like you, Siko." Siko Dojima responded with a gentle smile, her gaze soft as she looked at Ling Feng, choosing silence, for their unspoken understanding conveyed everything. The two walked back to the villa in a serene atmosphere, only to be met with an unfortunate sight. A group of over a dozen men and women surrounded their residence, brandishing clubs and blades while shouting demands for food. Some among them rudely kicked the front door, while Mitsui stood on the second-floor balcony, hurling foul insults at the crowd below, his voice carrying even from a distance where Ling Feng and Siko stood. "You fools, get the hell out of here. If my brother returns, not a single one of you worthless scum will escape alive." Mitsui, his neck flushed with anger, grasped the balcony railing as he berated the group, spittle flying from his lips. "You selfish bastards. If you have food, you should share it with us. This is an apocalypse. We ought to help one another. Besides, you are all outsiders. This is our territory. It is only right that you share your food with us. At the very least, you should hand over half of your provisions and water." A young man wielding a watermelon knife shouted back with an air of entitlement, and others joined in, some even threatening that if Mitsui and his companions refused to surrender their supplies, they would attract a horde of zombies to besiege the villa, a truly nefarious tactic. Upon hearing this, Ling Feng and Siko's expressions immediately turned cold. This was indeed the so-called troublesome populace. They swiftly approached. "What the hell? You bastards are deliberately courting death, aren't you? Your words are even more melodious than a song. What a farce. Why on earth should I provide you with sustenance? If you have the guts, go slay the zombies yourselves. A bunch of fools. You think I would feed you?" Mitsui unleashed a torrent of abuse towards the young man below. Had he not been striving to restrain himself, wishing to avoid attracting the undead, he would have already put a bullet through this scoundrel. "Fine. You insolent fatso. We are completely out of food now, and since you refuse to share, then prepare for the consequences. None of us wish to survive any longer." Mitsui's words darkened the young man's face, and he growled menacingly, his companions joining in with a flurry of curses, unleashing every vulgarity they could muster. "Humph. I would very much like to see what you can do to us." Ling Feng and Poison Island Siko strode through the villa's entrance, letting out a cold snort as they addressed the group. "Brother, sister-in-law, you have finally returned. You must have heard all this nonsense, haven't you? I've never encountered such a pitiful bunch." Mitsui, spotting their arrival from the balcony, felt a surge of joy but quickly masked it with a disgruntled expression, secretly chuckling to himself, knowing that these individuals were doomed. "Indeed, we heard everything, every word without exception," Poison Island Siko remarked coolly, her gaze sweeping over the group with an air of icy authority. Initially, they had intended to voice their thoughts, yet upon meeting Siko's penetrating stare, an uncomfortable sensation washed over them, as if they were being scrutinized by a predator. The presence of the weapons they bore only heightened the intimidation, effectively instilling fear in the hearts of those present. Upon witnessing this, Ling Feng let out a cold smile. A fool is still a fool, no matter how many fools are gathered together. He had no interest in engaging in further trivialities and pointed at the young man who had instigated the disturbance. His tone icy as he declared, "You will stay, the rest may leave." Had it not been for the pangs of hunger, few would resort to such actions. A notion Ling Feng could comprehend. However, that did not mean he would overlook the exceedingly outrageous individuals among them, while others might be spared. This particular individual must be dealt with today. Upon hearing Ling Feng's words and sensing the chilling aura emanating from him, The group, already disunited, began to exhibit signs of fracturing. After all, no one was a fool, and those two formidable swords were not mere decorations. The young man's countenance shifted dramatically, recalling the discomfort of an empty stomach. Gritting his teeth, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he shouted menacingly at Ling Feng and Siko. "What are you being so arrogant about? Don't think that just because you wield two large swords, you're something extraordinary. There are over a dozen of us, each armed with a club or a knife, capable of easily dispatching you. Once we break down the villa's door, all the food inside will belong to us. And we won't have to suffer from hunger anymore, nor will we need to risk being devoured by zombies while searching for food outside." Upon hearing these words, Ling Feng's brow furrowed tightly. This individual was evidently inciting the masses to unite in rebellion. It seemed he could not be allowed to remain. With this thought, a glimmer of murderous intent flashed in Ling Feng's eyes as he drew a heavy sword and strode forward with an air of calm. "Come on, everyone, fight for sustenance. If you wish to avoid starvation, let us fight together," the young man shouted, charging ahead with a watermelon knife in hand. Seeing this, several men behind him were stirred into action, brandishing sticks and blades, clearly driven mad by their hunger. "I shall grant you your wish," Ling Feng said calmly, his wrist twisting as the heavy sword slashed forward with unstoppable force, devoid of any hesitation or mercy. The young man, sensing the might of the heavy sword, was instantly filled with dread and regret, yet it was too late. He swung his knife in desperation. However, a mere watermelon knife stood no chance against Ling Feng's heavy sword. In the instant they collided, the watermelon knife was severed, and the heavy sword continued its relentless descent. The young man let out a harrowing scream as a deep gash was carved into his chest, exposing flesh down to the bone, extending cruelly to his face. With a clatter, the broken watermelon knife fell to the ground, and the men rushing forward were involuntarily halted, their faces etched with terror as they beheld Ling Feng, whose sword dripped with blood alongside the fallen body. The women behind them erupted into terrified shrieks. Siko Toxic Island furrowed her delicate brows and dashed forward, her hands transforming into weapons as she swiftly rendered the raucous women unconscious. If their screams continued, they might attract a horde of zombies. And now they simply wished to rest, not to expend energy in combat. Originally, she had no intention of taking unnecessary lives, yet if they sought death, she would have no choice but to oblige them. After Ling Feng dispatched his adversaries, he did not linger, calmly addressing the few men before him. With a series of swift strikes from his heavy sword, several more corpses soon littered the ground. Gue Yin and the others pushed open the door and emerged from the villa. Upon witnessing the fallen bodies, Sanjing exclaimed in exhilaration, while the girls, albeit reluctant, understood the inevitability of the situation. "What do you intend to do with these women? Will you kill them or let them go?" the world inquired. "Let us slay them," he replied. "One must eradicate the root of the problem. It is not my desire to take lives, but they have left me no choice." Ling Feng spoke with a hint of resignation, while Yin Yi and the others remained silent. Ling Feng was right. In this world, simply avoiding trouble does not ensure one's safety. Such is the nature of human hearts. With a swift motion, and after understanding the situation with these women, Ling Feng let out a soft sigh and signaled Mitsui and the others to assist in transporting the bodies to a nearby villa. They would only return after the task was completed. That night, drawing from past experiences, Ling Feng instructed everyone to gather in the hall for sleep. In the event of any disturbances, they could respond with utmost swiftness. Although he could not engage in the tender moments with Siko or Shizuka, he bore it with restraint. As the night wore on, the group had succumbed to deep slumber. Suddenly, in the early hours, Ling Feng felt a shiver coursing through his body. He abruptly opened his eyes, pushed away the embraces of Siko and Shizuka, and stood up, his expression grave, fist clenched, breathing slightly labored as if on high alert. The hall, already enveloped in silence, stirred at the faintest sound, rousing the others from their sleep. Particularly Mitsui, who had previously suffered. Startled awake and frantically grasped for the handgun beside his pillow, his face a mask of fear. Terrified that he might once again be ensnared by a cockroach in his days. "Mitsui, please don't scare me," he exclaimed. "I thought those cockroaches were back. If you need to use the restroom, just be quiet about it." Mitsui glanced around, unable to discern anything unusual, only to find Ling Feng standing there in a daze. And he couldn't help but respond irritably. This older brother was so jumpy, as if nothing had occurred, it truly frightened him. Ling Feng turned his head and shot a glare at Mitsui, coldly stating, "If you wish to live, then pull yourselves together." Mitsui, taken aback, immediately stood upright. Almost stumbling in his haste, panting and scanning the surroundings with a wary expression. The other girls mirrored his reaction, not believing that Ling Feng would jest with them frivolously. "Is something wrong, my husband?" Siko inquired softly, her brow furrowed in confusion. She sensed no imminent threat and wondered if perhaps Ling Feng was merely stressed from recent pressures. "I have a terrible premonition," he confessed, as if an enormous upheaval is about to occur. Ling Feng spoke in a low voice, expressing an inexplicable sense of oppression that grew increasingly intense, leaving no room for doubt. "Please do not frighten us. There is no chance that some terrifying mutated insect or similar creature will come our way, right? I feel as though I am on the brink of collapse." The world anxiously remarked while gazing at Ling Feng. Ling Feng shook his head, remaining silent as his gaze continually swept around the surroundings. His brows furrowed ever deeper, and an overwhelming sense of discomfort surged within him, foreboding that something dreadful was about to transpire. Time passed slowly, the classical grandfather clock in the hall swaying rhythmically, causing hearts to tremble in unison. Finally, amidst the oppressive atmosphere, the clock struck midnight. At that very moment, it was not only Ling Feng who sensed it. Everyone present felt an oppressive aura descend upon them, seemingly omnipresent, as if the world itself had momentarily come to a standstill. In the next instant, a sudden upheaval occurred. A thunderous roar echoed throughout the universe, penetrating the villa's glass windows and reaching the ears of all present. Faces turned pale as the realization dawned upon them. They recognized the sound all too well. It was the unmistakable roar of zombies. Yet, to produce such a cacophony, how many zombies must be simultaneously roaring? Ling Feng almost instantaneously dashed to the door, flinging it open and rushing outside. Siko and the others exchanged glances before following suit. By the time they reached the outside, Ling Feng had already ascended to the skies using the sky dance technique to survey the situation. Ling Feng soared high into the night sky, affording him a clear view of the distant landscape. Although darkness enveloped the hour, the moonlight shone brightly, illuminating the surroundings. Within his line of sight, all the zombies were howling towards the heavens, absorbing wisps of an eerie black mist, their bodies undergoing various transformations. After a while, the resounding cries of the undead gradually subsided, and Ling Feng descended, his expression betraying a hint of unease. "What has transpired?" inquired Zhu Chuan Jingxiang cautiously. "Alas," he replied. In the early hours, Ling Feng cast a glance at Siko and the others, letting out a heavy sigh as he spoke softly, "From this day forth, humanity may indeed face its demise." Without waiting for the astonished expressions of the group to settle, he shook his head and walked back into the villa with a weighty step. How frustrating it was. He should have been clearer. The world, in a state of urgency, stamped its foot and hurried after him, as did Siko and the others, all of whom remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Upon returning to the villa and securing the door, Ling Feng recounted all that he had witnessed, plunging the group into a profound silence. The collective evolution of the zombies. What could this signify? It suggested that the Earth might truly transform into a planet overrun by the undead. Were all ordinary zombies destined to become mutated? Were we not doomed? Mitsui exclaimed in terror, her face etched with despair and helplessness. "No," Ling Feng countered, "based on what I observed. Although all the zombies absorbed the black mist, only a minority underwent mutation. However, even without mutation, the strength of ordinary zombies will significantly surpass their previous capabilities after this upheaval. Not to mention those that have already mutated. They will likely become even more formidable." Ling Feng shook his head and remarked, "If all the zombies in the world were to transform into mutated beings, it would indeed spell utter doom." Upon hearing his words, the expressions of those present improved slightly, yet they remained far from cheerful. Overall, they were still confronted with an army of zombies that was even more terrifying and formidable than before, causing the hearts of the Rose people to grow heavy with despair. What, after all, was that black mist? Its ability to enhance the zombies was profoundly unsettling. Jing Pushana furrowed her brow tightly and stated, "I do not know. But it is certainly not a good omen." Ling Feng intended to express that it was likely negative energy, yet when the words reached his lips, he ultimately refrained from uttering them, unsure of how to articulate his thoughts. Ling Feng found himself shrouded in uncertainty. The zombies had inexplicably undergone a transformation. While it might be true that the energy points gained from vanquishing a single zombie would likely surpass previous amounts, he would unequivocally eschew such an unsettling circumstance if given the choice. From this point onward, even the act of dispatching ordinary zombies would necessitate utmost caution. What a stroke of misfortune. Guiling, should we adhere to our original plan? It seems perilous, Gue Yinyu remarked. Her lips pressed tightly together as she gazed intently at Ling Feng. At that moment, Even if Ling Feng were to insist on proceeding, she would find herself at a loss for words. After all, the vicinity housed a large zoo, which was already fraught with danger. With the recent developments, the situation appeared even more daunting. Indeed, it may be prudent to delay our plans for a few days. We must first ascertain the extent of the zombies' enhanced capabilities before taking any rash actions. Ling Feng spoke with a hint of embarrassment, expressing that his attempts to visit the Yin Yi family had been continually thwarted, resulting in delays. Gue Yin Yi gently shook her head and replied, I too wish to avoid any harm to others. As the zombies grow stronger, it is imperative that we prepare adequately. I sincerely hope they do not become overwhelmingly powerful. Despite her efforts to mask her emotions, the trace of worry etched upon her brow revealed a deep-seated concern for her family's plight, mirroring the broader world as turmoil. With the night growing late, they decided it was unwise to venture out, resolving to address matters at dawn. Siko, come with me to my room, she instructed. Suddenly, Ling Feng exchanged a knowing glance with Siko Tokisaki before stepping into a room. Observing this, Siko followed suit, and upon their entrance, the door was firmly shut with a resounding thud. From outside, the world observed Ling Feng and Siko enter the room, prompting some discontented murmurs. Are you not jealous, Shizuka? Sharnado inquired, casting a glance at Jikawa Shizuka. Shizuka smiled gently and shook her head, responding, Siko is far more formidable than I. They must be discussing matters concerning the zombies. In truth, we have been hindering Ling Feng's progress. Kanade sighed with a hint of resignation. Jikawa Shizuka chuckled lightly, waving her hand dismissively. Come now, Kanade. I hardly believe you are unaware of Ling Feng's little affections. If he were indifferent towards you, he wouldn't pay you any mind at all. Regardless, it is all the same for us where we go. At her words, Kanade's face flushed crimson, and without uttering a word, she cast a fleeting glance at the door before lying down to sleep. Let us all rest. Do not concern yourselves with the boss and the others. Perhaps this will be my last slumber. Sigh, Mitsui lamented, shaking his head as he pulled up the covers and succumbed to sleep. Under different circumstances, if Ling Feng had summoned Siko to a room alone, he would have surely uttered something rather lewd. However, at this moment, he was devoid of such inclinations. Inside the room, Ling Feng briefly articulated his conjectures regarding the enhancement of zombies through negative energy. Is that so? What plans do we have next? Siko pondered deeply. Ling Feng let out a bitter laugh and shook his head, murmuring, everything is rather chaotic at the moment. After all, the situation unfolded far too abruptly. Who could have anticipated these zombies undergoing such a collective enhancement? After a moment of contemplation, Ling Feng turned his gaze towards Siko and said, I shall exchange for the floating dance technique and the Wolf Fang fist for you, along with further augmenting your strength. I harbor deep concerns about whether I can eradicate half of the negative energy in the coming days, so bolstering your capabilities is imperative. Then I shall trouble you. My husband, Siko replied, comprehension dawning in her eyes as she offered a faint smile. With deliberate grace, she unfastened her trousers, revealing a pair of slender, exquisite legs. Casting a sultry glance at Ling Feng, she reclined upon the bedding, her fair, delicate derriere arching provocatively as she swayed ever so slightly. You little temptress, behave yourself. Ling Feng chided, unable to resist giving that pert backside a light tap. Simultaneously, he hastily shed his own trousers, his formidable and imposing member springing forth with unrestrained vigor. Ling Feng approached Siko with affectionate intimacy, and when the moment felt right, he delved deep into her essence, suppressing his primal instincts. He exchanged energy for the void dance technique and the Wolf Fang wind fist, expending a total of 2,300 energy points. Regarding this peculiar method of exchange, Ling Feng found himself somewhat at a loss. Was it possible that, in such a state, the Dragon Ball system regarded the two of them as one? Although he did not fully comprehend it, he rationalized that there were only benefits to be gained and chose not to dwell on it further. Having completed the exchange, Ling Feng was not inclined to exit so mundanely. Captivated by Siko's exquisite form, he embarked on an exhilarating journey of passion. And soon they found themselves entwined in a fervent embrace. The following morning, Ling Feng and Siko emerged from their chamber, radiating a glow of satisfaction, with Ling Feng's arm affectionately draped over Siko's shoulder. Goodness, I thought you two had decided to forego breakfast altogether, Mitsui remarked, a hint of envy lacing his tone, for he was indeed envious of their closeness. Well, here we are, ready to venture forth after breakfast, Ling Feng replied with a casual air. With a smile, Ling Feng sat down with Siko, and the group began to enjoy their breakfast. After finishing their meal and tidying up, They boarded the Hummer and drove out of the villa area. Due to the previous night's confrontation between Ling Feng and Psycho, the vicinity was devoid of any zombies, which they considered a stroke of luck. Upon reaching a complex intersection, they finally encountered a number of zombies wandering along the streets, including 2 strength-type zombies and 1 defense-type zombie. The emergence of these creatures indicated a significant increase in their presence. Ling Feng observed that the claws of the strength-type zombies resembled those of beasts rather than human hands, suggesting a level of evolution and a substantial enhancement in negative energy. Upon spotting the Hummer, all the zombies let out excited roars and approached at varying speeds. Ling Feng noted that even the ordinary zombies now moved at roughly half the speed of a typical human, while the mutated ones exceeded that. He decided to test their capabilities, instructing Zhu Chuan Shizuka to steer clear of the 3 mutated zombies. He utilized the Hummer to ram through several ordinary zombies, discovering that the vehicle's power could still dispatch them, albeit with greater effort than before. "Let us get out and experience this firsthand," Ling Feng exclaimed as he parked the vehicle by the roadside. He swiftly opened the door, stepped out, and unsheathed the 2 heavy swords strapped to his back. Merging them with a swift motion, he gripped the hilt firmly and darted toward one of the strength-type zombies. With a fierce roar, the strength-type zombie, upon seeing Ling Feng charge at it, raised its powerful claws, ready to strike. Ling Feng's gaze sharpened as he deftly evaded the blow, simultaneously twisting his waist and forcefully slicing through the air with his dual blades. In an instant, a severed head tumbled to the ground, dark blood gushing forth and splattering onto Ling Feng's face. He casually wiped it away, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he faced the oncoming defensive zombie. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward, the sharp tips of his swords glimmering faintly with a golden hue. Ling Feng casually spun his double-edged sword, the blood from its blade splattering onto the ground. Beside him lay a defensive zombie severed into 3 segments. On the other side, Siko also executed a decisive strike, decapitating a powerful zombie. She wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead, her expression tinged with gravity. Aside from Zhu Chuan Shizuka, who utilized her ki blast to obliterate ordinary zombies, Yin Yi and her companions found themselves struggling against the encirclement of these common undead. The reason was straightforward. The zombies' defensive capabilities had significantly increased, while their own strength had seen little enhancement. Ultimately, Mitsui and the others were left with no choice but to eliminate these zombies using firearms, resulting in a markedly diminished efficiency. Henceforth, Mitsui, Shiji, and Shana would have to rely on long-range attacks, as close combat was no longer viable due to their inadequate strength. Only Yin Yi could still manage, owing to her previous training. Ling Feng pondered the necessity of swiftly integrating Yin Yi and her companions into the fray, recognizing that the team's overall strength required bolstering to effectively confront the myriad challenges that lay ahead. Observing the group's performance and the heightened capabilities of the zombies, he mused silently. After Ling Feng dispatched 2 mutated zombies, he checked his energy points, which stood at 2,416. Following the extermination of a regular zombie, he noted an increase of merely 1.5 points rather than the anticipated 2, which was somewhat disappointing. Once the skirmish concluded, the group returned to their vehicle, their expressions reflecting their grim realization. Although they were aware that the zombies would grow stronger, the reality of the encounter still weighed heavily upon them. However arduous the road ahead might be, they knew they must press on. Stagnation would inevitably lead to death. As the vehicle traversed the road, it encountered an increasing number of zombies and even some mutated creatures, all of which were systematically eliminated by Ling Feng and Siko, their formidable leaders, with Zhu Chuan Jingxiang providing support, while the remaining members mainly assisted and guided. Despite the duo's considerable strength, the pace of the team's progression had noticeably slowed compared to their initial plans. Before they could break for lunch, their Hummer faced a significant obstacle. On a crucial bridge, countless thick, spiked vines entwined, completely obstructing the once spacious path. It was impossible for the vehicle to pass, and even pedestrians would find it perilous, as a careless move could result in injury from the sharp thorns. The origin of these menacing vines remained a mystery. What should they do? Opting for an alternative route would undoubtedly prolong their journey. Zhu Chuan Jingxiang, exasperated, halted the vehicle and remarked that there was no way for them to proceed. "I'll disembark to assess the situation," she declared. Ling Feng felt a sense of bewilderment as he pondered how such entities could emerge upon the bridge. Prompted by curiosity, he disembarked from his vehicle to investigate. However, just as he set foot on the bridge, several robust vines sprang forth, ensnaring his body with astonishing swiftness, attempting to draw him into their grasp. Fortunately, Ling Feng was well prepared. Sensing the imminent danger, he swiftly unsheathed the heavy sword from his back and, with a single stroke, severed the vines that bound him. Channeling the energy within him, he extended it along the blade and, with a deft flick of his wrist, unleashed a golden energy blade that shattered a substantial portion of the vines, creating a narrow passage. In that moment, an enraged roar erupted from amidst the dense foliage, causing all the vines upon the bridge to writhe violently, twisting and coiling toward Ling Feng. Humph, I suspected there was something amiss. With a cold snort, Ling Feng swiftly drew another heavy sword with his left hand, wielding both blades in a rapid dance that wove a net of shimmering sword light. Though the vines were robust and formidable, they ultimately could not withstand the might of the metallic weapons. Ling Feng, despite feeling somewhat overwhelmed, managed to sever all the encroaching tendrils. Elder brother, Mitsui called out, prompting Ling Feng to glance sideways. To his dismay, the vines had indeed extended toward the Hummer, attempting to ensnare the vehicle entirely. Zhu Chuan Shizuka's attempts to reverse the car were futile. The adversary's strength was immense, and the tires had become ensnared, rendering them powerless. Let me handle this. Recognizing that Ling Feng was at his wit's end, Poison Island Siko promptly exited the vehicle, drawing the katana from her waist. With swift, decisive strokes, she began to sever the entangled vines, though her efficiency lagged behind the relentless advance of the tendrils. I'll assist as well. Seeing the predicament, Katsuragi Ye opened the car door and joined Siko, wielding her own katana as they worked in tandem to slice through the vines. Their combined efforts soon succeeded in clearing the vines and snaring the Hummer. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Chuan Shizuka accelerated in reverse, distancing herself from the bridge. The vines had a clearly defined range. Once exceeding a certain distance, they could no longer pursue and were compelled to retreat, focusing their efforts solely on Ling Feng. Ling Feng felt the strain of the ongoing battle. While a single vine posed little threat and could be dispensed with ease, the sheer volume of them was overwhelming. They continued to surge forth, and if the battle persisted, he feared he would soon be exhausted. TCH, I refuse to believe you can remain hidden forever. Ling Feng, unwilling to prolong the struggle indefinitely, exerted his strength to sever a tangle of vines. After retreating several steps, he employed his aerial technique to soar into the sky. After ascending for several dozen meters, the vines could no longer pursue him upwards. Ling Feng took a deep breath, sheathed his two heavy swords, and assumed the classic stance of the Kamehameha in midair. Radiant blue and white light converged in his palms, forming a luminous sphere that harbored immense destructive power. The Kamehameha. With a sudden thrust of his palms, Ling Feng unleashed a powerful beam of blue and white light that soared through the air, striking the center of the bridge with tremendous force. The moment it made contact, it erupted in a violent explosion, incinerating countless tendrils in an instant. As the brilliance faded, a vast area at the center of the bridge lay utterly devoid of any vegetation, leaving behind a smoldering crater. Had Ling Feng not exerted his full strength, it is likely that the entire bridge would have been severed. Ling Feng gasped softly, his gaze alertly fixed below. Suddenly, a sinuous shadow shot forth from the unscathed thicket of vines, its gaping maw aimed directly at the airborne Ling Feng. The sheer force of this leap was astonishing. Though startled, Ling Feng remained composed. In an instant, he extended a finger, and a vibrant beam of orange-red light surged forth, piercing precisely through the gaping maw of his opponent. The light penetrated entirely through its form. The shadowy figure fell lifelessly onto the bridge, and in a moment that astonished Siko and the others, the lingering vines upon the bridge began to recede, vanishing completely within mere breaths. As Ling Feng descended upon the bridge, he finally discerned the true identity of the shadow, a green python, approximately 10 meters in length, adorned with patterned stripes that rendered it almost indistinguishable from the surrounding vines. Had it chosen to disguise itself, it would have evaded detection entirely. Upon seeing the vine vanish, Zhu Chuan Shizuka drove the vehicle forward. The sight of the punctured green serpent instilled a sense of dread among the group. Fortunately, they had refrained from recklessly charging in, lest they fall victim to a surprise attack. To be precise, it was merely a bamboo leaf viper, yet its mutation had rendered it astonishingly colossal, endowed with formidable abilities. Crouching down, Zhu Chuan Shizuka observed it closely, exclaiming her astonishment. This cursed world has transformed even a mere snake into something so fearsome. How are we to survive in such a place? It's truly lamentable. Mitsui could not help but grumble, unwittingly inviting misfortune upon them with his words. With the obstruction of the vine removed, the vehicle navigated the bridge with remarkable ease. Earlier, Mitsui had complained about their ill fortune, and indeed, His ominous words proved prophetic. Shortly after crossing the bridge, they were besieged by a horde of zombies, compelling them to disembark and engage in combat. The assault comprised dozens of ordinary zombies. 2 speed zombies, 2 strength zombies, and 1 defensive zombie. Their luck could have been worse, for they encountered an additional fire zombie. Its dark red skin capable of unleashing fireballs. This sudden onslaught nearly spelled disaster for Ling Feng. After an arduous battle that drained considerable energy, they managed to eradicate the zombies and hastily returned to their vehicle, eager to escape from the encroaching undead. Phew, we've finally shaken off those fiends. Ju Chuan Shizuka sighed in relief as she glanced at the receding figures of the zombies in the rearview mirror. Ling Feng drained a small bottle of mineral water in one swift motion, tossing the empty vessel aside. He exhaled heavily, muttering, "Damn it. That fiery zombie blended in with the horde, and I initially overlooked it. Curse be it. Zombies have now developed supernatural abilities." The negative energy had fortified the zombies more than he had anticipated. If this continued, his advantages would swiftly dissipate. Once he regained his composure, Ling Feng checked his system. His energy point stood at a mere 4851. My katana has shattered. What a pity, as I had relied on it for quite some time. Siko Gisaki gazed regretfully at the blade in her hands, which bore 2 small nicks, a testament to its earlier use. She had intended to wield it for a longer duration but had not anticipated its failure. Fortunately, Siko possessed a spare katana. Though it lacked the sharpness of her primary weapon, it was certainly better than having none at all. These zombies, having been reinforced, had significantly hardened their bones. In the future, when striking down an opponent, especially a mutated zombie, it would be prudent to channel some energy into the blade to enhance its sharpness. Otherwise, over time, even this katana would succumb to wear. Ling Feng glanced at the katana in Siko's grasp and spoke. Siko nodded in understanding. Aware that this would lead to a greater consumption of energy, necessitating a more conservative approach in its usage moving forward. Let us find a place to rest. We have just endured a fierce battle, and our stamina has been considerably depleted, Siko remarked, sheathing her katana while looking at Shizuka Gawa. Shizuka circled the vicinity twice before finally driving into a somewhat secluded, dilapidated residential area. The few zombies wandering therein were scattered, allowing Ling Feng and his companions to resolve the situation with relative ease. They were not particularly choosy about their resting place. They initially intended to select a ground floor apartment. However, to their surprise, it appeared that survivors occupied one of the ground floor rooms, as the security door remained locked. And they could hear the voices of what seemed to be an elderly couple. Never mind, since there are people on the first floor. Let us proceed to the second floor, Ling Feng concluded. Ling Feng shook his head and remarked, although the first floor boasted a superior location, the presence of others residing within dissuaded him from forcibly claiming their abode. After all, the first and second floors were rather comparable. Upon ascending to the second floor, he was relieved to find it devoid of any inhabitants. Even the main door stood wide open, sparing them the trouble of forcing entry. Cautiously stepping inside, they discovered the interior to be barren, with not a soul in sight. The absence of any remaining provisions suggested that the former occupants had likely consumed their stockpile of food and ventured out in search of more, only to meet a fate of either joining the ranks of the undead or succumbing to predation. Despite the lack of sustenance, they were unfazed. They transported some provisions from their Hummer and began preparing a meal in the kitchen. Soon enough, a splendid array of dishes was ready, and they gathered around to partake in the feast, engaging in light-hearted conversation as they dined. In truth, while I often lament our misfortunes, a moment's reflection reveals our extraordinary luck, especially in the company of my elder brother and sister-in-law, for at least we could sate our hunger and avoid starvation. Mitsui, savoring a steaming bowl of rice, expressed a sense of nostalgia. I suspect many others are currently enduring hunger. In comparison to them, we are indeed quite fortunate, Yinya concurred, diligently chewing her rice, ensuring each bite was thoroughly masticated for better digestion and the conversion of sustenance into necessary energy. At our current pace, barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should reach the vicinity of Yinya and her companion's home by midday tomorrow. Ling Feng voraciously consumed his rice, his words somewhat indistinct as he addressed Gui Yinyi. Sure, Jia, and Shanya. You should finish eating before speaking. Honestly, I can hardly comprehend what you're saying, Sure Jia remarked with a teasing laugh, eliciting giggles from the other girls. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed against the door. The group halted their meal, immediately on high alert, each one grasping their respective weapons as they cautiously approached the entrance. Could you lend us a hand? Came a frail, elderly voice from outside. Startled, They exchanged glances before Ling Feng opened the door to reveal an elderly couple from the first floor. They appeared quite aged, their hair completely white. Likely in their 70s or 80s, and their vitality seemed severely diminished, bearing a sickly countenance that posed no threat. "Is there something you need, elderly sir?" Shi Jie inquired kindly. "Dear children, do you have any cold medicine? My little granddaughter has caught a cold, and her fever won't subside. If she doesn't take medicine soon, it could be dire." The wrinkled face of the old woman was filled with desperation as she looked at Shi Jie. "Cold medicine? I'm afraid we don't have any," Shi Jie replied apologetically. "We only possess some painkillers and bandages for emergencies, but unfortunately, no cold medicine." Ling Feng shook his head with a hint of regret and said, they indeed overlooked this commonly used medication and failed to realize the necessity of gathering it. In retrospect, it is quite careless of us. "Oh, young ones, I implore you on behalf of my wife and myself. Our granddaughter is merely 3 months old. Just a couple of days ago, her parents ventured out in search of food and medicine, yet they have yet to return. We are left with only a scant few morsels. While we can manage for a few more days without food, if the child does not receive her medicine, I fear she may not last until today. I beseech you." The elderly couple pleaded desperately, kneeling and bowing repeatedly. "Please, rise, good sir," one of them urged. "We assure you, we are not deceiving you. We truly possess no cold medicine. However, if it is merely food and water you seek, we can certainly share some with you." Siko Dokudo, not devoid of compassion, felt her heart soften upon witnessing the couple's plight. She reached out to assist them, sighing with a sense of helplessness. Ling Feng sighed helplessly. Dealing with such matters was indeed troublesome. Chapter 78. The life-saving cold medicine. 2 elderly individuals came to seek medicine. After much persuasion, Ling Feng and his companions finally managed to convince the elderly couple that it was not a matter of reluctance to assist them, but rather that they genuinely had no cold medicine on hand. This revelation filled the couple with despair, their faces etched with hopelessness and anguish. "Here, we have a bag of rice and some food for you. Please take it back with you." Jun Chuanjingxiang kindly offered a portion of food and water to the elderly pair. Thank you. The elderly couple trembled as they extended their hands to receive the offerings, their eyes brimming with tears, evoking deep sympathy in those who witnessed the scene. "Would you allow us to visit your child?" Ling Feng rubbed his forehead and hesitated momentarily before speaking. The elderly couple nodded, leading Ling Feng and his companions downstairs to a room on the first floor. There, in a crib, lay a baby girl, presumably just a few months old, peacefully asleep. Her complexion, however, was less than healthy. Ling Feng reached out and touched the infant's forehead, confirming it was indeed burning with fever. It was becoming increasingly apparent that without medication, the situation would become dire. The medicine they had administered days prior had nearly run out, and all they had managed to provide the child was some porridge water. They were at a loss for what to do next. "Alas," the elderly woman said, wiping her tears in anguish. "Jingxiang, please take a look," Ling Feng implored Ju Chuan Jingxiang, who was the school nurse and possessed considerable medical experience. Nodding in acknowledgement, Jingxiang approached with compassion, gently picking up the infant for a thorough examination. After carefully placing the child back down, she arrived at a conclusion that mirrored Ling Feng's fears. Without medication, the infant's condition would likely deteriorate rapidly. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy with despair as Ling Feng gazed at the infant in the crib, her cherubic face faintly etched with pain, evoking a deep sense of sorrow. "Where's the nearest pharmacy or hospital?" Ling Feng finally broke the silence, addressing the elderly couple with a calm inquiry. "Brother," Mitsui exclaimed, taken aback by Ling Feng's question. Though he felt sympathy for the distressed family, he recognized the peril posed by the numerous zombies in the vicinity, leaving him to ponder whether risking their safety for strangers was worth it. "Since we have encountered this situation, I cannot stand idly by while a life is at stake. If it were an adult, I might feel differently, but this is an innocent infant, and my heart cannot bear to ignore her plight." Ling Feng sighed, a faint smile of self-mockery crossing his mind. He realized that he was no longer the heartless person he once believed himself to be. Perhaps it was foolish of him to meddle in so many affairs. Upon hearing this, the young women exchanged glances, a gentle smile illuminating their faces. Clearly in full agreement with Ling Feng's resolution, the 2 elderly individuals were momentarily taken aback, their eyes brimming with tears of joy. Had it not been for Shizuka's gentle restraint, they might have knelt in gratitude. Having resided in the area for many years, they were well acquainted with the surroundings and promptly informed Ling Feng of several nearby pharmacies and hospitals, providing him with detailed directions. After a brief discussion, Ling Feng, Siko, and Shizuka ultimately decided that the three of them would venture forth together. After all, cold medications come in various types, and some are unsuitable for infants. In this regard, Shizuka is certainly a minor expert, making her presence essential to avoid any potential medication mishaps. Without further hesitation, the trio quickly gathered their belongings and promptly departed the residential complex. The nearest pharmacy lay just a short distance away. A left turn out of the complex and a swift drive in their Hummer would see them arrive in no more than 3 minutes. "I hope you won't chastise me for meddling," Ling Feng remarked, a hint of regret in his voice. "If my attempt to assist leads to anyone getting hurt, I would carry that remorse for a lifetime. I fear I may have acted impulsively." He cast a sheepish glance at Siko and Shizuka. "Not at all. Quite the opposite. In fact, I think you are truly impressive, Ling Feng," Shizuka replied, a smile illuminating her face as she drove. Siko nodded in agreement, her voice gentle. "Had we not taken action today, I would have felt equally uneasy. I am glad you took the initiative." Ling Feng sighed, reflecting. "It seems we began as just the three of us fleeing for our lives, and now we find ourselves back in that familiar trio dynamic once more." Although the present circumstances were far removed from their initial plight, certain experiences remained indelibly etched in the depths of their hearts. The Hummer sped along, adeptly navigating past the wandering zombies, either crashing through them or deftly avoiding contact. Approximately 3 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of the nearest pharmacy. Coming to a sudden stop, without a moment's pause, the three of them flung open the car doors and dashed toward the entrance. A few wandering zombies lunged at them with guttural growls. Ling Feng, with a resolute huff, unsheathed his heavy sword and charged forward, dispatching the obstructive undead with a flurry of swift strikes before pushing through the glass door into the pharmacy. The establishment was modest in size, with several shelves noticeably lacking stock. Many medications were haphazardly strewn about, some crushed underfoot, indicating that it had been previously ransacked. "We arrived too late. All the common medications have been taken," Shizuka lamented after a quick inspection, shaking her head in dismay. "Let us try another store." Ling Feng, with unwavering resolve, acted decisively without any hesitation. The trio swiftly returned to their vehicle, started the engine, and hastily reversed away, making their way to the nearest pharmacy, which was of considerable size and likely still stocked with some medications. 5 minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of a large pharmacy, only to find an altered jeep parked outside. Several robust soldiers were busily loading a substantial quantity of medical supplies into the vehicle's expansive trunk. Who could these individuals be? As soon as the Humvee carrying Ling Feng and his companions arrived, it was immediately spotted by the opposing forces. Several soldiers armed with submachine guns swiftly aimed their weapons at the vehicle, causing the loading operations to come to an abrupt halt. "I will go and take a look. You all remain in the vehicle." Ling Feng furrowed his brow as he addressed Siko and Shizuka, then opened the car door and stepped out with purpose. "Raise your hands." Upon noticing the two heavy swords strapped to Ling Feng's back, everyone was momentarily taken aback, their vigilance heightened instantly. Ling Feng cast a cold and piercing glance around. Speaking in a measured tone, "I require cold medicine for infants. If you possess any, kindly provide me with a box, for I am in a hurry to save a life." "How can I trust your words?" "First, relinquish the weapons you carry, and also disclose your name and home address." A middle-aged man, resembling an officer, responded with palpable skepticism. "Relinquish my weapons? How utterly absurd. It seems a bloodshed is inevitable." Ling Feng's expression remained unchanged. Yet inwardly he scoffed at the suggestion. The moment he heard the demand to disarm and submit to an inquiry, he swiftly condemned the man to death in his mind. To him, surrendering his arms equated to handing over his fate to another. Such a foolish act was beyond his comprehension. There was no room for hesitation or delay. He resolved to eliminate them all at once. Moreover, surely there are others in the vehicle. They should come forward for questioning as well. "Do not attempt any tricks. Be swift and lay down all your weapons." The man pointed sternly at the Hummer, his demeanor and tone revealing a man accustomed to issuing commands. Truly, they were courting death. Ling Feng's resolve to eliminate this adversary intensified. In such a critical moment, how could he allow someone to dictate terms to him? The Hummer remained silent, while Ling Feng's hands gripped the two heavy swords on his back. To the onlookers, it appeared he was preparing to disarm, yet in his mind, he was calculating how to swiftly dispatch these foes, as firearms still posed a significant threat to him. Just as Ling Feng had devised a strategy for his impending assault, the low rumble of a motorcycle engine echoed from the adjacent street, and a similarly styled military jeep sped into view, capturing the attention of several soldiers instinctively. Siko, move. In a flash, Ling Feng unleashed his attack with remarkable swiftness, drawing forth the two heavy swords strapped to his back. The formidable blades hurtled through the air, striking before two soldiers could even register the threat, piercing their bodies with lethal precision. Fire! Quickly! The middle-aged officer, taken aback by the unexpected ferocity of the assault, exclaimed in alarm to the three soldiers remaining by his side. Bang! Bang! The sharp reports of gunfire echoed, yet it was too late. Two soldiers fell victim to Siko Doku's precise shots as she emerged from the armored vehicle, each bullet finding its mark with deadly accuracy. Meanwhile, Ling Feng dashed forward like a bolt of lightning, his hands clawed, exuding an aura of a ravenous wolf. The last soldier, desperate and trembling, aimed his weapon and squeezed the trigger, unleashing a barrage of bullets. However, Ling Feng possessed an acute awareness of danger the moment the trigger was pulled. He executed a graceful leap into the air, deftly evading the onslaught of gunfire, leaving onlookers to marvel at his seemingly supernatural agility. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, and the soldier who dared to shoot at Ling Feng was granted no second chance, as Siko delivered a fatal shot to his head. In the blink of an eye, Ling Feng reached the middle-aged officer, observing the terror etched across his face. With a chilling smile, he swiftly grasped the officer's neck, twisting with a fierce resolve. Crack! With a casual motion, Ling Feng let the middle-aged officer's lifeless body drop to the ground, his neck grotesquely twisted, and his eyes wide open in disbelief, as if he could not fathom his demise in such a manner. The speed at which these events unfolded was astonishing. While it appeared to encompass numerous occurrences, in reality, only 2 or 3 seconds had elapsed. In that brief interval, through the seamless collaboration between Ling Feng and Siko, they effortlessly dispatched several soldiers armed with submachine guns, an impressive feat, indeed, one that would leave many ordinary individuals incredulous. With a sudden screech, a military jeep came to an abrupt halt upon witnessing the unusual scene. At that moment, Ling Feng seized 2 heavy swords, preparing to eliminate the remaining adversaries alongside Siko, when he was astonished to see a familiar figure descending from the vehicle. Ah, it seems we have quite the fate, meeting again. Ichiro Sato remarked with a wry smile as he stepped out of the car, his gaze flickering with undisguised horror at the scene before him. Internally, he breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that previous encounters had not escalated into conflict. These 2 individuals were, without a doubt, merciless harbingers of death. Subsequently, a few soldiers emerged from the jeep, weapons in hand. Yet, seemingly alerted by Ichiro Sato, they refrained from aiming their guns in this direction. What a coincidence. You seem to be active in this area lately, Ling Feng remarked, nodding in surprise. Ichiro Sato responded, indeed, the demand for supplies in the base city has surged, leading us to venture out more frequently than before. We were initially collecting resources at another intersection but came to investigate upon hearing gunfire. Are you planning to apprehend us now? Siko inquired candidly as several soldiers subtly directed their weapons toward them. Ichiro Sato waved his hand, signaling them to lower their arms. Casting a careful glance at the lifeless officer, he chuckled heartily. Miss Siko, you jest. Do you truly believe I would jeopardize my standing with you 2 over a few corpses? After all, we are somewhat acquainted. Observing his demeanor, Ling Feng understood that the officer he had just killed was undoubtedly not affiliated with Ichiro's faction. Otherwise, he would not exhibit such nonchalance. That said, my young friend, we seem to have crossed paths on numerous occasions, yet I remain unaware of your name. Even with Miss Siko, I have only had the fortune of seeing her at a kendo tournament previously, Ichiro Sato remarked with a hint of amusement, acknowledging his ignorance about them. The 2 were refreshingly straightforward, having no intention of introducing themselves. Had he not fortuitously encountered Siko and recognized her prowess and status, he might have underestimated them entirely. Ling Feng, he finally introduced himself. Ling Feng spoke softly, asserting that there was nothing to conceal, since the other party had not inquired deliberately. He felt no obligation to volunteer information. Xiaofeng-chan. Siko, stop the nonsense. Hurry up and fetch the medicine. It seemed that Zhu Chuan Shizuka, who was in the vehicle, noticed that the 2 had strayed from the main topic and leaned out, expressing her dissatisfaction with a shout. In your base city, you can accommodate refugees, right? I mean the elderly and infants. Ling Feng glanced at Jing Xiang, a sudden thought striking him. He turned his gaze towards Sato Ichiro and inquired. Although he could indeed save the infant girl's life by bringing back the medicine, it was clear that they could not remain by her side indefinitely. Once they departed, the prospect of 2 elderly individuals raising a baby in such a post-apocalyptic world was nearly impossible. Such a fate would be regrettable, especially since he had personally rescued her. If there were a way to assist her fully, that would undoubtedly be the ideal solution. Previously, he had been troubled by uncertainty, but upon seeing Sato Ichiro, a solution began to take shape in his mind. After Ling Feng expressed his thoughts, Ichiro Sato found himself momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated such a response from his interlocutor. His gaze instinctively flickered towards Siko Doku's slight abdomen, and in an instant, he inwardly chastised himself for his foolishness. Siko's face also flushed slightly, clearly aware that the other party had unwittingly misinterpreted the situation. As for the elderly and infants, indeed, they could be accommodated. Yet within the city's confines, idleness was not tolerated. Even the elderly, if lacking in sufficient vigor, were not easily accepted. However, if they were capable of performing some light tasks, it would suffice, and only very young children would be exempt from labor. Although he was unsure of where the other party had procured such elderly and infants, it mattered little to him. If this opportunity could foster a closer rapport, he would gladly endure a few minor inconveniences, for his vision extended far into the future. That is well. Ling Feng nodded, briefly relaying the circumstances to Sato Ichiro. Subsequently, Jukawa Shizuka personally disembarked and entered the pharmacy, where she procured the most suitable cold medicine for infants. They also gathered a few essential medications for their own use, ensuring they were prepared for future needs. With the medicines in hand, they returned to the vehicle, closely followed by Sato Ichiro's jeep. After a brief 7 to 8 minutes, they arrived at the dilapidated old community, accompanied by Sato Ichiro and several soldiers. There was no need to knock, as Mitsui had already opened the door in anticipation. Though taken aback by the arrival of Sato and his companions, the presence of Ling Feng alleviated any concerns. "Did you manage to acquire the cold medicine?" Yin Yi inquired with genuine concern. "Of course. Please administer it to the child promptly, just 1 tablet will suffice." Accompanied by plenty of water, Jukawa Shizuka responded with a warm smile, retrieving a box of cold medicine from her bag and handing it to the elderly woman. The 2 elders, filled with gratitude upon receiving the medication, retreated to their room to tend to the child. Once they emerged, Ling Feng seized the opportunity to discuss the situation in the base city, presenting it in a straightforward manner. Sato Ichiro affirmed that as long as they adhered to manageable tasks, survival would remain feasible. The elderly couple, overwhelmed by this assurance, knelt in heartfelt gratitude, their tears flowing freely. With the child's predicament resolved, they felt an immense sense of relief. Remaining in the base city was undoubtedly a far more favorable circumstance than the dangers that lay beyond. Meanwhile, Sato Ichiro sought a moment to confer privately with Ling Feng. "You are likely aware of the recent enhancements among the zombies," he stated gravely. Ling Feng nodded and said, "Last night, we were startled awake by some unsettling sounds, which was rather frightening. Subsequently, the strength of the zombies collectively increased significantly, making them considerably more challenging to deal with than before. What do you think, Brother Ling Feng? Would you consider returning to the base city with me? I believe that with your abilities, coupled with Miss Siko's assistance, after some time of collaboration, you will undoubtedly gain a certain degree of influence within the base city. Outside, however, safety remains elusive." Ichiro Sato extended another olive branch, his eyes brimming with eagerness. Although he had witnessed Ling Feng and Siko's impressive skills from within the vehicle, he had observed clearly that they were extraordinarily powerful. With the cooperation of these two, he had no doubt he could achieve great things in the base city, especially in chaotic times when individual strength was of utmost importance. After all, ammunition would eventually run out, and the days ahead were long. To be honest, we have family members to rescue, so it's impossible for us to join you." Ling Feng shook his head and replied. Ichiro Sato, undeterred, inquired about their next destination. Ling Feng pondered for a moment and did not conceal the information, directly informing him. However, upon hearing this, Sato gasped in shock, his expression tinged with helplessness. "Is there something monstrous in that area?" Ling Feng surmised from Sato's demeanor that there were likely unknown dangers. "Indeed, it's not just any ordinary threat. It's a place of great peril. I had initially considered accompanying you, but I truly cannot take that risk. I value my life too much. I advise you, do not venture there, or you may face a fate worse than death." Ichiro Sato spoke with a bitter smile, fear evident in his eyes. Ling Feng's curiosity was piqued by Sato's demeanor, prompting him to inquire further about the situation. "There are king-level zombies there. All the zombies are under their control, possessing intelligence comparable to that of ordinary humans. The base city once dispatched a troop to eradicate the zombies in that region, as it housed 2 sizable wholesale markets abundant in supplies, a significant prize. However, only a handful of survivors returned." Ichiro Sato recounted gravely. "King-level zombies? Could they be intelligent zombies? Ling Feng mused, uncertain about how the base city categorized the different types of zombies. By the way, could you inform me about the various types of mutated zombies and creatures currently recognized by the base city? Ling Feng suddenly inquired, recognizing the significant assistance this information would provide for future endeavors, having previously overlooked the question. Ichiro Sato did not withhold any details, as this knowledge was hardly a secret within the base city. He promptly divulged all he knew about the varieties of mutated zombies and aberrant creatures to Ling Feng. The base city boasted a vast human resource pool, and indeed, the spectrum of zombies and mutated beings was extensive. In addition to the types he was already aware of, there existed others endowed with abilities akin to supernatural powers, primarily elemental in nature, similar to the flame zombies encountered previously. Among them, the most troublesome were the king-level zombies, also referred to as psychic zombies. These formidable entities not only commanded the other zombies in battle, but also possessed remarkable speed, second only to the speed zombies. In addition to delivering insidious mental attacks that were exceedingly challenging to counter. Fortunately, the number of these elemental zombies was exceedingly rare, significantly fewer than the ordinary mutated zombies. Otherwise, survival would have been a futile endeavor, Sato lamented. Ling Feng nodded slightly, pondering that the entity he had previously encountered was likely the so-called king-level zombie. Fortunately, he had managed to eliminate it at that time. Allowing such a zombie to mature would have been exceedingly troublesome. With this knowledge in mind, do you still intend to proceed? Ichiro Sato gazed directly at Ling Feng as he spoke. Ling Feng chuckled lightly and softly remarked, "So what if it is a king-class zombie? If it obstructs our path, we shall simply cut it down." His tone was as calm as still water, yet imbued with a profound sense of resilience. Chapter 81. The Moment of Initiative? Ling Feng had made up his mind, and Sato Ichiro could only let out a resigned sigh, choosing not to say anything further. He, along with the two elderly individuals and the peacefully sleeping infant, boarded the jeep. Although the vehicle was somewhat cramped, they managed to fit in. "I do not comprehend why you are so persistently devoted," Sato Ichiro remarked, unable to restrain himself from lowering the window before departing, casting a glance at Ling Feng. "The levels of aspiration differ. As for the base city, perhaps I shall visit it someday in the future. Of course, that remains a mere possibility. I am not fond of making guarantees. It remains uncertain whether I can continue to survive," Ling Feng replied with a serene smile. "Take care of yourselves," Sato Ichiro said, shaking his head. The vehicle swiftly departed from the community, vanishing from Ling Feng in the other's sight. "Is something amiss? If you are reluctant, you could still chase after them. It is not too late." Ling Feng playfully gazed at Mitsui, who had been hesitating, a fact that was not lost on him. "I am well aware that there is no future in that. Following my elder brother is the only path to success. If I were to go to the base city, I would merely be destined for a life of toil, devoid of any joy or freedom. I am not foolish enough to choose that." Mitsui quickly waved his hand, a faint sigh escaping him. Ling Feng offered a slight smile, choosing not to comment further. In the afternoon, Ling Feng and his companions departed, continuing along their original route. They encountered and dispatched several zombies and mutated creatures along the way. As dusk began to envelop the landscape, they sought refuge in an abandoned house by the roadside. While the girls prepared dinner, Ling Feng took a moment to assess the day's gains, discovering that his energy points had reached a total of 8,120. Upon witnessing this, Ling Feng nodded in satisfaction. Although the enhanced zombies posed a greater challenge to defeat, the rewards had also increased significantly. With a little effort, he could amass far more in a single day than before. If he continued to strive diligently, it wouldn't be long before he accumulated 30,000 points. After enjoying a hearty dinner under the guidance of Ling Feng, Poison Island Seiko, and Juchuan Shizuka, everyone commenced their training in the living room. "Brother, what we're doing hardly improves our strength and only wastes food. I think we should reconsider," Mitsui panted after performing dozens of push-ups, glancing at Ling Feng, who was exerting himself vigorously, and managed a wry smile. It was indeed quite taxing for a heavier individual like him to engage in such physical activity. Among the other girls, aside from Kei Ye, who persistently continued her training, Shirjima and Sekai could barely manage 2 or 3 dozen before faltering. These girls, after all, had their physical limitations. "Your training efficiency is exceedingly poor. There's no need to keep up with us. Saving a bit of energy would be wise." Ling Feng observed their laborious appearance, pausing slightly before shaking his head and remarking, while simultaneously channeling the energy within him to invigorate his muscles and bones. After all, he was no superhuman. The disparity between possessing energy and lacking it was akin to the difference between heaven and earth when it came to the efficiency of physical training. While Ling Feng and his companions diligently honed their physiques, Sanjiai and the other girls struggled to keep pace. I wish to persevere, to grow stronger, and to assist you. Ling Feng, Kei Kotonoha exclaimed, exerting herself with great effort, her face glistening with sweat and flushed with exertion as she breathed heavily. Ling Feng approached and gently assisted Yinya to her feet. Observing her fatigued appearance, he felt a surge of compassion. He placed his hand firmly on her back, channeling a fraction of his energy into her, allowing it to circulate within her body for a brief moment. Instantly, Yinya's complexion improved significantly. Realizing she was almost nestled in Ling Feng's embrace, her cheeks flushed a delicate crimson, her heart fluttering wildly, awakening an unfamiliar sensation within her. You lack energy. Exercising blindly will only severely harm your body. It is essential to act within your limits. Ling Feng gently wrapped his arm around Yinya's shoulders, assisting her to sit upon the sofa, and spoke to her in soft, soothing tones. Qi. Yinya murmured, her gaze lingering on Ling Feng's expression, which bore traces of hesitation, complexity, and shyness. She had encountered this term on multiple occasions and understood its significance. If she were to possess Qi as well, she could become as formidable as Siko, a quality she had long admired. However, the mere thought of the prerequisites for acquiring Qi filled her with a sense of embarrassment. Yinya, the truth is. Ling Feng leaned closer to her ear, whispering softly, his hands encircling her waist. A shiver coursed through Yinya's body, prompting her to gently push Ling Feng away. Her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson as she whispered, "Could you grant me a little more time to contemplate?" This concession was monumental for Yinya. She was aware of Ling Feng's affections for her, and she too harbored feelings for him, yet she remained somewhat hesitant. Coupled with the natural shyness of youth, she found herself unprepared for the moment. Ling Feng felt a twinge of regret, yet he did not press Yinyi. He held a deep affection for Gue Yinyi and preferred not to approach their relationship with excessive pragmatism. Matters of the heart, he believed, should unfold gradually. As time passed in each other's company, she would naturally become his in due course. There was no need for haste. Mitsui observed Ling Feng whispering sweet nothings to Gue Yinyi, a pang of envy stirring within him. Who would not be enamored by such a beautiful girl? He too felt the allure, yet refrained from harboring any inappropriate thoughts. Fully aware that the young women in their group would likely belong to his elder brother in the future, it would be wisest for him to remain grounded. Due to the need to maintain a certain level of combat readiness, Ling Feng and his companions did not train for long. Feeling fatigued, they retreated to their respective rooms for rest. Yin Yi and the others were equally exhausted after a day filled with activity. Ideally, they would have shared the living room for the night, but the space was ill-suited for slumber, and poor rest would surely impact their energy for the following day. Thus, they ultimately chose to sleep separately, ensuring that their weapons remained close at hand. Knock, knock. Ling Feng was sitting cross-legged on his bed, delving into the mysteries of the qi within him when a knock echoed from outside. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already 10 in the evening. Is there something you need, Shauna? Ling Feng asked as he approached the door, surprised to see Qingpu Shauna standing there. He had anticipated it might be Siko or Shizuka seeking his attention. Did you think it would be Siko or Shizuka? Shauna replied lightly, stepping inside with a faint blush adorning her cheeks. Ling Feng offered an awkward smile but chose not to comment further. Ling Feng, I wish to be your woman. Is that permissible? As Ling Feng turned around after closing the door, Shauna's unexpected declaration left him astounded. I am not jesting. I genuinely harbor feelings for you. And I do not wish to procrastinate any longer. Shauna mustered her courage, her face aflame with embarrassment. Moreover, I do not wish to be outdone by Yanagihara and Sekai. She added, and without allowing Ling Feng a moment to ponder, she bit her lip and boldly began to unfasten the bow of her blouse, preparing to disrobe. Ling Feng stared blankly at Shauna's sudden action, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. To refuse would undoubtedly wound Shauna's heart, yet to accept felt overwhelmingly abrupt. When had their relationship become so intimate? Ling Feng stood hesitantly, and when he finally regained his composure, he found Shauna standing before him, completely unclothed. Though her figure did not possess the proud allure of Siko or Shizuka, Shauna's petite form exuded a unique charm that was undeniably captivating. It would have been unnatural for him to feel indifferent in such a situation. Faced with this circumstance, could Ling Feng truly claim he did not desire her? That would be an affront to Shauna. Resolutely, he strode towards her, enveloping her in his embrace, his hands gently caressing her smooth back. savoring the delicate texture of her skin. Chana, slightly nervous, nestled against Ling Feng's chest, her cheeks flushed, her eyes misty with a hint of confusion. Her heart raced, and she felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her, wondering if she was being too impulsive. However, having reached this point, retreat seemed implausible. As he held her close, Ling Feng instinctively responded to the moment, taking a deep breath before lifting Chana and gently placing her upon the bed. Before her, he swiftly discarded all vestiges of his armor. As Chana beheld Ling Feng's physique, she found herself entranced. His body, honed through relentless training and combat, had transformed from its former self. While he may not have been excessively muscular, he was undeniably strong and well-proportioned. Each muscle appeared beautifully defined, radiating a potent masculinity that left Chana, who had never experienced such intimacy, feeling bashful and overwhelmed. "I am here, Chana, and I shall be gentle," Ling Feng whispered tenderly, his form gradually pressing closer as he gently parted Shana's delicate thighs, his waist slowly descending. With a pained cry, the world witnessed one less maiden and one more woman. Soon, a symphony of pleasure resonated through the chamber, the grand bed creaking rhythmically in accompaniment. Afterwards, Shana lay drenched in fragrant perspiration within Ling Feng's embrace. Compared to her former innocent and serene self, she now bore less purity and more allure, a matured charm, her transformation strikingly evident. "How is it?" Ling Feng murmured softly. Shana responded with a quiet hum, lifting her petite hand to gaze upon it, feeling the warmth of newfound power coursing through her body. The mere thought of it seemed nothing short of miraculous. As Ling Feng consumed Shana, he naturally exchanged for basic energy and energy waves, expending 1,300 energy points, leaving him with a remaining total of 6,820 points. "I never imagined you harbored such secrets. Why reveal them to me? Wouldn't it be better to keep them hidden? Do you not find it shameless that I so readily climbed into your bed?" Shana remarked, her expression a complex tapestry as she gazed at Ling Feng. "Though I initially harbored doubts about your intentions, witnessing your pain dispelled my suspicions. I trust you are not the type to harbor petty designs, and as for my woman, I see no reason to distrust you," Ling Feng replied, wrapping his arms tightly around Shana and offering a gentle smile. Having watched the animation, he was well aware that Shana was not a malicious girl, hence he felt no trepidation. "Thank you for your trust. It seems we are now in a world on the brink of collapse. I hold considerable affection for you, and you have saved my life. Thus, I shall gladly become your woman. At last, I have managed to seize the initiative before Yin Yi and the world," Shana said, her eyes sparkling with emotion as she nodded and smiled, though they had not spoken of it openly. The subtle nuances of their shared moments had not escaped her keen perception. As a girl, she had long sensed the ambiguous atmosphere between them and Ling Feng. Now, having taken the lead, Shana felt a surge of happiness. "Let us speak of this tomorrow. I am weary now. Let us sleep," she concluded. Ling Feng stifled a yawn and gently rubbed his eyes, before embracing the sleek form of Shana and lying down, drawing the blanket over them as he closed his eyes to sleep. Shana nestled comfortably in his arms, relishing the warmth that enveloped her. As dawn broke, at the dining table, both Sekai and Kodonoha gazed at Shana with expressions of bewilderment and astonishment, having just announced her status as Ling Feng's woman. They exchanged glances and involuntarily shared a faint, bittersweet smile. It was evident that Shana was subtly flaunting her triumph. "Congratulations, my husband. I never anticipated that the first to take action would be Shana. I had assumed it would be Sekai," remarked Siko, her face adorned with a cheerful smile. Although she felt a tinge of jealousy at Ling Feng gaining another woman, she had long since prepared herself for this eventuality and felt no displeasure. "Hee. Little Shana is indeed quite audacious," teased Jingshan playfully, causing Shana to blush with shyness. "It seems I have gained another sister-in-law," Mitsui said, gazing at Ling Feng with admiration. "Haha, let us eat." Ling Feng was elated to receive Shana, and even Siko made a point of preparing a more sumptuous breakfast than usual. After indulging in the hearty meal, they set off once more. As long as no unforeseen circumstances arose, they would soon reach the Yanagita household. However, Yanagita appeared somewhat lost and anxious, pondering the fate of her younger sister and mother. Both she and Shana shared the experience of having a single mother, and to this day, they remained uncertain of her fate. Around 10 in the morning, the Hummer aggressively crashed through a metal fence and jolted to a stop atop a steep riverbank. According to Yanagita, they were nearly there. Shizuka Kurokawa retrieved a map from the vehicle's drawer and examined the nearby river. "Yes, we just need to cross a large bridge nearby, and a little further on is my home. I used to frequent this area, so I know it well. This is the quickest route." Yanagita gazed at the familiar river with excitement, reminiscing about the time she and her sister, Katsuki, played by its banks. Is that truly the case? I believe we should not count on crossing the bridge, Mitsui, who was perched on the roof with binoculars, suddenly remarked. How could this happen? Yanagita murmured in disbelief as she beheld the shattered bridge before her. She had thought they were close to home, only to discover that the nearest crossing had been destroyed. It was not a matter of simply forcing their way across. The bridge, approximately 150 meters long, had been deliberately severed in the middle. A significant portion was missing, making it impassable for even the most formidable vehicle. As for the idea of Ling Feng lifting the vehicle to fly over, while he could indeed lift the Hummer with some effort, the notion of carrying it through the air was far too ambitious for him at this stage, even with Seiko's assistance. It seems something must have occurred, otherwise it wouldn't be in such a state, Seiko remarked, observing several dried bloodstains nearby, shaking her head. Just contemplating the scene conjured an image of the tragic events that had unfolded there. Let us simply cross the river. It may take a bit longer, Shizuka suggested. Their Hummer had been specially modified to navigate water, and regardless of whether they traversed by bridge or waterway, the outcome would be the same. Under Shizuka's guidance, the Hummer slowly entered the river. Although it swayed slightly, it was manageable, progressing steadily at a reduced pace, as one could not expect the same speed as on land. Miss Shizuka, could you drive a bit more steadily? I feel as if I might tumble off at any moment. Mitsui lay atop the swaying Hummer, his hands gripping the sunroof tightly as he complained to Shizuka Jurikawa, seemingly afflicted by seasickness. Oh dear, we've only just begun our journey. Mitsui, muster some resolve and stop your incessant whining. The waves here are quite pronounced. It's perfectly normal, Shizuka remarked nonchalantly. Sigh, it would be far better to hasten our pace. Who knows if some monstrous creature lurks beneath these waters? That would spell our doom, Mitsui lamented, his voice lacking vigor as he slumped onto the roof, appearing genuinely on the verge of vomiting. Before long, Mitsui's complexion grew increasingly pallid, and he began to retch. Boss, I can't hold it any longer, Bleg, he exclaimed, feeling a tumultuous churn in his stomach, and instinctively turned to the side, opening his mouth towards the river below to expel the remnants of his breakfast. Ah, Shizuka, perhaps you could accelerate a bit? The constant rocking is indeed quite uncomfortable, Ling Feng said, casting a sympathetic glance at the beleaguered Mitsui while addressing Shizuka Jurikawa. Fine, she replied, mostly disregarding Mitsui's plea, for the words of her partner bore a markedly different weight. When Ling Feng suggested increasing the speed, she promptly obliged, pushing the accelerator further down. In no time, the Hummer reached the central expanse of the river. And it was at that moment that Ling Feng suddenly sensed an unsettling presence, as if some wild beast had set its sights upon them. Full speed ahead. There are mutated creatures in the water. We are being targeted. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Feng shouted, causing everyone to gasp and immediately grasp their weapons, their expressions turning grave and vigilant. Internally, they cursed Mitsui for his ill-fated predictions. He had indeed spoken the truth, the rascal. I'm heading to the roof, he declared. Ling Feng spoke as he reached for the shotgun beside Zhuchuan Jingxiang's seat and climbed up through the sunroof, standing alertly next to Mitsui, his gaze vigilantly scanning the surrounding waters. Mitsui, too, raised his rifle and crouched on the roof of the vehicle, his eyes continuously scanning the state of the nearby water surface. Although he had been feeling queasy, the moment he heard Ling Feng's words, he momentarily dismissed his seasickness. The Hummer, despite its considerable fuel consumption, surged forward at full speed across the water, and soon only a third of the distance remained to reach the opposite shore. However, at that moment, the surface of the water ahead of the Hummer began to roil, accompanied by a resounding splash. A massive, dark catfish opened its terrifyingly wide mouth, ready to engulf the Hummer whole. Without a moment's hesitation, the instant the creature appeared, both Ling Feng and Mitsui simultaneously pulled the triggers. The metal bullets from the shotgun and rifle struck the creature's gaping maw, creating several bloody wounds that momentarily halted the mutated catfish's advance. Although the damage was not fatal, it caused the fish to writhe in pain, churning the surrounding waters and effectively halting the vehicle's progress. This won't do, brother. Its hide is too thick, Mitsui exclaimed in urgency after firing several shots that had produced numerous wounds but failed to deliver a fatal blow. The mutated catfish thrashed its two whiskers violently, shooting a powerful jet of water that crashed against the Hummer. Even the robust frame of the Hummer could not withstand the forceful onslaught of the water jet, which violently rocked the vehicle backward, nearly toppling it over, drenching both Ling Feng and Mitsui in the process. Seeing this, the catfish unleashed another torrent of water, This time, however, Ling Feng was prepared. He swiftly drew the heavy sword from his back, and a brilliant golden blade sliced through the water column, cleaving through the surface and striking the side of the catfish, severing a portion of its flesh. Wounded, the catfish descended into a frenzy, thrashing its massive tail and charging straight at the Hummer, seemingly intent on ramming it beneath the waves. Ling Feng let out a cold snort and unleashed a golden energy wave, which exploded upon striking the massive catfish, creating a gaping wound and splattering flesh and blood. Seeing the energy wave had been effective, Ling Feng felt a sense of relief and, with a single hand, rapidly fired 3 more energy waves, each hitting the enormous catfish's body, with the last one even penetrating its mouth. The catfish, overwhelmed by the barrage of energy waves, was utterly destroyed. Its body reduced to a mass of shredded flesh, staining the surrounding water a deep crimson. The remnants of flesh and blood soon attracted other creatures lurking beneath the surface. As various mutated fish, both large and small, emerged to frantically feast on the carcass of the catfish, some of them turned their attention towards the Hummer. And in an instant, Ling Feng and his companions found themselves encircled by a swarm of aquatic mutants. Each fish was capable of unleashing various water-based attacks. And as they launched their onslaught, even the Hummer's specially designed glass began to suffer, developing numerous fine cracks while the vehicle shook violently, rendering it nearly immobile. On the tumultuous water's surface, Mitsui lamented, his rifle unwavering as he fired at the approaching mutated fish. Meanwhile, Ling Feng continuously employed energy waves and piercing blasts to eliminate the most threatening of the creatures, yet the sheer number of foes, coupled with their obstruction of the Hummer's path, left them momentarily trapped. How can there be so many mutated fish? We must break free from this encirclement immediately. The vehicle cannot withstand this for long. Siko from the toxic island climbed up by the window, her expression grave as she surveyed the dense throng of mutated fish. With a swift motion, she unleashed a sharp golden energy blade, obliterating several smaller fish. I'll help too, Shauna exclaimed, half climbing out of the sunroof. Using the energy wave she had just learned to bombard some of the smaller fish, alleviating some of the burden. Observing Shauna's use of the energy wave, Yin Yi and the world exchanged glances filled with envy, lamenting their inability to assist, as the number of mutated fish around them continued to swell. Ling Feng resignedly assumed the stance for the Kamehameha wave, channeling about 1/5 of his energy. After gathering his power momentarily, he thrust his palms forward, unleashing a blue-white beam that instantaneously annihilated all the fish in front of them. Seizing the opportunity, Juchuan Shizuka accelerated the vehicle, while Ling Feng utilized his flight technique to soar behind the Hummer, extending his hands to push it forward. After a considerable effort, the Hummer finally reached the riverbank. Alleviating their immediate peril, Juchuan Shizuka parked the vehicle atop a high slope, allowing everyone a moment to recuperate. Ling Feng should consume some sustenance and hydrate himself, striving to swiftly replenish his expended energy. According to the words of Yin Yi and Sato Ichiro, it is anticipated that formidable mutated creatures and king-level zombies will lie ahead. If he has not fully recuperated, it is advisable for him to refrain from moving forward too soon. During a moment of respite, Ling Feng took the opportunity to examine the energy points acquired from annihilating the mutated fish swarm, currently totaling an impressive 13,873. It seemed that these aberrant fish possessed considerable value. Upon observing this figure, Ling Feng nodded thoughtfully, lost in contemplation. The world, intrigued, reached out to him and inquired about his musings. I am pondering whether to linger here a while longer. I intend to eradicate some of the mutated fish inhabiting the river, Ling Feng replied instinctively. Seriously? Are you looking for trouble? Mitsui exclaimed, incredulous as he gazed down at Ling Feng. Do you harbor such animosity towards these fish? Although we were struck a couple of times, we have also dispatched quite a number. It would be wise to adopt a more harmonious attitude. This endeavor seems like a needless exertion of energy. Yayoi and the world exchanged puzzled glances, unable to comprehend Ling Feng's motivations, while only Siko and a few others grasped his intentions. I concur. Eliminating some mutated fish would be beneficial, Siko stated, nodding in agreement. Following her lead, Shizuka and Setsuna also expressed their support, leaving the world momentarily dumbfounded. Had they all lost their senses? Was this not an obvious case of seeking out trouble? Noticing the expressions of Yayoi and her companions, Ling Feng realized he needed to clarify his reasoning. After a moment's reflection, he said, eradicating mutated creatures or zombies is advantageous for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so enthusiastic. Mitsui's eyes lit up with excitement. Wait, are you saying you can level up by battling monsters? It's not exactly as you think, but there are certain similarities. In any case, I have no inclination to undertake futile tasks. I'm not a fool. Ling Feng replied, shaking his head, uncertain of how to explain further. Regardless, he had at least provided some clarification, and Yayoi and her companions had no further objections. Once Ling Feng had sufficiently rested and regained his strength, he ventured alone to the riverbank, seizing a handful of stones and hurling them into the water with considerable force. The splashes resonated loudly, sending ripples through the surface. After a brief interval, the water began to bubble, and a medium-sized mutated black fish gradually surfaced. Breaking the water's surface, Ling Feng raised his hand, unleashing two powerful energy blasts that struck with a resounding explosion, resulting in the demise of the black fish. He examined the points earned and nodded in satisfaction, deciding to remain in this spot to accumulate even more points. With the carcass of the black fish, a multitude of mutated aquatic creatures soon emerged beneath the surface, including mutated turtles and various other underwater beings, all vying eagerly for a share of the feast, causing the water to churn and splash exuberantly. Excellent. Kamehameha. A playful smile danced upon Ling Feng's lips as he swiftly unleashed the Kamehameha wave. A brilliant azure and white beam erupted over the water's surface, accompanied by a thunderous roar, scattering flesh and blood as it shattered a multitude of unfortunate fish into mere fragments. The Kamehameha wave. In quick succession, he unleashed another blast, once more claiming the lives of a significant horde of mutated fish, while his energy points soared exponentially. With a sharp gasp, Ling Feng felt the overwhelming fatigue from the successive Kamehameha waves. The energy within him was dwindling. For safety's sake, he deemed it unwise to continue attacking, especially given the commotion he had caused. Upon returning to the Hummer, he and his companions hastily departed from the riverbank. Shortly after their exit, a massive horde of zombies began to wander in, numbering in the hundreds, a dense and ominous mass. Among them were several mutated zombies, signifying a formidable undead force. Fortunately, they had escaped swiftly. Otherwise, it would have been exceedingly difficult to break free. Amidst the throng, a small gap slowly formed, from which emerged a diminutive zombie. Unlike its counterparts, this creature possessed an unusually enlarged head, devoid of hair, with large eyes reminiscent of an extraterrestrial being from a classic science fiction film. The other zombies exhibited a palpable reverence towards this one, instinctively gravitating around it. Upon arrival, the peculiar zombie surveyed the bloodied river surface, approached, and picked up a piece of mutated fish flesh to gnaw on before discarding it in apparent dissatisfaction. Its eyes darted about, and its uniquely structured nose twitched slightly as it ultimately locked onto the direction of the Hummer's departure, a sinister grin curling upon its lips. 85 energy points. Upon seeing this number, Ling Feng felt that his considerable expenditure of energy had been worthwhile. At this pace, with a bit more effort, he could amass the 30,000 points required to exchange for Qi Gang. You have expended a significant amount of energy. Encountering a powerful zombie or mutated creature at this juncture could pose a great threat. It seems you have acted rather recklessly, Ling Feng, World remarked. Observing Ling Feng's labored breathing with a hint of dissatisfaction, Ling Feng chuckled softly, gently grasping Shauna's small hand, and said, "You have worked hard, Shauna." Shauna smiled faintly, her delicate fingers clasping tightly around Ling Feng's larger hand. Gradually, she began to transfer the flow of energy from within her body to Ling Feng, their palms emanating a subtle golden glow. Those who possess energy can indeed share it with one another. And although Shauna had recently acquired her energy and possessed only a small amount, the contribution she made to her husband was nonetheless significant, as Siko explained with a smile. The world around them became enlightened. After a brief moment, Shauna's complexion paled slightly, while Ling Feng visibly appeared rejuvenated, his internal energy restored considerably. Subsequently, Ling Feng received additional energy from both Siko and Shizuka, effectively replenishing his previously depleted reserves. Let us proceed at full speed to Yanagi's home. I hope there are still survivors, Ling Feng remarked, twisting his neck. Under Yanagi's guidance, and after spending some time clearing a path through the zombies, they arrived at the entrance of Yanagi's residence, a lavish standalone villa, after approximately 10 minutes. However, the scene before them was markedly different from Yanagi's memories. A series of metal railings had been erected around the villa, and a crude, sturdy iron gate, topped with sharp, curved spikes, stood at the front. Nearby, numerous zombie corpses lay scattered, their heads blasted apart, indicating that some time had passed since their demise. What a significant transformation, Yanagi murmured, gazing at the unfamiliar structure. Yayo has returned. Are my mother and sister here? Mitsui shouted, prompting a visible annoyance to flare in the world, accompanied by a swift punch to Mitsui's head. "Are you an idiot, you fat fool?" The world retorted irritably. "Who shouts like that?" However, given the villa's fortified appearance, the likelihood of survivors inside seemed exceedingly high. Once Yanagi regained her composure, excitement and apprehension coursed through her. "Is it my sister?" Just as Yanagi prepared to call out, a girl resembling her stepped out from an upstairs window, her face lighting up with surprise upon seeing Yanagi and the others below. "It's my sister, Kaido," Yanagi exclaimed joyously, her heart swelling with emotion as tears welled in her eyes. "Sister, I'm coming to open the door," Kaido shouted in delight upon recognizing her sister, hurriedly descending to unlock the entrance for Yanagi and her companions. Shizuka promptly drove the Hummer into the side courtyard of the villa, while Kaido carefully closed the large door, sealing it securely. "Sister," Kaido exclaimed, rushing into Yanagi's embrace, and the tender reunion between the two sisters spoke volumes without the need for further elaboration. In the living room, "Sister, are these your friends?" Gue Xian inquired curiously as she gazed at Ling Feng and the others. "Yes, if it weren't for their company. I might have perished long ago," Yin Yi replied softly, nodding her head and casting a grateful glance at Ling Feng. Subsequently, everyone introduced themselves, marking the beginning of their acquaintance. "Is mother not home? Who set up those railings outside?" "Surely, it couldn't have been you," Gue Yin Yi asked, looking at Gue Xian. Gue Xian nodded and explained, "It was Mom along with Aunt Zaiwanzi and Aunt Qingpu who did it, just a few days after the zombies appeared. They prepared those barriers and stocked up on food. Aunt Zaiwanzi and Aunt Qingpu. Why does it sound as though we are mentioning the world and moments in time? Do you know their names?" Shan Na inquired eagerly, while the anxious world gazed at Gue Xian. "They are called Zaiwanzi Yuko and Qingpu Mai. They resemble my two older sisters quite a bit," little Gue Xian remarked. World and Shan Na exchanged peculiar glances, realizing that their mothers were indeed in Yin Ye's household, which was a fortunate coincidence, as they would not need to traverse between two locations. "They seem to be friends. I've heard my mother mention them before. But I didn't expect them to be Yin Ye's and Shan Na's mothers. How serendipitous," World reflected. "But where are they now? Have they gone out searching for food?" Shan Na asked with concern. Gue Xian nodded, her face etched with worry, and said, "The food stored at home is running low. They left early this morning and haven't returned yet." Gue Yin furrowed her brow and asked, "Do you know where they went to forage for food?" Unfortunately, Gue Xian had no idea. Given the time elapsed, the easily obtainable food in the vicinity had likely been depleted by others, and with the increased strength of the zombies, acquiring sustenance was far more challenging than before, Juchuan Shizuka analyzed. "Ling Feng, I think," Yin Yi hesitated, finding it hard to voice her thoughts. "My husband could take a flight outside and survey the situation from the sky," Tokido Siko interjected. "A splendid idea," Ling Feng concurred without further ado, grabbing a pair of binoculars and swiftly exiting. To Gue Xian's astonishment, he soared into the air to evade any complications. Ling Feng ascended high above as he left Yin Yi's residence, scanning the surroundings with his binoculars. He spotted several human survivors in various locations, some even being pursued by zombies or mutated creatures. However, despite seeing this, he had no intention of intervening. His singular focus was on finding the mothers of Yin Yi and the others. After flying a distance of several hundred meters from Yin Yi's home, Ling Feng finally caught sight of his objective through the binoculars, his eyes narrowing slightly. He dashed forward like a swift arrow, and before his feet touched the ground, he suddenly unsheathed a heavy sword from his back. On a street below, three remarkably beautiful young women were sprinting with all their might, pursued by two mutant dogs resembling calves, the fierce lion dog and the altered teddy dog, both snarling and drooling, their former charm utterly obliterated, replaced solely by an insatiable hunger for fresh flesh. "What should we do? We can't shake them off," Yoko Nishiyama exclaimed, her anxiety palpable even without glancing back, acutely aware that the distance between them was rapidly diminishing. The other two women remained silent, sharing her despair, as they too found themselves unable to evade the relentless pursuit of the mutant canines, their only option to run for their lives. As fate would have it, just as they rounded a corner, two wandering zombies suddenly emerged before them. With mutant dogs behind and zombies ahead, they found themselves utterly trapped, engulfed in a profound sense of hopelessness. The lion dog leapt forward with a menacing roar, its drooling maw aimed directly at the trio. "This is it." Just as despair enveloped them, a brilliant silver light plummeted from the heavens, crashing with a thunderous roar as it struck the lion dog squarely on the head. In a single, devastating blow, the lion dog let out a howl that never escaped its lips before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The three women finally discerned the source of their salvation. A massive metal sword had been driven deep into the lion dog's skull, delivering a fatal blow. The weight of the sword, combined with its rapid descent and the sharpness of its tip, unleashed a formidable force that effortlessly penetrated the creature's head. Startled by the sudden demise of the lion dog, the teddy dog skidded to a halt, its instincts kicking in as it warily scanned its surroundings, growling softly. "Am I too late, my lovely ladies?" came a voice from above. The three women instinctively looked up, their eyes widening in astonishment as they beheld Ling Feng descending gracefully from the sky, roaring in recognition of the immense threat Ling Feng posed. The mutant teddy dog lunged forward, its razor-sharp claws poised to rend the human before it into pieces. Ling Feng, undeterred, advanced further. He drew another heavy sword from his back, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. Raising the sword high, he swung it down with tremendous force. A golden blade of light shot forth along the edge of the sword, tracing a graceful arc as it struck, sending a spray of crimson and severing one of the mutated teddy dog's paws. As Ling Feng seized the opportunity, he advanced with ruthless intent. Capitalizing on his opponent's momentary loss of balance as they tumbled to the ground, he drew his sword with swift precision, driving it forcefully into their forehead. Guizhime, Sanji Ayako, and Kyuromai were all taken aback by Ling Feng's ferocity, momentarily oblivious to the two zombies that had begun to wander in from behind them. As Ling Feng turned around, he noticed two zombies lunging towards the trio. Without hesitation, he extended his hand and unleashed them. Two beams of orange-red light shot forth from his fingertips, precisely penetrating the skulls of the two zombies. The three individuals finally reacted, their faces turning pale with fright as they beheld the fallen undead at their feet. They had indeed been quite careless. "That was close. Are you all right?" Ling Feng wiped the fine sweat from his brow. He had spotted the danger from the air and had swiftly descended, engaging in rapid combat that had drained a considerable amount of his stamina. At that moment, he took a closer look at the three young women, and it was evident that they bore a striking resemblance to the trio from the world of Yin Yi, particularly the voluptuous figure of Guizhime, whose curves rivaled those of Zhu Chuan Shizuka. Ling Feng couldn't help but steal a few more glances, realizing that like mother, like daughter, Yin Yi's devilishly alluring physique was undoubtedly inherited from her lineage. What truly captivated Ling Feng, however, were the youthful faces of the three women, except for Guizhime, whose demeanor exuded a certain maturity. The other two were exceedingly young, perhaps just in their early 30s. They could easily be mistaken for sisters rather than mother and daughter. Truly enchanting, Ling Feng mused inwardly. "Who are you? A superpower user? How impressive." Nishiyuanji Ayako exhaled in relief, her curiosity evident as she scrutinized Ling Feng. She could sense that he harbored no ill intentions towards them. Guizhime and Kyuromai also regarded him with intrigue. "A superpower user, you say? Well, somewhat. I am a friend of Yin Yi and Shizuka. We had all gathered at the Yin Yi residence. But since Guizhime mentioned that you hadn't returned for quite some time, I ventured out to find you. Thankfully, I arrived in time, or else it would have been quite difficult to explain things to Shizuka and the others." Ling Feng smiled as he approached the trio, drawing forth his two heavy swords and wiping the blood from their blades before sheathing them once more. "We initially sought to find some sustenance, however. All the nearby provisions have been plundered. Just as we contemplated venturing further afield, we encountered the zombie dogs. Had you not arrived in the nick of time, we would likely have met a grim fate," Qingpu Wu lamented. These with which he dealt with the undead creatures left her in awe. Indeed, the luck of her and her companions was remarkable. To be precise, they were mutated beings, as these creatures possessed a far superior intellect compared to ordinary zombies. Ling Feng shrugged, then beckoned the three to follow him back. Along the way, they encountered numerous zombies, yet Ling Feng dispatched them effortlessly, showcasing a level of prowess that instilled a profound sense of security in Guizhime, Nami, and the others. The journey was not conducive to conversation, so the quartet quickened their pace. After half an hour, they returned to the Yin Yi residence. Ling Feng called out twice, prompting Yin Yi and the others to hasten to open the door. Upon seeing their mother, the three girls rushed forward, overwhelmed with emotion, leading to a heartfelt reunion filled with tears and joy. In the living room, the group settled onto the sofa, engaging in conversation. "So, does this mean Shauna is now yours?" Qingpu Wu inquired, glancing at Shauna and Ling Feng. Ling Feng readily admitted this and further explained that Siko Tudu and Shizuka Jukawa were all his women. To this, Kyuromai seemed to have anticipated the revelation. Exhibiting a calm demeanor, she merely advised Ling Feng to to treat Shizuka with care. Ling Feng comprehended her thoughts. In the world before the apocalypse, powerful men possessed numerous women. And now, in this shattered reality, it was even more self-evident. Following a formidable man, at the very least, ensured that his daughter would not starve. So, Ling Feng, do you and the world, along with Yin Yi, share some expectations for Nishiyuanji Oko? He glanced at the world. Mom, what are you saying? The world's face immediately flushed crimson, revealing the bashful demeanor of a young girl, while Yin Yi also exhibited a hint of shyness, her cheeks turning rosy. Not at the moment, but I believe it is only a matter of time. Whether it is the world or Yin Yi, I cherish both dearly. Ling Feng grasped the delicate hands of Yin Yi and the world, offering a gentle smile that unmistakably conveyed his affection for the two women. Chapter 87. The arrival of king-class zombies. Can you transfer your superpowers to others, Ling Feng? Upon learning that Poison Island Seiko and the others possessed extraordinary abilities, Katsura Nanami looked at Ling Feng with fervent anticipation. Not just anyone can receive them. Specifically, only women may, Ling Feng replied, shaking his head and clarifying the limitations of granting powers. Even Katsura Nanami, a woman of her stature, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment upon hearing this. She had hoped to acquire superpowers herself but was taken aback by such stringent conditions, causing her to hesitate. Casting a discreet glance at Yin Yi beside her, she sighed inwardly, choosing not to voice her thoughts. Were it not for Yin Yi, she would have unhesitatingly opted to become Ling Feng's woman. As for feelings, she was no longer a naive girl. In this apocalyptic world, such concerns paled in significance. She believed her own attributes would pose no issue, even if she were considerably older than him. Regrettably, she felt it inappropriate to compete for a man with her own daughter. Setting that aside, what are your plans moving forward? I just noticed a Hummer in the yard. Did you come by car? Isn't driving impractical now? Nishiyuanji Oko interjected, shifting the topic. Poison Island Seiko provided a brief explanation. Unfortunately, the vehicle lacks sufficient space to accommodate all of us, Katsura Yin Yi lamented. With their group already cramped, adding 3 mothers and Katsura Kokoro would render it impossible. For now, we need not concern ourselves with that. Let us reside here for a while. It is the perfect opportunity to dedicate time to training and enhancing our strength, which is far more crucial than anything else, Ling Feng remarked. Running his fingers through his hair, the others nodded in agreement, recognizing the necessity of this course of action. Then, for the upcoming period, we shall trouble you, dear mother. Poison Island Seiko said politely, bowing slightly to Katsura Nanami. Stay as long as you wish. We are all family, so there's no need for formality, she replied warmly. Kazuna Naomami grasped Seiko's hand, smiling as she remarked on the refined elegance that exuded from the noblewoman, which she found quite endearing. The two seemed to resonate remarkably well, quickly engaging in light-hearted banter. Big brother, you are truly impressive. May I become your girlfriend in the future? The little girl, Kazuha, leaned toward Ling Feng, her large eyes sparkling with admiration. Be careful, don't speak so recklessly, Yanagi gently admonished Kazuha, feeling a bit bashful, yet the little girl merely pouted, disregarding the caution entirely. Haha, of course, that will be perfectly fine. Just wait until you grow up, Ling Feng chuckled, affectionately ruffling Kazuha's hair. The little girl beamed with delight, pulling on Ling Feng's hand and chattering away, completely sidelining her sister Yanagi, who was left feeling both exasperated and secretly impressed by her sister's boldness. Big brother, this is serious. You must look outside. Mitsui rushed over, her expression fraught with urgency. Ling Feng swiftly opened the door and stepped into the courtyard, a mere 100 meters away from the villa. A formidable horde of zombies approached, marching in an eerily organized manner, indicative of the presence of commanding zombies, or what one might refer to as the king-level zombies. It seemed they were headed in our direction, a coincidence too striking to overlook. Toxic Island Seiko and the others emerged as well, their expressions varying upon witnessing the approaching swarm of undead. A cursory glance revealed at least several hundred zombies, many of which were mutated, far beyond the simple defenses that the Yanagihara family could muster. With the opposing forces advancing, it was unlikely we would withstand for long before being utterly crushed. We merely need to eliminate the leader, Ling Feng asserted, gesturing for Seiko and Shizuka to channel more energy into him. The two women promptly grasped his hands, a faint golden radiance flickering between them. After a brief span of 7 or 8 seconds, noticing their expressions dimming slightly, Ling Feng immediately released their hands. That should suffice. Do not overexert yourselves. You should return to rest for now. Prepare your firearms from the 2nd floor and stand by. If the moment calls for it, provide me with cover fire, Ling Feng instructed with a wave of his hand, then gracefully leaped into the sky, soaring swiftly toward the approaching threat. Upon arriving directly above the horde of zombies, Ling Feng observed as the army of the undead abruptly halted. Howling skyward as if they yearned to snatch him down and devour him, Ling Feng scrutinized the surroundings for quite some time. Yet he was unable to locate the elusive king-level zombie, leaving him perplexed as to where it might be concealed. It was exceedingly difficult to ascertain its whereabouts with the naked eye. Just as Ling Feng was deep in observation, a familiar low growl resonated through the air. A sound imbued with a sense of oppression, almost as if it possessed a peculiar enchantment. Amidst the horde of zombies, one with a dark crimson hue and another of deep violet were particularly agitated, their murky eyes fixated on Ling Feng in the sky, each unleashing a fireball and a surge of blue electricity. Ling Feng's vision was far from impaired. He had long since identified two elemental zombies within the horde below. At this moment, he remained unperturbed, effortlessly soaring through the air with agility. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned glimmers of golden powder. Gazing down at the incessantly howling zombies, with a cold snort, he slightly trembled his palms. Unleashing a barrage of small energy blasts that erupted relentlessly within the mass of undead, the sound of explosions resonating continuously. It was as if he were taunting them. Stay hidden within that mass, if you dare, you wretched creatures. Ignoring the rapid depletion of his internal energy, Ling Feng relentlessly unleashed his energy waves, leveraging the aerial advantage in tandem with the explosive force of his techniques. In a fleeting moment, he manifested an overwhelming and terrifying barrage of power, rendering the zombies below utterly defenseless. Even the remarkably agile speed-type zombies were unable to reach Ling Feng high above, ultimately succumbing to his crude yet effective methods, reduced to mere fragments. After a few minutes, Ling Feng ceased his assault of energy waves, gasping for breath, his stamina significantly drained. Meanwhile, the hundreds of zombies below lay vanquished, utterly annihilated. The surroundings now fell into a profound silence, eerily quiet, the atmosphere heavy with an oppressive stillness. Ling Feng felt a pervasive chill enveloping his entire being, an icy sensation creeping up from the soles of his feet. In an instant, before he could even react, an excruciatingly piercing scream shattered the air, akin to a cat's claws scraping mercilessly against a glass surface. Resounding directly beside his ear with an unbearable intensity, as if a sharp needle had pierced into his skull. A violent headache surged through his neural pathways. "Ah!" Ling Feng cried out in agony, his visage contorted with torment, veins bulging on his neck. It felt as though a fine, pointed needle had been mercilessly jabbed into his brain, a pain far exceeding that of any physical wound. Damn it! Ling Feng gritted his teeth against the searing pain, straining to turn his head towards the source of the sound. Not far away, atop the roof of a quaint villa, an alien-like grotesque zombie stood, its mouth agape as it emitted a terrifying sonic wave, the intensity of which caused the very air to tremble. It was a king-level zombie. Unlike anything he had encountered before, this creature appeared to be a further enhanced version. Ling Feng clutched his head tightly, his eyes bloodshot as he fixated on the abomination with deep regret. He had momentarily failed to consider that the appearance of a king-level zombie post-enhancement would be vastly different, mistakenly believing it would resemble ordinary zombies. The size of its head alone indicated a high level of intelligence. It had cunningly utilized a horde of zombies as bait to lure him into an attack, an overt scheme. As his stamina waned and his focus wavered for even a moment, it would strike unexpectedly. The insidiousness of this plan sent chills down his spine, observing Ling Feng's agonized thrashing in midair. The king-level zombie displayed a disturbingly human-like smirk of triumph and mockery, its sonic waves relentlessly bombarding Ling Feng's neural pathways, laced with a fierce, pulsating rhythm that invaded his mind, its eyes flashing with malice and greed. Compared to ordinary zombies, the noble king-level zombie could instinctively sense the extraordinary energy contained within Ling Feng's flesh, far surpassing that of an average person. The prospect of devouring him promised a significant evolutionary leap, an irresistible temptation that it could not resist. Bang! The sharp crack of a gunshot reverberated through the air as the king-level zombie instinctively recoiled. In the next moment, a metal bullet struck the bricks before it, a shot fired by Seiko Busujima, crouched at the window of the second floor of the Yin Yi family's villa with a semi-automatic rifle. With the attack interrupted, Ling Feng was instantaneously freed from his torment. Fixating on the formidable king-level zombie, a fierce glint of murderous intent ignited in his eyes as he swiftly unsheathed a heavy sword from his back, hurling it with all his might. Simultaneously, he gripped another heavy sword tightly and charged forward with full speed. The king-level zombie, witnessing the heavy sword hurtling towards it, swiftly leaped backward, narrowly evading the piercing strike. Upon spotting the descending Ling Feng, it pivoted and fled. While its speed may not rival that of the agile zombies, its ability to change direction and agility over short distances proved to be remarkably nimble as it continuously vaulted over various structures. Kamehameha. Ling Feng exerted himself to unleash a Kamehameha wave. A beam of blue and white light imbued with tremendous force surged toward the king-level zombie, which was leaping in the distance. Sensing the imminent threat to its life, the king-level zombie let out a monstrous cry. An agile zombie swiftly leaped to its side, serving as a makeshift shield, and was hurled toward the approaching Kamehameha wave. The formidable Kamehameha wave obliterated the obstructing agile zombie in an instant. However, due to the brief interference, it did not strike directly, merely grazing the king-level zombie's left arm, which was violently shattered by the furious gust of energy. Yet, losing an arm was preferable to losing its life. Seizing the opportunity, the king-level zombie immediately leaped onto the street below, evading Ling Feng's attack. Meanwhile, the Kamehameha wave continued its trajectory, crashing into a nearby building, resulting in a thunderous explosion that left the structure riddled with craters. Having narrowly escaped disaster, the king-level zombie cast a resentful glance at Ling Feng, its heavily injured form retreating in a disheveled manner. Although Ling Feng was determined to pursue, he ultimately had to relinquish the chase after a brief effort due to exhaustion. Continuing would have been reckless, as the enemy could easily command the zombies lurking by the roadside to attack him. It was not a risk worth taking in his depleted state. What a tiresome ordeal. These wretched zombies are far too cunning, Ling Feng lamented as he collapsed onto the sofa in the villa, feeling utterly drained. It's likely they will return. And next time it won't be so straightforward, Juchuan Shizuka expressed her concerns. We should leave this place. Staying any longer is far too perilous, Mitsui urged anxiously, already envisioning the terrifying scenario of being surrounded by countless zombies. The mere thought was chilling. I have no objections. If it's dangerous, we must indeed depart, Katsura Nanami remarked, crossing her arms. For the moment, it's unnecessary. The enemy probably won't return quickly. I also need to rest properly. Let us discuss it in a couple of days. Siko, you all should prepare dinner. We haven't eaten yet, and I'm absolutely famished, Ling Feng said, shaking his head and patting his flat stomach while urging the women. All right, we'll get right on it. Just bear with us for a moment and lend a hand. Tokita Siko replied with a smile, calling Yane and the others to assist in the kitchen. While Yane and the others prepared the meal, Ling Feng retreated to a room to lie down and rest. After 5 or 6 minutes, he sat up to check his energy points, which stood at 28,019 points. Just 2,000 short of reaching 30,000. I'll take a good rest today and swiftly venture out to hunt zombies tomorrow. Once I exchange for the Chi Gang, the power of 30,000 energy points will be formidable. Ling Feng mused, stroking his chin before lying back down. Although there was too much food left in the villa, their vehicle was stocked with supplies. The women cooked a sumptuous meal, and they all enjoyed a hearty feast together. Once settled, Ling Feng and the others decided to fully reside at Yane's home. Fortunately, there were plenty of rooms, alleviating any concerns about space. In this comfortable environment, Ling Feng did not forget the importance of cultivation. After a satisfying meal, he undressed in his room, donning only a snug pair of undergarments, and began his rigorous training. Later that evening, as Ling Feng finished his workout and felt a bit sore and weary, a knock sounded at his door. Ling Feng, are you still awake? Yane's gentle voice called from outside. Ling Feng approached the door, and she rushed over dressed in nothing but a silk nightgown and slippers. The delicate fabric failed to conceal Yin Ye's exquisite figure, and the faint outline of her curves was tantalizingly visible. A closer look nearly caused Ling Feng to lose his composure, as it appeared she was not wearing anything beneath, arriving in a state of near nudity. Yin Yi, what brings you here? Is there something you need? Ling Feng stammered, taken aback by the sight of Gui Yi, who stood before him, her silhouette revealing her alluring form. As soon as the words left his mouth, he wished he could slap himself. It was evident to anyone that a girl would not appear at such an hour dressed like that without intent. Why, at such a critical moment? Had he been so oblivious? Well, actually. Yin hesitated, her face flushed as she stood at the door, shyly gazing at Ling Feng, her heart racing with anxiety. She recalled her mother, Gui Jinmei's earlier words. Yin Yi, what stage have you and Ling Feng reached? Gui Jinmei had asked, taking Yin Ye's hand and sitting her down on the bed with concern. With her cheeks aflame, Yin Yi remained reticent, merely shaking her head. Looking at your demeanor, it's clear you haven't taken that step yet. However, dear, You should be a bit more proactive. Although you possess remarkable qualities, there are many exceptional girls around him. If you don't make a move, you might fall behind, Gue Jinmei advised earnestly, fully aware of her daughter's beauty and figure. Knowing no man could resist such a lure, save for her shyness. I'll ask you a simple question. Do you have feelings for Ling Feng? Gue Jinmei sighed internally. Observing Yan Ye's crimson cheeks, Yan Yi softly affirmed, relieving her mother somewhat. It's good that you have feelings. Mom, I really like brother Ling Feng. I want to be his girlfriend, just like sister. Gue Xian chimed in, playfully tugging at Gue Jinmei's arm. Careful now, you're speaking nonsense. Yan Yi retorted, slightly annoyed. Is it jealousy, sister? What is the harm? Brother Ling Feng is so impressive. Having more than one woman is quite normal. Besides, we are still sisters. And he will surely like us more. The young Gue Xian declared with surprising maturity. Who taught you this? Be careful. Yan Ye's brows knitted in concern. She had not anticipated her younger sister's precociousness. For someone who had always been conservative, it was a bit hard to digest. What? I saw it on my computer. Everyone is like that. I have several female classmates with boyfriends already, and yet here I am, much prettier than them. Gue Xian pouted, unconcerned. All right, Yan Yi. Although Gue Xian may be a bit precocious, in this world today, a little early maturity can be advantageous. Ling Feng is no ordinary man. And I would not oppose either of you being with him. Guan Jinmei restrained her impulse to reprimand Gue Xian and spoke earnestly. Yin Yu, feeling helpless, gazed at the cheerful Gue Xian and sighed inwardly. Listen carefully, at this moment, while you still find yourselves in a relatively stable situation, you must take the initiative. Boys generally appreciate boldness, seize the opportunity, and do not let it slip away. Guan Jinmei did not shy away from her younger daughter's presence, taking Yin Yu's hand to share her own experiences. Whenever she reached a crucial point, Yin Yu's face flushed with embarrassment, while the little girl Gue Xian listened with rapt attention, her youthful innocence making one wonder if she would have wished to step in for her sister had she been a tad older. Do you understand? Do not linger in hesitation, lest you find yourself regretting it in the future, Guan Jinmei concluded gravely. Yin Yu seemed to grasp some of the implications, feeling bashful yet nodding gently. Yin Yu, what are you thinking? Come in and sit down. You're underdressed, and we'll catch a chill in the corridor. Ling Feng observed Yin Yu standing at the door, lost in thought, and gently placed his hand on her delicate shoulder, giving her a slight shake. The moment he touched her, he felt her smooth skin and couldn't resist pulling Yin Yu into the room, closing the door behind them. Yin Yu, her cheeks flushed, looked at Ling Feng, her pearly teeth nibbling her cherry lips as she stammered, I like Ling Feng, so I want to. At this point, she could say no more. For her, simply reaching this stage felt incredibly surreal. I also like Yin Yu very much, Ling Feng replied. With such heartfelt words from the goddess Yin Yu, how could he possibly refuse? Yin Yu let out a significant sigh of relief, unaware that Ling Feng harbored feelings for her too. She worried about the possibility of rejection, fearing it would bring her embarrassment. Yin Yu, let us talk on the bed, Ling Feng suggested, his fingers twitching with excitement as he wrapped his arms around her slender waist, guiding her to the bedside, as if sensing what was to come. Yin Yu's breath quickened, her cheeks adorned with a rosy hue, her eyes shimmering like autumn waters as they gazed at Ling Feng, revealing her youthful shyness and charm. Faced with the bashful goddess Yin Yu, Ling Feng's heart raced with fervor, preparing to draw her onto the bed, when unexpectedly, a knock sounded at the door. Ling Feng, are you asleep? It's World. May I come in for a moment? World knocked lightly from outside, deliberately lowering her voice and cautiously glancing around the corridor. Her cheeks tinged with pink. Ling Feng released Kodoha and walked over to open the door. Sekai immediately slipped inside, closing the door behind her before throwing herself into Ling Feng's embrace. Like Kodoha, Sekai was clad only in a silky nightgown, her youthful figure subtly revealed before Ling Feng's eyes. Sekai, you? Kodoha frowned slightly as she watched Sekai clinging to Ling Feng. She was too foolish, she could guess Sekai's intentions mirrored her own. Kodoha, why are you here? Don't tell me you too? Sekai gasped in surprise, her cheeks flushing crimson as she abruptly pushed Ling Feng away. We were just about to get into bed when you arrived, Ling Feng murmured with a roguish smirk, seizing Sekai's wrist before she could flee. Since you're already here, why not make it 3? Ling Feng swallowed hard, his voice thick with desire. The mere thought of having both Kodoha and Sekai at once sent his pulse racing. He was about to achieve what even the infamous Makoto could not. At that moment, the wicked flame within Ling Feng blazed fiercely, his gaze burning with hunger as it flickered between Kodoha and Sekai. 3 of us, together? Kodoha and Sekai hesitated at Ling Feng's audacious suggestion. For inexperienced girls, this was far too bold and direct. Why not? I've done it before with Siko and Shizuka. It's nothing unusual. Sooner or later, this was bound to happen. Now that you're both here, would it really be fair to send one away? Ling Feng coaxed, his wandering hands tracing restless paths over their delicate forms. Well, maybe we should leave and try another time, Sekai stammered, her lovely face flushed scarlet. But Sekai, I'm only human. If you deny me now, I might not be able to hold back. It'd be unbearable, Ling Feng sighed ruefully. The timing was too perfect, and as a man, he couldn't resist the temptation to claim them both. I'm willing, Kodoha whispered, gripping Ling Feng's arm as her ample softness pressed against him, her eyes brimming with nervous anticipation. Without another word, Ling Feng pulled Kodoha into his embrace. His gaze locked onto her exquisite features before descending upon her moist cherry lips in a fervent kiss. With a gentle murmur, Yinye's eyes widened, feeling as if all her strength had been instantaneously siphoned away, causing her body to soften. She instinctively wrapped her arms around Ling Feng's neck. Responding to the kiss that lasted several minutes, a delicate silver thread connecting their lips. Yinye breathed heavily, her bosom rising and falling rhythmically. Nearby, the world was flushed with excitement, her beautiful legs tightly crossed, gazing at Ling Feng with eager anticipation. Ling Feng, gasping heavily, grasped the world's arm with a measure of roughness, directing his lips towards hers. Initially, she resisted slightly, but soon began to respond passionately. Without hesitation, Ling Feng took one girl in each arm, pulling Yinye and Seiyuanji Sekai onto the bed. Amidst a flurry of clothes, they ultimately revealed themselves to one another. Faced with the sight of two exquisite young women, Ling Feng felt an overwhelming urge to release his pent-up desires, launching himself toward them eagerly. Soon, the room was filled with exquisite melodies, promising a beautiful night for the trio. The following morning, Ling Feng emerged from the room with Yinye and Sekai, where Siko and others were already preparing breakfast. Upon seeing the three, their faces lit up with joyful anticipation, causing the two girls to feel a wave of shyness. Did you make an appointment? Shizuka teased, winking at Ling Feng. Shizuka, you have no right to mock me. You were quick to act yourself, weren't you, Yinye? Sekai retorted, playfully pulling Yinye closer. Indeed, Yinye replied with a smile, perhaps due to having served Ling Feng alongside Sekai, their bond had deepened significantly. All right, everyone. Please take a seat. The breakfast is ready, Siko announced, beckoning Sekai to join them. Brother, you truly are impressive. I admire you so much, Mitsui said enviously, gazing at Ling Feng, who was flanked by the two girls. Get lost. Sekai shot a glare at Mitsui while discreetly nudging Ling Feng, thinking to herself how this mischievous man had caused her considerable discomfort the previous night. From now on, we are all family, Siko stated, bringing a large bowl of porridge to the table, smiling at the visibly transformed girls. Yes, I will be a good wife to Ling Feng, Yinye nodded, softly promising. Her gaze towards Ling Feng filled with tender affection. Having embraced her role as a woman of nurturing essence, she had fully entrusted herself to him, akin to Siko, leading to a harmonious relationship between the two. All right, let us enjoy breakfast together, Jukawa Shizuka said, arranging the bowls and utensils, inviting everyone to partake. Each person received a generous bowl of porridge accompanied by several side dishes, which constituted today's breakfast. Given the larger number of individuals present, I opted for a simpler meal, as we needed to conserve some food. Siko offered a selection of dishes to Kanade, while commenting on the situation. Upon careful consideration, it became evident that there were precisely 11 of us, including Ling Feng and his companions. Although Guixin, being a child, had a modest appetite, several individuals among Ling Feng's group were dedicated to physical training, thus requiring significantly more sustenance than the average person. Consequently, satisfying the hunger of 11 mouths posed quite a challenge. Dear sister-in-law, this predicament is unavoidable. After all, you and my brother are both such hearty eaters, Mitsui jovially remarked, his mouth full. Mitsui, do you wish to meet your demise? Siko replied with a congenial smile, an aura of menace subtly emanating from her. With a crack, her chopsticks snapped in two. I was merely jesting. Given how fit you are, dear sister-in-law, it seems you could indulge without gaining an ounce. He chuckled nervously, quickly lowering his head to devour his food. I will address the food situation, so let us eat for now. Rest assured, I will not allow you to go hungry, Ling Feng declared, frowning at the modest array of side dishes before him. He ate heartily while contemplating how to procure a substantial amount of food. Well then, let us head out. After waving goodbye to Kanade and the others, Ling Feng, along with Siko, Shizuka, and Mitsui, boarded the Hummer and departed from Kanade's villa. Be careful on the road and return soon. Kanade waved reluctantly as she closed the door behind them. Brother, where shall we seek food this time? Mitsui inquired from the passenger seat. Now that there were fewer people, he could finally occupy a spot. The Bailu wholesale market, Ling Feng replied nonchalantly. He had previously inquired with Gizanami, and this was the nearest large wholesale market in the vicinity. Although it was also an area heavily populated by zombies, Ling Feng sighed inwardly. Nevertheless, despite the inherent dangers, it was necessary to venture forth for the sake of the many mouths at home. According to Sato Ichiro's earlier words, this location was undoubtedly a treasure trove that had not been extensively explored, brimming with abundant resources that could not be overlooked. The wholesale market, you say? Well, that sounds like we are in for quite an adventure. Mitsui's eyes sparkled with excitement. If they could secure a good haul, they would not need to worry about food for a considerable time. He understood that effort yields reward. Your only responsibility will be to assist with the transportation, Siko, Shizuka, and I will handle the rest. Make sure to be swift in your movements. Ling Feng nodded slightly and commanded. The Hummer navigated through a series of right turns for approximately half an hour, arriving at their intended destination, the Egret wholesale market. This expansive market is meticulously organized, with clearly demarcated sections for the distribution of various goods, making it convenient for them to locate the provisions they required. At present, their most pressing need was the most fundamental sustenance: rice, millet, corn, and assorted flours. Other items could be procured gradually, but these essentials were paramount. Surrounding the wholesale market were numerous commercial streets, resulting in a significant presence of wandering zombies. Although Ling Feng and his companions had approached the vicinity with utmost caution and at a reduced speed, they inevitably attracted a considerable number of the undead. After parking the vehicle in a secluded corner, they disembarked. Ling Feng's gaze shifted, and he pointed towards a specific location, instructing them. Once the engine was silenced, the four individuals exited the vehicle, weapons in hand, and rushed forward. Before them loomed hundreds of zombies, including 7 or 8 mutated ones, all roaring defiantly to obstruct Ling Feng and his companions. Their claws flailed menacingly, saliva dripping from their mouths, and their eyes gleamed with an insatiable hunger for fresh flesh and blood. Ling Feng engaged in battle alongside Siko, while Shizuka provided support from the sidelines. As for Mitsui, he remained cowering in the rear, his meager combat abilities proving to be of little consequence. Particularly, Ling Feng had previously stated that unless absolutely necessary, they should refrain from gunfire, as the noise it generated was far too conspicuous. With utmost urgency, the quartet swiftly dispatched the zombies, scarcely pausing to catch their breath as they hastened towards the grain storage area. Given the abundance of rice and similar staples, numerous bags of rice were piled at the entrance. Mitsui, hurry, Ling Feng urged, casting a concerned glance at Mitsui, who was frantically gathering supplies, as he noticed the encroaching horde of zombies from other sectors. Simultaneously, he checked the Dragon Ball system, noting that his energy points had reached an impressive 31,003. Excellent. The total had surpassed 30,000 points. Ling Feng swiftly clicked on the fist icon, selecting the Qi Gang option, and without a moment's hesitation, proceeded to redeem it. In an instant, his energy points dwindled to 1,003. Simultaneously, a surge of inexplicable knowledge flickered within his mind as a warm current swiftly coursed through his body. After a brief pause of a few seconds, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. He extended a finger, and before him, a visible stream of pale white energy began to swirl around his fingertip, resembling flames, imbued with a gentle brilliance and formidable strength. Ling Feng could distinctly sense that. In this state, the defensive power of his fingers had significantly surged, likely capable of withstanding even a bullet head-on. This realization filled him with exhilaration. Despite appearing formidable at present, his combat power, when measured against the standards of the Dragon Ball universe, was merely around 10 points. Consequently, the system's evaluation of his combat prowess still classified him as a novice. However, the astonishing defensive strength came at a considerable cost of energy, far exceeding that of the technique known as the Sky Dance. Thus it was prudent to use it sparingly. Xiao Fengchan, that should suffice. Let us grab a bit. Juchuan Shizuka exclaimed, hastily seizing 2 bags of rice as the zombies began to encircle them. Let us go. Ling Feng nodded, swiftly dashing out. Under Siko's astonished gaze, his fist, enveloped in a white aura, struck fiercely against the skull of a nearby zombie, the immense force shattering its head with a resounding crash. Wolf Fong Fist. Observing the encroaching horde, an idea sparked within Ling Feng. He let out a low growl, slightly bending his body before propelling himself forward with a powerful thrust of his legs. His claws moved like a whirlwind, striking up and down with relentless ferocity, easily tearing through the zombies before him. The speed of his attacks surpassed even that of his dual blade strikes, as his hands moved with remarkable agility. In less than a minute, he had annihilated the foremost group of dozens of zombies, including one with brute strength and another with formidable defense. Employing the Wolf Fong Fist with lethal precision, his hands merely tinged with a slight tremor, bore no trace of blood, and any scars were non-existent, rendering them incredibly smooth. Having just mastered this technique, it consumed considerable energy. We must hurry. Ling Feng smiled as he explained to the astonished Siko and her companions that although the exertion was considerable, each technique he executed, infused with his qi, had significantly amplified in power. Were it not for the current limitations of his qi reserves, he would have been confident in single-handedly confronting tens of thousands of zombies. The trio swiftly navigated through the relentless onslaught of the undead, reaching the Hummer, activating the vehicle, and accelerating in reverse to flee the area with remarkable agility. Once they had distanced themselves from the zombies, Ling Feng instructed Shizuka to park the Hummer at the roadside. He took stock of their provisions, 1 medium-sized bag of rice. 4 small bags of rice, 3 small bags of flour, and 1 small bag of cornmeal. A satisfactory haul, Shizuka exclaimed with delight. Given their lack of carts, acquiring such a bounty was indeed commendable. Let us take a brief respite. Shortly, we shall venture forth again, this time to the cured meat section. Just a change in direction will suffice, Ling Feng remarked. He was not content with such a meager supply, while it appeared ample. It would only sustain a dozen individuals for about half a month. Moreover, relying solely on rice and flour was insufficient. Meat was essential for their survival. Indeed, the cured meats are laden with salt, making them particularly suitable for our current predicament, Siko concurred. After a quarter-hour of rest, the Hummer was redirected towards the wholesale market once more, yet this time fortune did not favor them as it had before. In the area of preserved foods, a frantic Mitsui rushed over, clutching a string of cured meat, with 2 grotesque mutated rats trailing closely behind him. Ling Feng and his companions exchanged glances and simultaneously unleashed energy waves that merged and soared above the heads of the mutant rats, crashing into the ground ahead. The resulting explosion obliterated 2 of the creatures. However, an ever-increasing swarm of rats appeared before them, frantically devouring the remains of their fallen comrades, their eyes wide with hunger and drool cascading from their mouths. Where did you summon these rats from? Ling Feng inquired as the 4 of them hastily retreated from the preserved food area. I approached the fresh food section nearby and was horrified to find it teeming with rats, Mitsui replied, his face pale with fear. Upon hearing Mitsui's words, Ling Feng's expression soured as he opened his mouth to respond, but a cacophony of rat squeaks erupted behind them. The rats are coming, Zhuchuan Shizuka exclaimed, her face paling further as she turned to see a dense horde of mutant rats, numbering in the hundreds, surging towards them with alarming speed, outpacing their own retreat due to the preserved food weighing them down. Siko, you all go ahead. I will hold them off, Ling Feng insisted, distributing the food among the 3, urging them to flee first. Understood, take care of yourself. Siko nodded as the trio clutched their provisions tightly and quickened their pace. Faced with the oncoming wave of rodents, Ling Feng unleashed 3 energy waves in rapid succession, creating a deep crater upon impact that momentarily stunned the rats, who, despite their ferocity, possessed a degree of intelligence. Begone. Recognizing that his attacks could intimidate the mutant rats, Ling Feng seized the opportunity, channeling his internal energy and letting out a fierce roar, before launching another energy wave that detonated against the ground, sending debris flying. The mutant rats, witnessing this display, began to stir uneasily, showing signs of retreat. Ling Feng was taken aback yet elated. It seemed the intelligence of these creatures had significantly increased, allowing them to recognize strength and fear weakness rather than mindlessly charging forth. This realization brought him hope. Perhaps he could deter the overwhelming numbers of mutant rats simply by exuding a formidable presence. Just as Ling Feng breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to make his grand exit, a piercing rat shriek echoed from deep within the wholesale market. Instantly, the mutant rats, which had shown signs of retreat, froze in place and then surged wildly towards Ling Feng. Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback by this sudden change, but quickly regained his composure. He hastily retreated a significant distance, placing his hands at his waist in a lotus formation. A powerful blue and white energy began to swirl rapidly, coalescing into a brilliant energy sphere, which he then thrust forward with great force. Kamehameha wave! Ling Feng shouted loudly, unleashing a powerful energy wave amidst the army of mutated rats, producing a tremendous roar. In a single strike, nearly 4/5 of the mutated rats were obliterated into fragments. The remaining rats were momentarily stunned by Ling Feng's explosive force, halting in their tracks, and, lured by the blood and flesh of their fallen companions, they disregarded Ling Feng entirely, turning instead to feast upon the scattered remains around them. The Hummer roared as it charged forward, and with a leap, Ling Feng vaulted onto its roof, the vehicle crashing through the obstacles of a few bothersome zombies as it sped out of the wholesale market. "I apologize, brother," Mitsui said, his face filled with regret. "I require an explanation," Ling Feng replied, turning to regard Mitsui in the back seat with a tone devoid of emotion. He had previously instructed that they should focus on a specific area without straying into others, yet Mitsui had verbally consented while ultimately disregarding his instructions, which left Ling Feng exceedingly displeased. Sister-in-law, Mitsui, sensing Ling Feng's ire, turned his gaze towards Siko beside him, wearing a sheepish grin. "Mitsui, you indeed made a mistake this time. I will not offer you leniency. You ought to explain yourself. Our team cannot afford any discord," Siko remarked with a subtle smile. Yet a warning glimmer shone in her eyes. "I simply wished to indulge in some fresh food and momentarily forgot the current circumstances," Mitsui replied, his voice laced with bitterness after a brief silence. Though they had not lacked food and drink during this time, their meals had been comprised solely of canned goods or preserved meats, with nary a fresh vegetable, fruit, or meat to be found. "There will be no next time." Ling Feng shook his head, indicating understanding but refusing to condone or overlook the error, for he too had been consuming the same rations as Mitsui. Thus he felt justified in his admonition. Mitsui nodded silently. As the Hummer traversed the street, Ling Feng suddenly thrust his foot towards Jukawa Shizuka's side, forcefully slamming on the brakes. Simultaneously, he twisted the steering wheel, causing the Hummer to skid violently to a halt, emitting a loud noise while leaving behind two distinct tire marks on the ground. In the next moment, a blue wind blade, over a meter long, sliced through the ground, carving a deep gash. Had Ling Feng not sensed the imminent danger and reacted instinctively, the Hummer would likely have been severed in two or rendered completely inoperable. A powerful roar echoed from the heavens, accompanied by a whirlwind. The identity of the assailant soon became clear. A massive, 2-meter-tall striped tiger, resembling a small truck, descended from above, its wings flapping as it opened its mouth to emit a resounding growl, its gaze fixed provocatively upon the Hummer. "Humph." Before Jukawa Shizuka could react, Ling Feng snorted coldly, a sinister smile flashing across his face as he abruptly pressed down on the accelerator. Boom. The Hummer roared forth like a ferocious beast. The mutated tiger had not anticipated this turn of events. In a moment of carelessness, it was violently struck in the abdomen by a charging Hummer. It tumbled awkwardly, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a halt, blood spilling from its mouth, a clear indication of its injury. Although the Hummer was also shaken by the impact, its specially reinforced steel frame bore no visible damage. In this initial confrontation, it had indeed taken advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness. If one were to speak in gaming terms, this blow likely reduced the opponent's health by 10%, wouldn't it? "Wow. Impressive," Mitsui exclaimed, returning to his senses and observing the mutated tiger struggling to rise. "We cannot afford to miss this rare opportunity for such a grand hunt," Ling Feng said with a cold smirk, twisting his neck as he opened the car door and stepped out, drawing his twin swords and merging them into one. Swiftly advancing towards the standing striped beast. Roar. The mutated flying tiger let out a furious roar, emitting a wave of sound that visibly rippled across the ground like a tide, crushing everything in its path towards the advancing Ling Feng. As he witnessed the sound wave attack, a flicker of surprise crossed Ling Feng's eyes. After a brief moment of contemplation, he gripped his dual-bladed sword tightly, refusing to evade, and launched a direct strike. Boom. A muffled thud resonated as Ling Feng staggered back 3 or 4 steps before finally regaining his footing. With a swift motion, he spun the heavy blade, tearing through the sound wave, causing the air to tremble. He realized that the tiger was significantly stronger than he had previously encountered. Ling Feng shook his hand, marveling at the sheer power unleashed. Roar. As Ling Feng sighed, the mutated flying tiger, noticing its opponent had sustained no significant injuries, immediately revealed its ferocious nature. It roared fiercely, flapping its wings, and charged forward with the speed of a tempest, embodying the saying, "The dragon comes with the clouds. The tiger comes with the wind." Disturbed by the foul stench emanating from the tiger's gaping maw, Ling Feng felt a surge of distaste and wielded his dual blades with unwavering resolve towards the beast's head. The mutated flying tiger nimbly evaded the strike, deftly twisting its head aside, and aimed to bite down on Ling Feng's wrist. A single bite could render him incapacitated. However, being a beast, it lacked understanding of the dual blade's finesse. Ling Feng took a slight step back, twisting his arm, and the blade beneath sliced upward. The mutated flying tiger sensed the impending danger too late. A large chunk of flesh was severed from its face, creating a gory gash that bled profusely from its jaw to its left cheek. Roar. A wounded beast is the most terrifying and fearless of all. The mutated flying tiger bellowed in rage, raising its robust right claw, which shimmered with a vibrant azure light, and struck down upon the dual blades. A sharp metallic clang echoed as the joint of the dual blades, unable to withstand the immense force, split apart, falling from Ling Feng's grasp and clattering to the ground. The mutated flying tiger roared again, flapping its wings as a swarm of azure wind blades enveloped it, swirling rapidly towards Ling Feng. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Feng shouted, channeling the energy within him to form a faint white aura around his body, burning like a fierce flame. Countless wind blades descended upon him like torrential raindrops, producing a cacophony of sounds. All the wind blades were deflected by Ling Feng's energy barrier, his muscles taut, minimizing the impact to its lowest threshold. Other than some discomfort, he suffered no real harm, not even a single cut. Seeing Ling Feng emerge unscathed amidst the barrage of wind blades, the occupants of the armored vehicle, including Siko Tojo, were momentarily stunned, their eyes reflecting a mix of awe and fervor. Both Shizuka Jugawa and Mitsui, the hefty companion, were equally taken aback, exhaling in relief upon realizing he was unharmed. Haha, this is exhilarating. Truly a delight. Ling Feng stood resolute at the heart of the tempest, enduring the relentless assault of the slicing winds while simultaneously experiencing an exhilarating rush. With a fierce roar, he surged past the razor winds, advancing to confront the mutated flying tiger. He delivered a formidable punch to its forehead, marked with the character for king, sending the beast hurtling away. It collided violently with a nearby utility pole, shattering it upon impact. The mutated flying tiger was nearly rendered unconscious by the blow. However, even in its dazed state, its head felt heavy. With its fierce eyes fixed on the panting Ling Feng, a glint of primal savagery flashed within, and it unleashed a torrent of azure wind. Swirling menacingly toward him, Ling Feng chuckled softly, utilizing the art of flight to ascend into the air, thereby skillfully evading the attack. He extended a finger, unleashing a barrage of piercing waves that struck the enormous beast, hitting it squarely on its right wing and creating a gaping wound. The once outstretched wing promptly drooped down. Roaring in fury, the mutated flying tiger unleashed a powerful sonic wave, reverberating through the surroundings and shattering the glass of nearby buildings with its overwhelming force. Xiaofeng, hurry up. The horde of zombies is approaching. Zhu Chuanjingxiang shouted urgently, leaning out of the car window, while Ling Feng suspended in the air. He braced against the raging sound waves and scanned the area. To his dismay, he observed a staggering number of zombies wandering toward them. Drawn by the chaos they had created, it was imperative to eliminate the threat swiftly. A gleaming golden blade sliced through the ground, precisely severing half of the mutated flying tiger's wing. The excruciating pain abruptly halted its roar. It was Siko Tudu who had executed the strike with her katana. Infuriated by the injury inflicted by Siko, the mutated flying tiger immediately abandoned Ling Feng in the air, roaring as it charged toward her, intent on devouring this wretched human. Big sister, I'm coming. Die, beast. Take this from my grandpa Mitsui. At that moment, Mitsui dashed out of the vehicle, aiming a shotgun at the mutated flying tiger and pulling the trigger with fervor. Several metal bullets struck the creature, causing minimal damage due to its thick fur, yet buying them some precious time. In the next instant, Ling Feng plunged downward, positioning himself protectively in front of Siko. As he witnessed the tiger's roaring jaws closing in, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Clenching his right fist, he swiftly channeled the energy within him, enveloping his arm in a formidable aura, and delivered a powerful punch straight into the tiger's maw, filled with razor-sharp teeth. With a powerful strike, Ling Feng's fist shattered the tiger's head, sending brain matter and blood splattering everywhere. He felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him, and his body swayed precariously, nearly causing him to topple over. Siko and Mitsui hurriedly assisted the panting Ling Feng into the vehicle, while Juchuan Shizuka was already prepared, promptly starting the engine and steering towards a location where the zombies were fewer in number. With a forceful thrust, they barreled through, aided by Siko unleashing a series of energy blasts from the sunroof, effectively carving a path through the chaos as they surged forward with a resounding roar. The zombies, drawn by the pungent scent of blood, howled in excitement, eagerly lunging toward the mangled corpse of the mutated flying tiger, engaging in frenzied competition for the remains, even resorting to violence against one another. However, before the zombies could feast for long, a resounding roar echoed, and a massive figure charged forth. Its greedy gaze fixated on the mutilated carcass of the mutated flying tiger, unleashing a menacing growl at the surrounding zombies. Inside the Hummer, Ling Feng gasped for breath, took a sip of water, and silently recited the Dragon Ball system, checking his energy points, which currently stood at 7,211 points. Ling Feng let out a sigh of relief. Upon returning, he would at least be able to exchange fundamental energy and energy waves for Yin Yi and the world. Previously, in his haste to exchange for the more advanced Qi Gang, he had neglected to provide for the two young ladies. Fortunately, both girls had entrusted their well-being to him without any complaints of unfairness, which eased his mind considerably. "Your clothes are all terribly filthy," remarked Juchuan Shizuka, glancing at the three disheveled figures before her. Clearly, their garments were unfit for wear. They needed to find a place to cleanse themselves. Seeing the bloodstains that marred her clothing, Tokita Siko sighed in resignation, especially Ling Feng, who had blood caked in his hair, creating a particularly nauseating mess. Thankfully, Juchuan Shizuka had previously discussed the local area with Yin Yi and was aware of a nearby park featuring a small artificial lake. So they decided to head there to freshen up. After a 10-minute drive, the four arrived at the park's artificial lake, where a modest body of water was adorned with green lotus flowers, and koi fish swam leisurely. It seems the koi in this lake have not undergone any mutations, which is rather peculiar, Tokita Siko observed, her surprise evident as she watched the fish glide through the water. It had been some time since they had encountered any normal creatures. "Could we perhaps catch a couple of fish to take back?" Mitsui said, his mouth watering at the sight of the koi as he swallowed repeatedly, envisioning the fresh, tender fish meat. At his suggestion, Ling Feng and the others exchanged glances, contemplating the feasibility of such an endeavor. "Catching fish is fine, but let us make it clear, Mitsui. When we prepare the koi, you shall eat first. You understand my implication, right?" Tokita Siko stated with a smile that was somewhat sinister. Mitsui's grin faltered. He was no fool and comprehended her meaning all too well, leading him to hesitate, torn between the decision to eat or not. Perhaps it would be best not to take the risk. "We seldom encounter normal creatures. Let us not think of consuming them," Juchuan Shizuka suggested, shaking her head. Mitsui sighed, nodding in agreement that avoiding unnecessary risks was wise. "Is there really a problem? Why not give it a try? If it truly poses no danger, catching a couple to bring back would be beneficial, as we occasionally require fresh sustenance." Ling Feng remarked with a slight smile. With the energy within him swiftly circulating, transforming into a protective aura that enveloped his arm, he plunged it into the water. The koi brushed against his arm lightly, without biting, confirming their lack of mutation. He scooped water with one hand to rinse off, mindful not to taint the lake with their tainted blood, lest they inadvertently create a bizarre situation with mutated koi. Ling Feng raised his arm to observe Siko and Mitsui, as the three of them gradually splashed water from the pool onto their faces, particularly Ling Feng, who took an empty bottle, filled it with water, and poured it over his bloodied head, relishing the refreshing wash. "My dear, you and Mitsui should return to the car for now. I wish to take a bath here. And I shall be quick about it," Siko suddenly said, her tone tinged with shyness. "I want as well," Shizuka exclaimed, her eyes lighting up at the suggestion, eager to join in. Due to the water shortage, they had been conserving their drinking water, and the prospect of bathing in a clean, safe lake was an opportunity that a girl like her did not wish to miss. "Very well, just be cautious and don't take too long. Mitsui and I will wash up afterwards," Ling Feng replied, nodding as he led Mitsui back to the vehicle. Once inside the car, Mitsui dutifully lowered his head, avoiding glancing out the window, fully aware that should he dare to steal a look, his leader would not hesitate to strike him down. Though they were young women, Siko and Shizuka possessed a sense of propriety, not lingering too long. After approximately 5 minutes, they returned, having dressed and feeling considerably refreshed after their brief bathing. Ling Feng and Mitsui disembarked and swiftly shed their clothing by the lakeside, soon finding themselves bare. You lack the necessary assets, my portly friend. Ling Feng remarked with a mischievous glance at Mitsui's modest endowment, which, while not minuscule, certainly did not impress. Mitsui, feeling a twinge of indignation, turned his gaze to Ling Feng's impressive stature, instantly feeling a sense of defeat, his heart heavy with tears. Indeed, it was evident that Ling Feng was quite extraordinary. His size was notable even before arousal. Observing Mitsui's crestfallen expression, Ling Feng couldn't help but chuckle, a smug smile gracing his face. After all, Mitsui, being a Japanese man, was indeed rather lacking in comparison. After exchanging playful banter, the two descended into the lake. As their bodies submerged, Ling Feng was immediately enveloped by a refreshing chill, a sensation of exquisite comfort washing over him, prompting a long sigh of relaxation. However, not long after entering the water, Mitsui, in an unexpected outburst, emerged from the lake with a startled cry, causing Ling Feng to jump in surprise. Could there be mutated creatures lurking beneath the surface? Yet upon seeing the small green crab dangling from Mitsui's groin, Ling Feng erupted in laughter, realizing that this lake harbored not only carp but also crabs. Poor Mitsui must have been in considerable pain. In a state of misfortune, Mitsui, on the verge of tears, painfully removed the crab and hurled it aside. It was indeed peculiar. This lake was home to both fish and crabs, yet none exhibited any mutations. How strange. Ling Feng mused aloud, observing the carp swimming in the water. Oh dear brother, you are merely seeking trouble where none exists. Is it not sufficient that we have encountered no issues? Must you wish for something to go awry? We are simply fortunate. Do not overthink it, Mitsui retorted dismissively, contentedly rinsing himself in the water. Ling Feng paid no heed to Mitsui's words, his gaze wandering amidst the azure waters of the lake while he washed. After a while, his attention was suddenly drawn to the abundance of blue lotus flowers scattered throughout the water. Contemplating for a moment, he drifted closer, arriving at the lotus that was nearest to him. Hesitating briefly, he reached out and grasped the stem, exerting a slight force to uproot it entirely. Brother, why on earth are you pulling out the lotus? Is there something amiss with it? Mitsui inquired, perplexed by Ling Feng's actions. Nothing much, just taking a look. Ling Feng replied with a shake of his head, casually setting the lotus down. After a moment's thought, he checked the Dragon Ball system and then approached another lotus, grasping its stem and uprooting it as well. He soon checked the system again, and his expression shifted uncontrollably as he stared blankly at the lotus in his hand. Brother, your complexion doesn't seem quite right. Please don't frighten me. If something is wrong, do tell, Mitsui said nervously, glancing around as he sensed something unusual about Ling Feng. Ling Feng waved his hand dismissively, yet his mind was far from tranquil. Upon uprooting the lotus, he examined his energy points and discovered an unexpected increase. Though the rise was modest, it was nonetheless a rise. This was his first realization that negative energy could reside within plants. The unmutated fish and crabs might be connected to the plentiful lotuses in the lake. While the specifics eluded him, he surmised it was likely the case. Contemplating the task of eliminating over half of the negative energy, he glanced back at the lotuses and felt a pang of trepidation. Had he not discovered that plants could also harbor negative energy, it might have delayed the completion of his task. After all, if he unleashed a massive energy wave, obliterating a large tree, he would have no way of knowing that the energy points included the tree's share. It would be impossible for him to meticulously count the number of zombies before engaging them, leading to a potential mix-up. Now that he was aware, he had acquired an additional method for accumulating energy points, one that was simpler and safer. The two soon emerged from the water, with Mitsui clutching two carp, clearly not having forgotten his appetite. You head back to the car. I have something to attend to and will return shortly, Ling Feng said to Mitsui before turning towards a large tree not far from the lake. He unsheathed his heavy sword, channeling energy through it, and swung fiercely. The tree, as thick as a bowl, was instantly severed by the razor-sharp blade. Ling Feng noticed that the heart of the tree subtly emanated a dark hue. Though it had not penetrated deeply, only the outer rings bore the color. Upon clicking to view the system, I was delighted to discover that my energy points had indeed increased. In that moment, Ling Feng impulsively began to wreak havoc around, uprooting a dozen large trees before finally ceasing his destruction and turning back towards the Hummer. What were you doing? Why were you chopping down trees? Asked Juchuan Jingxiang, perplexed, as she started the vehicle. We'll discuss it later, Ling Feng replied nonchalantly. Upon returning to the Yinyu residence, World exclaimed, Where did you get those carp? Can we eat them? As he stared in astonishment at the two lively carp jumping within Mitsui's vest pocket, Mitsui promptly explained the situation. Well then, let's have fish soon. These carp are all edible, not ornamental, said Seiyuanji Ayako, reaching out to take the vest pocket and inspecting it closely, smiling. With her assurance, the others had no objections. As they were all eager for some fresh food after enduring a diet of dehydrated vegetables and pickled meats, which had grown tiresome and unappetizing. While the three mothers took charge of the cooking, Ling Feng pulled Yin Yi and whirled into his room, under the shy gazes of both girls. Ling Feng chuckled and removed his trousers, revealing his intimidating little Ling Feng. Yin Yi and World exchanged glances. Their cheeks flushed as they also shed their pants and knelt on the bed. Ling Feng approached each of them, and after their union, he exchanged basic qi and energy waves with the two, leaving him with only 755 energy points remaining, struggling against the overwhelming urge to engage further. Ling Feng hastily dressed, assisting the two blushing girls to do the same. If you desire, I can provide more tonight, and you may do as you wish, he suggested. Noticing World's sympathetic expression as she glanced at Yin Yi, with a slight step forward, she whispered, her cheeks aglow, "Hey, this is what you said, World." Ling Feng beamed with joy, pulling World into a tight embrace and planting fervent kisses on her cheeks. "You rascal," World chided playfully, though her heart was filled with sweetness. "If my husband desires, I am also willing," Yin Yi said, summoning her courage to gently bite her cherry lips as she spoke. "I know. Both of you are my precious treasures. Now, let us hurry outside before Shauna and the others tease us," Ling Feng said, wrapping his arms around Yin Yi and World. And together, they exited the room in close camaraderie. At the dining table, Mitsui relished a generous piece of braised fish, exclaiming, "It's been ages since I've had fresh food. This is truly a rarity. Here, Goe Xin, have some more," Yin Yi offered, placing a piece of fish into her younger sister's bowl as the little girl savored it with delight. "Thanks to Ling Feng and your remarkable abilities in finding such abundant food, it must have been dangerous. Alas, we can't help much and only serve as a burden," said Qing Pu with a hint of helplessness. "Mom, don't say such disheartening things. No one thinks that," replied her daughter. Shan shook her head in dissatisfaction and remarked. Soraya smiled without replying. After all, Shana was still somewhat naive and did not comprehend certain matters. Their ability to sit here peacefully and enjoy their meal was entirely due to Ling Feng's strength, as well as the blessings bestowed upon them by their daughter. "There is something I must mention. Earlier in the park, Seiko, were you not curious as to why I chose to damage those grand trees? The truth is, it was due to Mitsui's presence." Ling Feng half-jokingly explained that he merely sensed an aura among the plants reminiscent of that of zombies. "Surely not, my friend. Does this mean those plants might also undergo mutations?" Mitsui exclaimed in horror, while the others displayed varied expressions, furrowing their brows as they regarded Ling Feng. Ling Feng remained silent for a moment, shaking his head. He was not entirely clear about the matters concerning negative energy. The Dragon Ball system merely compelled him to fulfill tasks, and the specifics were irrelevant. He simply needed to execute the assignments as instructed, and pondering further was futile. Chapter 96. Ling Feng's plan. Currently, Ling Feng and his companions resided within the Yan family home, which had almost become their own. However, this arrangement was not sustainable in the long run, particularly in light of their mission. After meticulous calculations, Seiko Suji and the other young women arrived at a troubling conclusion. If Ling Feng continued to eradicate negative energy at his current pace while also searching for the elusive Dark Dragon Ball, less than a year would prove insufficient. In other words, Ling Feng needed to take decisive action without delay. After considerable contemplation, he arrived at a resolution. "Darling, have you truly thought this through?" Seiko inquired, her expression filled with hesitation and reluctance. "I know a good woman should not question her husband, but this seems exceedingly perilous. Would you reconsider, or perhaps allow me to accompany you? I also wish to fulfill my responsibilities as a wife." Upon hearing Ling Feng's plan, Seiko expressed her reservations, her eyes glistening with reluctance. "It is not a matter of desire, but necessity," Ling Feng replied with a wry smile. "If I were to proceed at a sluggish pace, it would be utterly inadequate. Although I have eliminated numerous zombies and mutated beings harboring negative energy, it pales in comparison to the vastness of negative energy present across the entire planet. It is but a mere drop in the ocean." Ling Feng's plan was, in essence, rather straightforward yet somewhat reckless. He aimed to swiftly amass a quantity of energy points in a short span of time, subsequently exchanging them for aerial techniques and other skills for several young women. Following this, he intended to depart for other cities, ultimately traversing to foreign lands. The pace at which he could eradicate negative energy alone was overwhelming. As it stood, he lacked the formidable power to obliterate a city with a single Kamehameha wave. However, With the assistance of these young women, his efficiency would undoubtedly escalate. Although he felt a profound reluctance, there was little alternative. No, I cannot accept this. It is far too perilous. Yin Yi vehemently shook her head, gripping Ling Feng's arm tightly, her clear eyes glistening with unshed tears. You scoundrel! Do you intend to abandon us? The world cried out, striking Ling Feng's shoulder, yet he remained unmoved. Have you truly made your decision? Have you thought this through? Shauna gently grasped Ling Feng's hand, her gaze filled with concern. Yes, I have contemplated it thoroughly. I must proceed. I hope you can understand. Ling Feng replied in a low voice. Xiaofeng is my man, and I believe in your unparalleled strength. There is nothing you cannot accomplish. Therefore, if you wish to go, then go ahead. I will not hinder you, but you must promise to return promptly. Otherwise, I shall be utterly distraught, Jiao Chuanchizuka said softly. Her tears barely contained as she looked at Ling Feng. I simply do not comprehend. Mitsui suddenly erupted, seizing Ling Feng by the collar in a fit of rage. Why must you be so compassionate? Why must you be so noble? Why do you insist on meddling in matters that do not concern you? We are doing perfectly well right now. Why do you bother with those zombies and mutated creatures? And what nonsense about going to other countries to slay zombies? Have you lost your mind? Ling Feng forced a wry smile in response, for Mitsui simply could not comprehend the gravity of the situation. Were it not for that cursed one-year deadline, he would never dream of parting with his cherished belongings. Yet, the harsh reality loomed. He had no time to dawdle. Nearly a month had passed since the apocalypse began, and the 12th of his allotted time was fast approaching its conclusion. And what had he accomplished in terms of expelling negative energy? Nearly a few tens of thousands of points. Was that substantial? Hardly. It was pitifully insufficient. He was utterly unable to keep pace with time. Now, he had to push himself to the limits. My apologies, Mitsui, but there are matters you cannot begin to understand. I am determined to see this through, Ling Feng stated flatly as he extricated himself from Mitsui's grasp. How can someone be so foolish as you? Mitsui exclaimed, exasperation evident as he slumped onto the sofa. Ling Feng, you ought to clarify your intentions with us. What exactly do you aim to achieve? Why this desperate urgency to hunt down zombies? Surely, there are deeper reasons at play. Nami Guasian crossed her arms, her delicate features etched with frost as she regarded Ling Feng, while the other two, his mother and the young girl, Guaixin, shared her discontented gaze. In essence, you need only grasp one crucial point. If I do not swiftly eliminate the majority of the zombies, my own fate will be equally grim. Ling Feng pondered for a considerable time before finally articulating this statement. The girls were well aware of Ling Feng's secret, yet their extroverted nature was undeniable. Even when their mother inquired, the three girls refrained from divulging anything further, much to the distress of their mothers. Ling Feng's ambiguous remarks, coupled with his daughter's unwillingness to speak, rendered the atmosphere quite oppressive, ultimately leading to an inevitable and unceremonious dispersal as each retreated to their respective chambers. After spending some time in his room, Ling Feng made his way to Zhu Chuanjingxiang's chamber, where he gently pulled her onto the bed and exchanged the void dance technique with her. The two then engaged in a wild and fervent movement, with Jingxiang unabashedly expressing herself, causing the villa to resonate with the echoes of their passionate encounter. Upon exiting Jingxiang's room with a sense of satisfaction, Ling Feng promptly proceeded to Yin Ye's quarters. He invested considerable effort in coaxing the little girl, Gue Xin, out of the room, before leading the blushing Yin Yi onto the bed. Again, he exchanged the void dance technique, leaving him with a meager 755 energy points. However, with the enchanting beauty of Yin Yi beneath him, Ling Feng quickly set aside his concerns and devoted himself to the tender allure of his companion, resulting in yet another fervent clash. Over the course of the following 3 days, Ling Feng ventured out with several girls to hunt zombies, accumulating energy points. During their excursions, they encountered a multitude of zombies and mutated creatures, which they dispatched one by one. Consequently, Ling Feng's previously scant energy points began to rise significantly. He exchanged the void dance technique and the wave technique for all the girls, as well as the wolf fang fist for close combat. In the case of Poison Island Seiko, he even granted her the Kamehameha, greatly enhancing the girls' combat prowess. Moreover, he purposefully engaged in training to improve their combat experience, yielding modest progress. The three maternal figures observed these developments with quiet relief, recognizing that their daughter's growing strength was undoubtedly advantageous. This way, once Ling Feng departed, they would no longer have to worry about their safety without formidable guardianship. Although they had attempted to reason with Ling Feng, he proved as stubborn as a stone in a cesspool, obstinate and impervious to their pleas. Ultimately, They resigned themselves to their fate. In a bold turn of events, the three women made a daring decision. On the balcony of the villa's second floor that evening, the air was somewhat chilly and the wind brisk. Yet, Ling Feng donned only a thin garment, leaning on the balcony as he gazed up at the night sky. Sighing, he lamented, "Alas, I am indeed still too weak." Ling Feng gazed at the starry sky outside and couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. His hands were tightly clenched, realizing that ultimately his strength was insufficient. If he were more powerful, a single energy sphere could devastate the entire planet, rendering all those chaotic entities, zombies, mutated creatures, negative energies, merely trifles. Perhaps in the future, he would indeed possess that terrifying power capable of annihilating worlds. But for now, he understood that accumulation was necessary. Even Son Goku, who bore the bloodline of the Saiyans, took years of foundational training to achieve his unparalleled might. Not to mention that he currently lacked any extraordinary bloodline. As the night breeze caressed him, Ling Feng contemplated the fighting prowess of Siko and her companions, which had considerably strengthened. He felt he was nearing their level, yet several concerns lingered in his mind. The king-level zombie whose arm he had severed had been elusive. Despite his efforts to hunt down numerous nearby zombies, there had been no response from it, presenting a significant threat. Additionally, the giant cockroach and the fire-spitting python were also sources of unease. "Isn't it late for you to still be awake?" A mature female voice broke his thoughts. Ling Feng turned to see the lovely figures of Nami Katsuragi, Yoko Saionji, and Mai Ohara approaching him. "If you were going to try to persuade me, please don't bother. My decision is already made. If nothing arises, I shall depart tomorrow or the day after." Ling Feng replied, waving his hand dismissively. However, as he scanned the three women before him, he momentarily paused. Though it was late at night, he had not anticipated that the trio would stand before him clad only in thin nightgowns. Faced with the alluring presence of these mature women, Ling Feng found himself somewhat overwhelmed. "Of course not. It has nothing to do with that," Nami Katsuragi said, shaking her head. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a faint blush on her cheeks, though the dim light of the living room concealed it from his view. "Do you find me beautiful, Ling Feng?" Yoko Saionji observed his expression keenly, a playful smile flickering in her eyes. She stepped closer, her laughter light and inviting, the fragrance of her presence wafting towards him. "Certainly. You are beautiful. After all, how else could you have given birth to such stunning women? If I hadn't seen you with my own eyes, I might have mistaken you for the sister of the world. So youthful," Ling Feng replied, taking a small step back as he regarded the charming mother figures before him with a smile, a sense of caution stirring within him regarding their intentions. Yoko Saionji appeared quite pleased with his response, a smile gracing her lips. She glanced at Nami Katsuragi and Mai Ohara before directing a meaningful look back at Ling Feng. "Do you know why we have come here?" "I do not," Ling Feng answered honestly, expressing his genuine uncertainty about the intentions of the three women. "All right, Yoko. Let us not tease Ling Feng any longer. Let us be straightforward," said Kayomura Mai, tugging at Nakanishi Yoko's sleeve. Her gaze towards Ling Feng imbued with a hint of complexity, her cheeks tinged with a subtle blush. "Very well, let us be direct. Ling Feng, if you would permit, we wish to become your women. Would you be willing to accept us?" Nakanishi Yoko proclaimed, nearly causing Ling Feng to stumble in shock. "I find this jest rather amusing. If this reaches the ears of Yin Yi and the others, they might be utterly furious," Ling Feng remarked, casting a nervous glance around the living room and hallway. Only when he confirmed the absence of others did he allow himself to relax. "Hee, Auntie is not jesting. We are quite serious," Nakanishi Yoko replied. Clearly pleased with Ling Feng's reaction, a bright smile adorning her face. "Stop feigning innocence. I refuse to believe you haven't considered us. All men are the same," stated Katsura Nanami with a nonchalant tone. Her words left Ling Feng feeling somewhat awkward, yet he did not refute her, tacitly acknowledging the truth. The three women, all in their early 30s, were in the prime of their femininity, exceptionally well maintained with smooth and delicate skin, not falling short of Yin Yi and her companions, and possessing a distinctive allure that was undeniably captivating. Had Ling Feng not been preoccupied with numerous matters, alongside concerns about potential discord with Yin Yi and the others, he might have already pursued these exquisite women. Now, with the three of them presenting themselves so openly, Ling Feng, albeit verbally skeptical, felt a flicker of joy within. After all, he was merely a normal man, unable to completely bypass the allure of desire, or perhaps unwilling to do so. "All right. I confess I have entertained thoughts of you, but my reservations stem from my relationship with Yin Yi. What prompted this sudden decision? Is it because of my mention of leaving? Having been seen through by her mother, Ling Feng decided to abandon all pretense and confessed openly. He turned to the three and inquired, "We do not wish to burden Yin Yi and the others." After a moment of silence, the mother replied somewhat helplessly. After a lengthy discourse, Ling Feng came to understand that, for Yin Yi and her companions, the three of them without power were mere liabilities. Even if no one else perceived them as such, they themselves felt like a burden to their daughters. However, if they were to gain strength, everything would change. Moreover, with Ling Feng's imminent departure, the team would lose its most formidable leader, significantly diminishing their power and making the quest for sustenance increasingly arduous. The thought of watching their daughters venture into battle while they remained at home merely feasting was intolerable for them. It is worth noting that even before the apocalypse, it was not uncommon for mothers and daughters to serve a single man, especially in their country, where such arrangements were rather prevalent. For capable men, this was hardly an issue. Now, since they had all chosen to follow him, they felt it was not unreasonable for them to join as well, unless he firmly opposed their inclusion. Yoko Saionji said slowly, her beautiful eyes locking onto Ling Feng's gaze. Ling Feng's lips moved slightly, yet he found himself utterly incapable of uttering the words, "I don't want you." Three exquisitely beautiful maternal figures were willingly throwing themselves into his embrace. The allure was simply too overwhelming, leaving him devoid of any courage to refuse. To indulge or not to indulge? The night stretched endlessly before them, the girls slumbering peacefully, while Ling Feng agonized over the dilemma posed by the three youthful maternal figures before him. Kaori Manami, Saionji Yoko, and Kyurami each was a peerless beauty, unparalleled in appearance, figure, and grace. Their simultaneous advances would test the resolve of any man, and Ling Feng was no exception. His greatest concern, however, lay with the potential repercussions from Yomi's world and Setsuna. The thought of history repeating itself, of becoming another detestable scoundrel, sent a chill down his spine. The specter of domestic turmoil loomed large, rendering him hesitant. Should he accept or refuse? It was an agonizing decision. "We are women too, yearning for someone to lean on," Kyurami murmured, observing Ling Feng's hesitation with a trace of reproach. "And right now, you are the only man we can rely upon." "If you're worried about Yomi and the others," Kaori Manami interjected with seasoned insight, "you needn't be. They already know, and they've given their consent. The choice is yours now, take us or leave us." Ling Feng was stunned. Yomi and the others knew? Judging by their expressions, this was no jest. He chuckled wryly. These maternal figures certainly had their ways. How they had broached the subject with their daughters, he could only wonder. But since Yomi and the rest had already approved, Ling Feng saw no reason to refuse. With a roguish grin, he spread his arms and pulled all three into his embrace, pressing them close before planting a kiss on each of their cheeks. "Ah, the little rogue finally succumbs," Saionji Yoko teased, her cheeks flushed as she nestled against him, her ample curves pressing softly into him. "You must treat us well," Kyurami whispered, resting her head against his shoulder. "One against three, I wonder if you're up to the task," Kaori Manami mused playfully, her fingers trailing downward to give a teasing squeeze, eliciting an immediate reaction. Ling Feng seized her arm and let out a soft grunt, saying, "Will it work? You shall find out shortly." Ling Feng eagerly led the three young mothers into his room, shutting the door with a resounding thud. Soon, a symphony of intimate sounds, feminine gasps and masculine panting intertwined into a rapturous melody, faintly echoing through the villa. At dawn, Ling Feng emerged with languid satisfaction from a tangle of delicate limbs, gazing upon the three radiant beauties beside him, their allure heightened by the night's long-awaited indulgence. A smug smile curled his lips. Any man who had spent the night with three exquisite young women would surely bask in such pride. Yet, glancing at his dwindling energy points, he sighed. The expenditure had been swift. What remained after exchanging for their basic chi and energy wave techniques was nearly exhausted. His planned departure today now seemed delayed until tomorrow, perhaps even the day after. Turning to admire the smooth, exposed skin of the women, especially the generous slopes of snowy softness, he steeled himself against temptation and nudged them awake. Good morning, husband," they murmured in turn, faces aglow with contentment. Years without a man's touch had made last night's indulgence all the more intense. To their delight, Ling Feng had proven formidable, leaving them utterly conquered and soaring in ecstasy, a pleasure that left the three beauties thoroughly enchanted. Ling Feng embraced the three enchanting women, relishing the delicate texture of their skin as he planted gentle kisses upon each of them. Softly, he declared, "From this moment on, you shall be my women, and I will cherish you as I do with Yin Yi and the others." The three ladies nodded in quiet acquiescence, their expressions reflecting a deep sense of submission. The sweet nothings whispered by the man held considerable sway over these young women, each just over 30 and recently acquainted with the pleasures of intimacy. As they rose to don their garments, Ling Feng could not resist indulging in some playful advances, and soon the four of them emerged from the room, their demeanor intimate and warm. Meanwhile, Siko and Shizuka had already prepared breakfast, their expression suggesting an anticipatory understanding of the morning's events. Ling Feng smiled gently as he joined the three women at the table for their meal. "Ah, you truly have no qualms about rising early, do you? The porridge is nearly cold," the world remarked with a hint of jealousy. Yin Yi and Shizuka remained composed, exhibiting minimal emotional disturbance, thanks to the efforts of their matriarch. This development alleviated Ling Feng's concerns about any potential discord. As for the rotund Mitsui, he gazed at Ling Feng with a perverse admiration, giving him a thumbs up. 3 women in one night, and all of them mothers. Truly, you are beyond us mere mortals, brother. At that moment, the overlooked little girl, Gue Xin, unexpectedly uttered a remark that left everyone astounded. "Mama, does this mean I will be calling Ling Feng brother daddy from now on?" The little girl blinked her large, glistening eyes. Upon hearing the words of the little girl, Ling Feng nearly spat out the porridge from his mouth, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he glanced at Yin Yi and Manami. Manami appeared equally taken aback by Kuaixin's remark. She paused momentarily, but soon regained her composure. With a slight furrow of her brow, she admonished Kuaixin, stating, "Children should learn to speak with respect. Do you not understand that your mother and sister are now both Ling Feng's partners? In the future, you will find the same to be true. Did you not express this sentiment yourself before?" Mitsui immediately cast Ling Feng a look filled with mischief, as if to say, "Who would have thought that you, dear brother, would not spare even such a little girl? Truly, you are a master among masters." Ling Feng was nearly driven to the brink of exasperation, casting a disdainful glance at the corpulent figure before him, yet he chose not to pursue the conversation further. "Oh, I see. From now on, I shall call you brother Ling Feng daddy," the little girl chimed playfully, disregarding her mother's stern demeanor entirely. Ling Feng, Yin Yi, and Jin Mei exchanged glances, each wearing a wry smile. Due to the unforeseen addition of 3 maternal figures to Ling Feng's plans, the originally scheduled departure for the day was naturally postponed. After enjoying a hearty breakfast, Ling Feng ventured out to hunt zombies, accompanied by Siko Busujima and Yin Yi. All 3 possessed the ability to perform aerial maneuvers, rendering the necessity of driving their Hummer obsolete. They could simply soar back home. In recent days, the zombies and various mutated creatures near their residence had been largely eradicated. As they walked along the street, Yin Yi vigilantly surveyed their surroundings, her delicate hand resting on the hilt of her katana, poised for combat. "Let us head southward to seek out that injured mutant rat king. It was rather disappointing when it managed to escape last time. Such a creature is undoubtedly a menace. If given the chance, we must eliminate it," Ling Feng declared. What Ling Feng referred to as the mutated rat leader concealed within the egrets wholesale market. A few days prior, in their quest to swiftly accumulate energy points, they ventured there to hunt zombies, only to encounter an onslaught of mutated rats, led by a particularly formidable rat king, whose entire body was cloaked in a muddy yellow hue. Despite Ling Feng and Siko exerting considerable effort to slay several hundred mutated rats, the cunning rat king managed to escape. Indeed, the rat king posed a troublesome threat. If not dealt with promptly, it could become a significant menace. Siko nodded in agreement, stating that unlike ordinary mutated rats, the rat king possessed unique abilities. As a creature of the earth element, it could wield attacks of soil spikes and sandstorms, and its burrowing speed far surpassed that of typical rats, rendering it exceedingly troublesome. "Before I depart, I intend to eliminate some nearby threats," Ling Feng declared, taking a slight leap into the sky. After surveying the area with binoculars, he descended, leading Siko and Kotonoha in a specific direction towards the filthy, repugnant sewer. "It truly reeks. Is the Rat King really down here?" Kotonoha fanned her small hands, wrinkling her brow. "It should be correct. I have observed from above several times, and numerous mutated rats have scurried into the sewers with food. If it weren't for the Rat King's command, those rats would have devoured the food outright." Lacking the awareness to transport it, Ling Feng affirmed, though he too was discontent with the environment. However, having finally discovered the Rat King's trail, he was resolute not to let the opportunity slip away. "Something is approaching us." Siko halted, her keen gaze fixed ahead. Squeak! A throng of mutated rats surged toward them. Yet judging by their appearance, it seemed they were not charging at Ling Feng and the others, but were, instead, fleeing in terror. "Cut them down," Ling Feng commanded coldly. Regardless of whether the targets were directed at them, they would not spare these foul rodents. Understood. Siko and Kodonoha synchronously drew their katanas, while Lingfeng unsheathed a heavy sword from his back. The trio harmoniously channeled the energy within them, their weapons shimmering with a pale golden light. As they aimed at the oncoming horde of mutated rats and unleashed a fierce strike, 3 golden energy blades, each over a meter long, converged to form a formidable golden ribbon of energy, its sharp radiance instantly cleaving through the approaching mutated rats, ruthlessly trampling forward and annihilating a significant portion of the advancing horde in a single strike. The trio's onslaught did not cease. Upon noticing the remaining mutated rats, their hands extended in unison, coalescing into a radiant sphere of golden light. With a slight elevation of their palms, a wave of energy surged forth, obliterating the remaining mutated rodents in 2 swift strikes, leaving behind a gruesome litter of flesh and blood. The already putrid stench of the sewer was further intensified by the pungent aroma of blood. Suppressing their revulsion, the 3 hastily traversed the repugnant remnants beneath their feet, navigating the labyrinthine passages of the sewer. After a brief exploration, they emerged into a spacious chamber. Upon entry, they were met with a startling sight, a colossal crimson python, thicker than a barrel, coiled around the charred remains of the mutated rat king. With a subtle lift of its neck and a slight wriggle, the monstrous serpent effortlessly consumed the rat king, demonstrating its formidable prowess with ease. Lingfeng instantly recognized the identity of the creature before him. It was none other than the fiery serpent he had encountered earlier. To his astonishment, the mutated rat king had been devoured by this very beast. Lingfeng was taken aback, completely unaware that the creature had ventured into this vicinity, nor did he know when it had arrived, stealthily concealing itself. The adage rings true. When foes meet, their animosity intensifies, a sentiment that holds equally for beasts. As Lingfeng discerned the creature, the mutated serpent also recognized him and Siko Tojo, its mouth agape as it emitted an excited hiss. Attack! Lingfeng bellowed, knowing that striking first was always a prudent strategy. As Lingfeng shouted, he extended his hand and unleashed 2 successive energy waves. Siko and Kodonoha, positioned beside him, also released their own energy waves, swiftly hurtling towards the colossal python. Observing the approaching golden orbs of light, the giant serpent's eyes flickered with disdain. A searing wave of heat churned within its throat, and suddenly it erupted with a blazing crimson pillar of fire that instantaneously overwhelmed the energy waves, sweeping forth with tremendous force. Lingfeng's expression shifted dramatically as he stepped forward, swiftly channeling the energy within him to form a sharp barrier of qi that repelled the searing flames. However, he was acutely aware of the immense heat emitted by the giant serpent's fire, which had noticeably intensified over time. Had it not been for the protective barrier, his flesh and blood would have been reduced to ashes in an instant. Even so, the energy within him was rapidly depleting. The greater the power of the attack he countered, the more his qi consumption escalated exponentially. Fortunately, Lingfeng was not alone in this battle. Lingfeng stood resolutely before the onslaught of flames, while Siko and Kodonoha exchanged a knowing glance, nodding in unison. They leapt into the air, extending their index fingers to unleash 2 powerful beams of energy towards the colossal serpent. Mid-flight, their energies converged, amplifying their combined might. The orange-red beam struck with precision against the serpent's robust body, piercing through its hardened scales and inflicting a grievous wound that gushed forth blood. In agony, the serpent halted its attack, its furious gaze fixed upon the 2 women as it roared, thrashing its formidable tail in a primal display of rage and pain. The tail whipped through the air, a ferocious force that neither Siko nor Kodonoha dared to underestimate. They deftly evaded the strike using their aerial agility. As the serpent's tail crashed violently against the concrete floor, leaving a deep scar in its wake. The creature's sheer physical strength was formidable, rendering it a force to be reckoned with. Seizing the moment while the serpent was still reeling, Lingfeng summoned a potent surge of energy and delivered a fierce punch to the serpent's wound, further tearing its flesh apart and sending the beast crashing against the concrete wall. Kamehameha. Without granting the creature a moment's respite, Lingfeng unleashed a rapid Kamehameha wave. Although he had not gathered energy, its power was sufficient to vanquish the foe. Sensing imminent danger, the serpent screeched as a fiery red shield materialized before it, absorbing the brunt of the Kamehameha wave. Though it trembled precariously, it surprisingly held its ground for the moment. My attacks are relentless. Lingfeng, though taken aback, remained unfazed. With a cold smirk, he intensified the flow of energy within him, enhancing the Kamehameha wave's potency. The amplified beam became the final straw that broke the camel's back, shattering the fiery shield and engulfing the serpent amidst its desperate roars. Grateful for the assistance of his 2 wives, Ling Feng leaned breathlessly against Kotonoha's warm embrace, a broad smile spreading across his face. He acknowledged the truth in his words. While the battle appeared swift and straightforward, it was their combined efforts that had turned the tide. The disparity between fighting alone and with two capable allies was monumental. My dear husband, we have not only witnessed the enemy grow stronger, but we too have evolved. Siko remarked with a gentle smile, supporting Ling Feng alongside Kotonoha. Ling Feng was taken aback as he gazed at the shattered corpse of the giant python beside him, and he suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Indeed, we have grown stronger, Ling Feng exclaimed. The formidable flame python, which had once posed a significant challenge, was now swiftly dispatched with the cooperation of the three. With the flame python eliminated, a potential threat was neutralized, and Ling Feng's spirit soared. After exiting the filthy sewer, the trio found a vacant house to rest, consuming the provisions and water they had brought to replenish their waning strength. In the afternoon, the three resumed their hunt for zombies, gradually making their way to a rural area within the city, in stark contrast to the modern buildings surrounding it. This area exuded a sense of classical charm. Beneath a small red bridge, the creek flowed gently, glistening beautifully under the bright sunlight. Unfortunately, the tranquility of the scenery was marred by an eerie silence, punctuated only by pools of dried blood and the wandering undead that starkly contrasted with the lovely landscape. There is an old residence of mine over here, where my mother, Xiao Xin, and I would spend part of every summer, Yin Yi remarked softly, pointing toward a classic structure made of green bricks and tiles on the hillside, a hint of nostalgia flashing in her eyes. Let us go take a look. We're here anyway, Ling Feng smiled, ruffling Yin Ye's hair. The trio strolled over, clearing out any zombies that obstructed their path, armed with a katana and a broadsword. They moved with relative quietness. After a steady ascent up a moss-covered staircase, they arrived at the old residence Yin Yi had mentioned after approximately 7 or 8 minutes. The building was a quintessential example of traditional Japanese architecture, said to have been constructed by her ancestors during the Edo period, now boasting several centuries of history. It seems no one has visited here for some time. Let us enter, as I have something I wish to retrieve, Yin Yi stated, pushing open the grand door and stepping inside. Ling Feng and Siko looked on with curiosity, wondering what Yin Yi intended to procure. Once inside, Yin Yi began to introduce the various rooms to Ling Feng and Siko. After traversing the courtyard and a lengthy corridor, she halted before a modest small house, pulling open the door to reveal a spacious kendo dojo. In the center, a large redwood rack displayed 2 katana tied with red cords, each measuring approximately 3.5 feet in length. Yin Yi gracefully approached, carefully unsheathing one of the katana, its blade shimmering with a frosty gleam, indicative of a fine sword. Husband, she said, sheathing the blade and passing the katana to Ling Feng, then taking the remaining katana and handing it to Siko. She softly added, my family possesses some swordsmanship manuals. I dedicate time to practice each summer. These 2 swords were commissioned by my mother from a renowned craftsman, capable of slicing through iron effortlessly. Indeed, these are exquisite swords. This has been the greatest treasure of this journey, Siko remarked, her eyes sparkling with delight as she gazed at the katana in her hands, recognizing that such a sharp blade would significantly enhance her combat prowess. No wonder Kaname made a special trip here. It appears her purpose extends beyond mere nostalgia, as this is indeed of utmost significance. Is it as easy as cutting through iron? In that case, it is best for you, Kaname, to keep it for your own use. I have my double-edged sword, which suffices for me. This relatively lightweight katana is more suited for you, allowing you to unleash its full potential, Ling Feng remarked, returning the katana to Kaname, shaking his head. After a moment's hesitation, Kaname accepted it, turning to part the grand red wooden stand, revealing a concealed small opening, from which she carefully extracted an antique wooden box. This is a family heirloom of swordsmanship secrets. Previously, I regarded it merely as exercise and did not delve deeply into it. However, it seems it may now prove useful, Kaname explained with a smile, opening the box to reveal 2 yellowed scrolls. Natural reason heart flow, divine path of no thought flow. What is this? Siko exclaimed in surprise, seemingly aware of the significance of the 2 scrolls. I'm not entirely certain myself. It is said to be a portion of the swordsmanship traditions passed down from my ancestors. I have only learned a little from them, Kaname stated, presenting the scrolls. Noticing Ling Feng's puzzled expression, Siko smiled slightly and elucidated. These are renowned secrets of Japanese swordsmanship, and judging by their age, they should indeed be authentic transmissions. We are fortunate. Is it akin to the Tokita school? Ling Feng inquired with curiosity. having little understanding of such schools. Siko nodded. Essentially, yes, the main difference lies in their scale. The disciples within these schools typically number in the thousands. Yet only a select few acquire the truly core teachings. You do not intend to study them? Some of the techniques contained within are quite practical, Siko suggested, glancing at the two scrolls before looking at Lingfeng, who sat idly by. Lingfeng shook his head and remarked, "Those sword techniques necessitate the coordination with lighter weapons akin to the katana. My dual-edged sword far exceeds the standard weight, rendering it unsuitable for such learning. Moreover, the most significant factor is the sheer inconvenience. I lack the luxury of time to engage in slow study. Unlike you and Yinyi, I do not possess a foundational expertise in swordsmanship. For Lingfeng, the pinnacle of swordplay lies in delivering the most powerful strike at the swiftest pace, an unstoppable blow. As finesse ultimately does not align with his developmental trajectory. You do have a point," Siko mused, glancing at the notebook before slowly putting it away. She stood and said, "If that's the case, we should return." Turning to Yinyi, she inquired, "Is there anything else you wish to take?" Noticing Yinyi's hesitant demeanor, Lingfeng couldn't help but ask. Yinyi nodded, blushing slightly. "In the backyard, there is a natural hot spring. I was wondering if we could soak for a bit. The spring has therapeutic properties that help relieve tension and promote relaxation." "A natural hot spring? How extravagant!" Siko exclaimed in surprise, opening the door to observe the sky outside. Nodding, she added, "It's still not too late. We have some time, so let us indulge for a while. It's rare for us to be here." Yinyi joyfully nodded. Having longed for a proper bath, she promptly led Lingfeng and Siko out of the dojo. After navigating a couple of corridors, they arrived at the backyard of the estate. Inside the changing room, Lingfeng remarked, "There isn't a soul around. It certainly feels quite desolate." As he began to remove his clothing, he glanced at Yinyi. "Yes, since all the land around here belongs to our family. And given that this is a very important ancestral home, my mother hasn't hired any servants for cleaning. She comes by periodically to tidy up. Typically, it's just me, my mother, and Keishin here, with the occasional visit from some of my mother's friends, but otherwise, it's quite empty," Yinyi explained. Shaking her head, she shyly glanced at Lingfeng while gently shedding her attire, revealing her graceful figure. Yinyi's physique was indeed admirable, inciting a twinge of envy within Lingfeng. Siko, in a playful manner, reached out to grasp Yinyi's ample curves, teasingly squeezing them while giggling, "I must admit, I envy you." Instantly, Yinyi's face flushed a deep crimson, especially upon catching Lingfeng's gaze, prompting her to struggle in embarrassment. The two beauties frolicked playfully, inadvertently revealing delightful glimpses that captivated Lingfeng's attention. "Ah, has my husband grown impatient?" Siko teased, releasing the blushing Yinyi while directing her gaze towards Lingfeng, who was conspicuously aroused. She covered her mouth and giggled, cheekily licking her cherry lips, which only served to ignite Lingfeng's frustration. "You mischievous little sprite." As Lingfeng gasped for breath, he pulled Siko into his embrace, his hands exploring her smooth body with abandon. He leaned in and fervently kissed her cherry lips. Siko let out a soft hum, wrapping her arms around Lingfeng's neck and responding eagerly, leaving Yanigo blushing profoundly at the sight. After a moment, their lips parted, both panting lightly. Lingfeng chuckled, reaching over to pull Yanigo into his arms and planting a few playful kisses on her as well. "All right, let's save the intimacy for later and soak in the hot springs first," Siko interjected with a gentle smile, sensing Lingfeng's mischievous intentions. Otherwise, he might have succumbed to temptation and engaged in more fervent activities in the changing room. "Hee, I'll deal with you two later." Lingfeng replied with a roguish grin as he released Yanigo. After the three of them had stripped off their clothes, they wrapped themselves in white towels and pushed open the door, stepping outside. They traversed a few smooth stone steps before arriving at an outdoor hot spring. Immersed in the warm waters, they involuntarily sighed in contentment, a satisfied expression crossing their faces as they completely relaxed, their bodies feeling utterly rejuvenated. "Ah, the pleasures of the affluent are truly delightful," Lingfeng remarked, leaning against the rocky edge of the spring and caressing the warm water. "It's a rare treat. But it's a pity it's just the three of us. If only Shizuka were here too." Siko smiled faintly, half closing her eyes in enjoyment. After soaking in the warm waters for a while, Lingfeng's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Yanigo and Siko's chests, two pairs of luscious curves gently undulating beneath the surface, creating ripples that made his mouth water as he couldn't help but extend his mischievous hand. Soon, the hot spring echoed with the delightful melodies of their shared joy, accompanied by splashes of water and muffled moans. An hour later, The three emerged from the spring, their faces flushed and invigorated, wearing expressions of satisfaction. It's getting late. We should head back quickly, lest Shizuka and the others worry, Siko said, glancing at the darkening sky with a hint of exasperation, partially blaming Lingfeng for their prolonged stay. Once they dressed in the changing room, they departed from Yanago's ancestral home. The descent was too slow, so they opted to utilize their flight technique to hasten their return. As dusk settled, they finally arrived back at the villa, having encountered several waves of zombies on their journey, which caused a slight delay. However, the rewards were substantial. Their previously dwindling energy points had surged to 10,533. Yet, upon closer calculation, they still fell short. The three mothers would require a total of 15,000 energy points to exchange for the flight technique and the dimensional wave ability. After a hearty dinner, Lingfeng lamented the scarcity of formidable mutated creatures encountered that day. Initially planning to set off the following day, it now seemed another day of delay awaited them. Sigh. Lingfeng returned to his room and, lying on the bed, uttered with a sense of resignation. Lingfeng has now come to understand the complexities that arise from the presence of numerous women in his life. If he wishes to depart, he must at least grant his beloved some semblance of self-protection. Alas, it is a predicament of his own making, as he finds himself unable to resist the charms of three formidable maternal figures. Knock, knock. Brother, are you still awake? Came the gentle voice of Guixin from outside the door. Come in. The door isn't locked, Lingfeng replied, straightening up. With a soft click, the door swung open, and the adorable little Guixin, clad in a charming pleated skirt, bounced into the room. She leaped into Lingfeng's embrace, wrapping her arms around his neck and affectionately said, Brother Lingfeng, I want to be your woman, just like my sister and mother. Is that all right? Brother Lingfeng, shall we make love together? The little girl innocently proposed, snuggling close to him, resembling a delightful little koala. Nanny. Lingfeng was taken aback, staring at the sweet, wide-eyed girl before him. He felt as if he were faced with a daunting dilemma, whether to indulge in such thoughts or to refrain. Careful, dear, do you understand what you are saying? Do you even know what making love means? He asked, managing a wry smile as he gazed at the little girl, feeling overwhelmed. Guixin was undeniably adorable. Yet her youth posed a significant barrier. Had she been 2 or 3 years older, he might have succumbed to the urge to embrace this little cutie. Of course I know. I've seen those romantic films on the computer. I understand how it's done. Guixin replied, her innocence almost causing Lingfeng to faint in shock. He stared at the endearing little girl, his mind swirling with tumultuous thoughts. Is it possible that children today are so precociously mature? Lingfeng suddenly felt as if he were morphing into an older man in this surreal moment. Does your mother and sister know you were here, dear? He inquired cautiously, recognizing the importance of clarity in this situation. Guixin giggled and replied, Of course they don't. If they did, they wouldn't let me come here. Humph. Indeed. It was as he suspected. Given her tender age, it would be surprising if they consented to her visit. Lingfeng internally grappled with the dilemma of whether to indulge in the cuteness of this charming little girl or to resist the temptation. In the end, Lingfeng ultimately disregarded any objections and brought the little girl into the room where Manami and Kodo were, directly informing them of the situation. Brother, how could you? The little girl exclaimed, her cheeks puffed in indignation as she glared at Lingfeng, clearly displeased. Be careful, Kodo admonished, sensing her sister's lack of decorum. What is the matter? You and Mom are the most despicable. You've both done that sort of thing, yet you won't allow me to do the same with my brother. Humph. The little girl pouted. Just wait until I grow up in a couple of years. I will devour you, my cute little one. Lingfeng smiled slightly, squatting down to pinch Guixin's adorable cheeks and planted a kiss on her. After some effort, he managed to dispel her thoughts, and he too breathed a sigh of relief. After exchanging a few words with Kodo and Manami, he returned to his room, exercised for a while, and then went to bed. The next day, Lingfeng hastened his pace in hunting zombies and mutated creatures while also felling nearby trees. By the time he returned home in the afternoon, his energy points had reached 23,987. He then exchanged 15,000 points for the techniques of Void Dance and Whole Wave for the 3 mother figures, leaving him with 8,987 points. Since Lingfeng was set to leave temporarily the following day, dinner was particularly sumptuous, yet the atmosphere felt somewhat heavy. Big brother, can you take me with you tomorrow? I feel much more secure with you, Mitsui said, pausing her chopsticks and gazing at Lingfeng with uncertainty. Lingfeng set down his chopsticks and, looking at Mitsui, spoke with utmost clarity. There is no need. Your previous experience at the steel mill has made you quite familiar with various tasks. particularly welding, which is your forte. With your presence overseeing the external security of the villa, it will undoubtedly feel more secure. Moreover, you are not suited for combat. Mitsui sighed in resignation, choosing not to elaborate further. After dinner, in Ling Feng's room. Has everyone gathered? Ling Feng smiled at the array of beautiful women present in the room. Aside from the little girl, Gue Xin, and Mitsui, Siko, Shizuka, and Shana were all in attendance. Since you are departing tomorrow, we thought it best to spend some quality time with you, one of them said, her cheeks flushed with a hint of shyness. That is precisely what I desire. Ling Feng replied with a smile as he began to remove his clothing. Upon witnessing this, the women exchanged glances and gradually followed suit, filling the room with an exquisite display of beauty. Ling Feng felt as though he were immersed in a realm of paradise, savoring boundless bliss and happiness. The exhilarating melodies soon resonated, fluctuating in pitch and intensity, at times gentle, at others robust. This night was destined to be anything but tranquil. As dawn broke, Ling Feng departed from the villa, leaving behind the reluctant gazes of the girls. 3 days later, a slender silhouette stretched across the road, revealing a young man bearing 2 heavy metal swords upon his back. He paused before a ravaged village, letting out a soft sigh. I didn't expect to wander back this way. I wonder if those pests still linger. This young man was none other than Ling Feng. Since parting ways with Siko and the others, he had embarked on a solitary crusade against the undead, opting not to engage directly, but instead luring hordes of zombies to a designated location, where he would unleash a devastating Kamehameha wave to obliterate them en masse. Even if he were to falter and find himself encircled, he could swiftly escape by taking to the skies. Although this approach was somewhat tedious, over the course of 3 days, he had amassed an astonishing total of over 50,000 energy points. As for Ling Feng's return to this location, the reason was quite simple. He seemed to have lost his sense of direction. To put it plainly, he lacked a precise awareness of his surroundings. Having spent most of his time within the confines of a Hummer, thus failing to observe the nearby roads, which led him back to this place unexpectedly. Just as Ling Feng hesitated about whether to investigate further, a cacophony of gunfire and anguished screams erupted from within the village. Instantly, his expression hardened, and he dashed into the village. Upon arriving at the scene of the fray, Ling Feng refrained from recklessly charging in. Instead, he concealed himself in the shadows, cautiously observing. He discovered a squad of fully armed soldiers battling against a horde of monstrous cockroaches, each the size of an adult man's fist, with some exceeding a meter in length. Their vitality was remarkably resilient, unless reduced to mere fragments by a volley of bullets that could not be entirely exterminated. As Ling Feng's gaze shifted, he was confronted with a chilling scene. A soldier, lifeless from a fatal bite, was being dragged away by a cockroach over a meter in length. The creature then plunged a sharp appendage into the soldier's heart, writhing and splattering a repugnant viscous substance, seemingly in the act of laying eggs. Witnessing the grotesque sight of the cockroach depositing its eggs within the corpse nearly caused Ling Feng to regurgitate his previous meal. His face contorted with revulsion as he beheld these loathsome pests. Despite the commendable firepower of the soldiers present, their numbers paled in comparison to the relentless horde of cockroaches, suggesting their endurance would be short-lived. Numerous fallen soldiers were being utilized as breeding grounds for the monstrous insects, and Ling Feng could no longer bear the sight. Just as he was about to intervene, the roar of engines erupted from outside the village, prompting him to halt and conceal himself within a dense thicket, a common refuge in rural areas where one could crouch down and remain unseen. Before long, a military jeep accompanied by a modified large truck entered the village. Soldiers disembarked from the truck, unleashing a barrage of gunfire against the swarm of cockroaches. To Ling Feng's astonishment, a woman emerged from the passenger seat of the jeep. It was Miyamoto Rei. At that moment, she sported a pragmatic short haircut, clad in military attire and fully armed, exuding the presence of a commanding officer. The revelation that Miyamoto Rei had survived was unexpected for Ling Feng. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. With nowhere to stay at the villa of Zhu Chuanjingxiang's friend and food supplies depleted, her only option to avoid starvation would have been to escape, likely fortuitously encountering personnel from the base city thereafter. With the newfound support of soldiers, the relentless onslaught finally subdued the cockroach swarm. Even the soldiers who had been used as hosts for the cockroaches were ordered by Miyamoto Rei to be incinerated alongside the remains of the creatures. The crackling flames quickly consumed all evidence of the grotesque scene. Who goes there? Miyamoto Rei's eyes narrowed, her gaze fixated on Ling Feng as he emerged from the underbrush. Upon recognizing him, her expression transformed dramatically, filled with an unprecedented animosity. Instantly, the soldiers trained their weapons on Ling Feng. With a mere command from Miyamoto Rei, they would unleash a volley of gunfire. Ling Feng, lurking in the shadows with two large swords strapped to his back, was evidently no ordinary individual and warranted caution. Ling Feng found himself in a predicament. He had no intention of revealing himself. He had wished to observe the situation alongside Miyamoto Rei and her companions. Unfortunately, the flames had been propelled by the wind to his hiding spot, and if he wished to avoid being consumed by the fire, he had no choice but to emerge. It has been a while, Miyamoto Rei. You seem to be faring quite well, Ling Feng remarked with a calm demeanor as he approached her, completely unfazed by the gun aimed at him. Humph. You certainly didn't expect this. You thought I was dead, didn't you? How disappointing for you, Miyamoto Rei retorted, a cold smirk gracing her features. In her eyes, Ling Feng's life was entirely at her mercy. With a mere gesture, she could command her soldiers to unleash a hail of bullets, rendering him helpless. Indeed, I did not foresee this. You must have endured considerable hardships, even resorting to cutting your hair short, a sign of your determination. Ling Feng responded with a shake of his head, reflecting on how unexpectedly their paths had crossed once more. Yes, everything is a result of your actions, Ling Feng. As she spoke, her once graceful visage darkened, and with a sudden chilling smile, she commanded, "Kill him." The soldiers hesitated for a brief moment before swiftly pulling their triggers, unleashing a torrent of bullets that fell like rain. Haha, Ling Feng, embrace your demise in this bitterness, Miyamoto Rei thought to herself, a twisted expression forming on her face. However, in the next instant, the gruesome scene she had envisioned did not unfold before her. Instead, she was confronted with a sight that filled her with unspeakable dread. A surge of white energy, akin to flames, enveloped Ling Feng's body, effortlessly deflecting all metallic bullets with a resounding clang, rendering them utterly harmless against him. Miyamoto Lee could even vaguely perceive the disdainful smirk at the corner of his mouth, which instantly rekindled memories of Ling Feng's enigma and formidable abilities, prompting her to cry out in a high-pitched voice, "Monster! Quickly, kill him! Shoot him with all your might!" Yet, her words were unnecessary. The soldiers were already firing frantically, equally awed by Ling Feng's prowess. When confronted with an unknown and overwhelming force, humanity's instinctive response is fear. However, no matter how fervently they shot, their bullets were entirely ineffective. Encased in the white energy, Ling Feng remained unscathed, watching their futile display with a mocking gaze. Sensing the rapid depletion of energy within him, Ling Feng realized he could no longer indulge in this spectacle. With a sudden burst, he plunged into the ranks of the soldiers, a cruel smile curving his lips. "Wolf Fong Wind Fist," he proclaimed, striking with blinding speed from all angles. Every soldier ensnared by his claws met a swift demise. Their necks snapped as if they had been viciously bitten by a ravenous wolf. Some soldiers brandished bayonets. But upon witnessing this, Ling Feng unsheathed two heavy swords from his back. Thus commenced a massacre. Wherever Ling Feng's sword swept, not a single body remained intact. Each one cleaved into several mangled pieces. Under the despairing gaze of Miyamoto Lee, dozens of her soldiers fell one by one to Ling Feng's blade. By the time she regained her senses, the gunfire had ceased, leaving her utterly alone. Ling Feng, having dispelled the white energy, regarded her with an expression of icy indifference. "Do not kill me. I beg you. I realize my mistakes. Please, I do not wish to die." Miyamoto Lee collapsed to the ground. Terror etched across her face as she looked up at Ling Feng. In that moment, he appeared to her as a demon from the depths of hell. How could a mere human withstand bullets? Surely, this man was no human. He was a great evil. Miyamoto Lee despaired inwardly. Ling Feng let out a cold snort, extending his hand to firmly grasp Miyamoto Lee's neck, lifting her effortlessly. Observing her painful struggles, he spoke with a dispassionate tone. "I have a few questions to pose to you. If you wish to avoid death, you will answer me. Do you understand?" With great difficulty, Miyamoto Lee nodded, her face flushed and struggling to catch her breath. With a swift motion, Ling Feng cast Miyamoto Lee forcefully to the ground, his voice cold as he commanded, "Tell me everything about those cockroaches without the slightest concealment." Under the weight of Ling Feng's threat, despite her resentment, Miyamoto Lee divulged all the intelligence regarding the mutated cockroaches. According to her, the only known mutated insect in the base city was the cockroach. Other insects, while exhibiting significantly increased aggression compared to the pre-apocalyptic era, had not undergone any substantial changes. Moreover, it appeared that only the cockroaches in this vicinity had mutated, with investigations in other cities revealing no instances of such mutations, limited solely to a small area around Guangzhou City. Thus, a pressing question arose. What could be the reason behind this anomaly? Even a fool could discern that something unusual was afoot in this region. What was particularly alarming was the terrifying reproductive capacity of the mutated cockroaches. As a single cockroach could produce thousands of offspring, coupled with their increased size, they were more fearsome than any monster. And if the young cockroaches could rapidly acquire a substantial amount of meat post-birth, their growth cycle would drastically shorten. Given these circumstances, the base city had already classified them as the foremost threat. In many respects, these insects were even more formidable than hordes of zombies or powerful mutated creatures. Ling Feng pondered how the base city intended to confront the giant cockroach. What giant cockroach? Miyamoto Riri's response was utterly unexpected. Her expression suggested genuine ignorance of the existence of such a colossal cockroach. Had the base city truly failed to recognize the presence of such a large creature? Ling Feng succinctly described the colossal cockroach, and upon hearing this, Miyamoto Rei, initially perplexed, was instantly struck with pale terror. Are you jesting? Can there truly exist a cockroach of such size? Are you certain this is not merely a figment of your imagination? Her voice quivered with a hint of despair, as the mere thought of such a creature sent shivers down the spine of any rational individual. The realization that Ling Feng could survive under the threat of such a being only deepened her dread of him. If it were possible, I too would fervently wish this were nothing but a dream. Ling Feng offered a dry, humorless quip, devoid of any genuine amusement. Perhaps I am merely dreaming, haha. Miyamoto Rei muttered to herself, suddenly displaying a touch of neurosis. Ling Feng swiftly delivered a sharp slap, jolting the woman awake. In a frigid tone, he demanded, "Tell me, how is the situation within the base city? What qualifies you to act as commander?" Miyamoto Riri cast a fearful glance at Ling Feng and divulged the current state of affairs within her base city. It was evident that two factions had emerged. On one side stood the Black Dragon Society, a violent gang, while on the other was Takashiro Soichiro, the chairman of the Patriotic Association and father of Takashiro Saya. The rivalry between these two powers was palpable, with daily skirmishes both overt and covert. Had it not been for the recent surge in zombie strength and the threat posed by mutated cockroaches, an internal purge would have already erupted. Presently, both factions sought to bolster their standing, competing for resources, intelligence, and refugees to enhance their influence. Particularly concerning the refugees, they would seize able-bodied individuals on site to incorporate into their ranks. Consequently, the base city was steeped in chaos, a fact widely acknowledged. As for Miyamoto Riri, she belonged to the faction aligned with Takashiro Soichiro. The reason she was appointed as a squad commander was straightforward. Her father held a significant position within the police department, and her commendable marksmanship naturally led to her assignment of a small team. Now, the most pressing question remained. Have you mentioned my situation and that of Takashiro Saya? Ling Feng inquired, his gaze icy as he scrutinized Miyamoto Riri. This matter was of utmost importance. I have mentioned it. Only 3 individuals are aware, my father, Saya's parents, and I spoke to them, revealing that you possess extraordinary abilities and that you have slain Sia. Miyamoto Riri replied in a hushed tone. Ling Feng let out a silent sigh, realizing that it would be detrimental for the other party to discover such matters. Initially, he seemed to have shown some mercy. Had he chosen to eliminate the woman outright, it would have been a definitive resolution. The last time, he had spared her, providing food and water, which could be deemed as an act of kindness. Yet, now she repaid his benevolence with enmity. He could no longer allow her to live. He would not commit the same mistake twice. With a calm demeanor, Ling Feng gazed at Miyamoto Riko and, with a decisive motion, drew forth a heavy sword. His intentions unmistakable. No. Miyamoto Riko panicked, collapsing to her knees before him, clinging to his legs, her voice laced with desperation as she wept. Ling Feng, I beg you. Please don't kill me. I can be your woman. I am still attractive. I will do anything you desire. I implore you, spare my life. I truly do not wish to die. Observing Miyamoto Riko's tearful pleas and her frantic attempts to tear at her clothing, Ling Feng could not help but let out a heavy sigh. Just as she believed her supplications had swayed him, a fierce glint flashed in Ling Feng's eyes. With a swift twist of his wrist, the metallic blade descended without hesitation. A flash of cold light sliced through the air, blood splattered. And before Miyamoto Riko could even comprehend the situation, her head was severed, falling to the ground with her eyes wide in shock and resentment, unable to close in death. Gazing at her lifeless body, Ling Feng silently wiped the blood from the blade, sheathed the sword, and grasped Miyamoto Riko's head, smoothing out her bulging eyes before casting it into the nearby flames. He followed suit with her body, opting for incineration rather than allowing it to be devoured by the approaching insects or zombies. Ling Feng felt perplexed regarding the situation in the base city, particularly the ignorance surrounding the giant cockroaches. Had that individual been hiding ever since their confrontation? Otherwise, with such a size, it would have been impossible to remain unnoticed. The issue of the mutated cockroaches seemed urgent. Given their terrifying reproductive rate, if he did not act swiftly, it would be exceedingly difficult to eradicate them upon his return. He needed to eliminate the threat at its source. Pondering this, Ling Feng rubbed his chin, furrowing his brow in contemplation. He then turned towards the military jeep that Miyamoto Riko had arrived in, the keys still inserted in the ignition. Without hesitation, he claimed it for himself. Though Ling Feng had never driven before, he recalled the driving techniques and knowledge imparted by Zhu Chuanjingxiang. Moreover, with no traffic regulations to adhere to, a simple understanding of operation sufficed. After a brief period of exploration, he quickly started the vehicle, reversed, and sped away from the village. After departing from the village, Ling Feng drove along the road, surrounded by a myriad of densely packed cockroaches, the cacophony of gunfire, and the echoes of anguished screams. He chose to disregard the chaos, weaving his vehicle through the turmoil, his sole focus being the colossal cockroach. He had no time to engage with the smaller ones. Fortunately, he was driving a military vehicle, and the soldiers he passed did not impede his progress. After a prolonged search, Ling Feng found himself increasingly frustrated at the absence of the giant cockroach. He detested aimless searching, feeling akin to a headless fly. Just as his impatience peaked, the ground began to tremble violently without warning. Startled, he swiftly pulled the vehicle to the roadside, muttering curses at this damned earthquake-prone nation for not granting him a moment's peace. The tremors intensified, causing fissures to appear in the earth. In response, Ling Feng resorted to his levitation technique, elevating himself a few centimeters off the ground, rendering the seismic disturbance ineffective. After several seconds of tumult, a colossal creature emerged from the depths of the earth, rising like a mountain amidst a cloud of dust. Its massive form swaying as it let out a thunderous roar. It stood nearly 20 meters tall. "By heavens!" Ling Feng exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the monstrous insect that had just erupted from the ground, its ferocious roar piercing the air. Just the other day, it had barely reached 10 meters. Now it had inexplicably grown so much in such a short span. It felt utterly unfair. Ling Feng had always believed that he possessed a system, one that would enhance his abilities at a pace at least comparable to those monstrous beings that absorbed negative energy. Little did he anticipate that this wretched cockroach would be so ferocious. This is utterly unscientific. Ling Feng scrutinized the peculiar patterns on the back of the colossal insect, noting that the hues had deepened significantly since their last encounter. Merely gazing at it elicited an unsettling, chilling aura. In comparison to the gigantic cockroach, Ling Feng appeared exceedingly diminutive, and the creature showed no awareness of his presence. After emitting an ecstatic screech, it erupted in a dense cloud of gray-black smoke, exuding an indescribable stench. Ling Feng, even from a considerable distance, caught a whiff and felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, nearly succumbing to unconsciousness. Alarmed, he noticed the smoke rapidly advancing with the wind and, disregarding the vehicle, swiftly employed his flight technique to escape. After covering a substantial distance, Ling Feng paused and turned back, only to be struck by a wave of terror. The area surrounding the giant cockroach, extending for hundreds of miles, had been transformed into a heavily polluted zone, with everything structures, trees, and nearby rivers corrupted and disintegrated. Every object had been reduced to a heap of foul-smelling refuse, particularly the river, which had turned an ominous black, bubbling ominously. Ling Feng stifled the nauseating stench and soared rapidly through the sky, keenly observing the dire situation below. The sight grew increasingly horrifying. The soldiers, who had once been fervently exterminating cockroaches in the vicinity, now lay in grotesque heaps, their bodies grotesquely decomposed, exuding a foul odor, and being devoured by countless roaches, truly a scene reminiscent of hell. In a certain sense, within a radius of 100 miles, apart from Ling Feng, the sole living being, only the cockroaches and the undead remained, while all other forms of life had vanished, utterly eroded away. Overwhelmed by the stench, Ling Feng could no longer endure it, and in midair, he succumbed to a painful bout of vomiting, expelling a significant portion of his earlier meal. It was not a matter of weak will. The foul odor was not merely unpleasant, it seemed to sap his strength to some extent. After inhaling the tainted air for a brief moment, he noticed that the once smooth flow of energy within him had become slightly sluggish. Though not critically so, it was still evident to him. Cursed be it. This is precisely why I despise cockroaches. Feeling the discordant energy within his body and observing the distant, swaying behemoth insect that roared with an air of arrogance, Ling Feng's anger began to rise. I shall see just how much stronger you've become, you wretched creature. His gaze turned icy as he muttered to himself. Placing his hands at his waist in a lotus position, gradually channeling the energy within him into his palms. Specks of blue and white light coalesced, slowly forming a small energy sphere. As Ling Feng continued to gather energy, the sphere expanded, radiating a brilliant glow. The enormous insect seemed to sense something, abruptly twisting its body. Its beady eyes locked onto Ling Feng, and after a brief pause, it let out an enraged roar. From a considerable distance, a foul, viscous venom shot forth from its menacing mandibles, hurtling toward Ling Feng. The volume of venom expelled by the giant cockroach was so immense that it could nearly engulf Ling Feng entirely. Should he be struck, he would likely be corroded away. Kamehameha. Ling Feng, seeing this, ceased gathering energy, roaring as he thrust his palms forward. A brilliant blue-white beam shot forth, colliding with the incoming venom. And the turbulent air immediately extinguished the vile liquid, barreling toward the gigantic cockroach. As the beam approached its target, the colossal insect swiftly turned, utilizing its armored shell to withstand the assault. Despite Ling Feng unleashing a Kamehameha wave with a staggering 80% of his energy, it merely left a small crack on the creature's shell, singed but overall, causing no substantial harm. How could this be possible? Ling Feng was utterly astonished. Based on the extent of his opponent's injuries, even if he unleashed his full power with the Kamehameha, it would likely only inflict a minor wound. Coupled with the cockroach's terrifying regenerative abilities, eliminating him seemed utterly impossible. As for close combat, Ling Feng was not foolish enough to believe that charging at such a creature would yield any favorable outcome. Its enormous and exaggerated size meant that even a simple charge could crush him effortlessly. The Kamehameha was ineffective. Engaging in close combat was merely courting death. Ling Feng found himself utterly at a loss against the bizarre and terrifying giant cockroach. There was a significant disparity in both size and strength. Chapter 106. The Life-Saving Spirit Time Room. As wisps of black mist enveloped the scene, the shattered exoskeleton began to visibly restore itself at an astonishing rate. Ling Feng observed this unfolding spectacle, his brow furrowed in deep concern. His opponent appeared almost unscathed, while he himself had expended significant energy. Continuing the fight would be futile. It was wiser to retreat and devise a plan to confront this adversary at a later time. Ling Feng made up his mind and swiftly turned to flee. After a brief flight, he felt a powerful whirlwind surging behind him. Glancing back, he was taken aback to see the colossal cockroach soaring through the air, its thin wings flapping at an astonishing frequency, hot on his heels. This was a desperate pursuit. Ling Feng was overwhelmed with despair. The creature was immense, resembling a small mountain, and its speed was relentless. With his current abilities, he was no match for it. Had there not been some distance between them, he would have surely been caught by now. Nevertheless, the gap between them was closing rapidly. If captured, Ling Feng had no doubt he would be devoured or sliced apart by its side-like appendages. In this moment, a human barely reaching 2 meters in height was embroiled in a fierce life-and-death chase with a giant cockroach over 20 meters long, creating a spectacular scene in the sky. Though sadly, no one was there to witness it, as all nearby had perished. I cannot allow this to continue. My survival is at stake. Feeling the strained flow of energy within him, Ling Feng grew increasingly anxious. In the open sky, devoid of any hiding places, the vast blue expanse stretched infinitely before him. The whirlwind generated by the creature's wings intensified, yet Ling Feng's heart grew strangely calm. Suddenly, he angled his body at 90 degrees and shot upward into the heights of the sky. For someone of Ling Feng's limited strength, there were considerable constraints on how high he could fly. The higher he ascended, the stronger the planet's gravitational pull became, consuming more of his energy. Yet, he had no other choice. He had to gamble that the giant cockroach could not fly as high as he could. However, to his dismay, the colossal insect followed suit, soaring directly upward. Although it took slightly more time to navigate the turns, the distance between them remained perilously close, shrinking at an alarming rate. As Ling Feng gritted his teeth, a flash of determination ignited in his eyes, and a powerful wave of white energy erupted from his body, propelling him upward with great speed. He soared straight through several white clouds, but his breathing became increasingly labored as the internal energy was rapidly depleting. However, Ling Feng had underestimated the relentless hatred of the giant insect towards him. Even with a considerable distance between them, it continued to pursue him tenaciously. In terms of endurance and recovery, he was evidently no match for the mutated cockroach. Ultimately, having ascended to an altitude of over 1,000 meters, Ling Feng found himself devoid of strength to continue flying. His complexion turned ashen, and his body swayed precariously, barely managing to hover in the air. And even that was only for a matter of seconds. Gazing down at the ferocious giant insect that had broken through the clouds and was roaring upward, Ling Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seemed that even if he were not devoured by the creature, he would still meet his demise by crashing to the ground due to his inability to sustain flight. Being forced into such a desperate situation by a mere insect incited a mix of fury and helplessness within Ling Feng. It felt as if the creature had gained an unfair advantage, its power escalating at an alarming rate. SSSSS. Observing Ling Feng's precarious state in the sky, the giant mutated cockroach let out an excited roar, its enormous mandibles dripping with repulsive saliva as it lunged toward him. A thick, nauseating stench assaulted Ling Feng, nearly overwhelming him. Faced with the grotesque maw before him, Ling Feng's mind cleared in an unprecedented manner. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him like thunder, prompting a subtle change in his expression. He extended his hand and, with great effort, tapped the air twice. In the next instant, Ling Feng's figure vanished without a trace from the high altitude, leaving the giant cockroach to lunge at nothingness. The vast sky around was devoid of his presence, and he had completely disappeared from existence. The giant cockroach, realizing this, let out an unwilling roar. After circling around a couple of times, it found the high-altitude environment taxing and reluctantly reversed its body, returning to the ground. Inside the spirit time house, Ling Feng settled onto the pristine white ground, panting heavily. His entire back drenched in sweat. A flicker of relief crossed his face. Had he not suddenly recalled the existence of the spirit time room, an untested sanctuary, he would surely have met his demise. Within the confines of this ethereal chamber, a single day demanded 1,000 energy points, and Ling Feng possessed a total of 50,000. He exchanged them all in one breath, granting himself a full 50 days. "You wretched cockroach, just you wait," he exclaimed, his voice echoing as he rose to his feet, pointing toward the immaculate sky. His heart brimmed with fury. How could a figure of his stature, having faced countless adversities, be so utterly humiliated by a mere insect? This was nothing short of disgraceful. In that moment, Ling Feng's animosity towards the cockroach had escalated to an alarming degree. Once he regained his composure, Ling Feng began to scrutinize the spirit time room. Noting its striking resemblance to the one depicted in the Dragon Ball series, an endless expanse of blinding white, with no discernible boundaries in sight, Ling Feng suddenly recalled the issue of food and water, promptly rushing towards the sole structure within the Time Spirit House to investigate. This place comprised 2 rooms, one serving as a bedroom, while the other functioned as a storage area for provisions and water. Ling Feng attempted to sip some water and taste a bit of the local cuisine, discovering that it bore a striking resemblance to the food consumed on Earth. Observing the ample supply, he realized he could scarcely finish it all. It seemed to be a generous provision from the system. After the earlier bout of vomiting had expelled most of the food from his stomach, Ling Feng eagerly began to eat again. Although the flavors were somewhat lacking, he felt grateful for the sustenance and refrained from being overly picky. Once he had satisfied his hunger and taken a moment to rest, Ling Feng ventured outside to the spacious grounds, inhaling deeply before commencing his arduous training. 50 days may seem neither too short nor excessively long, less than 2 months, but without diligent effort, progress would remain elusive. He was resolute in his determination to exact vengeance upon that wretched cockroach upon his return. This vendetta must not go unaddressed. In the mental time chamber, time slipped away swiftly, and it had already been 49 days since Ling Feng's arrival. Ling Feng employed every conceivable training method at his disposal: running, frog leaps, push-ups, handstands, and sit-ups. Each day, he engaged in an intense regimen of high-intensity training that bordered on madness. Were it not for the soothing effects of qi, his body would likely have succumbed to the overwhelming strain. Despite the arduous and painful nature of the training, the results were remarkably evident. He had indeed grown significantly stronger. In the vast, pristine white expanse of the training ground, Ling Feng stood tall, bare-chested, firmly rooted in a stable horse stance. His fist struck the air in rapid succession, generating subtle sounds of displacement, while beads of sweat streamed down his cheeks and his breath quickened. Yet, his movements remained flawlessly synchronized. After days of rigorous training, Ling Feng had made significant strides, most notably in his physical condition. His body was adorned with well-defined muscles, evenly distributed, exuding a robust masculinity devoid of any vulgarity often associated with bodybuilders, a perfect balance. Every aspect of his physicality, strength, stamina, endurance, resilience, reflexes, and even mental fortitude had markedly improved through relentless practice. Without relying on energy for defense, Ling Feng estimated he could now withstand the impact of lesser bullets. A stark contrast to his previous capabilities. With enhanced physical attributes, he found his control over the internal flow of energy increasingly adept. Initially, while he could wield energy skillfully, his previous physical limitations had restrained him. Had it not been for the system's exchange, his meager physical prowess would have rendered the utilization of energy impossible. Now, Ling Feng understood the intrinsic connection between energy and physical quality, acknowledging that they could be evaluated separately. For example, his current physical prowess could not rival that of the young Goku at the onset of the Dragon Ball series. Yet he possessed the ability to harness energy that Goku had yet to master, an illustration of temporal precedence. For the average individual, the generation and application of energy hinged upon formidable physical attributes. Only Ling Feng, equipped with the Dragon Ball system, could defy this limitation and attain the power of energy prematurely. With the aid of energy, he rapidly honed his physicality, ensuring it could perfectly complement the energy contained within. After a moment of deep exhalation to steady his breath, Ling Feng picked up two heavy metallic swords, gripping one in each hand. He commenced a vigorous display in the expansive training ground, each swing producing a chorus of slicing sounds and stirring the air into a gentle whirlwind. Together, the dual blades resembled a fearsome meat grinder, radiating an aura of sharpened intensity. With a clang, the swords met as he effortlessly twisted their hilts, executing agile maneuvers, left slashes and right thrusts, tracing sharp arcs through the air. While his technique was not yet masterful, it was a significant improvement over his previous erratic swings. The fluidity and rapidity of his strikes with the dual swords contrasted with the increased complexity and power that came with their union, particularly the formidable force generated by the rotation of the blades, rendering him nearly untouchable. As Ling Feng adeptly wielded his weapons, he seamlessly transitioned between offensive modes without a hint of hesitation. Through continuous training, he reflected on his combat style, gradually developing an approach that was uniquely suited to him. Practical, if not exceptionally sophisticated, Ling Feng continued his relentless training until he could no longer muster the strength to wield his weapon, at which point he finally ceased, collapsing to the ground and gasping for breath, eventually drifting into slumber. Upon awakening, he was greeted by the grumbling of his stomach, compelling him to indulge in a hearty meal. After satiating his hunger, Ling Feng glanced at the remaining time and noted with alarm that only a few hours were left. He resolved to dedicate the next 8 hours to intense training, reserving the remaining time for rest and recovery. Thus, he commenced another round of rigorous practice. 50 days slipped by quietly amidst Ling Feng's diligent efforts. The moment the countdown reached 0, he emerged from the spirit time chamber, finding himself once more suspended at an altitude of over 1,000 meters, plummeting rapidly to the ground. A moment of realization struck him. He recalled entering the chamber while airborne, thus it was only natural that he would exit in the same location. Observing his swift descent, he felt no panic. Instead, he instinctively employed his aerial technique to float gracefully in the sky, surrounded by soft, white clouds and caressed by a refreshing breeze. Ling Feng felt an overwhelming sense of ease wash over him. The remnants of the prior oppressive training began to dissipate, and as he clenched his fists, he reveled in the explosive power coursing through his body. A smile broke across his face, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. The strength acquired from 50 days of arduous cultivation in the spirit time chamber had emerged unscathed, and he was no longer the prey of that accursed giant cockroach. On the contrary, he was now eager to settle the score. In the spirit time chamber, a year passed in mere days outside, having spent 50 days within. He surmised that several hours had elapsed in the outside world. Uncertain if the loathsome cockroach was still lurking nearby, Ling Feng began to descend slowly, his gaze scanning the surroundings for the shadow of the monstrous insect. As he continued his descent, the changing scenery below increasingly weighed upon his expression. For the transformations in just a few hours were profound. Ling Feng gazed down from the sky, beholding a vast expanse of heavily polluted and corroded terrain. The further he descended, the more pungent the noxious atmosphere became. Scattered across this desolate wasteland, swarms of cockroaches, both large and small, scuttled about, thriving in an environment utterly inhospitable to humanity. Ling Feng soared gently through the air, observing the desolate landscape below, where not a single patch of intact land could be seen. His expression darkened significantly. It seemed that during the few hours he had spent in the spirit time house, The colossal cockroaches had embarked on a frenzied campaign of expansion, aiming to transform the entirety of the land into a corrosive territory suitable for their existence. Ling Feng discovered that the corrosive zone extended in a singular direction, precisely aligned with the path he had taken. An ominous premonition surged within him. For the villa of the Yin Yi family lay in that very direction. Contemplating the swift flight of the gigantic cockroaches, a wave of anxiety washed over him. He immediately soared towards the Yin Yi residence, traversing a landscape reeking of decay, teeming with the presence of cockroaches. However, he deemed it unwise to expend energy vanquishing these minor adversaries, opting instead to conserve his internal flow of energy as he flew with great haste. After a short while, Ling Feng observed that the corrosive zones were not entirely contiguous. Certain areas remained intact while others were ravaged by corrosion. This provided him with occasional opportunities to rest. For continuous flight would demand a significant toll on his energy reserves. Upon alighting on solid ground, he refrained from lingering too long. Reflecting on the path that had led him to the edge of the corrosive area, he braced himself against the nauseating stench and tentatively placed his foot forward, discovering no immediate issues. Consequently, he stepped across, positioning himself within the corrosive territory. Yet, after only a few paces, Ling Feng furrowed his brow and retreated hastily, bending down to inspect the soles of his shoes. He noted subtle signs of corrosion. Should he proceed further, his footwear would scarcely endure half an hour. It appeared that flying was indeed the only viable option. Ling Feng sighed in resignation and once more propelled himself swiftly towards the direction of the Yin Yi family home. During his flight, Ling Feng encountered numerous untouched areas, where he alighted briefly to rest and effortlessly dispatched a few wandering zombies and cockroaches. Gradually, he discerned a troubling phenomenon. Within these decaying zones, only zombies and mutated cockroaches could endure. All other mutated creatures faced inevitable demise. Even the resilient and filthy mutated rats, known for their adaptability, were found lifeless in abundance, rendering the landscape utterly barren, a veritable wasteland steeped in a palpable aura of death. As he continued his journey, the only company he found consisted of the undead and the roaches, devoid of any living souls. Had he not been aware that he had merely departed for a few hours, he might have despaired, believing the entire planet had succumbed to ruin. The stifling atmosphere of desolation was profoundly nauseating and oppressive. Ling Feng sat quietly in a household, having expended a considerable amount of his energy and in dire need of rest. As he munched on a few scattered biscuits, he pondered the peculiar case of the giant cockroach, his brow furrowing in contemplation. The deeper he delved into his thoughts, the more bizarre the situation appeared. Why had a single cockroach undergone such an immense mutation? It seemed utterly illogical. Other insects exhibited no such transformations, and yet the cockroach alone did. Ling Feng was resolute in his disbelief that there was no extraordinary cause behind this phenomenon. At the very least, he would not concede that those wretched cockroaches were the most formidable of insects. Why did the corrosive zones appear so familiar to him? It was perplexing. After finishing a biscuit, he approached the window, gazing out at the distant, dreary expanse of the decayed area, muttering to himself, "Wait a moment. I couldn't have seen such a corrosive region in reality. The only place it could have been is in an animated series." Speaking of animation, prior to acquiring the Dragon Ball system, I had just been watching Dragon Ball GT. Ling Feng stroked his chin in contemplation, his eyes growing increasingly bright. Suddenly, an epiphany struck him. I understand now. It is the ability of the two-star dragon. In an instant, everything fell into place for Ling Feng. His gaze intensified, burning with urgency and gravity. If his hypothesis proved correct, the reason for the giant cockroach's formidable mutation might indeed be linked to the Dark Dragon Balls, and potentially the two-star Dragon Ball itself. Though he lacked concrete evidence to substantiate this theory, upon reflection, there appeared to be no other explanation. Aside from the accumulation of countless negative energies associated with the Dark Dragon Balls, for why a cockroach could mutate so terrifyingly. According to the animated series, the Dark Dragon Balls typically resided on the forehead, but during his initial encounter with the giant cockroach, it had been nighttime, and he had not scrutinized it closely. He had been preoccupied with fleeing, and given its immense size, discovering a small dark dragon ball would have been exceedingly difficult. I must act with haste. If the mutated cockroach's strength is truly a result of the Dark Dragon Ball, the longer I delay, the more formidable it will become due to the overwhelming negative energy. Ling Feng's expression turned grave as he assessed his internal energy flow, sighing in resignation before settling down to recuperate. Although he yearned to vanquish the foul cockroach immediately and ascertain whether the legendary Dark Dragon Ball resided within it, He realized that lacking sufficient energy could result in being overpowered. Therefore, it would be prudent to restore his full combat capacity before embarking on his mission. The following afternoon, after exerting a significant amount of energy and navigating the terrain with a series of stops, Ling Feng finally returned at the swiftest pace to the villa of the Yan Yi family. However, upon surveying the villa, which had succumbed to corrosion, Ling Feng's countenance darkened to an extreme. As the gentle breeze descended, it landed softly upon the stone steps of the courtyard, ignoring the slightly corroded soles of his shoes. He walked deliberately towards the dilapidated Hummer, each step measured. Upon gazing inside, he beheld the body, ravaged by decay, and his fist clenched tightly. It was the portly Mitsui. The vehicle had barely begun to start when both he and the car were consumed by corrosion. Ling Feng could even discern a flicker of panic and dread etched upon his face, clearly indicating that he had witnessed something horrifying in his final moments. Though Ling Feng held no great admiration for Mitsui, he had traveled a portion of this journey alongside him. His character had been amiable. The tragic demise of his companion weighed heavily upon Ling Feng's heart. Fortunately, the vehicle bore no signs of Siko or the others' corpses. Otherwise, he feared he might have succumbed to madness. As he surveyed the villa, now entirely eroded, Ling Feng's expression darkened. He hastened inside, only to find the interior devoid of life. He meticulously searched each room, yet uncovered no sign of decayed bodies, while anxiety gripped him. A profound sense of relief washed over him as well. Returning to the courtyard and beholding the tragic fate of Mitsui, Ling Feng let out a sigh, feeling a pang of fortune. Had he not invested considerable effort prior to their departure in bestowing the women with the art of flight, he might have returned to discover their lifeless forms. Although Keishin lacked the ability to fly, her petite frame would have been easily cradled in his arms, unlike Mitsui, whose heavier build made it exceedingly challenging for Ling Feng to bear additional weight while flying, let alone Siko and the others. It was unexpected that things had culminated in such a grim manner. Glancing at Mitsui's corroded remains within the Hummer, Ling Feng felt a surge of agitation. He soared into the sky, scanning the surroundings, inhaling deeply before calling out loudly, "Siko, Shizuka, Kanade, Sekai, Shana, are you there?" Ling Feng soared gracefully through the sky, calling out repeatedly yet met with naught but silence. The only semblance of a response came from the distant, haunting cries of the zombies, meandering aimlessly below him. While the undead lacked the ability to ascend, rendering them incapable of reaching Ling Feng, the mutated cockroaches, however, were not so hindered. Upon hearing his cries, the nearby swarm of these aberrant creatures erupted into a frenzy, flapping their wings vigorously as they surged towards Ling Feng, eager to feast upon his fresh flesh. Ling Feng could not see Siko and the others, and at that moment, he was filled with rage. Upon witnessing those wretched cockroaches recklessly charging towards him, he gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Just wait, I shall obliterate you wretched creatures." Ling Feng spoke as he extended his hand, unleashing a barrage of resplendent golden energy orbs that bombarded the fearless cockroaches. After 50 days of rigorous training, Ling Feng's prowess had undergone a remarkable transformation. Even the simplest ki blast had seen a substantial enhancement in its potency, rendering it more than sufficient to deal with ordinary mutated cockroaches. Even the largest specimens, exceeding 1 meter and reaching up to 2 meters in length, found themselves with no escape from the onslaught of ki blasts. After a brief period, Ling Feng paused to catch his breath, having effectively eradicated nearly all the cockroaches in the vicinity. The wandering zombies below met the same fate, and in an instant, the area fell into a profound silence. Quietly invoking the Dragon Ball system, he checked his energy point total, which currently stood at 207 points. Ling Feng shook his head. Battling the mutated cockroaches proved to be a laborious and thankless task, utterly unworthy of his efforts. Were it not for their proactive assaults, he would not squander his energy on such futile endeavors. His true objective lay in the colossal cockroach. Eliminating that beast would undoubtedly yield a substantial reward in energy points. With no sign of Siko and her companions nearby, Ling Feng resolved to venture further afield in search of them. As for the giant cockroach, he deemed it prudent to set that pursuit aside for the moment, prioritizing the safety of Siko and her group instead. Ling Feng circled in the air, contemplating until he pinpointed a direction and swiftly flew towards it. Inside the old residence of the Gue family, Siko and her companions sat breathlessly on the living room sofa, their faces pallid, with some rushing to the restroom to retch intermittently. "Mom, that enormous cockroach won't come out again, will it? I'm so scared," Gue Xin whimpered. Having just been sick, languishing in Gue Jinmei's embrace, her eyes filled with terror. Gue Jinmei remained silent for a moment, gently stroking Gue Xian's small head, softly assuring her. No, we are safe now. In a place where Gue Xian could not see, a trace of bitter laughter emerged. Siko and the others also exchanged wry smiles in silence, pondering how such a terrifying event could unfold so suddenly. Initially, they had been living peacefully in the villa, when suddenly, a grotesque cockroach, as large as a small mountain, soared through the sky, releasing a noxious black mist with potent corrosive abilities, along with a horde of mutated cockroaches. Had they not noticed it early and decisively utilized aerial escape techniques, they would have either been corroded by the mist or consumed by the cockroaches. Such a pity for Mitsui, Morikawa Shizuka sighed. Siko, being the strongest, managed to carry the relatively light Gue Xian, but it was evident that dragging Mitsui along was implausible. Thus, they had to flee by car. However, before departing, their last glimpse did not reveal the Hummer making its escape from the villa, leading them to believe the worst was likely the case. It was unavoidable. We did our utmost. The enemy came too suddenly and powerfully, leaving us with no capacity for resistance. The disparity was insurmountable, Yin Yi murmured, recalling the terror of that mountainous figure retreating, a wave of fear washing over her. It must be the giant insect my husband mentioned some time ago. I never imagined it would grow so enormous in such a short span. I wonder if he encountered it, Siko said with a hint of concern. She and Ling Feng shared nearly no secrets. She was acutely aware of his strength. Yet she knew he was no match for that monster. If he were to inadvertently cross paths with it, survival would be a grim challenge. After a while, Gue Xian seemed too fatigued and soon fell asleep, prompting Jinmei to carry her to the bedroom. Be quiet, she's asleep, Gue Jinmei remarked as she exited the room. What are our plans moving forward? Now that my husband has been gone for just a few days, we must rely on ourselves. We are, after all, individuals with power. Siko said, nodding as she regarded the assembled women with seriousness. We need provisions, and ideally, we should hide in the basement, though it is a bit cramped. It is still manageable, Gue Jinmei suggested, well aware of the resources available near her ancestral home. Is the basement still accessible? What is its current state? Qingpu Setsuna cautiously inquired. Although it has been some time, it was recently renovated by my mother last year, ensuring its quality. Once the switch cover is secured, it transforms into an almost entirely enclosed chamber, which also harbors a tunnel leading down to the mountain path. Yin Yu spoke slowly. This must be a relic from the war, which could prove immensely beneficial for us. Let us proceed without delay to avoid any unforeseen incidents. A flicker of joy crossed Qingpu Mai's face as she rose, exclaiming, Let's go. No one knew whether the enormous cockroach would turn around and infest this area, so it was prudent to act swiftly. Katsuragi Manami cradled the slumbering Katsuragi Kokoro, guiding the group through the corridor outside, arriving at a quaint study. After manipulating a few discrete spots on the bookshelf, the bookcase swiftly parted, revealing a stone slab that gradually unfolded to expose a set of dark stone steps leading downwards. Yin Yi produced a lighter, igniting a small flame, and in the dim glow, the group descended cautiously. Upon reaching a certain point on the wall, they gently pressed, causing the mechanisms above to seal seamlessly. It felt akin to filming a movie. The world smiles faintly, someone remarked, eliciting laughter from the group, which alleviated the tension born from the fear of the gigantic cockroach, allowing them to continue their descent. The underground passage of the Yin Yu residence was quite extensive. After traversing a lengthy series of stone steps, Siko and her companions arrived in a modest chamber of less than 30 square meters. The walls bore unlit torches, which Yin Yu promptly ignited with her lighter, illuminating the room and warming the previously chilly basement. The space was simple, containing only a rudimentary wooden bed and a few cabinets. Setsuna opened one to find only candles, torches, and flint, no food whatsoever. The group possessed only a few scattered candies and biscuits, sufficient for merely a day or two. They needed to venture out in search of sustenance. Outside, the areas are rife with corrosion. Seeking food poses a significant danger, Jurikawa Shizuka remarked with a furrowed brow. However, the absence of food was ultimately untenable. They ultimately decided that Siko, Jurikawa Shizuka, and Katsuragi Yin Yu would venture forth in search of provisions, as Yin Yu was most familiar with the surrounding environment. The others would remain behind. Within the basement lay a secret passage, which the trio followed until they reached the mountain path at the foot of the hill. Fortunately, this area had not been corroded, allowing them safe passage. I recall a sizable watermelon patch not far from here. We can check it out, Yin Yu suggested. Yin Yu surveyed the surroundings and spoke. Siko and Shizuka nodded. Being unfamiliar with the area, they naturally followed Yin Yu. They hastened their pace down the mountain path, encountering a few zombies along the way, which Siko swiftly dispatched. After traversing a rural trail, they soon arrived at the watermelon field Yin had mentioned. A verdant expanse indeed. The trio rushed over, discovering that although many watermelons had been harvested and the area was somewhat chaotic, a substantial number of intact watermelons remained due to their abundance. Shizuka crouched down, picked up a large watermelon, and gently tapped it with her hand, nodding with delight. Though it has been neglected for some time, at least it's still edible. Let's take a few back with us and search for other food later. It wouldn't be wise to survive solely on watermelons. Siko also crouched, casually picking up a large watermelon, weighing it slightly in her hands before drawing a small knife from her waist and used on zombies. She slowly sliced the watermelon in half, revealing the vibrant red flesh and black seeds, releasing a refreshing fragrance that enveloped the trio, a delightful surprise after their long fruitless period. Let us taste it, Siko said with a faint smile, dividing the watermelon into generous pieces. Each took a substantial slice and bit into it, instantly savoring the sweet, juicy flavor. They could not help but indulge, quickly finishing their large portions. Let us leave the rest. It's better to return early, Yin remarked, glancing at the remaining watermelon slices. Eating out here isn't very wise. It wastes time. One piece is sufficient. Yes, let us gather as many as we can carry. Siko agreed, squatting down to select the watermelons. Yin did the same, conscious of the limited quantity they could transport, opting for the larger ones while ensuring not to choose any that might be spoiled inside, for that would render their efforts in vain. Just as they selected a few quality watermelons, preparing to take them back, an ear-piercing noise pierced the air from the distant sky, reminiscent of rapid wing beats. Accompanying this was a fierce whirlwind that swept across the ground, stirring up dust and debris. The trio strained their eyes to see the massive shadow swiftly approaching, their faces paling in alarm. Without a second thought, they discarded the watermelons and crouched down in the field, utilizing the environment to conceal their figures. What dreadful luck! Jukawa Shizuka spoke softly, while Siko and Kotonoha exchanged a bitter smile, their expressions quickly turning grave as they instinctively buried themselves deeper. If discovered, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. They could only hope that the creature would pass them by. However, as the saying goes, misfortunes never come singly. Their luck was indeed abysmal, although the enormous insect soaring in the sky had not yet detected them. It seemed irresistibly drawn to the vast watermelon field below and began to descend, landing less than 30 meters away. Given its size, this was alarmingly close. The trio only needed to glance upwards to behold the creature's terrifying bulk, resembling a small mountain, adorned with bizarre patterns upon its dark exoskeleton. Once it settled in the watermelon patch, the insect's antennae twitched slightly before it began to voraciously devour the nearby watermelons, even consuming the vines in a single bite. Each mouthful resulted in the destruction of numerous melons. Regardless of the creature's peculiar taste for watermelons, Siko and her companions were tense, their breaths shallow and labored, their backs slick with sweat. They cautiously observed the monstrous insect, silently praying it would eat quickly and depart. If discovered, they would surely meet their end beneath its mandibles. Crunch, crunch. The giant insect relished its feast, devouring the watermelons along with their vines, seemingly enchanted by the flavor. Soon, it had cleared a significant area of watermelons, and as it turned its head, it began to approach the trio. Alarmed by the advancing behemoth, Siko and her friends had no choice but to awkwardly inch backwards. Though their retreat was agonizingly slow, the insect's massive jaws could consume a vast number of watermelons in a single motion, its speed far surpassing their own. With the creature now less than 10 meters away, Siko inhaled deeply, glancing at her companions, Kotonoha and Jukawa. A determined look flashed across her face, and before either of them could react, she leaped into the air using her aerial technique, raising her hand to unleash a powerful attack. A fiery orange beam shot towards one of the insect's eyes. The creature, wholly absorbed in its meal, had not anticipated an ambush from nearby. Caught off guard, it was struck squarely in its most vulnerable spot, the eye, resulting in a violent explosion of blood and gore. Even Siko, who had initiated the surprise attack, was momentarily stunned, only to be filled with elation upon realizing she had managed to blind the creature. It was an unexpected stroke of fortune, with one eye rendered blind. The colossal insect descended into a frenzy, emitting a tormented howl as its remaining eye glared fiercely at Siko Todoroki. Its gaping, monstrous mandibles lunged towards her with ferocity. Siko, in a desperate bid for survival, soared into the sky to evade the attack. Yet the giant cockroach, wounded but relentless, would not concede defeat easily. It violently flapped its wings and charged after her. In mere moments, it closed the distance, its speed far surpassing hers. In a swift response, Seiko unleashed a Kamehameha wave, a beam of azure and white energy. However, the force was wholly insufficient to halt the creature's advance. Its razor-sharp scythe-like appendages shattered her attack effortlessly. As she beheld the grotesque mandibles drawing near, the pungent stench of decay filled the air, and despair washed over her, prompting her to shut her eyes tightly. Seiko. A voice resonated through the skies, and suddenly, a powerful surge of energy enveloped her. She found herself cradled in a warm embrace, the familiar scent reviving her spirits. As she opened her eyes, her heart leaped with joy. My husband. At this moment, Ling Feng was engulfed in a furious rage. Had he arrived even a moment later, Seiko might have met a tragic end. Evading the giant cockroach's scythe-like appendage with a swift sidestep, Ling Feng unleashed a torrent of formidable energy, propelling himself to the limits of his speed as he soared above the watermelon patch, discarding Seiko with a flick of his wrist before turning his gaze skyward. I will take your life, he bellowed, his fist clenched tightly in wrath. With a powerful strike, he landed a blow upon the creature's head. Even the colossal insect recoiled from the impact, instinctively retreating a few paces, its demeanor a mix of vigilance and fury as it regarded Ling Feng. Regaining his composure from the pain in his knuckles, Ling Feng's attention was drawn to the creature's now blinded eye, a flicker of joy igniting within him. Upon closer inspection of its forehead, he spotted a small black orb, causing his pupils to constrict sharply as excitement and fervor coursed through him. Indeed, it was the dark dragon orb. This wretched beast had become so formidable in such a short span due to the orb's influence. Excellent, you foul insect. Today, I shall spare no effort to eradicate you, Ling Feng declared coldly, his eyes glinting with lethal intent. Should this creature continue to exist, it would undoubtedly pose a grave threat to his safety in the future. Today, he must bring this to a decisive conclusion. The monstrous creature let out a deafening roar, swinging its side-like arm in an attack. Ling Feng deftly sidestepped, the fierce wind pressure tousling his hair as he squinted against the gust. With a swift motion, he drew a heavy sword from his back, channeling the energy within him to envelop the blade in a radiant layer of sharp golden light. With a powerful swing of his sword, Ling Feng's golden blade sliced deeply into the creature's interior, unleashing a torrent of foul blood and eliciting a piercing scream from the monstrous insect. One of its side-like forelimbs was severed cleanly by a strike. Though this exertion drained a considerable amount of his energy, Ling Feng could not suppress his triumphant laughter. The tides of fortune had turned. Once he had been relentlessly pursued. Now he had decisively crippled his foe, an exhilarating victory indeed. The giant insect writhed in agony, releasing a noxious gas that enveloped Ling Feng from all directions. However, the same tactic would not succeed again. With a resounding shout, he summoned a fierce stream of white energy that surged from his body, dispersing the vile gas before it could approach him. In that moment of distraction, the creature attempted to strike with its remaining forelimb, sweeping towards him with ferocity. Ling Feng swiftly transformed his energy into a protective barrier, raising his heavy sword to meet the onslaught. The impact was jarring, sending him hurtling several meters away. His chest constricted with discomfort. The sheer size and power of the insect granted it an undeniable advantage. A direct confrontation was not a viable strategy. Ling Feng was acutely aware of his advantages. With a provocative glance at his opponent, he deftly increased the distance between them. The colossal insect, predictably, pursued him relentlessly, spewing forth repugnant, venomous slime. Ling Feng navigated with utmost caution, continually distancing himself. The fierce battle unfolded high in the sky, leaving Seiko and her companions below in a state of utter astonishment. When had Ling Feng become so formidable? They remained oblivious to the fact that he had devoted an intense 50 days to training, significantly enhancing his strength before daring to seek vengeance against the giant insect. Without such preparation, he would never have been bold enough to confront it. We should remain at a safe distance, Seiko advised, glancing at Yin Yi and Shizuka. The trio swiftly retreated, recognizing their limitations. Their presence would only hinder any potential assistance. A streak of golden light suddenly surged through the sky, aimed directly at the giant insect. Moments later, a pained shriek echoed as the creature plummeted from hundreds of meters above, shaking the ground beneath like a minor earthquake. Yet, astonishingly, it survived the fall. The remaining eye of the giant insect was now impaled by a heavy sword nearly a meter long, rendering both of its eyes blind. In a fit of sheer madness, it thrashed its massive body aimlessly, releasing thick venomous liquid that corroded the surrounding environment, accompanied by its anguished roars. Breathless, Ling Feng gazed at the colossal insect that had plummeted to the ground, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Gripping the remaining heavy sword with determination, he summoned a dense stream of golden energy, directing it toward the creature's carapace as he descended rapidly. The sword, enveloped in the luminous energy, carved a profound gash into the resilient shell, fissures radiating outward as torrents of foul blood erupted like a fountain. Ling Feng felt the tremendous resistance. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered, his arms relentlessly compressing the sword's blade. The horrifying cracks extended to the very tip of the insect's body until, in a fleeting moment when the creature flipped over, Ling Feng ceased his assault, relinquishing the heavy sword and swiftly evading the impending collapse of the monstrous form. At this juncture, the giant insect appeared utterly disheveled, its eyes blinded, one forelimb severed, and its once impenetrable carapace marred by a grotesque fissure, nearly cleaved in two. The tainted blood stained the surrounding earth, and the creature's breath was weaker than ever before. Ling Feng stood resolutely on the ground, panting heavily as he gazed at the distant, frenzied giant insect rolling about. He assessed the dwindling energy within him and bit his lip tightly. His energy consumption had exceeded his expectations. At this moment, he was uncertain whether his full-power Kamehameha would be sufficient to vanquish the foe. However, it appeared that he had little choice left, as the giant insect's wounds were beginning to heal. The dark Dragon Ball was emanating negative energy. I must give it my all. Ling Feng gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with madness. At this critical juncture, he realized he had no alternatives left. Witnessing the wounds on the giant insect slowly mending under the influence of the dark Dragon Ball's malevolent power, he felt a surge of urgency. He immediately assumed the stance for the Kamehameha, gathering all the energy within him. He was determined to consolidate every ounce of his strength into this singular, devastating attack. At that moment, 3 warm energy currents seeped into his body from behind. Startled, Ling Feng turned his head to see Siko, Yanagi, and Shizuka. We can still lend some support to our husband. Let us channel all our energy to him. There is no need to hold back now, Siko exclaimed. And the trio promptly transmitted their energy to Ling Feng without reservation. Although their energy levels paled in comparison to Ling Feng's, at this critical moment, their contribution was invaluable. Ling Feng accepted their energy wholeheartedly, merging it completely into his Kamehameha, which now radiated an even more brilliant blue-white glow, its waves slowly expanding outward. With the final trace of energy coursing through him, Ling Feng let out a fierce roar, thrusting his palms forward with all his might. Boom! The dazzling blue-white beam erupted from his hands, surging forth with violent energy toward the colossal cockroach. The giant insect, seemingly attuned to its instincts, sensed the impending danger. Just as it was about to be struck, it flapped its wings and ascended into the sky, narrowly evading the Kamehameha's attack. Ling Feng's expression changed drastically. Do not jest with me. Today, it is either your demise or mine. Ling Feng's eyes turned bloodshot, veins bulging on his forehead as he roared fiercely, summoning a surge of energy from within to redirect the Kamehameha. The robust beam of energy spiraled before ultimately striking the giant cockroach's exoskeleton, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy. Die! Ling Feng bellowed in madness, as the Kamehameha followed the cracks on the cockroach's shell, penetrating deep within and unleashing a tempest of energy. Hiss! The giant cockroach let out a wretched scream as its massive form ignited, its fragile wings consumed by flames in an instant. Now unable to ascend, it could only struggle desperately amidst the raging currents and fire. Ling Feng and his 3 companions were sprawled on the ground, each of them gasping for breath. Ling Feng, in particular, was drenched from head to toe. As he gazed at the scattered remains burning not far away, he managed to rise to his feet and check the Dragon Ball system, discovering a staggering total of 300,000 energy points. Phew, what a windfall! He exclaimed with a smile. Suddenly reminded of the dark Dragon Ball, he mustered his weary body to continue the fight. Siko, Kanade, and Shizuka, come here and assist me in searching for something of utmost importance, Ling Feng urged, hastily approaching them while explaining the characteristics of the dark Dragon Ball. After a brief moment, Kanade exclaimed in delight, "Is this it?" As she picked up a pitch-black orb. Ling Feng carefully examined the black beads and discerned 2 dark orbs within them, which could only be the Dragon Balls. Overjoyed, he exclaimed, "Quickly, give me Yin Yi." However, just as Gue Yin Yi handed the Dragon Balls to Ling Feng, an unexpected turn of events transpired. In an instant, Ling Feng vanished before the eyes of the 3 women, leaving them utterly astonished. "Cizi, what on earth is happening?" Yin Yi cried in panic. "Do not fret. My husband will surely be fine. We should return for now," Cizi replied, biting her cherry lips. It would be unwise to linger here. especially with the nearby zombies drawn by the earlier commotion, and we currently possess little combat strength. Reluctantly, the three women left a message on the ground, comprehensible only to Ling Feng, before hastily departing. Meanwhile, where was Ling Feng? What is this place? Ling Feng stared blankly at the vast expanse of whiteness surrounding him, akin to a time chamber. Apart from a patch of grass beneath his feet, everything else was an endless sea of white, devoid of anything else. Gazing at the dark Dragon Ball in his hand, he realized this was not a dream, but reality. You have done well. You have found the first dark Dragon Ball. A figure of a young girl slowly emerged before him, smiling at him. Upon seeing the girl before him, Ling Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, Bulma. Before him stood a youthful version of Bulma, a sight he would never mistake, reminiscent of the innocent Bulma he had known when she first met Sun Wukong. You should find this image somewhat satisfactory, Bulma said with a light chuckle. Who are you? Why am I here? Ling Feng asked, his guard raised. Strictly speaking, I do not possess a fixed external form. I merely manifest in the guise that your subconscious finds most acceptable, Bulma replied calmly, extending her hand. The dark Dragon Ball in Ling Feng's grasp suddenly flew from him, landing in her hand. Do not worry. This was meant to be handed over to me. I will not forget your reward. To find a dark Dragon Ball so swiftly, your performance has exceeded my expectations, Bulma stated, raising her hand to halt Ling Feng, who was poised to charge at her. With a mere gesture, Ling Feng felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon him, as if his feet were anchored in cement, preventing him from advancing. He gazed at her in astonishment. It is indeed ironic that a once holy artifact has transformed into a conglomerate of negative energy. One could only say that I have underestimated the darkness of the human heart. Bulma gazed at the pitch-black Dragon Ball in her hand, murmuring softly, a fleeting look of sorrow crossing her face. Observing the perspiring Ling Feng, Bulma waved her hand dismissively, and a flash of white light enveloped him. Instantly, he felt a wave of relief wash over him, collapsing to the ground, breathing heavily, while his previously depleted energy was restored significantly. Do you know where this place is? Bulma inquired, disregarding Ling Feng's astonished expression, her demeanor tinged with complexity. I do not, Ling Feng replied honestly. This is the Dragon Ball world you are familiar with, Bulma declared, catching him off guard. I must say, this place differs immensely from my expectations of the Dragon Ball world. Or perhaps it is merely a peculiar space within that realm. Ling Feng pondered for a moment before shaking his head and addressing Bulma. Regrettably, I must disappoint you. This is indeed the Dragon Ball world, not some extraordinary dimension, Bulma clarified. Why is that? Is it because of the Dark Dragon Balls? Ling Feng pressed further. However, despite his inquiries, Bulma refrained from providing a definitive answer, merely stating that there was a connection to the Dark Dragon Balls. The one who granted me the Dragon Ball system must be you, correct? Ling Feng suddenly asked. There were some minor glitches with the Dragon Ball system. It was originally intended for your exclusive exchange, but now others have also gained the power of Ki, which I had not anticipated, Bulma neither confirmed nor denied, diverting the topic. Do you wish to reclaim their abilities? Ling Feng asked, his expression darkening. Logically, that would be the case, Bulma replied, glancing at Ling Feng before continuing. However, I have since changed my mind. Their existence seems to better assist your mission. If it aids in the collection of the Dark Dragon Balls, I have no objections. Ling Feng let out a sigh of relief. If the other party insisted on reclaiming the powers of Siko and the others, he felt utterly helpless. However, to ensure that those women would not become an obstacle but rather a formidable asset, I shall take some subtle measures to bind you all together, Bulma stated coldly. What do you intend to do? If you seek to harm Siko and the others, I will never forgive you. Ling Feng retorted angrily. I will not harm them. You will understand in due time. For now, you should accept the reward for your task, unless you wish to forego it. Bulma waved her hand dismissively. Are you referring to the bloodlines of the Dragon Ball world? This is what I rightfully deserve, is it not? Ling Feng exclaimed hastily, after all his hard work. He sought this bloodline and could not be easily swayed by mere words. Bulma nodded and gestured towards an empty space, where several doors of varying colors materialized. The Dragon Ball world boasts a plethora of races, some strong and others weak. I shall not present the inferior bloodlines. Instead, I have selected a few of the most representative and powerful ones. Choose one and enter. If you defeat the guardian within, you will obtain the corresponding bloodline. Should you fail, you may try again next time, Bulma explained slowly, observing Ling Feng's puzzled expression. Upon hearing her words, Ling Feng's previously excited demeanor darkened, and he retorted, Isn't this a reward for the bloodline? Why must I challenge these guardians? Are you jesting with me? Although he had no knowledge of who these guardians were, it was evident that they would not be easily dealt with. This is to ensure that you gain a deeper understanding of the bloodline you wish to acquire. I merely hope that you can select the bloodline that is most suitable for you, Bulma replied with a calm demeanor. Ling Feng, filled with helplessness, realized that he could not abandon this bloodline, regardless of the circumstances. He stepped forward, his gaze sweeping around before ultimately selecting the door belonging to the Scions. As he opened it, he discovered the interior to be eerily similar to the room of spirit and time, vast and empty. He stepped inside, and the door automatically closed behind him, vanishing from sight. Without making Ling Feng wait long, a figure gradually materialized before him. Upon seeing this person, Ling Feng's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief as he could not help but exclaim, Sun Wukong. Towering in stature, with his iconic spiky black hair, a bright smile, a robust physique, and most notably, clad in the striking turtle hermit martial arts uniform. Who else could it be but Sun Wukong? Hello there. Sun Wukong greeted him enthusiastically, his ever-constant cheerful grin illuminating the space. Damn it. Ling Feng seethed internally, feeling as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his mind. If you wish to inherit the Scion bloodline, then you must defeat me, Sun Wukong declared, clenching his fist with a radiant smile. Ling Feng, initially filled with some hopes, was instantly plunged into despair and managed a wry smile, thinking to himself, is this some sort of joke? Just as he was about to concede in disappointment, Sun Wukong seemed to remember something. He patted his head and exclaimed, I almost forgot to mention, my battle power matches that of the challenger. Every attack and technique will be exactly the same. Sun Wukong chuckled while scratching the back of his head. Upon hearing those words, Ling Feng let out a deep sigh of relief, wiping the virtual sweat from his forehead. Upon reflection, it became evident that if he truly faced a version of Sun Wukong akin to that in the animations, even 1 trillion copies of himself would be swiftly vanquished, rendering any hope of acquiring a bloodline utterly impossible. Then let us begin, Sun Wukong. Ling Feng exclaimed with palpable excitement as he gazed at the figure before him, his heart racing at the thought of battling the legendary Monkey King. Feel the thrill. Very well. You may attack first, Sun Wukong replied, adopting a perfectly executed bow stance, graciously conceding the initiative. Ha! Ling Feng shouted, his voice echoing as he unleashed a surge of white energy that surged towards Sun Wukong. His heart ignited with fervor. Given their equal combat prowess, he believed he had a significant chance of victory. At that moment, however, Ling Feng had evidently forgotten the most crucial detail. Sun Wukong was a Scion, a warrior race, while he was merely an ordinary human. Ling Feng stared blankly at the door before him, which represented the Scions, his face a mask of disbelief. 3 moves. He had only endured 3 moves before being utterly defeated. Was this a jest? I thought we possessed the same combat power. Ling Feng shouted towards Bulma, who stood nearby. Although you possess an equivalent combat power, your application of each unit of strength remains rather rudimentary. When faced with the innate, extraordinary combat talents of a Scion, it matters not if your combat power is identical. Even if yours surpasses that of Sun Wukong by a measure, you would still be no match, Bulma remarked, her expression devoid of emotion. This statement struck Ling Feng with a crushing blow, spiraling him into a frenzy. In this manner, victory seemed utterly unattainable. When it came to combat talent and instinct, there was no possible comparison between him and the Scions. Could he truly emerge victorious? Ling Feng's doubts began to surface. I currently stand no chance against Sun Wukong. What will become of my lineage? Ling Feng asked Bulma, his voice laced with exhaustion. Are you aware of your most significant flaw at present? Bulma replied coolly. Ling Feng pondered for a moment, then shook his head decisively. Bulma sighed. This is also my oversight. In your growth and strength, certain details have gone awry, resulting in your current, somewhat distorted capabilities. Distorted? What do you mean? Is there something amiss with me? I feel quite adept. Whether it is my energy or various techniques, I find them all very manageable. Nothing seems amiss, Ling Feng asked, bewildered. The primary distinction between you and Sun Wukong lies not in the energy within, but in the fundamental strength of your physique, Bulma asserted, her demeanor shifting to seriousness. Typically, an individual would require months or even years to cultivate a faint stream of energy within their body, which then gradually expands, Bulma explained, looking directly at Ling Feng. After a pause, she continued, however, due to the Dragon Ball system, you have circumvented this process. You may perceive this as advantageous. Indeed, it allows you to rapidly attain formidable combat power early on, yet it renders your foundation unstable, even with the time you exchanged. Your physical strength has not kept pace with the intensity of your energy. What do you imply? Ling Feng furrowed his brow. You must concentrate on fortifying your physique. In the realm of Dragon Ball, while energy is indispensable for a proficient martial artist, the body serves as the most fundamental element. In any confrontation, success primarily hinges upon physical combat, with energy serving merely as a means of delivering lethal strikes and assistance. However, your approach has largely relied on energy bombardment or weaponry. The instances where you have engaged in direct, hand-to-hand combat are notably scarce. Your path in martial arts has become skewed, with a heavy heart. Bulma gazed at Ling Feng and spoke. She understood well that wielding weapons in battle was not an act of shame. In fact, it could be considered a form of martial arts to some extent. However, this approach clearly did not align with the standards of martial arts in the Dragon Ball universe. Since Ling Feng had acquired the Dragon Ball system, his future path in martial arts would inevitably need to embody the essence of this world. Therefore, she felt it was imperative to clarify this to him early on, to avoid any difficulties in correction later. Bulma's words struck Ling Feng like a thunderclap, causing his expression to shift dramatically. After a moment of contemplation, he exhaled deeply and nodded, replying, I understand. However, the world I currently inhabit is still one overrun by zombies. If I engage in combat with my bare fists, I fear I may inadvertently become infected and turn into one of them. You need not worry about that, Bulma reassured him. I can enhance your resistance, at least to the point where you won't be susceptible to infection. With that, she extended her hand toward Ling Feng, and a beam of white light enveloped him, filling him with warmth and comfort. After a short while, as the light dissipated, Bulma nodded and remarked, Now, even the flesh and blood of those mutated creatures can be consumed by you. Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback, but soon came to a realization. Those flesh and blood should enhance my physical strength, correct? He inquired. Bulma nodded appreciatively, affirming, You are absolutely right. The more formidable the mutated creature, the richer the vitality contained within its flesh and blood. Consuming more of it will undoubtedly be beneficial for you. Curiosity piqued, Ling Feng could not help but ask, How much time do you think I will need to defeat Sun Wukong? The overwhelming allure of his scion heritage made it difficult for him to resist. That is difficult to determine. It greatly depends on your level of effort, Bulma replied, shaking her head. Additionally, based on my prior observations, I have made some adjustments to the system, which you may want to examine. Ling Feng immediately recited the system in his mind and discovered, to his astonishment, a significant transformation. A new subsystem had emerged. Prominently displayed on the system list were the names of Siko and her companions. Through this system, Siko and her allies could autonomously exchange for various abilities. However, this privilege came with restrictions. For instance, the energy points required for exchanges had to be acquired by them personally, as they could not borrow Ling Feng's energy points. Most critically, should any of them perish, the others would inevitably meet the same fate. This constraint was undeniably oppressive, effectively binding Siko and her companions to Ling Feng's chariot of war, sharing in both glory and misfortune alike. Rather than trusting in intangible emotions, I would prefer to impose a chain upon them, ensuring that these women remain loyal and assist me dutifully in fulfilling our tasks, Bulma remarked nonchalantly. In Bulma's perspective, many of Ling Feng's women had gradually drawn closer to him due to external circumstances. Had the apocalypse not occurred, they would still be comfortably nourished and clothed, rendering his warmth unnecessary. It would be prudent to prepare for contingencies. Ling Feng understood there was little to say in response, ultimately refraining from disputing Bulma's views. Though he couldn't help but wonder how Siko and the others would feel about this arrangement. To be honest, he felt a twinge of concern. Beyond this notable change, another significant alteration pertained to martial arts exchanges. Unlike the previous instant mastery upon exchange, they were now required to enter a virtual space in a spiritual form and learn hand-in-hand with martial arts mentors, markedly increasing the difficulty compared to before. Why take such an unnecessary step? Ling Feng sighed, genuinely perplexed by Bulma's intentions. Do you truly believe you have perfectly mastered those exchange techniques? I mean, genuinely perfect. Not merely proficient, Bulma stated, her gaze fixed on Ling Feng with surprising intensity. Could you clarify? Ling Feng asked, visibly distressed. Bulma twirled her fingers and explained. To put it simply, so-called perfect mastery refers to the ability to unleash the full power of a technique beyond its standard limits. For instance, if your Kamehameha can deliver 100% of its power, the next step would be to exceed that threshold. This requires prolonged accumulation and insight, not something achievable in a short time. And how much power can I exert through the techniques I exchanged? Ling Feng inquired cautiously. Approximately 80%, I would say. After all, the knowledge was directly implanted in your mind. However, no matter how vivid the experience, there remains a certain deficiency. This is my oversight. Stiff knowledge ultimately lacks the necessary finesse, unlike gradual accumulation, Bulma concluded, seemingly indifferent to Ling Feng's ashen complexion. He realized he was merely an experimental subject for Bulma. May I take my leave now? I am certain Siko and the others are quite worried about me. Ling Feng had no desire to argue with Bulma, and thus he replied, Of course, you need only contemplate it in your heart. Bulma nodded in agreement. Ling Feng did not hesitate. He silently whispered the word leave in his heart. Instantly, the surroundings underwent a sudden and unanticipated transformation. The charred remains of colossal cockroaches and the wandering zombies nearby jolted the somewhat dazed Ling Feng back to reality. Lowering his gaze, he noticed a message inscribed on the ground. We will await you where the great sword lies. Ling Feng immediately comprehended that this was a message left for him by Siko and her companions, referring to the old residents of the Yin Yi family nearby. Casting a glance at the approaching zombie, he swiftly turned and hastened away from the area, for the stench was unbearable. A nauseating odor emanating from the burning carcasses of colossal insects. After running a considerable distance, Ling Feng finally exhaled a sigh of relief. As he ambled towards the Yin Yu residence, he opened the system to check, and indeed, it resembled what he had previously observed in the Dragon Ball world. Additionally, at the very bottom, there was a new option. Enter bloodline space, limited to one opportunity per day, non-cumulative. Bulma, are you there? Ling Feng tentatively murmured, unsure of how to contact her. After a brief moment, Bulma's voice echoed in his ear. I'm currently occupied. If you wish to obtain the bloodline, you must enter the bloodline space for the challenge. I won't be in touch for a while. Her tone was tinged with impatience, and after speaking, there was no further response. Ling Feng felt a twinge of regret. There were numerous inquiries he wished to pose to Bulma. However, since she had made her stance clear, there was little he could do. His concern for Siko and the others prompted him to hasten his steps towards the Yanagi family residence. Xiaofeng-chan has returned. As Ling Feng approached the old gate of the Yanagi estate, before he could even knock, he was spotted by Ju Chuan Shizuka, who was stationed on the second floor. Soon, Yanagi herself came to open the door, and a throng of girls surrounded him, eagerly ushering him inside. With the giant cockroach now deceased, Siko and the others no longer needed to remain hidden in the cramped basement. They all returned to the spacious living room, providing Ling Feng with some food and water. You're aware of the system changes, right, Siko? After taking a sip of mineral water, Ling Feng hesitated before addressing Siko and the others. Yes, we just found out. Siko replied calmly, nodding her head. The expressions of the other girls varied, but overall, they exhibited little resistance, seemingly having accepted this new reality. Ling Feng felt a sense of relief upon witnessing this. It could be said that, aside from the little loli, Katsuki, the lives of all the other women were now inextricably linked to his own. There is no need to overthink it. After all, we are already your women. This makes everything all the more legitimate, Shauna remarked with a serene smile. From now on, I'm completely relying on you. The world itself smiled gently. Ling Feng internally sighed, thinking, as long as you don't turn against me, everything will be just fine. I can only blame myself for succumbing to your enchanting beauty. I actually think this is quite wonderful. We will always be together, Yanagi murmured softly, a glimmer of warmth flickering in her eyes. She was a good girl with modest desires, having never intended to betray Ling Feng, indifferent to any constraints. Hiki, I feel the same way. Without Xiaofeng-chan, I would have perished long ago within the academy, Ju Chuan Shizuka smiled, fully embracing her mature demeanor. As for the three maternal figures, although they did not vocalize their thoughts, it was evident they had also accepted this reality. Meanwhile, the little loli, Katsuki, remained adorably innocent. This time, the system has undergone significant adjustments. Allow me to elaborate. Ling Feng gathered his thoughts and proceeded to explain the changes in detail, including the matters concerning the Dragon Ball world, sharing everything with Yanagi and the others without reservation. That truly is troublesome. If energy points cannot be transferred among us, we will have to rely solely on hunting zombies or mutated creatures, Siko remarked, her brow furrowed. Fortunately, all of them possess some combat abilities, and they would have to adapt gradually. Do you still intend to go abroad alone? Can't you take us with you? The world softly murmured, expressing that once Ling Feng was gone, a profound sense of unease would envelop her. It was imperative, as I had previously stated, that our progress was far too sluggish. Should we fail to eradicate over half of the negative energies within a year, we would all face annihilation by the system. Thus, we must act independently. Otherwise, I would not have expended such effort to bestow abilities upon each of you, hoping you might assist in cleansing more. Moreover, in Japan, you possess greater familiarity, rendering your efforts there safer. Without hesitation, Ling Feng dismissed the world's fantasies. It was no longer a matter of his life alone. The fates of all were intertwined with the task at hand, allowing no room for delay. When do you intend to depart? Asked Shauna. Tomorrow, Ling Feng replied. Initially contemplating an immediate departure after a brief rest, but ultimately settling on the morrow. After consuming a light meal, Ling Feng retreated to a spacious chamber, specially arranged for him by Yin Yi, the finest room available. Once the girls vacated the premises, Ling Feng sat cross-legged upon the floor, tapping the fist icon to explore various martial arts techniques. After a moment's contemplation, he activated the previously acquired void dance technique, leading to new revelations. This martial art has already been exchanged. Would you like to enter the virtual space? Prompted the system. Note, time ratio is 1:1. The spiritual entity will enter while the physical body remains stationary, retaining only a fragment of consciousness, which will automatically return upon experiencing intense interference. Ling Feng chose to enter and immediately felt a slight heaviness in his head, as if his consciousness had transcended the confines of his body. When he regained his senses, he found himself atop a towering peak that seemed to have been severed by a single sword strike, the ground beneath him remarkably level. Opposite Ling Feng stood an elderly man who was strikingly familiar. A black crane top had adorned his head, a green martial arts robe enveloped his frame, and sunglasses obscured his eyes. The man exuded an aura that was somewhat chilling. It was none other than Master Crane. Ryujin was somewhat astonished, marveling at the system's prowess in conjuring even Master Crane. It occurred to him that when revisiting the Kamehameha technique in the future, Master Crane would also manifest, which indeed was rather amusing. In the chapter titled Foundation Training of the Crane School, the martial arts guidance for the technique of Wukong was attributed to Master Crane, a character often perceived as an antagonist. Although Ling Feng was taken aback, he quickly accepted this reality. After all, while Wukong was a technique that nearly everyone would master in the later stages, it was strictly a move of the Crane School, making Master Crane's role as a martial arts mentor quite reasonable. Young man, your Wukong technique is merely passable, yet you are far from attaining the realm of effortless mastery. As Ling Feng pondered this in silence, Master Crane spoke, his tone evidently unfriendly, perhaps indicative of his inherent temperament. Just as Ling Feng was about to seek advice, he nodded in acknowledgement. Master Crane let out a light snort, extended his arms, and shook his sleeves, saying, "Watch closely, young man." With that, he lifted his feet from the ground, floating effortlessly in midair, steady as a mountain, his demeanor calm as if he were standing firmly on solid ground. Ling Feng circulated the energy within his body, ascending to the same altitude as the Crane Immortal. Initially, he felt no significant difference, but when confronting his opponent directly, he became acutely aware of the disparity between them. The Crane Immortal was able to maintain absolute stillness in the air, remaining motionless, while Ling Feng exhibited a subtle, albeit noticeable, swaying. Though the movement was slight, it revealed that his mastery was still lacking. To rashly seek advancement with an unstable foundation is a travesty. Such a splendid aerial technique in your hands is nothing but a waste, the Crane Immortal remarked with a cold snort, his unrelenting critique cutting straight to the heart of Ling Feng's frail foundation. Ling Feng found himself at a loss for words. All his abilities had been swiftly acquired through the system, and it was only natural for there to be imperfections. His current task was to address these deficiencies, particularly in the vital martial art of sky dance, which demanded nothing short of excellence. Thus, he approached the immortal Crane with utmost humility, eager to seek guidance. What does it mean to dance? He pondered. The essence of dance lay in its fluidity. Every gesture must embody a grace as light as a swallow. And in moments of levitation, one should resemble a celestial crane spreading its wings. Despite his irritable temperament, the immortal Crane was indeed a master crafted by the system, and he meticulously pointed out Ling Feng's shortcomings and experiential gaps without omission. As Ling Feng absorbed the Crane's detailed exposition on sky dance, he realized how naively he had once perceived his training. The system had imparted 80% of the knowledge, yet from a broader perspective. The 20% that remained unlearned was far more significant. The system could provide him with methods of proficient application, but it could not impart the deeper insights and core significance of martial arts. Consequently, he was left with mere techniques, devoid of the spirit, unable to harmonize the principles and instead resorting to awkward flights, lacking in agility. That will suffice for today. Digest what I have shared before returning, the Crane said in a calm tone. Before Ling Feng could respond, a wave of the crane's hand returned his consciousness to his own body. Checking the time, he discovered that 2 hours had elapsed. Without the crane's reminder, he would have remained oblivious. Rising to his feet, he felt a slight soreness in his legs, which was to be expected after sitting cross-legged for 2 hours. Next time, he mused, he ought to recline on his bed instead. Ling Feng suddenly recalled that he could enter the virtual realm for martial arts training. He pondered whether Siko and the others could do the same. He promptly opened the door and stepped outside to inquire about their whereabouts. Oddly enough, he found the living room empty, and not a soul was present in the several rooms. Intrigued, he began searching the old residence. Upon reaching the natural hot springs in the backyard, he heard a chorus of laughter and playful banter. A wicked smile crept onto his face as he stealthily approached, peeking around the corner. Almost overwhelmed, he was met with a mesmerizing sight, a group of beautiful women of varying ages frolicking in the misty hot spring, splashing water at one another. It was utterly captivating, rendering him momentarily speechless. "Ah, Big Brother is spying on us," the little lowly, Gue Xin, suddenly exclaimed, drawing the attention of the women. They gasped in surprise and bashfulness upon spotting Ling Feng lurking by the wall. "Take your time bathing. I'll go see what we're having for dinner," he chuckled. Though the embarrassment of being caught peeking at his own women was palpable, he turned to leave, wishing to avoid further teasing from Siko and the others. Seeing Ling Feng's awkward demeanor, Yin Yi and the others couldn't help but stifle their laughter, unfazed by the situation, as they had already become quite intimate with him. During dinner, after enjoying a simple yet satisfying meal, they indulged in the luxury of 2 watermelons. As they savored the refreshing fruit, Ling Feng inquired about the virtual space. Siko took a bite of her watermelon and smiled. "We have access to that too. Any martial arts previously exchanged can be further explored for free. I believe this is very important. I entered it once, and after half an hour of study, I felt I had gained a lot. I tried it as well, and it was quite special." Ju Chuan Shizuka chimed in with a smile, raising her hand. Yin Yi nodded in agreement, confirming her own experience in the virtual space. Ling Feng felt a wave of relief. It would have been a pity if Shizuka and the others had been left out of such a wonderful training opportunity. "What martial arts have you all practiced so far?" "I chose Sky Dance Technique," Ling Feng remarked casually. Shizuka and Gue Yin Yi had both opted for Ki Blast, while Siko had chosen the foundational techniques of the Crane School. Crane School foundational techniques? Ling Feng was taken aback and opened the Dragon Ball system to investigate further. Indeed, he discovered the existence of both Crane School and Turtle School foundational techniques, which he had previously overlooked. He felt a twinge of embarrassment for not having noticed the addition of these 2 new exchanges. It's understandable, with the system, training, and various other matters. "It's normal to miss things," Shizuka said with a smile. "Anyone who has exchanged for Crane or Turtle School martial arts can enter without needing additional exchanges," Siko added. "Is the one guiding you?" Ling Feng began, describing the distinctive features of Master Rashi. Siko nodded thoughtfully. She mentioned that the essence of the Crane School emphasizes speed and agility, yet she remained curious about the Turtle School, as she had yet to experience it firsthand. Siko remarked with a smile. Ling Feng nodded thoughtfully, suddenly recalling something important. He cautioned, "Both Master Crane and Master Turtle are rather peculiar old gentlemen. If they were to desire something inappropriate, training would become unnecessary. So please exercise caution." Siko and the other girls were momentarily taken aback, surprised by the unexpected revelation. However, since Ling Feng had voiced such concerns, they, as his companions, understood the need for vigilance and nodded in acknowledgement. Ling Feng murmured to himself, pondering that if those 2 lecherous old men dared to lay hands on Siko and the others, he would undoubtedly seek an explanation from Bulma. After enjoying 2 watermelons, Ling Feng rose and led Siko and the others into the room, with the exception of the little girl, Gue Xin, who stayed behind. The entire group settled down for the night. On the following morning, after sharing a modest breakfast, Ling Feng departed from the Yin Yi family's ancestral home, lightly equipped. He carried with him a katana previously relinquished by Siko, a revolver, and several boxes of ammunition, along with enough provisions to last 4 to 5 days. While Siko and the others deemed this insufficient, Ling Feng felt it was ample. Excluding minor details, Ling Feng currently possessed 300,000 energy points, sufficient to exchange for a total of 300 days if converted entirely into time. He considered using the points for training, however. Given that he had not yet encountered any mutated creatures that posed an immediate threat, he decided it prudent to conserve his energy points for now. He was particularly concerned about upgrading his bloodline, preferring not to squander energy points prematurely. Upon leaving the Yan Yi ancestral home, Ling Feng employed his sky dance technique to soar into the heights. After ascertaining his direction, he swiftly flew eastward, pausing intermittently to conserve his internal energy. By noon, following the indications on the map, he traversed a highway and arrived in a moderately sized city, intending to find a place to rest and enjoy a unique lunch. Ling Feng selected a grand hotel from the heights above, descending directly onto its rooftop. He opened the door to the terrace and leisurely made his way down. Inside the hotel, he indeed found an abundance of zombies, each wandering through the corridors and hallways. As he approached, he grasped his katana and swiftly dispatched them, eliminating the undead with precision, leaving no trace of their presence. Thanks to his weapon of choice, he remained relatively untainted by the blood of his foes. It was not that he was averse to using his fists. Earlier that morning, he had already vanquished numerous zombies with his bare hands. However, the bloodshed had necessitated several changes of clothing, and as mealtime approached, he preferred to avoid further disarray. After wiping the blood from his katana, Ling Feng entered one of the hotel rooms. Once the door was shut, he opened a large bag he carried, retrieving a robust hind leg that had been meticulously cleaned. The skin had been removed in advance, and its shape indicated it belonged to a dog. He hoped the flavor would not be too peculiar. Buma had informed him that he could enhance his physical strength by consuming the flesh and blood of mutated creatures, prompting him to remain vigilant during his journey. He had chosen a particularly formidable black dog, slaying it and using a small knife to sever a hind leg. His reluctance to bring back more was due to spatial limitations. Uncertain if there were any additional resources to scavenge within the hotel, he assumed the prospects were slim. His own supplies were meager, and acquiring provisions on site would be most advantageous. Upon leaving the room and inspecting the hotel kitchen, he quickly realized his luck was not in his favor. All items of value had been taken, including even the pots. Not a grain of salt remained. It was as if locusts had swept through, leaving nothing in their wake. Ling Feng let out a wry smile and shook his head. Upon returning to his room and closing the door, he retrieved a small pouch of table salt from his pocket and carefully sprinkled a portion onto the dog's leg before gingerly putting it away. It is essential for humans to consume salt. Thus, it was imperative for him to procure more to carry with him. Now, it was time to prepare a meal. The sound of tearing filled the air. Ling Feng rudely and forcefully tore the sheets and blankets apart, subsequently splitting the wooden bed into pieces with his sword. He took these remnants, along with the dog legs, into the bathroom, igniting them with a lighter to commence a primitive form of barbecuing. Observing the charred dog legs, Ling Feng wore an expression of resignation. After all, it was his inaugural attempt at such a venture, and he could hardly expect the result to resemble the legendary golden and crispy delicacies. "I hope Bulma hasn't deceived me," he muttered, glancing at the unappealing dog legs. He smacked his lips and took a hefty bite of the meat, chewing rapidly. Before he could swallow, his face contorted several times. It was truly inedible. There was nothing worse than this. Whether it was due to his grilling technique or the quality of the meat itself, it was tough and chewy, reeking of burnt flavor. Had it not been for his desire to experiment, he would have undoubtedly spat it out. Ling Feng gritted his teeth and managed to consume a third of a dog leg, but he could bear it no longer. Grabbing his water bottle, he downed a large gulp, feeling that he might actually retch otherwise. "Ugh, it's so dreadful. I hope it proves effective," he gasped, setting down the bottle to catch his breath. Eyeing the remaining substantial portion of the dog leg, he wrapped it up and set it aside. He exited the bathroom and tidied the room, clearing a space before commencing his workout directly on the floor. Engaging in the simplest form of push-ups, Ling Feng performed them continuously. After a few minutes, a surge of warmth emanated from his abdomen, coursing rapidly throughout his body, spreading to every corner and bringing a peculiar comfort. He felt a delightful tingling sensation, a rare occurrence that indicated a subtle enhancement of his physical capabilities. "It actually works." "Aha!" Ling Feng exclaimed with excitement, intensifying his efforts. After breaking a sweat, he paused to rest and took a few hearty bites from the dog leg before resuming his exercises. By afternoon, he had completely devoured a dog leg. Although the modest quantity did not yield a significant change in his physical condition, Ling Feng was confident that with a bit more consumption, such improvements were inevitable. Clearly, he needed to refine his grilling skills. Otherwise, the mere act of consuming the food would remain a torturous endeavor. Having satisfied his hunger, Ling Feng promptly departed from the hotel, continuing on his journey. He would not linger in one place for too long, save for overnight rest. And since it was still afternoon, he pressed on. As Ling Feng soared through the skies, he observed a considerable congregation of zombies below. seeking a safer vantage point. He descended onto a higher ground and unleashed a Kamehameha wave, obliterating a horde of zombies before hastily retreating. Some survivors, who caught sight of his aerial display, paid him no heed. There was no need for concealment. During another fierce skirmish with a group of zombies, Ling Feng inadvertently sustained a bite. Having been attacked by a power-infused zombie, he lost a fair amount of blood. Fortunately, thanks to Bola's enhancement of his immune system, he experienced only mild discomfort initially, which soon dissipated entirely, and his body exhibited no adverse changes. This revelation brought him immense relief, allowing him to fight with greater abandon in future encounters. As for the wound, he simply disinfected it with alcohol and wrapped it in bandages. With his current recovery capabilities, it would scab over in a matter of days. Next, Ling Feng set forth on a quest for a sumptuous dinner. As dusk fell, he arrived at a rural village, his stomach growling in protest. The meager rations he had been consuming were no longer sufficient to meet the demands of his rigorous training, thus he sought an abundance of meat, which he was certain the village could provide. Following the footprints along the rustic paths, he approached a field by the side of the village road and spotted his prey, a mutated domestic pig, colossal in size, akin to an elephant, feasting on sweet potatoes. To label it merely as a domestic pig would be a misnomer. After being altered by negative energy, its once pink skin had transformed into a dark hue, now cloaked in coarse black bristles. Two formidable tusks, each nearly half a meter long, jutted from its mouth, glinting ominously, a stark contrast to the ordinary mutated cats and dogs. With a loud roar, the mutated creature's keen senses detected Ling Feng's presence the moment he stepped closer. It abandoned its meal, charging forth with a menacing growl, its maw dripping with saliva. Driven by an insatiable hunger for flesh, an irresistible temptation for any mutated being. As the mutated pig barreled toward him, its sharp tusks posed a significant threat. Ling Feng, recognizing the danger, swiftly evaded to the side, delivering a powerful punch to the creature's robust belly. Despite their size disparity, Ling Feng's strength was not to be underestimated. Even with its thick fur providing some defense, the mutated pig recoiled in pain, letting out a howl as it was pushed back several steps. Ling Feng shook his wrist, realizing that the hide of this creature was indeed exceptionally tough. Had it not been for his desire to enhance his combat skills, he would have opted for his katana at this moment. Nonetheless, it was fortuitous, the tougher the skin, the more resilient the flesh, so let us engage in a rigorous practice session, second brother, Ling Feng provocatively remarked, beckoning to the swaying mutant pig with a look of challenge. Roar. After enduring a prolonged exposure to negative energy, the mutant pig had begun to exhibit a rudimentary level of intelligence. It distinctly sensed Ling Feng's disdain. A glint of ferocity flickered in its beady eyes. With a thunderous roar, it raised its robust front legs and stomped fiercely on the ground, causing the earth beneath to tremble. Ling Feng felt something surge up from below and swiftly sidestepped to avoid it. In the next instant, 3 sharp stone spikes erupted from the soil, each nearly half a meter long and exceedingly pointed. Ling Feng couldn't help but feel a shiver of fear. He nearly forgot that many mutated creatures possessed unique abilities and thus could not afford to be careless. When the mutant pig strike missed, it relentlessly continued to stomp the ground, prompting a series of sharp stone spikes to emerge from below. Ling Feng found himself in a predicament. Evading such sudden underground assaults proved to be quite challenging, owing to his lack of experience. Eventually, he resorted to his aerial technique, soaring into the sky. The mutant pig was left bewildered, letting out furious roars, wishing for wings to pursue him. Truly, I am still inadequate. Ling Feng chastised himself for his performance, then swiftly dove down, harnessing the force of his descent to deliver a powerful punch to the side of the mutant pig's head. This time, he exerted all his strength, and even the formidable mutant pig could not withstand it. After a mournful cry, it collapsed, its head likely reduced to a pulp. After wiping the blood from his knuckles, Ligier squatted down and laboriously extracted a small knife to cut away at the flesh, finally managing to detach one of the hind legs after considerable effort. The absence of a storage space is indeed a hassle, Ling Feng couldn't help but lament. Given his itinerary, he couldn't linger in one place for too long, and such a substantial catch would ultimately need to be discarded, which felt excessively wasteful. As he pondered the concept of storage space, Ling Feng's hands paused, suddenly struck by a brilliant idea. What if he were to place the items inside the spirit time house? Would such a large piece of mutated pig be able to fit within? Without further ado, he firmly grasped the mutant pig's 2 tusks, activated the system, selected the spirit time house, and expended one 000 energy points to exchange for a day's worth of time. As Ling Feng's eyes momentarily blurred, he found himself transported from the rural fields into the confines of the Spirit Time House. To his immense delight, he had successfully brought the mutated pig along with him. However, he pondered whether leaving the item here without taking it out would result in its eventual disappearance. Ling Feng contemplated this, but decided that such queries could wait until tomorrow. For now, he would prioritize his meal. After a day of activities, he relished his dinner before retiring for the night, knowing that upon awakening, he would have several hours available for training, which he was determined not to squander. He hoped this time would yield better results. Ling Feng glanced at the hind leg of the mutated pig, contemplating his culinary endeavors. Fortunately, the Spirit Time House was equipped with cooking facilities, allowing him to prepare a simple meal. The taste was significantly superior to the previously failed barbecue of dog meat. With an insatiable appetite, he devoured nearly half of the pig's hind leg, leaving him with a pleasantly full stomach. After a brief respite, he commenced his training. Following 3 hours of rigorous practice, Ling Feng returned to his room, exhausted, and fell into a deep slumber. 8 hours later, he awoke precisely, stretching his limbs. Breakfast consisted once again of mutated pig meat. After dining, he began to reflect on his shortcomings during the battle with the mutated boar. In retrospect, many of his evasive maneuvers had been excessive, failing to showcase his agility effectively, leaving him somewhat flustered. Alas, my foundation is still rather lacking, Ling Feng sighed, shaking his head. Though his strength, speed, and physical capabilities far surpass those of the average person, he realized that in terms of fundamental training, he likely fell short compared to some martial artists, indicating a deficiency in his foundational skills and stability. Recognizing his inadequacies, he resolved to concentrate on strengthening his fundamentals. I shall train the basics, Ling Feng declared suddenly. The foundational training of the Crane School emphasizes speed and agility, knowledge he had gleaned from Siko. Having encountered Master Rashi in the past, he felt a strong desire to seek out the legendary figure again, thus he opted to pursue the foundational training of the Turtle School. Chapter 119, The Spring of Milk. Ling Feng lay upon his small bed, in a state of hazy consciousness, and transcended his corporeal form, drifting into the realm of virtual space. Unlike the towering mountain environment of his previous training in aerial techniques, this foundational exercise unfolded amidst the depths of a secluded forest, where the distant sound of cascading waterfalls resonated, strikingly vivid and natural. At this moment, Ling Feng found himself upon a stone platform nestled among the mountains, flanked by 2 imposing stone lions that exuded an air of majesty. Both above and below him stretched a considerable distance. Yet the anticipated presence of the turtle sage remained conspicuously absent. I am up here. Do come up, boomed the voice of an elderly man, echoing through the mountains. Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this experience differed significantly from his previous training in the art of aerial movement. However, he dismissed any lingering thoughts and promptly proceeded forward. After walking for a while, he furrowed his brow as the seemingly endless stone steps stretched before him. The mountain's height was considerable, and his pace was far too slow. He concluded it would be more efficient to soar directly using the aerial technique, thus saving time. Yet, a voice resonated clearly in his ears, admonishing him that he could not utilize the aerial technique and must ascend step by step on foot. Reluctantly, Ling Feng descended back to the ground, dutifully making his way upward one step at a time. After 30 minutes, Ling Feng finally reached his destination, standing before a quaint little house reminiscent of a bun-shaped mountain, where he encountered a modestly dressed, bald elder adorned with a purple turtle shell on his back, his face obscured by a stylish pair of sunglasses. Who else could it be but the revered Master Rashi? Upon halting, Ling Feng could not help but rub his knees. The relentless trek along the mountain path not only depleted his physical stamina, but also left this young man, accustomed to the bustling life of a metropolis, somewhat disoriented. Observing Ling Feng's approach and taking a moment to appraise him, he could not help but shake his head and remark, "Your foundation is rather weak. You must undergo rigorous training to improve." Ling Feng nodded helplessly. He was no fool and had already grasped the meaning behind the turtle sage's words. From the time spent and his performance since arriving, it was evident just how inadequate his foundation was. "What must I do?" "You can't possibly expect me to deliver milk in a place like this," Ling Feng jested. To his astonishment, the turtle sage actually nodded in agreement, ignoring Ling Feng's bewilderment. The turtle sage turned and entered a small room at the back. When he emerged, he held a blue box filled with empty milk bottles, gesturing for Ling Feng to take it. Ling Feng, somewhat bewildered, reached out to accept the empty milk bottle, uncertain of what Master Rashi intended to do with it. After all, it was merely an empty container. There is a milk spring at the foot of the mountain. Go fill these empty bottles and return quickly. I shall take a nap, Master Rashi said nonchalantly, disregarding Ling Feng's astonished expression as he turned and walked back into his small abode, casually shutting the wooden door behind him. Oh, I almost forgot. Aging truly has its drawbacks, he muttered, just as Ling Feng shook his head in resignation. Preparing to descend the mountain, Master Rashi suddenly emerged once more. Is there anything else, esteemed elder? Please, do tell, Ling Feng replied, feeling somewhat helpless, as he could already foresee that this fundamental training would not be simple. Since this is a matter of training your foundational abilities, you shall temporarily forego your energy, Master Rashi stated, raising a finger and pointing at Ling Feng. In an instant, a beam of white light shot into Ling Feng's body with such swiftness that he had no time to evade it. My energy. I can't circulate it. Ling Feng soon realized the change within himself, his face a mask of shock. The once continuous flow of warm energy within him had come to a complete standstill, leaving him feeling weak and immobile. Accustomed to the nurturing warmth of his energy, he found it difficult to adapt to this sudden ceiling of his abilities. Staring blankly at Master Rashi in confusion, what you need now is not that energy you cannot fully control, but a robust and resilient physique. Relying on energy alone will make you overly dependent, and it is also to prevent you from cheating with your flight technique, Master Rashi said in a calm tone. I understand, Ling Feng replied weakly. He disliked this feeling of powerlessness, yet he was acutely aware that a solid foundation was crucial for a long journey ahead. Return swiftly. Young one, there is much you still need to learn, and this is merely the foundation of foundations, Master Rashi nodded, affirming Ling Feng's path forward. Ling Feng, without uttering a word, swiftly descended the stone steps. The adage that ascending a mountain is far easier than descending it had once eluded his understanding. He believed that the journey downward should be significantly less arduous. However, as he continued his descent, enlightenment dawned upon him. Initially, his pace was brisk. Yet with each repetitive step downwards, his center of gravity began to tilt precariously. This was particularly challenging as he cradled a fragile milk bottle in his hands, the added weight amplifying his awkwardness. Prolonged exertion left him feeling lightheaded, compelling him to slow his pace. Upon reaching a platform midway up the mountain, Ling Feng crouched to rest for a moment. However, he soon rose, patting his cheeks to regain his composure before continuing his descent. He understood that any respite would diminish the fruits of his training. Traversing the lengthy mountain path from start to finish required a full hour, and due to his breathlessness, he relied solely on his feet. After descending the final flight of stone steps, he felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him, beads of sweat trickling down his back. Who would have thought this would be so exhausting? Ling Feng exclaimed, wiping the perspiration from his forehead and exhaling a heavy sigh. Nevertheless, he could not afford to rest. After a brief survey of his surroundings, he discerned the sound of flowing water nearby. Following the sound for a mere dozen meters, he finally beheld the fabled milk spring described by the turtle sage. Nestled within a natural crevice of the mountain rocks, pure white milk gushed forth incessantly, pooling into a small basin that was infused with the delightful aroma of dairy. Ling Feng approached, lowered his head, and took a sip. The milk was smooth and delicate, with a rich creamy aroma that bore no hint of its virtual origin. Unable to resist, he indulged in several hearty gulps. It had been ages since he last savored milk since the onset of the apocalypse. For the moment, he relished this small indulgence. After enjoying the milk for a while, Ling Feng did not forget his primary task. He retrieved the empty milk bottles, filling them one by one, and neatly arranged them in the box before preparing to ascend the mountain. He hoped fervently that none would spill. As he walked along the stone steps, observing the slightly swaying milk, Ling Feng voiced his concerns. With the addition of milk, the weight had significantly increased, and he worried about the precariousness of the uncovered bottles. You can do this, he encouraged himself, taking a deep breath and steadily moving forward, step by step, towards the summit. Although the ascent was relatively manageable, carrying additional weight, especially liquid, posed a different challenge, as Ling Feng was currently experiencing. Who knew delivering milk could be so exhausting? It's not as simple as it seems, he mused after spending over an hour laboriously reaching the peak of the stone steps, drenched in sweat and with trembling arms. Training for strength, balance, and endurance, he panted, feeling the fatigue in his limbs. To prevent any milk from leaking, the pressure on his arms was considerable. This seemingly simple task of delivering milk contained ample opportunities for physical exertion. Fortunately, his physical capabilities exceeded those of the average person. Otherwise, he would have long since collapsed. Ling Feng took a deep breath as he approached the small house, gently placing the milk carton on the ground. After adjusting his breathing, he knocked on the wooden door and called out weakly, "I have brought back the milk, Master Rashi." After a while, when there was no response, Ling Feng felt a twinge of curiosity. Was he not home? Pushing the wooden door open, he stepped inside and was greeted by the sight of Master Rashi sprawled comfortably in bed, soundly asleep, a small bubble rising from his nose, exuding an aura of tranquility. With his feet twitching slightly, "Master Rashi," Ling Feng exclaimed as he approached, raising his voice. Startled, Master Rashi sprang upright, nearly colliding with Ling Feng's head, and grumbled. "Why are you shouting so loudly? You nearly scared me to death. Did you bring back the milk?" Ling Feng weakly pointed at the milk on the table and remarked, "I brought it back. By the way, why on earth is there a spring of milk down there? This concept is rather peculiar." The turtle hermit descended from his bed, approached the table, and while sipping from a bottle of milk, he stated, "Those who focus on the minutiae are simply foolish. Can't you comprehend this? The youth of today are far too out of touch." A faint twitch appeared at the corner of Ling Feng's mouth. "You should now grasp the significance of these fundamental training exercises," the turtle hermit said earnestly, having finished his bottle of milk and now gazing intently at Ling Feng. Ling Feng nodded slightly and remarked, "It appears to be simple, yet it is intricately connected to various aspects, making it quite challenging for anyone to persevere over an extended period. However, you are no ordinary individual. This level of difficulty is merely a trifle for you. Therefore, I shall increase the challenge." As he spoke, Master Rashi approached the bedside, bent down, and rummaged beneath the bed. In a short while, he produced the purple turtle shell that he had previously carried on his back and handed it directly to Ling Feng. Ling Feng extended his hand to receive the object, immediately feeling the weight of his arm grow heavy, a slight frown forming on his brow. The tortoise shell weighed no less than 50 kilograms. Its size was relatively suitable. "So you shall carry it. This is a symbol of my tortoise sage style. Henceforth, all your training will be conducted with this shell upon your back. You are not permitted to remove it without my express consent," declared the tortoise sage. Ling Feng, being quite decisive, refrained from unnecessary words and promptly shouldered the burden. Instantly, he felt a heaviness settle upon his back, a pressure that was neither too great nor too small. Initially, it seemed manageable, however. Prolonged exposure would inevitably become the proverbial last straw that could crush him. The sudden addition of 50 kilograms to his weight was no trifling matter. It was not merely the act of lifting 50 kilograms, but rather akin to the nature of pushing an object versus lifting it. The weight of this turtle shell was approximately 50 kilograms, which was a rough estimation at best, as Master Rashi remarked. Curiosity sparked within Ling Feng, and he suddenly turned to Master Rashi with a question. "Do you know why you exist in this space? Do you understand who you truly are? Why ponder such trivial matters, young one?" Master Rashi replied, his tone nonchalant. "These questions hold little significance. Focus on diligently honing your skills. Although you may appear formidable now, a well-grounded martial artist, given only a slight advantage in strength, could easily defeat you." Upon hearing this, Ling Feng couldn't help but recall Sun Wukong within the bloodline space. According to Bulma, their combat prowess was entirely on par, yet the outcome had been a dismal defeat. The significance of battle awareness and experience cannot be overstated. It is the instability of one's martial foundation that proves to be most critical. The teachings of the Turtle Hermit School emphasize a methodical and steady approach, one that cannot be established in a mere fleeting moment. Conservatively speaking, it requires at least a year to solidify one's foundation, so prepare yourself mentally, young man. The Turtle Hermit advised while stroking his beard. "I understand, but I have a question," Ling Feng inquired. "If I undergo training here and enhance my physical capabilities, will these improvements seamlessly translate to my physical body in reality?" The Turtle Hermit nodded in affirmation. The mind and body are inherently connected. The advancements you achieve during your training here will correspondingly affect your physical form in reality. Just ensure that you periodically step outside for some acclimatization. Prolonged absence may lead to a dissonance between your spirit and body. "That's reassuring," Ling Feng replied, calculating that over 2 hours had already passed. He wondered if it was time to return to the hyperbolic time chamber. Seemingly reading Ling Feng's thoughts, the Turtle Hermit chuckled heartily. "You've only just begun. The effects are not yet pronounced. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you to bear the turtle shell at this moment. For now, go gather some firewood from the woods behind. I still have to prepare lunch." With that, The turtle hermit rummaged beneath the bed and produced a somewhat rusty axe, tossing it directly to Ling Feng. Ling Feng hastily seized the axe, weighing it in his hand. It was not particularly heavy. Yet the burden of the tortoise shell on his back would undoubtedly make the task arduous. Without a moment's respite, he was urged by Master Rashi to venture into the grove behind the house, where a myriad of trees of varying girths stood tall. Naturally, Ling Feng began with the simplest task, selecting a tree with a trunk the size of a small bowl. As he swung the axe, an immediate pressure emanated from his back, causing his arm to falter slightly, and the blade merely grazed the surface of the trunk, leaving his hand tingling. "TCH, truly," Ling Feng muttered, gripping the axe handle firmly and exerting himself, gradually hacking away at the tree before him, sending splinters flying in all directions. Not far off, Master Rashi observed Ling Feng's movements and expressions in silence. A glimmer of light flickered beneath his sunglasses as he nodded imperceptibly before quietly departing. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Ling Feng, panting heavily, stacked the last pile of timber onto the ground. He glanced at Master Rashi, who was leisurely reclined in a grand armchair. At this point, several stacks of wood, each towering over 2 meters, had accumulated, all hewn by Ling Feng with that worn axe. His palms were raw and blistered, drenched in sweat, and the tortoise shell on his back felt as though it were suffocating him. "Well done, but your pace is rather sluggish. You are still far from the passing mark," Master Rashi remarked, propping himself up to inspect Ling Feng's efforts with a nonchalant appraisal. "Seriously?" Ling Feng lamented, feeling he had already pushed himself to the limit of his speed. "You are still quite a distance away, my boy," Master Rashi replied, glancing at Ling Feng before effortlessly taking the axe from his hands. Before Ling Feng could fully comprehend the situation, he witnessed the axe in his hand swiftly transferred to Master Rashi's grasp. "Observe closely. I shall demonstrate only once, so you may understand the proper application of strength," Master Rashi stated calmly, picking up a piece of wood that Ling Feng had meticulously segmented. He positioned it upright on the ground and, with a subtle flick of his arm, let the axe descend with a graceful blend of speed and precision. In an instant, the wood was effortlessly cleaved into 2 smooth halves, the cut remarkably refined. A stark contrast to the rough attempts made by Ling Feng earlier. "Is this possible?" Ling Feng exclaimed, gazing at Master Rashi in astonishment. "Experience it for yourself," Master Rashi replied with a serene demeanor. Ling Feng remained silent as he removed the tortoise shell from his back and tossed it aside, declaring, "I need to step out for a while. I've been inside for quite some time." The turtle sage nodded in response, saying, "Go ahead." Although he was envious of the turtle sage's skills, the pressing concern at the moment was to satiate his hunger. After spending so long indoors, it was already noon, and his stomach had begun to grumble incessantly, leaving him utterly drained. He desperately needed to rest. With a shift in focus, Ling Feng's consciousness returned to his body. Even while reclining, he could feel the lingering soreness throughout his frame. Fortunately, the energy sealed within him had released itself upon emerging, and after a brief period of adjusting his breath, he felt considerably improved. Rising, he exercised for a few moments before hastily preparing a meal, devouring a hefty portion of mutated pork that left his stomach pleasantly full, bringing him immense comfort. With a sigh of satisfaction, he resumed his arduous training after a brief respite. He aimed to maximize the benefits of the mutated beast meat, finding that exercising while accelerating digestion was the most effective approach, perhaps due to the rigorous training he had undergone in the training space. Coupled with the abundant essence derived from the mutated beast's flesh, Ling Feng distinctly felt warmth enveloping his body after his workout, suppressing his overwhelming joy. He persevered through a series of challenging physical maneuvers, sweat cascading down his face as he gritted his teeth, continuously stretching his body. Crack, crack, crack. A series of sharp sounds echoed as the warmth generated from the essence within him surged through his limbs and veins, permeating his bones and flesh. A repugnant, viscous black liquid oozed from his pores, releasing an unpleasant odor. Puffing heavily, Ling Feng finally halted his movements after exhausting the essence he had consumed. He collapsed onto the ground, panting vigorously. The exertion was extraordinary, particularly during the bodily enhancement phase, which left him itching all over, as if he longed to take a knife and scratch himself vigorously. Thankfully, he endured through it. Goodness, what an awful smell! Ling Feng suddenly noticed the sticky black liquid clinging to his skin. He quickly dashed inside the house, vigorously washing himself with water. After an extensive cleaning session, he emerged noticeably cleaner and more vibrant. A moment's reflection revealed that the disgusting black liquid was likely impurities from within his body. He had not anticipated that during the process of physical enhancement, such waste would inadvertently be expelled. This was undoubtedly a positive development. To think that the toxins from years of consuming junk food could be expelled so readily was truly gratifying. What a relief. He chuckled heartily, feeling an inexplicable lightness within. Ling Feng couldn't help but break into a smile. His physical condition had improved, and exercising became increasingly pleasurable. Devouring meat and training vigorously. The day slipped by in the blink of an eye. Ling Feng returned to the outside world, where the sky remained shrouded in a dreary gray. A sight to which he found himself momentarily unaccustomed. Although dusk had settled in, Ling Feng felt invigorated and had no inclination to seek immediate rest. Instead, he continued to walk briskly, eager to leave the rural village and find a more comfortable bed in the city. After traversing approximately 3 kilometers, the sky had completely transformed into a dark canvas, punctuated only by a scattering of twinkling stars. With the gentle illumination of the moonlight, Ling Feng navigated smoothly, encountering minimal obstructions along his path. He effortlessly dispatched several zombies and some mutated cats and dogs that crossed his way. As he walked, Ling Feng arrived at the banks of a broad river, where distant lights shimmered upon the water's surface, creating a mesmerizing display of colors. Curiously, he pondered whether these lights belonged to cargo ships. He was aware that electromagnetic pulses had regional limitations, yet it was evident that this area remained unaffected. Unless the vessels were equipped with special protective devices, which were quite rare. This seemed like a fortuitous opportunity. The prospect of accessible ships uplifted Ling Feng's spirits. In a nation like Japan, surrounded by water, traveling by sea was undoubtedly more efficient than overland routes. Without hesitation, he utilized his skill in aerial movement and soared towards the lights, contemplating the possibility of commandeering a suitable vessel. As for the rationale behind it, he was utterly indifferent. The world had descended into such chaos that one could only act in self-interest, especially in Japan. As long as the opposing party did not consist of defenseless women, children, or the elderly, he doubted he would exhibit any compassion. Upon arriving at the river, when he beheld the vessels, Ling Feng could scarcely believe his eyes. On the dark, profound surface of the river, a luxurious white cruise ship glided gracefully, its spacious deck hosting a grand ball, where exquisite piano melodies filled the air. Albeit with an appalling spectacle, men and women swayed together in an uninhibited frenzy, some brazenly engaging in explicit acts before the gathered crowd. A long table laden with various foods stood nearby, where individuals shamelessly grabbed rice with their hands, devouring it voraciously. The entire deck was a scene of utter chaos, akin to a frenzied dance of demons. Observing the horde of zombies drawn to the piano's enchanting notes, wading into the water, Ling Feng's expression turned cold. These people had undoubtedly lost their minds. Beneath the blackened sky, accompanied by the melodious piano, Ling Feng descended silently onto the cruise ship, akin to a mysterious envoy of the night. Gazing at the dazed and frenzied individuals on the deck, a complex emotion flickered in his eyes. Standing upon the ship, feeling the chill of the river breeze, Ling Feng mused to himself, so this is the apocalypse. Witnessing such a distasteful scene makes it difficult to feel any joy. He had every reason to believe that not only these individuals, but also many others in different nations had completely shattered nerves. People had grown accustomed to a life of ease. When confronted with adversity, few could swiftly adapt. They either sank into an endless abyss of despair or surged against the tide, unleashing the hidden brilliance within. These two opposing extremes could only be exquisitely portrayed by humanity. A species rife with contradictions. A mere glance upward would reveal Ling Feng standing above them, yet not a single person did so, utterly immersed in their own worlds, where food and debauchery intertwined deeply within their souls. Ladies and gentlemen, just as Ling Feng prepared to alight upon the deck, a Caucasian man emerged from the cabin. Though he was unclothed, his demeanor exuded an air of aristocracy. He pushed a long cart covered with a white cloth, concealing an unknown object that bore an uneven shape, faintly emitting a burnt odor. As the words of the Caucasian man reached their ears, many turned their vacant gazes towards him, eyes glinting with a predatory gleam. Witnessing this scene, an unsettling thought arose in Ling Feng's mind. Indeed, his predictions soon manifested. The white man suddenly grinned malevolently, spreading his arms wide as he proclaimed, "The most anticipated highlight of the evening, the grand feast of roasted humanity, is about to commence. Let us indulge in this exquisite delicacy together, everyone." With these words, the white man lifted the white cloth, revealing a charred corpse mounted on a steel frame, which was none other than the so-called grand feast. In an instant, men and women alike surged forward like ravenous beasts, howling with a frenzy, tearing at the flesh, and even competing for morsels, resembling starving wolves. The scene was utterly horrifying. Ling Feng clenched his fists tightly, his teeth gritted as he growled lowly, veins bulging on his neck, his entire body trembling. His clothing rustled ominously without any breeze, and his gaze from above was filled with an insatiable thirst for blood. Observing the crowd of devils below, Ling Feng smirked coldly, drawing the katana from his back and diving down upon the deck like a cannonball. Die! He bellowed, charging into the throng, his blade slicing mercilessly, severing limbs and scattering blood, transforming him into a sanguine demon in mere moments. Faced with this unexpected slaughter, the fiends cloaked in human skin shrieked and fled in all directions, yet their efforts were futile. Before Ling Feng's katana, none could escape their fate. Even those who plunged into the frigid waters would find themselves met with a devastating ki blast, shattering them into fragments. All shall perish, Ling Feng roared, raising his katana high, the energy within him swiftly converging upon the blade, shimmering with a golden radiance, before he unleashed a thunderous strike. A crescent-shaped blade of golden energy howled as it cleaved through the deck, plunging directly into the ship's interior, carving a bloody path in its wake. Those unfortunate enough to be struck were reduced to mere fragments, their blood and flesh splattering everywhere. In an instant, the entire cruise ship was engulfed in chaos, the air filled with piercing screams. Observing that no soul remained alive on the deck, Ling Feng grasped his katana tightly, his face a mask of frost, and strode purposefully into the cabin, unleashing a new wave of bloody slaughter. Time seemed to lose meaning until the last wail faded into silence, enveloping the cruise ship in an eerie stillness. The sound of his footsteps echoed as Ling Feng emerged from the cabin, treading upon the torn, upturned deck, the discordant noise leaving a trail of bloodied footprints, while his katana dripped crimson. Gazing at the turbulent river, he exhaled a sigh. Watching as the murderous intent in his eyes gradually dissipated, he was now the sole survivor aboard the vessel. As for the others, once he beheld the gruesome fate of those who had been preserved as human meat, he had resolved not to spare anyone. Each victim lay bare, their faces flushed, a stark contrast to the appearance of one who had starved. Most of the slain were frail young women and children, grotesquely strung up against the walls like butchered pigs, reminiscent of a nightmarish human processing factory. This cursed world. With the river breeze tousling his hair, Ling Feng shouted, feeling a sense of relief wash over him after releasing his pent-up emotions. No matter how the hearts of men may change, they would not sway his resolve. To this world, he was merely a transient soul. Now, he hoped to slay as many zombies and mutated creatures as possible in the limited time he had left. Indeed, I was still too naive. A self-deprecating smile curled upon Ling Feng's lips as he acknowledged the wavering strength of his heart. Perhaps, just perhaps, he was not yet steadfast enough. Once he regained his composure, he realized his state and, after a moment's hesitation, leaped into the dark river, allowing the flowing water to cleanse the blood from his body. Drawn by the scent of blood, numerous mutated fish soon gathered around him, eager to tear him to shreds. His potent aura of bloodlust was irresistibly enticing beneath the surface. How troublesome this is. Ling Feng found himself in a state of resignation. Engaging in combat with the multitude of mutated fish beneath the surface was evidently imprudent, as it would lead to an interminable struggle. After expelling a portion of the mutated fish, he swiftly leaped above the water, landing on a distant patch of land to cleanse himself. After several relocations, he finally managed to wash away the blood that stained his body. Before boarding the vessel, Ling Feng seized two robust and fearsome mutated fish. Although he could not discern their species, he welcomed them without hesitation, as he had yet to taste the flesh of mutated fish and was curious about their flavor. It also served as a means to alleviate his previously somber mood. Having prepared the mutated fish and set them in the oven, Ling Feng commenced the task of cleaning the bloodied cruise ship. Had I known, I would not have resorted to such violence, he muttered to himself as he scrubbed away the bloodstains and severed limbs in the cabin, complaining yet remaining remarkably composed. He bent down to grasp a grotesque head, its brains oozing out, and placed it into a large garbage bag, intending to dispose of it in the river shortly. It would be best if these abominations were entirely consumed by the mutated fish. Once the timer signaled the completion of the cooking process, Ling Feng retrieved the golden, crispy fish and began to devour it eagerly. Instantly, he was met with a delightful burst of flavor. The tender and juicy flesh spread rapidly across his palate. Having added no more than a pinch of salt, he had perfectly showcased the inherent taste of the mutated fish, which was utterly delightful. Next time, I shall catch a few more, Ling Feng remarked with satisfaction. The two roasted fish were not particularly large, and given it was his first experience with such freshness, he finished them in approximately half an hour, his mouth slick with oil and lingering with flavor, feeling that sleep was not in the cards for him tonight. He gazed at the numerous bloodstains still awaiting attention in the cabin. Rubbing his forehead, he mused that if he did not clean up now, the dried blood would pose an even greater challenge come morning. Thus, he committed to cleaning through the night, contemplating the future. If all went well, he intended to use this ship for some time and did not wish to abandon it carelessly. Resolute in his decision, Ling Feng diligently resumed his cleaning efforts, simultaneously gaining a more profound understanding of the cruise ship's condition. To his surprise, this deeper investigation led him to uncover a significant problem. After meticulously examining each room aboard the cruise ship, Ling Feng discerned several commonalities. Regardless of the size or opulence of the accommodations, each room harbored translucent plastic bags, remnants of which contained a fine white powder. Hesitantly, he brought one to his nose, detecting no immediate danger, yet an unsettling feeling lingered within him. The sight of those individuals, numbed and frenzied, resembling wild beasts, fostered a troubling hypothesis in his mind. Suddenly, a heavy metallic scraping reverberated through the air as Ling Feng forcefully pushed open a concealed metal door located at the side of the engine room. However, just as he breached the threshold, a lithe shadow leapt forth, its gaping maw dripping with blood, emanating a pungent and nauseating stench. Ling Feng was utterly unprepared for the living creature that awaited him beyond the metallic door. Startled, he instinctively crouched down, raising his arms to grasp the creature's gaping maw, narrowly avoiding being devoured whole. It was then that he discerned the nature of his attacker, a mutated giant python, as thick as a beer barrel, its body adorned with dark, mottled patterns. Having observed nature documentaries, Ling Feng immediately recognized it as a green anaconda, realizing it could not swallow the human whole. The mutated serpent's murky eyes shifted, and it coiled its formidable body around Ling Feng, tightening its grip with alarming speed, intent on suffocating him. The sheer strength of an ordinary adult green anaconda is sufficient to crush a grown man. Thus, the mutated behemoth, even thicker than Ling Feng's shoulders, unleashed a savage force that overwhelmed him. Caught slightly off guard, he found himself pressed down, feeling his waist muscles being mercilessly constricted as if his bones were about to shatter. Damn it! Ling Feng's face reddened as he struggled to utter a word. His arm muscles twitched slightly, and as he acclimated to the pressure, he began to exert his strength, gradually forcing the anaconda's massive jaws to close. Grasping the snake's head, he exerted all his might in a desperate bid to strangle it first. The mutated anaconda recoiled in pain, a faint red glow emanating from its robust body, enhancing its strength dramatically. Under the relentless assault from the creature, Ling Feng found it increasingly difficult to breathe. He bit his tongue to sharpen his focus, gritting his teeth as he summoned the energy within him. His arm muscles swelled, veins bulging grotesquely, presenting a fearsome sight. Bastard! Ling Feng roared as he unleashed a force that surpassed that of the mutated snake. A sharp crack echoed as he crushed the anaconda's skull with his bare hands. Instantly, the overwhelming pressure eased, and he collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. Glancing at the still coiled body around him, he exerted considerable effort to extricate himself. Even in death, the creature's body exhibited involuntary twitches. Fortunately, with its head smashed beyond recognition, it was undeniably lifeless. The movements were merely instinctual responses post-mortem, posing no further threat. Ling Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a weary smile, lamenting, "I doubt anyone is more unfortunate than I am. Who could have anticipated encountering such a predicament under these circumstances, completely unprepared, nearly meeting disaster?" Yet, to be fair, this mutated python was indeed formidable. Its strength was overwhelmingly tremendous, truly befitting the mightiest of serpents. After its mutation, it became utterly lethal. In my previous life, I must have harbored a vendetta against snakes. Reflecting on the numerous powerful serpentine mutants he had encountered along his journey, Ling Feng couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. After a brief respite, he cautiously stepped into the hidden chamber, only to find it in disarray, littered with shattered wooden crates and white powder, alongside heaps of dried grass strewn across the floor. Squatting down, he picked up a handful of the white powder, inspecting it closely. It was indeed identical to what he had discovered in the room. A luxurious cruise ship, clandestinely stored white powder, and illicit pythons. When pieced together, Ling Feng, not being a fool, quickly grasped the implications. This was undeniably a beautifully packaged smuggler-esque vessel. Ling Feng mused, recognizing that the smuggled beasts were certainly not limited to just one. It was likely that the rest had been devoured by the mutated python during this time. Due to the anatomical structure of the python, it was incapable of opening the metallic door to escape and had merely awaited the arrival of a hapless soul like Ling Feng. The recent skirmish had left Ling Feng feeling quite drained. A wave of fatigue washed over him. After dragging the lifeless python back into the chamber and securing the metallic door, he wandered the ship until he found a spacious room, locked the door, and collapsed onto the bed, succumbing to slumber. Awakening groggily, he glanced at the clock and noted it was already 9 o'clock, quite late indeed. Ah, Ling Feng yawned. Stretching his neck, I overslept. Typically, he rose around 7, and now he felt somewhat disoriented. It seemed he would need to return to an earlier schedule. Stepping outside, he was greeted by the refreshing river breeze, which invigorated him, dispelling the remnants of his drowsiness. He first made his way to the control room. Although he was not adept at finely controlling the cruise ship, he could ascertain its general direction and the distance traveled. Speaking of the ship's navigation, he had initially expected a captain to be at the helm, yet to his surprise, the vessel operated entirely on autopilot. Fortunately, it was not navigating in reverse. Otherwise, he would have had to devise a means to redirect it immediately last night. The pace was rather sluggish. It would be best if it could accelerate. Upon examining the distance traversed, Ling Feng could not help but furrow his brow. Due to the leisurely pace of travel, the cruise ship had not covered much ground over the course of the night, leaving him somewhat disheartened. After a moment's hesitation, he began to explore the controls himself. Is this the navigation route? I cannot comprehend it at all. And this appears to be the control device. Mastering the technicalities of operating a cruise ship is a feat that even the average wealthy individual might struggle with, let alone someone like Ling Feng, an ordinary citizen fumbling in ignorance. In the absence of professionals, handling specialized equipment often proves to be exceedingly challenging. He couldn't help but reminisce, if only his friend, the military enthusiast known as Fatty, were still alive and accompanying him. He had heard that Fatty's grandfather was a captain on international routes. While not necessarily an expert, he would undoubtedly possess more knowledge than Ling Feng, a complete novice. Sighing, Ling Feng felt a pang of melancholy. Initially, he had genuinely wanted to form a trustworthy team of companions, but alas, various circumstances had led to its disintegration. Shaking his head to dispel these past thoughts, he resumed his examination of the cruise ship's control equipment. If the vessel continued at such a sluggish pace, he would have to consider an alternative route. In a state of confusion, he inadvertently pressed a few buttons. The sounds of the water swirling alongside the ship became markedly clearer, and the cruise ship's speed significantly increased, startling Ling Feng. After a careful inspection, he was relieved to find that the basic course had not altered. At least he need not worry about crashing onto land. At this pace, he would reach Japan's territorial waters by noon the day after tomorrow, which was considerably faster than he had anticipated. After cross-referencing the complex map, Ling Feng sighed in relief, grateful that he had not inadvertently caused any damage. Suddenly, his stomach growled. Checking the time, he realized that he had spent more than half an hour fiddling with the control devices, and it was now 9:30. It was only natural to feel hungry. Recalling the mutated python from the previous day, an idea struck him. If he were to prepare a snake soup for breakfast, it would be splendid. The potency of such mutated meat would undoubtedly yield significant benefits. With this thought in mind, Ling Feng hurried to the metallic door from yesterday. Upon opening it, he found the mutated python lying there, its corpse still intact and not yet decomposed. The thick skin of the snake proved quite challenging to remove. Utilizing a sharp knife and a bit of force, he spent 7 to 8 minutes cutting away a substantial piece of pristine white snake meat. The flesh was nearly all pure muscle, and upon slicing it open, he could distinctly observe the terrifying muscular striations within the snake's body, composed almost entirely of robust, powerful muscle capable of unimaginable strength when fully mobilized. Though he intended to prepare snake soup, Ling Feng was not well versed in traditional recipes and resorted to improvisation. He sliced the snake meat into exceedingly fine strands, sprinkled a touch of salt, and placed them in a pot over a high flame to simmer. However, it seemed somewhat simplistic to rely solely on the snake meat. Ling Feng scratched his head and remarked, "However, there are no other ingredients around." After pondering for a moment, he decided to improvise and went down to the river to catch a substantial and ferocious mutated fish. He swiftly cut it in half, placing one half in the oven while the other was chopped into pieces and added to a large pot to simmer with snake meat. The wait for the meal was exceedingly agonizing, prompting Ling Feng to fly off the luxury cruise ship. He sought out areas nearby the city where zombies were densely congregated, standing at a height to unleash a Kamehameha wave, treating it as a pre-meal exercise. Due to his hunger, he dared not stray too far from the cruise ship. After dispatching a number of zombies and mutated creatures, he returned early to the ship, just in time for the snake soup and grilled fish to be ready. Tentatively sampling a spoonful of the aromatic snake soup, the succulent meat melted in his mouth, although it was merely seasoned with a touch of salt. The simplicity of the preparation accentuated the inherent flavor of the snake meat, rendering it extraordinarily delicious. Coupled with the golden, crispy half of the grilled fish, Ling Feng savored the meal with immense satisfaction. In this post-apocalyptic world, few could indulge in such a delightful feast, let alone consume the flesh and blood of mutated beings without consequence. Others might risk transforming into the wandering zombies outside due to negative energy, making this a unique benefit for him. After satisfying his hunger, he noted the time was already 10:30. Opening the system to check his energy points, he found himself with approximately 370,000 points, significantly bolstered by the mutated python he had consumed. His gaze drifted over to the subsystems of Seiko and others, and a sudden thought struck him. Clicking on the duck system to view it, a jubilant smile spread across his face. Since the subsystem was an extension of his Dragon Ball system, he could freely examine the capabilities and energy points of its owners, even unilaterally acquire energy points. Seiko is quite capable, he mused, observing the 137 energy points displayed for Tokisaki Kurumi. Indeed, Seiko is the woman I value most. Separating to act independently was the right choice. Besides Tokisaki Kurumi, other girls like Katsuragi Sayaka, Jukawa Shizuka, Saionji Akane, and Kyokura Setsuna had also accrued varying amounts of energy points. Even their beloved mothers had made modest gains. Everyone had been quite diligent. Seeing this outcome, Ling Feng felt immensely satisfied. With their combined efforts, they could surely retreat unscathed even when faced with formidable bases like the one in Zhuangzhou City. At the same time, a fiery determination ignited within him. I cannot allow myself to be outdone by my own women. Regiel shifted his body and smiled as he spoke. The cabin was hardly an ideal place for exercise, and Ling Feng was eager to ascertain whether the mutated pork he had previously placed in the time spirit room still remained intact. Therefore, he promptly expended 1,000 energy points to exchange for a day's worth of training time and entered the time spirit room. Upon entering, Ling Feng's eyes were immediately drawn to the vast, pristine square where the enormous mutated pig lay, still solitary on the ground, showing no signs of decay. This meant that he had effectively acquired an additional storage space, albeit at a considerable cost. The exchange of 1,000 energy points for a single day was indeed extravagant, and he could hardly afford to squander such resources. While he felt a sense of delight, he was also troubled by the energy points. Although he appeared to have amassed a significant amount, he had his own plans. The costs of those advanced techniques were truly astounding, and he had to consider future bloodline upgrades, as well as retain a portion for unforeseen circumstances. In summary, nearly 37,000 energy points were insufficient for his needs. Never mind, I shall first digest the essence of the previous snake meat, Ling Feng mused, momentarily dismissing the weighty realities and embarking on a simple, unadorned training regimen. He ran a full 10,000 meters, followed by 200 frog jumps, 100 push-ups, and 100 sit-ups. I must be reckless, he thought as he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, drenched in sweat, as if he had been dredged from a pool of perspiration. He found himself nearly devoid of strength, his muscles aching painfully. As Ling Feng lay on the ground, the pure essence of blood and flesh rapidly permeated his body, circulating through his limbs and meridians, gradually enhancing his physical attributes. His body instinctively craved and absorbed all beneficial pure energy. After lying there for over half an hour, Ling Feng finally regained some strength. Exhaling heavily as he struggled to rise, he clenched his fist tightly, unleashed a sudden punch, and sweat splattered onto the ground. The force behind this punch was slightly greater. This is promising, Ling Feng exclaimed with joy. Although the increase was modest, he could certainly sense the improvement. It was noteworthy that he had only recently enhanced his physical attributes, and now he had made yet another small advancement. This underscored the exceptional purity of the mutated python's essence. Upon exiting, he immediately placed the mutated python into the time spirit room. Otherwise, if left outside for too long, it would inevitably spoil, leading to a regrettable loss. Ling Feng pondered for a moment and remarked that the substantial flesh of a mutated anaconda would provide him with ample sustenance for an extended period. He was resolute in his determination not to squander any of it. Coupled with the mutated pork and a bit of mutated fish, he would be entirely untroubled regarding his food supply. Observing his own drenched appearance, soaked with sweat, he couldn't help but smile wryly. He then retreated into the house to take a refreshing bath, instantly feeling rejuvenated. Contemplating whether to enter the bloodline space, he noted that there was but one opportunity to do so within a single day. Ling Feng clicked to enter, eager to engage in combat with Sun Wukong. To his surprise, the bloodline space did not resemble the spirit time room or the previous Dragon Ball world as he had imagined. Instead, it unfolded into an infinite expanse of magnificent starry skies, with celestial bodies gracefully orbiting all around him. Ling Feng felt as though he were immersed in a resplendent galaxy. Surrounded by twinkling starlight, a sight of breathtaking beauty. Vibrant doors of various hues manifested throughout the cosmos, their sheer number impossible to count at a glance. Ling Feng strolled leisurely between these doorways, fully aware that this place converged the bloodlines of all races within the Dragon Ball universe. Among them were countless strengths and weaknesses. Each door symbolized a distinct path and future altogether. Ling Feng even caught a glimpse of the bloodline of Captain Jinyu from the Jinyu Force, as well as that of the formidable Goku, whose lineage possessed the extraordinary ability to suspend time by holding one's breath. Regrettably, the foundational capabilities were rather insufficient. Ling Feng shook his head and remarked that while time manipulation is indeed a formidable power, lacking a robust foundational strength would ultimately lead to one's downfall. In reality, the energy consumption would likely be even more staggering. As he walked, Ling Feng arrived before a door enveloped in golden flames, the entrance to the Scion bloodline. Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed the door open. Once inside, he closed the door behind him, and the flames ignited from the bottom, consuming the door in a matter of moments. "Ah, you've returned," greeted Sun Wukong, clad in his eternally unchanged orange martial arts uniform, his face adorned with a cheerful smile that effortlessly eased Ling Feng's tension. "Indeed, I have come to challenge you once more." Ling Feng replied with a nod and a smile. In the next instant, he unleashed a surge of intense white energy, propelling himself towards Sun Wukong with a fierce roar as he struck out with a powerful punch. Yet, Sun Wukong remained unfazed, tightening his fists as he summoned his own formidable energy, raising his fist to meet Ling Feng's head-on. Bang! A shockwave radiated outward, causing Ling Feng's stance to waver slightly, whereas Sun Wukong stood firm as a mountain. With a swift movement, he tripped Ling Feng, sending him tumbling backward. Instinctively, Ling Feng rolled to the side, narrowly evading Sun Wukong's fist. Swiftly employing his aerial technique, he ascended into the air, unleashing two energy waves from his hands, one following the other towards Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong charged forward fearlessly, his arm slicing through the air with precision, effortlessly deflecting Ling Feng's energy waves aside. In an instant, he closed the gap, outpacing Ling Feng in both speed and agility. Seizing Ling Feng, who attempted to retreat, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful upward punch to his abdomen. The intense pain nearly rendered Ling Feng unconscious, causing him to involuntarily expel a mouthful of saliva, his body curling up like a shrimp. As the guardian of the Scion bloodline, Sun Wukong showed no mercy, granting Ling Feng no respite. He swiftly maneuvered behind him, delivering a precise chop to the nape of his neck. Ling Feng felt a sudden numbness envelop him, plunging him into darkness. Upon regaining consciousness, Ling Feng found himself withdrawn from the bloodline space, having returned to the realm of the spirit time house. His previously depleted stamina had been entirely restored. Yet a faint ache lingered in his abdomen. Clenching his fist, he gritted his teeth and vowed, "One day, I shall defeat you, Sun Wukong. The Scion bloodline is something I must obtain at all costs." Chapter 126. Hellish training, was the gap still too vast? Reflecting on the recent battle, Ling Feng gained a clearer understanding of the formidable challenge in acquiring the bloodline. Being effortlessly vanquished by Sun Wukong for the second time under equivalent combat power ignited a fierce urgency within him to master his strength completely. The sensation of possessing untapped power was nothing short of suffocating. Ling Feng set himself an exceedingly rigorous goal, striving to acquire no less than 5,000 energy points in the tangible world each day, subsequently converting all of them into time to engage in the foundational training of the Turtle School within the virtual realm. He vowed not to relent until his objective was achieved. With time still abundant today, Ling Feng naturally intended to make the most of it. He returned to his chamber, reclined upon his bed, and promptly selected the Turtle School's foundational training. After a fleeting moment of mental disorientation, He found himself once again in the familiar depths of the ancient forest. As he pushed open the door and stepped inside, he beheld the turtle hermit seated at the dining table, savoring an assortment of unknown delicacies and sipping on a modest drink, exuding an air of leisurely contentment. "I hope I am not interrupting. I have come to undergo training," Ling Feng announced. The turtle hermit took a bite of his dish, sipped his drink, and, setting down his chopsticks, regarded Ling Feng with a leisurely gaze. "You arrived just in time. I have a craving for milk. Please fill a glass for me," he replied, his tone unhurried. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a blue box filled with empty glass bottles materialized upon the table. Then, pointing into the void as he had done before, he sealed Ling Feng's internal energy once more, rendering its flow awkward and rigid. "Do not forget to retrieve the turtle shell from beneath the bed. Do so yourself," the turtle hermit instructed, gesturing towards the bed before returning to his meal. Seemingly indifferent to Ling Feng's presence, Ling Feng approached, crouched down to drag out the tortoise shell, hoisting it onto his back. After adjusting his shoulders, he made his way to the table, seized a carton of milk, and exited the small cabin, shutting the door behind him. Gazing down at the seemingly endless stone steps below, Ling Feng motivated himself, reminding that with focus, he would soon traverse them. Despite having made this descent several times before, carrying the 50-kilogram tortoise shell posed a considerable challenge, marking his first experience with such weight. How heavy! With each step, he felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, as if all the weight was concentrated on his legs. Initially eager to rush, Ling Feng almost lost his balance, forcing himself to adopt a steadier pace. After over an hour, he stumbled to the foot of the mountain, collapsing onto the stone steps to catch his breath. Struggling to his feet, he approached the milk spring, filling each empty glass bottle to the brim. Looking at the seemingly infinite stone steps before him, Ling Feng inhaled deeply and began his ascent, aware that the most arduous part of the journey lay ahead. At first, the climb seemed manageable, but after more than 10 minutes, the fatigue from earlier, combined with the additional burden from the milk, began to manifest exponentially. With each step, his legs trembled and his entire body ached. "If I can't overcome this minor challenge, how can I defeat Sun Wukong and attain the extraordinary Scion bloodline?" Ling Feng gritted his teeth, relentlessly pushing his body onward, slowly extracting every ounce of his stamina. His body was not inherently weak, it was merely his willpower that faltered. After all, this was a virtual realm, where death was not an option. So he might as well push himself to the limit. To become a formidable warrior, one must be merciless not only to foes but also to oneself. With this realization, the beast within Ling Feng grew increasingly ferocious, silently roaring as a fierce grin spread across his face, revealing a hint of madness. "This body no longer belonged to me," he murmured, completely dismissing any physical sensations, hastening his pace towards the summit. Upon entering, Ling Feng placed the milk on the table, only to find himself collapsing backward, akin to a turtle flipped onto its back, utterly exhausted both mentally and physically. "Too slow." The turtle hermit, seemingly oblivious to Ling Feng's efforts, criticized him without mercy, casually sipping from a bottle of milk. 5 minutes later, a half-asleep Ling Feng was unceremoniously kicked out the door by the turtle hermit, landing clumsily on the ground. "What are you doing, you old coot?" Ling Feng exclaimed, struggling to his feet, frustration boiling within him. "I've already given you 5 minutes to rest. Now head to the back and chop what 10 trees will suffice. And remember, keep the sections neat," the turtle sage declared, tossing the axe at Ling Feng's feet with a resounding thud before firmly shutting the door. Panting, Ling Feng picked up the rusted axe from the ground and ventured into the woods behind the house. He identified a slender tree and began to swing the axe with all his might. After an hour and a half of toil, Ling Feng finally completed the task assigned by the turtle sage. Just as he thought he could take a moment to rest, the turtle sage produced a round stone from his robe, inscribed with a black character resembling a turtle. Ling Feng immediately understood the intentions of Master Rashi. His gaze swept across the lush forest, and his expression grew increasingly grim. Master Rashi spun his arm rapidly several times before forcefully hurling a stone deep into the mountains. After dusting off his hands, he casually addressed the petrified Ling Feng, instructing him to retrieve it. "All right, dear Master Rashi," Ling Feng replied with a forced smile after a considerable pause, unaware of the indescribable nature of his expression. "Ah, no need for thanks. It is my duty as an elder," Master Rashi said with a beaming smile. Ling Feng suppressed his overwhelming urge to give the turtle sage a thorough beating, firmly set his sights on the stone inscribed with the character for turtle as it descended into the underworld. He strolled deliberately into the depths of a dense forest. Meanwhile, The turtle sage hummed a cheerful tune as he retreated to his humble abode. Ling Feng found himself at a loss when it came to articulating his experiences. Initially, he believed that simply gathering stones would suffice. However, he overlooked a crucial detail. This space appeared to be inhabited by various creatures. While scouring the remote mountains and dense forests for the elusive stone inscribed with the character for turtle, he encountered a plethora of formidable beasts, including even dinosaurs. Reminiscent of the Dragon Ball universe, creatures such as saber-toothed tigers, Tyrannosaurus rex, and pterosaurs were far beyond the realm of ordinary beings. Exhausted to the brink of collapse and unable to harness his energy, Ling Feng, despite his extraordinary strength, found himself in considerable trouble. After a series of misadventures, he finally stumbled upon the stone, courtesy of sheer luck. "Ah, splendid," the turtle sage remarked, weighing the stone in his hands. He nodded thoughtfully. In the next moment, the turtle sage swung his arm and hurled the stone once more with great force, launching it far beyond sight. "Please retrieve it again, young man. Patience is a virtue. It would be unethical to strike an elder." "Why, you old turtle, I shall have my revenge." For Ling Feng, the torturous training had only just begun. In the chamber of the hyperbolic time chamber, Ling Feng awoke, blinking groggily before being overtaken by a profound sense of soreness throughout his body. The discomfort was akin to a vehicle abruptly running out of fuel mid-journey, exceedingly unpleasant. Fortunately, after a while, the aching gradually subsided, prompting him to roll out of bed and venture into the courtyard. Following the physical movements instructed by the turtle sage, he began to laboriously practice. The intricate poses bore some resemblance to yoga but lacked its graceful fluidity, resembling instead the clumsy maneuvers of a sluggish turtle. According to the turtle sage, while the movements may appear unsightly, perseverance would yield commendable results. After each intense training session, brief rest followed by a complete set of movements would significantly enhance blood circulation and amplify training efficacy. This was aptly termed the turtle sage's body forging technique. The technique was divided into 3 distinct stages: refining the skin, forging the muscles, and tempering the bones. Each stage consisted of 9 specific movements, and completion of all 9 would allow progression to the next stage. Only the final stage, tempering the bones, required the integration of energy. The prior 2 stages merely demanded dedication and time. While it may sound esoteric, it was an essential experience for any martial artist with a solid foundation, merely differing in forms of training. Crack, crack, crack. Persist. Ling Feng gritted his teeth, laboriously executing a series of intricate and challenging movements. Due to the pain, beads of sweat began to cascade down his face. With each twist of his limbs, the joints emitted a crisp cracking sound. Any interruption or awkwardness signified a mistake, necessitating a fresh attempt. This process was excruciating, yet with the completion of each movement, a faint warmth surged within him. A tingling sensation that compelled Ling Feng to proceed to the next action in order to alleviate that feeling, creating a cyclical pattern. The sounds of bone cracking echoed successively, and as the 9th crack approached, it abruptly halted. With a sigh, he paused, wiping the sweat from his brow, gasping, just one more movement to go. Drawing on his innate strength, he had already progressed to the 8th movement of the first stage of skin refinement, though the 9th proved to be quite challenging, leaving him somewhat unaccustomed. However, with a few more repetitions, he surmised that he would soon complete the first stage. Or I should eat something first, otherwise I won't have the energy to train. The sustenance remained the same, mutated pork. He continued feasting until his belly was completely full, at which point he ceased and began his digestion training. The training was simple yet monotonously fulfilling, and before long, an entire day had swiftly passed. Upon returning to the real world, Ling Feng did not rest. Instead, he re-entered the time chamber with the corpse of the mutated python. He feared that lingering outside would cause the precious essence of the flesh to dissipate, which would be an immense loss. After properly handling the mutated python, Ling Feng returned to the room within the time chamber, setting the alarm for 8 hours before covering himself with a blanket and drifting into slumber. After such arduous training, he was well aware of the necessity of rest. Beneath a bleak sky lay a city steeped in silence, a once bustling metropolis now dominated by towering buildings. In the days of yore, this place thrived with dense crowds, but since the apocalypse, the more prosperous cities have become increasingly terrifying, teeming with a horrifying number of zombies. Even the survivor-established bastions struggle to withstand the relentless tide of the undead. In an unnamed city, a brutal battle raged between the living and the dead. Those hidden behind reinforced concrete walls mounted their defenses, launching attacks from atop the city towers to prevent the zombies from breaching their stronghold. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Heavy machine guns were positioned atop the walls, as brawny soldiers roared while operating the guns, unleashing a terrifying barrage that shattered the howling zombies below. However, in the face of overwhelming numbers, these seemingly ferocious bullets proved inconsequential, capable of only dispatching the ordinary undead. Against more resilient variants, unless a headshot was achieved, it was nearly impossible for the bullets to obliterate their bodies. Roar! A multitude of power-type zombies surged towards the city gate, roaring as they struck with great force. One or two were insignificant, but dozens, even hundreds, transformed the scene into something altogether different. Meanwhile, in the distance, waves of elemental zombies unleashed their long-range attacks, which swiftly descended upon the heart of the base city, resulting in catastrophic casualties. Most terrifying of all were the slender and agile speed-type zombies. A few had even scaled the high walls, breaching the defenses and inciting a frenzy of screams that echoed throughout the base city, plunging it into chaos. Observing the pandemonium from above, a middle-aged officer, bearing the semblance of a leader, wore a countenance of utter despair. The ordinary zombies were being used as cannon fodder at the forefront, wasting precious ammunition, while the defensive zombies followed closely behind to pave the way for the power zombies. With speed zombies launching surprise attacks and elemental zombies providing cover from the rear. Such tactical acumen was indicative of a king-level zombie. It was a dire predicament. The officer lamented that their chances of survival were bleak, and the base city seemed doomed. The king-level zombies, or command-type zombies, were a rarity, with thorough investigations indicating that in a densely populated city, only one or two could exist, numbers so minuscule they were nearly negligible. To encounter one unexpectedly was nothing short of a calamity. Ultimately, with a thunderous crash, the city gate succumbed to the relentless onslaught of the fearless zombies, who roared with exhilaration as they surged forward, drawn by the scent of fresh blood and flesh that was overwhelming and intoxicating to their primal instincts. From a distant high-rise, Ling Feng observed the king-level zombie across from him with a cold gaze. The creature returned his stare with a human-like fury, its eyes brimming with deep-seated hatred. As fate would have it, Ling Feng, who had merely ventured out to gather energy points, had stumbled upon this tumultuous scene and was astonished to recognize that the commanding zombie was none other than the king-level zombie he had incapacitated at the Yin Yi family. Having lost an arm to him, no wonder Ling Feng had searched extensively for this creature afterward, only to find it had retreated to build its own forces elsewhere. It was indeed a twist of fate that they would cross paths again. Thus, the tumultuous cries of the undead echoed through the air as countless zombies invaded the base city, voraciously devouring the living, while atop a distant skyscraper, Ling Feng faced off against the armless king zombie. Ling Feng exhibited a subtle excitement, while the one-armed zombie appeared vigilant and restrained. Though the hatred in its eyes was unmistakable, it continued to growl incessantly, occasionally casting its gaze towards the distant base city. Ling Feng suddenly flashed a wicked smile and said, "Are you waiting for your subordinates to come to your rescue? What a pity. Why must you be so timid and choose such a distant location to command remotely?" With a roar that seemed to affirm his words, the one-armed zombie immediately erupted in rage, its remaining sharp claws thrashing wildly as its gaze locked onto Ling Feng, searching for the opportune moment to strike. This human, who had severed one of its arms, was never forgotten. Upon their reunion, hatred surged forth, and all it could think of was how to cruelly tear the opponent apart and devour him alive. At this moment, Ling Feng, empowered by an increase in strength, possessed an energy within his flesh far exceeding that of an ordinary human, making him a tantalizing target for the zombie. Should it manage to consume his flesh and blood? A chance for further evolution awaited. Observing the greed in the one-armed zombie's eyes, Ling Feng chuckled coldly, cracking his neck with a series of pops. Clenching his fists and adopting an aggressive stance, he declared, "I must express my gratitude to you. Thanks to your efforts in gathering so many zombies, my efficiency in eliminating them has greatly increased. To show my appreciation, I have decided to send you straight to hell." In an instant, Ling Feng leaped forward, rushing at the foe with a gaze filled with icy murderous intent. He had considered the last encounter, where the opponent had escaped, a lingering threat. This time, he would not allow it to flee again. Roar. The king-level zombie, witnessing this, immediately opened its gruesome maw, its throat vibrating slightly as it unleashed a piercing sonic wave, akin to a physical force, hurtling towards Ling Feng. The sonic attack had an extensive range, prompting Ling Feng to wisely choose to confront it head-on. Charging forward, Ling Feng raised his fist, enveloped in powerful energy, and unleashed a mighty strike from a distance. The sharp energy generated a whirlwind that completely tore through the sonic wave, engulfing the one-armed zombie. Although the force of his energy-infused punch was not overwhelming, it nonetheless inflicted numerous small wounds upon the one-armed zombie, as though it had been sliced by a sharp blade. Die! Ling Feng leaped into the air, his body soaring upward as his fist, shimmering with golden light, descended towards the one-armed zombie's head. Roar! The one-armed zombie howled, raising its remaining arm, its sharp claws aimed at Ling Feng's fist. Crack! A crisp sound of bone snapping echoed as Ling Feng struck the arm of the limbless zombie with a powerful punch, shattering it. The price he paid was 2 deep gashes on his hand, blood cascading down his arm in a gruesome display. Yet, Ling Feng paid it no mind, shaking off his hand nonchalantly. Ever since he had undergone enhancements from Bulma, he was no longer susceptible to zombie infections. Such minor injuries were easily disregarded. In contrast, his opponent had been rendered utterly incapacitated, its combat ability diminished to the utmost degree. It was clear that the limbless zombie recognized it stood no chance against this human and promptly leaped towards a distant high-rise building. Kamehameha. Ling Feng seized the moment, launching his attack as the zombie was airborne, precariously maneuvering in midair. With hands pressed together, he unleashed a brilliant blue-white beam of energy. Boom! The limbless zombie had no strength left to evade, and in an instant, it was obliterated by the Kamehameha, its flesh raining down like a sanguine shower, utterly lifeless. Exhaling, Ling Feng steadied the energy within him, a faint smile gracing his lips as his gaze swiftly shifted to the nearby horde of zombies, which appeared to be losing control. His eyes sparkled with fervor. With so many zombies gathered together, the opportunity to engage them was far too convenient to overlook. Ling Feng swiftly employed the technique of soaring through the skies, ascending to the outskirts of the base city. Without uttering a single word, he channeled the energy within him with utmost intensity, unleashing a formidable wave of Kamehameha that bore 90% of his strength. The dazzling blue and white luminescence surged forth, rendering the valiant inhabitants of the base city nearly unable to open their eyes, their hearts filled with trepidation as they struggled to comprehend the unfolding events. Boom! Ling Feng panted heavily as he lowered his hands, gazing at the nearly diminished horde of zombies before him. A glimmer of joy flickered across his weary face. Without a moment's hesitation to ponder the energy points he had amassed, he swiftly activated the sky dance technique, soaring into the heavens. In an instant, he vanished into the sky. The fate of the survivors within the base city was of no concern to him. Upon returning to the surface of the river and landing on the deck of the cruise ship, he nearly stumbled as his feet faltered. With great effort, he made his way back to his cabin, locked the door behind him, and collapsed onto his bed to rest. After a few hours, Ling Feng awoke, prepared a modest meal for himself, and checked the Dragon Ball system. He pondered how much he might gain this time, hoping for a bountiful harvest that would afford him some respite in the days to come. Upon inspecting the system, he discovered that his total energy points had reached an astounding 533,797. Ling Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, and he erupted into laughter, realizing he had struck gold. Although expending 90% of his energy to launch an attack was perilous, he had successfully returned to the cruise ship, and the timing of this windfall was impeccable. With this abundance, even if the ship sailed to the Sea of Japan, he could rest easy for a while without worrying about daily energy points. Once Ling Feng's strength had sufficiently recovered, he chose once more to enter the bloodline space and challenge Sun Wukong. However, within moments, he was ejected from the arena. Yet, there was no trace of disappointment on his face. Today, he had made a small yet notable advancement. Given that there was only one opportunity for challenge each day, which could not be accumulated and would expire, he saw no reason to squander each day's chance. Whether to familiarize himself with Sun Wukong's combat style or to hone his own battle experience. Even if he ultimately faced defeat, he could always glean insights from the encounter. He vowed to accumulate knowledge day by day, believing that one day he would triumph over his opponent and claim his rightful bloodline. Having adjusted his mindset, Ling Feng spent 5,000 energy points to exchange for 5 days of time, embarking on a grueling training regimen of the Turtle School's foundational techniques. Inside the room of spirit and time, on the 5th day, he stood upon the pristine white square. Crack, 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 crack. Ling Feng's face contorted in pain as he twisted his body, executing a series of intricate and challenging movements. He performed 9 actions in succession, producing a continuous series of cracking sounds from his bones. Success! Upon completing the 9 movements, he felt the blood within him bubbling, and his heart rate quickened, sending waves of warmth coursing through every corner of his body, leaving him with a tingling sensation. After a moment of calm, Ling Feng clenched his fist and stretched his limbs, noticing that his skin felt more delicate and resilient. He threw a punch, though he exerted little force. A faint gust of energy emanated from his fist, and the strength felt solid and steady. The look of agony on Ling Feng's face finally faded, replaced by a gleam of joy. At last, he had completed the first stage of the turtle sage's body refinement technique, the skin refinement stage. On the pristine stone steps of the square, Ling Feng sat alone, gazing at his palm while softly conversing with himself. The path of martial arts is indeed profound and expansive. What I had observed before was but a mere glimpse, having only scratched the surface. I am already witnessing such evident results. Reaching the skin refinement stage does not significantly enhance one's power, yet Ling Feng felt a newfound ease in controlling his body. It was as the turtle sage had mentioned, under ordinary circumstances, a person can only harness a fraction of their physical potential. However, through specialized training, one can continually unearth their latent capabilities and better manifest their true strength. Now, as Ling Feng threw punches, he felt a remarkable fluidity and naturalness compared to before, and he eagerly anticipated the next two stages. Completing them would lay a solid foundation. I almost forgot. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead, recalling something important. Once you complete the first stage of the turtle sage's body refinement technique, you should pay a visit to that old coot, the crane sage. He is likely to have something for you. Do not ask too many questions. You will understand in due time. Curiosity piqued as he pondered what that something might be. Ling Feng checked the time. Half a day remained until the 5 days were up. He promptly returned to his room, lay on his bed, and selected the foundational training of the crane sage. In a daze, he detached from his body and entered another realm. Towering circular rocks rose into the clouds, connecting heaven and earth, while fierce winds howled through the sky, accompanied by distant rumblings of thunder. Regaining his senses, Ling Feng found himself perched atop a narrow stone pillar. Had he not reacted swiftly, the sight before him would have caused him to topple off. The winds were so strong that even the slightest misstep could send him plummeting. Do not stand there foolishly. The voice of the crane immortal resonated from afar, piercing the air with a thunderous clarity, tinged with a hint of impatience. Ling Feng immediately understood the situation, pinpointing the source of the crane immortal's voice. With a swift leap, he employed the sky dance technique to propel himself forward. However, the raging winds seemed to conspire against him, growing fiercer with each step he took. The gusts were so intense that they nearly forced his eyes shut, compelling him to conjure a protective barrier with his luck while pushing through the tempest with his hands. After an arduous journey, his disheveled appearance finally revealed a towering mountain. Ascending several thousand meters, he at last beheld the figure of the crane immortal, clad in the crane immortal's martial attire. The crane immortal stood with arms crossed before a modest abode, casting a cold gaze upon Ling Feng. Surrounding the area were exotic flowers and plants, swaying gently in the refreshing breeze, exuding a subtle fragrance. Compared to the environment around the turtle immortal, this place possessed a unique charm all its own. Such a minor breeze has left you in this state. Truly pathetic. The crane immortal remarked bluntly, exhibiting a temperament far more straightforward than that of the turtle immortal. I apologize. I trained under the turtle immortal and did not have much time to practice the sky dance technique, Ling Feng replied. Though he felt a twinge of irritation at the crane immortal's tone, he knew he needed to refine his technique further. The crane immortal snorted dismissively, scrutinizing Ling Feng before stating, "Have you progressed to the skin refinement stage of the turtle school's body forging technique? Given your aptitude, that is merely adequate." "How easy it is for you to say," Ling Feng internally scoffed. "Listen well, young man." The crane immortal suddenly bellowed, startling Ling Feng into attentive silence. "Since the old turtle has imparted the turtle school's body forging technique to you, I shall not hold back. Today, I will teach you the foundational principles of the crane school meditation technique," the crane immortal declared with pride. "The crane school meditation technique. This is yet another concept I have not encountered," Ling Feng thought to himself. Regardless of his musings, the crane immortal continued. "The crane school meditation technique is a method for cultivating mental strength." Mental strength. Upon hearing these words, Ling Feng could not help but feel a sense of astonishment. The term was not foreign to him. Indeed, the corporeal form he currently inhabited within the virtual realm was constructed from mental energy. However, he had not anticipated that this mental energy could be specifically cultivated and enhanced. leading him to marvel at the profound mysteries of martial arts. Master Crane, pleased by Ling Feng's expression of surprise, let out a soft hum and remarked, "An exemplary martial artist must possess a robust physique as a foundation. While profound mental strength is equally indispensable, a harmonious balance between the two is essential. Otherwise, one risks the peril of the body lagging behind the mind or vice versa." Ling Feng wholeheartedly agreed, beginning to grasp Master Crane's intent. To illustrate, if the body were akin to a legendary weapon weighing 1,000 pounds, then mental energy would be the hand that wields it. Should one's mental strength be insufficient, one would be unable to grasp such a formidable weapon. Even if one managed to lift it, the risk of self-harm would be considerable. Master Crane continued, "It is not solely the body. Even the manipulation of qi becomes exceedingly effortless when mental strength is elevated. For instance, the speed, force, and control of one's strikes are all inextricably linked to mental energy. Imagine the body as a cup, the qi as water, and mental energy as the hand. A gentle shake may release a few drops, while a vigorous toss could spill most of its contents, entirely dependent on the force applied." Ling Feng found himself voicing his thoughts spontaneously. Master Crane nodded appreciatively, the first hint of admiration gracing his features. This young man possessed a commendable understanding, not entirely devoid of insight. In contrast to the 3 phases of the Turtle Sage's body refining technique, the Crane Sage's meditation method lacked hierarchical stages. It required a harmonious synergy with the energy within the body for effective cultivation. Otherwise, the results would be minimal. "Watch closely," Master Crane instructed, exhaling gently as he relaxed his entire being, adopting a meditative posture before Ling Feng, eyes closed and silent. Within mere moments, Ling Feng perceived Master Crane's aura fluctuating, elusive and erratic, as a faint golden radiance enveloped his form, causing him to levitate effortlessly while remaining in a cross-legged position. His expression, however, bore a solemnity that exuded an air of inviolability. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Feng felt a wave of pressure wash over him, rendering him somewhat breathless, and beads of perspiration began to form on his brow. The source of this pressure was none other than the levitating Master Crane. Just as Ling Feng began to feel overwhelmed, Master Crane suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp glint flashing within them, causing the surrounding air to feel as if it had solidified in an instant. Fortunately, this intensity was fleeting. Otherwise, Ling Feng would have found himself in a most embarrassing predicament. "Well, my boy, what do you think? Is my Crane Sage meditation technique not far more profound than that old turtle's crude body refining method?" He chuckled heartily. The Crane Immortal, with a smug expression, stroked his tiny mustache, a sight that utterly dismantled the image of a wise sage he had previously portrayed. Chapter 130, Setting Sail. What is meditation? Meditation is the process of eliminating distracting thoughts from the mind, enabling one to achieve a state of physical relaxation and mental clarity. The Crane Immortal's meditation technique differs from conventional methods. Its primary objective is to harmonize with the internal energy during the meditative process, for without this synergy, one cannot grasp its essence. After discussing some fundamental precautions, the Crane Immortal imparted to Ling Feng a meditation technique, albeit a brief one, which encapsulated a portion of the Crane Immortal's profound wisdom, rendering it exceedingly invaluable. Ling Feng diligently committed the teachings to memory, his perception of the Crane Immortal shifting considerably. Though the old fellow had a rather abrasive manner of speaking, his guidance was undeniably profound. Concurrently, Ling Feng recognized that the portrayal of abilities in the animation was exaggerated. The Crane Immortal's prowess was, in truth, on par with that of the Turtle Immortal, the distinction lying merely in their differing interpretations of the essence of their arts, each possessing their own strengths. After imparting the meditation technique to Ling Feng, the Crane Immortal seemed to recall something, his demeanor turning serious. "Listen well, young man," he admonished. "The Crane Immortal's meditation can only be practiced for a maximum of 1 hour each day. Exceeding this limit could be detrimental, should your mind suffer as a consequence. Do not blame me for not warning you." Ling Feng was taken aback for a moment, then nodded in acknowledgement, stating, "I understand. Even if it's only for 1 hour each day, my Crane Immortal meditation is incomparable to that old Turtle's crude body refinement technique. With diligent practice, the benefits will surely be evident, and then you shall see who among us surpasses the other in skill." The Crane Immortal, stroking his beard with a confident air, clearly harbored thoughts of comparing himself to the Turtle Immortal. However, Ling Feng was indifferent, allowing the 2 old men to banter as they pleased. "All right. Let us begin in earnest." After familiarizing himself with the meditation method, Ling Feng embarked on his first attempt under the Crane Immortal's guidance. Failure marked his first, second, and third attempts. Relax. Envision yourself as a gentle breeze, formless and invisible. Gradually allow your mind to settle, instructed the crane immortal. The internal energy began to flow along a designated path, and before long, Ling Feng found himself enveloped in a state of serene clarity, his body gently lifting, emanating a barely perceptible aura. After numerous failed attempts, Ling Feng finally grasped the threshold of success. In the words of the crane immortal, he had barely passed. Following this, the crane immortal instructed him in aerial techniques until nearly 5 days had elapsed, at which point he exited the virtual realm. In a moment of disorientation, his consciousness returned to his corporeal form, the fruits of his meditation training seemingly manifesting in reality. His mind felt remarkably clearer. A notable effect considering it was his first successful meditation. The subsequent attempts would not be so straightforward. Upon entering the control room and verifying the course and speed of the vessel, Ling Feng confirmed all was well before retiring to his quarters. In the afternoon, the beautiful golden rays of the setting sun cascaded over the river's surface, shimmering and casting a picturesque scene. Ling Feng stretched languidly as he stepped out onto the deck, resting his hands on the railing and gazing contemplatively at the distant waters. After a moment of silence, he sighed, "Time truly flies. I wonder how Siko and the others are faring. I long to see them." At present, Ling Feng has spent a considerable amount of time within the spirit time house, surpassing his duration in the tangible world. Each emergence from this ethereal realm brings a fleeting sense of disorientation, requiring a brief period for adjustment. Gently caressing his abdomen while gazing at the picturesque river, Ling Feng smiled faintly. He shed his clothing and, with a graceful leap, plunged from the cruise ship into the depths below, creating a cascade of splashes as he submerged in search of sustenance. After a brief interval, a tumultuous commotion erupted beneath the surface. The water churned and roiled, revealing a large mutated fish engaged in a fierce struggle with Ling Feng. Moments later, the aquatic turmoil subsided, and Ling Feng burst forth from the water, his hands gripping a 5 to 6 meter long mutated fish, its sharp teeth gnashing in a desperate attempt to escape. Ling Feng exerted a powerful force, sending the mutated fish crashing down onto the deck, where it thrashed about vigorously, desperately attempting to return to the water. Ling Feng landed on the deck, picked up the katana lying on the ground, and approached the fish head, striking it with a swift blow. The mutated fish struggled momentarily before succumbing to its exhaustion. After cleaning himself and donning his clothes, Ling Feng used the katana to slice the mutated fish into segments, lightly salting them for preservation, and then strung them together with rope to hang above the deck. Selecting the most succulent portion, he sliced it thinly with a small knife and consumed it as sashimi. Truth be told, the flavor was rather unremarkable, for Ling Feng was not Japanese and was unaccustomed to raw fish. However, he felt that consuming it raw allowed the essence of the fish to remain intact. Unlike red meat such as pork, fish was somewhat tolerable. After indulging for a while, Ling Feng began to feel queasy, prompting him to practice the turtle sage's body forging technique to swiftly digest the sashimi in his stomach. As evening fell, he paused, breathless from the demanding physical movements, and wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel. He had reached the 3rd stage of muscle forging and aspired to complete the 9th within a month. Sitting on the deck while sipping mineral water, Ling Feng reflected. After enjoying the night breeze for a while, he disregarded the distant sounds of zombies groaning in the city and retired to his room for sleep. The night passed peacefully, but the following morning, Ling Feng was awakened by incessant chirping. The cacophony of squawking birds rendered him restless, leaving him unable to return to slumber. In a fit of impatience, he leapt out of bed and stormed onto the deck, only to be met with a scene that nearly made him vomit blood. A large flock of mutated birds resembling seagulls had congregated on the deck, greedily devouring the mutated fish he had painstakingly hung to dry the previous day. Almost an entire fish had been consumed by these beasts, and even more unforgivable, they had left excrement all over the deck. The stench of bird droppings was enough to infuriate Ling Feng, who seized his katana and charged at them, swinging wildly. "You wretched, foul creatures! How dare you consume my belongings, and to defile my deck with your filth? All of you shall perish." In response to Ling Feng's furious assault, the mutated birds took flight in a panic, leaving behind a chaotic mess for him to clean. The abundance of droppings and feathers brought him to the brink of tears. "Truly unfortunate," he lamented, realizing his own folly. Ling Feng smiled wryly, acknowledging his own carelessness and forgetting that mutated birds would seek food. With an abundance of fish and meat laid out on the deck, it was as if an open-air restaurant had been provided for these creatures. Sighing, he gradually calmed down and gazed at the surrounding scenery, momentarily entranced, his expression filled with excitement. At that moment, the cruise ship sailed across an endless expanse of azure ocean, a refreshing sea breeze enveloping him, subtly infused with the scent of salt water. Distinctly different from the feeling above the river, exuding a grand and expansive atmosphere. It was evident that he had departed from Japanese territory, officially embarking on the open sea. Ling Feng was profoundly dedicated to venturing out to sea, and the reason was quite simple: to eradicate the mutated creatures, specifically the mutated fish. The task at hand mentioned that more than half of the negative energy was involved, and the ocean was no exception. The sheer number of mutated beings lurking beneath the waves often overwhelmed his imagination, as the estimate of their quantities seemed incalculable. Thus, on the very first day at sea, after confirming that the cruise ship had sailed a considerable distance from the shores of Japan, Ling Feng deliberately reduced the vessel's speed, initiating a bloody feast of slaughter. Ling Feng expended considerable effort to capture several large mutated fish alive. After binding them with coarse ropes, he inflicted deep gashes upon their bodies with a knife, revealing their bones and causing blood to spurt forth relentlessly. Once he secured one end of the rope, he cast it far behind the cruise ship. As the vessel advanced, the rich crimson liquid began to spread across the water. It was now time to embrace danger. Having completed this task, Ling Feng murmured to himself, setting aside his anxiety to sit down and consume some food and drink, for he would soon be occupied again. Without warning, the tranquil surface of the sea erupted into countless splashes, as a dense school of mutated fish, enticed by the scent of blood, surged forward, ravenously devouring the helpless. Bound fish. Turtle School energy wave. Without a moment's hesitation, Ling Feng clasped his hands together, unleashing a robust blue and white beam of energy that thunderously struck the mutated school of fish behind him. The intense shockwave erupted, tearing apart countless aberrant fish. After a brief moment of tranquility, an even greater number of mutated fish were drawn in by the blood, ravenously competing for the scattered remnants of flesh. Observing this scene, a cold smile crept across Ling Feng's lips as he growled, "Kamehameha." Once again, a powerful shockwave erupted, detonating above the water's surface and obliterating a significant portion of the mutated fish, blood once again spreading across the water. Beneath the vast expanse of blood and dismembered remains, more and more fish congregated, mindlessly following the cruise ship and even turning on one another in a frenzy. From atop the cruise ship, Ling Feng watched this spectacle, bursting into laughter. This was precisely the effect he desired. Channeling the energy within him, he unleashed another Kamehameha wave. The consecutive 3 blasts began to take their toll on Ling Feng, leaving his complexion slightly pale and causing him to gasp for breath, as the physical exertion was immense. Nevertheless, gritting his teeth, he shouted once more, "Kamehameha! Boom! Kamehameha! Boom! Kamehameha! Boom!" With a thud, Ling Feng collapsed to his knees, breathing heavily, his body feeling utterly drained. His mind clouded, and nearly all of his energy expended. Although Ling Feng was utterly exhausted, the mutated school of fish continued to surge forth relentlessly, their numbers expanding exponentially. From a distance, their imposing presence was truly terrifying. If a living person were to be thrown into their midst, it could be surmised that within mere seconds, nothing but bones would remain. Breathing heavily, Ling Feng glanced at the energy points he had amassed. Upon seeing that string of numbers, the weariness etched on his face dissipated significantly. Summoning his last reserves of strength, he exchanged them for 5 days of time. As Ling Feng entered the ethereal time chamber, he collapsed onto the pristine white plaza, utterly spent. He had truly exhausted himself this time, uncertain of how long had passed. He opened his eyes to a world of blinding white. Momentarily bewildered, he stood up after a brief stupor, inhaling deeply. He reminded himself to be cautious next time. Acknowledging he had overexerted himself, rubbing his temples, he murmured softly to himself. After consuming some mutated snake and pork, Ling Feng began practicing the Turtle Immortal's body refining technique. Once he had pushed himself to his current limits, he paused to rest briefly before transitioning into the Crane Immortal's meditation technique to enhance his mental fortitude. An hour later, he concluded his meditation and entered the bloodline space to challenge Sun Wukong. Following a defeat, he retreated and lay down on his bed in his room. He then selected the basic training of the Turtle Immortal and entered the virtual realm to engage in intense, rigorous training. This grueling regimen persisted for 5 days. And once the time was up, Ling Feng returned to the real world. At this moment, only a brief interval had elapsed in reality. The school of fish trailing the cruise ship continued to voraciously consume the remnants of their kind, showing no signs of cessation. These mutated fish possessed no semblance of rationality, driven solely by the primal instinct to devour the flesh before them, completely oblivious to the trap that lay in wait, as long as food was present. These creatures would forsake all else without a second thought. Ling Feng was exceedingly satisfied with the outcome. For this was precisely the effect he desired. The greater the congregation of mutated fish, the better. Thus, he resolved to continue his fervent endeavor. Observing the frenzied and sanguinary scene, Ling Feng spoke in a chilling tone, Kamehameha. Without any hesitation, he unleashed the Kamehameha wave once more. A terrifying torrent of energy erupted from his palms, cascading in a straight line towards the school of fish, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Blood surged wildly, and the fish amassed in a chaotic frenzy, transforming the entire surface of the sea into a tempest of blood and carnage. Ling Feng stood atop the cruise ship, laughing maniacally as he unleashed a relentless barrage of Kamehameha waves, obliterating the congregated schools of fish. The crimson blood that spilled forth repeatedly attracted even more fish, creating an incessant cycle of life and death. Ling Feng persistently wielded his energy waves to obliterate the mutated fish swarm. When his energy reserves were nearly depleted, he would exchange time to enter the hyperbolic time chamber. Upon emerging, he would continue this relentless cycle. Amidst this frenzied extermination of monsters, Ling Feng's energy points surged like a rocket. Although each of his endeavors required an expenditure of 5,000 energy points, the rewards he garnered were more than sufficient to replenish this deficit, often exceeding it considerably. Ling Feng was uncertain about the exact number of mutated fish he had slain or how many times he had entered the mental time chamber. He simply acknowledged that, in the realm of reality, not even a day had passed, while the quantity of mutated fish behind the cruise ship had noticeably diminished, as though the nearby mutated fish had been nearly eradicated by his hand. His energy points hovered around 700,000. Ling Feng felt a sense of numbness enveloping him, as if his entire being had become somewhat rigid. For reasons unknown, an unusual discomfort gnawed at him. Could it be due to his incessant comings and goings from the mental time chamber? He could not ascertain. However, one thing he knew for certain was that he needed to take a break. Ling Feng gazed up at the sky and murmured to himself. This respite, however, was not to be found within the confines of the mental time chamber, but rather in the real world, where he could enjoy a peaceful and restorative slumber. Ling Feng felt as though he were ensnared in a dream so vivid that he could scarcely discern reality from illusion. His consciousness drifted in a haze, akin to a flickering flame swaying relentlessly in a tempest, uncertain of when it might dissipate into the ether. Yet, the fervent ember within his heart remained unextinguished, seemingly nourished by the raging winds, growing ever more fervent. It was as if, when this small flame had gained the strength to scorch the heavens, the world would shatter abruptly. Get up quickly if you're still alive. The familiar voice of a young girl echoed in his ears. Ling Feng, still dazed, opened his eyes to behold Bulma's irate expression. Beneath him was not the soft embrace of a bed, but the refreshing embrace of grass. Confusion enveloped him. Had he not been asleep in the cabin of a cruise ship? How had he arrived in the Dragon Ball world? Seeing Ling Feng's bewildered demeanor, Bulma's frustration boiled over. With a huff, she summoned a large sphere of water that splashed directly onto his face, jolting him into full awareness. Bulma. As he regained his senses, Ling Feng stood in astonishment, taking in his surroundings and feeling a surge of surprise. Was this truly the Dragon Ball world? How had it changed so drastically? His curiosity piqued. He marveled at the transformation. If the original Dragon Ball world had been but a mere patch of land, it had now expanded thousands of times over. Before him stretched vast, verdant plains adorned with countless blooming flowers, while towering mountains loomed in the distance, their peaks brushing against the azure sky dotted with fluffy white clouds. What do you think I've been doing all this time? Bulma replied with exasperation. Of course. I've been restoring the Dragon Ball world. I've only made a few repairs. Had I not sensed something was amiss with you, I wouldn't have come at all, you fool. Are you referring to the room of spirit and time? Ling Feng pondered for a moment, acknowledging his own state of being with clarity. Bulma nodded, her expression one of reproach. Did you not realize the consequences of prolonged residence in the barren expanse of the room of spirit and time? You nearly lost your very sense of self. I only exchange for 5 days at a time, he began, yet Bulma interrupted him, her annoyance palpable. This is even worse, she exclaimed, shaking her head. If you had merely stayed for an extended period, that would be one thing, but your incessant comings and goings are excessive. Your mental fortitude cannot withstand it. Even with the Crane School's meditation techniques to bolster you, it is merely a drop in the bucket. Ling Feng listened silently to Bulma's admonishments, a flicker of discontent igniting within him. If you have grievances, speak them. There is no need to keep them bottled up. Bulma's gaze seemed to penetrate his very soul. Unable to contain himself any longer, Ling Feng erupted in frustration. It is undoubtedly Bulma. You are in the wrong. Furious, Ling Feng pointed at Bulma and exclaimed, "Isn't this all due to the task you devised? What do you mean by eliminating more than half of the negative energy? And with a 1-year deadline, do you have any idea how daunting this challenge is? Damn it. If I don't give my all, I'll end up being finished by you." Miss Bulma. After such an outburst, Ling Feng felt a sense of relief. Is it really that difficult? Bulma asked, somewhat taken aback. Ling Feng was taken aback. And after a moment, he weakly placed his hand on his forehead and said, "By the way, Bulma, do you even realize the extent of my current abilities? I am nowhere near the level where I can obliterate the moon with a single energy wave. Could you please clarify whether this task is truly as daunting as it seems? When I assigned this mission, my sole intention was to expedite the resolution of matters in this realm. I had not contemplated it deeply. I merely believed that with a bit of effort on your part, it should be achievable, haha." Bulma seemed to recognize that she had perhaps been a bit too hasty, and awkwardly replied. Ultimately, it was Bulma who underestimated the magnitude and speed of the negative energy emanating from the Dark Dragon Balls, which resulted in Ling Feng experiencing immense pressure. If you were to utilize 10 times the gravity, would that be feasible? Bulma hesitated to suggest. Since the mission had been issued, she had no intention of rescinding it. Thus, the only course of action was for Ling Feng to rapidly enhance his strength through training under tenfold gravity, which was the most expedient method available. Where does this tenfold gravity come from? Ling Feng inquired with curiosity. Bulma smiled slightly and explained, the hyperbolic time chamber inherently possesses the capability to adjust gravity, with a maximum setting of 10 times. I had previously sealed this ability, but now I shall unlock it for you. Initially, Bulma had refrained from activating the gravity setting, as she wished for Ling Feng to establish a solid foundation before accelerating his strength. Ling Feng was immediately elated. Gravity training was indeed a powerful tool. Bulma, seemingly reluctant to have Ling Feng linger in the Dragon Ball world, quickly shared a few words before ushering him out. Ling Feng regained his senses and found himself back in the cabin of the cruise ship, shaking his head to clear his mind. He leaned against the bed and began to reflect on the duration of his stay within the Spirit Time House. Upon careful calculation, it seemed he had spent over 6 months there. Firstly, the Turtle School's body refinement technique had reached the final stage of bone tempering, while the Crane School's meditation method allowed him to maintain deep meditation with relative ease. During this extensive period, he had also made remarkable progress in martial arts techniques, experiencing a leap in his abilities. His mastery of the Ki Blast stood at an impressive 95%, the Turtle School Ki Blast at a perfect 100%, the Sky Dance technique at 95%, and the Deing Wave also at 95%. However, his proficiency in the Wolf Fang Fist and its explosive energy technique had seen minimal advancement. Strength encompasses many facets, and mastery of ultimate techniques is indispensable. Thus, Ling Feng resolved to elevate all his techniques to perfection, particularly his close combat skills with the Wolf Fang Fist, which remained his Achilles heel. In almost every challenge within the bloodline space, he had been bested by Sun Wukong's fists, with few instances where he had triumphed through the Ki Blast. The importance of hand-to-hand combat and direct confrontations could not be overstated. Nevertheless, having learned from past experiences, Ling Feng decided to take a day of rest, planning to re-enter the Spirit Time House the following day, allowing himself this rare reprieve. During his respite, he unexpectedly made a new discovery. Upon mastering the Turtle School Ki Blast perfectly, it seemed that new martial arts techniques had emerged, filling him with great excitement. Gravity training, Dragon Fist Eruption, hidden martial art, founder, Sun Wukong. Characteristic, concentrates all bodily strength into a single punch, transforming into a golden divine dragon, delivering a decisive blow with formidable penetration and destructive power. Drawback, the attack angle is too obvious, making it easy to evade. Redemption requirement, perfect mastery of the Turtle School Ki Blast, 300,000 energy points. Turtle School Ki Blast modification, hidden martial art, founder, Sun Wukong. Characteristic, an improvement upon the original Turtle School Ki Blast, enhancing power while reducing consumption. Drawback, no significant drawbacks. Redemption requirement, perfect mastery of the Turtle School Ki Blast, 150,000 energy points. Universal Earth-Shattering Palm, hidden martial art, founder, Master Rashi. Characteristic, transforms internal ki into a powerful electric current with paralyzing effects, allowing for sustained attacks. Drawback, slow attack speed and immense energy consumption. Redemption requirement. Perfect mastery of any turtle school martial art. 50,000 energy points. How exhilarating. Upon witnessing these concealed martial arts, particularly the explosive dragon fist, Ling Feng was immediately filled with exhilaration. He had never anticipated the existence of hidden martial arts within this framework. He mused whether achieving perfect mastery over other techniques might similarly unveil subsequent hidden martial arts, and the mere thought filled him with eager anticipation. For the time being, he decided against making an exchange, opting to defer the decision for a while. Ling Feng refrained from hastily making any exchanges, as he had yet to acquire the Scion bloodline. He recognized that his ultimate techniques would also be mastered by Sun Wukong, and from his analysis, it appeared that Sun Wukong had achieved near-perfect mastery of his own abilities. He was not inclined to act against his own interests, so he decided to focus on enhancing his current martial arts proficiency instead. The extent of one's mastery over martial techniques is not clearly quantified during training. His instructors would merely indicate to Ling Feng approximately how far he had progressed. It is rather ironic, he mused, that while he had perfected the Kamehameha technique, he had neglected the fundamental Kamehameha wave. Ling Feng found this somewhat amusing. With a sense of anticipation, the day swiftly passed. He currently possessed around 700,000 energy points. Recalling Bulma's previous advice, he hesitated for a moment before opting to exchange for 100 days, which cost him a hefty 100,000 energy points, leaving him feeling a pang of regret over the rapid expenditure. Within the hyperbolic time chamber, beside the pristine white stone steps of the house, stood a large dial marked with increments, each corresponding to gravity multipliers from 1 to 10, all of which were manually operated. 1 times equals 1, 5 times. 2 times equates to doubling. Ling Feng had never before experienced the augmentation of gravity. To err on the side of caution, he opted for the lowest setting of 1 times gravity, cautiously adjusting the dial. Almost instantaneously, an immense pressure descended upon him, nearly causing him to collapse to the ground, his waist struggling to maintain its uprightness. It was not merely the surface of his body that felt the weight. Even his internal organs were besieged by this force. A tightness gripped his chest, leaving him gasping for breath. To his astonishment, he found that even a mere 1 times gravity was so taxing. It was truly inconceivable to imagine the terror that 10 times gravity would unleash. Ling Feng spoke with great effort, and after moving slightly, beads of sweat appeared on his cheeks. Despite the considerable strain, he gritted his teeth and persevered, taking one step after another on the pristine white plaza. He knew he must first acclimate to the double gravity, otherwise, all his training would be in vain. Ling Feng could never have anticipated the arduous adjustment to gravity. Stripped to the waist, he performed push-ups in the square, his body flushed and drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, yet his gaze remained resolutely steadfast. After completing a grueling set of 500 push-ups, Ling Feng could no longer endure the strain and collapsed to the ground, wiping the sweat from his brow, a bitter smile playing on his lips. To move freely in a gravitational field of 1G, he had dedicated an entire week. He spent more than a month engaging in intense training, yet he still had not fully acclimated to the weight of 1G. There remained a considerable gap before he could tackle the challenge of 2GS. Out of curiosity, he once endeavored to experience double gravity, only to find himself on the verge of coughing up blood, expending tremendous effort to readjust the gravity scale back to 1G, leaving him feeling utterly dejected. Undoubtedly, this struggle was also significantly influenced by his current lack of Scion blood, which could have endowed him with a more resilient constitution. Nevertheless, the difficulty of adapting to gravity far exceeded his initial expectations, disrupting his rhythm considerably. Ling Feng took a brief respite before rising to prepare a morsel of mutated beast meat. He then immersed himself in the practice of the turtle sage's body refinement technique. Over the course of the past month, bolstered by gravity, his training in this discipline accelerated significantly. Despite the increasing difficulty as he progressed, he had successfully reached the 8th movement of the bone-tempering stage, with only the final movement remaining to complete the entire set of the turtle sage's body refinement technique. Upon completion, Ling Feng would be able to reinforce his physique once more, particularly the skeletal structure. Ever since he attained the bone-tempering stage, he had sensed a peculiar tingling deep within his bones during slumber, likely indicating a gradual enhancement of their strength. Crack, crack, crack. On this particular day, Ling Feng's practice flowed seamlessly. His movements were executed with remarkable fluidity, devoid of any awkwardness, reminiscent of water flowing effortlessly. Is it about to happen? Having experienced this twice before, Ling Feng recognized that his exceptional state today likely heralded a breakthrough. He promptly centered his mind and devoted himself wholly to the body refinement technique. As he naturally executed a series of physical movements, he soon arrived at the critical moment. With an intense surge of energy, he summoned all his strength and unleashed a resonant roar, resulting in a sharp cracking sound echoing within him. As if a barrier had been shattered. Within his body, he could even hear the rush of blood flowing rapidly, akin to a roaring river. Skin refinement, flesh forging, bone tempering. The three pivotal stages of the turtle sage's body refinement technique were all completed, with Ling Feng accomplishing the final, highly complex movement. A cataclysmic transformation erupted within him. His vital energy surged violently, muscles writhed in rapid motion, and prominent veins emerged as his heart thumped with terrifying speed, infusing the essence of his blood into his bones. Every inch of his skeletal structure was meticulously attended to, even the cranial bones were not exempt. His entire being felt as though it had been struck by a tsunami and an earthquake simultaneously. Not only were the bones affected, but even the flesh that had previously been strengthened underwent further enhancement. His corporeal form became akin to a frenzied machine, operating at an astonishing pace. Unleashing his most formidable power. Boom! Ling Feng felt a surge of vitality rising within him, rushing into his mind, accompanied by a resounding roar, as if thunder had struck, illuminating his previously clouded thoughts. After a considerable time, Ling Feng let out a long breath of stagnant air, a spark of brilliance flashing in his eyes. And the joy on his face was utterly uncontainable. He had never anticipated that completing an entire set of body-refining techniques would yield such remarkable effects. The path of martial arts is indeed astonishing. Ling Feng gazed at his hands, murmuring to himself, a smile gracing his lips. I truly must express my gratitude to the turtle sage. Within the confines of the spirit time house, under the pressure of double gravity, Ling Feng's figure leaped and bounded, executing various movements with ease, resembling a monkey, brimming with agility, his face alight with unrestrained excitement. What an exhilarating experience! Haha! Ling Feng leaped into the air, joy radiating from his face as he shouted exuberantly. After mastering the turtle sage's body forging technique, his physique underwent a remarkable transformation that he had never imagined possible. The agility and lightness he now possessed were astounding, coupled with an unparalleled explosive power. In every aspect, he surpassed his former self, enveloped in an indescribable sense of exhilaration. It felt akin to a fundamental evolution. With swift punches and rapid kicks, he experienced an unprecedented fluidity in his movements. His speed reached such an extraordinary pinnacle that he could even create afterimages with his strikes. Each gesture flowed seamlessly, like water in a stream, executed in one continuous motion, devoid of any sense of discord. The sensation of harnessing every ounce of strength was utterly captivating for Ling Feng. Ling Feng clenched his fists tightly, and with a resounding roar, a series of sharp white auras radiated from his body. Raising his palm, he beheld the currents swirling around his arm, resembling blades. A hint of enjoyment graced Ling Feng's face. In the past, unleashing such energy had always felt uncontrollable, requiring immense effort to manage the turbulent flow. Now, however, he experienced a sense of mastery. Withdrawing the aura, Ling Feng stroked his chin and remarked, "The current gravitational force of 1 times is nearly ineffective. Therefore, the next step will be to increase it to 2 times. But before that, it is prudent to enhance my control over this ultimate technique." Ling Feng contemplated for a moment and ultimately opted for the most rudimentary technique, the energy wave, believing it would yield quicker results. He reclined on the bed in his room and activated the energy wave, entering the virtual realm. In a fleeting moment of disorientation, he found himself in a rocky expanse strewn with enormous boulders. To his dismay, it was none other than Piccolo he encountered this time, a stroke of ill fortune indeed. Observing the green figure before him, Ling Feng could not help but voice his disdain, perhaps due to the fundamental nature of the energy wave, a technique nearly everyone mastered. The martial arts instructors seemed to change with each encounter. Initially, he had trained under Gohan, followed by Yajirobe, and subsequently Goku, Vegeta, Master Roshi, Tien, and now Piccolo, a veritable array of mentors. Among them, Piccolo possessed the most irritable temperament, proving to be even more difficult to engage with than Vegeta. Or perhaps it was simply that his teaching methods were rather unconventional. As Ling Feng silently critiqued, he evidently overlooked the remarkable acuity of Piccolo's hearing. With a chilling smirk, Piccolo extended his hand, unleashing a small yet potent ki blast that struck Ling Feng squarely in the face, sending him crashing to the ground, his visage throbbing with pain. I apologize, but my hearing has always been exceptional, particularly when it concerns unflattering remarks about me, Piccolo stated in a cold tone. Ling Feng could only resign himself to misfortune. He dusted off his face and stood up, declaring, "Let us begin. I wish to swiftly master the Kamehameha to perfection." Piccolo scoffed, remarking that the Kamehameha is the most rudimentary technique. It can prove to be of immense significance in battle, for its execution speed is unparalleled. Ling Feng nodded, fully aware of the implications, and thus held no contempt for this technique. Observing closely, the young warrior Piccolo commenced his instruction, which primarily consisted of intermittently bombarding Ling Feng with energy waves. In Piccolo's own words, this method was essential for a more direct comprehension of the formidable nature of the ultimate technique. To clarify, Piccolo was indeed a sadistic individual, relishing in the torment of others, and poor Ling Feng inevitably assumed the role of the masochist. Under Piccolo's rigorous training regimen, Ling Feng invested an entire week to perfect his energy wave technique. Upon exiting the virtual space, a profound sigh of relief escaped him. As his consciousness returned to his physical form within the hyperbolic time chamber, Ling Feng closed his eyes to rest for a moment. After consuming a light meal, he eagerly accessed the options for the energy wave technique. Indeed, he discovered several subsequent martial arts choices emerging alongside the energy wave. Explosive energy wave. Hidden martial art. Characteristics. The energy sphere is slightly larger, boasting immense power. Drawbacks. Significant energy expenditure, with a somewhat slower execution speed. Redemption requirement. Perfect mastery of the energy wave, 2,500 energy points. Controllable energy wave. Hidden martial art. Characteristics. Faster execution speed. Capable of remote control within a certain range. Tracking targets. Drawbacks. Slightly reduced power. Redemption requirement. Perfect mastery of the energy wave, 2,500 energy points. Ling Feng was pleasantly surprised by the variety of energy wave techniques available. It seems there are quite a few variations of the energy wave, he remarked, contemplating the subsequent martial arts options. The combined energy point cost for both techniques amounted to merely 5,000 points, a trivial sum for Ling Feng at this stage. However, considering that he would be competing against Sun Wukong, who possessed the same techniques, Ling Feng hesitated and ultimately decided to postpone the redemption for a later time. With a reinvigorated spirit, Ling Feng slapped his face and proclaimed with determination, "Let us forge ahead." Subsequently, he diligently cultivated the sky dance technique, the whole punch wave, and the wolf fang fist to a state of perfect mastery. Energy cannon. Hidden martial art. Founder, Master Ashi. Representative, Tian Xinhan. Characteristics. Exceptional destructive capability. Drawbacks. Enormous energy consumption. Requires an extremely high level of control from the user. Excessive use may lead to vitality loss. Exercise caution. Redemption requirement. Perfect mastery of the sky dance technique and whole punch wave. 15,000 energy points. New Wolf Fang Fist. Hidden martial art. Founder, Yich. Characteristics. An enhanced version of the Wolf Fang Fist. Drawbacks. Reduced power. Difficult to inflict effective damage. The lower body remains significantly exposed. The demand for exchange is palpable. The mastery of the Wolf Fang Fist requires a substantial investment of 900 energy points. In his pursuit of perfecting these martial arts, Ling Feng invested over 2 weeks. Yet, he refrained from exchanging for any of them, particularly the key cannon. He could scarcely fathom the consequences should he acquire it. Especially if Sun Wukong were to master it as well, it would be tantamount to his own demise. Before obtaining the Scion bloodline, he resolutely vowed to refrain from exchanging for any formidable techniques. Excellent. There remains only the key burst to achieve. A little more effort, and he shall prevail. Ling Feng encouraged himself, contemplating that once he perfected this technique, he would stand on equal footing with Sun Wukong in mastery of ultimate skills. Another week passed, and Ling Feng finally mastered the technique of Qi Gang explosion flawlessly. Upon witnessing the subsequent martial arts that emerged from this, he was taken aback. His gaze ignited with fervor yet tinged with hesitation. Chapter 135, The Colossal Octopus. As Ling Feng beheld the advanced martial arts that materialized after achieving perfect control over Qi Gang explosion, his eyes were almost transfixed. King of the World Fist. Hidden martial art. Founder, North King. Representative, Sun Wukong. Characteristics. Unleashes a unique energy force, enhancing various personal abilities from a minimum of 1 times to a maximum of 20 times. The power is immensely formidable. Its execution demands robust physical constitution and unwavering mental will. Drawbacks. It places an enormous burden on the body. The higher the enhancement, the greater the physical strain. Exceeding the limit of endurance will lead to automatic bodily collapse, resulting in severe aftereffects. Use with caution. Exchange requirement. Perfect mastery of Qi Gang explosion. 5 million energy points. Energy bomb. Hidden martial art. Founder. North King. Representative. Sun Wukong. Characteristics. Gathers the life energy surrounding it to form an energy sphere for attack. With power contingent on the amount of gathered energy, theoretically limitless. An absolute nemesis to malevolent energies. Drawbacks. The time required for energy accumulation is excessively long, and it cannot inflict harm on those devoid of evil intent. Exchange requirement. Perfect mastery of Qi Gang explosion. 10 million energy points. The disparity in energy points was staggering. Ling Feng gazed enviously at the two ultimate techniques, expressing a sense of regret, coupled with a hint of confusion. Setting aside the King Kai fist, he found it astonishing that the Spirit Bomb, a technique riddled with shortcomings, demanded a staggering 1,000 energy points. This revelation exceeded his expectations, eclipsing all previous techniques. Ling Feng was also puzzled, unsure if he could master it. The animation suggested that one must possess a pure heart devoid of malevolence to learn it. Yet it was not explicitly stated that having an evil heart would preclude mastery. He decided it would be best to consult Bulma for clarity later, as he currently lacked sufficient energy points for exchange. After initially believing his energy points to be ample, he realized, upon witnessing these two techniques, that they were woefully inadequate. Once he elevated all his martial arts to a state of perfect mastery, Ling Feng distinctly felt a significant enhancement in his overall prowess. The transitions between techniques flowed seamlessly, devoid of any awkwardness. With the spirits soaring, Ling Feng promptly opted to challenge the bloodline space. As anticipated, he engaged in an intense battle with Sun Wukong, even managing to maintain a leading position at the outset due to his fervent momentum. Alas, as time elapsed, Sun Wukong's formidable combat experience and unwavering tenacity ultimately led to Ling Feng's defeat once more. Upon returning to the hyperbolic time chamber, Ling Feng breathed heavily, wiping the sweat from his brow, a vibrant smile illuminating his face. Although he had faced another loss, this battle had undeniably marked his longest perseverance yet. The Scion bloodline was drawing ever closer. The exhilarating sensation of witnessing daily progress was truly magnificent. Ling Feng smiled broadly, truly reveling in his current life, which was brimming with passion and exhilaration. There was nothing more splendid than this. After enjoying a refreshing bath, he retired to bed. Since being chastised by Bulma, he had ceased his reckless training, understanding the necessity of balancing work and rest. After nearly 10 hours of slumber, he awoke with a yawn, completed his morning routine, and savored a hearty meal before commencing his gravity training. Approaching the dial at the edge of the stone steps, Ling Feng adjusted the scale to double gravity. Instantly, a heavy pressure enveloped him, causing the air around him to feel considerably denser. In comparison to the modest increase of 1.5 times, this was a true doubling. The strain on Ling Feng intensified, yet he had successfully mastered the Turtle School's body hardening technique, significantly enhancing his physical prowess. Although it was somewhat taxing, he was still able to persevere. After spending some time acclimating to the environment under double gravity, Ling Feng embarked on a slow and monotonous training regimen. Time flew by, and before he knew it, 100 days had elapsed within the hyperbolic time chamber. After this extensive period of gravity training, Ling Feng could now adapt to 5 times the normal gravity. Do not underestimate this achievement. As gravity increases, the difficulty escalates exponentially. To adjust to 5 times the gravity in just 100 days was indeed commendable. Likewise, Ling Feng's strength had surged tremendously. He could hardly fathom the magnitude of his full-powered Kamehameha wave. Returning aboard the cruise ship, Ling Feng gazed upon the familiar yet foreign cabin, momentarily lost in thought. Shaking his head, it took a while for this feeling to dissipate. He stepped outside to enjoy the sea breeze, seeking comfort. Having spent a full 100 days in the hyperbolic time chamber, it was now the afternoon in the outside world. The beautiful sunset sank into the ocean, casting a radiant glow upon the vast sea, its shimmering waves enticing him into a tranquil reverie. From tomorrow onward, my goal shall be to conquer you, O mighty ocean. Ling Feng cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted towards the beautiful ocean, his face radiating determination and confidence. On a bright morning, before rising from his slumber, Ling Feng suddenly felt a violent tremor. The vessel creaked ominously, as if it were being subjected to immense gravitational pressure, while the walls began to fracture, cracks spreading relentlessly. What was happening? Ling Feng was astonished, swiftly donned his trousers, and leaped out of bed, hastening to fling open the door and dash outside. Upon exiting the cabin, he found the outside world swaying even more violently, with the passageway inundated with water. Ling Feng sprinted to the deck, where he finally beheld the instigator of the chaos, a colossal octopus. This behemoth, reminiscent of a multi-story building, boasted tentacles nearly 20 meters in length, wrapping around the cruise ship as if it were mere sustenance. Its terrifying maw, filled with menacing teeth, gaped wide, intent on tearing the vessel into shreds. Good heavens! It truly is enormous, akin to something from a science fiction film. Ling Feng exclaimed, marveling at the creature before him. It was almost as if he had stumbled upon one of the monstrous cephalopods from those American blockbusters. Encountering such a creature so early in the day felt like an extraordinary stroke of luck. Well then, it appears today's breakfast will be you. He laughed heartily, filled with confidence despite the octopus's exaggerated size. Upon noticing Ling Feng's presence, the gigantic octopus immediately fixed its gaze upon him, sending two of its fearsome tentacles spiraling towards him with alarming speed. Ling Feng leapt gracefully, deftly evading two advancing tentacles. With swift precision, he seized hold of one of the tentacles, securing it tightly with his arm and waist, while elevating his other arm high. His hand, shimmering with a sharp and formidable energy, came crashing down. Blood splattered as one of the colossal octopus's tentacles was severed cleanly by Ling Feng's powerful strike. Chapter 136, The Dissipation of Negative Energy? With a single strike, Ling Feng severed one of the giant octopus's tentacles, causing a torrent of crimson fluid to erupt, splattering him from head to toe. Yet, he paid it no mind, knowing he could simply wash it off in the sea shortly. The immense creature writhed in agony from the loss of its limb, stirring the surrounding waters into a tumultuous froth. Its lantern-like eyes fixed on Ling Feng, revealing a glimmer of confusion. How could such a diminutive being inflict harm upon it? This bewilderment only fueled its rage. A mere decorative pillow, all show and no substance. Ling Feng remarked casually, discarding the severed tentacle onto the deck. The colossal octopus thrashed its remaining appendages, its fearsome maw quivering as it expelled a jet of inky liquid. Ling Feng leaped into the air with a graceful flourish, employing the technique of sky dance to evade the impending danger. Below, he beheld the deck marred by a large pit, corroded by the noxious ink. Truly repugnant. It would be best to eliminate you swiftly to prevent any further chaos. Recognizing the peril posed by the colossal octopus's ink, Ling Feng resolved to conclude this matter expeditiously. Otherwise, the entire cruise ship would succumb to corrosion. Turtle School Kamehameha Wave. Ling Feng unleashed powerful blue and white shockwaves from both hands, striking the enormous octopus swaying amidst the ocean with astonishing speed. The energy of the Kamehameha Wave, infused with a tempestuous surge of superheated air, obliterated the colossal creature in an instant, leaving its remains charred and blackened. The tantalizing aroma of grilled octopus wafted through the air. Ling Feng, displaying no restraint, casually grasped a tentacle flying towards him and opened his mouth wide. Taking a hefty bite. The flavor is rather passable, just barely acceptable, he mumbled as he devoured it with gusto. After consuming a portion of the tentacle, he scoured the deck of the cruise ship and discovered several charred segments of body. He collected a few that were of superior quality, discarding the rest, as he had become quite discerning in his tastes. Plopping down on the deck, he nibbled on the octopus tentacle while checking his energy points, which totaled an impressive 660,000, not counting the minor fractions. Ling Feng was somewhat taken aback as he glanced at the octopus tentacle in his hand, realizing that this creature was surprisingly valuable, worth at least 50,000 to 60,000 energy points. No, it should be said that it wasn't the opponent who was too weak. Rather, I have truly become stronger. Ling Feng swallowed the octopus in one gulp and, after a moment of silence, could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Following a satisfying breakfast, he commenced his training in the turtle sage's physical enhancement technique on the deck, utilizing it to aid digestion. Although he had completed all 3 phases, the practice remained beneficial. Engaging in exercises daily was advantageous for his health. Once he had digested the essence of the mutated octopus, Ling Feng embarked on a hunting expedition. Noticing that the nearby waters had been largely cleared of mutated creatures, he realized that lingering in the vicinity held little purpose. Consequently, he set the cruise ship to its maximum speed, determinedly steering in a chosen direction. Around noon, feeling that sufficient time had passed, Ling Feng finally brought the cruise ship to a halt. Ling Feng shed his garments, donning only a pair of shorts as he engaged in warm-up exercises upon the deck, preparing himself for the plunge into the sea. After a brief session of simple stretches, he leaped directly into the crystalline waters. Following a vigorous swim, Mutated fish soon sought him out, and with deft precision, he dispatched them with his hands as if wielding a blade. Squeezing the lifeblood from the bodies of the mutated fish, his hands soon became stained with crimson, and the overwhelming scent of blood swiftly attracted more of these aberrant creatures. Encircling Ling Feng, Wolf Fang Wind Fist. Ling Feng's hands flickered in rapid succession, and with a single glance, he swiftly eliminated the encircling mutated fish. Ling Feng continuously attracted the arrival of mutated marine creatures. After an indeterminate amount of time, he gazed across the vast expanse of the sea, now entirely suffused with a vivid crimson hue. The surface of the water was teeming with marine life of various sizes, from those no larger than a palm to others stretching hundreds of meters long, such as mutated whales. At that moment, Ling Feng sat atop the carcass of a deceased mutated whale, surveying the blood-soaked waters below, where waves of marine creatures surged forth relentlessly. He was waiting, anticipating the moment when all the nearby mutated beings would converge, ready to eliminate them in one fell swoop. While relishing the gruesome spectacle of mutated marine creatures engaged in mutual destruction, Ling Feng seized a moment to check his energy points within the system, and he could not help but exclaim in astonishment. In just a few hours, his energy points had skyrocketed to 1 million, an astonishing ascent akin to riding a rocket. However, glancing at the numerous corpses of mutated marine creatures surrounding him, the reason for such a rapid accumulation became clear. Piles of mutated sharks, dolphins, giant turtles, octopuses, and whales had amassed in great numbers, supplemented by smaller fish and shrimp, leading to an exponential increase in energy points. Yet, Ling Feng felt no fatigue. Indeed, he still possessed a reserve of energy. Perhaps I shall take a nap, he mused, reclining atop the carcass of the mutated whale and drifting into a deep slumber. As the evening sun cast its golden rays upon the blood-stained sea, it illuminated a macabre tableau of floating corpses, the air thick with the nauseating stench of blood, enough to make an ordinary person dizzy at just a whiff. Even in his slumber, Ling Feng was disturbed by the overwhelming aroma, stirring restlessly before finally rising, yawning lazily, and surveying his surroundings. He smacked his lips and scratched his face, muttering, "It seems I might have inadvertently gone too far." Wherever his gaze fell, the scene was dominated by blood and remains, accompanied by the incessant circling and cacophony of mutated birds in the sky. Most striking of all was his cruise ship, nearly entirely occupied by those wretched mutated birds. Ling Feng could easily envision the unpleasant accumulation of bird droppings aboard the vessel. The game had reached its conclusion. Observing the situation, Ling Feng realized it was about time to cease further actions. If he could not conclude gracefully, he would surely become a subject of ridicule. With a swift motion, he unleashed a Kamehameha wave, which detonated in the sky, obliterating a flock of mutated birds. Bathed in a rain of crimson, Ling Feng ascended into the heavens, his gaze surveying the dense congregation of mutated marine creatures below, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. With his hands clasped together at his waist, forming a lotus position, he proclaimed, "Came. Haim. Ha." His voice resonated with power as a terrifying blue and white light coalesced in his palms, forming a brilliant energy sphere that cast the nearby sky and ocean in hues of azure and alabaster. Wave. As the final syllable escaped his lips, Ling Feng thrust his hands forward with great force. A formidable beam of light surged forth, colliding directly into the most densely populated area of mutated marine life. An overwhelming torrent of energy erupted instantaneously, expanding at a remarkable velocity, evaporating everything within its reach, including the scarlet seawater, which vanished amidst the cataclysmic blue-white radiance. After the strike, the brilliance lingered for a brief moment before gradually dissipating. Ling Feng took a moment to catch his breath, a flicker of satisfaction gleaming in his eyes as he beheld the results below. With that single attack, at least a third of the mutated marine creatures had been annihilated. Aha! What a thrill! Relishing the exhilarating sense of conquest that power bestowed upon him, Ling Feng laughed exuberantly. Though he had utilized the Kamehameha wave, he still possessed ample strength to continue. Thus, dear mutated beings, you shall serve as the stepping stones upon which I, Ling Feng, ascend to the pinnacle of the world. Ling Feng gazed down at the tumultuous mutated marine creatures below and remarked softly. After adjusting his angle, Ling Feng continued to unleash shockwaves, each impact akin to an eraser sweeping across a blackboard, effectively obliterating swathes of mutated marine creatures. Following several consecutive strikes, as Ling Feng himself began to pant, the vicinity bore witness to the near-total eradication of surviving mutated sea life, leaving only countless fragments of corpses in their wake. The imagery of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood could not be more fitting. Even the once arrogant mutated birds that had occupied the cruise ship had retreated far into the distance, instinctively avoiding the wrath of Ling Feng, the harbinger of death. Ling Feng exhaled a deep breath, his expression serene as he returned to the cruise ship, accelerating it forward before retreating to the cabin for respite. After sipping some water, he vigorously patted his face, striving to awaken his senses, engaging in deep breaths to quell the tumultuous emotions within, shaking his head in resignation. Such immense power inevitably brings about a profound transformation in one's spirit, and Ling Feng was no exception. He felt exhilarated, even yearning for an endless spree of destruction. After a prolonged exhalation, Ling Feng's gaze became clearer. He settled himself on the cabin floor, adopting a meditative posture, closing his eyes to cultivate tranquility, dispelling extraneous thoughts, and practicing the crane immortal flow meditation technique to harmonize his body and mind. Golden ripples emanated from his being, and as he sat cross-legged, gravity seemed to lose its grip on him, allowing him to float effortlessly in the air, his expression serene and devoid of any disturbance. In the dimly lit cabin, Ling Feng suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance illuminating the room, causing the atmosphere to ripple with energy. After exhaling a lengthy breath, his feet naturally touched the ground as he stretched his somewhat stiff limbs, producing a series of cracking sounds. The crane immortal flow meditation technique, while easily learned, proved challenging to master. Fortunately, this session had significantly deepened his understanding of the technique, a rare accomplishment. Having dispelled the restless thoughts in his mind, Ling Feng seized this opportunity to elevate his spiritual prowess once more, gaining a deeper comprehension of the meditation's effects. The crane immortal flow meditation not only enhances mental strength but also fortifies one's mind against external disturbances, preserving one's true essence. Since Ling Feng began his practice, though not as overtly impactful as the turtle immortal body refinement technique, its subtle effects were undeniably significant. The turtle and crane schools, embodying motion and stillness, coexist in remarkable harmony, representing two extraordinary martial arts traditions. Ling Feng couldn't help but exclaim, the deeper he delved into his studies, the more he comprehended the prowess of the two martial arts masters. He resolved that he must engage in a thorough exploration of their teachings in the near future. The treasures of gold and silver lay before him, and he could not afford to miss this opportunity. After calming the tumult within his mind, Ling Feng peacefully examined the Dragon Ball system, discovering that his current energy points amounted to a staggering 1,983,236, nearly 2 million energy points. Even the composed Ling Feng felt his heart race at the sight of such an astonishing figure. It was truly formidable. Although he felt slightly fatigued, the results were commendable. Each time he traversed a segment of the sea, if he were to replicate this effort twice, he could hope to eliminate half of the negative energy within the stipulated time. Ling Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. With the prospect of completing his task, the burden that had weighed heavily on his heart was considerably lightened. Observing the waning daylight outside, he decided it was not suitable to continue hunting and promptly retired to bed. Lying in his chamber, he checked the subsystem and noted the energy points of Seiko and the others, realizing that they had all been diligently working, showing significant growth since his last assessment. Particularly Seiko, whose energy points had surpassed 100,000. It seemed they had endured numerous battles during these days, a testament to their resilience. With thoughts of Seiko and the others lingering in his mind, Ling Feng gradually drifted into slumber. Upon awakening the following morning, Ling Feng embarked on a path of bloody slaughter, fervently eradicating negative energy. Initially, his efforts were met with great success, leveraging his surging strength. A single Kamehameha wave propelled him forward as if he were riding a rocket. However, just 2 days later, he encountered a rather peculiar phenomenon. The negative energy contained within the mutated creatures appeared to be rapidly diminishing. Regardless of their size, all mutated fish and even mutated seagulls seemed to lose value daily. A fish that once granted 2 energy points today might yield less than 1 the next day. In the midst of his confusion, Bulma unexpectedly drew him into the Dragon Ball world to elucidate the matter. You were fortunate, Bulma explained gently. The creatures and plants on this planet undergo demonic transformations primarily due to the negative energy emitted by the Dark Dragon Balls. Since you have removed the source, these mutated beings, devoid of the negative energy's influence, will gradually dissipate in their internal negativity. Even if you do nothing, under the current circumstances, in about 2 or 3 years, all mutated creatures will face extinction due to the absence of negative energy to sustain them. 2 to 3 years? Ling Feng nearly choked on his own frustration. Why not just a few months? It seemed he would have to continue working, albeit with his pay significantly reduced. What a predicament! Ling Feng, in a state of deep frustration, pounded his chest in despair, wearing a visage of regret. Had he foreseen the situation, he would have recklessly gathered energy points days prior, seizing the opportunity at the last moment for a substantial gain. Now, it seemed he was fated only to toil like a laborer. You should count yourself fortunate, were it not for your sheer luck in swiftly reclaiming the Dark Dragon Balls. Those zombies and mutated creatures would periodically undergo a cleansing of negative energy, enhancing their power to a formidable level. That would truly be hellish. As it stands, you've merely lost a few energy points, so spare me your lamentations, you foolish buffoon. Bulma chided, casting a disapproving glance at Ling Feng. That does hold some merit. Ling Feng reflected, acknowledging Bulma's reasoning, which lightened his spirits somewhat. Those zombies had previously undergone a collective enhancement. Had he not promptly retrieved the Dark Dragon Balls, allowing the zombies to continuously grow stronger, the situation would have been far more dire than simply accumulating energy points. At least now, he and Siko were considerably safer. There are indeed pros and cons to everything. It's best to maintain a positive outlook, Bulma reassured him, feeling that the current circumstances were not so bleak after all. As they no longer had to worry about his arrogance stemming from a rapid increase in energy points, Ling Feng nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging that this experience would serve as a significant reference for his future journeys into other realms. Upon returning from the Dragon Ball world to the reality he knew, he stood on the deck, the salty sea breeze brushing against him, and he let out a deep sigh as he casually accessed the system to check his energy points. 735, 121 energy points. Just then, a mutated seagull glided across the surface of the sea. Ling Feng, seizing the opportunity, unleashed a ki blast that struck its target with precision, leaving the unfortunate bird utterly disintegrated. 735, 121 energy points. Damn it, Ling Feng couldn't help but curse. There was no change whatsoever. Subsequently, he targeted several more mutated birds in succession, yet the accursed energy points barely climbed, inching up to a meager 735, 122 points. What a travesty! A thunderous roar echoed across the universe, startling the entire marine expanse. Although he had mentally prepared himself, the stark contrast was still disconcerting. Nevertheless, despite his frustration, the tasks at hand awaited his attention. After regaining his composure, Ling Feng embarked on the arduous journey of a cleaner, diligently purging the detestable negative energy. A solitary man traversing the vast ocean. After a grueling week of toil as a beleaguered cleaner at sea, Ling Feng finally spotted a landmass on the horizon, igniting a surge of excitement within him. Initially, the thrill of sailing across the ocean felt exhilarating and novel, but soon the novelty wore off. Especially since he had no clear sense of direction, merely aimlessly wandering the waters with the constant worry of never finding land. In the ocean, the energy points from marine creatures significantly dwindled, and despite his diligent efforts, he found himself far from the 5 million mark. Thus, he was eager to reach the mainland in search of new prey. As the cruise ship glided toward the faintly visible land, just as Ling Feng's anticipation reached its zenith, several small dark shapes rapidly approached from the direction of the continent. Peering intently, he realized they were military vessels adorned with the flag of South Korea. Ah, it seems I have unwittingly ventured into South Korean waters, Ling Feng mused to himself. However, since these were military ships, he needed to assess their intentions. He would not be naive enough to think they would overlook his presence. Ling Feng returned to the control room, eager to assess any changes that might require his prompt response. However, he did not harbor high hopes, for he was acutely aware that his vessel was merely a luxurious cruise liner, while the opposing force comprised formidable warships. It was likely that his ship would succumb to their cannon fire in no time. In a matter of moments, the three warships had advanced to within 100 meters of the cruise liner, their imposing figures becoming distinctly visible. A stern voice echoed across the water, commanding, "The vessel ahead must halt for inspection. Failure to comply will result in bombardment." Upon hearing the words, Ling Feng pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to halt the forward motion of the luxury cruise liner, if it were possible to avoid resorting to violence. He personally preferred not to take lives indiscriminately. As the opulent vessel came to a standstill, several teams of soldiers swiftly disembarked from the warship across the way, racing towards them in speedboats. Upon reaching the underside of the cruise ship, a few soldiers utilized grappling hooks to ascend. They gazed upon the severely damaged and chaotic deck, their eyes widening in astonishment, unaware of the ship's origins or how many survivors remained aboard. This must be the waters of South Korea, Ling Feng thought as he straightforwardly exited the control room and stepped onto the deck. Addressing the group of soldiers with a calm demeanor, he discreetly heightened his vigilance. "Raise your hands," commanded one soldier, who immediately aimed his assault rifle at Ling Feng. Ling Feng shrugged, raising his hands, contemplating his next course of action. Engaging with these individuals would undoubtedly lead to complications. "Throw down your weapon," commanded one of the soldiers, his voice ringing out loudly. The katana strapped to Ling Feng's back was conspicuously apparent, and the revolver resting at his waist left little to the imagination. Ling Feng felt a pang of dissatisfaction. However, adhering to his intention to avoid conflict, he complied with the demands of the other party, relinquishing both his katana and pistol. After all, at this juncture, these items were largely superfluous and would not significantly affect his combat capabilities. Several soldiers observed Ling Feng while the others hastily entered the cruise ship, presumably to ascertain if any threats lingered within. The soldiers moved with remarkable speed, and within mere minutes, they returned to the deck, shaking their heads in unison, indicating that not a single survivor remained inside. One soldier scrutinized Ling Feng for a moment before producing a walkie-talkie, succinctly reporting the situation. With a decisive wave of his hand, he commanded, "Take him away." Several soldiers approached, intending to restrain Ling Feng's hands and escort him to the warship. However, this was where Ling Feng drew the line. "If this is your attitude, then I must refuse," he declared, deftly sidestepping the soldiers' attempts to control him, his gaze icy. His politeness did not imply a placid demeanor. He was merely reluctant to take lives indiscriminately, though his restraint had its limits. "Be reasonable. Individuals of your ambiguous identity must undergo stringent checks and controls. Only upon confirming you are uninfected will we consider how to properly accommodate you," one soldier retorted, his words leaving Ling Feng somewhat perplexed. Ling Feng looked at the soldier with a hint of amusement, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Do you truly believe that if I had been infected, I would still be standing here before you in this vibrant state?" A few soldiers exchanged glances, as if coming to a mutual understanding. "Oh, I see. You must have spent some time at sea. The current circumstances differ greatly from before. Anyone who has been bitten or scratched by a zombie or a mutated creature does not immediately succumb to infection. There exists a certain incubation period. Thus, every individual crossing the border must undergo rigorous scrutiny. I hope you can cooperate," the soldier explained, a rare moment of elucidation from him. Ling Feng pondered quietly, suspecting that the significant reduction of negative energy was likely the reason behind the slower pace of the eruption. "Nonetheless," he stated, "I am willing to undergo an examination, but I demand humane treatment. I shall walk on my own accord and will not accept restraint, for I cannot fully trust that you harbor no malice." "Where do you get all this nonsense, you little rascal? If we wanted you dead, we would have executed you with a single bullet by now. Hurry up." A rugged-looking soldier shouted impatiently, threateningly aiming his machine gun at Ling Feng's head. Upon witnessing this, Ling Feng's expression immediately turned cold. Kindness can often lead to exploitation, and a gentle horse may be ridden upon. The fact that the adversary was aiming a gun at his head had unequivocally crossed his threshold of tolerance. Ling Feng let out a cold snort, and in an instant, leaped forward with lightning speed, delivering a swift knife hand strike that struck his opponent's arm, causing their weapon to fall onto the deck. "What?" Several soldiers gasped in astonishment and immediately surrounded him, intending to subdue Ling Feng. Ling Feng, undeterred, unleashed a powerful punch, sending a soldier hurtling off the deck and plunging into the sea with a resounding splash. The remaining soldiers fell victim to his relentless assault, rendered utterly defenseless. Although these individuals had undergone specialized training, the disparity in skill against Ling Feng was glaringly apparent. The opposing warship promptly detected the commotion, and its mounted artillery was swiftly aimed in their direction. At that moment, Ling Feng disregarded the shocking nature of his actions and ascended into the air with the use of his aerial technique, deftly evading a barrage of metallic bullets. Those large-caliber projectiles struck the cruise ship, leaving it in a state of utter devastation after just a single exchange. Witnessing the enemy's audacity in launching an assault from a warship, Ling Feng was filled with profound indignation, contemplating whether he should simply eliminate those insufferable foes. However, the crew aboard the warship was even more terrified. Upon seeing a living person soaring through the sky, they immediately mistook him for some new breed of mutated zombie. Following a flurry of commands, the artillery from 3 warships rained down upon Ling Feng in the air, disregarding even the soldiers stationed near the cruise ship. Ling Feng could not contain his anger, and he immediately summoned the currents of energy within him, unleashing a fierce wave of white energy that absorbed the onslaught of cannon fire. Boom, boom, boom. The warship unleashed its full artillery against a mere human. A notion that seemed almost ludicrous. Yet, this somewhat absurd scene unfolded in reality, highlighting the heightened vigilance of the surviving humans, whose instinctive response to the unknown was one of imminent threat. These scoundrels, although protected by the energy barrier and endowed with physical attributes that transcended human limitations, Ling Feng still felt the discomfort and disorientation from the immense force of the bombardment. His chest grew heavy, his complexion slightly unnatural, and the flames of rage ignited within him. Despite the ferocity of the warship's barrage, the cannon fire ceased after a few shots, likely to conserve ammunition, as any creature caught in such a deluge would surely meet its demise. However, as the smoke cleared from the sky, the sight that met the eyes of the Korean Navy was that of Ling Feng, remarkably unscathed, with only a tattered garment suggesting the chaos he had endured. His gaze icy and brimming with lethal intent. How could this be possible? Witnessing this scene, the Korean soldiers erupted into a frenzy of panic, as the reality before them exceeded their wildest imaginations. Seeing his cruise ship reduced to rubble by the cannon fire, Ling Feng's fury flared explosively. He thrust his palms forward, releasing a cerulean white shockwave. The Kamehameha struck a massive warship, erupting in an instantaneous explosion, engulfing the vessel in searing flames and thick smoke. Within moments, amidst the screams of the Korean sailors, a high-tech warship sank beneath the waves. The remaining two warships immediately unleashed a barrage of cannon fire upon Ling Feng, their artillery raining down like a tempest. However, the prepared Ling Feng would not allow himself to be an easy target. He deftly evaded the fire, soaring through the air at high speed while continuously unleashing energy waves. Thus commenced an intense battle at sea, with explosions resonating ceaselessly, the waters churning violently, and alarm sirens blaring, likely calling for reinforcements, as Ling Feng's firepower was simply overwhelming. Although the naval warship's firepower was formidable, Ling Feng proved to be equally formidable in his own right. With an abundance of air currents at his disposal, the energy waves emanating from his palms surged relentlessly, unleashing a continuous barrage of destructive strikes. The potency of these energy waves was contingent upon Ling Feng's strength. While a single wave might lack the capacity to inflict significant damage upon the warship, a relentless onslaught of dozens would overwhelm even the mightiest vessels, causing two ships to succumb to the depths of the sea. The surviving naval personnel found themselves adrift in the waters, desperately calling for help, while some unfortunate souls were swiftly dragged beneath the surface by mutated sea creatures. Their struggles soon silenced, leaving only blood to surface. What a stroke of misfortune! After the fierce battle, Ling Feng's gaze fell upon the remnants of what was once a luxurious cruise ship, and he voiced his displeasure with palpable irritation. Those accursed Koreans! Ling Feng was indeed very displeased. After circling the sea for a while, he finally located his treasured katana. Upon securing it, he made a beeline for the distant continent, unreservedly revealing his presence. As Ling Feng approached the shore, he was met with a barrage of gunfire from a battalion of soldiers on the ground. Begone! With a furious roar, Ling Feng unleashed a powerful surge of energy, rendering all bullets ineffective. He swung his great sword with fierce determination, sending forth golden arcs of energy over a meter long, annihilating the soldiers in his path. In his wrath, Ling Feng charged forward recklessly, cutting down any soldier that dared to attack him. His ability to fly allowed him to effortlessly crush the soldiers and even tanks beneath him, filling him with exhilaration. Just as he was reveling in the carnage, a sudden sense of danger gripped him. Instantly, he summoned a protective barrier of energy, but the next moment, a missile struck his body. Despite the protective shield, the impact left him reeling and his chest heavy. In the distance, two fighter jets roared toward him. Indeed, the stakes had escalated dramatically. Ling Feng curled his lips, acknowledging that confronting fighter jets in midair was somewhat troublesome for his current self. Therefore, he swiftly descended to the ground, seeking refuge amidst the endless buildings, and made his way into the city. That evening, within an abandoned edifice of a coastal city in South Korea, Ling Feng, weary and concealed, found solace in the flickering glow of a small fire. Over the flames, a mutated dog roasted, exuding an enticing sheen and aroma, with the crackling of the fire punctuating the silence. As the meat reached a satisfactory level of doneness, he tore off a leg of the dog and devoured it heartily, grumbling between bites, "Damn those little Koreans, I will not let you escape my wrath." Ling Feng initially believed that the government of the nation often referred to in a derogatory manner, would be as chaotic as that of Japan, with factions acting independently. However, due to the country's relatively small territory, while it was nearly rendered ineffective at first, the advantages of its size began to manifest as the negative energies gradually diminished. The national machinery slowly started to regain its vitality, coinciding with his arrival, which led others to mistakenly perceive him as a new type of mutated zombie. Particularly after discovering his formidable powers, they regarded him as a significant threat, deploying considerable military resources to eliminate him, which became quite bothersome for him. Fortunately, these individuals were preoccupied with their ongoing conflict against Kim Fatty and his family. Otherwise, he would have faced even greater complications. Ling Feng expressed his dissatisfaction while munching on a snack. The long-standing discord between this nation and Kim Fatty had deep roots. In the midst of global turmoil, as they sensed a resurgence of strength, they hastily sought to capitalize on the situation by attacking Kim Fatty rather than thoroughly eradicating the zombies within their borders, resulting in inevitable conflict, a dog-eat-dog scenario fraught with chaos. Nonetheless, despite the nation's swift recovery due to its smaller size, stability remained elusive, aside from the fortified military bases. The vast majority of cities were still under the looming threat of zombies and mutated creatures. As he traversed the land, he witnessed numerous tragedies and the brutality of cannibalism. Ling Feng was voraciously consuming dog meat when he suddenly heard the whirring of helicopter blades outside, accompanied by the incessant beam of bright searchlights illuminating the vicinity of the building, as if they had uncovered his hiding place. Ling Feng kicked away the campfire, leaning against the wall while gnawing on a dog leg, reflecting on the astonishing efficiency of the state apparatus. Even a small nation like this one should not be underestimated. It had swiftly pinpointed his general location, demonstrating a certain level of capability. Observing the incessantly circling helicopter, Ling Feng felt his patience waning. Without further ado, he vaulted through the dilapidated window and unleashed a piercing energy wave that penetrated the helicopter. Boom! The helicopter erupted into a massive fireball, its brilliance stark against the night sky, while distant sounds of vehicles echoed in response. Ling Feng cursed under his breath, clenching the dog leg between his teeth. With his hands pressed together, he unleashed a powerful energy wave directed at the path where the vehicles traversed, resulting in catastrophic casualties. Ling Feng, recognizing the opportune moment, turned and vanished into the enveloping darkness of the night, swiftly disappearing from sight. The land of the Koreans was indeed diminutive, and the number of zombies was scarce. Continuing to linger with these individuals held little intrigue for him. He resolved to depart early and journey towards the vast expanse of central China. Chapter 139. A fortuitous encounter with Gene Fatty. Ling Feng was entirely a man devoid of direction. After inexplicably engaging in numerous skirmishes with the military in the land of the Koreans, he stumbled away from the borders of that nation and found himself in the territory of their arch-rival, the realm of Kim Fatty. Although Ling Feng lacked the ability to read detailed maps, he possessed enough common sense to realize that if he wished to reach Huaxia, traversing through Kim Fatty's domain would be the most convenient route, at least allowing him to inquire about the way. As he walked along the street, surveying the shabby and dilapidated buildings flanking him, along with the wandering zombies, Ling Feng couldn't help but curl his lip in disdain. It was well known that Kim Fatty's realm was a poverty-stricken backwater, and upon witnessing it firsthand, he confirmed the dismal truth. It lagged by at least a decade or more compared to the Koreans. Observing the backward architecture that seemed to belong to a bygone era, Ling Feng mused that such disparities reveal themselves only through comparison. With a population of approximately 20 million, Kim Fatty's nation, though small compared to countries like Huaxia, exhibited a notable density of zombies due to its limited land area. As Ling Feng strolled down the street, wielding a katana to dispatch zombies and the occasional mutated creature that leaped forth, his gaze remained vigilant. If only there were a living soul around. For he desperately needed to ask for directions. He was lost. Help! Someone! Please. There are zombies trying to eat me. Help. After clearing a street of all the zombies, he suddenly heard a cry for help echoing from a distance. The voice appeared to belong to a young man, steeped in desperation. Upon spotting a living person, Ling Feng hastened over. However, as he navigated through a few streets and finally beheld the source of the cries, his expression turned to one of disbelief. The figure before him, corpulent and sporting a ridiculous hairstyle, wielding a mop to fend off the zombies, was none other than Kim Fatty himself. In that moment, Kim Fatty looked utterly disheveled, resembling a beggar. Had it not been for his absurd appearance, Ling Feng might not have recognized him at all. He pondered how this individual had fallen to such a pitiful state, truly a remarkable turn of events. Ah, someone's coming. Hurry, save me. Struggling valiantly against the gnawing zombies, Kim Fatty suddenly noticed the approaching figure and his spirit soared. He eagerly called out, envisioning the heroic efforts of the stranger rushing to his aid. After all, who was he? He was Kim Fatty. However, it soon dawned on Kim Fatty that something was amiss. For the young man he had hoped would rescue him was merely observing the scene with an amused expression, showing no intention of coming to his aid. Oh no! Could this be an assassin sent by those treacherous rebels to hunt me down? As a wave of despair washed over the corpulent figure, he felt a jolt of anxiety within his heart. Reflecting on his youthful success, he had ascended to power following the demise of the elder Gold. Enjoying the whims of fortune and favor, little did he anticipate the arrival of this accursed apocalypse. Initially, his subordinates had been compliant, but they soon began to engage in covert schemes. By the time he realized the betrayal, it was already too late. The empire he had painstakingly cultivated across generations was usurped, leading to a precipitous decline in his status, with the looming threat of death hanging over him. Were it not for a handful of loyalists safeguarding him, he would likely have perished at the hands of those treacherous usurpers. Regardless of the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind, Ling Feng stood nearby, reveling in the unfolding drama, particularly relishing the myriad expressions of frustration on the face of the corpulent man. Ah, the irony! The once mighty figure now faced his own reckoning. Yet, amidst the chaos, the prospect of encountering another living soul spurred Ling Feng to act. Just as the despicable Gold was about to be devoured by a common zombie, Ling Feng intervened. In an instant, a flash of cold steel gleamed before Gold's eyes, and the zombie's head tumbled to the ground, splattering him with foul, congealed blood. Staring at Ling Feng, who wielded a bloodied blade, Gold felt his legs weaken, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath as terror enveloped him. Hey, you rotund fool, do you know the way to Huaxia? Ling Feng pressed without granting Gold a moment to collect himself. As Gold finally lifted his gaze, scrutinizing Ling Feng, relief washed over him. Ah, so you are not one of my subjects. That is a relief. You nearly frightened me to death. Spare me your prattle. I asked you a question. Ling Feng retorted, impatience evident as he kicked Gold. Do you know who I am? How dare you kick me? I am Gold, the supreme leader of the Gold Empire. Open your eyes and recognize my stature, Gold exclaimed, reacting instinctively with anger at the indignity of being struck. Alas, after so long in a position of unchecked authority, such reactions had become second nature to him. With a powerful punch, Ling Feng struck Jin Pongzi squarely in the face, leaving him with darkened eyes, eliciting pained cries from the rotund man. After enduring a barrage of blows, Jin Pongzi finally submitted, pleading for mercy. Please spare me, brother. I failed to recognize your greatness. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Let me go this once. It was with great humiliation that Jin Pongzi begged for leniency, recalling that he had once been the supreme leader of the Golden Fat Empire. Who could have anticipated that he would descend to such a pitiful state? Listen closely. You wretched fat man, I care not for your titles or your empire. All I wish to know is how to reach Huaxia. Do not dare tell me you are unaware. Ling Feng growled, gripping Jin Pongzi's collar menacingly. Instantly, Jin Pongzi nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking for grain. Of course, I know the way. In truth, I was hoping to go to Huaxia myself to seek protection and support. Frankly, I am utterly alone now. All thanks to those treacherous ministers who took advantage of the chaos. It is truly despicable. One day, when I reclaim my power, I will have my revenge on them. Are you planning to eliminate me as well, Jin Pongzi? Ling Feng interjected with a chilling smirk. Jin Pongzi instinctively nodded but turned pale upon meeting Ling Feng's icy gaze. Before he could utter a word of explanation, Ling Feng cruelly dragged him into a nearby abandoned shop, commencing a brutal beating. He realized that the only way to deal with this wretched man was to pummel him mercilessly. Please, brother, spare me. After a while, observing the battered and unrecognizable Jin Pongzi, Ling Feng finally ceased his assault, exhaling deeply. It was rather satisfying to have a human punching bag to vent his frustrations upon. All right, Jin Pang, get up quickly. We are departing. You will guide me. If I discover that you are deceiving me, I shall not hesitate to chop you up to feed the zombies. Ignoring the incapacitated Jin Pongzi on the ground, Ling Feng dragged him out of the shop. Destination Huaxia. Let us commence. At a certain airport of the Golden Fat Empire, after eliminating the guards stationed at the perimeter, Ling Feng naturally brought Jin Pongzi to the runway, accompanied by a pilot forcibly taken from the vicinity. Indeed, the troops of this fat man's nation were utterly inept, their equipment significantly inferior to that of neighboring countries, akin to rustic peasants, easily dispatched by Ling Feng in a matter of moments. This led Jin Pengzi to regard him with reverence, fawning over him profusely. I must ask, Jin Peng, is this truly the grand international airport that you boast about? Why does it appear so subpar? Ling Feng looked disdainfully at the dilapidated airport, where a few small to medium-sized aircraft were parked. He realized that he should have anticipated this, in this nation ruled by the corpulent leader. The gross domestic product was exceedingly low, and technology lagged significantly behind neighboring countries. Having an airport was indeed a noteworthy achievement, and he ought not to be so finicky. The diminutive nation, led by the corpulent leader, could hardly be compared to larger countries. In our modest locale, this was quite remarkable. Most individuals would never even catch a glimpse of an airplane in their lifetime. The corpulent leader spoke submissively. Yet there lingered a subtle hint of pride and satisfaction in his words. In his eyes, this was indeed a considerable accomplishment. Ling Feng observed the situation keenly. Yet he chose not to voice any objections. After all, the individual before him was merely a Navi rustic, and continuing the conversation would only amount to bullying. Nonetheless, he had been diligently caring for his dear friend, Jin Pengzi, prior to this. Ultimately, he decided to make do with the circumstances at hand. Although Ling Feng held a certain disdain for the aircraft associated with Jin Pengzi, he deemed it unnecessary to dwell on such trivialities during this critical moment. With a grandiose gesture, he swiftly boarded the largest available plane, while Jin Pengzi hurriedly tugged a visibly terrified pilot along, eager to follow his brother's lead. To Jin Pengzi, Ling Feng was akin to a celestial deity descended from the heavens, and it was imperative to closely trail his elder brother's footsteps. Upon entering the modest aircraft, Ling Feng decisively took his place in the co-pilot's seat, insisting on observing the captain's maneuvers. As for Jin Pengzi, he busied himself with serving tea and water from the sidelines. Under the dual pressures of Ling Feng's imposing presence and Jin Pengzi's former authority, the captain promptly initiated the flight. After a brief period of taxiing, the plane ascended into the sky, heading towards Huaxia. However, during the journey, Ling Feng was not one to remain idle. Brother, what are you planning to do? Why are you opening the cabin door? Jin Pengzi, cowering in a distant seat, anxiously watched as Ling Feng opened the aircraft's door, uncertain of his elder brother's intentions. Ling Feng grinned and said, Jin Peng, do you recall what I told you previously? Jin Peng nodded and replied, Brother, you mentioned that you are a messenger from the heavens, destined to cleanse the world of all zombies and mutated creatures, restoring clarity to our realm. Hearing these words, Ling Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. The pretense was so exaggerated that even Jin Peng would struggle to believe it. Nonetheless, he understood the necessity of maintaining this facade, as intelligent individuals often meet untimely ends, a truth Jin Peng was acutely aware of. Do you believe it? Ling Feng inquired with a smile. Jin Peng immediately straightened his posture and declared, Of course. Excellent, my friend. I shall remember your performance and reward you accordingly. Ling Feng responded with a slight smile, though his true thoughts remained a mystery. Thank you, brother, Jin Peng said with a charming grin, his mind wandering to the prospect of acquiring that extraordinary power which he eagerly anticipated. Ling Feng suddenly smiled coldly and declared, Thus, I shall now act as the hand of divine retribution, unleashing the light of annihilation to eradicate the zombies and mutated creatures within the realm of the Golden Fat Emperor. What? Could it be that, brother you? Recalling Ling Feng's myriad abilities, the Golden Fatty immediately contemplated a possibility, his expression shifting dramatically. Ling Feng had no reason to hesitate. He turned his gaze towards the city nestled beneath the clouds, placing his hands firmly on his waist. A brilliant blue and white light flickered to life as he shouted, Kamehameha. A powerful shockwave pierced through the clouds, descending upon the city below, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Upon hearing the roar of destruction, Ling Feng erupted into manic laughter, unleashing a barrage of golden energy spheres from his hands. As the aircraft soared rapidly, it transformed from an ordinary passenger plane into a formidable bomber, raining devastation upon the ground, leaving chaos in its wake. The corpulent man cowered in his position, trembling as he watched Ling Feng wreak havoc. A growing sense of unease and fear enveloped him, and he began to regret bringing Ling Feng to China so soon. He pondered whether his existence would still hold meaning if he were to lose his utility, regardless of the turmoil within the man's heart. Ling Feng was merciless in his assault. In his mind, since he was destined to leave, it would be prudent to eliminate a portion of the zombies along the way. And bombing from the aircraft was the most expedient method. Ling Feng essentially maintains his energy consumption at half its capacity. Whenever fatigue sets in, he takes a respite in the cockpit to restore his strength before resuming his bombardment, striving to eliminate as many energy points as possible. The central plains of Huaxia have historically been synonymous with abundance. This vast land is replete with resources and teems with diverse ethnic groups. Generations have thrived and multiplied upon this territory, making it one of the oldest civilizations on Earth. As one ventures further south, the density of the population increases markedly, particularly in some first-tier coastal cities, where the level of population concentration is truly astonishing. Ling Feng's efficiency in piloting the aircraft was indeed remarkable. Just a day later, the plane gracefully descended upon an airport in the coastal city of Tianhai. The smooth landing left Ling Feng somewhat astonished, but he soon comprehended the reality of the situation. As a densely populated coastal metropolis, this area was likely one of the most severely afflicted zones in the nation, overwhelmed by zombies and mutated creatures. With cleanup efforts still far from adequate, after the plane came to a halt, disregarding Jean Ponzi's expression, Ling Feng swiftly executed the captain. Did he think I hadn't noticed his intention to divert the plane to another location? This had occurred several times already. Playing petty tricks against me is futile. Ling Feng cast a cold gaze upon the corpulent man, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Do not fret. You still hold some value, and I shall not take your life. As long as you obediently comply and exhibit commendable performance, I may consider imparting upon you a fragment of divine power. Observing the anxious expression on the corpulent man's face, Ling Feng began to weave his elaborate ruse. The overweight individual still possessed a modicum of utility. He grasped the concept of resourcefulness. As for the divine power, it was evident that it was mere fabrication, yet Ling Feng was confident that the man would fall for it. Indeed, the once despondent corpulent man, upon hearing mention of divine power, had his eyes, small and beady, suddenly alight with hope. In a certain airport runway in Tianhai City, the corpulent man knelt upon the ground, pointing towards the heavens, and solemnly proclaimed, I, Jean Pang, hereby swear, I shall dedicate my life to my elder brother, willing to shed blood and risk my life. I will traverse mountains of blades and cauldrons of boiling oil without hesitation. My brother's words illuminate my dark existence. I shall forever follow in his footsteps. I pledge my undying loyalty. Should I betray this oath, may I be struck by lightning, suffer excruciating pain, meet a wretched demise, and be condemned to eternal suffering. Very well, do not rush. Rise, Jean Pang. I shall be observing your performance closely. Strive diligently, and I assure you, I shall not neglect your efforts. Ling Feng nodded. Feigning profundity, Jean Pang was immediately elated, scrambling to his feet and ingratiatingly approaching Ling Feng. So, dear brother, when might I acquire this divine power? How shall we establish contact with the divine beings? Do we need to prepare some offerings, perhaps? Although he realized deep down that Ling Feng's words held little credibility, at that moment, Jean Pang chose to selectively overlook this truth. The allure of the so-called divine power was simply irresistible, and even with the awareness that he was being manipulated, he unhesitatingly leapt into the pit that had been dug for him. Ling Feng swung his hand with a sharp motion, reprimanding, to attain the power of the celestial deities, you are far from ready. Why the haste? The stout man immediately became submissive, replying, I acknowledge my misstep, dear brother. It is merely my excitement that got the better of me. Ling Feng glanced around and, sensing the moment was right, waved his hand and said, All right, let us depart from the airport first. I have a formidable task to entrust to you. Yes, elder brother. The area around the airport had clearly been cleared by the military, with numerous bullet casings and the remains of zombies strewn across the ground. Yet not a single living soul was in sight. Upon stepping outside the airport, they were greeted by a horde of wandering zombies and abandoned vehicles littering the road. Left unattended. Elder brother, where shall we go now? Jean Pang inquired in a hushed tone, his trepidation evident as he surveyed the densely packed zombie throng. You can drive. Can't you, Jean Pang? Ling Feng posed the question. Jean Pang instinctively nodded, quickly grasping Ling Feng's intent. On the spacious road, a blood-stained gray Buick sped forward, its tires screeching against the oily pavement. It violently swerved around a corner, sending the nearby zombies flying. The windshield was nearly obscured by congealed blood, necessitating the continuous use of the wipers to clear the view. Elder brother, are you certain this is wise? Might it be too conspicuous? Jean Pang queried, glancing nervously at Ling Feng in the back seat, his complexion pale. Ever since Ling Feng had dispatched the zombies around the airport, they had commandeered a vehicle and raced down the streets, their destination being the nearest large supermarket, a place bustling with more people and consequently, more zombies. Ling Feng cast a glance at the rear window and remarked nonchalantly, "If you could drive a tad faster, those zombies wouldn't be able to keep up." Even the speed of the undead is limited. Jean Fatty swallowed hard, imagining the hellish scenario of being surrounded by those ghouls. In a frenzy, he pressed the accelerator to its limits, causing the Buick to emit a peculiar vibration as it sped down the road. An hour later, just as the dilapidated Buick was on the verge of falling apart, Ling Feng and his companion finally arrived at a location teeming with people, a renowned international shopping mall. Everywhere one looked, there were zombies, an overwhelming tide of the undead. As the Buick approached, the nearby horde erupted into a cacophony of frenzied howls. Their stiff arms flailing and their eyes gleaming with a hunger akin to that of ravenous wolves, surging towards the vehicle like a relentless wave. "Brother, we are in deep trouble." Jean Fatty huddled inside the car, witnessing the sheer multitude of zombies, thousands, perhaps even more, almost pushing him to the brink of collapse. Overwhelmed, he felt a warmth in his trousers, a pungent odor betraying his fear, as he realized he had soiled himself. "Ugh," Ling Feng grimaced at the foul stench, then opened the car door and stepped outside. With a swift leap, he ascended to the roof of the car, his feet thudding against the surface. Turtle destruction wave. Ling Feng harnessed the flow of energy, unleashing a powerful blue-white shockwave from his hands, directed at the most densely packed cluster of zombies. Under the force of the formidable wave, both ordinary and mutated zombies found themselves utterly incapacitated, gradually vanishing beneath the searing tempest, their forms reduced to mere charred remnants. Ling Feng's assault did not cease. The shockwaves emanating from his palm continued unabated. His arms rotated slightly, sending the shockwaves sweeping through the area. In a matter of moments, all the zombies on the streets were eradicated, and numerous nearby buildings were significantly damaged, with the Grand Mall left in ruins, teetering precariously. Surrounded by the charred corpses of the undead, Ling Feng exhaled deeply, calming the turbulent air around him, feeling greatly relieved. With a single strike, he had roughly eliminated thousands of zombies, a truly considerable number. However, the consumption of energy was a concern that warranted attention. Noticing a few stray zombies lingering in the corners, Ling Feng charged forward alone, using his fists and feet to twist off the heads of the zombies or kick them to pieces, the scene being particularly gruesome and brutal. "Brother, won't you risk infection doing that?" Jean Pongzi asked, a hint of fear in his eyes as he regarded Ling Feng, who was splattered with dark blood. He feared despair should Ling Feng succumb to the undead. "I am protected by divine power. I will not be infected. Once you obtain divine strength yourself, even a modicum will grant you immunity against zombies and mutated creatures," Ling Feng assured calmly. Jean Pongzi served well as a subordinate for now, and as long as he had not exhausted his value, Ling Feng had no intention of disposing of him. "Brother is magnificent. The divine is magnificent," Jean Pongzi exclaimed, his admiration for Ling Feng akin to the unyielding flow of the Yellow River. Humanity's greatest fear regarding zombies was infection. If one were immune, the dread would diminish significantly. "All right, let us find a vehicle and depart from this place. The number of zombies here is dwindling, and the buildings are on the verge of collapse. It is prudent to leave at once." Ling Feng gazed at the precarious skyscrapers, trembling from the impact of his assault, and mused that even if zombies lurked within, their collapse would suffice to eradicate them, rendering his intervention unnecessary. "Don't leave. Save us." Suddenly, from the rooftop of a nearby shopping mall, several soldiers clad in camouflage emerged, shouting fervently, brandishing bloodied white flags in their hands. Ling Feng hesitated for a moment, gazing at the impending collapse of the building. Ultimately, he employed his aerial technique and ascended. If there were truly survivors in dire straits, rather than deranged individuals pleading for help before him, he would not turn a blind eye to their plight. Furthermore, the individual appeared to be a soldier, which afforded him the opportunity to inquire about certain matters. Chapter 142. The soldier joins the ranks. Boom. Ling Feng had just rescued 3 soldiers from the rooftop of the mall when the structure suddenly collapsed, taking nearby buildings with it. Debris rained down, threatening to bury everyone beneath the rubble. "Run!" The 3 soldiers, their faces pale with fear, turned to flee. However, Ling Feng merely smiled, unleashing several energy blasts that shattered the falling boulders into fragments. Aside from being covered in dust, the group emerged largely unscathed. "With my elder brother here, what do these mere stones amount to?" "Haha," Jean Fatty boasted, though it was unclear who had previously been so frightened. "Thank you for saving us. You must be the legendary cultivator we've heard about," the 3 soldiers exclaimed, their eyes shining with admiration as they gazed at Ling Feng. Ling Feng could not help but smile wryly upon hearing this. However, there was little that could be done, after all. The influence of martial arts cultivation in Huaxia is indeed profound, and these soldiers, being young, certainly would not be oblivious to it. Unlike the practitioners of your preconceived notions, I possess a power that surpasses the ordinary in some respects, albeit it is somewhat similar. Ling Feng spoke somewhat ambiguously, but fortunately, the three soldiers were not fools and did not pursue the matter further. This is not the place for conversation. Let us move on. Ling Feng remarked as he surveyed the surrounding ruins. The group swiftly navigated the debris and departed from the area. Beneath a large bridge, they took a moment to rest while posing a few inquiries. What is the current situation in Tianhai City? Why are there still so many zombies? Are you the only ones left in the vicinity? Ling Feng inquired as he sat on the ground, taking a sip of water. We fell behind. The main force left half a month ago. The number of zombies in Tianhai City is overwhelming. Are you familiar with the commanding type of zombies? There are particularly many of them around here. Our unit suffered significant losses at the outset, and on several occasions we were encircled by hordes of zombies. Having to blast our way out with artillery fire, recounted the three soldiers, their expressions a somber shade of despair. Ling Feng had a preliminary understanding of the situation and could not help but run his fingers through his hair. It appeared that the circumstances in Huaxia were far more dire than he had anticipated. Even Tianhai City had been neglected. The military had managed to rescue only a handful of key leaders and secured some essential equipment. Yet they could not withstand the onslaught of the undead and were forced to retreat in haste. Our small squad, having encountered attacks from mutated creatures along the way, was reduced to just the three of us by the time we returned to the assembly point, only to find that the army had already departed. The three soldiers expressed their despondency while simultaneously casting hopeful glances at Ling Feng. What was your unit's next objective? Ling Feng furrowed his brow and inquired, reluctant to have too many individuals trailing behind him. After all, he would inevitably have to attend to their needs, which would prove quite troublesome. However, abandoning them entirely did not seem like a viable option either. We are at a loss. We shall discuss it when the time for assembly arrives. For now, we are utterly stranded, lamented the three soldiers, who, had circumstances allowed, would have devised a means to depart long ago. Surely, you do not intend to linger with my elder brother, do you? Let me enlighten you. My brother is an envoy of the divine and has no leisure to tend to idlers. The corpulent man declared without courtesy, sensing a threat from the presence of the three soldiers. I feel you appear somewhat familiar, as though I have encountered you before, one soldier remarked, scrutinizing the rotund figure with curiosity. With a haughty toss of his ludicrous hair, the corpulent man retorted, Behold, you three mere soldiers. I am the supreme leader of the golden, fat empire. First, why don't you remove those urine-stained trousers of yours? It's utterly repulsive, Ling Feng remarked crudely, delivering a kick to the corpulent man, his distaste growing exponentially. Perhaps it would be best to find a moment to eliminate him altogether. Instantly, the corpulent man's face flushed crimson as he, in the presence of Ling Feng and the three soldiers, proceeded to disrobe. A diminutive worm, estimated to be no more than 5 centimeters in length, wriggled about. Ling Feng and the soldiers observed with disdain. Such dimensions were comparable to those of a 5- or 6-year-old boy in Huaxia, truly pathetic. Yet, the corpulent man, noticing their gazes, wore a smug expression as he proudly brandished his diminutive worm, exclaiming, Brother, do you see? This robust asset of mine is absolutely number one in our golden fat empire. The three soldiers stifled their laughter, their faces turning a shade of crimson. Ling Feng directly scooped up a handful of sand from the ground and tossed it onto Jin Pang's rear, humorously claiming it was to give him a clean. Jin Pang, unable to find any spare trousers, had no choice but to remain bare-bottomed for the time being. As you can observe, this fellow indeed was the supreme leader of the Jin Pang Empire, albeit a former one, now having been usurped. Had I not fortuitously passed by to rescue him, he would likely have been consumed by zombies by now, Ling Feng remarked nonchalantly. The three soldiers gazed at Jin Pang with peculiar expressions, astonished that such a prominent figure could fall to such depths. Truth be told, all three felt a sense of satisfaction. For the atmosphere in the Jin Pang Empire had not been commendable, and with such a foolish leader, it was evident how dismal the nation had become. To be frank, I didn't actually wish to take many people along, as that would undoubtedly be quite troublesome, Ling Feng stated, observing the trio. Instantly, their expressions turned to disappointment. But before they could voice their thoughts, Ling Feng abruptly shifted his tone, adding, However, since I have already intervened to save you, It would seem rather unkind to simply abandon you. Therefore, for the time being, you shall accompany me. This would mean a few more allies to draw the attention of enemies, allowing me to ease my burden somewhat. Let it be so, Ling Feng mused inwardly. Splendid. Rest assured, we shall not be a hindrance, and we will handle any minor tasks. The three soldiers exclaimed, transitioning from despondency to elation. Following such a formidable individual was far superior to their solitary endeavors. Although Jin Pang felt discontent within, he dared not voice it before Ling Feng, remaining silent. By the way, what are your names? I had yet to inquire, Ling Feng casually asked. I am Lu Rinjia. I am Xiaobingyi. I am Jiabaoyu. Ling Feng. These three companions bore names that were increasingly impressive. Mr. Ling Feng, may we inquire about your objectives, or rather, your intended destination? The soldiers asked curiously. Ling Feng smiled faintly, raising his hand towards the heavens, and spoke softly. I shall act as the instrument of divine retribution, restoring clarity to this world. Calmness enveloped him. After all, was he merely playing the role of a charlatan? The three soldiers exchanged glances, surprised by his words. However, having already resolved to follow him, they harbored no objections, content merely to have food to eat. After a brief respite, Ling Feng and his companions set forth on their journey. At this juncture, the value of the three soldiers became evident. The previously chaotic route was now rendered clear through their coordination. They were well acquainted with the regions dense with zombies, the areas teeming with mutated creatures, and the locations abundant in food supplies. This knowledge was a significant boon for Ling Feng, greatly expediting his endeavors. Since rescuing the three soldiers, Ling Feng had refrained from taking in any more survivors. On the rare occasions he did offer assistance, it was limited to providing a meager supply of food, allowing them to fend for themselves thereafter. Guided by three soldiers, Ling Feng swiftly arrived at a location teeming with zombies, diligently assuming the role of a purifier, tirelessly eliminating the undead and mutated creatures. 2 weeks later, on the outskirts of Tianhai City, he pointed towards a distant road junction, his voice brimming with barely contained excitement. If we traverse this path and cross the highway, we will reach the nearest Linjiang city. Xiaobingyi and Jiabaoyu shared his enthusiasm. The trio gazed at Ling Feng with profound reverence. In such a short span, he had eradicated the majority of zombies and mutated beings within Tianhai City. The cataclysmic shockwave of his efforts lingered in their memories. Yet, amidst their awe, there was an undercurrent of complex emotions, guilt, and self-reproach. After exchanging meaningful glances, they fell into a contemplative silence. We should rest for the night before proceeding. We've all been quite exhausted, Ling Feng remarked wearily. Despite having anticipated the sheer number and density of zombies in Tianhai City, the reality proved to be a considerable challenge, depleting his strength significantly. He had exerted himself to the brink on several occasions. Otherwise, progress would not have been so swift. Rest now. If we manage to find a vehicle, we could reach our destination in just a few hours. Soldier Jiabaoyu hesitated. Indeed, Tianhai City was adjacent to Linjiang City. Driving from here, and accounting for any obstacles on the road, it would likely take less than 2 hours to arrive. I am weary and in need of rest. Do you wish to encounter a formidable mutated creature on the way? Ling Feng replied, his gaze cast downwards, betraying a flicker of determination. The three soldiers fell silent. They then sought a nearby spot to make camp, preparing to build a fire for cooking. However, it seemed they were running low on water. While they had enough for cooking, drinking water was nearly depleted. Ling Feng weighed the empty kettle in his hands, his gaze drifting towards the portly figure of Jin Pangzi beside him. In recent days, the menial tasks along their journey had largely fallen to him. It has proven that having a subordinate can be quite advantageous at times. You gentlemen rest for a while. I shall fetch some water, he announced. Jin Pangzi, upon hearing this, eagerly seized the kettle and hurried off to draw water. Since the negative energy had diminished, ordinary river water, or even contaminated tap water, once boiled, could be deemed drinkable, a revelation that had come to light not long ago, significantly reducing the time they spent seeking clean water sources. On a simple stone stove, a small, charred pot simmered under the bright yellow flames, cooking a modest array of potatoes, sweet potatoes, and a scant portion of cured meat, slowly coming to a boil. Ling Feng perched upon a smooth, rounded stone, extending his hand across the fire pit with a gentle yet commanding gesture. Influenced by the currents of air, the flames instantly intensified, becoming more fervent and wild, the temperature rising significantly and hastening the cooking process. Ling Feng's technique was remarkably adept. This was not his first endeavor of such nature. It was merely a subtle manipulation of qi, a skill he had acquired from Master Rashi. In the military, one could hardly expect such exquisite fare, particularly in the present circumstances. Ling Feng lifted his gaze and addressed the three soldiers with a nonchalant tone. His voice remained somewhat feeble, yet his hands continued their meticulous task, gradually controlling the airflow to elevate the temperature of the flames. The soldiers paused momentarily, their eyes fixated on the simmering food within the pot, nodding in unison. In times past, we would have scorned such simple sustenance, yet since the advent of the apocalypse, we soldiers have been assured of not starving, allowing us the strength to fight. Consequently, our meals have become rather basic. Such a dish is a rarity nowadays. Especially one containing a morsel of meat, remarked Soldier Xiaobingyi. Indeed, meat has become scarce in this post-apocalyptic world, Ling Feng replied softly, nodding in agreement. He then reached into his pocket, producing an object wrapped in foil that resembled a substantial chicken leg. As he slowly unwrapped it, it revealed itself to be a beautifully roasted chicken leg, glistening with a hint of grease. Ling Feng cast a glance at the three soldiers before seizing a chicken leg and devouring it heartily. Previously, when he occasionally came across a mutated chicken, he had deliberately saved a roasted leg, which was exceptionally delicious. Unfortunately, only I can partake in the flesh of mutated creatures. You must think so as well, Ling Feng remarked nonchalantly as he continued to eat. If everyone were able to consume the meat of mutated beasts, perhaps the world would witness a significant reduction in the ghastly tragedies of cannibalism. Lu Renjia spoke softly. Ling Feng chuckled softly, choosing not to respond as he continued to silently savor his chicken leg, while simultaneously stoking the flames to hasten the cooking of the food in the pot. The water bubbled vigorously, causing the food to tumble within its heated embrace, as wisps of warm steam rose from the pot, only to dissipate with the gentle breeze. The wind here was rather strong. Ling Feng quickly finished the substantial chicken leg, casually discarding the bones aside, and addressed the three soldiers with a calm demeanor. Indeed, it is quite large, remarked Soldier Jiabaoyu, stirring the pot as he spoke. It's uncomfortable to eat here. Once we finish, we should depart swiftly. It would be best to reach Linjiang City before sunset, so we can take action then, Ling Feng replied, his expression remaining impassive. At that moment, the faces of the three soldiers stiffened, the atmosphere thickening to an unbearable tension, making the air feel stifling and uneasy. Mr. Ling Feng, what do you mean by take action? Inquired Soldier Xiaobingyi, his voice somewhat hesitant, a forced smile adorning his face that failed to conceal the turmoil within. The human heart resembles the wind. Elusive and unpredictable, swift yet slow, intangible and beyond grasp. I find little favor in the capriciousness of the wind. Rather, I am drawn to the purity of fire, intense, ferocious, and warm, a forever evoking awe and longing. Ling Feng mused softly, as if touched by a deeper understanding. The three soldiers exchanged glances, words that were on the tip of their tongues evaporating into silence, leaving them inexplicably at a loss. Throughout this exchange, Ling Feng's countenance remained devoid of emotion, his focus unwavering on the flickering flames. The firelight danced across his face, reflecting a gaze filled with an inscrutable intent. An eerie atmosphere enveloped them. The wind had ceased at some point, yet the flames continued to burn steadily, flickering and unwavering, continuously radiating their searing warmth as they scorched the iron pot and cooked the food within. When did you first notice, Mr. Ling Feng? We believed we were being quite discreet, Soldier Jiabaoyu said, looking towards Ling Feng. I sensed something a couple of days ago and took the time to observe more closely. To be honest, I often feel like a failure in life. Or perhaps it is simply human nature to be so foolish, Ling Feng replied with self-deprecating humor. We are soldiers, Lu Renjia stated awkwardly. Ling Feng let out a cold snort, draped in military attire, believing that such adornments could effectively obscure and deliberately overlook his despicable actions. Truly a grand illusion. Lu Renjia clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he gazed at Ling Feng. His expression was not one of rage, yet it was difficult to discern its true meaning. Our duty is to obey commands. The commotion caused by Mr. Ling Feng in Tianhai City was far too conspicuous, drawing the attention of base cities from afar. After all, this is not Japan, the most severely affected area, where communication still persists in many locales. Xiaobingyi spoke in a low voice, seemingly poised to argue. Merely the excuses of a fool, Ling Feng remarked with a hint of derision. As for Jin Pang, although he has been stripped of power, he still retains his status. If utilized wisely, the military could use this as a pretext to infiltrate the inner sanctum of the Jinping Empire, an invaluable opportunity they do not wish to squander. Xiao Bingyi asserted. That man, I have never considered sparing. I shall seize the opportunity to eliminate him, Ling Feng replied coldly. Fully aware that all of this was merely a pretext. Jin Peng? What worth does he hold now? His value is indeed subject to scrutiny. In truth, what the military yearns to uncover is how Mr. Ling Feng obtained his formidable powers. As well as your ability to disregard the zombie infection, this knowledge would hold significant implications for the entire world. We hope Mr. Ling Feng can understand. We harbor no ill intentions, merely that someone from the military wishes to have a discussion with you, Private Jia Baoyu said earnestly, his gaze sincere. This is the crux of the matter. The allure of mysterious and potent power has always captivated countless souls. Just a discussion, is it? Are you certain? Ling Feng replied with a light laugh, a cold glint flickering in his eyes. I believe so. After all, Mr. Ling Feng, your strength is undoubtedly well understood by the military. The devastation of the zombies in the ruins in Tianhai City serve as the best testament to this. The military cannot afford to oppose you at this juncture, Private Jia Baoyu said, hesitantly. Do you know? I detest ungrateful wolves, for they cannot be nurtured. Ling Feng stood, speaking in a calm tone, yet within him surged a fervent flame. Amidst the searing heat, a chill emanated, creating a striking contradiction. Perhaps being a good person truly yields no rewards. Perhaps I have been too naive. Perhaps I ought to be more cold-blooded. My heart is simply not cold enough. This sensation is profoundly discomforting, leaving an emptiness within. Jia Baoyu and his companions were expressions of bitterness, utterly unable to refute Ling Feng's words. They themselves were uncertain why. Perhaps it was merely a habit, a routine of obedience ingrained in them. Regardless of time or place, once a command was issued, they instinctively executed it, regardless of their true willingness. As soldiers, the orders of superiors are absolute and cannot be defied. At this moment, I ought to eliminate you all. Ling Feng grasped the katana embedded in the ground, casting a cold glance at the three soldiers. If Mr. Ling Feng intends to take our lives, we would be utterly powerless to resist. However, I have a rather unreasonable request. I wonder if you might grant it, said the soldier Jia Baoyu, a bitter smile gracing his rugged face as his gaze fell upon the pot of food nearing completion. Ling Feng snorted dismissively, discarding the katana into the earth. If you wish to perish from gluttony, I can certainly oblige. Feel free to indulge, he replied, his tone laced with a hint of indifference. I ought to be stronger than this. I truly appear foolish, he mused. The three soldiers exchanged glances, their resolute expressions marred by a bittersweet smile. Brother, I have returned. At that moment, the sluggish Jin Peng finally arrived, panting heavily, his flesh jiggling with each labored breath. Such dawdling, Ling Feng remarked with displeasure. Brother, you cannot imagine. I encountered 2 zombies earlier. Fortunately, I, being clever, managed to escape after a fierce battle that lasted 300 rounds. Risking my life to fill your water flask, Jin Peng exclaimed, his words tumbling out in a torrent, saliva flying as he animatedly recounted his tale. However, given his pristine appearance, it was evident that he was likely spinning a yarn. As he spoke, Jin Peng, with an air of sycophancy, presented the water flask to Ling Feng and plopped down, his eyes glued to the simmering pot, nearly drooling with anticipation. Ignoring him, Ling Feng reached for another small pot, poured the water from the kettle into it, and set it over the fire to boil. Although he could drink directly without issue, opting for cleaner water was undoubtedly preferable. After a short while, the food in the pot was thoroughly cooked, exuding a rich aroma. Without waiting for it to cool, several people eagerly began to feast. Well, today the 3 brothers are really eating a lot, Jin Peng exclaimed. A large chunk of potato clamped in his mouth as he observed the 3 soldiers devouring their meals with great gusto. You should eat a bit more too, after all. This is the only time, Ling Feng remarked while eating, casting a glance at Jin Peng. Thank you, brother, Jin Peng exclaimed with delight, promptly indulging himself even further, voraciously consuming the food before him like a fat pig. In his mind, the notion of this time simply meant that food was scarce at present, but surely there would be more in the future. However, Jin Peng remained oblivious to the pitiful glances from the 3 soldiers directed at him. A feast indeed, one that left not a morsel behind. After the meal, every scrap of food had vanished, and a significant portion of the boiled water had been consumed. Brother, shouldn't we be on our way now? My stomach is full, and I am eager to hurry along, Jin Peng said, patting his round belly with satisfaction. Indeed. It is time to send you on your way, came the reply. Ling Feng nodded slightly, his tone devoid of emotion. As he stood up and picked up the katana from the ground, he walked slowly to the front of Jin Pengzi. Haha, brother, You certainly have a knack for humor. Jean Pongzi laughed heartily. However, upon seeing Ling Feng's unchanged expression, the smile on his face abruptly froze. His features twitching slightly as he could not help but take 2 steps back, fearfully exclaiming, "Be brother. My loyalty to you is as evident as the sun and moon." Loyalty? As the former supreme leader of the Jin Peng Empire, what loyalty could you possibly claim to me? Do you believe I am unaware that your foolish demeanor is merely a deliberate pretense? Keeping you alive is a calamity in itself. Ling Feng retorted with a cold smile. Jean Pongzi's countenance shifted dramatically as he turned to flee. Ling Feng, with a disdainful smirk, flicked his arm, and the sharp katana swiftly sliced through Jean Pongzi's neck, causing his head to plummet to the ground. Blood erupted like a fountain, splattering everywhere in a gruesome display. The severed head bore an expression of profound terror and resentment. The entirety of his plump face grotesquely contorted. The 3 soldiers observed this scene in silence. Although the victim was a member of the Jin Peng Empire, they felt a twinge of sorrow akin to the death of a fellow creature. Surely, their turn would come next. A bitter smile of self-mockery crept across their faces. Betrayers, regardless of their circumstances, shall never receive forgiveness. They will forever endure the scorn of the world. Even the most compelling rationale cannot absolve them for betraying Ling Feng, the very one who provided for them. The phrase a wolf raised but ungrateful pierced their hearts like a sharp dagger. It seems you have already come to terms with your fate. Ling Feng casually flicked his wrist, casting off the blood that stained his blade, and, disregarding the headless corpse of Jean Peng, approached the 3 with a frigid demeanor. Since you have been discovered by Mr. Ling Feng, there is nothing left to say. You may choose to kill or maim as you please. We shall not flinch, boasted the soldier Jiao Ping Fan, his eyes devoid of any desire for life. They had all witnessed Ling Feng's prowess. No one would dare to flee in folly, merely putting up a futile struggle. Let me clarify, my name is not Jiao Baoyu. It is Jiao Ping Fan. I find my name rather mundane, hence I prefer it not. Most people jokingly call me Jiao Baoyu, and I have grown accustomed to it, proclaimed the soldier Jiao Ping Fan loudly. My name is not Xiaobingyi. I am Xiaobingyu, due to having an older brother. My parents had initially desired a daughter and had already chosen a name. Yet, I emerged as this boy. My comrades usually call me Little Soldier E, shouted Xiaobingyu. My name is Lu Yuren. Not that damn pedestrian, passerby, Lu Yuren bellowed. After all was said and done, it seemed they were all but nicknames. Ling Feng let out a cold smile, his blade pointed at the trio. What I detest most is betrayal. I have encountered it before, and you were fortunate enough to have allowed me to savor that flavor once again. Ling Feng spoke coldly, his eyes flashing with intense murderous intent. With a low growl, he abruptly raised his great sword, its blade shimmering with a faint golden light, and mercilessly swung it downward. The sword, glowing with a soft golden hue, descended suddenly, carving a deep scar into the ground that extended for several dozen meters. Not a single drop of blood fell, for Ling Feng had not taken the lives of the 3 men, leaving them utterly perplexed. Why do you refrain from killing us? Is it out of pity? We do not require such mercy. We have lost both the reason and the right to live. Jiao Pingfan shouted in anger, feeling as though he had lost even the dignity of death, betraying the savior who had given him life, secretly plotting against him, and harboring treacherous intentions. Such despicable and shameless actions made him feel nauseated at the very thought. Yet, out of a soldier's duty, he still acted upon it. Was it now impossible for him to even seek death? This sentiment was shared not only by Jiao Pingfan but also by Lu Yuren and Xiaobingyu, all of whom glared at Ling Feng in fury, each wearing a countenance that begged for death. Ling Feng suddenly smiled gently and addressed the 3 individuals. Take me to meet your commander. It would be quite a shame not to do so. The 3 were taken aback. Why? You should understand that the outcome may not be a cordial one. Although I hesitate to say it, that is indeed my belief. I truly do not comprehend what you are thinking, Jiao Pingfan remarked, his face a mask of confusion. There is no particular reason. I simply do not wish to kill you at this moment. Since you wish to see me, I have no grounds for refusal, or rather, there is nothing to fear. Is there? Ling Feng said, lowering his great sword and gazing at the distant sky with a smile. As for his true thoughts, they remained a mystery to all. Perhaps he genuinely did not wish to slay the 3, or perhaps it was something else entirely. You are indeed a peculiar person, exclaimed Xiaobingyu. Perhaps so. Now that we have had a good meal, shall we continue on our journey? Or do you wish to spend the night here, my friends? Ling Feng said, glancing at the corpse of Jean Pongzi before picking up his great sword and, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, he began to depart. The 3 soldiers exchanged bewildered looks, hurriedly gathering their belongings and quickly following after him. leaving behind a lifeless body that lay unattended, destined to be consumed by wandering zombies or mutated creatures before long. As night fell, within a building not far from the highway, it appeared that the military had previously been here, for there were hardly any zombies left in the vicinity. "We shall make our stay here for the night," Ling Feng declared after surveying the interior of the building. When the military entered Tianhai City, they must have cleared out many of the surrounding zombies, Lu Yuren commented. "Be glad. Tomorrow you will return to the embrace of the collective within the army. Try to find some joy in that. I shall retire to rest now." Ling Feng disregarded the three individuals, seeking refuge in a relatively vacant room, which he secured with a firm lock. Once alone, his previously calm demeanor transformed into an icy countenance as he murmured with anticipation for their performance the following day. Regardless of the outcome, he vowed to fulfill their unachieved desires by ushering them into the depths of despair, contemplating the torment of the soul and the helplessness of reality. A cruel smile crept upon his lips. As a traitor, he believed he ought to relish the myriad of experiences. A swift demise would sever any ties he had. For such an easy escape was a luxury he could not endorse. His advantages were not so readily accessible. After a brief moment, Ling Feng exhaled softly and accessed the Dragon Ball system, his gaze casually drifting over the energy points, which amounted to approximately 650,000. A meager sum compared to the countless zombies and mutated creatures he had dispatched in Tianhai City. Reflecting on the difficulty of amassing wealth, he hesitated before tapping the clock icon to exchange for a day's worth of time, entering the room of spirit and time. Upon entering the familiar pristine space, Ling Feng couldn't help but shake his head in resignation. Since the significant devaluation of negative energy, he had seldom returned, as the costs had become exorbitant. However, today he sought to consult with someone regarding certain matters. On a small island, there stood a quaint red house known as Kame House, the abode of Master Rashi, the god of martial arts. Since completing a series of fundamental training sessions, every visit brought him back to this sanctuary. According to Master Rashi, several nearby islands boasted similar training facilities, ensuring ample opportunities for practice. As the refreshing sea breeze caressed him, Ling Feng felt a profound sense of relaxation envelop his entire being, each cell seemingly breathing in harmony. Listening to the faint sounds emanating from within, he smiled gently and approached with measured steps, pushing the door open to find Master Rashi seated on the floor, engrossed in a gymnastics program on television. Completely oblivious to Ling Feng's arrival, Ling Feng chose not to disturb his cherished pastime. He quietly made his way to the refrigerator, opened it, and retrieved a bottle of juice. Although it was a virtual realm, the flavor was indistinguishable from that of reality, providing a gratifying indulgence for his palate. 5 minutes later, Master Rashi finally acknowledged Ling Feng's presence. "When did you arrive, young man?" he exclaimed, hastily switching off the television and adopting an air of a wise elder. "I just got here," Ling Feng replied. "Is there something on your mind? You have essentially grasped all that I needed to teach you. Now it is up to you to attain further understanding." Master Rashi took a sip of tea and inquired, "I am facing a bit of a troubling matter." Feeling somewhat foolish and unappreciated, Ling Feng confessed as he took a seat. He shared with Master Rashi some of the challenges and perceptions he had encountered. "Deep down, you are aware of what you wish to pursue next, are you not? Why seek counsel from an old man like me? I am merely a mortal, unable to offer you profound answers. All I can say is to follow your conscience and maintain a tranquil heart in all matters," Master Rashi said, gazing intently at Ling Feng. "The path of martial arts is long and fraught with challenges, both physical and psychological. In facing various trials, one must integrate these experiences to refine both the mind and body. Master Wu Tian, if you were to define your heart, what would it be?" Ling Feng inquired. Upon hearing this, a flicker of undeniable brilliance flashed beneath Master Rashi's sunglasses. After a moment of silence, he replied, "Earth." Master Rashi's philosophy ultimately emphasizes the importance of balance in all techniques, maintaining equanimity and composure. He advocates that martial practitioners should cultivate a serene and unpretentious disposition, free from the pursuit of fame and wealth, devoid of arrogance. The majority of martial arts techniques prioritize defense over offense, steering clear of malicious or underhanded tactics, adhering instead to the principle of moderation. Thus, Master Rashi's choice of earth is indeed fitting. Ling Feng seemed to have a fleeting understanding, yet it vanished as quickly as it appeared. In comparison to teacher Wu Tian, I perceive my heart to be more akin to a flame, leaning close to the fire. One feels its warmth. However, should anyone dare to touch the flame, The inevitable outcome is self-destruction. I am inherently someone who resists suppression. Ling Feng caressed his chest as he spoke. That vibrant and youthful heart was now pulsating vigorously, akin to a fierce blaze, unleashing astonishing power. Fire, after all, represents one's own path in martial arts, regardless of the teachings imparted by either myself or the old crane. He ultimately chose his own way. Observing Ling Feng gradually fade into the virtual realm, the turtle sage sighed and remarked, "What is fire? Fire is both searing and tempestuous, yet it brims with warmth, offering the world its initial light and hope while simultaneously bestowing the most profound destruction." For Ling Feng, he has taken yet another crucial step on his martial path. Everything in this world is elusive, yet by steadfastly adhering to one's true self, one can prevail, regardless of whom or what I encounter. I shall confront it with a fervent and blazing heart. Let us see whether the hearts of the world are darker or if mine burns brighter. Chapter 146, A Severe Confrontation. Within the bloodline space, two figures engaged in a fierce battle, unleashing intense energy waves that occasionally sparkled with dazzling ki blasts, accompanied by deafening explosions. "All right, let us cease. I concede." Breathless, Ling Feng spoke, though his words belied the excitement radiating from his countenance. Just as he prepared to throw a punch, Sun Wukong suddenly halted, stepping back to wipe away his perspiration, and with a hearty smile remarked, "Your progress is truly remarkable. I fear that before long, I might actually lose to you." Indeed, today, Ling Feng fought with fervor, growing ever more valiant with each clash, as if an inexhaustible reservoir of energy surged within him. On several occasions, he had genuinely cornered Sun Wukong. And had it not been for the Scion's indomitable fighting spirit and uncanny combat instincts, the tide of battle might have shifted drastically. Haha, do not say such things. Were it not for the system's constraints, the moment you transformed into a super scion or a great ape, I would surely be obliterated, Ling Feng said, striving to steady his ragged breath. Sun Wukong chuckled, scratching his head in agreement. After all, the essence of the bloodline space is fundamentally a trial ground for the host to acquire their lineage. Without some semblance of balance, victory would remain forever elusive to him. Even if he possessed equal combat prowess, defeating Sun Wukong would be improbable, should his opponent achieve Super Saiyan status, resulting in a dramatic surge in power. The outcome would be all too evident. Thankfully, the system had not been so merciless as to ensure his demise. Nonetheless, I must say, you seem quite different today. There's an odd sensation that I cannot quite articulate, Wukong remarked, scratching his face. Having engaged in countless battles with Ling Feng, he had never before experienced such a visceral intensity, feeling as though every drop of blood within him ignited and surged with unfettered exhilaration. It is because I am genuinely elated, Wukong. I have finally grasped Bulma's meaning. Ling Feng smiled broadly, and before he knew it, a cheerful grin akin to that of Sun Wukong graced his face. What does that mean? Wukong inquired, intrigued. What I wish to convey is that perhaps the Scion bloodline is indeed the most suitable for me. Its compatibility is surprisingly remarkable, Ling Feng replied with a smile. He had come to comprehend the essence of the will embedded within the Scion bloodline, a realization made possible by Bulma and the myriad insights gleaned from countless battles. At last, he understood what he truly needed and what was most fitting for him. The exhilarating sensation of combat was simply sublime. Observing the bewildered Sun Wukong, Ling Feng smiled gently and waved his hand, saying, "Let's go." Upon exiting the hyperbolic time chamber, time in the outside world had been frozen in the night. After sitting in quiet contemplation for a while, Ling Feng spread a blanket on the ground and soon succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, after sharing a modest meal with the three soldiers, he gathered his belongings and set forth, anticipating their arrival in Linjiang City before noon. The trio of soldiers displayed palpable anxiety and tension, while Ling Feng appeared surprisingly at ease, as if oblivious to the impending events, moving forward with an air of nonchalance. The highway connecting Tian'ai City and Linjiang City seemed to have undergone extensive clearing by the military. Aside from numerous bloodstains, not a single discarded vehicle was in sight. The unmistakable marks of large tire tracks were evident, along with the imprints of tank treads, suggesting that a fierce battle had once raged here. Before noon, Ling Feng and the three soldiers arrived at the final toll booth. Crossing it would lead them into the territory of Linjiang City. As they passed through the toll booth, the soldiers' expressions noticeably shifted, yet they ultimately remained silent, shrouded in an atmosphere of tension. Ling Feng, seemingly oblivious to the change, continued to walk with a calm demeanor. After they passed through the last toll booth, a chorus of synchronized footsteps erupted, as armed soldiers suddenly emerged from all directions, encircling them. Their weapons were pointed menacingly at the group, with some soldiers shouldering small rocket launchers and heavy machine guns positioned on either side of the road, showcasing formidable firepower. Each soldier exuded an air of lethal intent, their cold and piercing gazes fixed on Ling Feng and his companions, the tension in the atmosphere reaching a fever pitch. The three soldiers glanced at Ling Feng, only to find his expression as tranquil as still water, as if the weapons in the soldiers' hands were merely toys. Why was he so composed? Truth be told, Ling Feng's demeanor astonished the three. Even if one were indeed powerful, they were still flesh and blood. Faced with such an array of firearms at close range, how could he remain unperturbed? Upon seeing their own kind, shouldn't they feel a sense of relief rather than fear? Ling Feng spoke in a casual manner, laced with evident sarcasm. The three soldiers bowed their heads in silence. Offering no reply, Ling Feng cast a fleeting glance at the trio, dismissing them with indifference. His gaze swept around, and he spoke with a hint of challenge. Let your leader emerge, or will the one at the helm merely cower behind his subordinates, watching the spectacle unfold? If that is the case, I shall hold you in contempt. A deep, resonant voice interrupted, exuding confidence. The youth possesses a certain audacity. What have I to fear? As the soldiers parted, a middle-aged man clad in military attire strode forward with a commanding presence, his rugged features embodying strength, his demeanor conveying authority without anger. Judging by his insignia, he was a major general. Allow me to introduce myself, the middle-aged officer began, but before he could state his name, Ling Feng, with evident impatience, interjected, I have no interest in your name or origins. His tone was frigid, as he deemed it unnecessary to engage in pleasantries at that moment. Very well. You must already be aware that the military wishes to speak with you privately. Under duress, we find ourselves compelled to invite you in this manner, the officer said. A frown marring his brow, his demeanor hinting at an attempt to exert pressure, in concert with the surrounding soldiers. You must be the superior of these three individuals, Ling Feng remarked. Ling Feng gestured towards the three soldiers standing aside and spoke in a calm tone. Indeed, I hope you can forgive them. After all, they are soldiers, and obeying orders is their duty. The middle-aged officer nodded in agreement, his tone remarkably natural, as he regarded this as an expected notion. This is certainly understandable, otherwise I would not have spared them until now, Ling Feng replied, surprising the three soldiers. You may return to your posts. Your efforts are appreciated, the middle-aged officer remarked, casting a glance at the three soldiers. Their successful completion of the task and the safe delivery of the objective could be considered a significant achievement. The three soldiers lowered their heads, preparing to depart from Ling Feng's side, their expressions revealing a hint of relief. However, at that moment, a disheartening proclamation emerged. Regrettably, I never intended to let you go. Ling Feng suddenly spoke in an unassuming manner, and with an astonishing swiftness. He drew the great sword from his back and fiercely swung it towards the three individuals. The blade gleamed, and blood splattered in all directions. Everything transpired far too abruptly, leaving all present in a state of shock. Chapter 147, Cooperation? The cold light swept through, blood blossomed, and the air was thickened with a pungent scent of blood. On the icy blade, a cruel smile flickered at the corner of Ling Feng's mouth. The three soldiers lay on the ground, their faces etched with profound despair and unwillingness. Their bodies soaked in blood. Perhaps in their final moments, they could not comprehend why Mr. Ling Feng would so readily betray his word. Ling Feng, gripping the bloodied saber, gazed upon the lifeless bodies of the three men and spoke with a serene yet chilling demeanor. When a person glimpses the dawn of survival, only to be suddenly plunged into despair, I deem this to be the most fitting retribution for traitors and ingrates. Though it may be despicable and shameless, I am indifferent. I shall not forgive any who stab me in the back, regardless of their purported justifications. My heart will not allow their continued existence. They are merely an eyesore. May you find peace on your journey. The middle-aged officer, his face contorted with fury, retorted, Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? To slay your own soldiers before me and my men is nothing short of a blatant affront. A wave of trepidation washed over him at the thought that had the assailants targeted him instead, the mere contemplation sent shivers down his spine, causing him to involuntarily take 2 steps back. As he spoke, all the soldiers edged closer, their weapons trained upon Ling Feng. At the slightest command from their officer, they would unleash a hail of gunfire. Meanwhile, 2 heavy machine guns positioned along the road were also aimed, and snipers in the distance remained poised for action. I trust when I'm not speaking in a foreign tongue, Ling Feng remarked coolly. I have no desire to repeat myself. Ling Feng gently flicked his arm, casting off the blood from the blade. He glanced at the middle-aged officer, whose steps had clearly retreated somewhat. and with a faint smile remarked, "You could simply return to the protection of your soldiers. I would not take offense. Mr. Ling Feng, please, I urge you to adopt a more serious demeanor. This is a matter of grave importance between the military and yourself. Do not allow our relationship to reach an irreparable state." The middle-aged officer replied, each word articulated with heavy gravity. "Irreparable?" Ling Feng smiled faintly, suddenly directing his blade at his opponent, coolly stating, "I am quite eager to witness what you deem to be irreparable. If you possess the courage, do give it a try. Let us see whose bullets are swifter. Yours or my blade?" Are you inciting rebellion?" The middle-aged officer shouted furiously, pointing at Ling Feng, his eyes nearly ablaze with rage. How dare a mere youth speak to him in such a manner? It was utterly audacious. "What a pity," Ling Feng replied, "for I am not even of this world, let alone bound by any so-called nation. In this post-apocalyptic era, talk of rebellion is exceedingly foolish. If I had intended to end your life, you would have met your demise countless times over by now. You would do well to comprehend with whom you were conversing." Ling Feng spoke without reservation, seemingly unfazed by the enraged middle-aged officer. A powerful wave of energy erupted from him, causing the cement floor beneath to crack and fracture. Are you truly willing to stand against the nation?" the officer exclaimed, incredulous. "With such supernatural abilities, why not serve your country?" Believing that Ling Feng was about to strike, the officer's expression shifted dramatically. Ignoring the attempts of his bodyguards to restrain him, he braced himself against the fierce gust of energy and shouted with great effort. As the soldiers prepared to pull the trigger, the situation reached a point of no return. Ling Feng abruptly halted, gazing at the middle-aged officer with a calm demeanor. "What if we were to cooperate?" "Cooperate?" Ling Feng's sudden remark left the middle-aged officer momentarily taken aback. "I require information regarding the congregation of zombies across various regions, and I am willing to assist in eradicating the domestic zombies and mutated creatures. This should be of considerable interest to you." Ling Feng spoke slowly. The officer remained silent, his expression grave, lost in contemplation. Why would the military engage in such uncharacteristic dialogue with him? It was clear that they coveted his extraordinary destructive capabilities. His previous actions in Tian'ai City, particularly against the foreign adversary, had already demonstrated his irreplaceable value. If they could manage to control him, it would be most advantageous. If not, the implications were uncertain. Ultimately, when compared to zombies or mutated entities, humanity still prioritized its kind. If he could acquire formidable powers, there was no reason they could not as well. With a little research, perhaps they too could attain supernatural abilities, entering a new epoch akin to those evolved mutated beings. This notion was undoubtedly shared by many in the upper echelons. Given the gravity of the situation, this was not an appropriate venue for discourse. "If Mr. Ling Feng does not mind, I propose we discuss these matters at Base City. We are genuinely sincere in our intentions." The officer reflected for a moment, feeling somewhat insecure conversing with Ling Feng in this location. Despite the presence of several hundred elite soldiers, it still felt insufficient. Once they reached Base City, it would be on his home turf. "We have already encountered discord. I cannot see how this posturing could be deemed a reconciliatory negotiation. When did the military resort to fabricating tales?" Ling Feng retorted incisively, rendering the officer both embarrassed and displeased. "However," he conceded, "I too am not fond of taking lives." "Very well, I will accompany you. With military support, my progress can be expedited." Without waiting for the officer's reaction, Ling Feng shifted his tone to one of civility, which notably improved the officer's demeanor. "Please," the officer gestured to part the surrounding soldiers, leading Ling Feng to an imposing military SUV, where he opened the passenger door and took his seat. Ling Feng was undaunted, directly opening the rear door and settling inside, where he discovered a soldier armed to the teeth seated beside him, yet his gaze remained fixed ahead, completely ignoring Ling Feng. "Drive," commanded the middle-aged officer, prompting all soldiers to commence their retreat, embarking on the journey back, with a convoy of large trucks trailing closely behind. Ling Feng was en route to the base city of Lingjiang, curious about what sights awaited him, as it would provide insight into the military's operational style. If the refugees were managing to survive without oppression, a dialogue could indeed be initiated. However, if the majority were starving and internal management was chaotic, it seemed futile to pursue discussions. "I hope not to be disappointed," Ling Feng mused inwardly. As the vehicle navigated the streets, Ling Feng frequently glanced out the window, noting the extensive devastation surrounding him. The nearby streets bore the scars of destruction, with buildings riddled with bullet holes and stained with dried blood, remnants of past violence. The silence was palpable, disrupted only by the sound of the engine, underscoring the eerie stillness of the area. In the early days of the apocalypse, the military had expended considerable resources to cleanse the region of zombies and mutated creatures, with every inch of land earned through the blood of its soldiers. The middle-aged officer in the front passenger seat turned to Ling Feng, his expression solemn and grave. Ling Feng refrained from continuing the conversation, instead gazing silently at the world outside, his expression unchanged. The middle-aged officer was not one for idle chatter either, and soon the vehicle was enveloped in a profound silence. "We have arrived." The base city of Linjiang bore a striking resemblance to the base city he had observed in Japan, yet its scale was undeniably more colossal. After all, the population of Huaxia far surpassed that of Japan. Although Linjiang was not as daunting as the nearby Tianhai city, its population ranked among the highest in the nation, necessitating a correspondingly vast base city to accommodate the influx of refugees. Nevertheless, even within such expansive confines, it seemed that space was still at a premium. Ling Feng stepped out of the vehicle and was immediately struck by the grandeur of the base city. Surrounding the city were numerous tents of varying sizes, sheltering many soldiers. Although the scale of the base city was already considerable, the actual situation exceeded initial expectations. The influx of refugees was overwhelming, making it impossible to accommodate them all within the confines of the city. Consequently, arrangements were made on a first-come, first-served basis, with a contingent of soldiers stationed at the periphery. The middle-aged officer explained this with a tone of palpable resignation. The towering gates, reaching several dozen meters in height, swung open, allowing vehicles to enter in succession. Ling Feng followed the officer as they walked into the city, the officer continually providing insights into the various conditions within the base city. Ling Feng meticulously observed the situation within the base city, which, on the whole, appeared to be satisfactory. Although the refugees exhibited a lack of spirit, with some displaying expressions of numbness and despair, the security within the base city was remarkably stringent. One could frequently see squads of soldiers patrolling the area. There was an absence of boisterous commotion. Instead, people conversed in hushed tones, often casting curious glances at Ling Feng, the unfamiliar figure among them. It was midday, and he inquired whether they had eaten. The soldiers accompanying him regarded him with bemusement, while a middle-aged officer glanced his way and replied, "Since the onset of the apocalypse, the base city has implemented a two-meal system, abolishing lunch in order to conserve food resources, allowing only breakfast and dinner." Ling Feng found himself in an awkward predicament. While he could indulge in consuming mutated creatures without hesitation during his own times of scarcity, others were not afforded such liberties. Subsequently, a middle-aged officer escorted Ling Feng into a peculiar conference room. Within, several individuals resembling military officers awaited, seemingly already informed of the developments. Upon their entrance, each stood promptly, their gazes fixed intently upon Ling Feng. The officer provided a brief introduction, revealing that nearly all present were high-ranking leaders within the base city, wielding significant power. "Now, let us address the matter at hand," the officer declared, rapping his fingers upon the table, instantly tightening the atmosphere. "I am aware you harbor numerous inquiries. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. As for my willingness to respond, that remains contingent upon the circumstances," Ling Feng remarked nonchalantly as he settled into his seat, surveying the room. Had this been in the past, the prospect of sitting among such so-called dignitaries would have induced considerable anxiety, perhaps even trepidation. However, after enduring a series of events, he felt remarkably unfazed, exhibiting a demeanor of casual normalcy. Yet, Ling Feng's attitude incited a subtle discontent among several attendees. Though none chose to voice it, they had all heard various rumors regarding him, yet this was their first occasion witnessing him firsthand. "Is your sole objective merely the eradication of zombies and mutated beings? Spare us the tales of celestial messengers. Such childish fabrications will not be believed by the military. We seek to understand how you acquired this power. Regardless of your demands, we stand ready to accommodate you." A venerable elder, appearing to be in his 50s, intoned solemnly. His rank suggested he was the highest-ranking officer present, a general of considerable experience, his demeanor exuding the gravitas of authority. "That constitutes two inquiries, however. I can address them simultaneously, as fundamentally, they are one and the same," Ling Feng replied, casting a glance at the elder. The elder nodded slightly, indicating his willingness to listen. "I am indeed a messenger of the divine, and my strength is bestowed by the celestial. The only price is the annihilation of zombies and mutated creatures, and perhaps a small fraction of mutated plants. In essence, by ridding the world of these abhorrent entities, I earn the divine as favor and am granted even greater power." Ling Feng proclaimed, rising with unwavering resolve. In truth, he had not lied. He had merely articulated the truth in a different guise. Bang! The elder abruptly slammed his hands on the table, his brow furrowed in anger. Young man, do you not comprehend my words? We are not children. Do not attempt to deceive us with such foolish fabrications. If you genuinely wish to collaborate with us, demonstrate your sincerity. Ling Feng had anticipated such a reaction. Casting a cold glance at the elder in the assembly, he nonchalantly remarked, believe it or not, it matters not. Mr. Huang, please, calm yourself. Allow me to speak. Mr. Ling Feng may not yet grasp certain matters, another voice interjected. The middle-aged officer spoke up. The elder known as Huang let out a cold snort and took his seat. This old man had quite the foul temper. It seemed he was accustomed to wielding authority. In truth, you are not the only one who possesses extraordinary powers, the middle-aged officer remarked, his gaze piercing as it fixed upon Ling Feng. Of course I am aware of that. For instance, are vampires and werewolves not examples? I have encountered them as well, Ling Feng replied, concerning these two entities. He had previously inquired about them from Bulma, who simply dismissed them as mere aberrations born of unforeseen circumstances. It appeared that Ling Feng's knowledge took the middle-aged officer by surprise, as his expression shifted noticeably. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, following the outbreak of the apocalypse, the nation devoted itself to researching the cause, gradually uncovering the existence of a peculiar energy inexplicably present in the atmosphere. It is this very energy that has led to the current predicament, Ling Feng remarked, astonished, as he had not anticipated that the nation had already detected negative energy. Initially, we speculated whether this could be related to the so-called spiritual energy of the universe, which led us to enlist individuals skilled in internal martial arts to attempt to absorb this energy. Occasionally, a few succeeded in harnessing this force, but ultimately, they all met with failure. Those adept in internal arts invariably transformed into zombies. The middle-aged officer spoke with a grave countenance, while a flicker of regret crossed old Huang's face. Could it be that vampires and werewolves can absorb this power to enhance themselves? Ling Feng pondered aloud, recalling the two dark entities that had yielded significant gains for him in the early stages. The middle-aged officer slowly responded, indeed, that was the case at first. It appeared that the unknown energy resonated harmoniously with the attributes of these dark beings, initially strengthening their powers. However, the situation soon changed. Vampires morphed into genuine bat-like monstrosities, while werewolves transformed into true wolves. The human aspect seemed to be forcibly stripped away. One could say that although the number of zombies in Europe is relatively lower than in Asia, the actual circumstances are scarcely better. Ling Feng nodded slightly, realizing that the nation's grasp of intelligence was far more formidable than he had anticipated. At least not every region suffered as much as Japan. It seems you have acquired a method to safely absorb this energy, which we find immensely valuable. If you are willing to share this power with the country, you can have whatever you desire: status, glory, authority, wealth, or beauty. Once the world's circumstances return to their former state, all these can be bestowed upon you. The middle-aged officer spoke urgently, his gaze intensely fixed on Ling Feng, as did the others present. Who would not yearn for such superhuman strength? It was far more alluring than any material possession. However, Ling Feng frowned and remarked, given what I say now, you will hardly believe me. You are convinced that I possess some unique method of energy absorption. He had initially intended to mislead them, but it became evident that they were not easily deceived. The middle-aged officer remained silent, tacitly acknowledging this. I reiterate, believe it or not. Ling Feng stated resolutely that he could never disclose matters pertaining to the system to these individuals. Absolutely not, even if it meant severing ties. Instantly, the atmosphere became tense. Young man, I have practiced internal martial arts for several years, and I would very much like to seek your guidance. It was Huang Lao who first broke the stalemate. The middle-aged officer attempted to persuade, but Huang Lao gestured for him to cease. Feel free to do as you wish. Ling Feng spoke without hesitation, recognizing that his opponent was clearly testing him. Therefore, he had no reason to retreat. If his presence could serve as a deterrent, it would be most advantageous. Huang Lao let out a cold chuckle, rolled up his sleeves, and placed his hand firmly on the table, directing his gaze toward Ling Feng. This old man dared to engage in an arm wrestling match. His audacity was commendable. Is this truly appropriate, Huang Lao? The middle-aged officer inquired, growing uneasy and glancing at Huang Lao. Although he was the chief of this operation, Huang Lao held significant prestige within the military. Were it not for the support of this venerable figure, he would not have attained his current position. Others might question Ling Feng's strength. but he had previously witnessed the man's capabilities. Should Huang Lao sustain an injury, the ensuing negotiations would become exceedingly challenging. I am well aware of my limits. There is no need for concern, Huang Lao replied nonchalantly, his murky gaze fixed on Ling Feng. Observing the young man's lack of action, he could not resist taunting him. What's the matter, young man? Are you afraid? Or do you believe your youthful vigor surpasses that of an old man like me? At his advanced age, did he truly think he could compete with the strength of youth? Can your frail body endure this? Ling Feng retorted. Yet he too rolled up his sleeves and grasped Huang Lao's hand. Since his opponent was determined to personally test him, it would be prudent to oblige. Otherwise, the old man might conjure up some unexpected trouble. A glimmer of determination shone in Huang Lao's eyes as he suddenly exerted force. Having practiced martial arts since childhood, he had cultivated an inner energy capable of exerting tremendous strength. Under full force, he could leave marks even on steel. However, to his astonishment, no matter how hard he tried, Ling Feng remained unfazed, as if his strength was absorbed by a sponge. With his face reddening, he was unable to budge Ling Feng's arm even an inch. Do you wish to continue? Regardless of your efforts, it will be futile. Ling Feng smiled lightly and remarked. Yet it was evident that old Huang was also a person of stubborn disposition. Despite his advanced age, he was unwilling to concede defeat, persistently exerting force in an attempt to overpower Ling Feng's wrist. Ling Feng was unwilling to prolong his conversation with the elderly man, and with resolute force, he gradually subdued him, rendering Huang Lao's arm utterly incapable of resistance, firmly pressing it against the table. Such impressive skills, young man. I feel as if my bones might shatter, Huang Lao gasped, rubbing his aching arm, a bitter smile gracing his lips, acknowledging the vast disparity between them. The game ends here. Let us discuss matters of substance. I require information on the distribution of zombies across the country. I can assist the military in eradicating a significant portion of them, Ling Feng stated. Your fervent desire to eliminate zombies and mutated creatures. What is your true motive? What benefits do you seek? Or do you believe that vanquishing these zombies will enhance your own power? Yet, that notion seems implausible. Such a power cannot be your exclusive privilege. What is it that you truly wish to accomplish? The middle-aged officer inquired, perplexed. I have declared myself a messenger of the divine. If you choose not to believe me, there is little I can do. Regardless, my demands are exceedingly clear, and this endeavor would benefit not only the military but the entire nation and indeed the world. Or do you oppose my efforts to eliminate these zombies? Ling Feng countered, his patience wearing thin. He merely sought to eradicate negative energies. These individuals were exceedingly troublesome. If you do not clarify your intentions, how can we, the military, or the nation, place our trust in you? At the very least, you must elucidate how you acquired this power. Do you intend to rely solely on your own strength to save the entire world? Do you consider yourself a savior? Huang Lao asserted, rapping the table for emphasis. After all this time, it seems your true desire is merely to attain supernatural powers, so spare us the excuses. I can state unequivocally that I am the savior of this world. My strength alone can rescue it. It is merely a question of time. Ling Feng replied with a cold smirk. How audacious. Just you alone? This is no science fiction. The middle-aged officer rose in anger, glaring at Ling Feng, while other officers regarded him with disdain, their expressions reflecting incredulity at the notion that a single individual could claim to save the world. By your logic, is this world not akin to a science fiction tale? After all, zombies were once thought to exist solely within the realms of cinema, Ling Feng retorted sharply, leaving the officer momentarily speechless. When science fails to provide explanations, all facades will be torn asunder, Ling Feng continued. Mr. Ling Feng, we are engaging in this face-to-face dialogue with genuine intent, which you should recognize. Otherwise, you would find yourself confronted by aircraft and artillery. You must understand that. Regardless of the circumstances, the nation will not permit the existence of an uncontrollable individual. A young officer in his 30s spoke up. Do you genuinely believe that without you, the nation would be incapable of eradicating those zombies and mutated creatures? You certainly hold yourself in high regard. Mr. Huang replied with a cold smile. The nation is gradually regaining its strength, and that energy appears to be diminishing. Even without your assistance, in 4 or 5 years, the country will likely be able to eliminate those zombies. Do you understand now? Another individual chimed in, exuding confidence. 4 or 5 years. What a pity. By then, I will have died several times over. Ling Feng thought bitterly. He realized he had only a few months left. 4 or 5 years. What a farce. If it drags on for that long, you should be well aware of the immense toll it would take. By then, the number of survivors across the nation would likely dwindle significantly. Contemplating this, Ling Feng could not help but scoff, his gaze growing slightly colder. Mr. Huang fell silent for a moment before responding. It is an unavoidable circumstance. Compared to the threat posed by the zombies, neglecting you would pose an even greater danger to the nation. So we must abandon those civilians? You truly have the audacity to say that, Ling Feng retorted coldly. Humph. After all, China has an enormous population. Losing half of it is hardly a concern. In comparison, what the nation desires most is the power that transcends human limits. This power is something that any country would go to great lengths to possess. A young officer scoffed, his face radiating an air of arrogance, clearly a privileged fool. Although the words of this foolish scion were harsh, Ling Feng noticed that the senior military officers present, while not openly agreeing, displayed a palpable air of tacit acceptance. Ling Feng chuckled softly, a mysterious expression gracing his face as he surveyed the room with profound eyes. Rising from his seat, he spoke with a nonchalant air. What do you think would happen if I were to eliminate you all and subsequently seize control of this base city? Instantly, the faces of those present shifted dramatically, and they all rose to their feet. With a cacophony of chairs scraping against the floor, the high-ranking military officers within the base city abruptly stood, their expressions turning ashen as they regarded Ling Feng, who remained the sole figure seated with an unsettling calmness. Suddenly, as if responding to an unseen signal, the door to the conference room was forcefully kicked open, and armed soldiers surged in, swiftly encircling the senior officials for protection, their weapons trained on Ling Feng. You possess an audacity beyond measure. Do you comprehend the implications of your words? I advise you to refrain from rash actions, a middle-aged officer admonished, his countenance dark with severity. Rashness? Ling Feng seemed amused by the absurdity of such a notion, bursting into laughter that echoed through the tense atmosphere. Ling Feng halted his laughter, pushed back his chair, and stood before the assembly, declaring, there is no concept of impulsiveness or lack thereof. What exists is merely the dichotomy of courage and cowardice. Is it not said that one must be willing to risk everything to unseat the emperor? When a majority refrains from action, yet a select few boldly proceed, it is curious that these few are often labeled as impulsive by the masses. The youth may speak with fervor, yet the reality is far more complex than they perceive, Huang Lao remarked, shaking his head. The one with the mightiest fist is the leader, such is the nature of reality. You cannot dispute this, can you, old man? Ling Feng retorted. Huang Lao raised an eyebrow but remained silent. So, do you believe that your fist holds more power now, or does mine? Ling Feng sneered as he slammed his fist onto the table, causing it to splinter into countless pieces. Should you choose to act, you would essentially be declaring enmity against the entire nation. It is imperative that you contemplate the ramifications of your actions. A middle-aged officer stepped forward, his gaze icy and his demeanor markedly grave. Ling Feng nodded slightly and said, thank you for the reminder. I have given this matter considerable thought, and my response to the military is unequivocal. Instantly, everyone perked up their ears, listening intently. Ling Feng spoke in a calm tone. The location remains the same. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning, I will arrive, and I expect to see the zombie distribution data I previously mentioned, along with a more detailed map. At that time, I will cooperate to some extent with the military to eliminate the zombies and mutated creatures. After a pause, Ling Feng's tone shifted as he said coldly, however, if I do not receive the desired information, I suggest we part ways. Should the military decide to take hostile action, I am more than willing to see this through to the end. Are you threatening us? Huang Lao's voice was low, his fists unconsciously clenching, a flicker of struggle passing over his wrinkled face. Ling Feng shook his head and remarked, this is not a threat, merely a reminder. If it comes to action, trust me, I shall show no mercy. At the very least, I will not spare anyone who dares to shoot at me, regardless of how justifiable their reasons may seem. Cannot you take a step back? The middle-aged officer replied with evident frustration. It was clear to him that Ling Feng's stance was resolutely unyielding. It was not something that could be resolved merely with words. Take a step back? Ling Feng was immediately infuriated, exclaiming loudly, I take a step back? How utterly ridiculous. It seems I have never made any exceptionally harsh demands. All I desire is for the military to provide me with intelligence on the zombies, so that I may assist them in eradicating the undead. Is this condition truly so unacceptable for the military? It is, in fact, the military that continually imposes unreasonable demands. Ling Feng's words caused the military personnel to momentarily display a grim countenance, accompanied by furrowed brows. If this individual continued to create a commotion, It could potentially stir emotions among the soldiers and refugees, leading to complications. Mr. Lingfeng, please compose yourself. We can discuss matters at length. Kindly lower your voice. Several officers could no longer contain themselves. While a few were privy to certain information, should the uproar become widely known, it could incite turmoil within the base city. Calm down. I have always been remarkably composed, Lingfeng coldly remarked, yet he refrained from raising his voice again, as he preferred to avoid an outright confrontation with the military unless absolutely necessary. He had tasks to attend to and simply could not afford to engage in disputes with these individuals. The distribution of zombies and mutated creatures was classified intelligence. We need to deliberate for a while before providing you with a response, as this is no trivial matter. If you do not mind, you may temporarily reside within the base city. We will inform you promptly once we have results. Elder Huang pondered thoughtfully. Lingfeng hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. If there truly were a possibility of collaborating with the military to eradicate the zombies, it would undoubtedly save him considerable time. However, I can only grant you one day. By noon tomorrow, I must receive a response from the military. I do not have the luxury of time to waste. Lingfeng stipulated a deadline to prevent these individuals from dragging their feet. Old Huang exchanged glances with his companions, engaging in a quiet discussion before ultimately conceding. With the alert lifted, Lingfeng was escorted by two soldiers into a modest room, neither too large nor too small, containing merely a small bed and a petite table. On the table rested a pitcher of fresh water, and against the wall sat a box of instant noodles, a rather commendable accommodation amidst the apocalypse. Once the soldiers departed, Lingfeng meticulously examined the room, ensuring there were no issues before he finally settled onto the bed, his mind quietly pondering the matters that lay ahead. Lingfeng paused, placing a hand on his growling stomach, and lamented, "I completely forgot to eat. How ridiculous." While others had begun to subsist on merely 2 meals a day, he remained steadfast in his 3-meal routine, and missing a meal left him feeling quite famished. "I shall refrain from competing for food with those here," he shrugged, rising to open the door, intending to seek sustenance. However, mere steps outside his room, he was halted by a cadre of soldiers. "Is there something you need? If not, kindly do not obstruct the path." Lingfeng frowned, exasperated by the military's excessive interference. A soldier, resembling a squad leader, stepped forward, saying, "If Mr. Lingfeng requires anything, please inform me, and I shall endeavor to accommodate your wishes. I am merely going out to find food. Your concern is unwarranted," Lingfeng replied impatiently, regretting his decision to linger. "As for food, we have." Before the soldier could finish, Lingfeng pushed past him, and amidst the astonished gazes of many, he ascended into the air, using his levitation technique. A surge of energy enveloping him as he swiftly soared into the heights. Under the astonished gazes of the guards atop the city walls, Lingfeng, a living person, flew past their heads. This spectacle ignited a fervor among numerous refugees and soldiers, and once the military high command became aware of the situation, they were incensed. Stomping their feet in frustration, their dissatisfaction with Lingfeng deepening significantly. When Lingfeng returned to the base city after procuring food on his own, the gazes of many shifted towards him, particularly those of the soldiers stationed at the city gates, who had been most astonished by his earlier flight. As he stepped into the city, a throng of military officials rushed toward him, with the elder Huang at the forefront, pointing an accusatory finger at Lingfeng's nose and bellowing, "You fool! You are the fool!" Lingfeng retorted sharply, "You ancient relic! Who permitted you to leave? And to openly display your abilities without restraint? Do you possess no sense of awareness? Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions?" Huang shouted in anger. The revelation of supernatural powers in broad daylight, if left unexplained, could incite panic. They had presumed that Lingfeng would exhibit some awareness, only to discover his utter disregard for the matter. "I do not recall being a prisoner under your custody. What I choose to do is my own prerogative, and I see no need for concealment. It seems you harbor quite the objection to this," Lingfeng remarked, his tone unfriendly. Lingfeng spoke casually as he circumvented the group, making his way to his room, unperturbed by their presence. To him, it was a trivial matter. Yet it inevitably exacerbated the discord between himself and the military. In the conference room, a middle-aged officer solemnly declared, "We must devise a strategy. That individual is clearly beyond our control, exhibiting a flagrant disregard for authority. Having spent years in high-ranking positions, he detested uncontrollable persons or situations. However, the orders from above compel us to extract the means of acquiring power from him. This is a non-negotiable directive," lamented another officer. This fellow is impervious to both persuasion and coercion. At present, we are at an impasse, old Huang remarked, shaking his head. The military had little experience in dealing with someone endowed with formidable supernatural abilities. If only we could draw some blood for analysis. At least that would provide us with some insights, sighed one officer. Do not hold your breath. He would never consent to that. But fret not, if blood is unattainable. Hair will suffice, the middle-aged officer stated. Tomorrow morning, after he leaves his room, we shall send personnel to search his bed. With a stroke of luck, we might procure a hair or two. These plans had been meticulously crafted beforehand. Since they could not consume the entirety of the matter at once, they would approach it incrementally. Collaborating with him would allow us to witness his supernatural capabilities up close. This knowledge would be invaluable should we need to confront him in the future, old Huang mused. The others contemplated this, nodding in agreement. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in 100 battles. Regardless of the era, this principle remains constant. Their apprehension towards one another stemmed from an underlying fear of the enigmatic power. Should this force become familiar, their psychological trepidation would diminish significantly. Old Huang, I actually have a suggestion. A young second-generation officer rose, his expression grave as he articulated his plan. The reactions of the others varied as they listened. Very well, let us give it a try. But exercise utmost caution. We must not allow him to catch wind of our intentions. After a brief hesitation and with old Huang's tacit approval, the middle-aged officer nodded in agreement. Later that afternoon, a knock echoed through the door. Mr. Ling Feng, we are here to deliver your dinner. Kindly open the door. Ling Feng was engaged in his physical training when he heard a knock at the door. Rising to wipe away the perspiration, he approached and opened it, revealing a soldier who held aloft a bowl of rice. Abundant with meat and vegetables, a rare delicacy in these apocalyptic times. After placing the meal on the table, the soldier uttered not a word and turned to depart. Ling Feng was left to ponder whether the food might be tainted. Ling Feng, feeling somewhat suspicious, pondered to himself as he picked up his chopsticks and began to inspect the contents of his bowl, stirring all the dishes together. It appeared that there was nothing amiss. Ling Feng tentatively took a bite of the meal, and after a moment, realizing it was quite acceptable, he began to eat heartily. After all, why not indulge? It was provided by the military, not something he had requested. Ling Feng possessed an insatiable appetite, devouring his meals with remarkable speed. In merely 5 minutes, an entire bowl of rice was consumed, prompting him to emit a satisfied belch. While the individuals surrounding him may not have been particularly impressive, the fare provided was certainly adequate. Naturally, such meals were reserved exclusively for high-ranking officers. Ordinary refugees were fortunate to subsist on thin gruel without succumbing to starvation. It was not that Ling Feng lacked vigilance or was oblivious to the notion of consuming others' provisions, but rather that his body, having been transformed by Buma, seemed impervious to toxins. He could even consume the flesh and blood of mutated creatures, brimming with negative energy, without hesitation, let alone other forms of sustenance. Shortly after finishing his meal, a soldier came to his door, inquiring whether he had finished eating. Ling Feng opened the door, allowing the other party to enter and retrieve the bowls and chopsticks before departing. Just before leaving, the soldier cast a furtive glance at Ling Feng, as if scrutinizing something. Shortly after the soldier departed, Ling Feng sensed that something was amiss. He felt a wave of dizziness enveloping him, as though he were on the verge of succumbing to slumber. Damn it, I was somewhat careless. It is not poison, but rather a powerful sedative. Ling Feng clutched his head, his countenance reflecting profound distress, and spoke in a voice laden with weariness. Poison disrupts the body's functions, yet sleeping pills do not. They merely facilitate a swift descent into slumber. However, at times, succumbing to sleep can be far more harrowing than the state of wakefulness tainted by toxicity. In that moment, Ling Feng faintly discerned the approach of footsteps from outside. Mr. Ling, you haven't rested yet, have you? We noticed that there seemed to be a shortage of water in your room, so we have brought some for you. A soldier's voice resonated from beyond the door. Ling Feng disregarded the words of the other party, suppressing the overwhelming sensation of fatigue as he activated the Dragon Ball system. After a brief moment of hesitation, he directly exchanged for 3 days of time. In an instant, Ling Feng's figure completely vanished from the room. Outside, the soldiers knocked on the door a few times, but received no response. A flicker of joy crossed their faces as one of them promptly used a spare key to unlock the door, only to find the interior utterly vacant, devoid of any presence. They were taken aback and hurried back to report the situation. What did you say? The person has disappeared? The high-ranking officials of the military were astonished. After repeated inquiries, the guarding soldiers affirmed that the individual had not exited at all, yet he had inexplicably vanished. A palpable sense of dread quietly enveloped the military hierarchy, leading them to issue a gag order, allowing the matter to fade into obscurity. Subsequently, the incident was swiftly escalated to higher authorities. Chapter 152, The Tumultuous Base City, 1. Inside the Spirit Time Room. Ling Feng opened his eyes, rubbed his head, and stood up to check the time. He had been in a deep slumber for a full 24 hours, an entire day. I had underestimated the situation. I never anticipated the military would resort to such potent sleeping pills. They nearly ensnared me in their trap, and I shall reclaim every bit of this debt, with interest. Ling Feng spoke with a frosty expression, suppressing a fervent rage within. The military's actions had thoroughly infuriated him. If he had previously considered giving them some leeway, taking the larger picture into account, at this moment, all such thoughts had been cast aside. Time and again, he could no longer endure their provocations. It had become apparent to him that negotiating with such a formidable entity as the military was the least effective approach. Only by demonstrating his strength and delivering a resounding blow would they understand. Nevertheless, with 2 days remaining, Ling Feng would not squander the time. After adjusting the gravity settings to 6 times normal, he began to train rigorously. Just a bit more. The 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Ling Feng challenged Sun Wukong twice, only to face defeat once again, and his performance even regressed compared to earlier attempts. This was largely due to the unresolved fury simmering within him, which adversely affected his combat. This only solidified Ling Feng's determination to settle the score. He was not one to accept losses lightly. The saying that a gentleman takes his revenge after 10 years is utter nonsense when it comes to settling accounts. He demands it done immediately. Now, in the Spirit Time House, 3 days had passed, while merely a few minutes elapsed in the real world. At that moment, the high-ranking officials of the military were still in a conference room deliberating over Ling Feng's affairs. His sudden disappearance had completely derailed their prior plans. Boom! A thunderous noise abruptly interrupted the meeting as a soldier burst through the door, panic etched across his face. What on earth is happening to be in such a frenzy? Elder Huang furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. It's that person. The soldier could barely finish his sentence when another deafening explosion occurred. A violent shockwave instantly shattered the conference room door, and the soldier was obliterated into fragments, blood splattering everywhere. Greetings, everyone. Ling Feng, enveloped in a white aura, strode in calmly, completely disregarding the hail of bullets behind him. Each bullet that struck him was effortlessly disintegrated by his protective energy. Are you out of your mind? The high-ranking officials of the military were taken aback, cursing their guards inwardly. How could they have possibly lost track of such a living person? It was utterly incomprehensible. Ling Feng, without uttering a word, raised his hand and summoned a golden energy wave, which he swiftly hurled forth. The crowd immediately disregarded their dignity and fell to the ground. Nonetheless, several unfortunate officers were obliterated by the force of the energy wave. This is outrageous. The middle-aged officer seethed with fury. How dare you? With a furious roar, Ling Feng charged towards his opponent, seizing him with a swift motion and delivering a powerful punch to the man's abdomen. Gasping for breath, the middle-aged officer widened his eyes in disbelief, spitting out saliva as he stared at Ling Feng, unable to comprehend that someone would dare to strike against the military. Had he lost his mind? The conference room erupted in chaos, a reflection of the turmoil outside, where squads of fully armed soldiers assembled and tanks rumbled forward. The entire base city was in an uproar, with bewildered refugees, just finished with their meals, watching the military's actions in confusion, unsure of what was unfolding. Do you even know what you were doing? You dare to strike against the military. You're finished. Huang Lao shouted angrily as he climbed to his feet. Protected by a throng of soldiers, Ling Feng, still gripping the middle-aged officer, found himself shielded from gunfire, though the barrels of countless weapons were trained on him, including rocket launchers, as tanks and attack helicopters swiftly approached. Yet Ling Feng merely offered a disdainful smile in front of the gathered crowd, gripping the officer's neck tightly. He twisted with force, a sickening crack echoing as the officer's neck was violently snapped. Today, you all shall perish, Ling Feng declared coldly, casually discarding the lifeless body of the officer. Feeling the countless weapons pointed at him, his blood surged with exhilaration. Let us make this a swift and merciless kill. After all, this is not my world. Why should I hold back? If I find it displeasing, I shall eliminate it. Kill him, Huang Lao commanded. his face a mask of frost, retreating rapidly with a group of high-ranking officers under the cover of soldiers, recognizing the danger that loomed. Open fire, with a single command. A rain of artillery shells descended upon the conference room where Ling Feng stood, obliterating the specially constructed space into mere fragments in an instant. A violent gust of wind erupted, dispersing the smoke and debris, and from the chaos emerged Ling Feng, unscathed and radiating a powerful aura. A monster. A soldier cried out in terror, psychologically shaken by the unfolding events. Ling Feng ascended into the sky with a stoic expression. As several combat helicopters swiftly approached from the distance, the machine guns mounted on the helicopters whirred into action, unleashing a torrent of large-caliber metal bullets in a cacophony of gunfire. With a thunderous roar, Ling Feng unleashed a powerful gust of energy that absorbed all incoming attacks. Simultaneously, he executed his signature technique, the energy wave, releasing two blazing orange-red beams that swiftly penetrated two combat helicopters, igniting them mid-air into colossal fireballs that plummeted to the ground. The entire base city was instantly engulfed in chaos. What was happening? Was it a clash between superheroes and the military? The sight left the onlookers utterly shattered in their perception of reality. Boom! A cannon fired, and the energy surge behind Ling Feng erupted violently, causing his body to tremble. Turning around, he beheld several tanks advancing towards him, their cannons already aimed in his direction, launching shells with precision. Ling Feng would not foolishly present himself as a target. He promptly dropped to the ground and surged into the ranks of soldiers. With his hands moving in a flurry, the Wolf Fang fist unleashed its extraordinary prowess at that moment, akin to a wolf infiltrating a flock of sheep, leaving the soldiers utterly vanquished. Meanwhile, the tanks, hindered by the consideration for their comrades, remained ineffective, rendering them mere ornaments. The military high command, concealed at a distance and listening to their subordinates' reports, turned increasingly livid, their faces tinged with purple. The preemptive strike by the enemy, combined with the fact that the battle occurred within the confines of the base city, severely limited the army's capacity to mount an effective large-scale assault, drastically diminishing their numerical advantage. This madman, is he intent on destroying this base city? Huang Lao exclaimed, his face pale with horror. He had never encountered such a deranged individual, let alone one endowed with such formidable power. Contemplating the enemy's sudden and merciless onslaught, he couldn't help but recall their previous plans, eliciting a bitter smile. It was truly a case of self-inflicted calamity. However, at this juncture, no words could remedy the situation. The conflict had escalated to a point of irreconcilable enmity between them and Ling Feng. Troublesome indeed. These rascals. Soldiers continued to flood in, and Ling Feng grew impatient with the slaughter. He found no thrill in dispatching these mere foot soldiers, who were nothing more than pawns in someone else's game. Thus, he charged into the encirclement, determined to seek out the higher-ups of the military. Come out, you wretches who only know how to play petty tricks. If you dare employ despicable methods, why not come forth and acknowledge your actions? As Ling Feng deftly evaded the onslaught of powerful artillery shells, he shouted resolutely. However, those timid individuals scurried away like mice, concealing themselves so effectively that their whereabouts remained a mystery. Yet, it was utterly impossible for Ling Feng to retreat. Today, he was determined to eliminate those who posed a threat to him. The expanse of the base city was indeed vast, and if he were to search for them sluggishly, his own stamina would be severely depleted. After all, enduring the relentless bombardment was an exhausting endeavor. While he could withstand bullets with sheer physicality, the sheer volume of cannon fire would undoubtedly overwhelm him. Since you refuse to show yourselves, I shall compel you to emerge. As he sensed the draining energy within him, Ling Feng's expression grew increasingly frigid, and his murderous intent deepened. Everyone, heed my words. Surrender those high-ranking scoundrels from the military. Otherwise, I shall obliterate the walls of the base city. He charged forth to the outskirts of the base city, standing high in the sky, bracing against the unending barrage while vociferously declaring his ultimatum. Upon hearing his words, chaos ensued throughout the base city. Countless citizens shrieked and fled in terror. An order disintegrated in an instant. It seemed that, having received some command, all artillery fire ceased abruptly. Soon after, the voice of Elder Huang resonated from within the base city. Do you comprehend the immense sacrifice made by the military and countless civilians to construct these walls? Do not utter such treasonous words. His tone was solemn and grave, clearly indicating that Ling Feng had crossed an irrevocable line. Elder Huang appeared to seek to harness the power of public opinion to denounce Ling Feng. for he made it abundantly clear that threatening the entire base city was an audacious act. He could not fathom that this audacious youth would truly dare to commit such an atrocity. Destroy the base city. Indeed, a cacophony of insults erupted within the city. A tumultuous chorus of voices directed at Ling Feng at the city gates. Ha ha! Ling Feng erupted into laughter, tears streaming down his face from the intensity of his mirth. A chilling sound that silenced nearly everyone. Old fool, do you genuinely believe I would hesitate to annihilate every single person within this base city? Abruptly halting his laughter, he spoke in a voice cold as ice, his murderous intent reaching its zenith. He considered himself far from a docile soul. This world held no influence over him. And should he feel slighted, he would dare to act without reservation. Are you truly willing to disregard the innocent civilians within the base city? You shall be branded a villain throughout history. The nation will not spare you, and there shall be no refuge for you in this world. Elder Huang shouted into the megaphone. Ling Feng's response was merely a single energy wave, which struck the city wall of the base, creating a small breach. I have no more words for you. You must perish. Even the King of Heaven cannot save you. Ling Feng bellowed, his temper unwavering. He was resolute. Anyone who dared to play tricks against him was destined for death. Whoever dares to obstruct me shall meet their end. Damn it. I've traversed the battlefield for so many years, and what is this little brat to me? All troops, heed my command, and exert your utmost to annihilate the target. The furious voice of Elder Huang resounded from within the base. As the gates of the base swung open, a slight tremor rattled the ground, and tanks began to emerge, accompanied by rows of soldiers. The sound of helicopter rotors intensified in the sky, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of combat helicopters appeared. Heavy machine guns were also set up along the city wall, all aimed squarely at Ling Feng. Use missiles to eliminate him. This threat cannot be allowed to survive. Otherwise, it will pose a grave danger to the nation. Elder Huang shouted emphatically, and with his command, a deluge of artillery fire rained down upon Ling Feng, saturating the air and ground with an intensity of gunfire that was nothing short of fierce. Ling Feng did not dare to be complacent. He channeled the currents of energy within him, extending his hand to conjure an energy shield before him, successfully deflecting all incoming assaults. Though the pale golden energy shield was capable of withstanding the onslaught of artillery fire, it demanded a considerable amount of energy. And Ling Feng was not foolish enough to allow his adversaries to bombard him like a target. He charged directly into the ranks of tanks below. Boom. Ling Feng unleashed two energy waves with a swift motion of his hands, striking a tank with such force that it penetrated the sturdy armor, sending shards of metal flying and injuring several nearby soldiers. A tank charged towards Ling Feng at high speed, attempting to crush him under its weight. With a furious roar, Ling Feng unleashed a powerful punch, his fist enveloped in a fierce aura, effortlessly penetrating the tank's armor. His arm thrust deep into the interior of the vehicle, and as he opened his palm, a brilliant golden energy wave erupted within the tank. Drawing back his arm, Ling Feng summoned every muscle in his body, and, under the astonished gazes of the soldiers, he lifted the tank with remarkable strength and hurled it towards another tank nearby. A tremendous crash ensued as the two tanks collided violently, shattering into a chaotic mess. Ling Feng extended his hand to grasp the long sword that had remained untouched until now. Channeling the energy within him, the blade suddenly erupted with a resplendent golden radiance. With a twist of his body, he unleashed a powerful, whirling slash. The sharp, golden blade of energy swept through the battlefield like the scythe of death, mercilessly claiming the lives of countless soldiers, leaving no one unscathed in its wake. Ling Feng wildly brandished his sword energy, utterly disregarding the katana's capacity to endure. After an unknown number of strikes, the relentless pressure proved too much for the blade in his hand, leading it to shatter spectacularly. Ling Feng, panting heavily, ceased his assault. The number of soldiers surrounding him had significantly diminished, and they gazed at him in terror, some too frightened to advance, realizing that doing so would be tantamount to courting death. As Ling Feng paused to catch his breath, a sudden explosion erupted behind him, causing a sharp pang of pain. He turned his gaze and beheld two combat helicopters swiftly maneuvering through the sky. Seeking death, Ling Feng spoke coldly, his hands clasped together, unleashing a powerful Kamehameha wave that swept across the sky, obliterating every single combat helicopter without exception. If you wish to fight, I shall engage you until the very end. Ling Feng was truly enraged. With a thunderous roar, he raised his arms high, unleashing a terrifying wave of energy that shattered the ground beneath him and sent the advancing soldiers flying, creating an instant vacuum around him. As the sky gradually darkened, the battle continued unabated. He had declared that those individuals must perish today, and thus, they were destined to meet their end. Perhaps no one could have anticipated that events would escalate to such an extent. It can only be said that neither side was willing to engage in open dialogue, each holding on to their own pride and dignity. In this clash, there was no right or wrong, only the dichotomy of strength and weakness. As night fell, the area before the walls of the base city was stained with crimson blood and scattered debris, flames flickering and releasing the acrid scent of charred remnants. Amidst the wreckage stood a solitary figure, panting heavily, his body smeared with blood and dust, yet he maintained a resolute stance. His piercing gaze fixed on the base city now illuminated by torches. The battle had drawn to a close. Ling Feng, having expended tremendous energy, had decisively vanquished the armed forces dispatched by the military. He was aware that the military's might extended beyond what had been deployed. Yet he understood that they would not unleash powerful missiles in the vicinity of the base city. With the situation having escalated to this point, continuing the fight held little purpose. The military high command, in a tacit understanding, ceased their assault, knowing that persisting further would spiral beyond their control. Their foremost concern was how to placate the furious Ling Feng. They were acutely aware that their previous plans had utterly failed, a consequence of their own making. Now, even regret came too late, and the notion of sending them out to their demise was utterly inconceivable, leaving them in a stalemate. Silence enveloped the surroundings. No commands were issued, yet everyone within the base city remained hushed, awaiting the shattering of the stillness. "I shall grant you 3 minutes," he declared. "If, after this time, I do not witness the high-ranking officials of the military cast out from the base city, I regret to inform you that we shall not rest until blood is shed." Ling Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, his expression indifferent as he spoke. He stood there, awaiting a response from the other party while simultaneously endeavoring to restore his strength. The words of Ling Feng stirred a tumult within the base city, akin to boiling water poured into a pot of oil. The crowd erupted into a cacophony of voices, yet none dared to voice their opinions towards the military. They could only cast hopeful glances towards the fully armed soldiers. The majority yearned for the higher-ups of the military to evacuate swiftly. However, being astute individuals, none wished to be the first to speak out, instead entrusting their hope for survival to others, hoping someone would step forward. Within the secluded chamber of the military's upper echelons, a young officer exclaimed in panic, "What shall we do, old Huang? That boy is nothing short of insane." With the death of the base city's commander, it naturally fell upon the seasoned Huang to address the matter. "Isn't this precisely your ill-conceived idea? The other party must be aware of our actions," Huang retorted, his face darkening. "I never anticipated that he would dare to be so reckless. I severely underestimated his ruthlessness." With a swift motion, Huang slapped the table in frustration, exhaling deeply as he continued. "For now, we have no choice but to sacrifice the mastermind, hoping this will quell the unrest. If this continues, none of us shall emerge unscathed. With such substantial loss of armed forces, I am at a loss as to how to report this to our superiors." At the mention of the mastermind, all eyes turned to the young officer, their expressions rife with disdain. This debacle was his doing, a foolish second-generation scion. The young officer, no fool himself, quickly grasped Huang's intention. He was to be thrown into the flames of blame. His complexion paled with terror. "Seize him and cast him out of the base city. Declare him the true mastermind," Huang commanded coldly. 2 soldiers promptly dragged the pale-faced young officer away, while the others watched with trepidation, uncertain if they too would meet a similar fate. In a mere 3 minutes, as Ling Feng prepared to speak, several soldiers emerged from the base city, unceremoniously tossing the young officer outside. "Mr. Ling Feng, this individual is the true architect of this scheme. He orchestrated it all. We leave his fate in your hands," a soldier proclaimed before turning back to the base. "Ah, it seems you have been forsaken," Ling Feng mocked. The young officer's face was etched with bitterness. Falling into the hands of this madman was tantamount to a death sentence. However, he thought, "I am not one to spill blood unnecessarily. Since the mastermind has revealed himself, I shall overlook you this final time, hoping we shall never cross paths again." Ling Feng nodded and spoke in a resonant voice, grasping the collar of the young officer. He soared into the sky, swiftly departing from the vicinity of the base city. Once it was confirmed that he had truly left, the senior military officials within the base city let out a collective sigh of relief, though only Huang Lao furrowed his brow. He sensed that matters were not as simple as they appeared. However, contemplating further was futile at this moment. He could only hope that this affair would indeed come to a close, for he was truly at his wit's end with the ongoing turmoil. Is Ling Feng truly contemplating to cease his endeavors? Clearly, such a notion is implausible. Upon the rooftop of a residential building, situated approximately 2 kilometers from the base city, Ling Feng forcefully threw the young officer to the ground, placing his foot upon the officer's chest. With a calm tone, he inquired, "Do you wish to survive?" The young officer, who had already closed his eyes in resignation, was momentarily taken aback, then hastily nodded. Who would truly desire death? Excellent, Ling Feng continued. If you wish to live, reveal to me the whereabouts of those who betrayed you. Ling Feng sneered, articulating that this was indeed his intent. He held no interest in perpetuating a stalemate with the opposition. Those rascals would undoubtedly allow the entire populace of the base city to perish without a second thought, rather than risk their own lives. It was futile. After I have been forsaken, those scoundrels would surely seek refuge elsewhere. The young officer shook his head, expressing his vehement disdain for those who sacrificed themselves, wishing fervently for their swift demise. Ling Feng was undoubtedly aware of this, yet he nonchalantly remarked, "As one of the senior military officers in the base city, you must surely be privy to certain crucial locations. I implore you to disclose all such information to me. Once I grasp the internal structure of the base city, locating those high-ranking officers will become significantly easier. I have no intention of waiting idly, for my schedule is exceedingly demanding." The young officer's lips moved, revealing a hint of hesitation. You are likely contemplating that should you divulge any information, it would result in your demise at my hands, aren't you? Ling Feng let out a cold snort and spoke. His counterpart remained silent, yet tacitly acquiesced. It was not that he had value before speaking, but now he was deemed worthless. Quite the contrary, Ling Feng remarked with a hint of playful intrigue, leaving the young officer somewhat perplexed. How about we collaborate? After I eliminate those individuals, you can leverage my strength to ascend to power. I shall support you in securing the foremost position in the base city. All you need to do is assist me in eradicating the zombies and provide me with various intelligence. Ling Feng spoke each word with a resonance akin to thunder, echoing in the ears of the young officer. The officer, with a face filled with astonishment, gazed at Ling Feng, apprehensive as he observed the unwavering demeanor of the man before him. An overwhelming sense of fear gripped his heart. This individual possessed an audacity that was truly remarkable. He soon found himself ensnared in a struggle, deliberating whether to place his trust in Ling Feng's words. The allure of the highest position in the base city was undeniably enticing. Perhaps, with this man's assistance, he could secure even greater advantages in the future. In times of turmoil, heroes emerge, and we now find ourselves amidst the most chaotic era the world has ever known. If we consider the state of affairs domestically, many regions have already seen individuals rise to power, asserting their dominance. Perhaps he could do the same. This thought ignited a fervor within him. And as he recalled the cold indifference of those who had so readily forsaken him, a fierce glint flickered in the young officer's eyes. "I hope you can honor your promise," the young officer declared, fixing his gaze upon Ling Feng. He had made his choice. He sought to exact vengeance upon those who had sacrificed him, intending to seize control of the entire base city. "Of course, I also hope for a fruitful collaboration." A faint smile graced Ling Feng's lips as he extended his hand to shake with the other party, subtly lowering his head, a fleeting glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. Engaging in a direct confrontation with the base city would yield no advantages, only a momentary sense of relief, yet at the cost of countless innocent lives. Thus, Ling Feng devised a strategy that could serve both sides, a decapitation plan. Should it succeed, he could subsequently leverage the vast resources of the base city, particularly its aircraft. Should he wish to journey to Western nations, flying would be the swiftest means. And he could not rely on his own capabilities, but rather had to act through the military. Let us commence with the distribution of arms within the base city, Ling Feng thought. The young officer was prepared to divulge some classified information, yet Ling Feng unexpectedly raised a hand to halt them. "I wish to hear the truth." Devoid of any falsehoods, he stated, locking his gaze onto the officer's eyes. "Fix your attention on mine, and banish any errant thoughts from your mind. I need to discern whether there are traces of deceit in your eyes," Ling Feng spoke, his tone growing increasingly grave. The young officer, undeterred by fear, met Ling Feng's gaze. At first, he felt composed, but soon a sense of dizziness enveloped him, his mind becoming disordered. Unbeknownst to him, Ling Feng slowly waved his hands before him, speaking in a deep tone. "Now, You will completely trust me and divulge everything you know about the base city. As Ling Feng's hands moved, subtle waves of mental energy began to emanate, infiltrating the officer's consciousness, inducing a dreamlike state from which he began to speak in a dazed manner. After a while, Ling Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, dispelling the turtle sage's hypnosis technique. The young officer appeared somewhat dazed, as if he had unwittingly revealed a considerable amount of information. Ling Feng gestured for him to take a moment to collect himself, while he himself settled down to rest. Rubbing his weary head, Ling Feng sighed softly. The efficacy of the turtle sage's hypnosis was indeed lacking, burdened by numerous limitations. This was a minor technique imparted to him by the turtle sage, and it was, in fact, his first time employing it. Despite being aware of its shortcomings, he felt a tinge of disappointment. Firstly, a significant disparity in strength between the two parties was essential, accompanied by a requisite preparation time. Additionally, the target must possess no wariness, remaining in a relaxed state of mind, and any resistance during the process could lead to a backlash against the practitioner. Even if successful, the practitioner could not compel the target to act beyond certain ethical confines. The mental energy expenditure was considerable as well, rendering it only feasible for casual use in daily life, utterly ineffective in combat. It is quite late now. Let us find a place to rest. Surely, you do not expect me to sleep in such a locale? The young officer cracked his dry lips and surveyed his surroundings. They were atop a desolate building, a barren expanse that was hardly conducive to sleep. He was well aware that back in the base city, he was accustomed to a life of abundant food and drink. Let us rest for 2 hours. Afterwards, we shall return to the base city. Ling Feng glanced at the sky and spoke softly, then sat down directly on the ground, taking out some provisions from his clothing to eat. Is there really a need to rush? Let us carefully devise a more concrete plan of action. I must also consider how to effectively integrate those armed forces, the young officer hesitated to say. I will make them obey with my fists. You need not worry about that, Ling Feng replied calmly. Violence cannot resolve issues. The young officer could not help but interject, for Ling Feng was not an insider and was unaware of certain underlying rules. Ling Feng let out a cold snort and remarked, engaging in conversation with a group of unreasonable individuals is the epitome of foolishness. With certain people, the only means of communication is through one's fists. If you do not leave them battered and bruised, they will merely perceive your restraint as a sign of weakness. Moreover, I have previously stated my intention to eliminate them today. Do you truly believe I was speaking lightly? The young officer gazed at Ling Feng in trepidation, comprehending fully at that moment that this man was a thorough extremist. It would be wise not to provoke him, for once one does, they invite an insurmountable dilemma. Ling Feng quietly consumed his meal, his expression as tranquil as still water. It was unknown what thoughts occupied his mind. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive, and time gradually slipped away. 2 hours swiftly passed. Ling Feng let out a long breath, the warm current circulating within him. The previously expended energy had now been restored to approximately 70%, which sufficed for the undertaking of the decapitation plan. Get up, Ling Feng ordered as he kicked the young officer, who was dozing on the ground. Do I really have to accompany you? Haven't I already provided you with a detailed explanation? I could even draw you a diagram if necessary, the young officer replied, somewhat feebly. If I were to allow you to go alone, you might seize the opportunity to escape. Such a blunder has no place in my plans, Ling Feng remarked, not waiting for the other party's idle chatter, and with a hint of impatience, seized them and soared into the sky. The gusts of wind enveloped the two as they swiftly darted towards the base city. By this time, it was already deep into the night. The lights around the base city were dim and dreary, illuminated only by the flickering flames of crude oil lamps, crafted from the subcutaneous oils of mutated creatures, which burned far longer than ordinary candles. Although it was night, patrolling soldiers steadfastly maintained their watch, their numbers exceeding Ling Feng's intelligence by approximately 20%. Clearly, those in power were not fools. They had heightened their vigilance, even altering the patterns of their patrols slightly. A rash intrusion would undoubtedly lead to detection. Fortunately, Ling Feng possessed an undeniable advantage in flight, rendering this minor miscalculation inconsequential. Ling Feng did not make his entrance from the front. Instead, he opted for a side approach. Cloaked by the cover of night, he observed the patrolling soldiers from a high vantage point, discerning their patterns and waiting for the opportune moment. Once he had gathered sufficient information, he swiftly infiltrated the city of the base, concealing himself within the area inhabited by refugees. Wait, this is not what we discussed. The young officer stammered, his upper body bare, tightly bound by ropes fashioned from tattered clothing by Ling Feng's forceful hand. Ling Feng remained silent as he bound the opponent's hands and feet, subsequently gagging them. If they wished to survive, they were to stay obediently in this place. Ling Feng delivered a swift kick, causing the other party to instantly become compliant. He dared not attract attention, for he had already been placed on the military's blacklist. Should he be discovered alive, and especially if he implicated Ling Feng in his entry to the base city, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. All he could do now was hope that Ling Feng would honor his promise. "May I borrow your military knife for a moment?" Ling Feng swiftly drew a small military knife from his opponent's waist and turned to meld into the enveloping darkness of the night. This evening was destined to be one of bloodshed. On the pitch-black street, a shadow flitted like a wraith through the profound alleys as the pale moonlight cascaded down, faintly illuminating a chilling glimmer. A drop of blood fell from the cold light, landing upon the rough ground. Clad in a dark cloak, Ling Feng leaned against the wall, his face pressed tightly against it, seemingly merging with the surrounding shadows. He breathed steadily and powerfully, beads of sweat trickling down his cheeks, his expression tinged with fatigue. And in his hand, he clutched a blood-stained military knife, the crimson essence nearly depleted. Only one remained. Ling Feng murmured softly to himself, his feet gently leaping as he floated upward, carefully evading a squad of patrolling soldiers. He vaulted over a building and concealed himself within a recess, his gaze fixed upon a nearby mansion, his eyes gleaming with a cold, lethal intent. It had been over an hour since he infiltrated the base city to execute his decapitation plan. During this time, he deftly employed various tactics to elude the vigilant patrols, infiltrating the residences of high-ranking military officials and eliminating them while they indulged in slumber and pleasure. If his initial motive was merely to seek vengeance against those who sought to persecute him, his current actions were imbued with a sense of righteous justification. Each individual he dispatched resided in ostentatiously lavish abodes that belied their seemingly mundane exteriors, often accompanied by an array of alluring beauties for their amusement. In stark contrast to the refugees outside, who could barely stave off starvation, these individuals lived in a veritable paradise. To suggest that these men were virtuous would be a profound affront to his conscience. Heaven knows the despicable and vile deeds they had committed in secrecy. Now, only the last elder remained. Following the demise of the previous leader of the base city at Ling Feng's hands, this man had seamlessly ascended to the position of authority. Among the residences of high-ranking officers, this particular old man's dwelling was the most heavily guarded, compelling Ling Feng to exercise extreme caution. As the hour approached midnight, his pace quickened, his hands tightening around the dark cloak enveloping him, resembling a shadowy, unassuming package as he soared silently into the night sky, ascending rapidly. Despite the numerous patrols below, few would think to glance upward at the inky black heavens. Even if they did, they might not perceive Ling Feng, whose camouflage thrived in the darkness. Just as he neared the mansion that housed his target, two bright beams of light suddenly pierced the night, sweeping back and forth across the sky. Had it not been for his nimble reflexes, he might have been discovered while shifting his position. Fortunately, it was merely the routine sweep of fixed searchlights. Once assured of his continued concealment, Ling Feng exhaled a sigh of relief and swiftly descended upon the rooftop of the target mansion. He lowered himself, pressing flat against the tiles, as the beams periodically traversed overhead. Soon, the lights extinguished. Yet, he did not rise immediately. Instead, he waited an additional 3 seconds. As anticipated, the extinguished beams flickered back to life, scanning the night sky for several seconds before extinguishing once more. This time, it appeared they had genuinely ceased their search. Ling Feng held his breath, cautiously floating down from the rooftop, his entire being suspended against the side wall of Zhaidu's abode. With his back against the concrete wall, he observed a patrol of soldiers below, gripping his slightly perspiring military knife tightly. He suddenly descended. The sharp blade glimmered with a faint golden hue, intertwining with the soft moonlight, crafting a beautiful radiance that exuded a chilling aura of death. The patrolling soldiers, sensing the unusual light, instinctively looked up, as a resplendent crescent moon silently descended, taking with it a sanguine glow. Wiping away the searing bloodstains from his face, Ling Feng, disregarding the need to clear away the bodies, swiftly leapt onto the balcony of the second floor. He had to eliminate the occupants before the next patrol arrived. The glass door of the balcony was naturally locked, but this posed no challenge for Ling Feng. He pressed his hand against the glass, allowing the air currents to gradually coalesce upon his palm, forming a golden energy wave. Under the influence of this wave, the glass began to dissolve rapidly and silently. After creating a fist-sized opening, he ceased the energy wave, the light gradually fading. Ling Feng reached in, and after a slight exploration, a faint click echoed as the glass door swung open. Gently pushing it aside, he dashed inside. The balcony connected to the living room, which was enveloped in darkness, save for a faint light emanating from beneath the door of a nearby room. Ling Feng swiftly approached, and as he neared the doorway, he faintly discerned some sounds from within. His expression shifted momentarily, and with a sudden force, he kicked the door open. Upon entering the room, Ling Feng's gaze fell immediately upon the frail figure of an elderly man who was precariously perched atop a little girl, seemingly no more than 6 or 7 years old. The girl's expression was vacant, her eyes devoid of life, resembling a lifeless corpse. Her hands and feet were bound tightly with delicate iron chains, affixed to both the headboard and footboard of the bed, rendering her utterly immobile. What? The unexpected turn of events caused the old man to pale, scrambling away from the girl in a panic. Upon seeing Ling Feng clad in black robes, along with the bloodstained military knife, his countenance shifted dramatically. At that moment, a loud alarm resonated from outside, and the sound of disciplined footsteps rapidly approached, indicating that those outside were aware of the turmoil within. "Who are you? Who sent you to assassinate me?" The old man bellowed, his voice tinged with a mix of fear and defiance as he sought to buy some time. "You think you can stall for reinforcements, do you? Have you forgotten who I am? Age has indeed rendered you forgetful." Ling Feng, with a piercing insight, unveiled the cunning tricks of the old man, coldly removing the dark robe that shrouded his head, revealing his visage. The chilling and penetrating murderous intent in his eyes pierced the heart like a sharp blade. "It is you. Call for help." The once composed old man, now gripped by terror, shouted in a voice filled with fear, hastily retreating in panic. "You old scoundrel!" With a furious roar, Ling Feng charged forward, delivering a devastating punch to the old man's abdomen. The force of the blow nearly rendered the old man lifeless, causing his body to double over and his insides to churn violently, saliva spilling from his mouth. Grasping the almost unconscious elder, Ling Feng approached the young girl lying on the bed. With a swift motion, he drew his military knife, and with a series of metallic clangs, the iron chains shattered. Yet, the girl remained in a dazed state, lying motionless on the bed, unconsciously murmuring. Ling Feng bent down, recalling the words she had spoken. He bit his lip tightly, casting aside the old man with a swift motion. Suddenly, he retreated 2 steps, bringing his hands together, summoning a resplendent blue and white radiance. "Kamehameha!" Ling Feng shouted with all his might. A powerful beam of light erupted from his hands, instantly engulfing the girl's form. Her corporeal body began to dissolve in the searing brilliance, a faint smile of liberation becoming discernible. If one were to deem the body during life as tainted, then complete purification was all that was required. Under the influence of the Kamehameha, not only was the girl's body annihilated, but the very walls were shattered as well, breaking through all obstacles and piercing a gaping hole into the dark firmament, illuminating the entire night sky. This night was irrevocably altered. The evening sky bore a slight chill, as the wind howled, brushing against the warm yet fervent heart, causing it to retreat into silence. Atop the heavens, the full moon radiated its unique luminosity, casting silvery beams upon the earth, reflecting the restless crowd below. Ling Feng stood amidst the ruins, disregarding the soldiers encircling him, and gazed up at the night sky. The remnants of the shockwave scattered like luminous specks, drifting down with the wind, twinkling with a dazzling brilliance that belied an indescribable sorrow hidden beneath their beauty. "Please, save me. I do not wish to perish." The frail, withered figure of the elderly Huang, buried deep beneath the rubble, managed to extend a skeletal arm. Emitting a faint cry for help, his voice laden with helplessness and terror, entirely devoid of the commanding tone he once possessed. Disheveled and bloodied, his head soaked in crimson, a steel rebar protruding grotesquely from his chest, he bled profusely, nearly impaled into the earth. This individual was beyond salvation. How utterly repulsive it was. Ling Feng turned his gaze towards the struggling old man, his tone chillingly indifferent. "Please, I do not wish to die," the old man pleaded in agony. Blood continually spilling from his mouth, his face devoid of color, teetering on the brink of death. Perhaps this was his retribution. There was no need for Ling Feng to take action himself, for the fallen debris had already wrought such a tragic fate. "What is the matter? Are you not going to attack, or have you succumbed to fear?" Ling Feng surveyed the vigilant soldiers surrounding him and remarked with a hint of disdain, pausing momentarily as if to mock. After all, no one would willingly sacrifice their life for a dying man, would they? "Huh." Observing the indifferent faces of the soldiers around him, the old man beneath the ruins was suddenly engulfed by despair, his countenance ashen, with eyes brimming with resentment. He directed a trembling, blood-stained finger at Ling Feng and uttered, you shall not escape a grim fate. One day, you too will meet a terrible end. All I know is that the one destined to perish now is you. To hell with you, you wretched old fool. Ling Feng suddenly roared, interrupting the old man's curses. He extended his palm, converging specks of golden light, and unleashed a powerful energy wave. Boom. Blood splattered, staining the ground. I have eliminated all the high-ranking officials of the base city. With merely a single utterance, Ling Feng stirred a commotion among all the soldiers present. The base city, stripped of its high-ranking officials, found itself inoperable. They were at a loss as to whose orders they should heed next. I understand that you are merely following orders, and I do not wish to elaborate further thus. Ling Feng briefly recounted the matter concerning the young officer, prompting a series of exchanged glances among the soldiers. A portion of them promptly made their way over. Before long, the young officer, bound by Ling Feng, approached amidst the throng of soldiers. At this point, he had donned a military uniform, as he was, after all, one of the few remaining high-ranking officials, and it was imperative to maintain a semblance of dignity. To think you truly succeeded, the young officer remarked, his countenance reflecting a complex array of emotions as he surveyed the surrounding ruins and bloodshed. It was evident that he had learned of Ling Feng's successful decapitation plan from the soldiers. This man's power was formidable, far beyond the reach of his own means to control. The young officer could not help but think this, with the sanguine knight serving as the most compelling testament. Ling Feng's expression remained icy as he addressed the surrounding soldiers. Gentlemen, I believe there is no need for excessive explanation regarding previous events. You all understand that our base city is currently leaderless and desperately requires a legitimate figure to guide it. My words resonate with you, do they not? The soldiers nodded in tacit agreement, fully aware of the situation at hand. The young officer, sensing the opportune moment, stepped forward to deliver a carefully crafted speech intended to assert his rightful claim over the armed forces of the base city. He sought the endorsement of a broader audience, for without it, his authority would lack legitimacy, leading to inevitable complications and the risk of public dissent. Reluctantly, he wished to avoid overly relying on Ling Feng's influence to consolidate control, as he understood that such reliance was not a sustainable strategy. After delivering a passionate and stirring address, the soldiers began to murmur among themselves. Naturally, the first to express their allegiance were those loyal to the young officer, who, inspired by their leader's fervor, prompted others to join their ranks. It was evident that the majority chose to align themselves with the prevailing sentiment, obeying the remaining senior officers. However, a faction of soldiers, formerly loyal to other commanders, displayed signs of discontent, hesitating to accept the current circumstances and hinting at a desire to resist. Yet, under Ling Feng's imposing presence, many refrained from voicing their dissent. Observing this, the young officer's expression darkened with dissatisfaction, and he inwardly seethed with frustration at their lack of appreciation for the future sustenance they would receive. If anyone harbors objections, I invite you to speak up. Ling Feng spoke coldly, an aura of subtle authority emanating from him. This was the effect of his presence. When there exists a significant disparity in strength, it can render opponents unsettled, making it an ideal tactic for negotiation. His aura was not something ordinary individuals could withstand. He detested such indecisive postures and preferred to be straightforward. Even though this method lacked decorum, there were no alternatives available at the moment. Under Ling Feng's intimidation, those soldiers who still harbored dissent quickly acquiesced to the prevailing circumstances. Although they remained internally dissatisfied, such sentiments were not Ling Feng's concern. He had accomplished what he set out to do. Now was the time to leverage military resources. Once stability was temporarily restored in the base city, the young officer dispatched personnel to manage the unruly refugees while arranging accommodations for Ling Feng. Initially, he had offered a luxurious suite, but Ling Feng declined, opting instead for a modest residence. He instructed that by noon tomorrow, the necessary documents be prepared so they could engage in detailed discussions regarding the forthcoming matters. It was already late, and he desired rest, requesting not to be disturbed further. Thus, it was settled. Ling Feng spoke softly, then entered the house and closed the door, leaving no room for the young officer to respond. As he listened to the retreating footsteps, a cold smile crept across his face. He murmured to himself, "When you become devoid of utility, that shall be your demise. I shall never spare anyone who seeks to harm me." Regaining his composure and reflecting upon the events of the night, Ling Feng let out a long sigh and shook his head. After sipping some water, he approached the bedside, disrobed, and retired for the night. On the following morning, Ling Feng rose early. After drinking a bit of the clear water on the table, he stepped out of the room, intent on procuring some food, as he had already caught the enticing aroma of cooking wafting through the air. "Mr. Ling Feng, the commander invites you to join him for a meal," a young and attractive female soldier approached and said. "Lead the way," he replied. Ling Feng nodded slightly, speaking in a calm tone, indicating that a beautiful female soldier would be guiding him. A moment's reflection made it clear what her intentions might be. Yet Ling Feng was unperturbed. "Please follow me," she instructed. As he trailed behind the soldier through the base city, Ling Feng noticed numerous large pots being used for cooking, surrounded by a throng of famished refugees eagerly awaiting the precious sustenance. However, under the vigilant supervision of the soldiers, the line remained orderly, devoid of any chaotic incidents. It appeared that the upheaval from the previous night had not significantly impacted the overall state of the base city, at least in the minds of these refugees. They likely cared little about who was in charge above them, focusing instead on the assurance of their food supply. After 5 minutes of navigating through layers of guards, Ling Feng finally arrived at an attic where the presence of sentinels was markedly diminished. He made his way directly to the hall. "It is indeed quite inconvenient to come here," he remarked. Ling Feng pulled out a chair and seated himself, gazing at the young officer seated at the head of the table. Several enticing dishes and bowls of white rice porridge had already been arranged on the dining table. Was this a precautionary measure? He mused with a chuckle. The young officer, feeling somewhat awkward, responded with a shy smile, having recently ascended to his position. He was acutely aware of the discontent harbored by many towards him, necessitating a degree of caution. Ling Feng let out a soft snort, choosing to disregard him. Gazing at the bowl of plain rice porridge before him, he remarked nonchalantly, "This must be devoid of any special ingredients, for my palate is exceptionally discerning. I typically refrain from consuming anything unclean." "How could that be?" "It was merely a minor misunderstanding," the young officer replied, his expression shifting to one of discomfort. Ling Feng let out a soft hum, immersing himself in his meal, fully aware that his companion would not dare to repeat such a foolish act. After satisfying his hunger, it was time to discuss more serious matters. Engaging in conversation over a meal is a customary practice among the Chinese, allowing for a more relaxed atmosphere. "Have you resolved the matters at hand?" Ling Feng inquired, wiping his mouth as he gazed at the young officer, an enigmatic glimmer flickering in his eyes. The young officer hesitated momentarily, then nodded. "I do have certain connections. What about the documents? Are they prepared?" Ling Feng swiftly shifted the topic. "Behold, this is the compilation I instructed my subordinates to assemble overnight," the young officer replied, handing over a stack of papers he received from his aides. After Lin Feng took the documents, he began to peruse them casually. Time passed slowly while the young officer remained silent, observing him and awaiting his response. The materials were abundant, and Lin Feng spent over half an hour skimming through them. Nonetheless, he gleaned significant insights. Some findings deviated from his expectations, particularly regarding the ratio of zombies in the northern and southern regions. Logically, one would assume that the more densely populated southern areas would suffer more severely. However, the reality was otherwise. China's topography is characterized by its mountainous terrain, especially in the north, which has led to a proliferation of mutated creatures in that region. Additionally, many survivors from the southern cities fled towards the more expansive northern territories, exacerbating the situation there. The young officer remarked that when people find themselves unable to contend with the zombies in urban settings, their instinct is to retreat into the deep mountains. This reaction is often the first response when they feel cornered, yet many overlook the fact that the mountains harbor the highest concentration of mutated beings, or they are compelled to confront the dangers regardless. Moreover, securing food in the cities has become exceedingly difficult, and this is the crux of the issue. Aside from the data on zombie distribution, Lin Feng also encountered several documents marked with special symbols, primarily concerning various base cities. These cities had not been integrated or consolidated. The young officer stated solemnly. Ling Feng chuckled mockingly, shaking the documents in his hand without uttering a word. With a flick, he tossed the papers onto the table. Rising to his feet, he pointed to a particular document and declared, "Prepare yourselves. We shall head to the nearest concentration of zombies at noon today to undertake a cleansing operation." "So soon? Perhaps we should postpone it for a couple of days." "We need ample preparation," the young officer replied, somewhat troubled. Ling Feng waved his hand with an air of authority, stating, "I do not wish to squander time. Let us proceed with utmost haste. I shall endeavor to assist the military in the collection of supplies to the best of my abilities. I imagine the food reserves in the base city are not particularly abundant. Very well, I shall issue the orders immediately, for the sake of humanity's future." Upon hearing Ling Feng's willingness to aid in the procurement of supplies, the young officer felt a sense of relief wash over him and nodded solemnly, saying, "Inform me before you depart." Ling Feng spoke softly and then turned to depart from this place. Upon entering the room, Ling Feng was taken aback to find the female soldier who had guided him also stepping inside, a smile adorning her face as she gazed at him. "If there is nothing of importance, you may return," he suggested. Ling Feng waved his hand dismissively, gesturing for the other party to depart. However, the female soldier unexpectedly charged forward, executing a swift and vicious kick aimed at Ling Feng's neck. Her strike was executed with remarkable ferocity. Had an ordinary person been struck, their neck would undoubtedly have succumbed to the force. Ling Feng did not anticipate the sudden assault from his opponent, momentarily caught off guard. However, he instinctively sidestepped, evading the adversary's advance. In a swift motion, he seized the opponent's calf and, without hesitation, hurled them away. The female soldier executed a graceful somersault in midair, landing elegantly on the ground, her agility far surpassing that of an ordinary individual, leaving Ling Feng rather astonished. "Who on earth are you?" Ling Feng gazed at the other party, his voice cold as he inquired. Such skill is not something an ordinary soldier possesses. Having encountered many hardships, he had grown exceedingly vigilant. "Forgive me, Mr. Ling Feng," the female soldier replied with a slight smile. "I simply couldn't resist the urge to spar with you for a moment. I hope you can pardon any offense I may have caused." With that, she reached up to grasp her cheek, and, under Ling Feng's watchful gaze, she slowly peeled away the skin from her face. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Selina. In the past, I was an intelligence officer, a so-called spy. Now, however, I find myself merely a lost little lamb." As the disguise was removed, a delicate visage and flowing golden locks were revealed. With a charming smile, she introduced herself in fluent Chinese, leaving Ling Feng quite astonished. Selina, 18 years of age, hailed from the British Empire, and she claimed her former occupation was that of a covert intelligence operative, a female spy. Now, she regarded herself as a pitiable creature wandering aimlessly on the path of life, awaiting divine redemption. Her exquisite features radiated an elegance reminiscent of a princess, imbued with a playful charm, and her tall, curvaceous figure warranted at least a score of 95, truly a rare beauty from abroad. So this is the legendary beauty of a spy, Ling Feng mused inwardly, faced with such an unexpected foreign beauty. Most men might find the situation amusing or even harbor some ulterior motives. However, for Ling Feng at that moment, the presence of an additional complication was nothing but a nuisance, offering no benefit to him whatsoever. "My God, you are the most unrefined man I have ever encountered. Is this truly how you treat me? Surely, such behavior is hardly gentlemanly. I find it quite displeasing," Selina lamented, bound and lying on the bed, her expression one of resignation. "Now, tell me, you self-proclaimed lost little lamb, when did you infiltrate the base city, and what is your purpose?" Ling Feng inquired. Seated at the edge of the bed, his gaze fixed on Selina. "I was already in this city before the apocalypse, executing missions to steal intelligence as usual when I stumbled into this damned end of the world. I have been keeping an eye on matters concerning you. You must be an envoy sent by God to this realm." Selina recounted her unfortunate tale, her eyes burning with intensity as she looked at Ling Feng, as if she wished to devour him whole. "Who knows? Perhaps I am a messenger of Satan sent to sow death and despair upon the earth." Ling Feng quipped with a cold jest. "That cannot be. Corrupt, dark beings cannot possess the formidable power of light. You are undoubtedly an emissary from God, sent to rescue humanity from suffering. Purify this tainted world with the sacred light." Serena exclaimed, her beautiful face flushed with excitement, her eyes brimming with fervent devotion. "You are overthinking it. I have no connection to God, and being an Easterner, I do not belong to the Western world. I have never believed in God." Ling Feng replied nonchalantly. "No. The glory of God can illuminate this world. There is no distinction between East and West. In God's eyes, all lambs equally require redemption," Serena asserted resolutely. "I do not believe I am in need of God's salvation." Ling Feng rose from his seat and approached the table. Taking a sip of water to clear his throat, he spoke with an air of nonchalance. "Do not deceive me any longer. I heard you last time. You proclaimed yourself as the messenger of the divine, the savior of this world, destined to rescue humanity from suffering." Selina replied with excitement, likely referring to the discussions Ling Feng had previously engaged in with high-ranking military officials. It is surprising to realize that she had already been mingling in the vicinity at that time. One can easily deduce that I was merely toying with those individuals. Ling Feng helplessly remarked, sensing that the other party bore no ill intentions. He deemed it unnecessary to resort to violence. I refuse to believe it. You must be a messenger of God. I trust my instincts. Selena asserted stubbornly. Well, perhaps your instincts have been devoured by a dog, you foreign girl. Ling Feng, somewhat troubled, rubbed his forehead. When confronted with such fervent devotees, he found himself utterly at a loss. Let us be direct then, even if I truly were the savior. What is your purpose in approaching me? Do not feign that it is merely to exchange a few words, he stated earnestly. I hope you can save my country. The British Empire. Selena replied solemnly, her gaze fixed on Ling Feng, brimming with boundless hope. Is it not natural? Once I have resolved matters in Asia, I shall set forth to the other side of the earth. My objective is to eradicate the zombies and mutated creatures. So there is no need for you to plead with me, Ling Feng responded. No, you do not understand. The situation in the British Empire is more dire and urgent than anywhere else in the world, all due to those cursed vampires. Selena declared, her silver teeth clenched, and an anxious glimmer flashing in her beautiful eyes. I am all ears, Ling Feng shrugged, seemingly indifferent. Selena noticed his nonchalance and let out a soft huff, twisting her bound limbs and directing her gaze at Ling Feng, suggesting that perhaps he could release her bindings. Should you dare to engage in any perilous behavior, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. Ling Feng hesitated for a moment but ultimately untied the ropes, offering a warning in the process. You truly possess not a shred of gentlemanly grace. Such behavior will hardly endear you to young ladies, Selena remarked as she rubbed the marks on her wrist. A faint smile graced Ling Feng's lips as he chose not to elaborate further. Each member of his crystal palace was a rare beauty, and none would be so easily beguiled by her allure. Once these vampires completely lost their humanity, they transformed into grotesque monsters, capable of enhancing their powers by consuming the blood of zombies and mutated creatures. Even fully beastly werewolves were included on their menu. And the most terrifying aspect was their propensity for cannibalism. At this juncture, Selena's face betrayed an unmistakable fear. She reached into the inner pocket of her bag and retrieved a sleek, ultra-thin smartphone. After a few gentle swipes of her finger, a video began to play, showcasing the streets of the British Empire. This is the information I received not long ago from Britain, and it was the last. Communication has been severed since, Selena said, her voice tinged with melancholy as she handed the phone to Ling Feng. The screen wobbled, clearly not captured under normal circumstances. Amidst a cacophony of static, the image revealed blood-red bats of considerable size diving from the sky to seize a group of wandering zombies. Their jagged fangs pierced through, draining the lifeblood from the corpses in mere seconds. As the scene transitioned, it displayed mutated creatures and living beings, ferocious werewolves transformed by their base instincts, alongside other blood-sucking bats, all engaging in a ghastly cycle of bloodletting to fortify themselves. The most repugnant aspect was the seemingly terrifying reproductive capabilities of these bats. Ling Feng noted the presence of numerous young bats. If these offspring bore remnants of negative energy, the situation could become dire. After a few more rotations of the image, it devolved into a flurry of static. They are akin to demons emerging from the depths of hell, Selena whispered, her complexion paling. Noticing her wan appearance, Ling Feng poured her a glass of water. After taking a sip, Selena continued, they can absorb the blood of any creature imbued with dark energy to enhance themselves. And with their ability to fly, the military stands no chance. The entire empire is in disarray, having become a veritable realm of vampires, with barely a tenth of the original populace surviving. As she spoke, her gaze turned towards Ling Feng, her eyes pleading. Just when I was on the brink of despair, you appeared before me. The only being I can beseech is you. Please, spread the glory of the Almighty and save my people. Your people? Ling Feng was taken aback, regarding Selena with a curious expression. What you say is indeed peculiar. What does the phrase my people imply? It strikes a rather peculiar note, causing Ling Feng to harbor suspicions. Some matters ought to be laid bare and articulated openly. When Serena was posed with this question, she immediately appeared hesitant, her speech faltering as her small hands fidgeted in circles. It seems you are concealing something from me. If you do not candidly disclose your circumstances, I cannot fully place my trust in you. Ling Feng set down Selena's phone and spoke earnestly. Can I truly place my complete trust in you? Selena, her expression a tapestry of emotions, regarded Ling Feng and replied, trust must be mutual. Since you seek my assistance, you must, at the very least, entrust me with your faith. Otherwise, I cannot wholly believe in you either. Ling Feng shook his head, acknowledging that while he had gathered some understanding, he still required confirmation. Selena regarded Ling Feng for an extended moment before finally conceding, "In truth, I am a princess of the British Empire, not a spy. I sincerely apologize for having deceived you earlier." Ling Feng could not help but cover his forehead, shaking his head with a sigh. "I knew it. I always find myself entangled in these inexplicable troubles." The legendary princess appeared before him, pleading for this brave hero to rescue her beleaguered kingdom. Could it be any more melodramatic? "I am sorry," Serena murmured softly, her expression tinged with helplessness. If Ling Feng were unwilling to assist her, then the British Empire would inevitably transform into a true vampire realm, plunging the entire Western world into a state of terror under the vampire's reign. There is no need for apologies. It is indeed prudent to conceal such a sensitive identity. I am curious, as a princess of Britain, what brings you to China? Furthermore, your mastery of disguise and your remarkable skills are truly impressive. I dare say even a genuine female spy could not surpass you." Ling Feng gazed at Selena and remarked, "How shall I put it? After all, you are a princess, and today at least I have witnessed what a princess looks like." To his surprise, Selena let out a soft laugh and replied with a smile, "So, in your perception, what does a princess resemble? Perhaps a gentle and refined young lady, well-versed in knowledge and propriety, with a delicate frame? Before meeting you, that was indeed my impression. A princess, in my eyes, was merely a sophisticated vase." Ling Feng scratched his face and remarked, "As a member of the royal family, each individual is exceptionally talented. This is precisely what enables us to stand at the pinnacle of this nation. Everyone possesses their own unique skills, and I am no exception. It is merely that others do not fully acknowledge this." Serena responded, "What is the current situation in Great Britain?" Ling Feng inquired. Serena shook her head and replied, "What I mentioned earlier about the communication being severed was no deception. It is indeed true. The circumstances must be exceedingly dire. I dread the thought of returning to the Empire only to find a world ruled by vampires. That would be catastrophic. According to your assertions, the threat posed by those bats is indeed significant. However, I have already informed the head of the base city that we must first address the situation here in Huaxia, and we shall discuss other regions once we have resolved matters on this front." Ling Feng pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps the situation in Great Britain was indeed quite dire. However, he possessed his own confidence. Before long, he would acquire the Scion bloodline, allowing him to boldly exchange for those concealed martial arts. At that time, confronting those grotesque dark entities would be a matter of course. Yet, Selena did not comprehend this. She mistakenly believed that Ling Feng was unwilling to assist her, and her eyes brimmed with tears. Biting her cherry lips, she gazed at him with a pleading expression. "I implore you, Mr. Ling Feng. You are the only one who can save the people of the British Empire." Selena grasped his arm, beseeching him. When she saw Ling Feng subtly shake his head, she couldn't help but bite her silver teeth and whisper, "If you are willing to help me, I would offer you everything." After uttering these words, Selena felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. How ironic it was for her, a princess of the great British Empire, to resort to such measures. "You are indeed quite beautiful, but I hope you refrain from uttering such words again. I truly dislike when girls casually express such sentiments. I believe you are not the type of woman who would do so." Ling Feng furrowed his brow as he gazed at Selena, acknowledging her beauty, yet unwilling to take advantage of her vulnerability. "I apologize. I was somewhat impulsive," he admitted. Selena quickly recognized the misstep in her words, her face flushing crimson as she murmured, "Oh my, how could I have been so frivolous? Surely, he must think I am a rather indiscreet young woman. How embarrassing." She attentively observed Ling Feng's expression, her heart heavy with distress. "I am not a messenger of the divine, yet I shall eradicate those creatures birthed from negative energies. It is merely a matter of time. There is no need for concern. I shall endeavor to expedite our progress here, and when the time is right, I will join you in Great Britain." Ling Feng gazed at Selena and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you," Selena replied, her voice tinged with appreciation. Although they were not setting off immediately, this was certainly preferable to an outright refusal. At least it left her with a glimmer of hope. "You should step outside now. You've been in here for a while, and it may lead to misunderstandings," Ling Feng remarked, effectively signaling her departure. Selena was momentarily taken aback, but she quickly composed herself and, after donning her disguise, opened the door and exited. The soldiers stationed outside cast curious glances at Selena, their expressions laden with unspoken implications, suggesting they suspected something intimate had transpired between her and Ling Feng. Selena, acutely aware of this, felt a slight flush creep to her cheeks as she hastened her steps to depart from the scene. At midday, the gates of the base city swung open, and a fully armed convoy emerged, carrying the hopes of countless individuals. They were embarking on a mission to eradicate zombies while simultaneously gathering essential supplies. The adage of not living off past resources was well understood by all. At the forefront of the procession was the vehicle occupied by Ling Feng, with Selena and her guys at the wheel. Inside the vehicle, there were only the two of them, with Ling Feng in the passenger seat, while the surrounding vehicles navigated in formation around theirs. I never anticipated you would bring me here directly. It truly surprises me. Aren't you concerned about potential misunderstandings? Selena inquired, a smile gracing her lips as she drove. Misunderstandings? Ling Feng smiled playfully, gazing at Selena, and remarked, I do not quite comprehend your words. Selena discreetly spat in disdain and shot him a glare. Choosing to ignore his jest and focusing intently on driving, eagerly anticipating the moment she could witness Ling Feng in battle. Observing Selena beside him, Ling Feng could not help but cast his gaze out the car window towards the sky, pondering the well-being of Siko and the others. Once he resolved matters in Huaxia, he would return to Japan to see them. He missed them dearly. 2 months had passed. If there were indeed a deity in this world, perhaps it would be the man before me. He is undoubtedly an incarnation of divinity, for no one but a god could possess such extraordinary power that transcends human limits. Standing amidst the desolation, Ling Feng was met with the awestruck gazes of soldiers in the distance, their eyes brimming with longing. It seemed that only one last place remained. How swiftly time had flown. Ling Feng took a heavy breath, wiping the sweat from his brow as he spoke, extending his hand to accept the towel offered by Selena to dry his face. He silently invoked the Dragon Ball system to check his energy points, which stood at a staggering 12, 130, 638. It had been a full 2 months since he began collaborating with the military to eradicate zombies. From the initial base city, they had expanded their efforts across the vast central plains, focusing on the major cities with the highest concentrations of zombies while also uniting with local base cities to shelter refugees. The vast majority of zombies had already been eliminated, and the remaining ones could be dealt with gradually. Now, he needed to contemplate his own affairs. After 2 months of tirelessly traversing the landscape to cleanse it of zombies and mutated creatures, he felt utterly drained, which had significantly reduced his attempts to challenge the bloodline space. After all, his mental state had not been optimal, preventing him from exerting his full strength. Nevertheless, today he was prepared. After a good rest, he intended to make a concerted effort to tap into the Scion bloodline. He had a premonition that today would be the day he succeeded. Indeed, he had received repeated reminders from Yin Jing, indicating their growing impatience with their delayed arrival. Selena nodded in agreement, maintaining her guise as an Eastern woman due to the presence of outsiders. After a month of companionship, their relationship had blossomed nicely. While not particularly intimate, they had forged a friendship and developed a mutual understanding of each other's personalities and approaches to life. This is unavoidable, as their plans do not align with ours, Ling Feng remarked casually. Selena paused, expressing concern, but is it truly wise not to go? The current number of zombies and mutated creatures in their vicinity was manageable, allowing them to refrain from wasting time in combat. The military could handle it, and it would be resolved in due course. It was time for them to prepare to depart from this place. Ling Feng unexpectedly remarked to Selena, Are we heading to Great Britain? Selena joyfully responded, At last, I can return to my homeland. No, we shall first make a brief visit to Japan. There are a few matters I need to ascertain before we proceed to the British Empire. After all, we are not pressed for time. Ling Feng shook his head, a flicker of nostalgia shimmering in his eyes. Due to the recent repercussions of the nuclear fallout in Japan, communication has become a significant challenge. Even from the military's side, it is exceedingly difficult to ascertain the specific circumstances over there. Coupled with the isolation caused by the surrounding seas and the preoccupation of various nations with their own affairs, it is as if all contact with the outside world has been severed. He felt a twinge of concern for Siko and the others, yearning to go and see them. Is there someone important to you there? Serena seemed to discern something from Ling Feng's gaze and couldn't help but inquire, her heart unwittingly stirred by a peculiar sensation she could not quite articulate. Indeed, Ling Feng nodded emphatically. A woman, perhaps? Serena instinctively asked, her complexion betraying an air of discomfort. Ling Feng suddenly cast a peculiar gaze upon Selena, causing her to feel an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and shyness, her cheeks faintly flushed with a rosy hue. If you harbor any feelings for me, I urge you to dispel them promptly, for I cannot offer you a life of comfort. Ling Feng fell silent for a moment, gazing into Selena's eyes with a demeanor devoid of any jest. Selena could not help but shudder slightly, regarding Ling Feng with a complex expression, her eyes reflecting a hint of grievance as she turned away, avoiding his gaze. With a soft huff, she declared, I must be overthinking this, after all. I am a princess. Ling Feng smiled faintly, saying nothing, and for reasons unknown, his smile stirred a sense of unease within Selena, leaving her feeling somewhat disoriented and uncomfortable. Let us return. Otherwise, we may become the subject of ridicule for appearing to indulge in romantic notions, Ling Feng remarked, striding towards the vehicle awaiting them in the distance. What nonsense! Who is indulging in romance with you, you insufferable rogue? Selena retorted, her cheeks flushed as she hastened to catch up with him. In the conference room of the base city, a gathering of both new and veteran officers convened, with the young officer occupying the foremost position, while Ling Feng took his place beside him, and Selena stood behind. At that moment, a minor dispute was unfolding among them. Mr. Ling Feng, do you truly intend to forego a trip to Yinjing? The young officer inquired, a hint of exasperation in his voice, despite his current authoritative appearance. Overseeing multiple base cities and commanding substantial military forces, he remained acutely aware of the vigilance from his superiors. He had already noticed numerous observers in his vicinity, and now he relied on Ling Feng to eliminate the obstacles that hindered him in realizing his ambitions. Are you suggesting that I assist you in removing your rivals? Ling Feng spoke softly, yet his words caused the faces of those present to change subtly. Mr. Ling Feng, are you jesting? I have come to implore you on behalf of the suffering refugees. The young officer felt a pang of foreboding arise within him, yet he steeled himself and continued. In fact, I had previously established some connections with individuals from Yinjing and reached certain agreements, one of which pertains to you. Do you know what it is? Ling Feng rose and approached the young officer, stating, under normal circumstances, the nearby guards would have intervened to stop me, yet today, the situation appears markedly different. Some soldiers seem oblivious to my presence, while several recently promoted high-ranking officials display expressions of indifference. The atmosphere in this base city is shifting ominously. A few uninformed mid-level officers exchanged glances, their hearts heavy with concern. Should they choose the wrong side, their futures would be irrevocably altered, potentially costing them their lives. With a calm demeanor, Ling Feng suddenly seized the young officer by the neck. Witnessing this, the senior officials maintained their composure, exchanging glances that conveyed a sense of detachment, rendering them oblivious to the unfolding scene. This left the mid-level officers in a state of heightened anxiety, each holding their breath as they observed the situation escalate. In the conference room, Ling Feng grasped the neck of the base city's commander, yet everyone present seemed to be ignoring the incident, many bowing their heads slightly, creating an atmosphere of peculiar tension. Why does this differ from what we were told? The young officer gasped, his face reddening from the struggle for air, his feet dangling helplessly as he fought in vain. I never intended to spare you. This has been my intention from the very beginning. You should have realized this yourself. Though you were reluctant to acknowledge the truth, I merely utilized you previously. Now, with the domestic situation significantly improved and a plethora of managerial talents emerging in the mid to upper echelons, your absence will not hinder the operations of the base city. Ling Feng spoke calmly, simultaneously increasing the pressure of his grip. With a sharp crack, the young officer's neck was brutally twisted and broken. I require a flight to Japan. Departing tomorrow. Please ensure that it is arranged without fail. Ling Feng discarded the corpse and addressed a stern-looking middle-aged officer to his left in a tone that, while inquisitive, brooked no argument. Under Ling Feng's scrutinizing gaze, the officer hesitated momentarily, contemplating the orders from his superiors, before ultimately nodding in acquiescence without uttering a word. Ling Feng nodded slightly and, accompanied by Selena, strode out of the conference room, leaving behind matters that no longer pertained to him. He had accomplished all that he set out to do. In Ling Feng's room, he gazed at Selena, who had followed him inside. What brings you here? He inquired. Is this truly the right course of action? There are undoubtedly better options. Selena hesitated to respond. Selena, you fail to comprehend. The heavens I behold are far more expansive than what the ordinary eye perceives. I harbor no desire for power. Let them pursue it as they wish. Ling Feng gazed at Selena, fully aware of the implications behind her words. Yet, certain matters held no significance for him. Those individuals were not to be trifled with, and he worried for her well-being. Selena shook her head, her upbringing having imparted a profound understanding of the power struggles that elude the perception of ordinary people. These struggles are undeniably the darkest facets of existence. Thank you for your concern, she replied, but I shall be fine. One day, I will step out of everyone's sight, and at that moment, everything will lose its meaning. Ling Feng smiled lightly and said, "Are you going to leave everyone's sight? Where are you headed?" Selena hurriedly inquired, her heart feeling as though it were suspended, a sense of apprehension washing over her. Ling Feng offered a faint smile, shaking his head and refraining from uttering a word. No matter how persistently Selena inquired, he remained silent, much to her frustration. Watching Selena depart, Ling Feng shook his head in resignation. After taking a sip of water to regain his composure, he settled onto his bed to adjust his state of mind. Once he felt sufficiently attuned, he activated the system and selected to enter the bloodline space. Strolling through the boundless expanse of the starry sky, Ling Feng leisurely approached the door emblazoned with golden flames. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the grand entrance and stepped inside. "I have arrived." Ling Feng greeted the figure of Sun Wukong before him. "Today, your aura is remarkably steady. It seems you are determined to succeed," Sun Wukong remarked, surveying Ling Feng with a beaming smile upon his face. Ling Feng smiled faintly. Assuming an offensive stance, his gaze resolute as he declared, "Prepare yourself, Sun Wukong. We have endured countless battles, and this time, the blood of the Scions shall prevail. So come forth. I shall exert all my strength to defeat you." Sun Wukong clenched his fists and proclaimed loudly. Ling Feng's footsteps were swift, akin to an arrow in flight. As he surged towards Sun Wukong, his fist, imbued with formidable momentum, struck with great force. Sun Wukong, firmly anchored to the ground, raised his hand to deflect Ling Feng's blow. However, the immense power still caused him to sway slightly. Upon perceiving this, Ling Feng promptly altered his offensive strategy, executing a powerful side kick aimed at Sun Wukong's head. Sensing the fierce rush of wind accompanying the strike, Sun Wukong swiftly bent his body, watching as Ling Feng's leg sword past him. He then straightened up and performed a forward somersault, simultaneously unleashing a burst of energy in the form of a ki blast. Ling Feng swiftly swung his hand, and the energy wave was instantly deflected to the side. A powerful gust of energy erupted from his body and surged towards Sun Wukong, his fist, enveloped in sharp, formidable chi, swung directly forward. Wukong neither dodged nor evaded. Instead, he raised his own fist and struck back. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed through the sky, causing the air to tremble violently. With that single blow, the two were nearly evenly matched. With a fierce roar, Ling Feng unleashed the Wolf Fong Wind Fist, instantly transforming into a ferocious giant wolf that lunged at Sun Wukong, each strike lethal and malicious, akin to an unrelenting tempest. The Wolf Fong Wind Fist. Every martial art mastered by Ling Feng was equally known to Sun Wukong, the bloodline protector. After enduring two painful blows, Wukong retaliated with the same technique, countering each move as they engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat, every punch striking with fervor and intensity. After nearly 1,000 exchanges of blows, Ling Feng deliberately feigned a weakness, and Wukong, falling for the ruse without hesitation, unleashed the Kamehameha wave. However, Ling Feng was well prepared, gracefully evading the shockwave by descending just in time and charged towards Sun Wukong, delivering a powerful punch straight to his abdomen. Ling Feng finally began to gain the upper hand. As the battle intensified, Sun Wukong, having sustained injuries earlier, found his movements slightly hindered. The scales of victory gradually tipped in favor of Ling Feng, who fought with increasing fervor, his spirit ablaze like a raging inferno within. He could no longer contain himself. Each move he executed radiated an overwhelming and fierce momentum, continuously elevating his combat awareness. Sweat splattered across his cheeks, and his breathing became increasingly heavy and powerful. Yet Ling Feng's eyes shone ever brighter. Fight! 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 His blood was igniting. It was boiling. In this moment, a singular thought consumed his mind, to vanquish his opponent before him. In the end, I lost. Sun Wukong smiled broadly, a look of satisfaction gracing his face as he fell straight to the ground, his martial outfit nearly tattered beyond recognition, his body drenched in sweat. Ling Feng stood laboriously, his body nearly drenched in sweat, gasping for breath. After taking a deep inhalation, a faint smile crept upon his lips as he clenched his fists and roared skyward. I have won. After countless battles, having endured relentless torment, he finally triumphed over his adversary. The exhilaration he felt was beyond articulation, compelling him to release his emotions vocally. At that moment, the figure of Sun Wukong lying on the ground slowly dissipated, replaced by a swirling mass of crimson blood, faintly radiating a golden glow. Imbued with an overwhelming ferocity, the Scion bloodline had finally manifested. Within the realm of bloodlines, a sphere of scarlet fluid floated in midair. gradually rolling and emanating a soft golden luminescence, exuding an aura of fierce and formidable power. Even though it was merely a mass of blood, one lacking in strength might find themselves unable to raise their head in its presence. Is this the essence of the Scion bloodline? I have finally succeeded. Ling Feng gazed excitedly at the crimson blood, exclaiming, "After all this effort, I can finally achieve my desire." A flash of white light illuminated the space, and Bulma's figure materialized before Ling Feng. She glanced at the vivid red blood and smiled slightly, saying, "You have finally reached this stage. How can I now integrate the Scion bloodline, Bulma?" Upon her arrival, Ling Feng immediately pressed for an answer. "You currently have 3 options," Bulma replied, her expression turning serious. "What are those 3? Ling Feng curiously inquired. "Is it possible that the Scion bloodline is divided into multiple varieties? You can simply access the Dragon Ball system and examine the blood orb pattern. The choice is entirely yours," Bulma replied. As Ling Feng followed Bulma's instructions and tapped on the blood orb icon, he was greeted by the visage of a colossal ape, beneath which lay several lines of text. "Congratulations, host. You have defeated the Scion bloodline guardian, Sun Wukong, and acquired the Scion bloodline. Please choose from the following 3 types of Scion bloodlines. First, pure Scion bloodline. Initial growth rate is relatively slow, but strength increases rapidly in later stages. Second, hybrid Scion bloodline. Initial growth rate is rapid, but strength increases slowly in later stages. Third, fusion Scion bloodline, merging the Scion bloodline with your own. With a certain probability of mutation, the outcome is uncertain. Note, regardless of the choice made, it is necessary to reconstruct the body, resulting in a decline in current strength of over 95%. Upon seeing that the reconstruction of his body would nearly obliterate his current power, Ling Feng felt as though he had been doused with a bucket of cold water. The reconstruction of his original form was a requisite for acquiring the bloodline. Otherwise, the result would be a muddled and impure amalgamation. While it might grant one formidable strength initially, the potential for future growth would be significantly compromised. "Surely, you would not desire such a fate," Bulma remarked coolly. Ling Feng, feeling helpless, carefully examined the 3 options and couldn't help but inquire, "Which one do you believe is most suitable for me?" "The third one," replied Bulma after a moment's contemplation. "The first 2 options require you to forfeit your innate lineage, fundamentally altering your essence. In contrast, the third option allows for the fusion of 2 bloodlines while preserving your original foundation, making it the most fitting choice for you." Ling Feng nodded, having made a decision in his heart. "May I undergo bloodline fusion after completing the task?" he inquired, for this was his foremost concern at present. Bulma nodded in response, "Yes, but do not delay for too long. The bloodline possesses a certain sentience, and I must remind you that post-fusion, you will only attain the most elementary form of the bloodline. To elevate its rank, energy points are indispensable. In this realm, you have been fortunate to acquire a considerable number of energy points, but the subsequent realms may not be as generous." "I understand," Ling Feng replied. "I have been quite frugal in my use of energy points." Ling Feng curled his lips and remarked that due to the increasing difficulty in acquiring energy points, he seldom entered the Spirit Time House for training, as it had become prohibitively expensive. Bulma nodded in understanding. As her figure gradually faded away, Ling Feng cast one last glance at the blood orb suspended in midair before choosing to exit, returning to the realm of reality. After defeating Sun Wukong, the first task that Ling Feng set for himself was to exchange for the hidden martial arts he had not yet redeemed. Turtle School Kamehameha Modification, Hidden Martial Art. Founder, Sun Wukong. Features, a refined version of the original Kamehameha, enhancing power output while reducing energy consumption. Drawback, no significant drawbacks. Redemption requirements, perfect mastery of the Kamehameha, 15,000 energy points. Explosive Kamehameha, Hidden Martial Art. Features, the energy sphere is slightly larger, possessing formidable power. Drawback, high energy consumption and a somewhat slower execution speed. Redemption requirements, perfect mastery of Kamehameha, 500 energy points. Controllable Kamehameha, Hidden Martial Art. Features, faster execution speed. Capable of remote control within a certain range to track targets. Drawback, relatively lower power. Redemption requirements, perfect mastery of Kamehameha, 500 energy points. New Wolf Fong Fist, Hidden Martial Art. Founder, Tea Drink. Features, an enhanced version of the Wolf Fong Fist. Drawback, relatively low power and difficult to inflict effective damage. Also leaves the lower body quite exposed. Redemption requirements, perfect mastery of the Wolf Fong Fist, 900 energy points. Ling Feng has temporarily exchanged for these for concealed martial arts techniques. As for the others, he will take his time. First, he will thoroughly comprehend these before moving on. The total expenditure for these exchanges amounted to 155, 900 energy points. After Ling Feng settled onto the bed, he activated the Turtle School's Kamehameha, his consciousness seamlessly transitioning into the virtual realm. This time, the platform was nestled amidst magnificent mountains and stones, surrounded by robust stone pillars and small hills. At that moment, Sun Wukong stood atop one of the pillars, lightly gesturing towards him. "We meet again, Sun Wukong." Ling Feng leaped gracefully, standing atop a stone pillar as he gazed at Sun Wukong, who smiled warmly and spoke. Sun Wukong nodded and, with a hearty laugh, said, "I will exert my utmost effort to teach you the enhanced version of the Kamehameha. Since you already possess the foundational skills of the Kamehameha, mastering it will not prove too challenging. I am entrusting this to you," Ling Feng replied with a nod. "Compared to the original Kamehameha, my improved version significantly reduces the energy expenditure during the charging process while simultaneously augmenting the attack's potency. It can even be executed with a single hand, albeit with slightly diminished power." Sun Wukong spoke slowly, then assumed the posture for the Kamehameha, unleashing a formidable wave of energy that obliterated a distant hill. At Wukong's encouragement, Ling Feng attempted his own Kamehameha, utilizing more energy than Wukong, yet the force of his wave fell short of Wukong's. This exemplified the disparity in martial prowess. Subsequently, Wukong demonstrated the one-handed Kamehameha, his claw shimmering with blue and white light, evoking in Ling Feng a vivid memory of the moment Gohan vanquished Cell in Dragon Ball Z. It was simply awe-inspiring. There exists an even more formidable technique. Sun Wukong even unleashed a Kamehameha wave using his feet, albeit with slightly diminished power, yet it functioned almost as a superlative propulsion device. He had mastered the Kamehameha wave with remarkable finesse, evoking envy in Ling Feng. The posture was not the crux of the matter, it primarily resided in the path of luck. Sun Wukong diligently instructed Ling Feng, occasionally demonstrating the techniques himself. Ling Feng absorbed the knowledge like a parched sponge, gradually deepening his martial arts comprehension. Time dedicated to focused learning always passes swiftly. After approximately 2 hours, under Sun Wukong's guidance, Ling Feng exited the virtual space. Sitting upright on his bed, he took a moment to digest Wukong's teachings, a smile emerging on his face. He had essentially mastered the enhanced version of the Kamehameha wave. And now all that remained was to dedicate some time each day to refine his skills in the virtual space. After enjoying a hearty dinner and resting for a while, Ling Feng proceeded to study 3 additional hidden martial arts. The mentor for the explosive Kamehameha wave was Vegeta, the mentor for the controlled Kamehameha wave was Piccolo, and the instructor for the new Wolf Fong Fist was naturally Yinch. Since these 3 techniques were relatively simple, Ling Feng, building upon his prior mastery, grasped the essential nuances in just 2 hours. He only needed to practice gradually to attain proficiency. Having completed these tasks, the hour was quite late. Ling Feng shed his clothes and retired to bed, determined not to oversleep the following day. On the morning of the next day, under military arrangements, Ling Feng and Selena arrived at a nearby airport runway. A small passenger plane was ready for departure, equipped with anti-electromagnetic pulse technology, allowing it to fly directly into Japanese airspace without the risk of mid-flight failure. "Mr. Ling Feng, should we not dispatch a few more individuals to accompany you? It would facilitate handling any miscellaneous matters," a persistent officer suggested before they boarded. "Not necessary," Ling Feng replied coolly, stepping onto the plane with Selena closely behind. Aside from the captain and co-pilot, the aircraft housed only Ling Feng and Selena. After a brief greeting, the plane swiftly took off down the runway, heading towards Japan. With the precise destination set for Zhuangzhou City, the epicenter of the zombie outbreak, he wondered how things stood now. The plane maintained a commendable speed, arriving at the airport in Zhuangzhou City by that afternoon, landing smoothly. "Please wait here. I shall return promptly," Ling Feng addressed the captain and co-pilot. With ample supplies stored on the aircraft, he harbored no concerns about their well-being. "Understood." The 2 individuals nodded in agreement with a sense of purpose. "Let us proceed." Ling Feng glanced at the princess beside him, Selena, and hastily descended from the aircraft. It was not his desire to accompany her. Yet he understood that even if he objected, she would likely follow him regardless, leading to further complications. Thus, he resolved to take her along. The airport in Zhuangzhou City had evidently been cleared in advance, as they traversed the terminal and made their way outside. The ground was littered with the remains of zombies and metallic shell casings, the blood having congealed for some time, and the corpses exuded a nauseating stench. After walking a considerable distance, Ling Feng and Selena finally breathed a sigh of relief. The odors they had encountered were truly repulsive. How do you intend to locate the person you seek? Selena inquired curiously. Japan is quite vast, yet not insignificant. At this moment, she had torn away her disguise, revealing her stunning beauty and lustrous golden hair, and now that they had evaded the military's gaze, there was no need for pretense. Ling Feng shook his head and responded succinctly, I do not know either. Serena was taken aback, exclaiming, Are we not akin to searching for a needle in a haystack? Moreover, the situation here in Japan is exceedingly dire. Those individuals you seek may very well have. However, Serena refrained from finishing her sentence, as she was met with a piercing gaze from Ling Feng. None of them have perished. Ling Feng confidently stated that through the subsystem, he could ascertain with certainty that the other party was still alive. Selena was unaware of this, yet she prudently refrained from further discussing such ominous matters, as provoking Ling Feng would undoubtedly lead to unpleasantness. Ling Feng contemplated for a moment and ultimately resolved to visit the old residence of the Yen family. Given the delicate nature of those young ladies, if they had departed, they surely would have left behind some clues. At the very least, offering a more fruitful endeavor than aimlessly searching like a headless chicken. Since he was moving too slowly, Ling Feng spoke without waiting for Selena to react, bending down to lift her in a princess carry. With a gentle leap, they soared into the sky. Is this what it feels like to fly among the clouds? How wonderful! Selena tightly wrapped her arms around Ling Feng, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at the scenery around them, unable to contain her joy. Be careful not to move too much. If you fall, I want to be able to help you. It's not easy to maintain control while carrying someone. Due to Selena's restless movements, he had to slow their ascent, fearing they might tumble down together, which would be quite a spectacle. So, does that mean you can't move around freely either? Selena's beautiful eyes flickered slightly as she raised her head to look at Ling Feng, tentatively asking. Of course, Ling Feng replied, without much thought, lowering his gaze. Upon hearing this, Selena studied Ling Feng's face, as if she had made a resolute decision. Gathering her courage, she suddenly pulled down his head and tilted hers upwards, aiming for his lips. The kiss came so unexpectedly. Selena acted on impulse, and Ling Feng was taken aback. Their lips met, and Ling Feng widened his eyes in disbelief, gazing at the blushing Selena, whose eyes were half closed. For a moment, they hovered in the air, suspended in time. Selena's lips were exquisitely fragrant and tender, sweet as honey. Ling Feng couldn't help but respond, extending his tongue to intertwine with hers in a playful dance, greedily exploring the sweetness found within. While his hands instinctively roamed over her form, Ling Feng was acutely aware that his actions were deeply misguided. He recognized the affection that Selena had developed for him over time, yet he understood even more profoundly that he was not a man worthy of Selena's lifelong trust. He feared that if their fates were intertwined, she might come to regret it in the future, and he had long sought to evade this burgeoning relationship. However, he was unprepared for Selena's boldness, which abruptly disrupted his rhythm. After months of abstinence, Ling Feng had exercised remarkable restraint, often finding solace in his own company. Yet now, as he kissed the stunning Selena, he found it impossible to halt. Selena felt as though a fervent flame was igniting within her, urging her movements to grow more fervent, as if she wished to meld into Ling Feng's very being. She undulated her slender waist like a sinuous serpent, entwining herself around him, arching her alabaster neck, and releasing soft, pleasurable gasps that reverberated between them. Her delicate visage flushed a deep crimson. Eventually, Ling Feng, battling the desires surging within him, gently pushed the blushing Selena away. They found themselves suspended in the air, locked in a gaze that was both charged and awkward, the atmosphere thick with unspoken tension. I'm sorry, Selena murmured softly, her eyes cast downward, unable to meet Ling Feng's gaze. Even she found it hard to believe that she had acted so boldly, succumbing to an instinctual kiss. It is I who should apologize. I failed to control myself. Ling Feng shook his head, a bittersweet smile escaping his lips as he reflected on his own patience. After months of abstaining from meat, encountering a beauty like Selena was simply irresistible. After all, he was a man with natural desires. Do you think I am a very frivolous woman? I have heard that Eastern men do not appreciate girls who are overly proactive. I must confess, this is actually my first kiss. Selena, concerned that Ling Feng might misunderstand her lifestyle, promptly clarified her position. I know you are a wonderful girl. devoid of the spoiled princess demeanor or the mere ornamental charm I had anticipated. It seems I am the one who does not deserve you, Ling Feng softly spoke, providing some reassurance to Selena. Do you have feelings for me? Selena inquired, gazing deeply into Ling Feng's eyes, captivated by the gem-like brilliance of her gaze. Ling Feng eventually nodded. After all, who could resist the allure of beauty? To deny such feelings would be disingenuous. Upon witnessing his affirmation, a radiant smile blossomed on Selena's exquisite face, and she instinctively leaned against Ling Feng, her delicate teeth nibbling on her cherry lips as she murmured, "Please don't leave me. I am terrified that one day you might suddenly vanish from my side, leaving me utterly lost, in a world on the brink of collapse." Selena felt profoundly vulnerable and adrift, especially while alone in a foreign land. It was during this tumultuous time that Ling Feng appeared, akin to a lifeline, and she instinctively clung to him. As time passed, she found herself developing deeper feelings for him, a sentiment that both exhilarated and unsettled her, leaving her heart in a state of disquiet. Are you willing to forsake your identity as a princess, to abandon your country and your people, and to leave this world with me forever? You must have already surmised that I have other women in my life. Ling Feng embraced Selena and inquired. Selena fell into a profound silence. Ling Feng fell into silence, gazing at the elegant Serena nestled in his arms. He found himself torn, uncertain whether he secretly wished for her to consent or to decline. The internal conflict was palpable. If you desire my presence, I shall accompany you. After a moment of contemplation, Serena lifted her gaze towards Ling Feng and spoke with unwavering conviction, her eyes devoid of any doubt or hesitation, radiating clarity. I, Serena, shall take the reins of my own destiny. Her declaration left Ling Feng at a loss, and the words that hovered on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back with great difficulty. He yearned to say, "Forget me. In this world on the brink of restoring order, live peacefully as your princess." Yet, the courage to voice such sentiments eluded him. As a sense of reluctance lingered in his heart, Ling Feng did not respond to Selena. Instead, he quickened his pace, soaring through the sky like a white sword slicing through the air, the surrounding scenery blurring past him. Observing Ling Feng's calm demeanor, Selena quietly sighed to herself, perhaps attributing her own pressure to him. She chose not to speak further and gently closed her eyes. Leaning against him, she felt the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. It was uncertain how long they had been flying, but as night descended, Ling Feng finally arrived above the old residence of the Gui family. His internal energy had dwindled significantly. Flying while carrying someone was considerably taxing, especially as he had to counteract the wind pressure ahead. This required more energy than maintaining the flight technique itself, though he chose not to disclose this to Selena. We have arrived. Ling Feng gently descended the stone steps in front of the mansion, rousing the nearly slumbering Selena. Selena's feet touched the ground, and she nearly stumbled. Ling Feng promptly steadied her, as her legs felt somewhat numb from being cradled in his arms for so long. I'm fine. Is the person you seek here? Selena remarked, rubbing her calf as her gaze shifted to the traditional Japanese-style mansion before her. Let us go inside and take a look. I cannot be certain, after all. It has been quite some time. They are likely to have departed from this place. Ling Feng remarked as he and Selena pushed open the grand door and stepped inside. Indeed, within the old residence, there was not a single soul to be seen. Ultimately, the two arrived in the basement, where they discovered a note pinned down by a small stone on the table. Ling Feng picked up the note and glanced at it. It was left by Siko and the others. The message conveyed that they had successfully cleared the nearby vicinity of zombies and mutated creatures, assuring that everyone was safe and sound. They planned to relocate and specified their general direction for the next move. The note was dated 2 months prior and elegantly signed by Siko, whose handwriting was quite graceful. Let us rest here for the night. We shall set off tomorrow, Ling Feng remarked as he set the note down, addressing Selena. Although he still possessed some strength, he preferred not to fly at night due to the low visibility. Selena, having no objections, glanced at the note and hesitated before asking, "It mentions everyone. Could it be that there is more than one person?" Ling Feng nodded, not concealing his relationship with Siko and the other women, sharing everything with her, for she had the right to know. You actually have so many women. Then why do you hesitate to accept me? Is it that each of them is far more beautiful than I? Selena exclaimed, her voice tinged with grievance, tears shimmering in her eyes. She sought a reasonable explanation, for she was the illustrious princess of the British Empire. Humbling herself to express her feelings, was she truly less than those women? She refused to accept this. She was determined and indignant, for if I were to accept you, then your destiny would be irrevocably intertwined with mine. Ling Feng understood that Selena was indeed angry, with no other choice. He subtly mentioned his situation without revealing anything about the system, simply altering his approach. Upon hearing this, Selena was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated such a revelation and, filled with skepticism, inquired, "If you were to perish, would I also meet the same fate? Is it akin to a covenant?" Ling Feng nodded and replied, "Indeed." Ling Feng understood that Selena needed some time to process her thoughts, so he refrained from saying anything further. After assigning her a room, he retreated to his own quarters. That night, Ling Feng's training in the virtual realm proved to be exceptionally challenging. He repeatedly made mistakes, his mind in disarray. Unable to find tranquility, his thoughts were consumed by the kiss he shared with Selena earlier that day, leaving him in a state of restlessness and discomfort. Throughout the night, he tossed and turned in bed, unable to find peace, his mind cluttered and feelings of irritation mounting. Selena was in a similar predicament, and both of them found themselves sleepless that night. Upon waking, Ling Feng stifled a yawn as he made his way to the bathroom. He washed his face with the water he carried, glancing at his reflection in the mirror. A wry smile crept across his face as he noticed the dark circles under his eyes. It had been quite some time since he had seen such an unflattering sight. "Good morning, Ling Feng," he murmured to himself. As Ling Feng emerged from the restroom, he beheld Selena yawning as she stepped out of her room. Her expression tinged with fatigue, likely a consequence of a restless night. After Selena completed her morning routine, Ling Feng opened several canned goods to serve as their breakfast. During their meal, Selena incessantly lamented about her dry skin and her poor sleep from the previous night, casting a melancholic gaze that made Ling Feng quite uncomfortable. However, both of them tacitly chose to avoid the sensitive topic they had broached the day before, as they needed time to adjust, particularly Selena, who, once a decision was made, left no room for regret. After finishing their breakfast, the pair set out. Following the clues left by Siko on the note, Ling Feng guided Selena swiftly from one location to another, each time uncovering remnants of information that pointed them toward their next destination. After 3 monotonous days of pursuit, Ling Feng and Selena finally arrived at a secluded island amidst the sea. According to the previous messages from Siko and the others, they should be in the vicinity. The day was bright and sunny, with a gentle warmth enveloping them. Ling Feng descended from the sky, cradling Selena in his arms as they landed on the warm sand. Noticeably hotter than the city, this place, if designated for leisure, was quite pleasant, devoid of any worries about zombies swimming ashore. Selena looked around with a smile, lazily stretching her lithe form, accentuating her curves, which drew Ling Feng's gaze to her prominent features. It is often said that Western women possess enviable figures, and she certainly lived up to that reputation. Noticing Ling Feng's lingering gaze, Selena's lips curled into a sly smile, her gem-like eyes sparkling with mischief. Fully confident in her physique. "Ahem, I hear voices nearby. I shall investigate," she declared. Upon realizing that he had been caught admiring Selena, Ling Feng's face flushed slightly. After clearing his throat a couple of times, he swiftly turned and fled, leaving behind a giggling Selena. In truth, Ling Feng had not lied, as he indeed heard voices. And not just one. Upon reaching the source of the sound, he was nearly overwhelmed. Before him frolicked Siko, Yukino, and the others, all clad in revealing, ultra-thin swimsuits, playfully splashing water at one another. Their ample bosoms swayed enticingly, an utterly captivating sight. "Siko, Yukino, Shizuka, Sekai, Akane, and my dear mother." Ling Feng regained his senses and promptly dashed over, waving his arms and exclaiming with exuberance, his face alight with joy at the sight of his cherished companions once more. The playful Jiao Chuan Jingxiang and the others, upon hearing Ling Feng's voice, were momentarily taken aback, then turned to see him, their hearts swelling with delight as they rushed towards him. "Aha! I have missed you all so dearly." Ling Feng, filled with excitement, lifted the foremost Dojima Siko into his arms, twirling her around in a joyful whirl. "Husband, please set me down. I'm becoming dizzy from your spinning," Dojima Siko said. Nestled in Ling Feng's embrace, her face aglow with delight. "I am so thrilled. It has been far too long since I last saw you all. I missed you dearly." Ling Feng smiled as he gently set Siko off his lap, then leaned in to passionately kiss her cherry lips. Siko eagerly reciprocated. And amidst the envious gazes of the other girls, they shared a fervent kiss that lasted a full 3 minutes before they finally parted, gasping for breath. "Xiao Feng-chan, I want a kiss too." Shizuka Kurukawa pouted playfully as she rushed over. Ling Feng embraced her tightly, and the two began to share a fiery kiss. Ling Feng proceeded to bestow fervent kisses upon Yin Yi, the world, the fleeting moments, and each of the three esteemed mothers in turn. What about me, brother Ling Feng? The adorable little girl Gue Xin, clad in a charming swimsuit, tugged at Ling Feng's garment, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Ling Feng chuckled heartily, gently lifting Gue Xin and bestowing a soft kiss upon her. My beloved must have followed the traces we left behind to find us. How arduous your journey must have been. Gue Yin spoke tenderly, thoughtfully raising her hand to wipe away the beads of sweat that lightly adorned Ling Feng's forehead. We have all been terribly worried about you during your prolonged absence. You rascal, World Mei Zi pouted playfully. In an instant, she smiled lightly, adding, regardless of everything, it is simply wonderful that you have returned. The three esteemed matriarchs nodded in agreement, their gazes intensely fixed upon Ling Feng. His absence had left them feeling quite lonely. And today they were determined to extract every ounce of his presence. Indeed, I was uncertain of how to locate you, so I ventured to the old residence. There, in the basement, I discovered your messages, and thus followed the trail to find you. Ling Feng gently wrapped his arm around Siko, affectionately engaging with the world around them. Unable to resist the allure of their refreshing swimwear, he leaned in and planted a couple of tender kisses upon her smooth cheeks. Having been here for only a few days, they intended to establish this place as their stronghold. The zombies on the island had been entirely cleared, and they had stored a considerable amount of supplies, food, and weapons in the cave. Shizuka smiled as she entwined her arm with Ling Feng's, her exquisitely soft form pressing against him, igniting an undeniable desire within him. Before a multitude of stunning beauties clad in alluring swimwear, all of whom belonged to him, how could any man resist the flames of passion? Observing Ling Feng's excitement, the girls' cheeks flushed crimson as they anticipated the ensuing events after months apart, eager to indulge in the pleasures of married life. With sun-soaked beaches and swimsuit-clad beauties, the prospect of shared intimacy seemed an enticing option. However, at that moment, Siko playfully pointed behind Ling Feng and remarked, "It seems you have brought back another girl, dear husband. She is indeed quite lovely, though she appears somewhat displeased." Caught in the beauty before him, Ling Feng almost forgot about Selena. Turning around, he noticed her approaching with a melancholic expression, exuding a subtle aura of tension as she cast her gaze upon Siko and the others. "I wondered why you were so eager to return. It seems you have many lovely ladies waiting for you. How fortunate you are," Selena remarked with a hint of jealousy in her tone. While she was already aware of Ling Feng's numerous romantic entanglements, Selena remained confident in her own beauty and royal status. Yet, upon seeing these remarkable women, many of whom possessed extraordinary figures, she felt an unsettling sense of competition. Additionally, she couldn't shake the feeling that the tall woman with purple hair looked familiar, as if she had encountered her in Great Britain, though the memory eluded her. "Selena, allow me to introduce you." Ling Feng introduced Serena to Siko and the others. And upon learning of her royal status, the women expressed astonishment and curiosity, gazing intently at Serena, who graciously accepted their scrutiny. "How impressive! Sister Serena is a princess? I have never encountered a genuine princess in real life," exclaimed the little girl, Gue, her face beaming with admiration as she looked at Serena. For every girl harbors a dream of being a princess in her heart. Serena, embodying the essence of royalty, smiled gently and replied, "In truth, being a princess comes with its own burdens, and in this world, the title of princess holds little significance. It is far better to enjoy a carefree and joyful life." Though she smiled, a hint of sorrow flickered in Serena's eyes. After a brief conversation on the beach, the group made their way to the nearby seaside cottage to rest. "May I inquire about the relationship between the Toxic Island Flow Swordsmanship Dojo in Great Britain and Miss Toxic Island? To be candid, I once trained there for a time," Serena asked, directing her question to Siko as they settled down. Siko appeared taken aback by Serena's inquiry but quickly regained her composure, nodding in acknowledgement as she replied, "The person who established the Toxic Island Dojo in Great Britain is my father." Ling Feng experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder he always felt that Selena's technique of slaying zombies with a military knife bore a resemblance to Siko's. He had previously attributed it to mere coincidence, but it turned out that she had also studied the Tokisaki style of swordsmanship. "Do you know about my father's situation, Your Highness?" Siko inquired with concern. Despite now being married, she had not forgotten her father, who remained abroad. Regrettably, many areas in Japan had been severely affected by electromagnetic pulses, rendering communication nearly impossible. "To be honest, I'm not entirely sure. I've only seen your photograph in a frame at the dojo. That's why I asked." I lost contact with Britain 2 months ago. Selena lamented. After a brief pause, she added, Miss Seiko, there is no need for such formality. You may simply call me Selena. After all, I am merely a princess of a nearly fallen kingdom. Seiko could not help but glance at Ling Feng, her eyes filled with a questioning expression. Ling Feng nodded slightly, conveying his thoughts through a mere glance. He had intended to visit Great Britain, and now he had an additional reason to do so. Selena observed this with a sense of reassurance, wishing she had disclosed earlier the close relationship between Ling Feng and Seiko. Despite her royal status, Selena did not exhibit any airs of nobility. Before long, she became well acquainted with Seiko and the others, allowing Ling Feng to exhale in relief as he recounted his experiences after parting ways with Seiko and her companions. We have encountered a fair number of challenges as well. But united, we have had little to fear. We have resolved nearly all of them, Seiko remarked, nodding in agreement. She then shared some of their encounters in Japan, including conflicts with the local base in SHY City and the downfall of the Black Dragon Society, a notorious gang. How is the base in SHY City faring now? If I recall correctly, it was led by Sayaka Takashiro's father, Ling Feng inquired. It was overrun by zombies a month ago, and we took the opportunity to eliminate those undead. It took us quite some time, Seiko replied nonchalantly. Could you and your companions truly dispatch so many zombies? Selena interjected, unable to contain her curiosity. Jikawa Shizuka cast a curious glance at Selena, quickly realizing, so Ling Feng has informed you yet? We, too, possess supernatural abilities. As she spoke, she summoned a small golden energy orb that shimmered with a gentle glow before Selena's astonished eyes. This, what? Selena exclaimed, utterly taken aback. Any woman of my husband can acquire such power. Didn't he tell you? Your relationship seems quite intimate, Seiko remarked, observing Selena's expression. Selena cast a melancholic glance at Ling Feng, feeling that he had concealed many things from her. This power is bestowed only upon my women. If I had disclosed this to you earlier, it might have felt as though I were coercing you. Hence, I refrained from mentioning it. My apologies. Ling Feng offered an explanation, and Selena immediately felt a sense of relief. He did not wish for her to be swayed by the allure of power in her decision to be with him. I shall reluctantly forgive you, Selena murmured, her heart sighing at the thought that had she encountered Ling Feng earlier, her circumstances might have been different. After a brief conversation, Selena was whisked away by the others to change into a swimsuit, donning the most alluring and captivating bikini. Upon her emergence, Ling Feng could hardly avert his gaze, a sight that greatly satisfied Selena's vanity. She swayed her slender waist and joined the other girls to frolic by the beach, completely leaving Ling Feng behind. Wait for me. I'm coming too. Ling Feng certainly would not remain a mere bystander. He quickly donned a pair of beach shorts and exuberantly rushed over, engaging in playful antics with several young ladies. Amidst their frolic, he occasionally playfully teased, eliciting squeals of surprise from the girls, creating an atmosphere brimming with youthful exuberance. The spontaneous merriment was delightful, significantly lifting his spirits. As night fell, Ling Feng could no longer contain his affections, and the sounds of their revelry grew increasingly loud, disturbing Selena, who was trying to sleep in the adjacent room. The rhythmic echoes of their playful interactions and the ensuing sounds made it impossible for Selena to find rest. She tossed and turned, feeling an unwelcome warmth envelop her, and a subtle dampness began to manifest. She instinctively moved, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her fingers drifting to explore her own body, her eyes glazing over as she unconsciously murmured Ling Feng's name. For Ling Feng, this night was destined to be one of unrestrained joy, while for Selena, it was undoubtedly a night fraught with discomfort. As dawn broke, Ling Feng extricated himself from a tangle of delicate limbs, feeling invigorated. The previous day had been a triumphant display of vigor, leaving him exhilarated. He had indulged with all but Gui Xen, reveling in the experience. Had he not possessed considerable stamina, he might have found it difficult to rise that morning. The young ladies, too, were immensely satisfied, having fulfilled their own desires through their escapades. During breakfast, as they gathered around the table, Ling Feng shared his thoughts on the events that had transpired. Ling Feng set down his chopsticks and, with a serious demeanor, addressed the young women. I find this small island quite appealing. It is remote and unlikely to attract any zombies or mutated creatures, making it suitable for long-term habitation. I have also assessed the available resources, which will sustain us for an extended period. Thus, I propose that only Seiko, Selena, and I embark on this journey to Great Britain. Too many people would inevitably complicate matters. and I harbor certain concerns that require attention. I am not entirely at ease bringing so many young women along. Are you worried about potential repercussions from the military? Selena inquired. Having lived alongside Ling Feng in the base city for several months and possessing insight into his considerations, she furrowed her brow. Aware that hastily returning with a group could lead to dire consequences if the military were to discover the supernatural abilities of these women. Such a revelation would undoubtedly spark a fierce and unrelenting conflict, a scenario both Ling Feng and Selena wished to avoid. Indeed, he replied. Ling Feng nodded and remarked, "At present, my strength poses no threat to the military. However, your capabilities in the realm of Yin Yi are insufficient. Should a conflict arise, it would be exceedingly difficult for me to focus on safeguarding you. Therefore, it is prudent for you to remain here. Once we have resolved matters on that front, I shall return to you post-haste." At this moment, Ling Feng was also urgently seeking to expedite the completion of his second task. Upon receiving the initial reward of a primary spatial gemstone, he would be able to merge it through blood, thereby acquiring a personal sanctuary of his own, alleviating future complications. The girls, being understanding, did not press him further upon recognizing his predicament, instead urging him to exercise caution. After gathering their belongings, the trio departed the small island under the watchful eyes of Yin Yi and her companions, naturally employing the art of aerial movement. Thus, Ling Feng had to carry Selena as they flew. Fortunately, Siko was proficient in the same technique. Otherwise, it would have been quite challenging for him to transport two individuals simultaneously. He couldn't help but envy Miss Siko, who soared gracefully through the skies. In Ling Feng's embrace, Selena gazed enviously at the free-flying Siko, her eyes brimming with longing. "Is that so? In truth, I find myself rather envious of you. If my husband grows weary, I would gladly take over for you," Siko replied with a smile, maintaining a steady flight. "Fortunately, our current pace is somewhat slower, Siko. Hold on to the hem of my garment, and I shall carry you aloft." Ling Feng nodded slightly. Siko, with an obedient demeanor, reached out and grasped the hem of Ling Feng's garment. In an instant, a white aura emanated from Ling Feng, enveloping Siko as well, while the winds surrounding them were repelled to the outside. "Excellent. Charge forth." Ling Feng let out a resounding shout, and the air surged forth explosively. Soaring like a swift blade, the scenery around him blurred past in a rapid whirlwind, moving at a pace far exceeding that of their earlier journey. Although they took a few breaks along the way, Ling Feng and his companions still managed to return to the airport runway in the Manor City by afternoon. The small passenger plane they had arrived in was still stationed on the tarmac, granting Ling Feng a sigh of relief had the aircraft departed. Returning to Huaxiao would have entailed a considerable expenditure of time. "Mr. Ling Feng, you have finally returned," exclaimed the anxious captain and co-pilot, visibly relieved at his arrival, while also noticing the unfamiliar face of Siko Tadu. As for Selena, she had, of course, not forgotten to maintain her disguise during the journey, still appearing as a graceful young soldier. She had startled Siko back then, as no one had anticipated Selena's remarkable skill. Thus, they retraced their steps. Ling Feng chose not to elaborate on the matters concerning Siko Tojo. Instead, he simply instructed the two to take their seats. The captain and co-pilot, displaying their understanding, refrained from further inquiries, and the aircraft swiftly ascended, making its way towards Huaxia. Upon returning to Huaxia the following day, Ling Feng promptly articulated his subsequent demands. He required a flight to Great Britain. The military representatives, however, appeared somewhat perplexed by this request. "Mr. Ling Feng, you may not be fully aware, but the situation in Great Britain is utterly dire. The risks associated with flying there are exceedingly high, and the Yinjing authorities would prefer that you make a visit, as they wish to discuss certain matters with you," one military official stated, visibly troubled. Observing the discomfort on their faces, Ling Feng couldn't help but inwardly smirk. What they referred to as danger was merely a facade. When has the military ever been concerned for the lives of a passenger aircraft and its captain? The true reason for their reluctance was undoubtedly their desire to keep me from leaving. Impatience etched on his face, Ling Feng addressed the military representative. "If a passenger aircraft is unfeasible, then let us resort to a fighter jet. I must reach my destination swiftly. I assure you, upon my return, I will pay a visit to Yinjing. My words from the past remain unchanged, so relay this to your superiors. I trust they will not refuse." The military representative, uncertain, could only respond, "This matter requires consultation with higher authorities." Ling Feng and his companions remained unperturbed, waiting patiently. As anticipated, a swift reply came from the military. They needed a brief moment to prepare, but by tomorrow morning, they would dispatch a cutting-edge fighter jet specifically to transport Ling Feng and his companions to Great Britain. What did you convey to them? Seiko Tokisaki inquired curiously upon their return to the room. Ling Feng replied, I merely informed them that once the global situation stabilizes after a while, I will share the means by which supernatural powers can be attained. Ling Feng scoffed, revealing, So it is. In this case, we need not concern ourselves with the military for the time being. By the time any issues arise, we shall likely have departed from this world, rendering all promises mere empty rhetoric. Poison Island Seiko nodded in agreement, stating, This is indeed a clever strategy, serving as a delaying tactic. I have no time to engage in idle chatter with those antiquated government officials. I shall lead them on for now. Whether they believe me or not, they will have no choice but to adhere to the script I provide. At this critical juncture, they will refrain from provoking me unduly. Ling Feng asserted with certainty that only through personal strength could one compel the military and government to yield, such is the stark reality of this world. A realm where the strong prevail over the weak. The following morning, as anticipated, the military dispatched a tactical helicopter, which, to be precise, was the swiftest model available, suitable for the 3 individuals in Ling Feng's party, as conventional fighter jets typically accommodate only 2. Although it was a helicopter, its speed nearly rivaled that of a standard aircraft, albeit at the cost of higher fuel consumption. This aircraft was primarily designed for swift assault operations. Its overall capabilities on par with those of a fighter jet, while offering superior stability and ample internal space, comfortably accommodating 7 or 8 passengers, with only 2 operators aboard. They confirmed their readiness and took off, swiftly soaring toward the western continent. Serena's heart fluttered with excitement after spending so long in a foreign land. She was finally on her way home, though a nagging anxiety lingered regarding how much had changed. Do not worry, we shall remain by your side, soothed Seiko Tokishima, sitting beside her as she gently grasped Serena's small hand, offering her a touch of warmth. Feeling the comforting warmth of Seiko's hand, Serena's restless heart began to settle. Stealing glances at Seiko's beautiful visage, she could not help but sigh inwardly, beginning to understand why Ling Feng placed such trust in this woman. Seiko embodied the grace and composure expected of a traditional woman, evoking an undeniable fondness in Serena's heart. Perceiving Serena's subtle shift in demeanor, Seiko smiled lightly. In her eyes, Serena would eventually become her husband's woman, and fostering a good relationship with her was part of her duty as a wife. The military tactical helicopter flew faster than Ling Feng had anticipated, and after an uninterrupted flight of 13 hours, they arrived over the capital of Great Britain. Mr. Ling Feng, please keep this special communicator close. Should you wish to return home, use this to contact the military, and we will promptly come to your designated location. One of the operators handed Ling Feng a dark communicator, speaking gravely. I understand. We can manage from here, Ling Feng replied. Ling Feng casually took it and placed it in the pocket of his clothing. He then embraced Seiko and Selena, leaping directly from the open helicopter door. Ling Feng descended with the 2 women onto the towering edifice of the Great Xia. His gaze turned skyward, confirming the retreat of the helicopter, before he casually discarded the communicator handed to him, carelessly tossing it to the ground. Without hesitation, he crushed it underfoot. Bang! The device was instantly reduced to irreparable fragments. Observing the contemplative expressions of Selena and Seiko, Ling Feng remarked, It must have contained a listening device. Selena crouched down, meticulously sifting through the debris, and indeed unearthed a small object resembling a listening device, though it had already been rendered useless by Ling Feng's forceful tread. They only resort to such petty tricks. Ling Feng let out a cold snort and remarked, had he not suffered numerous setbacks, cultivating a degree of suspicion, he might have indeed overlooked this. After all, no one relishes the idea of an additional ear sprouting on their body. Nevertheless, he had finally arrived in Great Britain, all thanks to you. My heartfelt gratitude. Selena gazed at Ling Feng with appreciation as she casually tore off the human skin mask from her face, revealing her true visage, a relief indeed. There is no need for courtesy. For now, let us first head to Seiko's father's dojo, as we are unfamiliar with the path. It is all up to you. Ling Feng replied, shaking his head. Suddenly, Seiko Dojima exclaimed, Look quickly, something is approaching from that direction, and in considerable numbers. She pointed towards the distant sky. A large mass of shadows was faintly discernible, soaring through the air, accompanied by a piercing sound. Selena's expression shifted dramatically as she declared, It is a swarm of vampire bats. We must exercise caution. Do not let them bite you, or else your blood will be drained. Then let us obliterate them. Ling Feng spoke in a cold voice as he approached the edge of the great summer, extending his palm to gather a radiant golden energy wave. It was an explosive energy wave. With a sharp exclamation, Ling Feng unleashed a powerful wave of energy from his palm, which surged forth like a golden arc, striking the swarm of bats. The result was a thunderous explosion. Dozens of blood-sucking bats, each the size of a basin, were obliterated into countless fragments. Ling Feng opened the Dragon Ball system and discovered that his energy points had indeed increased slightly. He furrowed his brow, realizing that the blood-sucking bats harbored negative energy within them. Such a revelation could not be overlooked. The scent of blood would undoubtedly attract a multitude of these vampires. So it would be prudent for us to depart from this place swiftly, Serena cautioned, as she had no desire to be encircled by a swarm of bats. Ling Feng nodded gently, extending his arms to lift Selena and Siko as they soared away from the dacha. Following Selena's guidance, they flew towards the dojo where Siko's father resided. As they glided through the sky, the trio could vividly perceive the extent of devastation below. The city lay in a haunting stillness, a veritable wasteland. Occasionally, a number of blood-sucking bats flitted about, devoid of any vitality, suggesting that few survivors remained. Selena's complexion was nearly ashen, her hands gripping Ling Feng's garment tightly. Although she had anticipated this grim tableau, witnessing it firsthand still evoked a sense of sorrow. As they soared over the renowned Pandora Palace, Selena could not restrain herself and called out to Ling Feng and Siko, expressing her desire to enter and explore. It was a natural inclination. I too am curious. When you were in Great Britain, did you reside here? This is my first visit. Ling Feng spoke as he effortlessly leaped over the dilapidated fence, ushering Selena into the Pandora Palace. I had indeed visited Great Britain before, albeit merely to gaze from the outside. This was my inaugural entry. Siko, filled with curiosity, surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "No, not every member of the royal family resides here. I moved elsewhere when I turned 16. But Her Majesty the Queen typically conducts her affairs from this locale." Selena, treading upon the grass, remarked as her gaze swept over the central flagpole, upon which fluttered a banner with a blue background and a red cross, encircling a crest adorned with green leaves and ribbons. The emblem depicted a wyvern and a white serpent, both bowing in reverence and safeguarding the crown, symbolizing the supreme authority of the monarchy. Traditionally, if Her Majesty were present, the soldiers would hoist this flag, representing the royal family's utmost glory. Conversely, if she were absent, no flag would be raised. However, Selena was aware that this flag had not been lowered for quite some time, or rather, no one had taken the time to do so. Scattered across the lawns on either side were splatters of congealed blood and severed limbs, while the occasional sighting of wandering zombies starkly contrasted with the grandeur of the imposing edifice. Come on, now that we are home, why not give us a tour? It wouldn't take much time, and we could use a moment to rest, and perhaps grab a bite after our long flight. Ling Feng gently patted Selena's shoulder and softly spoke. Selena nodded, leading Ling Feng and Siko through the expansive and opulent Pandora Palace, occasionally providing introductions. For the general populace, entry to this place is strictly forbidden, rendering its intricate details largely unknown, save for the royal family. This revelation left both individuals in awe. However, the sporadic appearance of a few zombies was somewhat disheartening, and the many corners teeming with blood-sucking bats greatly vexed Selena. Ling Feng and Siko, on the other hand, found amusement in effortlessly accumulating energy points, for even the smallest of mosquitoes could be considered a prize. After a thorough exploration and the elimination of a considerable number of zombies and bats, the trio ventured deeper into the palace's interior. Suddenly, a multitude of bats screeched as they charged from all directions, their blood-red eyes gleaming with a ravenous hunger. A cursory glance revealed no fewer than 1,000. Ah! Selena shrieked in terror, her face paling as she sought refuge behind Ling Feng and Siko. The sheer number of these bloodthirsty bats was enough to drain the blood from the three humans in an instant. Upon entering Pandora Palace, they were immediately engulfed by a swarm of bats, startling not only Selena, but even Ling Feng and Siko, overwhelmed by the sheer volume. Ling Feng furrowed his brow and spoke, swiftly channeling the energy within him to manifest a circular protective shield that enveloped both Siko and Selena. All the blood-sucking bats collided forcefully against the barrier, causing the pale golden energy shield to shimmer with a soft glow, automatically rebuffing the bats and sending them sprawling aside. DDB. Siko exclaimed, extending her index finger to unleash a surge of orange-red energy, which promptly blasted a sizable opening. The trio immediately pushed open the grand doors and surged out of the Pandora Palace. Without waiting for Selena to close the door, Ling Feng proactively swung it wide open, declaring, "The space outside is more ample. It's just the right moment to eradicate these beasts in one breath." An unceasing swarm of blood-sucking bats erupted from the palace, emitting piercing cries. Ling Feng, equally exasperated, joined forces with Siko to unleash a barrage of energy waves upon these creatures. However, some bats exhibited remarkable speed, deftly evading their attacks amidst the vast sky. Ling Feng, occupied with maintaining the protective barrier for Selena, found his accuracy significantly diminished. "I have no time to squander on these insignificant pests." Ling Feng, feeling exasperated, extended his hand to unleash a series of relatively smaller energy waves. Though these waves possessed diminished power, they were characterized by their remarkable tracking ability. Any target that Ling Feng had locked onto would be pursued relentlessly by the energy waves, requiring only a faint flicker of mental energy from him to maintain control. This was the essence of the control-type energy wave, perfectly suited for manipulating the battlefield. After Ling Feng unleashed his power, it appeared as though the heavens had opened, showering the entrance of the Pandora Palace in a crimson hue. In a mere moment, thousands of blood-sucking bats were eradicated, and a pungent scent of blood enveloped the air. Fortunately, the three had acclimatized to this sanguine aroma. Otherwise, a typical individual might have succumbed to nausea, for the stench was utterly repugnant. "Let us proceed swiftly," Selena remarked, casting a disdainful glance at the blood and remnants strewn across the ground. With that, she pushed open the grand door and urged her companions inside. As they traversed the opulent interiors of the Pandora Palace, the trio could not help but notice that they had stumbled upon a veritable lair of blood-sucking bats. Shadows and corners of various floors were teeming with bats of all sizes, and the chambers along their path bore witness to their relentless slaughter. Among the creatures encountered, the most formidable bat loomed over 2 meters in height, with wings that spanned 3 to 4 meters when fully unfurled. However, it was swiftly dispatched by Siko with a decisive strike, yielding a substantial amount of energy points. The three speculated that this creature had likely transformed from a vampire, categorizing it as a major adversary, hence the considerable bounty. "This was my former dwelling," Selena mused, gazing at the door before her, which still bore a small plush bear hanging from it. Ling Feng reached out to take it down. There were no traces of blood upon it. He casually handed it to Selena, saying, "After all, it's just a trinket. You may as well keep it as a memento. It seems everyone here has likely perished." Though his words were harsh, the reality was indeed somber, prompting a bittersweet smile from Selena. She pushed open the door and stepped inside. The room was spacious and immaculate, adorned in pink, exuding a distinctly feminine charm. It appeared to have escaped any significant damage, a stroke of good fortune. As she opened the wardrobe, a dazzling array of beautiful garments greeted her. Selena's gaze softened slightly, and Siko Suji leaned in to admire the exquisite clothing, clearly captivated by the allure of the dresses. "Perfect. Let us take a moment to rest here before we set off again. We might as well have a bite to eat," she suggested. Ling Feng had no interest in joining the women as they perused garments. Instead, he plopped down onto the soft bed, placing his provisions and water upon it, and began to indulge in a hearty meal. Selena went off to try on clothes. Siko approached, took a sip of water, and smiled as she spoke. Ling Feng turned his head to glance around and, as anticipated, did not spot Selena. She seemed to have retreated to the changing room. Those garments would only hinder movement, and soon enough, they would need to be discarded. Ling Feng, casually munching on his food, spoke with an air of indifference. Siko cast him a glance, exclaiming, "My dear husband, you truly lack understanding of a girl's sentiments. Girls naturally have an affinity for beauty. It is entirely normal for them to don exquisite attire from time to time. You are remarkably unperceptive, and do take care not to incur her disdain." Ling Feng reached out to embrace Siko, planting a gentle kiss on her cherry blossom lips, and with a smile remarked, "Why not don a beautiful outfit? I find the garments here utterly unsuitable for me. They all bear the hallmarks of European royal attire, which is not to my taste," replied Siko with a faint smile. In contrast to the opulent long gowns of royalty, she preferred the elegance of traditional Japanese kimonos. She felt that Serena's attire exuded an overpowering aura, too dazzling for her own demeanor. 5 minutes later, the changing room door swung open, and Ling Feng glanced over casually, instantly captivated by the breathtaking sight before him. Serena emerged in a strapless white gown, its hem cascading down to engulf her legs, unfurling outward like an umbrella. Her silky golden hair was elegantly swept up, revealing her swan-like neck and delicate collarbone, adorned with a luxurious sapphire necklace. Clad in pristine white lace gloves, she epitomized the quintessential European royal look, radiating beauty that accentuated her princess-like essence. No wonder Seiko had declared that these clothes were ill-suited for her. It was not that she lacked beauty, but rather that certain garments require a special aura to truly shine, much like Serena did at that moment. How do I look? Not bad, right? This was actually what I wore on my 16th birthday, and I'm surprised it still fits so well, Serena said with a smile, lifting her gown as she spun gracefully like a beautiful white butterfly, dazzlingly radiant. Absolutely stunning, Serena. It suits you perfectly. Just look at how some people are utterly mesmerized. Likely enchanted by your aura, Seiko remarked appreciatively, casting a glance at Ling Feng, who couldn't help but chuckle softly. It was evident that Ling Feng was somewhat entranced, having never anticipated how enchanting Princess Serena would appear when her regal essence was fully unleashed, rendering him momentarily speechless. Noticing Ling Feng's gaze fixed upon her, Serena's lips curled into a satisfied smile, her earlier feelings of restraint dissipating. Realizing he might appear a bit too captivated, Ling Feng cleared his throat and complimented. You truly embody the essence of a princess in that gown. It's genuinely beautiful. Thank you, Serena replied, her heart fluttering at Ling Feng's sincere praise, bringing her youthful spirit a sense of fulfillment. As she approached the bed, lifting her gown, she supported herself against the soft mattress. Leaning in to lightly kiss Ling Feng's cheek, her face flushed as she said, "This is a reward from the princess for you." Gazing at the blushing and captivating Serena, Ling Feng couldn't help but think that having such a princess as a partner seemed rather delightful. Ling Feng would not admit that his desire for princesses was awakening. Chapter 171, The Surviving Queen. After resting for a while in Selena's chamber, the trio began to traverse the halls of Pandora Palace, diligently eliminating all the vampire bats, which provided Selena with a sense of relief. We need to procure some sustenance. Although there is still a small supply of grain, it would be prudent to prepare in advance. I noticed that the shops outside have been completely emptied, Seiko warned before they departed from Pandora Palace. However, they had previously visited the kitchen, only to find it devoid of provisions, leaving them at a loss as to where to seek food. Ling Feng and Selena found themselves in a rather tricky situation, as both had been accustomed to the comforts provided by the military, where food was readily available without any concern. It had been quite some time since they had to fend for themselves, and they had nearly forgotten how to procure their own sustenance. Ling Feng is capable of hunting mutated creatures in the wild, but for Sayako and Selena, such endeavors are beyond their means, as they lack the resilience to withstand toxins. After a moment of contemplation, Selena's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. I remember now. Beneath Pandora Palace, there exists a cellar designated for the storage of food and water. We should go and investigate. This food storage cellar appears to have been established out of some habitual necessity, rendering its geographical location exceedingly obscure. Even Selena took considerable time to recall its precise whereabouts, having not resided here for 3 years. Following a winding stone staircase, the trio soon arrived before an aged wooden door, which seemed to be tightly shut, with discernible voices emanating from within. Is anyone in there? Open the door, Selena exclaimed with a hint of excitement as she approached to knock. However, Ling Feng and Sayako became immediately vigilant, for in the apocalypse, the most formidable threats often stem from humanity itself. Upon hearing Selena's voice, the faint sounds from within abruptly ceased, plunging the atmosphere into an eerie silence. I am Selena Lee from Britannia. The survivors inside must be individuals from Pandora Palace. Please, open the door, Selena declared with composure, clearly stating her identity. Those who had worked and lived here should still remember her. Evidently, upon the utterance of her name, a flurry of commotion arose from within, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps approaching. For the sake of safety, Ling Feng reached out and pulled Selena close to him, his gaze warily fixed on the wooden door. With a sudden click, the door latch was released, and an elderly woman with a head of white hair peeked out. Upon seeing Selena at the doorway, she exclaimed in joyful surprise, "Is it truly you, Selena? I never expected you to be alive." Behind her, several others leaned in to observe, all displaying an air of vigilance. Your Majesty? Selena gasped, taken aback by the elderly woman's presence. Ling Feng and Seiko also froze momentarily, astonished by the sight before them. Come inside. It is far too perilous out here, the woman whispered, opening the wooden door to allow the 3 of them entry. Once inside, they discovered a considerable number of individuals, mostly maids and soldiers, with a few royal family members among them, totaling over 20. Fortunately, the basement was spacious enough that it did not feel overcrowded. The makeshift bedding and cooking utensils strewn about indicated that these people had been living here for some time. Thanks to the ample food stored in the basement of Pandora Palace, they managed to survive, albeit in a manner akin to that of mice, too frightened to venture outside. Their nerves dulled, merely existing in a state of waiting for death. "Selena, are these two your friends?" the queen inquired, scrutinizing Lingfeng and Siko. Despite her current misfortunes, her appearance remained relatively tidy, and her speech was articulate, contrasting sharply with the younger individuals who appeared deeply despondent, evidently resigned to their grim reality. "Yes." Selena hesitated before nodding. She was uncertain how to convey certain matters to Her Majesty. "You have come seeking food, I presume? What is the situation outside?" "It is astonishing that you managed to traverse such perilous terrain," the queen asked, her concern for the outside world evident. Previously, others had volunteered to scout, but had vanished without a trace. "We have eliminated all the zombies and vampire bats within Pandora Palace," Selena replied with a smile, leaving the queen and the others astounded. The queen regarded the three of them with disbelief. How could such a small group possibly clear away so many monsters? An army would have certainly made a considerable noise in such an endeavor. "In truth, we are superhumans, possessing abilities beyond those of ordinary individuals." At Lingfeng's gesture, Siko Tokisaki stepped forward, conjuring a ki blast before the queen and effortlessly striking the ground, which erupted into a small crater. Observing the momentary bewilderment on the faces of the queen and her companions, Lingfeng felt a sense of resignation. Their original intent had merely been to seek sustenance. Yet they unexpectedly encountered a group of survivors led by the queen. Certain matters could not be explicitly articulated, compelling him to resort to vague distractions. Whether they believed him or not was of little consequence. A plausible pretext sufficed. Subsequently, Lingfeng also showcased his prowess, altering the queen's perception of both him and Siko. The others began to comprehend how Selena had managed to safely arrive at Pandora Palace. "Your Majesty," he declared, "to be frank, we still need to seek out others. Thus we shall not linger here. We have essentially cleared the interior and perimeter of Pandora Palace. With a bit of your own effort, you should be able to settle in comfortably. I trust there must be seeds or similar resources available. We could utilize the lawn outside to cultivate some food." Lifeng interrupted the nostalgic conversation between Selena and the queen, addressing her with a serious demeanor. Selena, reminded of their pressing matters, turned to the queen with an apologetic expression, saying, "I am sorry, Your Majesty, but I believe we must take our leave." Despite feeling a twinge of reluctance at leaving the queen and some familiar royal figures, Selena knew that staying was out of the question. She had her own plans that would not waver, regardless of whether the queen and her entourage remained alive. "If possible, we would be grateful for any provisions you could spare, as our supplies are dwindling," spoke Siko. They had indeed rendered significant assistance to these individuals, and requesting a modest amount of food did not seem unreasonable. The queen, while wishing to retain the two formidable allies, recognized the harsh reality of the situation. With a hint of regret, she addressed Selena. "In that case, there is little we can do. I hope to see you return safely, my dear Selena, along with Mr. Lingfeng and Miss Siko. Your meeting will undoubtedly become an everlasting memory for me. May the sacred British Empire always be with you. Your Majesty, please take care of yourself." Selena replied, tears glistening in her eyes as she looked at the queen. The three departed from the Pandora Palace, carrying some food and water, uncertain if they would ever return. Perhaps this was their final farewell, a thought that inexplicably crossed Selena's mind. Chapter 172, Buma's suggestion. "We have arrived," Selena remarked, gazing up at the dilapidated dojo before her, where the sign read Toxic Island Style. "Siko should be familiar with this place, as it was established by your father." Lingfeng noted, "I am aware of it, but it has been many years since my last visit, so I barely remember it," Siko replied. The trio pushed open the rickety wooden door, revealing a scene strewn with the corpses of zombies, each unmistakably having suffered severe head trauma and having died some time ago. Many of the zombies still wore martial arts uniforms, evidently belonging to students of this dojo. "I do not see my father. He must have ventured out during the onset of the apocalypse," Siko observed as she scanned the surroundings. "There appears to be a letter resting beneath the picture frame," Selena pointed out, noticing the small detail. Siko approached, lifted the picture frame from the wooden cabinet, and retrieved the envelope, recognizing the flourishing handwriting. "This is my father's script," she confirmed. Upon opening the envelope, she sighed and shook her head, saying, This letter was written months ago. It merely states that if I truly came here, I should not seek him out. He did not wish for you to search for him. Li Feng glanced at the envelope and inquired, so what shall we do now? Shall we search for him? Selina inquired. Siko shook her head and replied softly, since it is my father's wish, we need not concern ourselves with it. Rather than aimlessly searching, it is far more crucial to devote our efforts to eliminating the zombies and vampire bats, as that is of utmost importance at present. I have not forgotten that failure to accomplish our tasks within the stipulated time could result in our annihilation. Let us proceed. It is time for us to create a significant uproar here. Ling Feng clenched his fists, exuding an indomitable spirit as he declared his resolve to carve out a tranquil existence in this land shrouded by blood-sucking bats. However, before proceeding, perhaps you, Selina, should clarify your intentions, Siko remarked with a smile. Selina's cheeks flushed as she inquired, clarify what? Siko continued, if you were not determined to be with your husband, you would not have accompanied us from the Pandora Palace. That was merely to bring you here, Selina retorted defensively. Then let us return you to where you belong. It will not take much time, Siko responded assertively, her eyes radiating warmth. Selina was indeed a remarkable young woman, displaying none of the arrogance one might expect from a princess, making her quite endearing. As she spoke, Siko gently touched Ling Feng, suggesting that he, as a man, ought to express his feelings. Contemplating his emotions for Selina, Ling Feng resolved to act. He placed his hand on Selina's delicate shoulder and earnestly said, Selina, if you are willing, I hope you will be with me, intertwining our destinies, just like Siko and the others. I understand this may seem unfair to you, and if you are reluctant, I shall not press you. Caught off guard by Ling Feng's bold confession, Selina's lovely face turned crimson, leaving her momentarily speechless. In that instant, words became unnecessary. Ling Feng leaned down and kissed Selina's soft lips, a fervent yet tender embrace that swiftly ensnared her heart, leading her to instinctively respond as they greedily explored each other's warmth. They held each other tightly, as if wishing to merge their very beings. After 5 minutes of fervent kissing, they finally drew apart, gasping for breath. Selina's face bloomed like a peach blossom, her breath fragrant and rapid, the kiss nearly rendering her breathless. Yet, as she reflected on the sweetness of the moment, a smile spread across her face. In light of your earnest plea, I shall reluctantly grant your request, my prince, Selina murmured, nestled in Ling Feng's embrace, her heart racing with excitement and nervousness, yet feeling a sense of relief. It is my utmost honor, your highness. Ling Feng playfully nibbled on Selina's earlobe and chuckled. Ever since they had explicitly defined their relationship, their bond had progressed rapidly. Within just a few days, Ling Feng had successfully claimed the beautiful princess's virginity, delighting in the conquest of her vanity. Once Selina formally became Ling Feng's woman, she gained a subordinate system akin to that of Siko and others. In her eagerness to accumulate energy points, she fought fiercely against the zombies. However, in the initial stages, it was primarily Ling Feng and Siko who would capture the half-defeated zombies for her to deliver the final blow, thereby earning energy points. After a period of toil, Selina finally amassed enough energy points to exchange for the initial chi, and upon acquiring this foundational power system, she was filled with exhilaration. Realizing she too could become a superwoman, it is worth noting that the spirit of individual heroism is quite pronounced among Westerners. Thus, a month passed, during which Ling Feng and his companions diligently eradicated over half of the negative energy, their pace neither too swift nor too slow, but rather steady and methodical. During this time, Selina had also gathered enough energy points to exchange for the Kamehameha and the Void Dance techniques. However, like Ling Feng, she needed to enter the ethereal space to learn them independently. Siko also offered her guidance and shared some experiential knowledge. Now, she could barely be considered to possess some combat prowess, as even the common mutated zombies or blood-sucking bats were no longer her adversaries. Ling Feng's energy points have accumulated to an impressive 15 million. The negative energy carried by the vampire-transformed blood bats seems quite abundant, thus providing ample resources. Just as Ling Feng and his companions were meticulously preparing to cleanse the negative energy, Bulma unexpectedly contacted Ling Feng to inform him of a rather troublesome matter. Within the bloodline space, a single drop of blood continued to float in midair, exuding a fierce aura. Ling Feng and Bulma stood below, engaged in conversation. Bulma looked at Ling Feng with a serious expression and said, I have previously mentioned that the bloodline bestowed upon you by the system possesses sentience. It has been over a month since its emergence, and if we do not hasten the process of integration, the power of the bloodline will begin to wane. You must act swiftly. I truly overlooked this. It has indeed become quite troublesome. Ling Feng was indeed troubled by this predicament, although Bulma had previously mentioned it. He had momentarily overlooked her words. If he were to merge now, his strength would significantly diminish, rendering him only marginally stronger than an average individual. Given that his mission remained incomplete, this was evidently unacceptable. However, if he delayed the fusion, even if he eventually merged, his potential would inevitably be compromised, presenting a truly perplexing dilemma. Should he choose to integrate his bloodline and, regardless of the energy point expenditure, invest time in training to enhance his power in one fell swoop, it was certainly an option. Yet, he needed to consider his future bloodline upgrades, a point Bulma had previously cautioned him about. Who could predict the energy points required for such enhancements? If he squandered resources recklessly from the outset, his future endeavors would undoubtedly become arduous. Observing Ling Feng's troubled expression, Bulma hesitated before suggesting, "Actually, you might consider trying the Kaioken." The Kaioken, a renowned technique, could substantially elevate an individual's overall combat prowess, immensely powerful, even bordering on the extraordinary. However, it was a rather opportunistic approach that excessively strained one's potential. Were it not for the prospect of a future physical rebirth, Bulma would never have recommended such a course of action to Ling Feng, considering the long-term implications. Exchange for the Kaioken, you say? Ling Feng was somewhat taken aback by Bulma's suggestion. He was well aware of the immense dangers associated with the Kaioken technique, and given that he had yet to fully comprehend his hidden martial arts, he had never considered exchanging for it. Bulma nodded in agreement, stating, "This is currently the most prudent course of action. After all, if you are to reconstruct your physical form, the damage from the Kaioken will become irrelevant. Based on your current strength, you only need to enhance it to 2 or 3 times the Kaioken, and that should suffice." However, the exchange requirement for the Kaioken was a staggering 5 million energy points. If he were to spend all those points solely on time for training, it would take over a decade. After training for so many years, even without the Scion bloodline, one could become invincible, could they not? I advise you to abandon such foolish thoughts. Bulma remarked coldly, seemingly understanding Ling Feng's line of reasoning. Is that not possible? Ling Feng questioned. If that were the case, why do you think I am granting you the opportunity to challenge the bloodline guardian? Bulma shook her head. Ki is an extraordinarily potent force, without a robust physique. One cannot contain a vast amount of Ki. Given your body's potential, even with 10 years of training, your strength would not reach any extraordinary heights. Once you hit your limit, progress will stagnate, and attempting to force a breakthrough could very well result in catastrophic failure. That is the constraint of talent. Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback, instinctively clenching his fists. No wonder he had recently sensed a deceleration in the enhancement of his strength. Unlike the rapid progress he had initially experienced, it dawned on him that this limitation stemmed from his innate talent, a realization that filled him with resentment. Yet it was an inescapable truth. Similarly, bloodlines also possess levels. Only those of the perfected realm are devoid of limits. The preliminary, intermediate, and advanced stages each harbor their own thresholds of combat prowess. Without elevating the level of his bloodline, he would be unable to take the next step forward. Thus, his journey ahead remains exceedingly long. Bulma's words profoundly inspired Ling Feng, solidifying his resolve to integrate his bloodline. Could it be that a low-level Scion bloodline could transform into a Super Scion through sheer fury? Ling Feng inquired eagerly, the Super Scion. Just the thought of it makes my mouth water. It is simply breathtaking. However, he quickly realized that the transformation into a Super Scion necessitated a high-grade bloodline, as the physical strength of those with primary or intermediate bloodlines would be utterly incapable of enduring such a sudden surge of power. The primary bloodline merely endows one with the fundamental traits of a Scion, such as extraordinary vitality and regenerative abilities, as well as the capacity for great ape transformation. Bulma stated this quite clearly, leaving Ling Feng somewhat disheartened. Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. Transforming into a Super Scion could amplify one's power by several dozen times. And without sufficient physical fortitude, it would be akin to courting disaster. However, upon hearing Bulma mention the great ape transformation, Ling Feng felt a spark of curiosity and asked, "So, I won't suddenly transform just by glancing at the moon, will I? Once transformed, can I control myself?" "You won't transform from a mere glance. You must gaze intently at the moon," Bulma replied. "As for controlling yourself post-transformation." At this point, Bulma let out a few cold laughs, sending a shiver down Ling Feng's spine. "You might as well find out for yourself." After you merge your bloodline, what changes will occur is beyond my knowledge. You'll have to discover it on your own, Bulma said nonchalantly. Ling Feng rolled his eyes, finding Bulma's remarks rather straightforward. By the way, the Dragon Fist is a rare physical finishing move, worthy of profound study. The essence of a technique lies in its purity, not its multitude. This is my counsel to you, Bulma stated in an instructive tone before dissipating into particles of light, as she always did, departing immediately after her words. After gazing intently for a moment at the blood droplets symbolizing the Scion lineage, Ling Feng let out a resigned sigh and exited the bloodline space. Without further deliberation, he promptly exchanged for the Kaioken. After explaining briefly to Selena and Siko, he spent a substantial 10,000 energy points to acquire 100 days of time. As expected, the virtual realm of the Kaioken was indeed the King Kai's planet. The moment his spirit entered, he spotted King Kai driving a red sports car, humming a cheerful tune. Would you like a ride, young man? King Kai enthusiastically offered as he parked the vehicle in front of Ling Feng. His appearance was exactly as depicted in the anime. Unless one was aware, few would suspect that this rather comical figure was, in fact, King Kai. King Kai, let us get straight to the point. Teach me the Kaioken. I only have 100 days. Ling Feng spoke directly, clarifying that he was not the Sun Wukong from the animation. Lacking both the power of his counterpart and the bloodline of the Scions, not to mention the protagonist Halo. He had no idea how long it would take to master the Kaioken technique. You seem to lack joy in life. Existence is not solely about cultivation. This approach will surely exhaust you, remarked the KO. Without cultivation, one cannot grow stronger, and without strength, how can one survive in this ruthless world where the weak are devoured by the strong? Ling Feng spoke softly. The king of the realm furrowed his brow, disembarked from the vehicle, and after scrutinizing Ling Feng, shook his head and remarked, the malevolent aura surrounding you is far too intense. It would be exceedingly perilous for you to learn the Realm King Fist. You are a martial arts instructor derived from the system. You have no authority to withhold the teachings of the Realm King Fist from me. Ling Feng, with a hint of impatience, remarked that having slain so many zombies, it would be rather strange if you were devoid of malevolent energy. Very well then, the king of the realm conceded, acknowledging the harsh truth of Ling Feng's words. However, do share with me 2 jokes. Such a request should not be too excessive, for I have a fondness for humor, be it listening to or telling jokes. I delight in both. As Ling Feng prepared to recount a joke, the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. Clearing his throat, he began, once. A charming and lovely girl approached the king of the realm and said, King, you are so cricket why? To which the king, bursting into laughter, replied, Of course. I am the most handsome creature in the entire universe. The girl then clarified, I meant cricket as in the insect. Ha ha, how utterly hilarious. Oh dear, my stomach aches from laughter. After a moment of silence, the king of the realm erupted into laughter, rolling on the ground until tears streamed down his cheeks. On another occasion, the king of the realm found himself in a predicament while using the restroom, discovering that the toilet paper had run out. In a moment of inspiration, he devised a rather ingenious solution. He would wait for the excrement to dry, and then use his finger to dislodge it. Ha ha, how comical, he exclaimed. As he envisioned the absurdity of the situation, the king laughed so hard that his entire body trembled, his fists pounding the ground in mirth. Yet, in truth, I found none of this amusing at all. Ling Feng silently scoffed to himself. Regardless of the circumstances, these 2 fools had managed to amuse the King of Realms, who was now eagerly embarking on the training of the Realm King Fist. Chapter 174, The Elementary Space Gem. Within the Spirit Time House, upon the pristine white plaza, Ling Feng stood bare-chested, firmly rooted in a traditional horse stance, his hands tightly clenched. His expression was grave, as an invisible aura coiled around him, intensifying with each passing moment. Suddenly, a spark of brilliance flashed in Ling Feng's eyes as he bellowed, King of the Realm Fist. In an instant, a dark crimson energy erupted from his being, dramatically elevating his presence, which now radiated with a fierce intensity. Even his hair seemed to take on a subtle dark red hue, flickering like flames in the wind. Ling Feng's expression was tinged with a hint of anguish, as if he were struggling to withstand the surging torrent of power. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and persevered, striving for tranquility. Employing the Crane Immortal School's meditation technique, he endeavored to maintain his rationality, refusing to be dominated by the overwhelming force. He sought to wield this power rather than be swept away by it. After sustaining this state of explosive energy for nearly 7 minutes, Ling Feng could endure no longer. The dark crimson currents surrounding him suddenly dissipated, swirling away. Ling Feng knelt upon the ground, gasping for breath, as beads of sweat cascaded down his cheeks, a testament to the astonishing depletion of his stamina. Huff, huff, he sighed. Is my body truly only capable of sustaining the Kaioken at double its power? And for merely 7 minutes at that? I am still far too weak. Breathless? Ling Feng spoke. Mastering the initial phase of the Kaioken technique has proven to be exceedingly arduous. Merely enhancing it to double its power took me over 30 days. Fully grasping this doubled form consumed another 30 days, and now, on the final day, I can barely elevate it to twice its strength, constrained by time. The challenge is extraordinarily high. It is evident that the Kaioken is not a skill meant for mere mortals. My body is still too fragile. Despite having acclimatized to fivefold gravity, reflecting on the Kaioshin's earlier words during my instruction, a sense of helplessness washes over me. This technique was never intended for those of the lower realms. It is a martial art reserved solely for the Kaioshin or deities, as the bodies of lower beings are too delicate to withstand the sudden surge of terrifying power. If one exceeds their limits, their body may shatter. Indeed, the Kaioken is a formidable technique. I suspect that doubling its power is my current limit. Any further enhancement may lead to my body's collapse. Ling Feng rose to his feet, wiping away the beads of sweat from his brow. Though he had contemplated enhancing his physical strength through gravity training, he ultimately dismissed the notion, realizing that he would soon need to undergo a physical transformation. Such an endeavor would only squander precious time. Nevertheless, even with the limited duration of 7 minutes at double the Kaioken, it would prove sufficient. Clenching his fists with renewed confidence, Ling Feng declared his resolve. After indulging in a refreshing shower and a rather unpalatable meal, the 100 days had swiftly elapsed. In the blink of an eye, he found himself back in the realm of reality, where several hours had already passed. It was now 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The residence of Ling Feng and his companions is situated on the 12th floor of an upscale community. Upon stepping out of his room and into the living area, he beheld Siko and Selena diligently practicing the Turtle Sage's body refinement technique. Siko had advanced to the second stage of this technique, while Selena was merely at the beginning of her journey, rendering her largely reliant on Siko's guidance. This predicament proved to be quite taxing for the pampered Selena, who often lamented her struggles. Had she not witnessed the remarkable results of Siko's mastery, she might have already surrendered to frustration. In order to facilitate their training, both women donned the most form-fitting attire, accentuating their exquisite figures, and every movement they made radiated an enchanting allure, igniting a fervent response within Ling Feng. After all, having spent a solitary 100 days, he had accumulated quite a bit of pent-up energy. Ladies, might I offer my guidance in your pursuits? Approached with a mischievous smile, his hands boldly grasping the bosoms of both Siko and Selena, gently teasing them. Shall we retire to the bedroom for a little guidance? He quipped with a chuckle. Selena's cheeks flushed slightly, playfully scolding him while allowing his hands to roam freely over her chest. Ling Feng naturally chuckled, leading the two women into the bedroom, where soon the air was filled with the enchanting melodies of joyous laughter, resonating endlessly. At 5 in the afternoon, after 2 hours of playful antics on the bed, the trio finally decided to rise. Having satisfied their appetites, they stepped out into the world. Selena and Siko witnessed firsthand what true destructive power entailed, the double Kaioken. Ling Feng let out a low growl, and an overwhelming dark red energy surged from his entire body. With his hands pressed together, he unleashed a formidable energy wave that roared down upon the city center street, teeming with blood-sucking bats and zombies. Boom! The terrifying shockwave erupted violently, obscuring the glow of the evening sky with a brilliant blue-white radiance. Behind Ling Feng, Poison Island Siko and Selena instinctively squeezed their eyes shut, as the brilliance was blinding. When the light finally dissipated, they opened their eyes, only to be met with a scene that left them in awe. All buildings within a radius of several thousand meters had been utterly obliterated, leaving behind a colossal crater. Ling Feng, panting as he released the King of Combat technique, swayed slightly on his feet. Siko promptly stepped forward to support him, her voice laced with concern. "My dear husband, are you all right? Did you exert yourself too much?" "I'm fine," he replied. "I just need a brief moment to recuperate. Let us proceed to the next region." Ling Feng shook his head and remarked that although employing the double Kaioken was somewhat strenuous at the moment, mastering the timing would suffice. Siko and Selena exchanged glances and sighed softly, supporting Ling Feng as they soared towards the next region. It was time to truly exert themselves. Despite the toll on his body, Ling Feng relentlessly unleashed the Kaioken over the course of 3 days, nearly purging the entirety of the negative energy from the vast British Isles. Though the land lay in ruin, as Selena aptly stated, it was preferable to annihilate everything rather than leave behind a desolate wasteland. Naturally, they encountered numerous survivors, and the trio endeavored to guide them to safety. Although this consumed additional time, they ultimately saved many lives. Subsequently, Ling Feng, accompanied by Siko and Selena, charged fiercely across various regions of the earth. With the might of the double Kaioken, his speed surpassed that of an aircraft, embarking on a frenzied cleansing journey. Throughout this period, Ling Feng's nerves were taut. Both his mental and physical energies were severely depleted as he relentlessly pushed his limits, engaging in a life-and-death struggle. Finally, after a week of purging a small city of its undead, Ling Feng heard the long-awaited sound that brought him relief. His entire being relaxed, a look of liberation gracing his features. Congratulations, host, on completing the task of eliminating over half of the negative energy in this dimension. You are rewarded with a primary space gem capable of storing living beings, which requires your blood to merge with you. A translucent gem, approximately 5 centimeters in diameter, suddenly materialized before Ling Feng, its beauty striking. Ling Feng extended his hand to receive the spatial gem, delicately rolling it between his fingers. A faint sense of wonder washing over him. The arduous journey to acquire this rudimentary spatial gem had truly been a test of endurance, proving to be far more challenging than he had anticipated. Is this truly the spatial gem? It appears rather exquisite, remarked Selena. Her curiosity piqued as she momentarily took it from Ling Feng's grasp before passing it to Siko. My dear husband, it would be prudent to merge with it swiftly. None can ascertain whether this artifact is bound by a temporal limitation, Siko thoughtfully cautioned, returning the spatial gem to Ling Feng. Indeed, he concurred. Ling Feng nodded slightly, biting the tip of his finger to draw a drop of blood which he allowed to fall upon the gemstone. Instantly, the translucent gem transformed into a deep crimson hue. As if it had been steeped in blood, it resembled a ruby, exuding a gentle luminescence, which gradually merged with Ling Feng's heart. At that moment, Ling Feng felt as though something within his mind had detonated, causing a deafening roar that nearly rendered him unconscious. Fortunately, Serena and Siko were there to support him just in time. I am fine, Ling Feng managed to say with great effort, a hint of joy gracing his face. Through his mental perception, a diminutive world materialized within him, complete with mountains, rivers, flowers, trees, and even a few small animals. Above, a radiant object resembling the sun illuminated the entire space, which spanned approximately a kilometer, resembling a miniature realm. I sense that I possess a microcosm within me, Ling Feng remarked, casting a glance at the two women. He retrieved several small items from his person. With merely a thought, they instantly vanished into the space. The same was true for retrieving them. A simple mental command sufficed. He even sampled the water within, finding its taste to be remarkably delightful, refreshingly sweet and invigorating. Then, with utmost caution, Ling Feng attempted to draw Serena and Siko into the space. In an instant, the two living beings disappeared from his sight, appearing within the newfound realm. Wow, this is incredible. It's so beautiful here. This mission reward is truly exceptional, Serena exclaimed, inhaling the fresh, natural air deeply, feeling utterly rejuvenated. Indeed, it was a splendid reward. All we need to do is build a house here. After all, timber is readily available. Even more precious is the presence of a water source, eliminating any concerns about hydration in the future, Siko nodded, smiling as she considered how to manage the environment as the lady of the realm. Then you should remain here for now. I must head to Japan, Ling Feng said, reassured by the sight of both women appearing unharmed. After giving them brief instructions, he steadied his mind and swiftly set off toward Japan. Upon reaching the small island where Gue Yinyi and her companions were located, Ling Feng was nearly exhausted, utterly drained from his exertions. With a mere thought, he summoned the formidable Poison Island Siko and Selena from the depths of his inner space. The trio then made their way to the seaside abode, where they could finally enjoy a well-deserved respite. As they returned, Juchuan Shizuka and the others joyfully gathered around them, engaging in animated conversation, their voices blending harmoniously in a cacophony of excitement. Ling Feng forced a wry smile as he extricated himself from the throng of girls, taking a seat to rest. Simultaneously, he examined the Dragon Ball system. Host, Ling Feng age, 20 gender, male combat power evaluation, a mere small fry energy points, 15,007. 128 3 days remain until entry into the next realm. The host is advised to prepare accordingly. Although the negative energy was gradually diminishing, Ling Feng had managed to recoup the energy points he previously spent on the Kaioken technique. As for the disheartening combat power evaluation, he chose to disregard it. Fully aware that his current strength rendered him nothing more than a minor character in a world teeming with formidable warriors. Only 3 days of freedom left. How stingy. Ling Feng could not help but pout at the remaining time. However, this was not within his power to change, and he refrained from further complaints. He had far more pressing matters at hand, namely, the fusion of the Scion bloodline. After conferring with Siko and the others, Ling Feng entered the bloodline space, selecting the third option to merge with the Scion bloodline. Just as he pondered how to execute the fusion, an explosive force suddenly shattered his body, sending flesh and blood flying. A scene both horrifying and chaotic, akin to self-detonation. Ling Feng's flesh, bones, and brain were mercilessly torn into fragments, swirling together like a tempest. In an instant, the Scion blood surged into the vortex, merging indistinguishably with it. At some point, Bulma appeared within the bloodline space, observing the rapidly spinning vortex with a slight smile, murmuring, "I hope he succeeds. Otherwise, all my previous efforts will have been in vain." At that moment, Ling Feng still retained a flicker of consciousness, albeit exceedingly faint. He could distinctly sense the profound changes within his body, accompanied by an excruciating pain that seemed to seep into his very soul, threatening to tear it apart. The agony was unbearable, and though he longed to scream, not a sound escaped his lips. This sensation nearly drove his consciousness to the brink of collapse. The subtle transformation of Ling Feng's faint consciousness also extended to the reshaping of his physical form. What had begun to take on a semblance of shape was suddenly on the verge of collapse. Bulma, observing this, couldn't help but furrow her brow deeply. Her greatest concern had materialized. The Scion bloodline's power was exceedingly ferocious, making it arduous for Ling Feng's consciousness to endure until the end. As the saying goes, one reaps what one sows. Everything hinged upon his own efforts. Shaking her head at the swirling mass of flesh, Bulma channeled a gentle beam of white light, enveloping the vortex. Instantly, the destabilizing trend began to abate, and his body gradually commenced its reconstruction. Had Ling Feng the ability to access the system, he would have discovered that the energy points he had painstakingly accumulated were plummeting at a terrifying rate. At this moment, his consciousness was shrouded in a haze, devoid of any sense of up or down, left or right, as if he were ensnared in an infinite chaos. His consciousness floated within this boundless realm of disorder, utterly lacking any sense of direction. Time slipped away unnoticed, and as countless moments passed, Ling Feng's consciousness brushed against a cluster of golden flames burning in the void. An instant later, feeling as though his entire soul were ablaze. Suddenly, Bulma, who had been keenly observing Ling Feng's transformation, was astonished to notice a flicker of golden flame emerging from his ethereal consciousness, with the surrounding atmosphere growing palpably warm. What luck! He has awakened his bloodline talent. My efforts to reshape his body have not been in vain, Bulma mused, her gaze fixed upon the flickering golden flame. She intensified her efforts to stabilize his form, recognizing that this was a critical moment where any lapse could nullify all previous endeavors. As Ling Feng regained consciousness and opened his eyes, he found himself lying naked upon the grass, with Bulma curiously surveying him from nearby. His face flushed, and he quickly rose to his feet. "If you have any clothes, could you lend me a garment?" he said, slightly embarrassed. "You must know that I have no clothing to offer," Bulma replied with a teasing tone. "There's no need to feel embarrassed. I had little interest in your body. Besides, I had already observed you for quite some time before you awakened. Perhaps you should take a moment to examine your own form," she added, casually conjuring a water screen before Ling Feng that reflected his appearance. Ling Feng then scrutinized his own body carefully and was astonished to discover that, contrary to his expectations, there was no tail. Moreover, his physique had evidently diminished in size, appearing to resemble that of a 16 or 17-year-old, remarkably robust and powerful, yet devoid of the vulgarity often associated with muscular men. "Is this truly the body I possess now? I feel so formidable." Ling Feng clenched his fist and could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, this is astonishing." The strength of this enhanced body, augmented by the infusion of energy, far surpassed the physical prowess he had achieved after his initial enhancements. The starting point was already significantly elevated. Simultaneously, he sensed that he possessed something beyond his previous self. Instinctively, he extended his palm, and a cluster of crimson flames erupted suddenly, flickering incessantly in his hand, radiating an intense heat. Remarkably, his palm remained unscathed. As he focused his mind, the flames danced and leaped within his grasp, exhibiting a vitality akin to that of a living being. Ling Feng felt as if it were a primal instinct, akin to the sensation of controlling his limbs, entirely subconscious. What is this? Ling Feng exclaimed in astonishment. During the process of merging with your bloodline, a beneficial mutation occurred, resulting in the emergence of your unique bloodline talent. It appears that you were quite fortunate. It seems to be a fire control ability, which is rather impressive. Buma remarked with a smile. So, it is akin to a supernatural power? That is indeed remarkable. The destructive force of flames is undeniably formidable. Ling Feng nodded with satisfaction. Yet he found himself perplexed. The concepts of bloodline talent and extraordinary abilities were entirely distinct, and the nature of this flame's power appeared to be far from simple. However, Bulma was too indifferent to offer any explanations. Take a look at this, she said, as she summoned a brilliantly radiant orb of light. Ling Feng glanced over, initially unfazed, but soon found himself profoundly captivated by the luminous sphere, feeling as if all else in the world had vanished, leaving only the flickering orb in his perception. His heart began to race violently, the blood coursing through his veins surged with fervor, as if an overwhelming force were poised to erupt. At that moment, Bulma retracted the light sphere, and all anomalies came to an abrupt halt. Ling Feng, regaining his composure, took several deep breaths, his heart still racing as he exclaimed, "Is it an artificial moon? I nearly lost my sanity just now." Bulma nodded in affirmation, stating, "This is the most effective method to test the transformation of your scion bloodline after the mutation." Pausing for a moment, Bulma continued, "Logically speaking, without a tail, a scion should be unable to transform into a great ape. However, it is evident that you are still capable of doing so. The issue likely lies within the mutation of your bloodline." Ling Feng was not particularly bothered, as he had never held a fondness for tails. However, he felt a sense of helplessness as it seemed that after his bloodline transformation, he would still lose his rationality. After all, it was merely a primary bloodline. Naturally, it would be uncontrollable. "You have already reaped sufficient benefits. Do not be greedy," Bulma remarked with a hint of annoyance. As if struck by a sudden realization, Bulma said playfully, "If I were you, I would first take a look at the system." Upon seeing the mischievous smile on Bulma's face, an ominous premonition surged within Ling Feng, prompting him to hastily open the system. Host: Ling Feng, age 20, gender male, bloodline mutated scion bloodline, primary, combat power evaluation, the weakest of the weak. Energy points 10,000 time until entry into the next world, 2 days. Please prepare, host. From this, it appeared that the fusion of the bloodline took approximately a day, leaving only 2 days of freedom. However, the crux of the matter was, why did my energy points dwindle to a mere 10,000? What the hell? Upon seeing the final energy point count, Ling Feng could no longer maintain his composure and erupted in rage. The energy points he had accumulated through countless trials and tribulations had now been reduced to a paltry sum, nearly causing him to spit blood in frustration. Bulma, seemingly oblivious to Ling Feng's frantic expression, casually explained, "During the fusion of the bloodline, you nearly failed. To stabilize the fusion, I had to utilize your energy points. It was only with great difficulty that you managed to fully integrate the bloodline. You should consider yourself fortunate. Had you not amassed considerable energy points, you might have met with dire consequences." What the hell? There was a risk associated with bloodline fusion, and you didn't inform me beforehand. There must be some hidden agenda behind this. You must have embezzled my energy points. Are you trying to get me killed? Ling Feng still found it difficult to accept the current situation. The fusion of bloodlines held the most promise. Had I informed you of the significant risks involved, would you still endeavor to merge the bloodlines? I highly doubt it. Yet, here we are. Not only has the fusion been successful, but fortune has also smiled upon you, awakening your bloodline talent, which far outweighs the value of mere energy points. Buma remarked with an expression that conveyed your lack of discernment. What bloodline talent? I have no desire for it. If you wish for it, take it. Just return all those energy points to me. Ling Feng rushed in front of Bulma and exclaimed, "Give up on this notion." Bulma coldly replied, "You might as well abandon all hope." In response, she pleaded, "Please, return it to me. Don't toy with my emotions like this." Ling Feng tightly clasped Bulma's thigh, tears streaming down his face as he pleaded, clinging to her without relent. "Are you insane? Let go of me at once," Bulma exclaimed, her face flushing as she pushed Ling Feng away forcefully. "Absolutely not. Return my energy points at once." Ling Feng clung tightly to Bulma's thigh, refusing to release his grip no matter how much she pushed him away. Lifting his head, he caught a glimpse of the scenery beneath her skirt. You rascal! Bulma exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment. In a fit of rage, she unleashed a powerful punch that struck Ling Feng squarely in the face, knocking him to the ground. With one hand holding down her skirt, she shouted furiously, "If you wish to die, I shall oblige you." Ultimately, Ling Feng failed to reclaim the lost energy points from Bulma and was unceremoniously kicked out of the Dragon Ball world by the furious woman. "Why has your body shrunk?" Serena and the others gathered around, astonished at Ling Feng's noticeably reduced stature, eagerly scrutinizing him from all angles. It was Yan Yan who could no longer tolerate the sight and handed Ling Feng a set of clothes and trousers to wear. Ling Feng briefly recounted his circumstances, particularly expressing his exasperation over the deduction of his energy points. "I still possess a few energy points. Perhaps I could transfer them to you, my dear husband," Psycho thoughtfully suggested. The other girls nodded in agreement, although their efficiency paled in comparison to Ling Feng's extraordinary prowess. They had managed to collect a modest amount of energy points along their journey. "No need for that. Let us first arrive in the next world and assess the situation," he replied. Ling Feng shook his head, remarking that there was a hint of male chauvinism in his words. After all, Siko and the others had diligently accumulated their energy points. Wasn't it merely a matter of losing a few energy points? They could easily earn them back. What nonsense! Before Selena could retort, she was gently pulled back by Siko, who signaled her to refrain from saying anything further. Understanding the need to uphold a man's dignity is also a woman's grace, Selena, Siko whispered softly in her ear. Regardless of the circumstances, she would always support her man's decisions. Upon hearing this, Selena let out a silent sigh, pouting slightly but choosing to remain silent. With 2 days remaining, Ling Feng resumed his foundational training, while Siko and the others entered his spatial realm to commence logging and constructing houses, simultaneously sowing seeds for crops. Everything progressed in an orderly fashion. On the beach 2 days later, as he executed a complex maneuver, a sharp crack echoed from within Ling Feng, accompanied by a fleeting grimace that soon transformed into a relieved smile. His energy surged, causing the blood within him to overflow, and his skin became more resilient, enhancing his defenses. Drawing upon his previous experience and with an increase in his physical potential, Ling Feng completed the first stage of his training in just 2 days. Moreover, he also achieved the first stage of his body refining technique, which was notably stronger than his previous attempt. At this point, the first stage was nearly equivalent to the effects of the second stage he had initially reached, clearly demonstrating the inherent advantage of his bloodline. On the first day, Ling Feng had also independently perceived the existence of energy within his body, giving rise to the first current that continuously nourished him, progressing much faster than he had anticipated. It can only be said that for a scion, grasping the existence of energy within is a natural endeavor that requires little effort. The disparity in bloodlines is unmistakably evident. Ling Feng took a deep breath, wiped the sweat from his brow with a damp towel, and tightened his grip on the reins, marveling at the fact that this body's innate abilities were indeed far superior to his previous self, whether it was his senses, mental acuity, or combat awareness and resilience. Over the past 2 days, Ling Feng had come to grasp the extraordinary capabilities of this physique. The foundational strength was not at all comparable to who he had been before. It was as if he had been reborn, exchanging sheer power for potential. Now that he had witnessed the results, he accepted this transformation with a sense of acknowledgement. Gazing at the time, he realized he had merely 3 hours left in this world. Ling Feng lamented the swift passage of time and turned his mind inward to assess his internal realm. Within just 2 days, Siko and the others had managed to construct a rudimentary framework for a dwelling, and it seemed that a proper residence would soon be established. The spatial gem proved to be remarkably useful, and he pondered whether he might have the opportunity to acquire even more advanced ones in the future. Observing the picturesque landscape within the space, Ling Feng could not help but express his satisfaction. With such a domain at his disposal, he no longer needed to worry about sustenance and water, which he surmised was likely intended to facilitate his long-term combat endeavors. As his thoughts flowed, he summoned Siko and the others, spending their final 3 hours by the seaside. With just 3 minutes remaining, he drew them all back into the internal space. As the last second quietly slipped away, Ling Feng's figure vanished from the beach without a trace, leaving behind no ripple in the fabric of reality. This world would continue its course, unaffected by the disappearance of Ling Feng or Siko, maintaining its steady trajectory as if nothing had occurred. Chapter 1. A new world. Is this truly a new world? It feels remarkably different. Ling Feng stood atop a towering hillside, gazing at the surrounding mountainous forest. taking a deep breath as he spoke. Perhaps due to his innate connection to energy, Ling Feng could faintly sense an extraordinary force hidden within the atmosphere of this world. It appeared that this was no ordinary realm, but rather one possessing a unique system of power, suggesting that his current mission would not be a simple endeavor. After inspecting the interior space and confirming that Siko and the others were unharmed, he exhaled in relief, communicating with them briefly through his consciousness. He then opened the system to ascertain the nature of this world. Host: Ling Feng. Age: 20. Gender: male. Bloodline: mutated scion. Bloodline: beginner. Combat power evaluation: among the weakest of the weak. Energy points: 10,000. Current dimension: fairy tale. Identity: wandering mage, essentially the type no one recognizes. Task 1: acquire the dark Dragon Balls scattered throughout this dimension, with a random reward of a racial talent from the Dragon Ball universe. Task 2: eliminate the Black Dragon Acnologia. This task is not of the system's design, but a covenant made with the consciousness of this world. Consider it a laborious task. Task 3: at least eradicate 100 S-class creatures corrupted by negative energy, with a reward of a mid-level spatial gem. Task deadline: 2 years. Task failure: annihilation. Sigh. I knew this mission would be anything but simple. The second task, clearly devoid of any tangible reward, is truly unfortunate. Ling Feng could not help but voice his grievances, yet it was evident that the system would remain indifferent. Uncertain of his current location, he decided it would be prudent to seek out a populated area to inquire for directions. Ling Feng glanced around his surroundings and remarked that, at this moment, his abilities were insufficient, preventing him from utilizing the sky dance technique. Thus, he had no choice but to travel by foot. 3 days later, he finally arrived at Magnolia. With a somewhat disheveled appearance, Ling Feng gazed upon the bustling street before him and could not help but release a sigh of relief. Being a newcomer, he found himself utterly penniless. Although he had managed to ascertain the location of Magnolia, the lack of funds to hire a carriage compelled him to walk the entire way, enduring the elements along the journey. Once he settled into the Fairy Tale Guild, he vowed to swiftly elevate his strength. At that time, he would at least be able to employ the sky dance technique. The trek on foot had indeed proven to be exceedingly exhausting. Ling Feng rubbed his legs and, with a hint of exasperation, inquired a passerby about the whereabouts of the Fairy Tale Guild. Ah, fairy tale. That's quite simple, the enthusiastic stranger replied. Just follow the road beneath your feet, and you shall soon behold their guild. Thank you. Ling Feng nodded, quickening his pace. Indeed, within mere moments, he was greeted by the striking sight of the Fairy Tale Guild, its exterior suggesting that it had existed long before the haunting events transpired. Is this truly fairy tale? It is undeniably impressive. As he gazed upon the enchanting emblem of a fairy emblazoned on the guild's banner, Ling Feng felt a surge of fervor. Reminiscent of the days spent eagerly following the tales of fairy tale, his emotions bubbling with excitement. Are you wishing to join our guild? You certainly seem spirited. At the height of Ling Feng's exhilaration, a melodious voice floated from behind him. Turning to look, he beheld a stunning beauty clad in a flowing red dress, her silvery hair cascading elegantly, adorned with a sweet smile, and clutching a substantial stack of papers. Is that Mira Jane? Ling Feng instinctively exclaimed. Ah, you recognize me. Mira Jane responded with a smile, her recognition not unexpected, as she was indeed a public figure. Ling Feng nodded and spoke nonchalantly. I have read every issue of the weekly Sosara. Mira Jane smiled as she replied, I shall take you inside. It might be a bit noisy, but do not take offense. You will soon grow accustomed to it once you join. With that, she gently pushed open the door, leading Ling Feng inside. Upon entering the Fairy Tale Guild, the scene unfolded just as Mira Jane had described. A cacophony of voices filled the air as a throng of people reveled in their merriment, drinking and dining with great enthusiasm. Upon seeing Mira Jane return, the guild members greeted her warmly. Mira, you're back. I suppose the council has sent us a heap of complaints again. The guild master will have his work cut out for him, remarked Wakaba, his pipe in hand. Indeed, there are quite a few more than last month, especially due to Natsu's antics. It seems he caused quite a ruckus in Harujin, damaging over half the port. I received quite the earful when I went to sort through the reports, Mira Jane replied, shaking a stack of complaint forms in her hand. She then added with a smile, however, we have new members joining our guild, which is certainly a cause for celebration. It's been a while since we welcomed newcomers. But not just anyone can join Fairy Tale. Be prepared for challenges ahead, young man. Wakaba took a puff from his pipe and nodded. I understand. And I believe I can become a member of Fairy Tale, Ling Feng said confidently, nodding his head. He was aware that joining was not as simple as it appeared in the animations. Lucy had been able to join due to her rarity as a celestial spirit mage and Natsu's recommendation, complemented by her charming demeanor. Otherwise, there would undoubtedly be trials to face, as a prestigious guild like Fairy Tail would not admit just anyone. Quite confident, are we? I hope you succeed, chimed a stunning woman with sun-kissed skin, embracing a large barrel of ale and drinking heartily. Ling Feng recognized her as Kana. Not only her, but he also spotted familiar faces such as Loki, Gray, and Elfman. Please wait a moment. I will fetch the guild master, Mira Jane said to Ling Feng before heading towards the back of the guild. Soon, Mira Jane returned with a short, elderly man clad in a jester's outfit. This is our guild master, Makarov, she introduced. To be honest, had Ling Feng not known better, he would have never believed that this diminutive old man was one of the 10 wizard saints, wielding formidable magical power. Are you the new member? What is your name? Why do you wish to join the guild? Makarov inquired, posing the customary questions. My name is Ling Feng, he answered. The sole purpose for joining the Fairy Tail Guild is to earn a living, as I currently find myself utterly penniless. Ling Feng spoke earnestly. Makarov glanced at Ling Feng with some surprise, yet did not delve deeper into the matter. He nodded and said, that reason is indeed quite compelling. So, what magic can you wield? If you possess no magic, it would be impossible to join the guild, as the tasks we undertake as mages are often perilous. As for my magic, it is this. Ling Feng was well prepared, extending his hand to conjure a blazing flame, a manifestation of his innate bloodline ability. Perfectly suited to serve as magic. Ah, fire mage. How splendid. Makarov nodded, acknowledging the formidable power of fire magic, which is incredibly challenging to control. Typically, only skilled mages can master it. It appears this new recruit possesses considerable talent. Excellent. Welcome to Fairy Tail, newcomer, Makarov stated with a smile, signifying Ling Feng's official induction into the grand collective of Fairy Tail. Now, you are a member of the Fairy Tail Guild. Mira Jane gently imprinted a small, fiery fairy emblem on Ling Feng's shoulder, smiling as she remarked on the fresh blood joining the guild, which brought her great joy. Indeed, gazing at the fairy emblem on his shoulder, Ling Feng felt a surge of excitement and fervor, his fighting spirit ignited. Over there is the bulletin board, where tasks are posted. I personally recommend that as a newcomer, you start with simpler tasks. If possible, it would be wise to team up with someone. Although the rewards may be lower, it offers greater safety. Once you find a task you like, bring it to me, and I will take care of the record keeping. Mira Jane gestured towards the bulletin board and subsequently pointed to the staircase leading to the second floor, adding a word of caution. Additionally, I must emphasize that the second floor is off-limits, accessible only to S-class mages within the guild. The tasks up there are extraordinarily perilous, ones that could easily cost you your life, so do not attempt to undertake them without permission, or you will face the guild master's wrath. I understand. Ling Feng nodded. He recognized that his current abilities were insufficient, and thus, he would not hastily undertake an S-rank mission. He understood well that haste makes waste. His foremost priority at present was to seek out several tasks to earn some money. Without financial means, even the basic necessities of food and shelter would become problematic. Ling Feng approached the task board, meticulously searching for a mission that suited his current abilities. The variety of tasks was dazzling, ranging from simple quests for lost items to the extermination of troublesome demons, with rewards escalating accordingly. For a moment, he was at a loss as to which one to choose. TCH, just another reckless young fool. P.S. truly irritating to behold, Gray remarked, sipping on his chilled beer while casting an annoyed glance at Ling Feng. The newcomer turned out to be a fire mage, a stark contrast to his own elemental affinity, creating an undeniable discord between them. Ling Feng heard the sound and turned his gaze in that direction. What are you looking at? Do you have an opinion? You're merely a newcomer, after all. Our Fairy Tail Guild is not so easily navigated, Gray provocatively retorted. Before you utter such words, perhaps you should first put on some clothes. I doubt this is a perverted guild, Ling Feng replied coolly, exhibiting a sharp tongue. At this remark, the crowd erupted into laughter, reminiscent of the time when Urza had similarly admonished Gray. His expression darkened immediately. Haha, well said. Gray, it seems you've been outdone. Wakaba, with a pipe in his mouth, chuckled mischievously, followed by others who joined in the jest, leaving Gray feeling thoroughly humiliated. He abruptly slammed his hand on the table, rising to his feet, and cast a cold stare at Ling Feng, saying, a newcomer dares to be so arrogant? I believe you're asking for a beating. I'm a person who earns a living, unlike you idle drifters. Ling Feng replied without showing any signs of weakness, asserting that even if his strength might not rival Gray's at the moment, one should never allow their spirit to falter. Just as Gray was about to make his move, the guild's door was suddenly kicked open. In strode Natsu, his signature pink hair unmistakable, accompanied by the small blue cat, Happy, and followed closely by a charmingly sweet blonde girl, who must be Lucy. Ling Feng smiled knowingly upon witnessing the unfolding scene, realizing he had perfectly timed his arrival at the onset of the narrative. "I'm back," Naz exclaimed exuberantly as he burst through the door. Under his provocation, the guild soon erupted into a lively commotion. Gray, abandoning his previous engagement with Ling Feng, engaged in a fierce tussle with Naz. Ultimately, it was Makarov who intervened, subduing Naz and restoring order. This encounter allowed Ling Feng to witness Makarov's formidable giant magic and his immense magical power. The subsequent words of wisdom from the guild leader regarding magic left a profound impact on Ling Feng. The experience of hearing it firsthand was vastly different from merely observing it in animation. "Hello, I'm Lucy. I've heard you're a newcomer to Fairy Tale as well. What a coincidence," Lucy remarked, having just received her small fairy mark from Mira Jane. She approached the bulletin board and introduced herself to Ling Feng. "Hello, Lucy. I am currently in urgent need of a job. Otherwise, I want to even have money for meals." Ling Feng nodded slightly and remarked that Lucy was indeed a remarkably beautiful girl. However, his mind was not preoccupied with romantic pursuits. Rather, the importance of sustenance took precedence, for a scion's appetite is quite substantial. "Shall we form a team together? I have heard that you are also a fire mage, which is splendid." Natsu and Happy approached him with enthusiasm, clapping a hand on Ling Feng's shoulder. What was intended as a mere trivial gesture caused Ling Feng to feel a sudden jolt throughout his body, not from the force of Natsu's touch, but from the sensation of a flame surging violently within him, as if it yearned to burst forth. Alarmed, he instinctively retreated a step, pressing his hand against his chest, where the heat felt most intense. "What's wrong? I merely tapped you gently. It shouldn't have been too forceful," Natsu responded, momentarily taken aback and puzzled, as he did not perceive Ling Feng as a fragile individual. "Ah, it's nothing. I'm just feeling a bit unwell due to not having eaten properly for several days. My stomach is rather hungry," Ling Feng replied. Ling Feng concocted an excuse to deflect the matter, yet he couldn't shake the peculiar sensation that had just enveloped him, as if the flames within were poised to consume Naz entirely. "It appears that my bloodline talent is far more intricate than I had initially presumed. I must take the time to comprehend it thoroughly. I must ensure that it does not spiral out of control at a critical moment, for that would undoubtedly lead to complications." Ling Feng secretly pondered. How pitiable. Are you unable to even satisfy your hunger? That would indeed be more tragic than Lewis. Naz, the oblivious fellow, soon dismissed the earlier matters. AI Happy nodded in agreement. Lucy, with a twitch at the corner of her mouth, interjected, "My name is Lucy, not Lewis." Ling Feng pondered for a moment and ultimately chose a rather challenging task, to collect 30 specimens of snow mountain grass, with the location set at Hakeby Mountain. The reward for this endeavor was a substantial sum of 50,000 J, adorned with an illustration of the snow mountain grass. The client was none other than the chief alchemist of Fairy Tale, Porly Usica. "Have you decided so quickly?" "That was remarkably fast," Lucy remarked in astonishment, as she herself was still deliberating on which task would be most suitable for her. Ling Feng, with a resigned shrug, remarked, "There's no choice. I must earn money swiftly to make a living." With that, he tore off the commission slip and handed it to Mirajan at the counter. "You should really reconsider this task," she advised kindly. "Although it isn't a monster extermination mission, the location itself is fraught with perilous creatures. Moreover, the snow mountain grass grows on extremely steep cliffs, rendering the task quite challenging. Most importantly, if the snow mountain grass isn't frozen in time, it will wither away. It is well known that the newcomer, Ling Feng, is a fire mage, making this collection task, which requires refrigerated conditions, particularly ill-suited for him." Ling Feng was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such numerous constraints. However, after a brief hesitation, he resolved to accept the task, though the method of refrigeration posed certain complications. He believed he possessed the means to address them. "Do take care of yourself," Mirajan remarked, choosing not to elaborate further. She proceeded to document the task for Ling Feng. Thus, he had officially undertaken his first assignment, one that promised to be quite challenging. It remained uncertain whether he would succeed and what obstacles he might encounter along the way. Chapter 2. The Snowy Beasts. I shall take my leave now, hoping to return before nightfall. After borrowing some money from Mira, Ling Feng greeted Lucy and the others before departing from the guild. He needed to hire a carriage from the nearest carriage shop. Upon arriving at the carriage establishment, he questioned, "Why has everyone, including Natsu, followed me?" Ling Feng was taken aback as he beheld Natsu and Happy, burdened with their luggage, along with the eager Lucy, unsure of why they had all accompanied him. Natsu promptly elucidated the situation regarding Macau, revealing that he too intended to journey to Hakeby Mountain, leading them to decide to venture forth together. Ling Feng experienced a moment of enlightenment as he realized that some time had passed and he had nearly forgotten certain plot lines. Naz and the others expressed their desire to accompany him, and he was indifferent to their presence. It was a fortuitous opportunity to save on hiring a carriage. Naz had offered to cover the carriage expenses, merely requesting that Ling Feng keep an eye on the situation regarding Macau while he undertook his tasks. Naturally, Ling Feng agreed with pleasure, and thus the group hired a carriage to journey toward the nearby Hakeby Mountain, not far from Magnolia. Although Hakeby Mountain was relatively close, the carriage ride would still take over 2 hours. During this time, Ling Feng was far from idle within the spacious carriage. Seizing the opportunity, he began practicing the Turtle Immortal's body refinement technique, executing a series of challenging movements that left Lucy in a cold sweat, while Happy paused his fish consumption, intrigued by the spectacle. As for Naz, he remained comfortably sprawled out, embodying the peculiar trait of dragon slayers who harbor an aversion to modes of transportation. "Doesn't this hurt you, Ling Feng?" "It looks rather frightening," Lucy inquired, witnessing Ling Feng drape his legs over his shoulders, the cracking sounds of his joints echoing in the carriage. "It's manageable. I've grown accustomed to it," Ling Feng replied with a sense of ease. With great effort, Ling Feng spoke, suddenly bending his leg, producing a sharp crack that left Lucy pale and unable to bear the sight. "Wow, how impressive. Natsu, you should quickly get up and take a look. Ling Feng has a tendency for self-mutilation. It's quite perverse, perhaps even more so than Gray," Happy exclaimed, shaking Natsu in astonishment, his words eliciting an urge to comment on their absurdity. "It's merely a method to enhance physical fitness, and the results are quite remarkable. Lucy, would you care to give it a try? Even though you are a celestial spirit mage specializing in support, your physical strength could rival that of someone like Natsu, who is more physically inclined." Ignoring Happy's words, Ling Feng turned to Lucy and expressed his concerns. He had always felt that the physical condition of celestial mages was a significant drawback, as was evident in Lucy during her early days. Without her keys, she possessed almost no power at all. "Forget it," she said, shaking her head. "You look like you're in so much pain, and I certainly don't want that. Besides, I have plenty of formidable celestial spirits to protect me." Lucy conveyed her sentiment, feeling that such a method of gaining strength was far too cruel. Ling Feng did not force the issue. After all, this series of movements had proven ineffective since the mid-stage without Qi as a supplementary force. He pondered whether magical energy could serve as a substitute for Qi, yet he had no time to contemplate such matters and deemed it more prudent to focus on training. Before entering the daunting Hakko Mountain, he aimed to accumulate as much Qi as possible to enhance his combat prowess. Observing Natsu sprawled on the ground and Ling Feng contorted in various agonizing poses, Lucy couldn't help but stifle a wry smile. Indeed, the members of Fairy Tail were a peculiar bunch, each in their own right. As they drew nearer to Hakko Mountain, the temperature plummeted. After over 2 hours, the carriage came to a halt, as the snow on the mountain was too deep for further travel. "Aha, I'm back to life." As soon as the carriage stopped, Natsu sprang back to life, having endured 2 hours of stillness. Ling Feng pushed open the door of the carriage, and immediately, a fierce gust of wind and snow rushed towards him. Before his eyes lay a majestic snow-capped mountain. Although it was summer, the perpetual snow here rendered the temperature bitterly cold. Typically, only magic wielders ventured to this remote area to undertake various tasks, as few dared to inhabit such a frigid locale. "How cold it is. It's summer, yet here it is snowing heavily. How peculiar," Lucy complained, wrapping her arms around her shoulders, her meager magical power insufficient to shield her from the chill. Ling Feng also felt quite cold, however. He was fortunate that his bloodline affinity was fire. After being assailed by the chill, a warm current akin to flames naturally coursed through his body, regulating his temperature. So he was not overly cold. As for Natsu, the wild beast, it went without saying that he was even less affected. Even Happy seemed to have acclimated to the frigid conditions. "Let us split up," Ling Feng suggested after taking a few steps. "If you happen to come across snow mountain grass, please collect some for me. I will also keep an eye on the situation regarding Macau." "All right," Natsu nodded, and he and Happy began calling out Macau's name. Lucy, on the other hand, felt somewhat at a loss. The temperature here was far more unbearable than she had anticipated, leaving her with little inclination to search for anyone. I can't stand this anymore. Open the gate of the clock, horologium. Lucy quickly produced a silver key, summoning the celestial spirit, and then she dove into the enormous clock. Ling Feng found the spectacle quite intriguing. I'll accompany you. It will be quicker to search in pairs, horologium remarked calmly, causing the corners of Ling Feng's mouth to twitch slightly. As they reached the halfway point up the mountain, the wind and snow intensified, and suddenly, 3 white figures leapt down from the steep slopes. Ling Feng swiftly leaped aside, evading the opponent's assault. A closer inspection revealed it to be the most common demon of Hakeby Mountain, the Varkin. Ling Feng observed that one of the Varkins was notably more robust, its expression more menacing, as an insidious aura of malevolence seemed to envelop its form, reminiscent of those mutated creatures tainted by negative energy. The Varkins roared ferociously, charging towards him, their fists raised in an attempt to strike at Ling Feng's head. Begone! Ling Feng shouted loudly as scorching flames erupted from his fists. He charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the 3 Varkins. Lucy, watching from behind, was left utterly dazzled. Although Ling Feng's strength had diminished due to the fusion of bloodlines, he had not lost his combat experience. In just a few exchanges, he managed to bring down 2 ordinary Varkin to the ground. Only the fierce Varkin, seemingly possessed by a demonic force, remained, a being of formidable power that matched Ling Feng in a contest of equals for the time being. Ling Feng was utterly astonished. A mere Varkin, after being tainted by negative energy, had become so formidable. One could only ponder the sheer magnitude of power that higher-tier demons, even those of S rank, and sorcerers would possess. The inhabitants and creatures of this realm inherently surpassed those of the previous world, and their transformation through demonic influence was nothing to be underestimated. This insignificant Varkin, meet your demise. Flame Fist. Ling Feng did not wish to squander his time on a trifling demon. He channeled the still feeble currents of energy within him, striving to augment the might of his flames. His fist, ablaze with ferocious fire, descended with thunderous force upon the chest of his adversary. With a single strike, the demonized Varkinton was instantly vanquished, its chest caved in and marred with charred marks. A sight that left Lucy in astonishment. Unexpectedly, it proved quite troublesome to contend with a demonized Varkinton. Gazing upon the lifeless form of the demon, Ling Feng shook his head, panting as he wiped the fine beads of sweat from his brow. Utilizing his bloodline talent required considerable stamina, and at present, his strength was insufficient. Engaging even a single Varkinton had proven somewhat arduous. He resolved to train diligently upon his return. He accessed the Dragon Ball system to review his energy points, which had initially stood at 10,000 and now amounted to a mere 10,010, an increase of only 10 points. It was to be expected, as the Varkinton was inherently a demon with its own measure of strength. The infection of negative energy merely augmented its existing power, rather than bestowing it entirely from the negative energy itself. Thus, the energy points gained were limited. Given the calculations made by Ling Feng, it is evidently impossible to accumulate as many energy points in this world as in the previous one. I did not anticipate your remarkable prowess. Despite being newcomers, I find myself at a loss, she remarked. Hollow Lockham approached, swaying slightly as she spoke. Observing Lucy squatting inside, Ling Feng sighed and said, "Can't you just come down and walk on your own?" This manner of dialogue truly compels me to express my exasperation. Well, enough of the idle chatter. You do have a task at hand, so let us proceed swiftly, she added. Ling Feng shook his head, disregarding Lucy, and continued his ascent towards the mountain peak, where the snow grass only flourished at the summit, rendering searches elsewhere unnecessary. However, before reaching the pinnacle, the time for Horolochim had arrived, and he promptly returned to the spirit realm. Alone, Lucy trembled against the biting cold, her teeth chattering incessantly, given her strength. Her attire was indeed far too scant. It was truly a dilemma, yet he found himself unwilling to ignore the pitiable Lucy. Thus, he removed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Lucy's cheeks flushed slightly, feeling a touch embarrassed as she murmured, "But won't you catch a cold?" A fiery blaze ignited in Ling Feng's hand as he smiled slightly and remarked, "Have you forgotten? I am a fire mage. A mere chill poses no challenge. It is you who should be wary of catching a cold. Let us hasten our pace. Otherwise, we may find it difficult to return to the guild before nightfall." With that, the two quickened their steps. Upon reaching the mountain summit, they began their search for the coveted snow mountain herbs, though their efforts yielded little. as they managed to find only 5 or 6 specimens. "Lucy, you stay here," Ling Feng instructed Lucy while he ascended the steep and treacherous cliff of the snowy mountain. The thought of a careless slip leading to a catastrophic fall filled Lucy with dread. After an arduous climb to the summit of the towering snow-covered peak, Ling Feng indeed discovered a few scattered snow mountain herbs. His face lit up with joy as he hurriedly gathered them and placed them into his bag. He then proceeded to scale other cliffs, gradually collecting the precious herbs. Although the task was physically demanding, he was ultimately able to accomplish it. The mission, it seemed, was not as perilous as Mira had suggested. Ling Feng gazed at the small bag in his hand, now brimming with treasures, and smiled. Just then, a resounding dragon roar echoed through the sky, causing the very air around him to quiver. A fierce blizzard swept down upon them. "Run, Ling Feng!" Lucy shouted from a short distance away, her voice filled with alarm, as if she had caught sight of something truly terrifying. Ling Feng instinctively glanced up. Observing a dragon-like creature, its entire body cloaked in pristine white, descending rapidly with wings unfurled. Its sharp claws surged toward Ling Feng with the ferocity of an eagle swooping down for its prey. Ling Feng was taken aback, narrowly evading the creature's claws by performing a clumsy roll to the side, leaving deep gashes on the nearby ice. The dragon-like being landed with a thud. Roaring fiercely at Ling Feng, its gaze fixated on the bag in his hand, emanating an aura of darkness, clearly a demon tainted by negative energy. "Damned creature. It's a snow beast. How careless of me." Upon recognizing the impending threat, Ling Feng's expression turned grave, and he instinctively clenched his fists. In the world of fairy tale, there exists a myriad of demons, yet only a few have made a notable appearance. Among them, the snow beast, whose formidable strength necessitated the combined efforts of Natsu, Gray, and Urza, remained vividly etched in Ling Feng's memory. Its power was undoubtedly at least S-class. "Lucy, we must flee. This creature is beyond our capabilities." Ling Feng's mind raced as he urgently called out to Lucy. Given his current strength, he was no match for the demonic snow beast, and it was wiser to find a way to escape quickly, contemplating how to deal with it later. Unfortunately, Ling Feng underestimated the snow beast's speed. With a few powerful flaps of its wings, it swiftly closed the distance between itself and Ling Feng and Lucy, unleashing a fierce blizzard that knocked them to the ground. The biting frost continued to shower upon them, leaving Lucy's face tinged with purple, while Ling Feng also felt the chilling effects. There was no alternative. They had to fight. Ling Feng gritted his teeth and remarked, "Regrettably, Siko and her companion's powers are suppressed by the consciousness of this realm. Otherwise, I would have simply summoned her for assistance." In this dimension, only his own abilities remain unrestrained, seemingly a pact forged between the system and the consciousness of the fairy tale universe. After all, this realm possesses a structured system of power, distinctly different from previous worlds. "I understand. I shall give it my utmost effort." At a critical moment, Lucy, undeterred by the biting wind and snow, rose resolutely, grasping a golden key at her waist, and called out, "Open, Gate of the Golden Bull." Taurus. A radiant golden magic circle materialized, summoning a robust, humanoid figure resembling a cow, adorned with a massive double-bladed axe upon its back, exuding an imposing presence. "Mo." Miss Lucy's figure remains as enchanting as ever. It never fails to captivate, Taurus remarked, his gaze fixed on Lucy, his eyes shimmering with pink hearts as he swayed playfully. "Taurus, go." Lucy disregarded Taurus's frivolous banter, pointing toward the snow beast that was pursuing Ling Feng. "Mo, leave it to me." Taurus, brimming with enthusiasm, unsheathed his double-bladed axe and charged towards the snow beast. Upon witnessing Taurus's advance, the snow beast momentarily abandoned its pursuit of Ling Feng, letting out a furious roar as it lunged forward with its sharp claws. Clang! A sharp metallic sound echoed as Taurus's axe was deflected into the snow, and he was violently thrown aside by the snow beast's formidable shockwave, landing in a disheveled heap. No way. Just like that, he was taken down. Lucy's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Taurus seemed utterly ineffective. What a perfect opportunity. Ling Feng seized the opportunity, leaping into the air above the snowy beast. With palms pressed together, he unleashed a golden energy wave that struck the creature, causing it to stagger and explode upon impact. Several scales were blasted off. Oozing a hint of blood, the potency of the energy wave seemed undiminished in this realm, remaining formidable. However, it also thoroughly enraged the transformed snowy beast, which let out a thunderous roar. The pain from its injuries instantly provoked the beast, and with a powerful flick of its stout tail, it sent Ling Feng crashing down from the sky, landing heavily in the snow. He nearly spewed blood, but fortunately, his mastery of the turtle hermit's body technique had reached its second stage, significantly enhancing his physical resilience. Otherwise, this blow would have surely broken bones. Ling Feng, Lucy exclaimed in alarm, rushing to assist him while recalling Taros, who lay nearby. Luckily, she still had other celestial spirits ready for battle. Cough, cough. This creature is beyond our current capabilities. We must find a way to escape this place. Ling Feng struggled to rise, feeling a searing pain in his chest, where his shirt had been torn open, leaving behind a swollen, crimson mark. The white snow beast roared ferociously, baring its large maw as it lunged forward. Although its nature was herbivorous, one could only wonder if its transformation had altered its instincts. Ling Feng hurriedly grasped Lucy's hand and fled, conjuring a sphere of flames to hurl at their pursuer. However, the opponent deftly flapped their wings, utilizing the pressure of the air to deflect the fireball aside. Ling Feng and Lucy fled together, the blizzard obscuring their vision to a considerable extent. Unbeknownst to them, they found themselves cornered at the edge of a sheer cliff. Just as they sought to turn back, it was already too late. The white snow beast charged towards them with a furious roar. At this moment, Ling Feng found himself in a quandary. Though he could manage to leap down alone, despite the insufficient energy within him, a brief application of the sky dance technique over a short distance would suffice. He would at least avoid a fatal fall. However, the prospect of taking Lucy with him felt exceedingly precarious. This is disastrous. As the white snow beast charged toward them, despair washed over Lucy. Just as Ling Feng was preparing to take the risk of flying down with Lucy, reinforcements finally arrived. Lucy, Ling Feng, we're here. The flying magic user, Happy, swiftly descended alongside Natsu. Fire Dragoness Iron Fist. Natsu shouted as he plummeted from the sky, his fist ablaze with searing flames, striking the head of the white snow beast. Even as an S-class creature, caught unawares, the white snow beast staggered 2 steps after enduring Natsu's fiery blow, halting its aggressive charge. Thud! Natsu landed on the snowy ground, causing a flurry of snow to erupt. He flashed a grin at Ling Feng and Lucy, saying we didn't arrive too late, did we? Just in time. Ling Feng responded with a thumbs up, forcibly suppressing the surge of excitement within him. Upon witnessing Natsu's flames, the insatiable desire that had surfaced in the guild rekindled within him, stronger than before. Were it not for the frigid surroundings dampening that urge, he might have been unable to resist rushing toward Natsu. Finally, you've made it. Seeing Natsu and Happy, Lucy let out a sigh of relief. Natsu. That creature seems to be the white snow beast. It's an S-class. We should flee quickly. Happy, recognizing the formidable foe, urgently urged Natsu. Yet Natsu gazed at the white snow beast with gleaming eyes, laughing maniacally. An S-class, you say? That's splendid. I've longed to challenge an S-class. I won't let this opportunity slip away. I shall defeat it and bring it back to the guild, earning the old man's admiration. With that, Natsu charged toward the white snow beast, initiating a fierce battle. He unleashed all his dragon-slaying techniques, Iron Fist, Claw, Wing Attack, and Roar, but to little effect. The white snow beast's overwhelming strength far surpassed Natsu's, and its attacks were vicious and relentless. Had it not been for Happy's assistance, Natsu would have been defeated long ago. The struggle was arduous, leaving him with numerous injuries. Lucy watched anxiously from the sidelines, while Ling Feng leaned against a frozen wall. His expression one of deep restraint, his gaze fixed on the ongoing battle. He was enduring the tumult within, as the flames inside him stirred. The sparks from Natsu's combat amplifying his insatiable hunger, causing his body temperature to rise steadily. The surrounding ice and snow began to gradually melt away. Are you all right, Ling Feng? Is it the injury from before? Lucy's keen perception quickly detected Ling Feng's unusual demeanor, prompting her to inquire with concern. As she inadvertently brushed against him, she was immediately struck by a wave of intense heat, as if his very being were ablaze. Ling Feng remained silent, crouching down to scoop up a handful of snow and toss it into his mouth. He needed to suppress the insatiable desire within him. Otherwise, he could not fathom the irrational actions he might take. Lucy could only watch helplessly from the sidelines. How infuriating. This fellow is astonishingly powerful. Is this the might of an S-class? Naz, after a feeble struggle, was swiftly knocked to the ground by the claw of the snow beast. While Happy was sent rolling aside, the disparity in strength had become glaringly evident. Ling Feng observed the scene, shaking his head in disbelief. The notion of the novice Natsu attempting to confront the transformed snow beast alone was utterly fanciful. Taste my strike, fire dragon's roar. Natsu, unwilling to accept defeat, channeled his full strength into the Dragon Slayer magic, raising both hands to conjure a fireball with a diameter of 1 meter, which he hurled towards the snow beast. The snow beast flapped its wings vigorously, creating a powerful pressure that deflected the fire dragon's flames aside, causing it to land perilously close to Lingfeng and Lucy. Lucy, startled, quickly dropped to the snow-covered ground, while Lingfeng was directly hit. The raging flames instantly engulfed him, evaporating the surrounding snow and filling the air with steam. Lingfeng. Lucy gasped in horror, her expression turning to one of despair. Natsu and Happy stood frozen in shock, before charging furiously towards the snow beast. Roar. The snow beast pinned Natsu to the ground with a claw, unleashing icy gusts from its nostrils that instantly froze the flitting Happy, causing him to crash into the snow. As the snow beast prepared to bite down on Natsu, Lucy could not help but scream, closing her eyes, unable to bear the impending gruesome sight. At that moment, the roar of the fire dragon, a searing pillar of fire, burst through the white mist of steam, striking the snow beast with a forceful impact. The ferocious flames knocked the snow beast to the ground, leaving a visible burn mark on its body, from which blood began to seep. Roar. The snow beast emitted a pained howl, clearly wounded by the attack. Hearing the sound, Lucy curiously opened her eyes to behold Lingfeng, enveloped in blazing flames, stepping forward toward the snow beast with an aura of fierce determination. "That's wonderful, Lingfeng. You're alive. You scared me to death just now," Lucy exclaimed, breathing a sigh of relief. Dragon Slayer. Lying on the ground, Natsu stared in disbelief at Lingfeng, now ablaze, unable to comprehend the overwhelming similarity in their power. How could I not have sensed this before? At that moment, Lingfeng, engulfed in intense flames, unleashed torrents of crimson fire toward the fallen snow beast, leaving a series of burn marks upon its body. As an ice elemental demon, the snow beast was particularly vulnerable to fire attacks, and in its agony, it succumbed to a furious rage, flapping its wings and unleashing a fierce blizzard that clashed violently against the flames, inching closer to overpowering them. Despite Lingfeng's explosive might, the demon, being an S-class entity, possessed considerable strength, steadily pushing the flames back. Fire Dragon's Iron Fist. Naz approached to lend a hand, delivering a powerful blow to the leg of the snow beast, momentarily alleviating Lingfeng's burden. The Iron Fist of the Fire Dragon. This time, it was Lingfeng's turn to strike. Lingfeng roared as he soared into the air, his fist enveloped in a flickering golden flame, crashing violently against the cheek of the snow beast. Under the cooperative efforts of Lingfeng and Natsu, they finally managed to bring the snow beast to the ground. Simultaneously, the flames enveloping Lingfeng gradually diminished, causing his momentum to plummet. His legs wobbled precariously, nearly causing him to topple, but fortunately, Lucy rushed to support him just in time. The snow beast would not be so easily vanquished by their modest onslaught, prompting the group to hastily retreat. Natsu, not forgetting to rescue the frozen Happy, swiftly led the others away. Behind them, the furious roars of the snow beast echoed ominously. Once they confirmed that the beast had not pursued them, Lingfeng and his companions exhaled in relief, pausing to catch their breath, utterly exhausted. "Are you all right, Happy?" Natsu melted the ice encasing Happy with his flames. "So cold." Achoo. Happy shivered, letting out a large sneeze, tears streaming down his face as he was quickly refrozen by the frigid air. The temperature here was unbearable. Regrettably, all the snow mountain herbs had been incinerated. Now, I must start my search anew. Lingfeng gazed at the charred remnants of the small bag with a wry smile and remarked, it was entirely consumed by Natsu's flames. Natsu, looking at Lingfeng, responded, "By the way, I was truly taken aback to discover that you two are a dragon slayer." Lingfeng shook his head and said, to be precise, "I am not a dragon slayer mage. Rather, the nature of my flames is somewhat unique. Previously, I inadvertently absorbed your fire, which allowed me to be infused with the essence of dragon slayer magic." Lingfeng's roar and the assault of his iron fist should more accurately be termed pseudo-dragon slayer magic. Of course, in terms of sheer power, it is undoubtedly on par with, if not superior to, the orthodox dragon slayer magic. Through this incident, Lingfeng seems to have gained some understanding of the unique attributes of his bloodline talent. However, he cannot yet ascertain this with certainty and requires further evidence to substantiate his thoughts. He is not in a hurry, for if his suspicions hold true, then this bloodline talent would indeed be remarkable. Upon realizing that Lingfeng was not a dragon slayer mage like himself, Natsu felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet, this thick-skinned fellow quickly bounced back, rummaging through his belongings to produce several scales from the snow beast, sufficient for each of them to have one. Heh. I recall that everything from an S-class demon is quite valuable. I picked up a few things while we were leaving, and I can just sell them when we get back. Natsu grinned, truly fortunate that he had the leisure to collect items at that moment. Ling Feng gladly accepted the reward, recalling that he had indeed contributed to it. He remembered that the animated series had mentioned the considerable value of the scales from the snow beast. Therefore, even if he did not complete the quest for the snow mountain herb, he would still have funds at his disposal. By the way, Natsu, how did your search for Macau with Happy go? Did you find him? Lucy inquired as she carefully stored the scales of the snow beast and turned her gaze towards Natsu. Of course, we found him, but he is gravely injured. I have let him rest in a cave at the mountain's peak, Natsu replied with a nod. Consequently, the group made their way to the cave that Natsu had mentioned, where they found Macau lying on the ground. He weakly greeted Natsu and the others upon their arrival. You all should head back. My quest is not yet complete, Ling Feng said, sitting on the ground and waving his hand dismissively. He needed a moment to recuperate before continuing the search for the snow mountain herb. Lucy expressed her surprise. You are already so exhausted, and you still wish to finish today? Don't overexert yourself. We should return to Magnolia. Ling Feng stubbornly shook his head and said, This is my first task. I hope to see it through to the end. Happy, you can stay here and assist Ling Feng in gathering the snow mountain herbs. After all, you can fly. Lucy and I will take Macau back first, Naz remarked. Glancing at Happy, leave it to me. We will catch up with you shortly. Happy replied with unwavering confidence, although in the face of the steep cliff. His flying magic seemed of little consequence. Ling Feng did not refuse. As long as he could accomplish the task, it would suffice. If necessary, he could share a portion of the reward with Happy. During their quest for the snow mountain grass, Ling Feng encountered several magically transformed Varkin. He spared none of these moving energy points, vanquishing them all and amassing a total of 100 energy points, after which he faced no further adversities. Simultaneously, Ling Feng made an unexpected discovery. His sense of smell appeared to have sharpened considerably, reminiscent of the beast-like instincts of Natsu. After some contemplation, he surmised that this enhancement was likely due to the absorption of certain characteristics from the dragon-slaying mage, which he deemed not an unfavorable development. Such a beastly sense of smell proved advantageous, and combined with Happy's flying magic, the duo swiftly located 30 additional snow mountain grass specimens. Furthermore, Ling Feng consciously returned to the underworld of the white snow beasts, successfully collecting several scales from these creatures. With the task's reward, securing a reasonably nice apartment in Magnolia would be quite feasible. However, Ling Feng pondered how to preserve these snow mountain grasses, as directly bringing them out of Hakeby Mountain might lead to their wilting. After completing the task, Happy curiously inquired, How will you manage that? I shall return shortly. Please wait a moment. Ling Feng spoke mysteriously, parting ways with Habib to approach a glacial wall. He skillfully extracted several blocks of ice, using flames, and placed a pouch containing snow mountain grass amidst the ice, subsequently storing it within his spatial realm. The ice from Hakeby Mountain remains perpetually frozen, thus briefly preserving the snow mountain grass was not a challenge. All right, Habib, it is time for us to return, Ling Feng declared after completing his task. Where did you place the snow mountain grass? Habib inquired with curiosity. Ling Feng, of course, withheld the truth, merely stating that it was his secret technique. Although Habib was intrigued, he refrained from pressing further, and the duo swiftly descended the mountain to avoid a late return to the guild. Despite the trials faced on Hakeby Mountain, Ling Feng had successfully accomplished his first mission. As for the white snow beast, he would not let it escape once his strength had sufficiently increased. As dusk fell, Ling Feng and Habib returned to Magnolia. En route to the guild, Ling Feng, seizing the moment when Habib was distracted, retrieved the pouch of snow mountain grass from the ice. Upon arriving at the guild, he hurried to the counter where Mira Jane was stationed. Mission accomplished, Ling Feng announced, handing the icy pouch to Mira Jane. She opened the pouch and, upon seeing the snow mountain grass, exclaimed with astonishment, How did you manage to preserve it? Do you possess some ice magic as well? In this world, mages are not confined to mastering a singular type of magic. They may specialize or take supplementary courses. However, coexisting magic of entirely identical attributes is exceedingly difficult, as their magical energies repel one another within the body, making it challenging for most mages to master. I indeed possess a few skills of my own, Ling Feng replied with a subtle smile. Mira Jane nodded in acknowledgement. Then you should deliver it to Lady Paluchika, who resides deep within the eastern forest. Realizing that Ling Feng was a recent addition to the guild, she stepped out from behind the counter and added, "Lady Polichika is known for her temper. Just to be safe, I shall accompany you and show you the way." "That would be greatly appreciated," Ling Feng responded, having no knowledge of the route and thus seeking Mira Jane's guidance. After a brief conversation with Makarov, Mira Jane led Ling Feng outside. The journey would take some time, so Mira Jane decided to freeze the pouch. As they walked, she cast a minor ice spell, encasing the small pouch in frost, which intrigued Ling Feng immensely. The potency of such spells aside, their practicality was undeniable. If you wish to learn, there are numerous spellbooks available at the guild. When you have the chance, you should take a look. If the guild master is in a good mood, he might offer you some guidance. Many minor spells can be mastered with dedication, she mentioned, adding, "Natsu has spoken highly of your abilities." Mirajin smiled, her demeanor reflecting a favorable outlook on Ling Feng, though she remained unaware of the words spoken by that fellow Naz upon his return. As they traversed the depths of the eastern forest, where Pelusica resided, the two inevitably encountered a few minor demons. However, even in her current state, with limited magical power, Mirajin could effortlessly deal with these lesser foes using a bit of magic, as they posed no significant threat. Just as they were nearing their destination, they encountered a medium-sized red demon, resembling a dinosaur in appearance. A grotesque growth akin to a tumor crowned its head, and its eyes were filled with a cruel glint, emanating a faint aura of darkness. Ling Feng couldn't help but furrow his brow. It was evident that a demon had been corrupted, though its specific nature remained a mystery. The animation offered scant details about such creatures, merely touching upon them in passing. "Be cautious, this is a crimson raptor. Its claws and fangs are laced with potent venom, capable of launching toxic projectiles, which poses a considerable challenge. Moreover, its condition seems rather peculiar, imbued with a sinister aura," Mira observed with vigilance. For her, possessing dark magical abilities, the malevolent energy emanating from the creature was distinctly palpable. The crimson raptor, having identified its target, let out a fearsome roar and lunged forward with astonishing agility, its razor-sharp claws aimed at Mira. In an instant, both Mira and Ling Feng evaded the impending attack. "Allow me," Ling Feng declared, raising his fist, flames igniting around it to form a blazing fireball that surged forward, shimmering with a faint golden hue. Yet, the crimson raptor possessed remarkable speed and leapt adeptly to avoid the oncoming fireball, which detonated upon impact with the ground, creating a small crater that left Mira momentarily astonished. In truth, this fireball was a manifestation of Ling Feng's mastery over Qi, thus its formidable power was to be expected. Sensing Ling Feng as a formidable opponent, the crimson raptor unleashed a deep purple stream of venom from its maw. "Be careful," Mira warned. Ling Feng let out a soft grunt, opening his mouth to unleash a roar akin to that of a fire dragon. In an instant, the venom was incinerated, and he struck the red raptor. The searing flames engulfed the creature entirely, eliciting anguished cries as it, wreathed in fire, charged madly towards Ling Feng. Ling Feng sidestepped to evade the claws, his fiery thigh striking like a whip against his adversary. With a single blow, he sent the red speed dragon crashing against a massive tree, which ignited in flames, soon engulfing it in a cacophony of anguished cries as it was reduced to charred remnants. "Your magic resembles that of Natsu. It is indeed rare. And the intensity of the heat is astonishing," Mira exclaimed, awestruck by the temperature of the flames. Ling Feng smiled gently, and this was indeed a moment to express gratitude for the selfless contributions of his classmate Natsu. After absorbing his Dragon Slayer magic, the temperature and destructive power of his flames had evidently increased significantly. He resolved to invite Natsu for a meal as a token of appreciation at the earliest opportunity. Ling Feng did not forget to check the system. After vanquishing the corrupted red swift dragon, he was rewarded with 15 points, more valuable than the Varkin, but the strength of the foe was correspondingly formidable. Truly, these energy points are not easily earned. Recently, the number of demons influenced by dark forces seems to have proliferated, and their presence is alarmingly widespread. This is quite peculiar. Such occurrences have never been encountered before. One can only hope that it is not the work of an evil sorcerer, for if so, they would undoubtedly find themselves exceedingly busy again. Mirajin shook her head with a sigh, remarking that the demons within the eastern forest have become increasingly perilous. Ling Feng was certainly aware of the situation, yet he refrained from elaborating further and chose to remain silent. The two soon arrived at the wooden cottage where Polyushka resided, only to witness a colossal creature with an enormous beak and a dragon-like body relentlessly assaulting the dwelling. However, all its attacks were thwarted by a faint protective barrier. It was the great avian beast. Legends spoke of its minor draconic lineage and its prowess in unleashing fireball attacks, rarely seen in broad daylight. It appeared to have been tainted by dark forces as well. We must hasten to investigate. I wonder how Lady Polyushka is faring. Upon witnessing this, Mirjin was taken aback and immediately rushed forward. Lingfeng promptly followed suit, for he would not let the opportunity to confront the demonized creature slip away. As the two approached, they captured the attention of the colossal bird, which abandoned the wooden cabin and opened its massive beak wide, unleashing a fireball. Your flames are far too frigid. Now, experience the intensity of my fire. Lingfeng stood resolutely before Mirjin, his fists ablaze with searing flames. With a single punch, he shattered the opponent's fireball, subsequently conjuring a massive crimson fireball, which he hurled with great force. It erupted upon striking the colossal bird, causing it to screech in agony. Filled with rage as it charged towards Lingfeng, Lingfeng charged forward without hesitation, driven solely by the allure of energy points. A sudden thought crossed his mind. Would this creature's flesh be delectable? He involuntarily swallowed, contemplating the taste that awaited him. Since merging with the Scion bloodline, Lingfeng felt as though he had ascended to the pinnacle of the food chain. As Lingfeng engaged in a fierce battle with the colossal bird, the true master of the scene, Bolazika, emerged from her wooden dwelling, her gaze cold as she observed the fray. Her eyes flitted over to Mirjin, questioning. Is that you, Mirjin? What brings you here? And who is that lad? Bolazika's expression revealed a hint of surprise as she studied Lingfeng, sensing a trace of Dragon Slayer magic within him. Though it was not entirely pure, its presence was undeniable. The guild emblem on his attire suggested he was affiliated with Fairy Tail. That is Lingfeng, a recent addition to the guild. He has completed the task you assigned. And I brought him here to submit the items, Mirjin explained, stepping forward to present the bag containing the snow mountain grass to Bolazika. After a cursory inspection, Bolazika nodded. Come inside with me. She turned and proceeded into the wooden house, prompting Mirjin to glance back at Lingfeng before hastening to follow, asking, shouldn't we be concerned about Lingfeng? The colossal bird possesses significant strength. Indeed, while Lingfeng's attacks were fierce and he currently held the upper hand, the monstrous bird bore a trace of dragon blood and appeared to have been further empowered by darkness, making it a formidable foe. Lingfeng's current magical energy might struggle to sustain him against it. Do not worry about him, although I cannot fathom why. That lad's flames contain the essence of Dragon Slayer magic, granting him formidable penetration capabilities. A mere colossal bird is no match for him. Bolazika replied nonchalantly. Mirjin was taken aback, but felt reassured as she entered the wooden house, closing the door behind her. The magical defensive array was instantly activated, ensuring that regardless of the intensity of the battle outside, as long as the magic array remained intact, they would be unaffected. TCH. That damned colossal bird is proving to be quite a nuisance. Lingfeng rubbed his arm, which had been brushed by the tail of the monstrous bird, and inhaled sharply. With a powerful leap, he evaded the giant beak and unleashed a torrent of flame, shimmering with a faint golden hue that engulfed the colossal creature from above. Inside the wooden cabin, the glassy-eyed Sika observed Lingfeng's golden flames, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her gaze. She turned to Mira and remarked, it appears this young man possesses other formidable spells as well. Makarov is indeed fortunate. Mira, equally astonished, noted how Lingfeng's combat style increasingly resembled that of Natsu, as not every fire wizard has the prowess to unleash flames from their mouth. With a resounding roar, the concentrated blast of fire proved immensely powerful. Even the monstrous bird, naturally resistant to fire attacks, let out a piercing shriek before ultimately collapsing to the ground, charred and smoldering from the flames. Lingfeng expended all his strength and promptly collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. He glanced at the system, noting that the value of the demonic giant bird was 120, while his total energy points amounted to 235. Given its chart state, it was evident that consuming it was out of the question. Lingfeng gazed at the charred monstrosity of a bird and shook his head in resignation, lamenting his ravenous hunger. Fortunately, he was not like a true scion, who would be rendered utterly powerless by hunger. This was a small mercy. Nonetheless, the discomfort lingered. Come in, Lingfeng, Mirjin beckoned, opening the door to the wooden cabin. Lingfeng struggled to rise to his feet, making his way step by step into the wooden cabin, where he finally beheld Polyushka, clad in a robe adorned with dragon teeth. Her countenance bore an air of solemnity, embodying the very essence of the type he found most challenging to engage with. Drink this, Polyashika instructed, producing a small teacup filled with a potion that emanated an oddly bitter aroma. Ling Feng hesitated not for a moment, downing the concoction in one gulp. Although it was undeniably repugnant, the effects were remarkable. The vast reserves of stamina he had expended were replenished in an instant, leaving him with a warm sensation coursing through his body. It was evident that the chief alchemist of Fairy Tail possessed exceptional skill, far beyond what mere snippets of the animated series could convey. Take this. It is your reward for completing your task 50,000J. If there is nothing further, be gone. I have no welcome for humans here. Belusika tossed the payment to Ling Feng, her tone decidedly brusque. Ms. Belusika, regarding the matter of the giant bird. Mira Jane seems eager to speak, but her words were cut short by Belusika's impatient interjection. Enough, hurry and leave. Or shall I force you out? Belusika retorted sharply, brandishing a broom threateningly. With no alternative, Mira Jane and Ling Feng exited. By the time they returned, dusk had fallen. Yet fortune favored them. They encountered no further demonic assaults and arrived safely back at the guild. Inside, the number of guild members had dwindled. Most had returned home, leaving only a few engaged in idle chatter, while Makarov sipped his drink at the counter. You truly are slow. I presume you encountered demons along the way, Makarov remarked, setting down his cup. Mira Jane nodded, recounting their earlier encounters to Makarov, expressing her concerns regarding the recent surge of demons corrupted by dark forces, which posed a significant threat to the guild's missions. There is undoubtedly something amiss. At the upcoming routine meeting, I shall discuss this matter with the other guild leaders. Makarov stated calmly, then turned his gaze to Ling Feng. You've met Belusika, I see. She is the type one can easily disregard. You performed admirably as a newcomer, completing your first task so swiftly. The mission was accomplished alongside Happy, and I intend to share half of the reward with him, Ling Feng replied modestly, speaking truthfully. That lad, Natsu, has already returned home, as has Lucy, who seems to be out renting a place, Makarov commented while sipping his beer. I shall give it to him tomorrow then. For now, I crave a hearty meal, Ling Feng declared, moving to find a nearby seat, intent on enjoying a feast within the guild. 10 minutes later, all remaining members of the guild stared in astonishment at Ling Feng's table, where empty plates had piled to obscure his face. Mira Jane struggled to keep pace with his voracious appetite, while Makarov looked on, utterly bewildered. This fellow can certainly eat, thought every guild member in unison. Delicious. Mira, your culinary skills are remarkable. Oh, this is delightful, and this too is exquisite. Bring me 2 more servings. How formidable is the appetite of a scion. In a state of hunger, Ling Feng devoured his meal with fervor, consuming voraciously, unaware that his recently earned money was plummeting at an alarming rate. Chapter 5. Learning Magic and the Power of Ice. What? 5,000J, exclaimed Ling Feng, astonished as he gazed at the bill presented by Mira Jane. The task reward was 50,000J, and after sharing half with Happy, he was left with 25,000J. Who could have anticipated that he would consume 1/5 of it in a single meal? This is outrageous. How could it be so exorbitant? Is this a scam? You single-handedly consumed the equivalent of more than 10 people's portions, and dining within the guild is inherently pricier than eating outside. I thought you were aware of that, Mira Jane remarked, pointing to the pile of empty plates on the table. Ling Feng was momentarily at a loss for words, compelled to obediently part with his money. The funds he had just received were spent almost as swiftly as they had come into his possession. It was astonishing how quickly they vanished. At that moment, he realized that only he, Mira Jane, and the drinking elfman remained in the guild. Everyone else seemed to have departed, and the night had grown quite late outside. It was too late to rent a place now. The guild master had previously suggested that he simply stay overnight in the guild's lounge, with a fee of 500J per night. Mira Jane, having tidied her belongings, smiled at Ling Feng and remarked, 500J for a night? Makarov, are you truly this stingy to charge such a meager amount? Ling Feng silently lamented, but still paid the 500J accommodation fee. Following Mira Jane's instructions, he arrived at a modestly furnished lounge, settling for the day. Then we shall take our leave. See you tomorrow. Mira Jane waved her hand and departed home with Elfman. In the room, Ling Feng sat on the small bed, reflecting on the day's events, particularly the experience of consuming Natsu's flames. It seemed that he would need to pay closer attention to dragon slayers in the future. The most recent one was Laxus, but for now, he could not rely on him. That left only the Iron Dragon, Gajiel. He pondered what transformations might occur in his own flame should he absorb Gajiel's Dragon Slayer magic. The anticipation was exhilarating. Ling Feng murmured to himself, his gaze inadvertently falling upon something beside the pillow. He picked it up to discover a letter, evidently addressed to him. Ling Feng curiously opened the note, which read, "I see you are a wandering mage, so it is likely that you have not undergone formal studies in magic. You may peruse the few spell books on the bed, as well as my reflections on fire magic. Although I am not a specialist in this field, I can still impart some valuable insights. Strive diligently, young novice." The note was signed by Makarov. Ling Feng lifted the blanket and indeed discovered 2 volumes of spell books and a roll of handwritten notes. This old man, it seems, has been rather thoughtful. Ling Feng smiled, feeling a sense of gratitude towards Makarov, though he suspected that Makarov himself could not have anticipated this. Strictly speaking, what he had utilized was not magic at all. Nevertheless, Ling Feng did not overlook this gesture of goodwill. Since he was in a magical realm, it would be advantageous to learn the fundamentals of true magic. Perhaps it could enhance his innate bloodline talents, particularly since they both belonged to the fire attribute. After all, he had previously savored the sweetness of Nat Su's Dragon Slayer magic. He opened the Tome of Magic and began to study it intently. The mysteries of magic intrigued him, and he wondered if he could master it. The paths to learning magic are generally divided into 2 categories. The first is self-awakening, akin to what Elsa experienced, which possesses great potential. The second is acquired learning, where potential varies. If one possesses formidable innate qualities and learns powerful spells, their potential could rival that of a naturally gifted self-awakener, or even surpass it. Makarov likely viewed Ling Feng as a prodigy of the first type, which is why he took the time to mentor him, even imparting his insights on fire magic. The wisdom of the 10 great mages regarding magical comprehension is invaluable, indicating Makarov's significant regard for this newcomer. After a while, Ling Feng closed the magic book and seated himself upon the floor, closing his eyes as he endeavored to use his mental strength to sense the surrounding magical particles, commonly referred to as magical elements. Although his physical power had been rejuvenated through bloodline fusion, his mental faculties had ascended to new heights. What would be exceedingly challenging for others, Ling Feng accomplished in mere minutes. He sensed a wondrous force within the atmosphere of this world, distinct from mere air, and far more intricate in its categorization, divided into various attributes. Under the influence of his mental power, he perceived subtle specks of light surrounding him, shimmering in a multitude of colors. In addition to the magical elements, there was a faintly discernible aura of malevolence, reminiscent of dark magical elements, yet more ferocious and agitated. Ling Feng attempted to absorb it into his body, only to feel an immediate discomfort coursing through him. He swiftly directed the flow of energy to expel it from his being, releasing a sigh of relief. It seemed to be nothing more than negative energy. Ling Feng refrained from indulging in self-deprecation, choosing instead to disregard the malevolent negative energy that surrounded him. He directed his gaze towards the fiery crimson points of light, which emanated a searing warmth. Following the instructions outlined in the Tome of Magic, he concentrated his mind and entered a preliminary state of meditation. Initially, the effects were minimal, relying solely on the formidable strength of his mental faculties. However, a sudden inspiration struck Ling Feng. He abandoned the meditation techniques prescribed in the book and opted for his own Crane Immortal School method. Instantly, the rate of fire element accumulation surged dramatically, rapidly being drawn into his body and gradually coalescing into faint threads of red energy. The energy generated from these fire elements ultimately intertwined and fused with the innate firepower within him, known as his bloodline talent. After 2 hours, Ling Feng opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of blazing flames within them. He exhaled deeply, releasing a cloud of impurities interspersed with flickers of embers. Glancing at the magic tome beside him, he couldn't help but click his tongue in realization. It became evident that the art of magic was not something one could master in mere moments. The magical circle that manifested in his hands during spell casting represented the arrangement of magical elements. Through various configurations, different forms of magical arrays could be created. The more intricate the array, the greater the potency of the resulting spell. However, the text also indicated that with sufficient proficiency in a particular spell and a robust reservoir of magical energy, one could achieve a near-instantaneous casting, effectively bypassing the step involving the magical array. This mastery required a solid foundation in magic and deep intellectual engagement. Nevertheless, meticulously delineating the magical array could enhance both the stability and power of the spell, though the trade-off was a reduction in casting speed. Noticing the late hour, Ling Feng felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. After promptly completing a set of Crane Immortal School body refinement exercises, he dragged his weary body to bed. Hoping for a brighter, and more fulfilling tomorrow. The following morning, he greeted the day with a cheerful, "Good morning." Ling Feng stepped out of his room and entered the guild hall, greeting Mira, who was busy at the counter. Although it was still early, several patrons had already arrived. "Good morning. Would you care for some breakfast?" Mira inquired with a warm smile. Ling Feng nodded and stated, "Just give me the equivalent of 5 people. I indulged too much yesterday." Once Ling Feng finished his breakfast, he had spent over 1,000 J, and indeed, money seemed to slip away effortlessly. "By the way, Mira, would the guild be interested in the scales of the Snow White Beast? I am considering selling them," Ling Feng inquired, producing a scale from the Snow White Beast. The Snow White Beast is classified as an S-rank monster, and its scales possess medicinal properties, thus maintaining a consistently high market value, approximately 30,000 J for a single scale. The guild also facilitates the collection of the slain monsters. "How many do you have?" Mira asked, examining the scale. Fortunately, Ling Feng sold everything to the guild, ultimately reaping a total of 150,000 J. Shortly thereafter, Natsu and Happy arrived, and Ling Feng casually handed half of the reward from yesterday's mission to Happy. "Wow, Happy, you're treating us today," Natsu exclaimed, his eyes gleaming at the sight of the money in Happy's hands. With a sense of pride, Happy replied, "No problem. Just don't forget about the scales of the White Snow Beast, as I have already sold them." As Ling Feng spoke, he pretended to casually pat Natsu on the shoulder, though his mind was intensely focused. Thankfully, this time there were no issues at all. The power of fire within him seemed to have lost interest in Natsu's flames. And with a sense of ease, Ling Feng silently breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that after absorbing once, there would be no second time. Regardless of how Natsu and Happy haggled with Mira Jane, Ling Feng stepped out of the guild and, following Mira Jane's directions, arrived at a nearby area with relatively affordable rental properties. To his surprise, he encountered Lucy just as she was exiting her door, realizing that he was in the vicinity of her rented residence. "It's you, Ling Feng. What brings you here?" Lucy exclaimed, astonished to run into a familiar face so unexpectedly that morning. With a smile, Ling Feng responded, and Lucy immediately remarked, "So you are here to rent a house as well? Leave it to me." Following Lucy, Ling Feng soon encountered the landlady, a rather corpulent woman. She scrutinized Ling Feng and said, "I happen to have a property available for rent at a monthly rate of 70,000, just like this young lady's. What do you think?" After a brief tour of the apartment, which was conveniently located next to Lucy's, he noted that the decor and arrangement were quite similar. "My rental price is indeed the most reasonable in the vicinity. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another," the landlady expounded. "Very well, I shall take this one," Ling Feng decided. Ling Feng readily agreed, promptly paying the first month's rent of 70,000 J, causing his savings to diminish by half in an instant. After handing over the room key to Ling Feng, the landlady departed, leaving him to pay rent monthly thereafter. "It was unexpected that we would become neighbors. I hope for your kind support in the future, as we are both newcomers," Lucy remarked with a smile while walking towards the guild. Indeed, having the cheerful beauty that is Lucy as a neighbor certainly delighted Ling Feng. With his housing situation resolved, he could now devote himself entirely to his training, and his spirits were lifted. Upon reaching the guild's entrance, they observed Makarov approaching with a serious demeanor, seemingly holding a mission request. A gentle breeze stirred, revealing a conspicuous S-rank insignia on the edge of the document. Noticing Ling Feng and Lucy, Makarov nodded before pushing open the guild's grand doors and entering. "What was that just now? Was it a mission request?" Lucy inquired with curiosity. That appeared to be an S-rank task, one that only those permitted on the second floor, as Mira mentioned, could accept. For ordinary magic users, such tasks could prove perilous, and you, Lucy, are still quite distant from that level. Ling Feng said casually, "What? You're not too far from me, are you? That's an S-class, you know. I've heard that all the S-class mages in the Mage Guild are exceptionally powerful." Lucy shot him a glance. Ling Feng confidently proclaimed, "In no more than a year, I am certain I will surpass the S-class." Ignoring Lucy's astonished gaze, he strode boldly into the guild, having been inspired by a mission notice he had just seen. He felt it necessary to discuss something with Mira Jane. "This fellow is truly self-assured. Unlike him, I find S-class to be a distant dream," Lucy sighed, shaking her head. As the two entered the guild, they noticed an unusual atmosphere. All eyes were fixed upon the second floor, where Makarov seemed to be engaged in some activity. "I wonder what kind of S-class mission this is. I am quite eager to find out," Natsu exclaimed, barely containing his excitement to rush upstairs. "What are you looking forward to? It has nothing to do with you." You're not an S-class mage, and taking on such a task would be foolish. Gray scoffed, clad only in his underwear. Huh, I won't be as pathetic as some people. My goal is S-class, and sooner or later, I will ascend. Natsu retorted defiantly. Gray's expression darkened as he replied, all you do is boast. Idiot fire. The underwear king has no right to speak to me like that. Natsu shot back, and the two began to argue once more. Silence. Makarov's voice resonated from the second floor, causing Natsu and Gray to halt immediately. I will be attending the guild master's routine meeting tomorrow, so do not cause any trouble in my absence. I have enough on my plate. Makarov stated sternly before descending the stairs and leaving the guild. After discussing the newly arrived S-class mission, the guild quickly returned to its usual ambience. After all, there were not many S-class mages in the entire guild, and the bizarre missions on the second floor rarely involved them. Do you wish to post a mission yourself? Mir Jane inquired curiously, as it was uncommon for mages to take such initiative. I am looking for something that has gone missing. As for its appearance, Ling Feng deftly sketched the likeness of the Dragon Ball with his pen, simultaneously setting the reward at a sum of 100,000 J. This decision stemmed from his current financial constraints. Once he amassed sufficient wealth, he intended to continually elevate the remuneration, thereby significantly enhancing the efficiency of enlisting mages to assist in the quest for the elusive Dark Dragon Ball. Understood. Mira Jane promptly noted the details. Shortly thereafter, she affixed a pristine commission notice to the bulletin board. Seeking the lost heirloom. Reward. 100,000 J. Client. Ling Feng. Exclaimed Natsu, approaching the bulletin board with astonishment. Is this truly an object of great significance? Lucy inquired. Ling Feng nodded solemnly and spoke with a grave tone. We must find that which we seek at all costs. If you happen to come across it, please do not hesitate to inform me. Naz and the others all nodded in agreement, assuring him that they would remain vigilant during their future missions. That new brat who plays with fire, it seems you have forgotten about our unresolved matters. Gray provocatively remarked as he approached Ling Feng, referring to their verbal sparring when Ling Feng first joined the guild. I apologize, but I am currently occupied and cannot engage with you. Ling Feng spoke in a faint tone, indicating that he already had his own plans and had little interest in engaging in a conflict with Gray. How dare you speak to a senior in such a tone? You mere newcomer. Gray exclaimed angrily as he stepped forward and seized Ling Feng by the collar. Even Gray himself was unaware of the reason behind his irritation. Ever since this fellow returned from Hakabi Mountain, he exuded an aura reminiscent of Natsu, which greatly unsettled him, prompting an uncontrollable urge to provoke. Are you not tired of this? Before Ling Feng could finish his words, he suddenly felt a slight tremor throughout his body, as if the fiery energy within him was on the verge of erupting, with its target unmistakably set on Gray. As a sorcerer of ice, Gray was acutely sensitive to temperature changes and immediately sensed that something was amiss. The intense heat radiating from his hands compelled him to instinctively release his grip. You would do well to refrain from touching me recklessly. Ling Feng spoke coldly, his heart filled with astonishment. He had not anticipated that not only the Dragon Slayer's magic, but also Gray's power would react to the force of fire, albeit not as intensely as before. Gray, being an ice mage, had not crossed Ling Feng's mind as someone who would be affected by flames, considering their elemental opposition. Ling Feng was uncertain whether he should absorb Gray's icy magic. However, circumstances did not allow him the luxury of contemplation. You've really pushed my buttons, Gray exclaimed, applying ice to his scalding palms. A chilling aura gathered around his hands, and a magical circle flickered above them as the temperature plummeted by several degrees. Are you done yet, Gray? Do you truly believe I fear you? Ling Feng retorted, his irritation mounting as the air around him grew increasingly heated. Waves of searing flames swirling about in fierce opposition to the frigid air. Previously, the temperature of Ling Feng's flames had paled in comparison to Gray's coldness. But after absorbing Natsu's Dragon Slayer fire, the intensity of his flames had surged, rendering their powers nearly equal. You too, if you wish to fight, take it outside. The guild master just reminded us. Mira interjected sternly just as the two were on the brink of confrontation. I still owe Mira that respect. If you have the courage, step outside with me, and I will teach you the importance of respecting your seniors. Gray stated, reining in his magical fluctuations as he exited the guild's doors. Very well. In that case, I shall not hold back. Ling Feng sneered as he strode out, eager to witness the transformation of fire magic after assimilating Gray's icy powers. In the open space before the Fairy Tale Guild, Ling Feng and Gray stood opposed to one another, surrounded by guild members who had gathered to revel in the spectacle. The atmosphere buzzed with excitement, with some already placing bets on the outcome. Who are you betting on, Happy? Natsu exclaimed with enthusiasm. I'm backing that kid Ling Feng. I hope he flattens Gray. That would be delightful. I still wager on Gray. He's quite formidable. There are very few in fairy tale who surpass him, Happy pondered thoughtfully. Shouldn't you be advising them against fighting at the guild's entrance? It doesn't reflect well, Lucy remarked with a wry smile, noticing that the crowd seemed utterly unconcerned, which only reinforced her belief that the guild was rather unconventional. You'll get used to it, Lucy, Kana replied with a chuckle, sipping her drink while enjoying the match. You little brat, it's not too late to apologize, Gray declared confidently, convinced he would not lose to a newcomer. Such empty words. Aren't you the one seeking a fight? Bring it on, Ling Feng retorted, having resolved to absorb Gray's icy magic without hesitation, unwilling to appear timid. This is entirely your doing. I spear, Gray retaliated, conjuring a frosty magic circle with both hands, launching an icy spear swiftly towards Ling Feng. Too slow, Ling Feng shouted, unleashing a blazing pillar of fire from his mouth. The intense heat immediately melted the ice spear, propelling the flame towards Gray without losing momentum. What? Both Gray and the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Recognizing the attack as Natsu's signature move, the roar of the fire dragon, identical in form. Ice shield. Caught off guard by the similarity to Natsu's attack, Gray hastily erected a thick ice shield, attempting to absorb the flames. However, the shield was hastily conjured and soon succumbed to the raging fire. The remnants of the inferno struck Gray directly, sending him tumbling backward, much to the crowd's shock. They had anticipated Gray's dominance, only to witness a stunning reversal. This newcomer was surprisingly powerful. In truth, Gray's overconfidence had led to his downfall. Damn it! I will make you recognize my strength today, Gray exclaimed as he struggled to rise, dusting himself off. Suddenly, he crouched low, pressing his hands against the ground, and shouted, "Freeze!" In an instant, a powerful chill radiated outward, rapidly freezing the ground beneath, swiftly extending to form an icy battleground beneath Ling Feng's feet, simultaneously binding his shoes to the frozen surface. Ling Feng's combat experience was no less formidable than Gray's. He adjusted his center of gravity, crouching low, shattering the ice beneath his feet, his entire being engulfed in fierce flames. He charged directly at Gray, launching a fiery fist that struck with tremendous force. You think you can defeat me? Gray retorted with unwavering resolve. Ice-cold energy swirling around his arms, his fists adorned with sharp shards of ice, clashing violently against the flaming blow. The impact forced both Ling Feng and Gray to stagger back 3 steps each. Not bad for a newcomer. But to defeat me is a task that will take you 100 years, Gray declared, his voice resonating with confidence. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of ice magic, which far surpasses that of fire. Ignoring the furiousness beside him, Gray brought his hands together, conjuring an intense chill that gradually formed into a magnificent ice sword. Wielding the ice sword, Gray unleashed waves of invisible icy winds, compelling Ling Feng to retreat, as he found it difficult to engage directly. Not content with merely the ice sword, Gray adeptly transformed his weapon into various forms, an ice axe, a hammer, even an ice stick, displaying an array of weaponry that left onlookers astonished. Ice snow cannon, Gray announced, assessing the situation before executing his ultimate technique. A massive ice cannon materialized upon his shoulder, and with a gentle press, he launched a snowball imbued with potent icy energy, hurtling towards Ling Feng like a cannonball. Gray expected Ling Feng to evade, yet he stood his ground, extending his hands wide, engulfed in searing flames, seemingly intent on meeting the attack head-on. How foolish! Gray couldn't help but exclaim. As the snowball raced towards him, a barely perceptible smirk appeared on Ling Feng's lips amidst the flames, the power of fire within him boiling to its peak. Boom! The ice cannon struck Ling Feng without fail, and an intense chill radiated outward, encasing him and his blazing flames in a stunning ice sculpture. It appears the outcome is decided, Elfman remarked, shaking his head. Even if he were to speak candidly, Gray's strength would likely surpass that of a newcomer who has held out this long. Not so fast. Ling Feng hasn't lost yet. Look, Naz, with his beast-like instincts, sensed what others had missed and pointed excitedly at the encased Ling Feng, his gaze aflame with anticipation. Everyone turned to witness the flames within the icy prison deepening to a vivid crimson, the ice rapidly melting away, revealing Ling Feng, nearly unscathed. Although he had sustained some internal injuries, they paled in comparison to his overall gains. Ah! Ling Feng roared, erupting in a blaze of ice-blue flames that exuded a chilling aura. An eerie sight to behold. What in the world is this flame? Gray was taken aback, unable to fathom what he was witnessing. He had never encountered such flames before, and neither had Natsu. The group remained oblivious to the truth. To their eyes, it seemed as though the ice and snow were merely melting away, when in fact they were being devoured by Ling Feng's fiery power. Since you are a mage of ice, allow me to demonstrate the power of ice and fire. Ling Feng gasped, gazing at the astonished Gray, a smile spreading across his face as he spoke. With a flourish, Ling Feng clasped his hands together, emulating Gray's earlier movements to conjure a colossal cannon formed of ice flames. Ice flame cannon, he shouted, as a brilliant sphere of azure fire erupted forth, hurtling directly towards Gray. At that moment, Gray dared not underestimate the attack and swiftly leaped aside to evade it. The ice flame cannon detonated upon the ground, instantly scattering like sparks, while simultaneously freezing into blocks of ice that extended into sharp ice pillars. The flames possessed an astonishing freezing effect. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. As the ice flame cannon whirled past, Ling Feng himself was left breathless. The elemental attributes of ice and fire were indeed starkly different. Absorbing the latter proved to be quite taxing. The strain on his body was several times greater than when he absorbed Natsu's magic. What sorcery is this? Gray couldn't help but inquire, observing the icy remnants on the ground. Had he not evaded the attack, he would likely have been frozen solid, an utterly terrifying thought. For a mage of ice to be encased in ice would be a monumental embarrassment. He could scarcely imagine the ridicule Natsu would unleash upon him. Haha, Ling Feng, how on earth did you accomplish this? Please tell me, I want to learn it too. Just think of how infuriated Gray would be, Natsu exclaimed, clearly exhilarated at the prospect of freezing Gray with flames. The others also turned their eyes towards Ling Feng, eager to satisfy their curiosity about such a rare and wondrous magic. That will suffice for now. There is no need to continue further. Ling Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead and remarked, turning to push through the crowd. He needed to return home to rest thoroughly while also integrating the icy magic swirling within him. TCH. Gray let out an annoyed sound, yet upon observing the frostbitten ground, he fell silent, his brow furrowing deeply. The flames possessed an unprecedented freezing effect, truly unheard of. As the commotion subsided, the crowd dispersed. Yet discussions regarding the mysteries of Ling Feng's icy flames continued to linger. Upon returning home, Ling Feng collapsed onto the floor, clutching his chest with one hand as beads of sweat streamed down his face. His body fluctuated between cold and hot, an exceedingly peculiar sensation. Given my current strength, consuming the vastly different icy magical energy has proven to be rather strenuous. I must exercise caution in the future. Struggling to rise, Ling Feng settled onto the nearby sofa, wiping the sweat from his brow as he spoke. Although he had previously absorbed a portion of the icy magic, a significant residue remained within him, creating an uncomfortable juxtaposition of temperatures. Fortunately, he managed to forcibly suppress the chilling energy with his own aura, gradually eradicating it. Otherwise, his body might have succumbed to freezing. Half an hour later, the last vestige of cold energy was finally consumed by the power of fire, and the icy sensation vanished entirely, allowing Ling Feng to exhale in relief, drenched in perspiration. Nonetheless, the gains were substantial. The effort had not been in vain. Ling Feng extended his hand, observing the rising azure flames, a smile inadvertently gracing his lips. After absorbing Gray's ice-shaped magic, he had acquired a remarkable icy flame along with the essence of shape, of form. With a flick of his wrist, the flames in his hand gradually morphed into a sword of fire, blazing with fierce, icy flames, a truly majestic sight. A gentle swing conjured a dazzling display of icy fire. With a motion of his left hand, a crimson flame rose gracefully, transforming under Ling Feng's command into a sword of pure, high-temperature fire. Now, he possessed two distinct types of flames, capable of being transformed and utilized interchangeably. Alas, fire ultimately could not attain the tangible solidity of ice. He merely altered its form while its essence remained unchanged. It appears that I must consume other types of magic in the future to fill this gap. Ling Feng gazed at the two fiery swords in his hands, their weight palpable. Thud, thud, thud. Ling Feng, are you there? We have come to see you. It was the voice of Natsu. Ling Feng extinguished the flames from his hands and approached the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of Natsu, Happy, and Lucy, all gathered together. Natsu held two job requests in his hands. We have found two excellent missions and would like to team up with you. What do you say? The rewards are substantial, Natsu said with a grin. Ling Feng took a glance at the commission order. One task involved destroying a book titled The Rising Sun from Duke Ibar, with a reward of 200, 000J. The other task was also related to Duke Ibar, yet it was a subjugation mission, astonishingly commissioned by the official file. The mission to hunt down or capture the malevolent Duke Ibar offered a reward of 3 million J. Ling Feng was somewhat taken aback by the second task. It seemed that certain events had already altered due to his arrival. Why was he referred to as the malevolent Duke? What deeds had he committed? Ling Feng inquired with curiosity, pondering how, despite having committed a crime, one could still hold the esteemed title of a duke. It was difficult to fathom such decisiveness from the kingdom. He had heard whispers that Abel had clandestinely engaged in the practice of forbidden dark magic, plunging himself into the abyss of malevolence. His heart had become profoundly wicked, and to satiate his perverse desires, he relentlessly ensnared young maidens using his sorcery, imprisoning them in his lair. Possessing the ability to traverse the earth with earth magic, he had also laid numerous magical traps around his estate using dark sorcery, making it exceedingly challenging for the military to apprehend him. Thus, they had sought the assistance of the Mage Guild. Lucy remarked, feeling a twinge of anxiety. As it was her first time being thrust into a mission to capture a foe alongside Natsu and the others, which was quite overwhelming. The members of other guilds had likely received the commission as well. We should act swiftly, or we risk being outpaced by others, Natsu exclaimed with impatience. Forbidden magic, indeed. Ling Feng fell into deep contemplation. The unfolding narrative had already undergone significant alterations due to his arrival, whether influenced by negative energies or not. It seemed imperative to conduct an investigation. Very well, I shall undertake this mission. Ling Feng nodded in acceptance of the task, with a reward of 3 million jewels, which would suffice even when divided among a few individuals, providing ample resources for a considerable duration. He was also intrigued by the nature of the dark magic transmitted from Seraph. Thus, the group proceeded to the carriage shop in Magnolia, where they hired a carriage to reach the designated task site in Hirosa Gate City. During their journey, Ling Feng settled comfortably within the carriage, replenishing his strength. Upon arriving at Hirosa Gate City, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Soldiers patrolled the streets in organized formations, meticulously inspecting the passing magicians. Ling Feng and his companions were able to pass through the scrutiny by presenting the emblem of the Fairy Tale Guild. Isn't the patrol here excessively stringent? Lucy remarked, observing some of the soldiers with surprise. It is likely due to the kingdom's vigilance over anything related to dark magic, Ling Feng replied nonchalantly. One could only attribute the kingdom's caution to the notorious reputation of Seraph. Even a whisper of his name was enough to instill trepidation. Well then, let us first grab a bite to eat and gather some information about the area, Naz declared, patting his stomach, which seemed devoid of energy. They soon found a nearby barbecue restaurant and entered. The group secured a favorable table and ordered various local barbecue specialties. Lucy, are you really going to eat so little? You might not even have enough strength to fight later, Naz remarked, eyeing the modest portion of vegetables on Lucy's plate, which contained scant meat. Please, I'm a girl. Consuming too much fatty food would lead to weight gain. I must maintain my figure, and diet is crucial, Lucy retorted with irritation. Your figure is already splendid. I doubt any girl in the guild can compare to you, Ling Feng commented, his gaze inadvertently resting on Lucy's chest as he devoured his meat. Honestly, could you stop staring at me? It's rather creepy, Lucy said, her cheeks tinged with crimson. Such a leggy girl. Habby chimed in mischievously. Stupid cat. Don't speak with a lisp, Lucy exclaimed, her face flushed with embarrassment, while Habby chuckled behind his hand. Bang. Waiter. Hurry up with the food. I'm starving. The door of the barbecue restaurant was kicked open, and a group of individuals swaggered in, led by a black-haired man with a defiant demeanor who spoke in a brazen tone. His companions bore the emblems of a magician-esque guild, suggesting they were not benevolent. Could that be the Iron Dragon, Gajiel? Ling Feng thought to himself, surprised at encountering a member of the Phantom Lord so soon. Naz, look. It's Phantom Lord's crew. What a twist of fate. Habby whispered, tugging at the ravenously eating Naz. Let us not concern ourselves with them. Naz cast a glance at the other party and spoke nonchalantly, resuming his indulgence in the grilled meat. It is said that Ghost and Fairy Tale are notoriously incompatible. One can only hope that no trouble arises, for their numbers are quite substantial. Lucy gently nudged Ling Feng's arm and whispered. Ling Feng nodded slightly. Although he yearned to absorb Gajiel's Iron Dragon Slayer magic, the time was not yet ripe. Previously, consuming Grey's ice make magic had proven quite arduous for him, and he required additional time to solidify his strength before attempting to absorb any more magic. However, their desire to avoid trouble did not guarantee that others would refrain from seeking them out. The animosity between the ghosts and Fairy Tale ensured that any encounter between the two factions would inevitably lead to discord, as was the case now. Oh, is that not a member of Fairy Tale? I wondered why I was greeted by such an unpleasant stench upon entering. It emanates from you foul fairies. A keen-eyed member of the ghosts approached, clearly seeking to provoke. If you wish to avoid a beating, I suggest you distance yourself, Ling Feng replied coolly. Though he knew that a confrontation was unavoidable. You pitiful fairies. The adversary's taunt was abruptly cut short as Natsu delivered a powerful punch, sending him crashing to the ground. If it's a fight you seek, then I shall oblige, you scoundrels of the ghosts. Natsu grinned menacingly, flexing his fist. Instantly, a number of ghost members sprang to their feet, converging towards them, and a palpable tension filled the air. Whoever dares speak ill of Fairy Tale shall face my wrath first, Natsu declared, his voice icy as he regarded the approaching ghosts. What audacity! Brothers, charge. They are but a handful. One of the ghosts rallied, eager to pluck the feathers from these diminutive fairies. The ghosts, displaying a dismal lack of decorum, surged forward, intending to leverage their numbers against Ling Feng and his companions. However, the outcome was far from favorable, as both Ling Feng and Natsu swiftly brought them to the ground. Only Gajul and a brooding man in a yellowish suit remained standing, as the rest of the ghosts were utterly defeated, mere cannon fodder. Humph. It seems the ghosts are not nearly as formidable as they claim. Pathetic. Natsu scoffed, casting a challenging glance at the two still seated. Indeed, they possess some skill. Soul. Let us amuse ourselves with them, a prelude to our meal, Gajul declared, rising from his chair and cracking his neck with a sinister smile. As a gentleman, I shall teach them the meaning of courtesy, the dark-suited man remarked, his gaze ominously sweeping over Ling Feng and his companions. Then I shall grant you your wish. This dark fellow shall be my opponent, Natsu exclaimed, his discontent with Gajul palpable, as he charged forth, fists ablaze, igniting a fierce clash that turned the entire barbecue establishment upside down, leaving the owner utterly distraught. You are Soul, the earth element of the ghosts, are you not? Ling Feng gazed at the suited man poised to strike and remarked, Indeed, I am pleasantly surprised that you are familiar with me. It seems my reputation precedes me. With that in mind, I trust you are mentally prepared, for I shall instruct you on the art of gentlemanly combat. Soul smirked malevolently. A grin so repugnant it evoked a sense of nausea, his entire being twisting like a rubber band, embodying the very essence of eccentricity. What a loathsome individual, Ling Feng. Do not hesitate to pummel him, Lucy interjected, her brow furrowing in disapproval. Whirlwind of sand. A glint of coldness flashed in Soul's eyes. With a swift turn, a ferocious sandstorm surged toward Ling Feng, akin to a tornado. This elemental force was undeniably more potent than what one might witness in animated portrayals. As Soul made his move, Ling Feng instinctively assessed the situation. He dared not underestimate his opponent. With clenched fists ignited by fierce flames, he charged forward, unleashing a torrent of fire that collided with the sandstorm in a cataclysmic explosion. The shockwave sent Ling Feng hurtling backward, stumbling several paces, while Soul remained largely unscathed. It was evident that his opponent possessed considerable magical prowess, and Ling Feng found himself at a slight disadvantage given his current capabilities. Nevertheless, Ling Feng was no stranger to the art of combat. Wolf Fang Fist, he bellowed, his hands transforming into claw-like appendages as he lunged at Soul with the ferocity of a famished wolf, flames enveloping his claws. The inherent flaw of the Wolf Fang Fist lay in its lack of power, but infused with the essence of fire, it became an entirely different force. Soul, caught off guard by Ling Feng's remarkable speed, swiftly conjured a barrier of sand and stone before him. Ling Feng appeared to be oblivious to his surroundings, his claws striking with ferocity, rapidly transforming the sandy barrier into a pockmarked visage. With a single, fiery punch unleashed from the breach, he sent Soul hurtling through the air. Ling Feng exhaled heavily, shaking his hands to alleviate the pain. The gravel was no mere paper. Fortunately, he had reached the stage of skin refinement, allowing him to endure it, albeit with difficulty. You insufferable brat, how dare you injure a gentleman like me? This is utterly unforgivable. I shall make you suffer beyond measure. Soul grimaced, turning to recover, gingerly touching his slightly swollen cheek as he spoke with fury. Now's the time, Taurus. Lucy summoned the celestial spirit of the bull, who brandished a colossal double-bladed axe, launching a surprise attack from behind, aiming directly at Soul. Damn that little girl, Soul exclaimed, his body swiftly sinking into the ground, narrowly evading the strike of Taurus's axe. Such a pity, Lucy lamented. Run, Lucy. Happy swooped in, seizing Lucy and lifting her into the air. In the next moment, they soared over Sol, whose face had turned a dark shade, clearly infuriated. Moo, take this axe. Taurus charged valiantly. Such an irritating bull. Sol swung his arms, unleashing a torrent of sand that swiftly engulfed Taurus, rendering his brute strength utterly futile as he was overwhelmed and knocked out in a single move. Drill wave. Seizing the opportunity while Sol was distracted, Ling Feng extended his finger, unleashing a brilliant orange-red beam that exploded upon impact with Sol, who let out a pained cry as he collapsed, his clothing torn and revealing charred skin beneath. After executing the attack, Ling Feng found himself slightly breathless. His stamina was insufficient for prolonged combat. Had it not been for Lucy's diversion, he would never have landed a hit. Damn that insufferable brat. Sol, embodying the essence of the Phantom's four elements, though momentarily taken aback, managed to stagger back to his feet, his expression dark and brooding as he glared at Ling Feng. Humph, you're quite resilient, aren't you? Ling Feng let out a sigh, remarking that engaging in battle while lacking sufficient energy poses considerable challenges. Otherwise, that single strike of the piercing wave could have vanquished Thor. Desolate sands of hell. Thor suddenly pressed his hand against the ground, causing the once solid marble floor to transform into a vast expanse of sand and gravel, engulfing Ling Feng entirely. The harder he struggled, the more ensnared he became. Seizing the opportunity, Thor burrowed underground and surged forth from beneath Ling Feng. His legs, akin to elastic bands, propelled Ling Feng upwards, crashing him against the ceiling. Roar of the faux fire dragon. Ling Feng turned swiftly, extending his hand to grasp the beam of the ceiling, and unleashed a blazing pillar of crimson flames. Ah! I did not anticipate that your offensive method would be akin to that of the fire dragon. It truly astonishes me. Having suffered a setback previously, Sol was now cautious, raising his arm to summon a fierce whirlwind to counter the onslaught of the flames. Pseudo? Fire dragon's blazing flame. Ling Feng leaped down, raising his arms high, conjuring a massive fireball that shimmered with a faint golden light. It descended with tremendous force, merging with the essence of Qi, instantly tearing through the swirling sand as countless waves of flames surged toward Sol. However, this fellow seemed to possess the cunning of a worm, sensing the imminent danger. He burrowed directly into the ground. Ling Feng's teeth clenched in frustration. After a series of relentless battles, his stamina was waning, and prolonging the fight would undoubtedly work to his detriment. Nevertheless, no matter what, your flames hold no power over me, a celestial being. Sol emerged, stroking his little mustache with a smug expression, his body twisting in a manner that incited a strong desire to deliver him a sound thrashing. Ling Feng suddenly had a flash of inspiration, opening his palm to ignite a flame of icy blue. With a cold smirk, he remarked, "You claim my flames are worthless? Then by all means, let us put that to the test." Ling Feng effortlessly cast the icy flame towards Sol. Regardless of the nature of any flame, it is rendered futile in the presence of my earth magic, Sol proclaimed with unshakable confidence as the sands beneath his feet began to writhe, forming a hand of sand that reached out to grasp the fire. Though the flame appeared somewhat peculiar, it was still merely a flame, bound to its essence, to burn. However, Sol soon realized the gravity of his misjudgment, a grievous error indeed. The azure flame collided with the palm of the sandy hand, erupting instantaneously. An intense wave of sub-zero temperatures radiated forth, swiftly encasing the sandy appendage in ice, even extending to Sol himself, freezing half of his body in an instant. What on earth is this flame? Sol screamed in horror as a bone-chilling cold began to permeate his being. He found himself trembling uncontrollably. Ling Feng, witnessing this, let out a cold laugh. The temperature of the crimson flames is formidable. Correspondingly, the power of the icy flames is equally potent. It is merely a change in the method of attack. Since the flames cannot extinguish you, I shall use the frost to seal you away. Ling Feng would not engage in idle chatter with Thor. Naturally, he would deliver a crushing blow to a fallen adversary. With both hands, he cast a sphere of icy flames, instantly encasing Thor in a layer of frost. Thor's mastery lay in his command over sand, yet once it succumbed to the grip of ice, controlling it became an exceedingly arduous task. The flames of fire in his left hand, combined with the icy flames in his right, merged into a singular, formidable force. With a flourish, Ling Feng conjured two distinct flames in each hand, merging their disparate attributes to form a radiant sphere of energy, a mesmerizing amalgam of ice and fire. Ice and fire explosion. Ling Feng bellowed, unleashing the potent energy sphere upon the encased figure of Thor. A thunderous roar erupted as flames and frost converged. To the left, a A searing inferno blazed, while to the right, crystalline ice stood resolute. The juxtaposition of extreme heat and frigid cold coalesced to inflict immense damage upon Thor, who collapsed in a disheveled heap, his garments tattered and his body marred with charred patches entwined with frost. Truly a spectacle of polar extremes. Following this grand display of power, Lingfeng himself sank to the ground, gasping for breath, utterly drained. The extraordinary synergy of the ice and flame proved essential in overcoming one of the four elemental specters, Thor, with luck playing no small part in the victory. Wow, incredible, Lucy exclaimed, her excitement palpable, marveling at Lingfeng's dazzling feat. How could that fool Thor be defeated? At that moment, the fierce battle between the twin dragons drew attention to the unfolding scene. Gajeel, caught off guard, was promptly sent sprawling by a punch from Natsu. Haha. Well done, Lingfeng. Natsu laughed heartily, despite his own share of injuries, for Gajeel matched his strength. Natsu, stop. We must flee quickly. The army is approaching. If we are captured, we'll be in serious trouble. Hurriedly interjected Happy, who had flown over, ears perked to the sound of regimented footsteps outside. Then let us make haste. Escape through the back door, Natsu urged. Thus, they swiftly vacated through the rear exit. As for Gajeel, he was no fool. He dragged the unconscious Thor along, leaving a cadre of lesser specters to bear the brunt of the consequences. After fleeing through the back entrance of the barbecue joint, Lingfeng and his companions sprinted several streets before finally pausing to catch their breath. At this point, is it even necessary to pursue that scoundrel Ibar? Lucy lamented, glancing at Lingfeng and Natsu, both visibly fatigued. Having engaged in a fierce battle against the specters, their energy reserves were significantly depleted, rendering immediate action impractical. There's nothing we can do. Lingfeng and Natsu have exhausted too much magic, Happy shrugged, acknowledging their plight. If only I could consume fire, my stamina would recover swiftly. Lucy, could you conjure us some flames? Natsu grumbled. Please, I have no mastery over fire magic, and none of my celestial spirits wield it either, Lucy retorted, hands placed firmly on her hips. You both should go gather some firewood. Lingfeng gasped, gazing thoughtfully at Natsu. He had previously overlooked a crucial detail. If Natsu, the fire dragon slayer, could consume fire to regain his strength, might he not also possess that capability? The power of fire should inherently surpass the magic of dragon slaying. Suggesting that he, too, could achieve a similar feat, he was eager to experiment. Lucy and Happy swiftly gathered firewood, returning shortly with a substantial pile. It's ill-advised to ignite a fire in the streets, Happy remarked suddenly. Now is not the time for your critiques. It will be done shortly, Lingfeng retorted. Rolling his eyes, he flicked his fingers, sending forth a small spark that ignited the wood before him in an instant. Ha, then I shall indulge myself, Natsu exclaimed, opening his mouth wide and eagerly beginning to consume the flames, a look of delight adorning his face. Lingfeng hesitated for a moment, then imitating Natsu, leaned closer and opened his mouth to engulf the roaring flames, startling both Lucy and Happy. No way, you too, Lucy exclaimed in astonishment. Lingfeng paid no heed to Lucy's words, fervently consuming the flames before him. As the fire entered his body, the faint force of fire within him surged to life, ravenously devouring the flames like a famished wolf. He continually strengthened himself, and by the time the flames had been entirely consumed, the fire energy within him had notably recovered, along with a slight restoration of his physical strength. This revelation filled Lingfeng with immense joy. It appeared that he would certainly need to delve into fire magic in the future. Lingfeng mused inwardly. From now on, he would prioritize the power of fire, supplemented by fire magic, in conjunction with the foundational energy of Qi, significantly enhancing his overall combat prowess. I never expected you could do this too. How rare. Your fire magic seems quite extraordinary. I would love to experience it, Natsu said, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Lingfeng. Lingfeng was not one to hesitate. He swiftly hurled a crimson fireball directly into Natsu's mouth. Natsu devoured it ravenously, and immediately, a surge of warmth enveloped him as he exclaimed how delightful it was. I sensed that Lingfeng's flames possessed an extraordinary potency, far surpassing the ordinary, Natsu remarked, still yearning for more. Then let us exchange and savor each other's flames, Lingfeng replied with a smile, noting that consuming regular fire to replenish one's magical energy paled in comparison to the formidable dragon slayer magic. Thus, the two began to trade and devour one another's flames, and in this seemingly unfair exchange, their vigor was swiftly restored. Perhaps we could form the mightiest team, Natsu said excitedly, feeling invigorated as he gazed at Lingfeng. Enough of that. None of it truly matters. We should hasten to our client, Lucy urged, glancing at the time. There's no need for such fuss. Let us first deal with Ibar. We can acquire the book Sunrise later when we visit our client, came the suggestion. Ling Feng shook his head, aware that the client possessed no funds and thus felt no inclination to proceed. Natsu concurred with Ling Feng's assessment, and the group made their way directly to the vicinity of Duke Ibar's estate. Upon arrival, they were greeted by a formidable assembly of soldiers, their vigilance unwavering, effectively encircling the estate, leaving no room for entry. "Ah, the mages of fairy tale, you have finally arrived," announced a bald man wielding a staff as he approached. "Are you Jula of the Serpent Scale?" Ling Feng inquired uncertainly, surprised to see one of the 10 holy mages present. "Indeed." Jula nodded in affirmation. "Who is he?" "I don't recognize him," Natsu remarked, displaying his ignorance. "He is Jula, one of the 10 holy mages. The trump card of the Serpent Scale. Quite formidable." Happy interjected. "I have heard of his esteemed reputation, though this is my first encounter," Lucy exclaimed in awe. "I never anticipated that even you, Jula, would be involved. Is it possible that Duke Ibar is truly that powerful?" Ling Feng furrowed his brow and inquired, as his recollection of Ibar was merely a practitioner of earth evasion magic. Even if he had succumbed to the dark arts, it seemed improbable that his power would have dramatically escalated. "That is difficult to ascertain. I have simply received a direct commission from the royal family to maintain order here. After all, Ibar possesses earth evasion magic. Should he burrow underground to escape, capturing him would prove quite challenging." "I have been stationed here for a full day," Jula replied, shaking her head. "How's the commission calculated, then?" Naz inquired. To which Ling Feng nodded in agreement, recognizing the importance of the matter. Jula smiled gently. "You needn't worry about that. My remuneration is calculated separately. Whosoever accomplishes the task shall receive the reward." Suddenly, Jula's expression shifted, and her gaze turned towards the estate. With a forceful strike of her staff upon the ground, a surge of formidable earth magic erupted, causing the earth within a radius of several kilometers to tremble slightly. Faintly, a scream echoed from the estate, seemingly originating from within. "What just happened?" Lucy asked in a flurry of concern. "That rascal Ibar attempted to flee, but I intercepted him. As my duty requires me to guard the perimeter and prevent his escape, it falls upon you to confront Ibar. Be wary of the dark magic traps." "I nearly fell victim to them myself," Jula cautioned gravely. "I could handle this alone without the need for collaboration with these lesser beings. I intend to claim the entire reward for myself." A man clad in purple garments swaggered forth, reeking of alcohol, his gaze lecherously assessing Lucy. His presence was decidedly unwelcome. "Forgive my candor, but I fail to see what makes you formidable." "Anyone can boast," Naz retorted, clearing his ears. "You must be the fire dragon. As I've heard of you, it is said you are no match for Urza, thus you certainly cannot contend with me. If you know what is good for you, you'd best retreat," the newcomer scoffed, appearing to be acquainted with Urza. "Who is Urza?" Lucy quietly asked Habby. "She is the mightiest female mage of fairy tale, exceedingly powerful. Naz stands no chance against her." Habby whispered back. "I shall graciously introduce myself. My name is Pakas, a mage of the four-headed hound. I frequently find myself at odds with your so-called strongest female mage, Urza, and we have clashed countless times. She is indeed a formidable opponent," he boasted, proudly declaring his title and guild affiliation. "With someone of your caliber, how dare you even attempt to compare yourself to Urza? Spare us the jest. I wholeheartedly disagree." Natsu remarked, "Foolish fellow, I have no time to waste on idle chatter with you. That blonde beauty over there. How about we enjoy a drink together after the mission? Haha. I will cherish you well." Pakas cast a glance at Lucy, teasingly, then shot a disdainful look at Natsu, making a provocative gesture before laughing heartily and striding towards the Ibar mansion alone. "I have also heard of Pakas. He is an S-class mage of the four-headed hound, possessing an exceedingly peculiar palm technique known as the drunken chop, which maximizes his magical prowess. Personally, I believe he rivals your fairy queen." Even Julia nodded in agreement, acknowledging that while the opponent may have a somewhat irritable temperament, he still possesses remarkable skills. "If he is indeed S-class, then he is on par with Urza," Habby exclaimed. Natsu, irritated, scoffed. "What is so impressive about that? Our fairy tale S-class mages are incomparable to those of other guilds. Urza is absolutely stronger. Enough talk. Let us proceed inside, lest the mission be snatched away from us. To be honest, I am quite eager to witness his drunken chop technique." Ling Feng spoke softly, fully aware of how much a sophisticated martial art could enhance one's strength. The fusion of martial arts and magic is indeed a rare occurrence. Ling Feng spoke as he made his way toward the Ibar residence, casting a subtle glance at a large tree in the distance. Wait for us. Lucy and the others hurriedly followed suit, while Natsu shouted that he must complete the task before anyone else. You've been hiding over there for quite some time. Why don't you come out? If not, I shall invite you to reveal yourself. Jula withdrew his gaze from Ling Feng and his companions, turning his attention to the lush tree afar, and coldly declared, striking out with a sudden palm. A fierce surge of magical energy erupted, obliterating the tree into splinters. A shadow leapt forth, flipping twice before landing gracefully on the ground. It was a short man wearing a mask. Who goes there? A throng of soldiers quickly surrounded him, eyeing him warily, uncertain if he was an ally of Ibar. Indeed, he is one of the 10 holy magi, known as Iron Rock, Jula. His perception is remarkably acute. The short man rasped, exuding an eerie aura that suggested he was no friend. What manner of being are you? Jula inquired coldly, his vigilance evident in his demeanor. I merely came to observe, as I hold a keen interest in the dark magic associated with Seraph. If I were to acquire it, my strength would undoubtedly increase. Much like that worthless Ibar, the short man replied in a gravelly tone, his words unsettling. Then there is nothing more to discuss. I shall apprehend you first, Jula declared sternly, pointing backward. Instantly, 2 sturdy rock pillars erupted from the ground, crashing toward the short man with swift ferocity. Futile, he sneered, extending his hands as 2 peculiar strands of magical energy enveloped him. To Jula's astonishment, his magic was effortlessly shattered, turning to dust. Jula's expression shifted slightly, surprised by his opponent's strength. Nevertheless, as one of the 10 holy magi, he quickly regained his composure, channeling his magic and slamming his palm onto the ground. Iron Rock Barrier. The earth shattered, and several thick rock walls rose abruptly, intersecting to confine the short man within, completely sealing him off. Yet, within moments, the formidable Iron Rock Barrier crumbled into gravel, revealing the unscathed short man within. Though he appeared unharmed, it was evident that his magical energy had been significantly drained, indicating that countering Jula's assault was no simple feat truly deserving of the title of one of the 10 holy magi. I shall take my leave, the short man murmured, waving his arm as a series of crystal spheres shot forth, scattering and sending the soldiers reeling. Iron Rock Barrier. Jula summoned a robust rock to withstand the assault of the crystal orb, while the enigmatic man had already leaped to a distance, clearly having evaded capture. Regrettably, Jula shook his head in disappointment. Had he exerted his full strength, the adversary would undoubtedly not have escaped. However, the presence of a contingent of bothersome royal soldiers impeded his pursuit. If he had chased after the man, and Ebel had managed to flee during that interval, his mission would have ended in failure. Thus, he reluctantly allowed the man to depart. The mysterious figure bounded into the nearby woods, and upon confirming that Jula had not followed, he exhaled a sigh of relief and murmured, I did not anticipate Jula's magical prowess to be so formidable. The energy expended to counter his spells has drained me significantly. I must exercise greater caution in the future. As he spoke, his form radiated a glow, gradually transforming into a tall, raven-haired beauty clad in a flowing white robe. Should the Magic Council or seasoned sorcerers behold her, they would undoubtedly be astounded. For this woman was none other than Yulutia, one of the 10 esteemed members of the Magic Council. Yulutia waved her delicate hand, conjuring a crystal orb that materialized in her palm. With a gentle touch, it emanated a soft luminescence, revealing a blue-haired youth adorned with a distinctive mark upon his face. This man was none other than Zikrian, another of the 10 council members, and like Jula, he was one of the revered Saint 10 Magi. To outsiders, he had a twin brother named Gerald. In reality, they were simply 2 facets of the same individual, a mere guise. I apologize, Jula's capabilities are formidable. And he detected my presence. A few of the rascals from Fairy Tale have infiltrated, along with the 4 hounds of Pakos, who have also entered Ebel's estate. Yulutia expressed with a hint of regret. Do not concern yourself, I anticipated this. Jula's magical energy likely surpasses mine, so it is only natural that you were discovered. Gerald replied nonchalantly. Moreover, I sense that among the members of Fairy Tale, there is one man who appears particularly perceptive, though he refrained from voicing his awareness. Oh, is that so? Fairy Tale indeed boasts a plethora of talents not to be underestimated, Gerald remarked, slightly surprised, nodding in agreement. Shall we consider eliminating these individuals sooner rather than later? Yulutia suggested, her beautiful eyes flashing with a glimmer of coldness. There is no need for us to intervene. There are certainly many who harbor animosity towards Fairy Tale. I eagerly anticipate a climactic confrontation between the two venerable Saint Tin Magi. The more chaotic the scene, the better. Gerald replied with a calm demeanor. Indeed, I too look forward to it. I wonder if I shall have the opportunity to witness the legendary three great magics of fairy tale. Eulytia replied with a playful smile. Within the estate of Duke Ebel, the remnants of that individual's defeat lay strewn about, evoking a sense of revulsion. It seemed fitting to say that these were indeed the works of dark magic, akin to the deeds of a demon. Lucy gazed apprehensively at the grotesque corpses of the monsters strewn across the ground. They must have been summoned or created through dark sorcery, as the aura of malevolence was palpably thick. Ling Feng crouched down to examine the corpse of a demon and remarked, "These are merely dark beings conjured by pure black magic, devoid of any negative energy." This discovery is somewhat disappointing. Never mind that. Let us hasten to find Ibar. If that scoundrel gets to him before us, our efforts will be in vain. Naz exclaimed urgently. And let us not forget the sunrise. There is a reward of at least 200,000 J, Habi reminded. Boom. Suddenly, the floor before Ling Feng and his companions shattered, and a group of peculiar-looking maids leaped forth, wielding brooms and similar objects as weapons. Each one bore a grotesque visage, emanating an eerie black mist. There are intruders here. By the master's command, eliminate them all. The hideous maids proclaimed in unison, charging towards Ling Feng and his companions. Get out of the way. Ling Feng and Naz advanced together, each delivering a powerful fiery punch that sent a multitude of maids sprawling to the ground. To their astonishment, these seemingly feeble adversaries swiftly rose once more, charging at them with renewed fervor. Ling Feng raised his hand to halt Naz's advance, conjuring a flame of icy blue that soared into the air. With a swift motion, he cast it to the ground, unleashing a frigid blast that encased the group of maidens in solid ice. They appeared to be entirely under the thrall of dark magic, transformed into mere puppets. Lucy approached and peered through the ice, her expression grave as she remarked, "How do you know this, Lucy?" "I've perused numerous tomes on magic," Happy inquired with curiosity. "Among them, there are accounts of nefarious sorcerers employing forbidden spells to manipulate the minds of others. The situation of these individuals bears a striking resemblance. Ibar must have mastered such forbidden dark arts." "How despicable!" Lucy exclaimed in outrage. "To manipulate the minds of others is utterly unforgivable. Such a person is 100 times worse than those in dark guilds. I will not let him go unchallenged," Naz declared, his brow furrowed tightly. "Let us proceed with caution," Ling Feng advised as the group circumvented the frozen maidens and continued onward. It soon became evident that the entire Ibar Manor had been transformed into a domain overrun by dark creatures. Ling Feng and his companions had encountered several waves of attacks, including demons conjured by dark magic and the controlled maidens. Despite their peculiar appearances, the group hesitated to harm the maidens, opting instead to encase them in ice. Ice flame. Ling Feng casually flicked his wrist, freezing a few suddenly appearing maidens, lamenting, "How many times has it been now? Just how many maidens has that pervert Ibar abducted?" To be precise, this marked the 5th wave of attack. "Are you sure your magical energy can withstand this?" Lucy asked with concern for Ling Feng's dwindling power. "I'm fine," he nodded, reluctant to reveal that he was not truly using magic at all. "I can smell him. That guy's scent," Naz suddenly exclaimed with excitement. Following Naz's keen nose, the group navigated into the dark and foul-smelling sewer, where they witnessed Pakaz engaged in a furious battle against an extraordinarily corpulent maid. This maid radiated a potent dark aura, her attacks fierce and unrelenting, with chains on her wrists striking from all angles like venomous tongues. "What the hell is wrong with this maid?" Pakaz gritted his teeth, delivering a powerful blow imbued with formidable magic, only to have it absorbed by a thick layer of fat. Darkness continued to erode his magical energy, leaving him with a feeling of helplessness that was utterly revolting. Ling Feng was taken aback by the unexpected prowess of Baruga, who seemed capable of subtly suppressing the S-rank mage, Pakaz, even considering Pakaz's singular attacking method. Such an outcome was surprising. Upon closer inspection, Ling Feng realized that Baruga appeared to be infected by negative energy and was simultaneously eroded by dark magic. The combination of these influences had significantly enhanced her abilities in a short span of time, with the mastermind behind this calamity likely being Duke Ibar. "Foolish mage. You shall face dire consequences for opposing us. Baruga, eliminate him. All arrogant mages must perish by our hands. We now turn our attention to other intruders." A short, stout man clad in a black suit, with a tuft of golden hair, declared ominously. He was none other than the infamous Duke Ibar. wanted by the Fiori kingdom for his malevolent deeds. True to his reputation, Duke Ibar exuded an aura of profound darkness, unmistakably revealing his nefarious nature as a mage. However, it seemed that he himself had not been affected by the negative energy, leaving Baruga as the sole victim of such corruption, the reasons for which remained unclear. What an overwhelming presence of darkness. This individual has completely succumbed to the abyss of evil. Habby exclaimed, his expression grave. Regardless, the prospect of defeating this foe promised a reward of 3 million jewels. Dragon Slayer's roar. Natsu shouted, unleashing a torrent of flames towards Ibar. You foolish mage. Ibar mocked. As a yellowish magical circle appeared beneath him, allowing him to burrow underground like a drilling machine, evading Natsu's fiery assault. He re-emerged from the opposite side, seizing Habby with a punch before he could react. No way. I've been captured by Ibar so easily. How embarrassing. Natsu, hurry and save me. This guy seems utterly twisted. Habby cried out, struggling in vain against Ibar's overwhelming strength. Let Habby go, you scoundrel. Natsu shouted in shock and fury. How despicable. Lucy exclaimed. Foolish mortals. I am under no obligation to heed your commands. Despicable? I prefer to call it wisdom, Ibar sneered, but before he could continue, Lingfeng charged forward. His left hand engulfed in intense ice-blue flames, resembling a serpent of fire as it lunged toward Ibar. Ibar attempted to retreat underground once more. But Lingfeng coldly struck the ground with his ice-blue flames, unleashing a wave of frigid air that froze the earth beneath him. Ibar's upper body remained exposed, becoming ensnared in the ice below, appearing quite precarious. Lingfeng delivered a swift kick to Ibar's face, seizing the opportunity to snatch Habby away. Well done, Lingfeng. The iron fist of the fire dragon. Naz charged forward, landing a powerful punch squarely on Ibar's face, sending him hurtling through the air and crashing into a puddle of muck. That was truly terrifying, Habby remarked, still shaken. We are genuinely furious now. Ibar, clearly not to be underestimated, leaped from the filthy water, his expression twisted with rage as an overwhelming dark magical energy surged forth. 2 figures materialized, one wielding a massive weapon resembling a cauldron. Let us eliminate these detestable mages, shall we, Panisha brothers? Ibar commanded fiercely. As the dark magic dissipated, 2 somewhat dazed young men appeared before the group, clearly not resembling typical mages. They were mercenaries from the Southern Wolf Guild, transformed into puppets by Ibar. Habby instantly recognized their guild insignia. In this world, while mages dominated, there existed guilds composed of those who lacked magical abilities, known as mercenary guilds. Unlike the majority of mages who honed their mental strength to enhance their magical prowess, these individuals focused on intense physical training, believing that the body was the mightiest weapon. With the aid of magical artifacts, even less powerful mages found themselves at a disadvantage against them, often competing for business. The Panisha brothers wasted no time in charging forward, their speed akin to that of cheetahs, far surpassing the average mage. Lucy, Habby, you handle Ibar. We'll take care of these 2. Nash shouted, rushing ahead. Lingfeng, with no choice but to follow, couldn't help but glance towards Baruga, coveting the negative energy emanating from that direction. Poyo. Next, we have the useless woman and the little kitty. Bullying the weak is our favorite pastime, Poyo. Ibar sneered, advancing step by step towards Lucy and Habby. Don't underestimate me, you perverted fiend. Lucy retorted with a huff. Determined to assert her presence and not be belittled, Lucy decided it was time to take action, drawing a golden key from her waist. Poyo. So you're a celestial spirit mage, and a key of the zodiac no less. How fortunate I am. Once I deal with you, I shall seize all your keys and make you my slave. Poyo. Ibar exclaimed greedily, his eyes glinting at the sight of Lucy's golden key. Dream on. Open. Gate of the Crab. Cancer. Lucy shouted, as a golden magical circle materialized, revealing a figure reminiscent of a crab before her. Blind one. What hairstyle shall you sport today? Cancer inquired, brandishing 2 scissor-like weapons. With a flare, Habby expressed a desire to critique his appearance. However, recognizing the inopportune timing, he decided to refrain. Give him a clean shave. Not a single hair should remain. Lucy wickedly directed at Ibar. A clean shave? That's rather simple, blind one. Kesha nodded, brandishing 2 blades and leaping forward. Before Ibar could react, the glint of the blades flashed, not only shaving his head but also removing his eyebrows and facial hair entirely. Yet, truth be told, it was merely a matter of shaving his head. It seemed rather inconsequential, Habby remarked with disdain. This is not the time for your critiques, little kitty. Hurry over and deal with this perverse fiend. Lucy shouted at Habby. her expression darkening as she brandished her whip for self-defense, striking at Ibar. "Child, you have truly provoked my ire." Ibar, clearly displeased with his new look, replied darkly as he seized Lucy's whip. A sinister aura seeped through the whip, enveloping Lucy's hand in a malevolent darkness. Lucy shrieked in agony, releasing her grip as her palm began to darken. The dark magic clashed violently with her celestial spirit magic, causing her immense suffering. "Isn't my magic simply exquisite? This is but a minor reprimand," Ibar boasted with pride. Seeing Lucy in peril, Kesha rushed towards Ibar, followed closely by Habi. Unfortunately, Ibar scurried underground like a rat, evading their attempts to strike. He was intimately familiar with the sewer's layout, employing earth magic for ambushes, leaving Habi and Kesha utterly toyed with. Suddenly, a whip ensnared Ibar, binding him effectively. "I didn't expect you, golden-haired girl, to rise again. Your magic seems more abundant than I anticipated." Ibar observed in surprise at the revitalized Lucy. "Do not underestimate me. I am a mage of fairy tale. How could I possibly lose to a despicable pervert like you?" Lucy retorted through clenched teeth, pulling Ibar forcefully against the wall, causing him considerable pain. "Come back, Kesha?" Lucy gasped, recalling Kesha as she observed the intense battle unfolding with Ling Feng and the others. After a moment's hesitation, she retrieved the golden key of Aquarius. "I apologize, Aquarius. I require your strength," Lucy said with a twinge of remorse as she hurried to the edge of the sewage, plunging the key into the murky waters, exclaiming, "Open. Gate of the Water Bearer, Aquarius." The magical energy required to summon Aquaria far surpasses that of Kesha. Lucy gritted her teeth and persevered, channeling her inner magic to conjure a golden magical circle. With a splash, a blue-haired mermaid clad in a swimsuit, holding a precious vial, emerged before Lucy, radiating an astonishing power of water magic. The strongest celestial spirit in Lucy's possession, Aquaria, made her grand entrance. Chapter 10, The Mighty Baruga. What formidable magic! As Aquaria manifested, Ling Feng felt an overwhelming surge of water attribute magic coursing through the dim sewer, proving her status as Lucy's most powerful ace. Her magic far exceeded that of Natsu by several folds. Yet, Lucy was engulfed by a wave of dread, gazing at Aquaria's disgruntled expression, sensing that her demise was imminent. "You've got guts, summoning me from the filth of this sewer. Truly bold of you." Aquaria glared at Lucy, her eyes nearly ablaze with fury. She was exceptionally fastidious, and the foul stench from the dirty sewer was unbearable. She nearly unleashed a devastating torrent to make Lucy experience the consequences. I apologize, but I desperately need your strength right now. Please, dispatch that perverted fellow," Lucy urged, pointing at Abel. "Tsh." Aquaria scoffed, disregarding Lucy entirely, feeling utterly unimpressed with her. "You're so useless," Happy chimed in at the opportune moment. "Get lost, you little cat," Lucy snapped through gritted teeth. "How dare you, girl? Do not think that summoning a dinosaur girl makes you impressive. This is my territory." Abel sneered, rubbing his slightly reddened face from the impact, glaring at Lucy and Aquaria. "Dinosaur girl." Aquaria, who initially intended to retreat, turned ashen at Abel's words, her gaze piercing as she fixed it upon him. "What are you staring at, dinosaur girl? Don't think that your beauty can captivate my heart. Only the most exceptional women deserve to be by my side." Abel, completely oblivious to the explosive landmine he had just triggered, insulted her further while gesturing toward Baruga, who was suppressing Pakas in battle, wearing a self-satisfied expression. Following Abel's indication, Lucy's eyes fell upon Baruga, resembling an ape-like woman, and Aquaria's expression darkened severely, her demeanor becoming unsettlingly cheerful. That laughter sent chills down Lucy's spine, prompting her to retreat hastily. She knew that something terrifying was about to unfold. Indeed, the self-proclaimed beauty, Aquaria, could no longer contain her rage. "You filthy, stinking rat shall perish in this sewer." Aqua roared with a terrifying ferocity, her hands clutching a precious vessel that shimmered with a cerulean glow, unleashing a formidable torrent of water magic. A powerful, crystal-clear stream surged forth, crashing towards Ibel like an immense tidal wave. Despite Ibel's desperate attempt to burrow underground using earth magic, it proved futile. Aqua, with a sinister grin, redirected the flow of water, plunging it directly into the depths. Ibel was violently expelled from his hiding place. The forceful deluge, imbued with overwhelming magical energy, inflicted devastating harm upon him, as though his very bones were being crushed under the monstrous pressure of the water. "Die, you wretch." Aqua would not relent, aiming her vessel at the beleaguered Ibel and unleashing a robust spiral jet of water that collided forcefully with him, propelling him against the walls of the sewer and forcibly breaching a large hole. To onlookers, a towering column of water erupted, shattering Ibel boat and casting him out into the open air. Such astonishing water magic, one could only wonder who wielded such power. Jorah, feeling the surging force of the water magic, could not help but exclaim in awe. "It is Duke Ibel." The soldiers stationed outside erupted in excitement, hastily clearing a path as Ibel crashed heavily to the ground, creating a sizable crater, drenched and completely unconscious. The soldiers promptly seized Ibel, applying a special device to seal his magical abilities, rendering him no different from an ordinary person. Both his earth magic and dark sorcery were effectively nullified. The sewer lay in disarray, and had Aqua's assault not been singularly focused on Ibel, it is likely the entire structure would have collapsed. In truth, she merely wished to avoid contact with the filthy water, Lucy mused, her lips twitching in amusement. Humph, stinky rat. Having finally vented her frustrations on Ibel, Aqua let out a cold huff, casting a disdainful glance at Lucy before transforming into a golden light and returning to the spirit realm. Though her gaze briefly lingered on Burgo, unnoticed by Lucy. "Lucy truly is remarkable. Now we must see how Nat Su and Lingfeng fare," Habby remarked, fluttering to Lucy's side. Still shaken by the near miss of Aqua's onslaught. "Weren't you just saying I was useless?" Lucy shot him a sidelong glance. "The memory of a cat is exceedingly brief." "I've already forgotten," Habby replied innocently. "You wretched little feline," Lucy retorted, though it was evident that having dealt with Ibel left her feeling quite satisfied. "Lucy is rather impressive. Let us hasten our efforts to deal with these two," Natsu declared, shifting his gaze from Lucy and unleashing a powerful inferno toward the Panish brothers. "Fire magic is ineffective," the brothers of Panishio remarked as the enormous pot spun, directly absorbing Natsu's flames within. With another turn, a fierce blaze roared back in retaliation. However, Natsu merely grinned, crouching low to allow space. "I shall not be modest," Lingfeng proclaimed with a devilish smile. Inhaling deeply as the surging flames were consumed into his being, transforming into his own fire power. "Ice flame dragon roar," Lingfeng bellowed, wide-mouthed, unleashing a spiraling torrent of icy blue flames. "No matter the fire, it is futile," the brothers of Panishio confidently asserted, even though they were ensnared. Their minds remained alert. "Not necessarily," Natsu retorted with a mischievous grin. The icy flames howled as they struck the brothers' massive iron pot. However, instead of the expected absorption of fire, an intense wave of frigid air erupted, swiftly encasing both the brothers and the pot in a solid layer of ice. Mission accomplished. Lingfeng and Natsu exchanged a triumphant high five. A mournful cry echoed, and as they turned to investigate, they found Pakaz pinned beneath the weight of the gorilla maiden. Baruga, with a look of utter despair. "How unfortunate." Natsu couldn't help but revel in the misfortune of his comrade. Ice flame dragon roar. Lingfeng had longed to deal with Baruga, and thus unleashed a powerful breath attack. Baruga leapt into the air, deftly evading Lingfeng's assault. Her rotund form spinning rapidly like a colossal top, descending towards Lingfeng's head. Lingfeng was determined not to suffer the same fate as the fallen Pakaz, swiftly retreating to evade Baruga's spinning attack. Iron Fist of the Fire Dragon. Natsu joined the fray, his fists ablaze as he delivered a fierce blow to Baruga. Though Baruga took a slight step back from the impact, he remained largely unfazed, retaliating with a swift slap that sent Natsu soaring away. Ice Flame. Seizing the opportunity, Lingfeng unleashed 2 orbs of ice flame from his hands, which landed at Baruga's feet, releasing a chilling wave that swiftly encased Baruga in ice. "Well done," Lucy exclaimed with delight. Lingfeng let out a sigh of relief, realizing that Balu Ji's strength exceeded his expectations. Fortunately, the formidable ice flame ability had managed to encase her in ice. All he needed to do now was wait a while, and he would automatically return to the spirit realm, especially since Ibar had already been defeated, leaving her with little magical energy to sustain her. Just as Lingfeng was about to say something, he suddenly felt a sharp constriction around his neck. Looking down, he was astonished to see the chains from Balu Ji's wrist. Lingfeng, Natsu, and the others gasped in shock as they witnessed 2 small openings in the thick ice, from which 2 chains tightened around Lingfeng's neck, relentlessly constricting him. Cough. How infuriating. He had been too careless. With a face flushed with rage, Lingfeng turned and unleashed a powerful punch upon the unyielding ice, instantly shattering it with searing flames. Yet, Baruga remained relentless, her grip on Lingfeng's neck tightening as if intent on strangling him to death. If it were merely the constraints of the chains, Lingfeng would have harbored confidence in his ability to break free. However, the chains were imbued with a heavy essence of earth magic, ensnaring him as if he were ensconced in a quagmire, rendering him powerless. Although aware of Baruga's transformation, Ling Feng's perception of her largely mirrored that of the animated portrayal. He had never anticipated such a formidable offensive from her, or that she could be so powerful. "You brutish creature, release Ling Feng at once." Naz and the others urgently attacked Baruga. Yet their efforts proved futile, as Baruga stubbornly fixated on Ling Feng, enduring the trio's onslaught while intensifying her grip. Ling Feng felt as though he were on the verge of suffocation. "Oh heavens, what shall we do?" Lucy exclaimed, nearly in tears at the sight of Ling Feng struggling for breath. Naz, too, rained down furious blows upon Baruga, each punch igniting sparks and leaving burn marks upon her form. "Must I perish in such a suffocating manner? This is preposterous," Ling Feng thought. His hands clenched tightly around the chains constricting his neck, his face a mask of fury as he enunciated each syllable with intensity. "King of the Realm Fist." To be continued. Chapter 11. The Dark Key, King of the Realm Fist. Ling Feng's face flushed crimson as a surge of dark red energy erupted from his being, instantly propelling Lucy, Natsu, and Happy aside. With immense effort, he exerted all his strength upon the chains, and the violent energy swiftly extinguished the faint traces of earth magic that clung to them. In an instant, the chains shattered with a resounding crack. "Die!" Ling Feng bellowed, his fist clenched tightly. He delivered a powerful blow to Baruga, whose ample flesh proved utterly incapable of withstanding the terrifying force behind the strike. Like a deflated ball, Baruga let out a cry of agony as he was sent flying, his body deeply embedded within the overwhelming might of his adversary. Yet, Ling Feng's assault was far from over. The dark red energy swirled ferociously, coalescing into a formidable energy wave within his palm, radiating sharp currents akin to the edge of a dagger. With a swift motion, he hurled the energy sphere, which spiraled through the air and struck Baruga with relentless ferocity, causing an explosive eruption of power. Boom! The already dilapidated sewer could no longer withstand the pressure of the onslaught, leading to a catastrophic collapse of both the structure below and the mansion above. In an instant, Ling Feng and his companions were engulfed by countless ruins. What on earth has transpired? Had T-Ibar already been captured? Jara, waiting outside, gazed in astonishment at the collapsed mansion. Amidst the debris, Ling Feng extended his arms, conjuring a dark crimson protective shield that encircled them, shielding Lucina and Happy from the surrounding wreckage. "I thought we were doomed," Lucy said, her heart still racing as she looked at Ling Feng with wide eyes. "Well, Ling Feng, you're incredibly powerful. You startled me," Natsu exclaimed, his curiosity piqued as he observed the dark crimson aura emanating from Ling Feng, impulsively reaching out to touch it, but quickly recoiling in pain. "It seems we are buried beneath the ruins. How shall we escape this predicament?" Happy remarked, worry etched on his face as he surveyed their surroundings. Ling Feng gasped twice, his arm trembling slightly, as a surge of dark crimson energy erupted forth, instantly obliterating all the surrounding debris and carving out a substantial opening that revealed the azure sky above. "Incredible," Naz gulped, while Lucy and Happy stood in stunned silence, unable to articulate their astonishment at Ling Feng's formidable strength. With but a gentle strike, he had reduced such a vast expanse of ruins to mere fragments. How astonishing! After accomplishing this feat, Ling Feng took a deep breath, the furious dark crimson energy dissipating in an instant. His body, now devoid of strength, collapsed downward. "Hey, Ling Feng, are you all right?" Lucy hurriedly embraced him as he fell into her arms, utterly lifeless. "Cough, cough. I'm fine, just exhausted," Ling Feng replied wearily. The exertion of utilizing the King's fist under duress had nearly drained him of all his strength, inflicting some damage to his body. It would be unwise to employ the King's fist again in the near future. Fortunately, being of Scion descent, his recovery was remarkably robust, and the impact had diminished to a minimal degree. A brief respite would suffice. Comfortably nestled in Lucy's embrace, Ling Feng silently invoked the Dragon Ball system to check his energy points. 15,235. The enchanted Zodiac Spirit had indeed granted him a significant amount of energy points, validating his arduous efforts. Meanwhile, Lucy's face flushed crimson, as Ling Feng's head was nearly buried in her bosom. Had he possessed even the slightest strength, she would have playfully slapped him away. "Such a rascal," Happy remarked with a sly tone, his voice slightly lisping. "You wretched cat. And for goodness sake, speak without that lisp," Lucy retorted fiercely, her cheeks aflame. Glancing down at Ling Feng, she promptly tossed him aside to the laughing Naz, striving to calm her racing heart. At that moment, a surge of earth magic manifested, shattering the debris around them, as Jula approached briskly, inquiring about their well-being. "Are you all right?" We're fine, not dead. Nez grinned in response. Jula nodded, remarking, who defeated Ibar? He has since been taken away by the king. Nez and Happy turned their gaze toward Lucy. Jula, surprised, scrutinized Lucy before exclaiming, I never anticipated that the one to defeat Ibar would be you. Your magical prowess is truly impressive, my lady. Lucy could only offer an awkward smile. Since Ibar had been vanquished by Aquaria, she could indeed claim a share of the victory. I will report this to the kingdom. The reward will be sent to the Fairy Tale Guild, Jilla stated, nodding before turning to depart. Let us also take our leave. Ling Feng is gravely injured. And it would be best to get him home to rest, Lucy remarked, glancing at Ling Feng's injuries. Wait a moment, there should be a golden key nearby. Lucy, you should take it. Ling Feng spoke with some difficulty. Lucy immediately began searching around and soon discovered a black key nearby. Isn't this the golden key of? How could it possibly be here? Could it be? Lucy gazed in astonishment at the black key in her hand, her intuition hinting at something significant. Let me take a look, Ling Feng said, supporting Natsu's shoulder as he reached out for the ebony key from Lucy. The negative energy had dissipated. It must have been eliminated by me, yet the remnants of dark magic seemed to linger, likely connected to that rascal Ibar. Ling Feng mused inwardly. What is this thing? It resembles Lucy's keys, albeit in black. Natsu remarked curiously upon examining the black key. You fool, that is the key to the gorilla's spirit. She is also a celestial spirit, Ibar's celestial spirit. Lucy shot Natsu an exasperated glance. I never expected that scoundrel Ibar was also a celestial mage. Quite the surprise. But why is this key black? Happy expressed his astonishment. Lucy shook her head, admitting she was uncertain about that detail. Let's take the key back to Master Makarov for his insight. We should refrain from forging a contract for now to avoid any complications, Ling Feng suggested. Tossing the key to Lucy. Understood. I want to forge a contract until we have clarity, Lucy agreed, carefully stowing the key away as she and Natsu supported Ling Feng. Hurrying away from the ruins of the mansion. Unbeknownst to them, one individual seemed to have been overlooked. Pakas, the four-headed hound, was still buried beneath the debris. Chapter 12. The discussion of the Magic Council Magnolia, Fairy Tale Guild. Ah, Lucy, you're back. I heard you performed exceptionally well this time. What about Ling Feng and the others? Are they not back yet? Mira Jane greeted with a smile. Ling Feng sustained some injuries, so Natsu and Habi took him home to rest. I need to speak with the master. Is he available? Lucy replied. The master just returned and is currently in his study. It would be better for you to wait a while before visiting him since that person is also in there, Mira Jane said, polishing a plate. That person? Lucy asked curiously. Mira Jane nodded, glancing towards the study. She spoke in a hushed tone. It's the master's grandson, Laxus. However, his temper is rather foul at the moment, and he often argues with the master, so it's best to avoid going in right now. Here, have some juice. As she spoke, Mira Jane poured a glass of juice for Lucy. Oh, I had no idea, Lucy said, nodding as she took a seat. Sipping the juice and surveying the guild, noticing how few members were present at that moment. At this hour, many have gone out to work. Only those idling around remain here drinking. Kana waved her hand, reeking of alcohol, and embraced the barrel, drinking heartily, truly a formidable woman. Are you speaking of yourself? Lucy inwardly scoffed. I'm indifferent. I still have a bit of leisure money left. I shall deal with it when it runs out. Huh. Drinking is the most exhilarating pursuit. Lucy, would you care for a bit as well? Kana jovially proposed, seemingly eager to turn Lucy into her drinking companion. No, thank you. You may indulge at your own pace, Lucy hastily replied, waving her hand. Bang. I will prove you wrong, old man. Your era has passed. The Fairy Tale Guild shall undoubtedly fall into my hands. The door to the study was rudely thrust open, and a robust young man clad in a fur coat and wearing headphones declared loudly, exuding an air of defiance. This man was Laxus, known for his volatile temperament. Mira Jane whispered to Lucy it would be wise to avoid engaging with him. Lucy nodded in acknowledgement. You must cease your reckless behavior, Laxus. Aspiring to become the guild master, you still lack far too much. Makarov admonished as he stepped out. Laxus snorted dismissively, flinging his coat and striding out of the guild, disregarding everyone within. His demeanor was exceedingly arrogant. Sighing, Makarov felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Guildmaster, I have something I would like to consult you about. If I may, Lucy approached him, speaking earnestly. Ah, Lucy has returned. I just received news as well. I hear you and your companions performed admirably on your mission. Although the destruction of Ibar's mansion was unfortunate, it matters not. Please, come in and share, Makarov nodded, leading Lucy into the study. The guild study was merely a small room adorned with various curiosities collected by Makarov and some magical tomes, where he occasionally took rest. Guildmaster, do you know what this is about? The keys of the Zodiac should all be golden. Lucy presented the dark-colored key to Makarov. He took it, scrutinizing it closely, and frowned. Due to the previous contractor practicing dark magic, that power seems to have tainted the celestial spirit's mind. It would be prudent not to forge a contract. It is far too perilous. How regrettable. Is there no remedy? Lucy inquired anxiously. The Zodiac keys were exceedingly rare, with only 12 in existence worldwide. To lose one was a significant misfortune. Makarov pondered momentarily. I recall that the blood of the Thunder Dragon possesses properties that can dispel dark magic. Additionally, a highly skilled mage of dark magic could potentially cleanse it as well. Lucy felt her head spinning. It was evident that the Thunder Kirin was no ordinary creature, and she was unfamiliar with any dark mages. I advise you to abandon this pursuit. While our guild does practice dark magic, we cannot rely on it at present. As for the Thunder Kirin, it is a legendary sacred beast, dwelling in the frigid mountains, appearing and vanishing without a trace, making it exceedingly rare to encounter, Makarov stated. Returning the key to Lucy. Is there someone in our guild who practices dark magic? Who could it be? Lucy inquired, astonished. Makarov smiled enigmatically. Ask Mira Jane. And be prepared for a surprise. With her curiosity piqued, Lucy exited Makarov's study and sought out Mira Jane to voice her questions. The guild master is quite something, Mira Jane remarked, shaking her head. Are you not aware? The one who practices dark magic in our guild is none other than Mira Jane herself. She once bore the fearsome title of the demon Mira Jane. Those like Natsu or Gray would be swiftly defeated by her. Kana added with a hint of amusement. Is that true, Miss Mira Jane? Lucy gasped, her mouth agape, incredulous as she gazed at the beautiful and gentle Mira Jane before her. Finding it hard to believe that she was such a formidable mage, Mira Jane smiled softly, shaking her head. That was all in the past. I currently possess little magical power to engage in battle, so I cannot be of assistance to you, Lucy. Lucy wished to inquire further but noticed Kana's subtle tug. Sensing that Mira Jane's demeanor had shifted, prompting her to refrain from pressing the matter. It seemed that this key would be of no use for the time being. Much to Lucy's dismay as she gazed at the dark, ornate key in her hand, carefully stowing it away. Within the halls of the Magic Council, on the Azure Magic Circle, the council members were engrossed in discussions centered around forbidden magic. Under interrogation, Ibar claimed that he had acquired his dark magic knowledge from his collection of forbidden tomes. When asked why he sought to learn dark magic, he confessed he was uncertain, sensing an inexplicable force influencing him. Humph, merely an excuse. The mere possession of forbidden tomes is enough to warrant punishment, declared Councillor Ogre, his countenance serious. As he was one of the more senior members present, we owe a debt of gratitude to the fairy tale members for this, Councillor Ajima, the 6th seat, remarked. Being an old friend of Fairy Tale's guild master, Makarov, often advocating on behalf of the troublemaking guild. However, they have also destroyed the estate that should have been confiscated, a property of the kingdom, and it is estimated that the wealth and magical tomes Ibar has amassed over the years have been largely obliterated. Councillor Leiji spoke rather harshly. These details are of little consequence. Since we have dealt with Ibar, I believe His Majesty will not be overly concerned about a trifling amount of confiscated wealth. It is indeed thanks to the members of Fairy Tale and the Scales of Jula, the Serpent Queen, that we were able to bring Ibar to justice before it could wreak further havoc. This could be considered a stroke of fortune amidst calamity. Zikrian, by Yajima's side, waved his hand dismissively. The assembly seemed to concur. Although many had misgivings about Fairy Tale, their capabilities were undeniably significant. What we must focus on now is the unknown force at play, Yalushia remarked, surveying the room with a slight smirk. Such occurrences have become increasingly frequent. As you are all aware, this force, akin to dark magic yet more malevolent and sinister, permeates the atmosphere like a foul miasma. This truly is the most formidable challenge we face. Yajima replied solemnly, and the expressions of the others grew grim. This power is exceedingly wicked, deeper than dark magic, capable of drastically altering one's psyche, plunging individuals into a state of frenzy. Furthermore, it has the potential to enhance the magical abilities of those affected, posing a significant dilemma. If we do not control it and ascertain its origins, we cannot predict if one day it might spiral out of control. Zikrian spoke with a detached tone, causing the brows of the assembly to furrow once more. We all comprehend your concerns. Yet the issue lies in our previous covert investigations yielding no leads. This force appears to have emerged from thin air, having infiltrated our realm unnoticed, mingling with magical elements. And we currently lack the means to eradicate it entirely. We can only suppress it with great effort. One member interjected, thus, we still lack sufficient clues. The commission should have been dispatched to various guilds by now. Collaborating with the major guilds may yield some information. Eulucia responded, is that truly wise? Was it not agreed that we would keep this confidential? If those guilds become aware, the dark guilds may concoct some nefarious schemes. Should they exploit this power, we would find ourselves in a dire predicament. A cautious voice raised a conservative viewpoint. Yet, it is an unavoidable circumstance, is it not? Information is notoriously difficult to contain. I suspect many magic users are already aware and are discreetly investigating the matter. Zikrian remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Indeed, the allure of augmenting one's magical prowess is likely irresistible to many of the less resolute mages. Eulucia smiled faintly. Very well. Let us proceed as we are for the moment. Should there be any developments, we shall reconvene for further discussion. No one is permitted to withhold information, Member Uj stated. And the crowd nodded in agreement, thus concluding the meeting. In Eulucia's office, she knelt on one knee, reverently gazing at the crystal orb suspended before her. Within it, a tall figure loomed, shrouded in dark mist, rendering its features indistinguishable. You must conduct a thorough investigation into this matter. Even if it necessitates a slight delay in the original plan, the shadow commanded with an air of authority. Eulucia nodded respectfully as the shadow swayed slightly before gradually vanishing, causing the orb to lose its radiance and gently descend. As she reached out to catch the crystal orb, a subtle, cold smile flickered across Eulucia's beautiful visage. She murmured to herself, this situation is becoming increasingly intriguing. Chapter 13. The provocation of the specter. In the early morning, warm sunlight crept through the window, casting a gentle glow upon Lingfeng's cheek, while the alarm clock nearby chimed vigorously. Ding-ling-a-ling. Lingfeng yawned as he fumbled to silence the alarm clock. Glancing at the time, it was 7 in the morning, heralding the arrival of a new day. Remarkably, all the injuries he sustained yesterday had completely healed, a testament to the astonishing regenerative power inherent in his scion bloodline. Lingfeng clenched his fist in excitement. Just the day before, he had felt utterly exhausted, his entire body aching as if he would need at least 2 or 3 days to recuperate. Yet, to his astonishment, a single night had sufficed, saving him considerable time. After donning his attire, Lingfeng prepared a modest meal for himself before retreating to his room to practice the Turtle School's body refinement technique. The sound of cracking bones echoed as he moved, accompanied by beads of sweat cascading down his face. Knock, knock, knock. Lingfeng, are you there? It's Lucy, came a voice from outside the door. Lingfeng quickened his pace to complete the final 2 movements, wiping the sweat from his brow with a damp towel. He approached Lucy to open the door, only to find her holding a small backpack, noticeably bulging. Wow, have you been exercising since early morning? How diligent, Lucy remarked, admiring the beads of sweat that lingered on Lingfeng's body. Strength is accumulated gradually, thus I hardly ever allow myself to be idle, Lingfeng replied. Here, this is your reward of 1 million for the task, Lucy announced, retrieving a substantial sum of money from her bag. Is this all for me? Lingfeng asked, astonished. Lucy smiled slightly, explaining, because this time, our contributions were the greatest, we both receive 1 million each. The remainder will be split between Natsu and Happy. With this amount, I can afford to indulge for a while, Lingfeng chuckled, aware that his intense training demands a considerable caloric intake. One cannot sustain their vigor without proper nourishment. However, he lamented, it's unfortunate we forgot to complete the sunrise task yesterday. I heard that the inventory from the Ibar mansion has been confiscated by the kingdom, so there's no hope there. Lucy remarked, 20,000 is not a trifling sum. My monthly rent is only 70,000. Not a concern, Lingfeng replied nonchalantly, knowing well that even if they had failed the sunrise task, there would be no funds forthcoming. After a brief wait for Lingfeng to wash up and dress, the two set off towards the Fairy Tale Guild. What about the key? Have you inquired with President Makarov? Lingfeng suddenly recalled the matter of Baruga as they walked along the stream. Lucy nodded and informed him about the situation regarding the key. I didn't expect it to be so troublesome. It seems I can no longer contract Baruga, she confessed, visibly troubled by the complications. Lingfeng was taken aback, pondering silently. Good morning, Lucy and Lingfeng. Natsu greeted enthusiastically in front of the bulletin board. Good morning, Natsu. Are you looking for a mission? Didn't you just complete one yesterday? Lucy greeted back with a smile. Of course, the money is never enough. As a mage, one must continuously take on tasks to hone their skills. Don't you agree, Lucy? Natsu asserted matter-of-factly. Lucy rolled her eyes. I'm not a battle maniac. I wonder if there are any good missions today. I'd like to find one with a higher reward. Ling Feng moved closer to the bulletin board and remarked. They are quite enthusiastic. I feel guilty for being idle. In that case, let us leave the task selection to either you or Ling Feng, as the previous mission was chosen by Natsu and me. Now it's your turn. As Habi munched on fish, he remarked, if you have any preferred tasks, just let me know, as the guild master has gone to attend a routine meeting. Mira responded. Routine meeting? Lucy inquired with curiosity. Although Makarov had mentioned it yesterday, she remained unclear about its significance. Mira promptly elucidated the importance of the regular gathering, ensuring Lucy grasped its essence. Well, I need an increase in my task remuneration. From 100,000 J to 500,000 J, Ling Feng declared, tapping twice on the commission sheet he had affixed to the bulletin board. With a bit more coin in his pocket, he figured it prudent to elevate his reward. After all, he understood the principle that generous rewards attract valiant individuals. All right. Mira acknowledged, aware that Ling Feng had recently earned a considerable sum, and she proceeded to amend the commission. Shall we select this task? Exterminate the volcanic demon. The reward is 200,000 J. With our combined efforts, we should be able to handle it effortlessly. Lucy casually chose a task. This task is hardly worthwhile. It's clearly a subjugation mission, yet the reward is only 200,000 J. Moreover, even the client could not clearly articulate what the volcanic demon is. Merely stating that they often hear terrifying roars, Natsu remarked after inspecting it carefully, shaking his head. Typically, subjugation tasks command a fee of over 1,000,000 J. Given the inherent dangers involved, a moment's negligence could lead to dire consequences, Mira explained. I see, then I'll pass, Lucy decided, unwilling to engage in a potentially disadvantageous endeavor. This task has lingered here for some time without anyone taking it, Mira added with a hint of exasperation, attributing it to the client's stinginess. A volcano, you say? That means the fire element there must be quite dense. Ling Feng pondered aloud, gazing at Mira. A location rich in fire elements appeared to be an ideal environment for his cultivation, whether it pertained to firepower or the fire-based magic of this world. Mira nodded in agreement. While that may be true, even fire mages seldom venture there. The heat is overwhelming, and one could easily succumb to fire poison. It is not an ideal training ground. Ling Feng, unperturbed, resolved to seize an opportunity to make a journey. For if it would allow him to swiftly enhance his firepower, a little discomfort would be of no consequence. I remarked, shouldn't you clarify the last incident? How is it that your flames possess a freezing effect? I pondered over it the entire night and remained bewildered. Gray approached, his gaze piercing as he regarded Ling Feng. For that battle was a source of humiliation for him, unable to subdue even a newcomer. If you cannot comprehend it, then cease your musings. I am under no obligation to enlighten you. Ling Feng spoke softly, expressing his satisfaction with Gray's ice magic, yet acknowledging that Gray had lost his utility after yesterday's battle, where he had effectively adapted to the ice flames. If you have the guts, let us fight again. This time, I shall teach you a lesson that will make you aware of my true strength. Gray retorted, filled with indignation. That won't do, Gray. If Ling Feng were to unleash his full capabilities, you would stand no chance. Naz laughed. Habi nodded in agreement. Indeed, Ling Feng is formidable. You didn't see it yesterday. Gray, he single-handedly defeated that powerful gorilla woman and wreaked havoc on the entire Ibar mansion. What was that move called? It felt incredibly impressive. Lucy chimed in, intrigued. Having missed the details yesterday, that technique is known as the King's Fist, a method that forcibly amplifies one's strength. Though it comes at a significant cost to the body, I typically refrain from using it, only deploying it when absolutely necessary, Ling Feng explained, shaking his head. The power gained from the King's Fist cannot truly be considered one's own. The priority lies in enhancing one's foundational strength. Thus, I have little interest in fighting Gray again. My current focus is on absorbing other superior magics to bolster my firepower. You're such a miser. What harm would it do to share a bit? I have never encountered flames with freezing capabilities, and not knowing makes me restless, Gray lamented, his tone softening as his curiosity grew. However, no matter how much Gray pressed, Ling Feng remained unmoved, leaving Gray feeling vexed and powerless. Suddenly, a commotion erupted as Rebbe burst through the guild doors, her expression frantic. The guild fell silent as all eyes turned toward her. Troy and Jed have been injured by the ghosts. Rebbe cried out, prompting gasps of shock from the crowd. At Magnolia Hospital, which is equipped with a specialized healing system for magic users, the injured Jed and Troy were receiving treatment. The assailants identified themselves as Soul, one of the 4 elements of ghosts, and the Iron Dragon, Gajal. They demanded I inform Naz and Ling Feng that the previous grievances are far from resolved. Rebbe stated, sitting beside the hospital bed. Those despicable ghosts. I will not let those scoundrels escape. Naz gritted his teeth, while Ling Feng furrowed his brow, sensing that the conflict with the ghosts had escalated prematurely. What exactly have you gotten into? Gray inquired, his brow furrowing in concern. It all began yesterday when Lucy was explaining over dinner at the Hilo branch. We cannot blame Ling Feng and Naz for this. It was the ghosts who initiated the provocation, Lucy clarified. What more is there to discuss? Let us charge in and deal with them, Naz exclaimed, unable to contain his temper. Calm down. We must wait for the old man to return before taking any action. Otherwise, the situation may spiral out of control. Gray firmly grasped Natsu's arm and remarked, you are quite right. Though I am equally furious, we must exercise patience for the time being. A woman's voice emerged from the doorway of the infirmary, prompting Ling Feng to turn his gaze. Standing there was a female mage clad in armor, her flowing red hair cascading down her back. At that moment, her striking visage was etched with frost, and her tone was notably frigid. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Ling Feng's eyes narrowed slightly. The strongest female mage of Fairy Tail, Urza, had finally returned. With Urza's arrival, the members of Fairy Tail were instantly filled with delight. The pillar of their guild, an S-class mage, had returned, instilling a sense of reassurance among them at this critical juncture. She is truly magnificent. Utterly unlike what I had imagined, Lucy exclaimed in astonishment as she regarded Urza. You must have envisioned her as some sort of monster, Ling Feng whispered, leaning in closer. Lucy, taken aback, quickly poked Ling Feng in the side and shot him a disapproving glance. Urza, are you suggesting that I should swallow my anger? I cannot do that. Natsu shouted vehemently at Urza. Urza approached, her gaze shifting to the beds of Jed and Troy, her brow furrowing deeply. She turned to Natsu and spoke in a somber tone, I understand your feelings, for I too am filled with rage. However, I have heard that the guildmaster is attending a routine meeting. We cannot act recklessly at this moment. We must wait for his return to make a decision. Should war break out between the 2 guilds, the consequences would be dire. Gray addressed Natsu. Do you not wish to avenge Jed and Troy? Natsu gritted his teeth, fully aware of Urza's intent, yet the indignation was unbearable. To be frank, Natsu, I too yearn to charge in and eliminate those specters immediately. But let us not forget the most crucial point. We are at a significant numerical disadvantage against the Ghost Guild. With the guildmaster absent, our strongest combat power is missing. We stand no chance. If we proceed now, we will be the ones to suffer, Urza stated firmly, placing a hand on Natsu's shoulder. I have heard that the leader of the Ghost Guild, Jose, has not attended the routine meetings in 2 years. If we rush in now, we will undoubtedly face a disastrous defeat. Loki adjusted his glasses regretfully. This is so infuriating. Elfman clenched his fists, expressing his frustration. What is a mere Jose to us? If we all unite, we can surely take him down. Natsu retorted defiantly. That is impossible, Natsu. The leader of the Ghost Guild is one of the 10 great sorcerers, on par with Guild Master Makarov. To put it another way, he possesses at least a fraction of the Guild Master's power. Do you truly believe we can win with just our numbers? Do not jest. Ling Feng crossed his arms, a cold smile gracing his lips as he spoke. Naz was utterly oblivious to the depths of his own limitations. The power of the 10 saints was formidable enough to alter the very fabric of reality. Their magical prowess was astonishingly profound, and even in his prime, he would not dare to claim he could assuredly defeat Makarov. Given that Joseph's magical capabilities were nearly on par with Makarov's, one can only imagine the extent of his strength. In the animated series, had Makarov not employed the extraordinary magic of fairy law, even a victory would likely have come at a dire cost. Naz fell into a contemplative silence, realizing that he was at least contending with the immense magical force possessed by the Elder. Ling Feng's words weighed heavily upon his heart, akin to a mountain pressing down upon him. Meanwhile, both Urza and Lucy had taken note of the unfamiliar faces of Ling Feng and Lucy. Ling Feng and Lucy offered brief introductions to one another. Elsa nodded and remarked, It has been quite some time since new members joined the guild. Having 2 at once is truly delightful. Moreover, Ling Feng is exceptionally strong. Even Gray is no match for him. Happy interjected, which left Elsa notably surprised. Hey, don't speak nonsense. The last match ended without a clear victor. Gray retorted, visibly displeased. In a contest, you would undoubtedly be the loser. Natsu scoffed, prompting an immediate quarrel between the two. Elsa's expression darkened further as she grasped both of them and forcefully brought their faces together, admonishing loudly, "You two fools. This is a hospital. We need to maintain silence, do you understand?" Internally, everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes at her irony. Later, upon hearing from the doctor, it was revealed that while Jed and Troy appeared somewhat worse for wear, they were generally unharmed and would recover with a bit of rest. This news brought genuine relief to the group, temporarily dampening their fervor to launch an offensive against the Phantom Lord Guild. "All right, let us return to the guild. I have some matters to discuss," Elsa stated, and the group gradually made their way back. "It seems your foot is injured," Ling Feng tentatively observed. Having sensed something amiss in Elsa's movements earlier, Elsa nodded, acknowledging, "It's rare for you to notice. I sustained a minor injury while combating demons, but it is nothing serious." "What kind of demon could possibly injure you?" Gray inquired, astonished. It was merely an ordinary S-class demon. However, it appeared to have been affected by some malevolent force, rendering it increasingly ferocious and powerful. "I let my guard down for just a moment, but thankfully, we ultimately triumphed," Elsa replied, sipping from the chilled beer Mira Jane had offered her. "Speaking of which, I have encountered numerous similar instances lately. There seems to be an unsettling aura in the atmosphere," Gray remarked, nodding in agreement. "It appears we are dealing with a corrupted S-class demon. Elsa's strength indeed surpasses my expectations," Ling Feng pondered silently after hearing her words. "Setting that aside, I faced a troublesome situation during my mission. I initially intended to consult the guild master before making a decision, but I believe it is prudent to act swiftly. However, I am currently injured, and going alone would be too taxing, so I hope Natsu and Gray can assist me," Elsa declared, placing her drink down and turning her gaze to them. Pausing, she then looked at Ling Feng, who was quietly drinking to himself, and added, "I have heard that your strength is on par with Gray's, so if possible, I would appreciate your help as well." Natsu and Gray exchanged astonished glances, each taken aback by the unexpected proposition of teaming up, especially alongside Elsa. "I have no objections. I find this quite intriguing, especially since I am not lacking in funds for the time being." Ling Feng smiled faintly as he drained the beer from his cup. The Iron Forest incident is no trifling matter. Should the call to arms truly be sounded, the consequences would be dire. Given the considerable changes in the narrative, it would be prudent for him to revisit the past to avert any unforeseen calamities. With Naz, Gray, and Urza accompanying him, perhaps they could form the strongest team in fairy tale. Mira Jane gazed at Ling Feng and the others in astonishment. "Lucy, you need not join this time. This endeavor may prove somewhat perilous," Ling Feng remarked, casting a glance at Lucy as if a thought had crossed his mind. "Did I ever say I was going?" Lucy replied, her lips twitching slightly. "Due to some matters I must attend to, coupled with my leg injury, we shall set off tomorrow morning. Let us meet at the Magnolia station and prepare thoroughly," Urza declared, finishing her beer before turning to exit the guild. As he was to engage with the Iron Forest individuals the following day, Ling Feng returned home and commenced his preparations, seizing the time at hand. He intended to learn some fire-based magic to comprehensively enhance his abilities. Since the reshaping of his body not only had his potential surged, but he had also gained a significant advantage. The Crane Immortal method now allowed him to harness magical energy twice a day, significantly accelerating his capacity to absorb magic. It is no exaggeration to state that Ling Feng's current rate of absorption is nearly 5 times that of an average mage. With focused intent, he attuned himself to the elemental fire magic within the atmosphere, assimilating it into his being, transforming it into warm, fiery magical energy. Entering into deep meditation, he felt enveloped in a soothing warmth. However, mere possession of magical power is futile without the ability to wield it. Thus, after accumulating a sufficient amount of magic, Ling Feng ceased the solitary enhancement of his magical energy and turned his attention to the magical tomes gifted to him by Makaroth. These volumes contained a wealth of practical fire spells, and Ling Feng absorbed this knowledge with the fervor of a sponge, diligently enriching his understanding. "Ah, what is this?" Ling Feng inadvertently discovered a few lines of later inscribed text within the magic book, detailing a method for refining the body using magical energy. This technique encompassed not only the enhancement of fire elements, but also touched upon other elements, suggesting that it was not a skill easily mastered by the average individual. Ling Feng felt that this seemed to be exceptionally suited for him, and he began to read earnestly. It turned out that magicians, due to their frequent training of mental strength, often found their physical prowess diminished. Some were even weaker than ordinary individuals. In close combat, this could lead to significant troubles. Consequently, some distinguished magicians developed a unique method of elemental body refinement. However, this method, which employed magical elements to enhance the body, was exceedingly domineering, and very few magicians could withstand it. Most who attempted it met with self-destruction, as the human body is inherently fragile. Thus, the number of magicians capable of utilizing this body refinement technique has dwindled significantly. Setting aside other elements, utilizing fire to temper the body could imbue it with greater destructive power and explosive force. Yet, fire and lightning are among the most challenging elements to control. The difficulty of enhancing physical strength through fire is considerable. If I cannot succeed, then surely no human can. Ling Feng closed the magic tome, smiling as he spoke. It felt as though this was tailored specifically for him. What did he desire? Was it not to rapidly bolster his physical attributes? Once his physical capabilities were enhanced, his energy would naturally elevate, creating a virtuous cycle. With the elemental body refinement method combined with the Turtle Hermit School's techniques, he had significantly saved time. Having made up his mind, he would not procrastinate. He immediately began to gather the fire element as instructed in the tome, allowing it to permeate his cells. This process was initially arduous and demanding, requiring ample mental strength and willpower, as it was immensely painful. Ling Feng lacked for neither mental strength nor the fortitude to endure pain. He simply had to grit his teeth and persevere, knowing that the suffering would eventually pass. Everything was for the sake of becoming stronger, like a myriad of stars. The fire element's luminous points continuously infiltrated Ling Feng's being, unleashing a potent, fiery force. As his bodily tissues were damaged, they began to self-repair, perpetuating a cycle of destruction and restoration. Each time the pain nearly caused him to lose consciousness, a cool breath of the fire's essence would emerge within him, surging into his mind and invigorating his spirit. Gritting his teeth, he steadfastly endured. The first session was the most painful, yet the longer he persisted, the greater the outcome. By the afternoon, Ling Feng reached his limit and collapsed to the ground, his entire body thoroughly drenched. After lying there for a while, he struggled to his feet, made his way to the bathroom, and refreshed himself with a cleansing shower, donning a set of clean clothes. His physical strength had approximately increased by 30% compared to before. Ling Feng, feeling the power of his fist, expressed his satisfaction. Although the future effects may not be as astonishing as the first, strength is indeed accumulated little by little. After retrieving some food from the refrigerator and devouring it ravenously to satiate his hunger, Ling Feng commenced his magical trainings. Beginning with the simplest of fire spells, the fireball technique. The elemental arrangement of this spell is remarkably straightforward. And with Ling Feng's formidable mental strength and remarkable affinity for fire elements, he mastered the fireball technique in less than half an hour. Fireball, Ling Feng murmured, as a fiery red magical array flickered in his hands, summoning a blazing fireball that ascended, imbued with explosive power. This fireball was purely a condensation of fire elements, devoid of any inherent fire or air force, resulting in a somewhat diminished potency. Nonetheless, it was undeniably more potent than the fireballs conjured by average fire mages. Given Ling Feng's robust mental prowess, which allowed for a tightly woven and orderly magical array, thus enhancing the spell's effectiveness to a certain extent. Moreover, the most significant aspect was that magic operates independently from air and fire forces, signifying that Ling Feng had acquired yet another card to play. Additionally, these three forces could potentially fuse together, unleashing even more formidable attacks. However, the fireball technique remained a rudimentary fire spell, likely effective against minor adversaries but insufficient for stronger mages. Therefore, he needed to learn higher-level magic. The grimoire contained numerous spells, and as Ling Feng perused them, he ultimately selected three: Fire Arrow, Firewall, and Fire Escape technique. The Fire Arrow, as its name implies, is an arrow formed from fire elements, possessing a degree of penetrating power. The Firewall is versatile for both offense and defense, suitable for eliminating swathes of minor foes. However, the most crucial of these was the Fire Escape technique. This extraordinary maneuver allows one to transform into flames, enabling rapid movement. Mastery of this technique requires profound insight and understanding of fire elements, as well as substantial magical energy. In the animation, Lax's likely utilized the lightning escape technique to achieve his elusive movements. Although not a direct attack spell, Ling Feng felt this was the powerful magic he truly needed. Regrettably, The technique demands considerable magical consumption, making it unfeasible for him to learn immediately. He decided to set it aside for now, opting to first master the preceding 2 spells. Acknowledging that progress in magic, like a meal, must be taken one bite at a time, with no need for haste. Ling Feng reflected on the importance of magic, admitting that he had previously underestimated it. However, after delving deeper into its intricacies, he realized the shallowness of his prior thoughts. While it is true that magic may not possess the same devastating power as air forces, it certainly has its unique characteristics and advantages. With many aspects worthy of his study, he resolved to regard this force with equal respect. Let us strive forward. And may the comrades of the Iron Forest not disappoint me. Ling Feng twisted his neck and remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The following day at Magnolia Station, Ling Feng arrived punctually, accompanied by Natsu, Happy, and Gray. As for Lucy, she had heeded Ling Feng's instructions from the previous day and thus did not join them. After a brief wait, Elsa arrived, dragging behind her an exaggeratedly large amount of luggage that could frighten anyone. Apologies for keeping you waiting, Elsa said as she approached, her gait revealing that her leg injury had yet to fully heal. What kind of mission has you in such a hurry, despite your injury still being fresh? Gray inquired. Furrowing his brow, Elsa glanced around at the bustling crowd and replied, let us discuss this on the train. It's not appropriate here. After handing her luggage to the train attendant, the group boarded the train and settled into their seats. The train soon departed, and Natsu immediately collapsed onto his chair, looking as if he were about to be sick. There's no helping it. Just hang in there, Natsu, Elsa said, and with a swift punch to Natsu's abdomen. He immediately went wide-eyed and fainted. All right, Elsa, please do share, Ling Feng said, looking at her. Though he was already aware, he felt compelled to inquire. In fact, our target this time is the Dark Guild, Iron Forest. Unfortunately, I was too careless then and failed to recognize their identities. Otherwise, I would have apprehended them all. Elsa succinctly recounted the events leading up to this moment. So, the folks from Iron Forest intend to use Lullaby for some nefarious deeds? Gray pondered gravely. Indeed. And we must thwart their plans, Elsa affirmed. She then turned to Ling Feng and asked, speaking of which, I still don't know what magic you wield. Could you enlighten me? It would be beneficial to have a clear understanding for the battle ahead. Ling Feng can wield both fire and ice, akin to a fusion of Natsu and Gray, making him exceptionally formidable, Happy chimed in. Elsa expressed her surprise, saying, it's quite rare to be able to utilize 2 drastically different types of magic. A mage can learn various forms of magic, yet mastering 2 opposing elemental properties simultaneously is exceedingly rare among sorcerers. Actually, it's not as remarkable as it seems. My fire is rather unique. It can absorb the characteristics of opposing magic. Currently, I possess 2 abilities. One is pure flame, and the other is ice flame imbued with frost attributes. Ling Feng replied with a slight smile, extending his hands. A multitude of flames in varying colors surged forth. His left hand emanated a scorching crimson flame, while his right hand displayed a chilling violet flame, creating a splendid and vibrant spectacle, both magnificent and imbued with formidable power. I see, Elsa responded, her curiosity piqued. The uniqueness of your magic is truly astonishing. It appears that you acquired the power of ice flames only after absorbing the magical essence of my ice transformation that day. How infuriating. Gray had always been puzzled by the nature of Ling Feng's ice flames, but now he finally comprehended the situation. While he felt a sense of irritation, he was also astonished by the formidable strength of this magic. Your abilities are indeed rare. With this revelation, my confidence has significantly increased. Elsa nodded in agreement, as it was evident that Ling Feng's powers surpassed her previous expectations. After the train had traveled for a while, I announced my intention to use the restroom. Ling Feng left his seat and made his way toward the restroom, his eyes scanning the surroundings. If his memory served him correctly, a member of the Iron Forest was aboard this train, carrying a lullaby. If he could apprehend them directly, it would save him considerable trouble later. Each carriage on the train contained a restroom, and as Ling Feng approached, he discovered the door tightly locked. Presumably, someone was inside, prompting him to wait outside. However, he soon sensed something amiss. An aura of negative energy emanated from within the restroom, intertwined with a faint trace of dark magic. The 2 forces mingled together, and it would have been difficult to detect had Ling Feng not been standing so close. Without a moment's hesitation, he forcefully kicked open the restroom door, revealing a floating skeletal flute adorned with 3 eyes, exuding waves of black mist. On the floor lay a young man, seemingly one of the Iron Forest members. Upon seeing Ling Feng burst in, the three eyes of the skeletal flute ignited with an eerie purple glow, unleashing a beam of violet light directed at Ling Feng. Ling Feng hastily crouched down as a beam of light erupted behind him, causing chaos to ensue within the train carriage, with several passengers screaming in terror. A swirling black mist materialized into a colossal hand, seizing a member of the Iron Forest along with Lala, transforming them into a streak of dark luminescence that swiftly pierced through the carriage and vanished into the sky. Following the incident, the train came to an abrupt halt, jolting the entire carriage. Nez tumbled from his seat to the floor, landing in an undignified manner. "What on earth just happened? Why did the train stop so suddenly?" exclaimed Urza as she regained her footing. "I saw a member of the Iron Forest. They've escaped." Ling Feng quickly relayed to Naz and the others as he rushed over. "After them," Urza commanded decisively. In pursuit of the Iron Forest members, she retrieved her magical four-wheeled vehicle from her belongings, connecting it to her wrist. She unleashed her magical energy, propelling herself forward at a speed surpassing that of the train, despite the toll on her magic reserves. Urza swiftly closed the gap to the dark streak soaring in the sky, which appeared to envelop a figure. "That's it. Ice Lance." Gray leaped atop the train's roof, channeling his ice magic to conjure a long spear of ice, which he hurled towards the shadow in the sky. Suddenly, several fist-like shadows extended from the luminescent streak, shattering Gray's ice spear while simultaneously striking the magical four-wheeled vehicle from the side. "Not on my watch." Before Ling Feng could react, Urza, piloting the vehicle, extended her hand. A magical sword materialized in her grasp, and with a swift motion, she shattered the attacking shadows. The wind surged upward, unleashing a searing column of fire that engulfed the radiant light behind it. Erupting in a sudden explosion, a figure emerged from the smoke, landing before the magical four-wheeled vehicle with a menacing smile, hands pressed against the ground, summoning a dozen shadows of fists charging forward. "Brace yourselves." Elsa's expression hardened as she steered the magical vehicle with great precision, narrowly evading the onslaught. She brought it to an abrupt halt. "It's the people from Ironwood," Ling Feng remarked, glancing at the flute in the opponent's hand. He stealthily advanced towards Elsa, sensing the negative energy emanating from the flute, his prey. "You audacious flies of fairy tale, how dare you oppose the members of Ironwood? Today marks your demise. The moment I sound this magic flute, you all shall be ensnared in an abyss of death, ha ha ha." Kageyama declared with a sinister countenance, cloaked in an overwhelming aura of darkness. He appeared as if he were a malevolent sorcerer wielding dark magic, the source of his power undoubtedly lying within the flute he possessed. This man was utterly ensnared. "What?" Elsa and her companions gasped, momentarily uncertain whether to believe his ominous claims, as this was their first encounter with such a horrifying death-dealing magic. Yet, Kageyama showed no hesitation. With a wicked grin, he raised the flute to his lips, clearly intent on sounding the magic instrument. As the first note resonated, an inexplicable chill of death enveloped them, sending shivers through their very being. Fire arrow. At the critical moment, just as the initial note echoed, Ling Feng unleashed a fire arrow, the fiery projectile swiftly striking Kageyama's flute, sending it crashing to the ground. "Damn it, I want to let you escape." Elsa reacted instantly, realizing she had danced perilously close to death, and surged forward, wielding a magic sword with fierce determination. "You filthy fairy." Kageyama hastily summoned his shadow for defense, only to have it obliterated by Elsa's furious strike, which mercilessly cleaved into him. The powerful magic tore through his flesh, leaving a gaping wound that exposed bone, blood pouring forth as Kageyama cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground, utterly defeated. With just a single blow, he was dispatched. This demonstrated the immense power behind Elsa's wrathful strike. "I thought I was done for. That sensation of impending death is one I never wish to experience again," Gray remarked, still shaken, his back drenched in sweat. Had that dreadful sound persisted any longer, he might have met an inexplicable end. Truly, it was the essence of forbidden dark magic. "We should burn that flute quickly. It's repulsive to behold." Naz declared that flames ignited upon his hands. "Allow me to take charge, Naz." Ling Feng was reluctant to squander his energy points so frivolously. Without hesitation, he advanced and unleashed a massive fireball that descended upon Lala Bai, igniting a fierce blaze. Amidst the flames, Lala Bai suddenly glimmered with 3 violet beams of light, and a formidable wave of dark magic surged forth, dissipating the fire and redirecting his escape. "I have long been aware of your presence. There shall be no escape," Elsa exclaimed, seizing Lala Bai with a chilling smile, her sword poised to strike. Just as she was about to bring the blade down upon him, her movement abruptly halted without warning. "What troubles you, Elsa? Have you lost your strength?" Habi inquired. Suddenly, Ling Feng's countenance shifted dramatically as he shouted at Elsa. "Quickly, discard the flute. You will be overtaken." Alas, it was too late. An insidious force has invaded my body. It hurts so much. I cannot hold on any longer." Elsa screamed in agony. Desperately attempting to relinquish the flute, yet it seemed as though it were glued to her hand, utterly unyielding. A thick, malevolent black mist emanated from the flute, permeating her being. Upon witnessing Elsa's torment, Natsu, Gray, and Habit were struck with alarm, rushing forward to rescue her, only to be reprimanded. "Do not come any closer. I feel as though I am losing control." Elsa cried out, her expression twisted in pain, shadowed by a faint aura of darkness. In her prime, Elsa could have forcefully expelled the malevolent influence, but after the recent exertion of magic from the swift maneuvering of the magical four-wheeled vehicle, her magical energy had waned, rendering her unable to break free in that moment. "Step aside." Ling Feng decisively pushed Natsu and Gray away as they attempted to advance, and bellowed, "Ice flame dragon roar." Instantly, a swirling vortex of icy blue flames erupted from his mouth, hurtling toward Elsa and freezing her, along with the flute, in place. "What are you doing?" Gray exclaimed in fury, seizing Ling Feng by the collar, questioning the madness that had overtaken him. Ling Feng pushed Gray aside and spoke coldly. "If we wish to prevent Elsa from falling under the control of that enchanted flute, this is the only course of action. At the very least, I have no desire to engage in a deadly struggle with Elsa." However, the situation appeared to be more complex than Ling Feng had anticipated. As the ice began to shatter, Naz remarked. Ling Feng looked over in astonishment. Indeed, just as Naz had described, the ice block visibly cracked, emitting an intense black mist. "This is bad. My shield." Gray seemed to sense something amiss, and his expression changed drastically as he shouted, extending his hands. A powerful chill surged forth, spreading out before him to form a gigantic ice shield in a fan shape. Boom. The ice encasing Elsa shattered, pieces of ice flying like cannonballs, all repelled by Gray's ice shield. Elsa, enveloped in dark energy, tightly gripped a strange magic flute in her left hand, while her right hand swung a sword down upon the ice shield, instantly breaking through its thick barrier. "Elsa, have you lost your mind?" Naz shouted, staring at her in disbelief. "Damn it, my head hurts." Elsa seemed not completely under control. Upon hearing Naz's voice, her movements became noticeably erratic. Her expression contorted in pain as she struggled. However, soon a menacing wave of dark magical energy erupted from the flute, engulfing Elsa and erasing the last remnants of her rationality, her eyes becoming vacant as she raised the magic flute, releasing a powerful violet beam. "Find a way to take that flute away," Ling Feng shouted, leaping to evade Elsa's attack, countering with a burst of icy flames aimed at her feet. "Such futile attacks won't work, kid." A hoarse, eerie voice came from Elsa as she stomped her foot on the ground. A surge of immense magical power erupted, shattering the icy flames, and with a swift motion, she repelled Naz with her sword, unleashing a dark arrow from the flute that forced Gray to retreat. "You must be that magic flute, bold enough to control Elsa." Ling Feng sneered as blazing flames erupted in his hands, forming a fiery magic circle that conjured a massive fireball. Though Ling Feng considered himself an ordinary fighter, he believed he could contend with Elsa if she were limited to using only one hand. To suppress Elsa, who possessed formidable magical power, the flute had to be firmly grasped. Once she let go, it would be ineffective. "Are you sure about this? If you harm this woman, I will not take responsibility." Elsa's voice was hoarse yet cunning, her tone laced with a hint of pride, as if she believed Ling Feng was merely bluffing. What would Elsa do in this situation? "Naz?" Gray remarked with a sneer, gathering his hands to form a massive rotating ice disk. "To be honest, I also don't think Elsa can be so easily defeated by us, so..." Naz grinned wickedly, his arms igniting in fierce flames, circling around him. "Hey, are you really willing to disregard your companion's life?" The flute exclaimed in a panic, taking a slight step back. Yet, in response to the flute, Ling Feng and the others unleashed their most ferocious attacks. The intertwining forces of ice and fire surged toward Elsa, ensnared by the control of the enchanted flute, showing no semblance of mercy. "Free madman," the flute cursed. In an instant, Elsa's form radiated a brilliant light, enveloping her in a majestic suit of silver-white armor. The diamond armor. The dual shields of the diamond armor merged into one, steadfastly withstanding the combined assault of the three, which, despite being a frenzied magical onslaught, created not a single ripple against the formidable defenses of the diamond armor, effortlessly repelling the attack. Ha ha, do you see? As long as this woman is present, no matter the nature of your magic, I can adapt my armor to counter it. The flute cackled with wild delight, oblivious to the mocking smiles of Ling Feng and his companions. Now, the diminutive Habi, previously overlooked, suddenly appeared at Elsa's side, moving with astonishing speed. Due to the need to control the shields, Elsa's movements were entirely restricted, and she was knocked to the ground by Habi's head-on charge. Simultaneously, the enchanted flute slipped from her grasp, tumbling down the slope nearby. Keep an eye on Elsa. I'll go check it out, Ling Feng declared, leaping downwards, swiftly sliding down the slope until he reached the bottom, where he found himself at a train station, the sign reading, Oniba's Station. Ling Feng searched high and low, yet found no trace of the enchanted flute. It seemed to have vanished into thin air. How peculiar, he mused, for I distinctly witnessed the flute's descent. Furrowing his brow, he spoke aloud. If you are in search of something, I believe I just saw an object tumble down from the hillside onto the volcano's summit. Kindly interjected an elderly woman who owned a general store. What? Ling Feng exclaimed with a wry smile, lamenting his unfortunate luck. Hey, what is the status? Have you located the flute? Naz and the others leapt down, with Elsa appearing rather unwell, her complexion pale as she leaned against Gray for support. No. Ling Feng recounted the situation. Damn it, our luck is truly dismal. Where on earth is that train headed next? Gray fumed, inquiring of a passerby. He learned that after Oniba Station, the next stop was Ganuki Station, a modest train depot. We must pursue it and destroy that flute. It is far too perilous. Should it fall into the hands of those with ill intentions, it would spell disaster. Elsa struggled to rise, panting as she spoke. During the confrontation with the flute's malevolent influence, she had expended considerable magical energy, and remnants of dark, sinister power lingered within her, necessitating suppression with magic, which had drastically diminished her combat prowess. How can you chase like this in such a disheveled state? Gray remarked with dissatisfaction. We shall pursue using the magic-powered four-wheeled carriage. Elsa insisted stubbornly. You can hardly muster any magic left. There's no need to push yourself, Ling Feng said, placing a hand firmly on Elsa's shoulder. His tone serious. Before she could retort, he swiftly rendered her unconscious with a precise strike. Whoa, when Elsa wakes up, you are in big trouble, Naz exclaimed, startled. What are your plans? If we return directly to the guild, she will most likely come after us once she regains consciousness. I know her character all too well. Gray questioned Ling Feng. Didn't Elsa suggest pursuing with the magic-powered carriage? I will take the wheel, Ling Feng replied nonchalantly. And what about that fellow from Ironwood? Naz inquired, noting that the individual still lay above. Ling Feng shook his head and said, There's no need to worry about him for now. Time is of the essence. Indeed, time was of the utmost importance. If the guild masters were truly extinguished by the ominous sound of the death flute, it would spell disaster. Beside the railway, a magical four-wheeled carriage raced at an astonishing speed, the wind howling past, tousling Ling Feng's hair in disarray. I must say, you are driving far too recklessly. Your magical power pales in comparison to Elsa's. Do not exhaust yourself completely. Your body may not withstand it. Gray shouted from within the carriage. As for Natsu, he remained in a state of unconsciousness, while Elsa lay beside him, still in a deep slumber. Happy stood nearby, vigilantly watching over the two. It's all right. I am not as fragile as you think. Ling Feng remarked casually, this is not an act of bravado. Although it is my inaugural experience driving this magical four-wheeled vehicle, it aligns closely with my prior expectations. The only requirement for the vehicle is energy, be it magical power, fire energy, or even air, all can serve as fuel. In contrast to others who are limited to utilizing only magical energy, my advantages are strikingly apparent, allowing me to indulge in reckless yet exhilarating speed. I even find myself contemplating acquiring one for personal enjoyment upon my return. Honestly, everyone seems so intent on showcasing their prowess. I fear I may be the sole remaining contender capable of engaging in battle, Gray lamented. At the Gunnock Station, upon arriving at this location, Ling Feng and his companions were met with a scene of utter devastation. A battalion of royal soldiers stood guard by the railway, and upon sighting the magical four-wheeled vehicle of Ling Feng's group, they swiftly barred the iron gate, demanding to verify their identities. It was reported that a faction of magic users had taken control of the train. The inspection process was exceedingly rigorous. Fortunately, they bore the insignia of a legitimate guild, and once their identities were confirmed, they were permitted to proceed. However, this delay cost them precious time, compelling them to hasten their pursuit. Chapter 17. The Madness of Illegal. Ashapana Station. When Ling Feng and the others arrived, they were already a step too late. The place had been seized by the people of the Iron Forest. Countless citizens had gathered outside the station, held back by the railway staff. It was rumored that Wang's small unit had ventured inside, but regrettably, it seemed they had gone without return. "We must enter quickly," Elsa said with a serious expression. "If the Iron Forest people start playing the magic flute here, it could spell disaster." After a period of rest, she had regained some of her strength and magical energy. Upon entering, Ling Feng and his companions quickly beheld a disarray of soldiers from the Wang faction strewn across the ground, each bearing the unmistakable marks of magical wounds.